Chapter 1. Revelry and Beginnings. The incessant cycle of birth and destruction is, in itself, an embodiment of eternity. In the boundless cosmos, life stands as an uncertain variable. This uncertainty often culminates in equally unpredictable demises, whether through the slow extinguishing of vitality or sudden, unforeseen fates. As the cardinal numbers approach infinity, even the smallest possibility may become inevitable. Amidst the myriad obliterations, a wisp of residual spirit traverses the veil of existence, akin to passing through a delicate soap bubble. Whether this successful evasion is deemed fortunate or unfortunate remains ambiguous, for the path ahead is shrouded in mystery. What lies beyond the ocean? What exists beyond the universe? For the truths that life incessantly pursues, witnessing them firsthand can be regarded as a form of grace. The ethereal essence perceives distinctly that beyond the bubble, there are yet more bubbles, countless bubbles. In a languid drift, after a moment of suspension, the spirit once again descends into another bubble. Death is not the conclusion, but rather the commencement of yet another grand adventure. When pain reemerges amidst the vast expanse of illusion, it becomes a signal of existence. The cataclysmic collision seems to have transpired in the previous instant, only to be succeeded by another impending impact. The body eludes perception. There are no limbs, no senses, only the presence of consciousness. With a hazy opening of its eyes, an innate awareness informs it that what lies before is seemingly another life. They collide. This collision stirs unwelcome memories, and pain follows in its wake, yet it soon becomes apparent that this suffering transcends mere recollections. The other life is equally ensnared in torment. The abrupt clash inflicts profound wounds upon both souls. They are akin to two high-energy particles colliding, their souls invisible to the naked eye, yet the fractures can be felt through the searing pain. The confined space resonates with turmoil, filled with shattered souls. As waves of agony crash upon the essence of existence, a ghastly green light descends like the specter of death. This sinister glow pierces the boundary between matter and spirit, cascading over the two fractured souls like corrosive acid. Once again, the shadow of death looms. Chaotic consciousness resembles a drowning being, watching the shimmering surface of water recede. Screams and roars fill the air, creating a cacophony. The cramped space simmers like a boiling cauldron, frying the two fragile, crumbling souls. Suddenly, a flash of red light erupts, and the green luminescence is swiftly swept away as if a stain upon a tablecloth. The confined space is illuminated by the warm sun, and a gentle energy envelopes the trembling souls, soothing their turmoil. Under the nurturing embrace of the red light, the scattered remnants of souls in the space are inexplicably drawn together, swirling around a central point. In an instant, the space resembles a functioning galaxy. At that very center, a brand new soul begins to emerge. Winter in England is far from comfortable. The damp sea breeze intensifies the chill, and on this dark night, people are more inclined to surrender to slumber. The end of October is unremarkable, and November holds no celebratory occasions. Yet fireworks, igniting from unknown origins, pierce through the night and dreams. This anomaly spreads like ripples across the surface of water, permeating the entire nation. Such a peculiar phenomenon has persisted for several days. Surrey County is no exception. Its residents gaze inexplicably at the fireworks outside their windows, some even seething with irritation. The anguished wails of a baby echo through the room, drowning out the sounds of the explosions. Then comes an irate shout. "Damn it! Who the hell is setting off fireworks at this hour? Don't you people have jobs? Watch out, or I'll poke you with my shotgun." "Vernon, don't be like that. Swearing will corrupt little Dudley." Perny, clad in pajamas, wearily tries to soothe the gas canister in her arms, which is actually the child. Vernon Dursley instantly changes his demeanor, retracting his flailing shotgun and donning a sickly sweet smile. "Sorry, my little Dudley, it's all Daddy's fault." Perny gazes at her child with a heart full of concern, observing the chubby infant's foolish grin. Duddy-duddy, he duddy-duddy. The residents of Little Whinging are jolted awake by the unexpected fireworks, yet the warmth of their blankets soon lulls them back into slumber, leaving no one to notice a tabby cat intently studying a map. Indeed, even if the action of studying a map seems absurd when attributed to a tabby cat, there is currently no better explanation. The commotion from the Dursley household appears to have piqued the interest of the tabby, whose eyes gleam with a flicker of human-like disdain in the night. Thereafter, the tabby cat remains largely unresponsive, perched upon the rooftop like a statue. Only the occasional swoop of an owl or the hasty ascent of fireworks disrupts the tranquility. Wait, when did Surrey County acquire so many owls? The tabby, gradually fading into the night, suddenly opens its eyes, piercingly focused on a particular corner of the wall. As if emerging from the earth, a tall man appears, his presence startlingly abrupt. The streetlight's glow reveals his form. This man is tall and thin, with silver hair and a beard that could almost be tucked into his trousers or worn as a scarf, betraying his considerable age. The robe adorned with a purple cloak is an uncommon sight in this area, yet the elder wears it with far more composure than any theatrical performer. The crescent-shaped spectacles refract the streetlight's glow, while his bright blue eyes convey an uncharacteristic vitality for one of his years. His nose is long, with a slight twist that seems to hint at some unpleasant experiences. He rummages through his belongings. Albus. This is indeed a curious Senia tabby cat leaps from the rooftop and transforms into a woman wearing a pointed hat, uttering name. Albus Dumbledore halts his search, grasping a silver object reminiscent of a lighter. Upon seeing Minerva McGonagall, who has just transformed from the tabby cat, he smiles as if discovering something rather amusing. I should have anticipated this. He then flicks open the silver object. With his movement, the surrounding streetlights cast their glow in a peculiar manner, swirling like moths drawn to a flame as they converge into the silver lighter. Now, not even the ever-inquisitive Mrs. Dursley could detect the oddities in the street. Minerva, you don't seem well, Dumbledore remarks, tucking away the silver device. Minerva McGonagall, the woman who transformed from the tabby cat, bears a serious expression, reminiscent of the no-nonsense headmistress from her school days. Her hair at the temples is pulled taut, and her eyes exude meticulousness. If you were to perch on a rooftop all day, you'd be stiff as well. She tightens her cloak, then her expression darkens. Unlike those who are preoccupied with celebration, they've clearly forgotten the rules. I can see their fireworks from here. Surely, you would hope for their caution. Dumbledore gazes indifferently at the fireworks bursting in the sky and the owls flying overhead. With Voldemort dead after so many years of intimidation, a little relaxation is quite understandable. At the mere mention of that name, Minerva McGonagall visibly shudders. I believe you should not react that way, Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore turns to her. I've invested considerable effort in dispelling the rumors that he was as fearsome as they claimed. Of course, you have nothing to fear, Minerva McGonagall replies half in praise. Everyone knows you are the only one he ever feared. Dumbledore's laughter resonates through the night. You flatter me too much since Madame Pomfrey remarked upon her fondness for my new ear muffs. I haven't blushed like this in ages. Minerva McGonagall shoots Dumbledore an annoyed glare before her expression shifts to one of concern. You don't believe he's truly dead, do you? Voldemort was such a powerful wizard. Steeped in bloodshed, James and Lily were his victims, and I've heard he intended to kill their son, Harry, but failed. How could a child possibly defeat him? At this, Dumbledore sighs into the cold wind, his breath quickly dissipating in the chill. A somber atmosphere envelopes them. James and Lily. Minerva McGonagall's face betrays her profound sorrow. After a long silence, Dumbledore finally produces a pocket watch. Hagrid should be arriving. Minerva McGonagall lifts her gaze. So, we've been observing for several days. It cannot be that. I intend to place Harry with his aunt and uncle. Dumbledore looks skyward. They are his only remaining family. Calm as she is, Minerva McGonagall nearly jumps at this revelation, as if she has heard the most absurd notion. You mean that family? Merlin above. They are the rudest, most uncouth muggles I have ever encountered. You have no idea how spoiled their son, that Dudley Dursley, has become. Ignoring the nearly explosive outrage of McGonagall, Dumbledore spots a flicker of light in the sky. Hagrid is coming. Still reeling from disbelief, McGonagall looked at Dumbledore in astonishment. You cannot possibly mean to let Hagrid bring that child here, can you? I would entrust my life and fortune to him without hesitation, Dumbledore replied resolutely. The fiery glow in the sky drew nearer, revealing a motorcycle. At the helm of the motorcycle was a man, so robust he seemed capable of rivaling 5 fully grown adults. The motorcycle descended with a weighty grace, creaking to a halt before Dumbledore and McGonagall, for which a deep voice resonated. Good evening, professors. With his wild, curly black hair and heavy coat, Hagrid appeared almost as a small mountain of darkness. Where's the child? McGonagall inquired, her gaze scrutinizing Hagrid. Right here. Hagrid gingerly produced a small bundle from within his coat, gently passing it to Dumbledore. As Dumbledore gazed upon the sleeping infant, marked by a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, shadows of sorrow flickered in his eyes. This is the most suitable place for him. Do you see those fireworks? The jubilant wizards will forever remember who vanquished Voldemort. For a child, overwhelming adulation can be ruinous. At this, McGonagall remained silent, Her eyes filled with concern as she regarded the child in Dumbledore's arms. Suddenly, Dumbledore lifted his gaze to Hagrid. And the other one? McGonagall, a bit bewildered, followed his gaze. Hagrid hesitated, reluctantly revealing another child from his coat. McGonagall, astonished at the sight of the infant, nearly the same age as young Harry, turned to Dumbledore, disbelief etched across her face. You cannot possibly intend to foster this child as well? Given his father's power and the weight of his sins, do you truly not wish to keep him close, at least for the sake of vigilance? Hagrid nodded in agreement. Dumbledore took the second infant into his arms, one in each hand, presenting a rather comical image. Sins, like wealth, are often inherited, yet why must we always cast aside a child who has done nothing wrong? I must tell you, Voldemort's desire for this child's birth stemmed from his quest for immortality. For this child, his father shall become the enemy that seeks his life. But who can guarantee? No one can assure that he will follow the path of his father, Dumbledore interjected. Unpleasant memories can lead one astray. An orphan's childhood shaped Voldemort's disbelief in love. Let us find this child a kind family, and he will transform. Dumbledore's blue eyes remained sharp in the night, observing the quiet, uncrying infant who bore the mark of Voldemort, murmuring thoughtfully, what unforeseen changes might lie ahead. Chapter 2, A Letter from Memory. Andrew Chammer relished his well-deserved holiday. Having served the Queen for over 30 years, it was his rightful reward. In his youth, brimming with a sense of justice, he would have insisted on remaining at his post, contributing to the safety of London. But times had changed not due to his age, nor the absence of lunatics wreaking havoc to rouse the attention of the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, unless Her Majesty fancied a stroll. Old Chammer considered himself the luckiest man. Even the arrival of a prince would not sway him, a confidence he held dearly. His happiness stemmed from his harmonious family, blessed with a beautiful, gentle wife and two remarkably accomplished children. His eldest son was a source of great pride. Many claimed he was poised to become the youngest member of Parliament in Britain. Andrew often employed his son's ideas, which had successfully reduced London's crime rate by 10%. What outsiders may not know is that MI5 had extended an olive branch to him. As for his youngest son, he was the apple of Andrew's eye. Though merely 11, his academic prowess already surpassed that of his brother. Of course, academic performance paled in comparison to the joy the little one brought him. What a delightful child, clever and kind. Perfection was hardly an exaggeration, and Andrew could not help but chuckle. Amia, if you're not asleep, I hope you come down soon. The sudden reprimand from his wife startled Andrew, causing him to fumble his breakfast. With a splat, a beautifully fried egg tumbled to the floor. Oh dear. Feigning nonchalance, Andrew cautiously cast a sidelong glance at his wife, who was fuming at the staircase, and discreetly bent down to retrieve the fallen egg. At times, life was fraught with obstacles. The valiant Major Chammerer found himself in a precarious struggle with the bulge of his stomach. Damn it, I must lose weight. Gazing at the egg within arm's reach, Andrew muttered under his breath and continued his labored attempt to pick it up. If you would heed my advice on slimming down, you would not have to endure the mockery of a fried egg, of course. If losing the egg is your method of dieting, then I find that entirely unnecessary. After all, one cannot appreciate the toil of cooking without engaging in it themselves. As he observed the white shoes before him, a cold voice drifted down from above. Andrew coughed awkwardly twice and sat up straight with a serious demeanor. Ahem. The atmosphere turned tense. Dear Marilena, I shall certainly heed your counsel. Your devoted husband is grateful for your concern, and I appreciate you tidying up the egg. Though he spoke earnestly, his rotund figure, adorned with a napkin around his neck and a glint of flattery in his eyes, rendered Andrew quite comical. Marilena snorted derisively. At your age, spare me the sweet talk. If you truly have time to spare, perhaps you should discipline your son. My son? Goodness, could there be better behaved children than them? I refuse to believe it. Marilena glared at her portly husband, her anger reaching a boiling point. You must be unaware that your youngest son, Amia Chammer, stuffed a snake down his classmate's trousers yesterday, right? And that was on the very first day of school. At this, Andrew paused, then chuckled dismissively. Surely not. Amia is the very picture of virtue, having never engaged in conflict with anyone. Those little snakes are his friends. How mischievous can a child who loves animals truly be? He has only ever used his brother's toothbrush to scrub the toilet, sent his brother a patch of grass from a grave, and frightened the neighbor's child on Halloween. As he continued, Andrew's voice gradually dwindled into a whisper. Suddenly, he realized that his youngest son seemed to be gradually becoming a bit spoiled. Ahem, there might be some misunderstandings involved. If Mia truly did something wrong, then he must be punished. Marian glanced sideways at her husband. remarking that it was quite remarkable that he had even acknowledged that. She then turned her attention back to the staircase, calling out, "Mia, hurry down." At that moment, in the middle room on the second floor, Mia Shamir was intently staring out the window. Yet, there wasn't a single bird in sight. Under the sunlight, his dark eyes sparkled like precious gems, absorbing the light. If his memory served him correctly, the letter should arrive within these few days, he murmured to himself. He harbored a secret, one that even his parents were unaware of. His mind was filled with peculiar memories, as if they had always existed, yet the content seemed foreign to him, akin to someone else's recollections. These memories imbued him with a depth beyond that of his peers during his childhood, as he often found himself lost in thought. As he grew older, those memories remained unchanged, and his life did not alter due to them, leading him to gradually forget them, until he discovered that he possessed some extraordinary abilities strikingly similar to those memories. A small piece of jerky abruptly soared from the jar and landed in a transparent box, where a few small snakes resided. Food. Food. The little snakes hissed and flicked their tongues at the jerky, producing sounds reminiscent of human voices. This was not strange to Mia, for he had long since grown accustomed to it. It was not that the snakes could speak, rather, he had the ability to communicate with them. He had never heard of anyone else possessing such a skill, aside from the memories swirling in his mind. A portion of these memories referred to this ability as serpent tongue, a name he found rather unappealing. As for the power to levitate objects, it was labeled as magic. Magic, an irresistible allure for children, no matter where in the world they might be. Ahem. Mia hurriedly concealed the glimmer in her eyes, then feigned profundity. How could she be compared to those mediocre, ordinary children? She possessed abilities that others lacked. Magic had chosen her. It was the favor of destiny. How could she betray her extraordinary gift? Surely, this signified a special mission. Such a unique individual as she could not possibly attend an ordinary school. Only the magical academy that resided in her memories was worthy of her. The mundane were unfit to be mentioned in her presence. One day, she would render all unable to speak to her without trepidation. "Mia Shamir, if you do not leave your room this instant, I shall deny you milk for an entire month." Suddenly, the little serpents were momentarily dazzled, as if a large black rat had darted past. "My dear mother, as you wish, I have vacated my quarters." Downstairs, Mia stood before her mother with utmost gentlemanly grace. If one could overlook the panic she exhibited while rushing down the stairs, it could indeed be deemed quite suave. "Good morning, Major Shamir." "Ah, good morning, Corporal Shamir." Observing her son, who was as glib as his father, Marilena felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, though her stern expression remained unchanged. Her hair was pulled back tightly, lending her an even more austere appearance. "Mia, before I meet your teacher, I expect you to clarify the situation in front of your father and me." The tone of her mother was relatively gentle, yet Mia dared not relax. However, upon seeing her father's teasing expression, she felt a slight sense of reassurance. The three of them took their seats at the dining table, facing their parents, who resembled interrogators. Mia's back had no choice but to remain rigid. "Now tell me, did you frighten your classmates with snakes?" Marilena demanded with a serious countenance. Mia, without a trace of hesitation, admitted, "Indeed, I frightened a foolish lad with a snow leopard." One must not bestow nicknames upon others. Ignoring Mia's choice of name for the little snake, Marilena attempted to correct her phrasing. Meanwhile, Andrew, with a glint in his eye, cleared his throat and remarked, "In truth, Mia's actions were misguided, yet could she not have her reasons?" Observing her husband with eager anticipation, Marilena felt a surge of frustration, yet refrained from expressing it, for he was not entirely wrong. Witnessing her father's unwavering support, Mia silently gave him a thumbs up. "Now, do share your thoughts." Mia instantly donned an expression of indignation, exclaiming that he was merely picked up by them. Though his demeanor was feigned, the sense of grievance within him was genuine. Next time, he resolved, he would ensure that the loquacious tongues of those who spoke ill of him would be silenced. Upon hearing this, the Shamir couple exchanged a moment of surprise, their eyes meeting and revealing a trace of bitterness. "Do not heed their gossip," Marilena said as she took a seat beside Mia, shedding any semblance of a disciplinary figure. "Regardless, your father and mother are here, your brother is here, and your home is here." The only time the Shamir couple had ever struck their eldest son was when he had brazenly presented the adoption certificate in Mia's presence, a secret they had intended to keep until death. "I know, I am not saddened," Mia mumbled, his fingers twisting the hem of his garment. He possessed a greater degree of intelligence than others, and with memories occasionally surfacing in his mind, he could clearly perceive the attitudes of those around him. "This home is both real and warm. I simply cannot tolerate him, so I wish to teach him a lesson." Beside him, Andrew quickly chimed in. affirming that it is imperative to fiercely retaliate against those who attempt to bully you. Seeing his father staunchly standing by his side bolstered Mia's confidence, and with a flourish of his small hand, he declared, "If anyone dares to speak of me in such a manner again, I shall stuff a snow leopard down their trousers." Thwack! Mia cradled her head, gazing with a sense of grievance at her mother, who had just withdrawn her hand. Marilena shot another glare at her raucous husband, admonishing him for failing to instill any proper values in their son. Regardless of the circumstances, it was entirely inappropriate to frighten classmates with a snake when faced with difficulties. You should confide in your father, mother, or brother. Come now, you must accompany me to meet your teacher. Mia, with a sorrowful expression, pleaded. Is it possible to avoid going? Being summoned on the second day of school is quite humiliating. You know, who says children are devoid of dignity? I am destined to conquer the world with my magic. However, despite the reluctance, one must face the consequences of their actions. Mia, with her slender arms and legs, was lifted by her mother as one would carry a small chick. In desperation, she cast a pleading glance at her father, only to be met with his helpless expression, which extinguished her hopes. Thus, the great demon lord left behind a childhood filled with dark memories before even embarking on her journey. Standing at the doorway, the sky was a brilliant blue, yet to Mia, it appeared as a desolate gray. The wind whispered chillingly, reminiscent of the icy waters of the Ishue River. In the depths of Maya's heart, a sense of tragic valor emerged. She knew that this journey would likely lead to her demise, yet she vowed never to yield. The brave warrior sets forth. Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted her thoughts. Who on earth is carelessly discarding rubbish? With a swift motion, Maya tore away the paper plastered on her face, her anger bubbling over. In the next moment, she felt another thud atop her head. No foul language allowed. What is that? Marilena discerned that it appeared to be a letter. Mia cast a furtive glance at the object in his hand, feeling a deep sense of grievance. However, upon noticing the emblem on the envelope, adorned with a serpent, a lion, an eagle, and a badger, his heart surged with uncontainable joy. To whom could it be addressed? It must surely be meant for me. Mia struggled to suppress his excitement, repeatedly examining the intricate design and the astonishingly precise recipient address, 7, Filial Road, Kensington, London. In the central room on the second floor. Mr. Mia Shamil received this without a doubt. Aside from that magical school, no one could so precisely replicate an envelope that closely resembles his memories. He had long conducted an investigation and discovered that the work he recalled was published in 1997. While the current year is only 1991, thus it could not merely be a prank. At this moment, the memories in his mind are gradually being confirmed. Magic, Parseltongue, and the genuine existence of number 4, Privet Drive, in Surrey, which he had researched. Now, his long-awaited Hogwarts acceptance letter has arrived, and he is on the verge of stepping into the world of magic. Is it from a friend? Marilena found it somewhat peculiar, as Mia typically had no friends. Mia pondered for a moment. In order to attend Hogwarts, she must first obtain her parents' approval, and prior to that, she needed to make them aware of the existence of this letter. Mia handed the letter to her mother, clearly willing to share its contents. Marion took the letter, perplexed by the mention of Hogwarts, a name she had never encountered before. As she scrutinized the absurdly precise address, her brow furrowed in deep concern. Do you know who sent this to you? Seeing her mother's serious expression, Mia hesitated to reveal the truth. After all, explaining memories was a daunting task. It seems to be from Hogwarts, but I don't recognize it. Holding the letter, Marion swiftly returned home with Mia. Andrew, you must see this. Upon witnessing his wife and daughter's return, Andrew looked at the letter Marion handed him with a hint of astonishment. What is the matter? Did you just send something back? Andrew took the letter, and Marion added, Look at the address. I truly hope this is merely a prank. A shiver of apprehension coursed through her. The couple placed immense value on their family's privacy, and their children had never brought friends home. Thus, it was theoretically impossible for anyone to know the details of Mia's room so intimately. Furthermore, given Andrew's position as the chief of police in London, the occurrence felt exceedingly bizarre. Andrew's expression darkened swiftly as he addressed Mia with an unprecedented sternness. Your friend? Mia, somewhat awkwardly, shook his head. This was troublesome. The situation was spiraling beyond his control. Observing his father's stern demeanor, he couldn't help but wonder if he was preparing to bring a contingent of police officers to knock on the doors of Hogwarts. Chapter 3. Rubius Hagrid Hogwarts? As Andrew contemplated the signature on the hefty parchment envelope, a look of realization dawned upon him, and his furrowed brow began to relax. Witnessing the increasingly bizarre developments, Mia felt a surge of anxiety. If his parents were to misconstrue Hogwarts as a sinister entity, perhaps a peeping Tom or a human trafficker, the prospect of attending Hogwarts would be obliterated, and it wouldn't be surprising if the London police turned their attention towards the school itself. Just as he prepared to offer an explanation, a sudden knock on the door seized everyone's attention. Given the recent peculiar event, the absence of the messenger rendered the unexpected not particularly suspect. While the London police chief may not rank among the nation's political elite, his role in maintaining the capital's safety and ensuring the royal family's security bestowed upon him a certain degree of influence in London. Therefore, it was highly unusual for anyone to arrive unannounced. The three of them stood silently at the threshold, hesitant to move. The rhythmic knocking persisted for a while, and perhaps due to the prolonged lack of response, a steady voice resonated from outside. "It's me." Upon hearing that voice, the Shamir couple was filled with surprise, while Mia merely pouted. How could he possibly not recognize that voice? It belonged to none other than his cunning older brother, user Shamir, who was particularly adept at tormenting him while feigning innocence in front of their parents. The memories of his brother's past mischief made Mia's teeth grind in frustration. Although he was reluctant to admit it, throughout his life, apart from his parents, only the wicked user had ever bested him in the art of playful trickery. Fortunately, user had spent little time at home since entering university. Otherwise, his life would have remained perpetually shrouded in gloom. However, all of that was about to change. Once he completed his magical studies at Hogwarts, user would be but a minor nuisance. "Come on, Mia, open the door," called the familiar voice from outside. "Why is he back today?" Andrew chuckled, playfully chastising, before cheerfully urging Mia, "Your brother has returned. Hurry and let him in." User certainly knew how to command attention, always seeking out those who were easier to manipulate. Mia pouted in defiance, turning her head to the side. "If you won't let me in, then I shall remain outside," she declared. "Oh, my dear child, still sulking over your brother?" Marilena affectionately tousled Mia's soft black hair. "Who was it that quietly inquired, 'When will brother return?'" she teased. "I must have a word with Yuza about this." "Who said that?" Mia retorted, her irritation growing. "How would I know? I never revealed who it was." As she gazed at her mother, who wore a sly smile, Mia couldn't help but resent her past indiscretion. "I merely asked when that thing would be back, nothing more. If the door needs to be opened, then let it be opened. After all, it's only natural for me, Mia, to show respect to my elders." Mia approached the door with evident reluctance, her hand resting on the doorknob. With a forceful twist, she promptly withdrew her hand as if struck by an electric shock, turning on her heel to leave. Just as she was dismissively completing her task, a sudden weight pressed down upon her head, firmly held by a large hand. From above, a familiar yet irksome voice chimed in. Still no taller. What does it matter to you? I'm simply not at the age for growth yet." Mia resembled a small gas canister suddenly ignited, pivoting around with the intent to leap and strike someone's knee. In just a few moments, Mia felt a firm grip on her face. It seemed someone had requested me to stand outside. Gazing at Yuza, who wore a serene smile and calm eyes, Mia realized that this fellow had ulterior motives. With her face still in Yuza's grasp and her words muddled, she muttered, "Enough, don't bully your younger sibling. You've made no progress growing up." Andrew beckoned the two brothers to come and sit with him. "Why the sudden return? Is school on break?" "Some matters prompted my return for a brief visit," Yuza replied, leaving the details unspoken. Yet Andrew understood completely, refraining from further inquiry. "Take a look at this," Andrew said, sliding an envelope across the table toward Yuza. Upon seeing the envelope, Yuza, who had been sipping water, raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Mia. Initially fuming, Mia chose to remain silent. Without a hint of hesitation, Yuza opened the envelope and began to read its contents. "So, Mia is also going to that school?" he remarked steadily, revealing no surprise regarding the matter. Mia cast a peculiar glance at her elder brother. From his tone, it seemed he was aware of the existence of Hogwarts, which was rather unexpected. "Oh?" Andrew also exhibited surprise, remarking that we had no information whatsoever from that side. "Are you certain this matter is credible?" Father, your reaction seems rather off, does it not?" Mia suddenly felt that her mind was somewhat inadequate. According to her recollections, apart from herself, her family comprised entirely of non-magical muggles, who were utterly oblivious to the magical realm. The reactions of her father and brother had far exceeded her expectations. "What on earth are you talking about?" Marilena was utterly perplexed. This matter must not be disclosed to outsiders. After a moment's deliberation, Andrew chose to reveal the truth. Both Marilena and Mia listened attentively. "At least in our country, besides us ordinary folks, there exists a group of individuals with somewhat extraordinary abilities. They are rather peculiar, and some of us are even reluctant to engage with them. However, there is no alternative. The higher echelons on both sides have traditionally maintained cooperation and communication to prevent this peaceful coexistence from being disrupted by certain radicals on the other side. They also send individuals to provide dedicated protection for the Prime Minister and the royal family. Thus, I can say I maintain a cooperative relationship with them. Yet, I am virtually ignorant of their circumstances. Indeed, my father is correct. MI5 has personnel specifically tasked with investigating the magical realm, but our methods are ineffective against them, and we dare not provoke them, hence the scarcity of information. However, based on the intelligence we have gathered, there is indeed a magical school known as Hogwarts. Yuza interjected. At this point, Mia experienced a moment of clarity. It all started to make sense. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise, as it spared her the need to explain. Nevertheless, she thought, they all knew yet chose not to inform me. Seemingly perceiving Mia's thoughts, Yuza ruffled her hair affectionately. The reason we didn't tell you is that we hardly possess any useful information, and moreover, this matter is indeed confidential. Previously, I was also uncertain whether that school would accept you. Mia murmured as she pushed aside Yu's hand, reluctantly accepting this explanation. With my abilities, how could they possibly not recruit me? Upon finishing her words, with a mere thought, the plate on the table effortlessly began to levitate. Such a startling and bizarre occurrence, however, did not astonish the Shamir family. It truly resembled the methods employed by those individuals. It seems that your skills have become even more adept than before, Yuz remarked. Mia raised her small face with pride. Of course, I practice regularly. She had never concealed her magical abilities from her family. After all, according to her parents, she had exhibited extraordinary talents even as an infant, long before she grasped the concept of addition. Initially, her family was taken aback, but gradually, they grew accustomed to it, tacitly helping her maintain this secret. In truth, for the Shamir couple, Mia's remarkable gifts only deepened their affection for her, just as Mia was eagerly demonstrating her magic. An abrupt knock echoed through the house once more. Now, the Shamir family was all present. Who could possibly arrive unannounced? As the Shamir couple exchanged bewildered glances, Yuza entered with a letter, stating, "It must be a professor from Hogwarts." The letter reads, "In order to further your understanding of our institution, we will be sending a professor to escort you. We apologize for the sudden visit." Which professor could it be? With memories flooding her mind, Mia felt well informed about the current faculty at Hogwarts. The headmaster likely would not be coming. The remaining professors had all been featured in various works. She was curious to meet Professor Severus Snape. Could he truly resemble a large bat? This time, Yuza did not call upon Mia for assistance. He opened the door himself. When the door swung open, everyone in the room nearly rose to their feet, except for Mia. The Shamir couple looked on in astonishment, marveling at the sheer size of the visitor. Mia was taken aback. Is that Hagrid? At this moment, wasn't he supposed to be in Surrey to fetch Harry Potter? Moreover, he truly stood remarkably tall. The closest to him, Yuza, was particularly affected, had he not managed to suppress his astonishment. The sight of this colossal figure effortlessly blocking the entire doorway would have startled anyone. "Good day." "Oh, I apologize," Hagrid said, bending down with great effort to allow the occupants of the room to see his face. "I am Rubius Hagrid, sent by Hogwarts. This is the home of the Charmels. Is it not?" "Yes, please, Professor, come in," came the reply. Hagrid suddenly appeared somewhat flustered. No, I am not a professor. I am merely the keeper of keys and grounds." The family surprised him. They exhibited neither exaggerated astonishment nor were they overly formal, yet the doorway felt rather constricting. Observing the doorframe that was continuously groaning under pressure, Andrew couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Glancing at the giant, Andrew assessed his own physique and thought, "Well, I am not the most rotund here." "I sincerely apologize for nearly damaging your doorframe," Hagrid said, feeling even more embarrassed. "I have come specifically to collect Mr. Mia Charmel." His beetle-like eyes quickly spotted the youngest, and he added, "I trust you have received your acceptance letter?" He endeavored to appear more amiable. Mia raised the notice in her hand, confirming its receipt. She scrutinized the figure from her memory, finding them almost indistinguishable from the description. Simple-minded, with an unmistakable lack of malice. How splendid. Hagrid marveled at the remarkable upbringing of this family, noting how composed even the youngest child appeared. As everyone took their seats, Hagrid occupied 3 chairs by himself. Ahem, the situation is such that it may be somewhat difficult to accept, but it is quite normal. Many Muggle parents react similarly upon discovering that their child is a wizard for the first time. After saying this, Hagrid anxiously awaited the family's response. He had never undertaken the task of gathering students before, This time, it was Professor Dumbledore himself who had entrusted him with this crucial assignment, and he simply could not afford to fail. However, the response was rather tepid. The Shamir family regarded Hagrid with an unsettling calmness. If you didn't quite catch that, what I mean is, your child is a wizard and possesses magical abilities. Indeed, magic. The very kind. Hagrid's voice dwindled as he observed the group before him, their expressions betraying no reaction, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of unease. Is this truly the case? Noticing Hagrid's growing discomfort, Mia interjected. With a gentle wave of her hand over the silk flowers on the table, a pink flower suddenly ignited with orange flames. Oh! By Merlin's beard. The sudden appearance of fire caused Hagrid's eyes to widen, his beard quivering slightly. This simply wouldn't do. The flames began to grow, prompting Hagrid to hurriedly grasp his pink umbrella, the whereabouts of which had eluded him moments before. Before Hagrid could complete his actions, Mia waved her hand again, and the flames receded as if they had never existed. Hagrid stood stunned, astonished by the display. Is this how young wizards behave nowadays? No, that can't be right. First-year students in previous years struggled with even the simplest levitation charm. His gaze towards Mia grew peculiar. Although we were previously unaware of the specifics of any magical school, we were all aware of Mia's extraordinary abilities. Andrew attempted to ease the tension in the room. Mia nodded. However, the skill he just displayed was not something he was born with. Memory is one of his significant advantages. He has consciously trained his abilities since childhood. Yet he is unable to conjure the same magic as that in his recollections. Mia brimmed with confidence, for with a complete set of spells and a wand in hand, he was fully capable of casting certain incantations. This left Hagrid quite flummoxed. Initially concerned that the magic might unsettle him, it turned out that Hagrid remained remarkably composed, even more so than a veteran of the Second World War. What preparations, then, must we undertake? After much contemplation, Hagrid realized there was little else to discuss. We must gather the items listed and head to Diagon Alley. Chapter 4. Gringotts' parents. The Charmel couple believed that Mia required their presence. However, after Mia's fervent insistence and Hagrid's reassurance, they acquiesced to allowing Hagrid to accompany Mia to Diagon Alley alone. Mia harbors some personal intentions. If he remains under the constant scrutiny of his family, he will find it impossible to entertain any thoughts of his own. After all, he still wishes to maintain the facade of a well-behaved child before them. Ever since he received the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, Mia has firmly believed that the memories in his mind are indeed authentic, which is why he has been diligently studying the nature of memory. Through his research, he has come to understand that the magic within the wizarding world can generally be categorized into three distinct types: ordinary magic, white magic, curses, and the highly destructive magic that is often labeled as dark or evil. Mia harbored no desire to emulate that old man with a white beard, who was perpetually ensnared and scheming against others, suffocating his own potential. To suppress one's innate gifts is sheer folly, and to confine one's power is to willingly succumb to degradation. The distinction between white wizards and black wizards holds no significance for Mia. Notions of good and evil are but the judgments of others. Often, being lauded for righteousness merely entraps one in a cage woven from the words of others. It is essential to pursue one's own desires and protect those one cherishes, undeterred by the opinions of the masses, for magic will elucidate all. Thus, the study of dark magic is imperative. Mia was acutely aware that, given his current age and status, his opportunities to access dark magic were exceedingly limited. However, a unique opportunity was presenting itself before him. A place called Nocturne Alley flickered in his memory. Accompanying Hagrid onto the street, Mia found himself enveloped in Hagrid's immense shadow. How do we get to Diagon Alley? Please, grant me a modicum of magical astonishment. A flying broomstick? A fireplace? Or perhaps Hagrid's luxurious jet-powered tricycle? Each fragment of memory filled Mia with anticipation. Hagrid's thick beard obscured most of his face, revealing only two dark, glimmering eyes. He had to lean down considerably for Mia to catch a glimpse of his countenance. Rest assured, every first-year wizard will experience the wonders of magic, Hagrid declared earnestly. Approximately an hour later, as they ascended the stairs and sunlight bathed them once more, Mia glanced back at the bustling subway station and grumbled, "What is this? Has the wizarding subway extended to here?" Facing the peculiar gazes of the passers-by, Hagrid sheepishly replied, "I apologize, but there is no choice. We have regulations that prohibit the use of magic in front of muggles. Particularly, you must remember that underage wizards are not permitted to use magic outside of school, otherwise the Ministry of Magic will come knocking, and you could even be expelled from Hogwarts." Hagrid's words weighed heavily on Mia's heart. Indeed, such a rule lingered in his memory. If that were the case, how could he possibly excel in his studies during the holidays? Without magic, what could he accomplish? He was no savior like Harry Potter. If he broke the rules, no one would come to his aid. This presented quite a dilemma. Following Hagrid, Mia traversed several streets until Hagrid pointed ahead. We must enter from there. Do not worry. Although it is a pub, most young wizards access Diagon Alley through it. Following Hagrid's gesture, Mia beheld a tavern. Its dilapidated black decor starkly contrasting with the surrounding shops. A brass sign hung crookedly over the door, inscribed with the words "The Leaky Cauldron." Such a conspicuous establishment failed to attract any attention from the throngs of people, as if it were utterly invisible. Muggles cannot enter, only wizards can see it. Hagrid kindly elucidated. Upon entering the pub, the brightness was left behind, and a dim yellow hue enveloped them. The potent sense of alcohol and mildew assailed Mia's senses, causing him to wrinkle his nose in discomfort. "Hello, Tom." Hagrid's deep voice prompted the bald bartender to look up. "Ah, Hagrid, would you like a drink?" "Not today." Hagrid replied, gently patting Mia's head with his large hand. "I brought a new student with me." Mia shook her head, attempting to free herself from Hagrid's grasp. Upon catching the friendly gaze of the bartender, she returned a polite smile. Nothing more. She was not a savior. With little time for pleasantries, Mia followed Hagrid to the bar's backyard, where a red brick wall loomed before them. Hagrid produced his pink umbrella and tapped it on the wall in a specific sequence. Counting 3 bricks up and 3 across, Mia silently compared it to her memory. As Hagrid completed the sequence, the wall began to emit a creaking sound, the moss-covered bricks seemingly writhing to life. "Is that your wand?" Mia inquired, eyeing Hagrid's pink umbrella. "Oh no, this ISNTA wand. It's merely an umbrella." Hagrid insisted eagerly, seeking to clarify. Mia smirked slightly at his fervor, remaining non-committal. As the red bricks faded away, a brand new world unfolded before them like a painter's canvas. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." At that moment, Mia found herself momentarily entranced. The scene was utterly unlike anything in London. The streets were narrow, flanked by shops of bizarre and whimsical architecture, brimming with absurd yet tangible curiosities. The crowd bustled, each individual clad in a riot of styles. "We must first visit Gringotts. Only there can you exchange for wizarding currency." Following Hagrid's indication, which was indeed quite conspicuous, Mia spotted a rather crooked, pure white building. They passed a goblin guard clad in crimson and a sign warning against thieves before entering Gringotts. The goblins seated on high platforms barely regarded the newcomers, their indifference palpable. "They are goblins, not to be trifled with, cunning creatures," Hagrid whispered cautiously to Mia. Noticing the goblin's scrutinizing gazes, Mia maintained a stern expression and pointedly gestured at Hagrid. "It was him who said that. It has nothing to do with me. Hogwarts first year." "Here to exchange currency," Hagrid called out. After a prolonged delay, the goblin responsible for currency exchange adjusted his glasses and cast a sidelong glance at them. "Where's the money?" The voice that escaped his lips was rather unpleasant to Mia's ears. Mia hesitated for a moment, pulling out several neatly folded pounds from his pocket. His face etched with discomfort. Casting a glance at the items in Mia's hands, the fairy pouted, a small gesture brimming with disdain. Was this truly insufficient? Despite his irritation, Mia reluctantly retrieved his bank card, compelled by his parents to carry it, a rather absurdity in the wizarding world. Then, to his astonishment, Mia observed the fairy slowly pulling out a PS machine. More ridiculous still. 100 galleons. Thank you for your patronage." The fairy's monotonous voice prompted Mia to inquire. "What is the exchange rate?" 1 galleon for 5 pounds. "You can only exchange this much for a semester," Hagrid replied. "Must you really use a card for 500 quid? Before Mia could finish his expletive, Hagrid, looking quite embarrassed, ushered him out of Gringotts. Wiping sweat from his brow while observing Mia's continued tirade, Hagrid thought to himself, "This boy seems decent enough, but his temper leaves much to be desired." "Damn you!" Mia exclaimed, showing a lack of decorum. "We can go now," before Hagrid could complete his sentence. Mia stuffed the pouch into his pocket and headed off to purchase a wand. Chapter 5. Ollivander's wand shop. Seeing Mia's determined expression, intent on acquiring a wand immediately, Hagrid felt a twinge of concern that the lad might come back swinging it at Gringotts. Although only 11 years old, Hagrid sensed that Mia was capable of some truly alarming deeds. He recalled the flower Mia had ignited with his bare hands. As they departed, Mia cast a fierce glare back at Gringotts, gritting his teeth. "I shall acquire Gringotts and rename it the British Rural Credit Union. Damn that fairy." Throughout the journey, Mia remained dark and brooding until they arrived at a quaint establishment called Ollivander's Wand Shop, where his eyes sparkled with excitement. The faded doorframe and the old wand resting on a purple cushion served as testament to the shop's esteemed heritage. crafted meticulously since 382 B.C. The gilded inscription above added an air of gravitas to the venerable establishment. Before entering, Hagrid discreetly concealed his umbrella within his ample robes. Upon opening the door, a bell chimed, and a previous customer brushed past Mia, proudly wielding their cherished wand. What will my wand be like? Mia pondered, recalling his memories. He knew that a wand consists of a shaft and a core, with each combination bestowing distinct characteristics upon it. However, these recollections were derived from novels and films, leaving Mia uncertain of a wand's true purpose. After all, he had learned some basic magical effects through practice. He surmised that perhaps a wand's role was to channel magic more effectively. If it were a premier wand like the Elder Wand, it might even amplify one's magical prowess. He dismissed thoughts of the Elder Wand for now, as he had no desire to provoke its formidable owner, at least not until that old man was no longer a concern. The proprietor of the wand shop, Ollivander, seemed to believe that wands chose wizards, a notion that intrigued Mia. What kind of wand would select him? Harry Potter's and Voldemort's wands were brothers. What about his mysterious lineage? You bear a striking resemblance to someone, a somewhat aged voice startled Mia, akin to a bowstring suddenly released. He looked around, bewildered, and pointed to himself. Me? Resemble whom? Before him stood an elderly man with a shock of silver hair. His countenance remarkably aged, yet his peculiar gray eyes shone with an unsettling brightness. Ollivander regarded the boy before him, as unwelcome memories surfaced like pages of a book left ajar. Noticing Ollivander's increasingly grave expression, Hagrid felt perplexed. Assuming the eccentric old man was merely indulging in his usual theatrics. Ahem, this young lad is in need of a wand. Hagrid's deep voice shattered the tension. Under Ollivander's peculiar gaze, Mia felt a touch uncomfortable. Were all the inhabitants of this magical realm so bizarre? If memory served, this sharp-minded old man should be meeting him for the first time. No? Perhaps he was simply losing his wits? Ollivander quickly regained his composure, his professionalism prevailing as he did not dwell on his earlier lapse. My apologies. I was remiss. Would you kindly raise your hand? Mia noticed a self-moving measuring tape appear beside him. Are you prepared to measure my body data? Mia inquired. Indeed. Mia uttered a soft acknowledgement, yet she pondered. But do I not grow each year? What purpose does this serve? As she voiced her confusion, she cooperated with Ollivander. The tasks at hand were ones Ollivander had performed countless times before, flowing as effortlessly as the basic acts of eating and drinking. Naturally, he did not lift his gaze, as if discussing a matter of little significance. Each wand maker with a vision possesses their own distinctive habits, which may not necessarily be deemed useful, just as every year. There are children who think I am merely being enigmatic. For both the wand and the customer, these actions may seem superfluous. Yet they assist me in achieving a more profound state of focus. This is one of their functions. Maya nodded thoughtfully, prompting Ollivander to glance at her. At least from my perspective, a wizard's physique influences the inclination of their magic. For instance, those with well-developed limbs tend to gravitate towards more aggressive spells. They possess a certain combative nature, and thus I must select wands that resonate with their assertiveness. Conversely, some wizards are slender and may excel in transfiguration. For them, I would choose wands crafted from supple materials, as such wands are ideally suited for the art of transformation. These are merely my idiosyncrasies and hold no paramount significance. Simply listen and take it with a grain of salt. Mia pondered for a moment, and only after Ollivander indicated that the measurements were complete did he solemnly nod and say, I understand. Thank you for sharing this with me. Ollivander then managed a somewhat stiff smile before turning and disappearing into the towering stacks of wands. Hagrid, feeling utterly bewildered, cast a curious glance at Mia, wondering how this lad could engage in such conversation with the enigmatic Ollivander. The moniker Old Charlatan was often employed by certain wizards in hushed tones to refer to Ollivander, for he had a penchant for theatrics. For instance, he would invariably remark, I remember your wand and your parents' wands. It all seems to have transpired just yesterday. Whenever one came to purchase a wand, Mia did not intend to deliberately oppose nor harbor any disdain towards Ollivander. His memories reminded him that this master of wands, whom even Voldemort sought, possessed genuine knowledge. Pride is permissible, but to exhibit arrogance in the presence of one more capable is rather foolish, especially when one has yet to fully mature. No matter how formidable one's talent, growth necessitates learning, and to have the opportunity to learn, one must first survive. The words of such a master, in Mia's eyes, were undeniably invaluable. Of course, Gringotts must be eradicated. Rubeus Hagrid, oak, 16 inches, with a core made from a giant's nerve, is exceedingly supple. When you came to purchase your wand at the age of 11, you were already taller than I. It all feels as if it transpired just yesterday. Later, I heard that one was broken, frankly. I believe the Ministry of Magic need not resort to destroying the creations of wand makers as a form of punishment. Was the wand's remnant lost? Ah, indeed. Hagrid was somewhat hesitant to meet the gaze of Ollivander's gray eyes. Oh. Ollivander did not press further, merely casting a glance at Hagrid's embrace. Here. Give this a try. Ebony, dragon heartstring, 11 inches. Mia grasped the elegantly simple black wand, and as it settled into her hand, its chilling touch enveloped her palm. In that moment, she experienced a profound realization. Her magical essence could effortlessly traverse through this wand. A flick of the wrist? Mia hesitated, expressing her concern. Is that advisable? What if something of yours gets damaged? Ollivander responded with a gentle smile. Rest assured, an 11-year-old wizard is unlikely to cause significant harm, even with a wand in hand. Mia shrugged, moderating his strength as he tentatively wielded his wand to channel his magical energy. Lacking a full understanding of magic, he was merely attempting to levitate the box resting on the table. After using the wand, Mia experienced a singularly vivid sensation. The act of casting spells had become significantly easier. It was as if he accomplished tasks that previously required greater exertion with far less effort. Moreover, he found his control over his power to be remarkably precise. The magical energy resembled errant lightning that, upon encountering a lightning rod, was drawn in with effortless grace. Mia found herself immersed in a sensation akin to that of a masterful conductor, while Ollivander's gaze grew increasingly astonished. Suddenly, a sense of resistance surged through the wand, as if it were repelling him. Sensing the peculiarity, Mia raised an eyebrow, unwilling to concede, and concentrated her focus to counteract, much like taming a wild stallion. The wand's defiance intensified, and in response, Mia's determination became ever more formidable. In Mia's eyes gleamed a spark of excitement. He was determined to conquer this wand. Ollivander's expression gradually shifted from surprise to fear. Stop, quickly, stop. Once the wand slipped from his grasp, this tug-of-war came to an abrupt end. Mia looked at Ollivander in confusion, feeling a lingering curiosity. Ollivander cradled the wand as if it were a cherished treasure. Were you attempting to forcibly dominate this wand? He inquired. What is the matter? Ollivander resembled a startled old rabbit, exclaiming, that was rather rude. This wand is not suited for you. Before Mia could respond, Ollivander had already retreated into the shelves, clutching the wand. Let us try this one, he said. But may I ask, what are your parents? They're muggles. Mia answered decisively. Ollivander's expression faltered, his bright eyes clouding with doubt, as he began to question his own assumptions. The Shamil couple are indeed muggles, Hagrid interjected. Although there were no further inquiries, the confusion in Ollivander's eyes remained palpable. You, with a core of serpent nerve, 12 inches. Once he began, Mia found it impossible to stop. The wand boxes had accumulated into a small mountain before her. She lost count of how many wands she had tried. Sweat beaded on Ollivander's brow as he retrieved yet another wand. Astonished, what sort of creature is this child? To control magic with such precision at 11. And even compel a wand. This is utterly absurd. Such occurrences, based on his extensive experience, seemed preposterous. Boss, when will we finish trying? Mia's impatience surfaced. Prompted by her urgency, Ollivander reluctantly ventured deeper into the shop. This time, he took longer, emerging after a considerable wait with a box. Inside lay a wand that resembled a branch freshly pruned from a tree. Serpentwood, it's my least utilized wand material, not only because it is challenging to trim, but also due to its connection to ancient lineages. The core is a fong from a venomous snake, 11.5 inches long, of moderate quality. Highly selective in its recognition. Once accepted, it serves as the most loyal companion, regardless of whether one practices light or dark magic. However, it is not a creation I take pride in. Ollivander placed the wand into Mia's hands. Upon grasping it, she felt no extraordinary sensation. As if it were simply an extension of her own being. Ollivander's demeanor shifted. It seemed the wand acknowledged her. Yet, he added, it appears this is not the wand most suited to you. Mia widened her eyes, prompting Ollivander to hastily clarify, but it is currently the most compatible wand for you. Your parents, I told you, they are muggles, Mr. and Mrs. Shamil, Mia reiterated firmly. Very well, 7 galleons. Thank you for your patronage. Chapter 6. Tom with the recently awakened Hagrid in tow, Mia exited Ollivander's wand shop. She was acutely aware of Ollivander's peculiar interest in her heritage. The master wand maker seemed deeply concerned about her lineage. In truth, Mia was conflicted. Who wouldn't he wish to know their biological parents? She felt the same pull. Yet her affection for the Shamil family compelled her to evade the truth of her origins. Of course, she was not entirely in the dark about her lineage. Memories in her mind resembled a treasure trove, revealing hints about her ancestry. The clues were unmistakable: an extraordinary magical talent and the unique ability to speak Parseltongue. Suddenly, the visage of her biological father crystallized in her mind, a noseless figure, reminiscent of a pickled egg. Fate is indeed peculiar. Mia mused at Destiny's strange theatricality. While she lacked direct evidence akin to a paternity test to substantiate her suspicions, Parseltongue was not as commonplace in the magical realm as red hair. Aside from Harry Potter, who bore the fragment of Voldemort's soul, only descendants of Slytherin possess such a gift. The notion that the Dark Wizard, who once nearly plunged the British wizarding world into darkness, could be her father was an unsettling thought for anyone else, akin to accepting a strawberry-filled dumpling. Yet for Mia, it was merely intriguing. She was indifferent to her biological father's identity. Her sole perplexity lay in the fact that her memories suggested Voldemort had not left any heirs. Could memories err? The recollections of this world seemed to bifurcate into cinematic and literary versions, although the differences were subtle. They were significant enough to rule out the possibility of Voldemort suddenly having a child. Thus, Mia's faith in the accuracy of her memories wavered. The truth of her lineage remained shrouded in ambiguity. Where to next? She wondered as Hagrid, still groggy from his nap, instinctively turned to her for direction. Let us go buy a pet. I recall the list mentioned we could have one, Mia suggested, producing the accompanying item list from her letter. Yes, we must gather everything from the list, Hagrid agreed. Mia pondered to herself, it is surely more than just the items on the list. Under Hagrid's guidance, the two made their way to the pet shop. This establishment, aside from the confectionery and the broomstick shop, was perhaps the most frequented by children. The incessant hooting of owls at the entrance filled the air, yet Mia headed straight into the depths of the store, as if guided by an innate instinct. She made her way to the dimmest corner of the shop. There, the crowd thinned, leaving only a few curious, timid individuals peering cautiously. This area housed cold-blooded creatures such as lizards and snakes. Upon her arrival, the lethargic snakes basking under the heat lamps lifted their heads, as if recognizing an old acquaintance. Observing the small snakes that greeted her with friendly flicks of their tongues, Mia felt as though she were among the most cherished of friends. She parted her lips slightly, emitting an indistinct hissing sound. Their silent exchange ceased just before Hagrid approached. I would actually recommend you get an owl. It can at least help you send messages, Hagrid remarked as he paused beside Mia. He appeared somewhat distracted, mumbling under his breath, snakes are too foolish, not charming at all. Unperturbed by Hagrid's murmurs, Mia calculated her remaining funds. She indeed yearned for another small snake as a companion. Yet she also deemed it necessary to have an owl dedicated solely to her for sending messages. However, if she were to purchase both, it seemed her finances might fall short. Just as Mia was about to speak, a commotion erupted nearby, caused by a group of red-haired boys. The shriek came from one boy whose hair seemed almost to stand on end. Sorry, exclaimed a hurried shop assistant, hastily scooping up several palm-sized spiders from the floor and tossing them into a cage. I truly apologize for the escape. These spiders have been particularly restless of late. The assistant attempted to calm the screaming red-haired boy. What? It's all your fault for wanting to come here. Fred, George, you two have been tormenting me. The other two identical red-haired boys laughed uproariously. Had she just encountered characters from the narrative? Mia recognized them as the Weasley brothers. Let us choose an owl, she called to Hagrid, not sparing a glance toward the trio. She had no interest in them. Even if they were pivotal to the storyline, she remained indifferent. However, as they departed the reptile corner, Mia caught sight of a small snake in the corner, motionless. Ultimately, she left the pet shop with a sleek black owl. Next, we can purchase uniforms. We must head to Madame Malkin's, Hagrid said, only to realize that Mia was completely absorbed in amusing a small snake she had brought with her. Oh no, is that from the pet store? You must return it. Mia gently covered the little snake in her palm with her other hand, asserting that it was her own decision to follow me, and that it had nothing to do with me. No matter how convincingly Mia spoke, Hagrid would not be swayed by such nonsense. Enough with the foolishness. We must return this snake. Hogwarts does not condone thievery. Realizing that his words had been somewhat harsh, Hagrid immediately turned to Mia with an apologetic glance. Mia gently caressed the small bulge on the head of the little snake with her finger, suddenly breaking into a smile. I'm just teasing you. This is one I brought from home. However, I have several snakes at home, so you can ask my parents if you don't believe me. With an innocent gaze, Mia looked directly at Hage, leaving no room for doubt about her honesty. Well, that's fine, Hage thought, as he had indeed heard the Shamil couple mention it before, yet something felt slightly amiss. You'd best put it away to prevent it from escaping. By the way, what is its name? Mia, wholly absorbed in caressing the small serpent nestled in her palm, suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. His name is Tom. Well, perhaps it would be best to put Tom away. We must make our way to Lady Imogen. Mia cautiously cradled the small snake in her hands, her eyes inadvertently catching sight of a corner. What lay there? The Nocturne Alley? She gestured with her chin towards that direction. Hagrid's expression turned serious as he replied, "That is certainly not a place for the likes of you. The wizards there are a dubious lot. None of them are upstanding individuals. The shops are inclined to peddle items associated with dark magic or curses. I shouldn't be telling you this, but in any case, young witches and wizards are advised to steer clear of such places." Observing Hagrid's earnest demeanor, Mia shrugged and said, "I was merely inquiring out of curiosity. I have no intention of going there." Hagrid felt a sense of relief at Mia's willingness to heed his advice, but before he could nod in approval, he noticed Mia hurriedly looking down and exclaiming, "Oh no, Tom has run away. Where is he?" Hagrid quickly bent down to assist in the search. Mia exhibited a look of urgency, raising a hand to point, exclaiming that she had spotted someone heading in that direction. Hagrid, following her gaze, noticed a black sign hanging nearby, inscribed with the words, "Nocturne Alley." Before Hagrid could react, Mia swiftly darted off in pursuit. Observing Mia weaving through the crowd with remarkable speed, Hagrid muttered a curse under his breath and squeezed through the throng to follow her. As Mia entered the narrow passage marked for Nocturne Alley, she was enveloped by an entirely different, putrid atmosphere, starkly contrasting with Diagon Alley. Gazing at the cramped, elongated pathway, Mia found herself rather disenchanted with the surroundings. The ground was damp, with the square paving stones having become loose and fragmented over the years, all covered with a thick layer of grime. Sunlight was nearly absent here, as if this place had been designed solely for wizards to conduct their clandestine dealings away from prying eyes. Mia did not recklessly advance. His aim was to enter the upside-down alley, not to abandon Hagrid to act alone. He was merely an 11-year-old boy, charmingly adorable, and to venture alone in such a perilous place would be courting disaster. Hagrid's massive frame struggled slightly to navigate the narrow entrance of the alley, and just as he was nearing Mia, he saw the boy darting ahead. "Hagrid, come quickly. I see Tom just up ahead." Mia greeted Hagrid while surveying the surrounding shops. He was in search of tomes documenting dark magic, which could only be found at bookstores or second-hand shops. Most of the nearby establishments seemed to peddle peculiar trinkets with special effects, and judging by their tightly shut doors, they were unlikely to be bastions of benevolence. "Hey, you shouldn't be running off." Having escaped the alley, Hagrid quickly caught up with Mia's short legs, grabbing him by the back of his collar. He was quite vexed. This task of escorting the new students had been entrusted to him personally by Dumbledore, and he was determined not to let anything go awry and disappoint the headmaster. Moreover, he could not bear the thought of any harm coming to the new students of Hogwarts on his watch. Mia was seized by the nape of her neck, surrendering to her fate. "You must leave this place with me at once. However, Tom has yet to be found. I saw him venture ahead." Mia deliberately adopted a pitiful demeanor, her sparkling eyes directed at Hagrid with a sense of urgency. If Tom were to harm someone or be harmed himself, oh dear. Moments later, Hagrid found himself walking through the shadowy Nocturne Alley with Mia. Observing her almost instantaneous change in expression, he felt a twinge of headache. Why did it seem as though he was being led by the nose today? Nocturne Alley was sparsely populated, with figures draped in heavy black cloaks, their heads bowed, rendering their faces indistinguishable. Others appeared disheveled, their erratic gazes suggesting a touch of madness, as if afflicted by some magical ailment. Merlin above, grant me a robust companion. By the entrance of a dilapidated shack, a ragged witch was fervently praying with her hands clasped, muttering incessantly. When she glanced up, the wrinkles etched across her face, and the mole at the corner of her mouth caused Mia to frown in distaste. This place was hardly suitable for any respectable person. "Tom has gone inside there," Mia exclaimed, pointing towards a shop boasting a large display window. The establishment appeared quite substantial, perhaps it held the treasure she sought. However, Hagrid's brow furrowed. Borgin and Burke's was somewhat sinister. This place frequently dealt in illicit dark magical artifacts, drawing the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic. Yet, it seemed that the officials were utterly derelict in their duties. Mia remarked, "But Tom is inside." Unable to resist Mia's insistence, Hagrid reluctantly led her into the shop. He nearly wished to tuck Mia into his cloak like an umbrella. Once inside, he cautioned her not to touch anything, wary of incurring a curse. As Hagrid whispered warnings, Mia surveyed the shop's chaotic array of items. Frankly, it resembled a cluttered storeroom more than a proper shop. The merchandise was in disarray, with only a few items appearing to have been labeled by the shopkeeper's fleeting memory. Mold and dust were ubiquitous, and even the counter seemed barren, indicating the proprietor's indifference towards the business's success. The assortment of goods was astonishingly diverse, with bizarre objects that made Mia gasp in disbelief, a peculiar swiveling eye that seemed to follow her, bloodstained playing cards, and an intricately designed ancient necklace that appeared out of place. A human hand bone stood upright on the counter. And upon closer inspection, Mia noted the label read the Hand of Glory. A candle placed upon it illuminated only the person who wielded it, making it an excellent aid for thieves and robbers. Suddenly, a strange voice emanated from the shadows, followed by the emergence of a bald man, hunched with a sinister laugh. In the dim light, Mia could discern the greasy strands of hair clinging to his face, and when he spoke, his teeth revealed a grimy yellow hue. "We are not here to steal, Bach," Hagrid interjected, subtly positioning Mia behind him. Were it not for her presence, he would not have felt intimidated by the man. As the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, he frequently visited Nocturne Alley for supplies to maintain the castle and gardens. "Our pet snake has wandered in here. We merely wish to retrieve it." The man known as Bach rolled his murky eyes. Coincidentally, I have just received a new batch of small reptiles for sale as pets. Who's to say whether the items in the shop belong to you or me?" Upon hearing this, Mia's expression shifted. She realized the man had a cunning mind and was attempting to extort them. "Enough rambling. We only need to take the snake and leave. Dumbledore would prefer no complications arise," Hagrid responded, his face darkening. At the mention of Dumbledore, Bach's face twitched. "I'm merely a businessman. Where's the complication in that? However, I must protect my little establishment. Wouldn't you agree?" Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Mia's thoughts shifted. And she spoke up. "I truly appreciate your hospitality, Mr. Bach, and we were just thinking of patronizing your business." Hagrid was about to gesture for her to remain silent when Bach gleefully replied, "What a clever first year you are. What would you like?" Mia's mind was racing, contemplating the possibility of directly purchasing a tome on dark magic, yet Hagrid was right beside him. Just as Mia found himself in a quandary, his gaze darted to a tattered little bag nestled in the corner. If he could not acquire what he desired this time, he would simply extricate himself from the situation first. "What is that?" Mia inquired, pointing toward it. Bach squinted and rummaged in the corner for quite some time before finally locating the ragged bag Mia indicated. This," Bach said, his eyes gleaming with a merchant's cunning. "Your discerning eye is truly remarkable. This is a seamless expansion bag, though it may appear no larger than the palm of your hand. It can contain the heads of several individuals. The noble lords adore it." Observing Bach's sinister demeanor, Mia could only roll his eyes in disbelief. He then watched as Bach attempted to stuff a box, significantly larger than the bag itself, into it, only to retrieve it moments later. Such a spectacle would undoubtedly be deemed a supernatural occurrence in the Muggle world. Mia's eyes brightened momentarily, but she quickly suppressed her excitement. This unscrupulous merchant was surely attempting to extort a hefty price. As expected, Bach's greasy voice rang out, declaring, "This is quite a remarkable item. It must be worth 20 galleons. "Very well, it's a deal. I shall pay you," Mia responded. However, Bach's eyes widened to disbelief. "Wait, are you not going to negotiate? 20 galleons is no trifling sum. I merely fabricated that price." Hagrid, equally astonished, murmured incessantly, "He is trying to swindle you. It is not worth that at all." Mia decisively produced 20 gallons, rising onto her toes to slap the coins onto the table with a resounding clap. "You may keep the money, but the bag is mine." This left Bach utterly bewildered. In this day and age, how could one feel as though they were being fleeced while ostensibly fleecing others? Who was truly deceiving whom? Weighing the fabric bag in her hands, Mia felt a pang of regret, yet deemed it a worthwhile exchange. After all, what value does mere accumulation of wealth hold? It is the expenditure that truly qualifies as wealth. To Mia, a bag that defied the constraints of size and weight was indeed invaluable. In that case, I shall take my pet snake as well. Before Mia could finish her thought, a sudden clatter erupted beside her as a pile of items tumbled down. The cramped shop was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust, further diminishing the already dim visibility of the space. The group coughed incessantly, choking on the dust and the musty odor. Amidst the chaos, Mia swiftly crouched down to rummage through the ground. In the blink of an eye, she held a small snake in her hand, exclaiming, "I have found my pet, so there is no need to trouble Boss Bach." Observing that it was merely a small black snake with a somewhat dark hue, Bach pinched his nose and waved his hand, signaling the two to depart. As they exited Bach's shop, Mia weighed the cloth bag in her hand, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of her mouth. "Little fellow, you have truly done a great service," she whispered playfully to Tom, who nuzzled her finger in a manner that seemed to seek praise. Unable to resist, she discreetly opened the bag a fraction, peering inside at the few books and a human finger bone nestled within, and she chuckled with satisfaction. "You little merchant. Think you can take advantage of me? Not a chance. These borrowed books and the illustrious hand shall serve as a small retribution against the unscrupulous traitor. Now, it was imperative to leave this place swiftly. As long as they could escape the alley, Bach would surely refrain from causing them any trouble. After all, dark magical artifacts were prohibited, and should he discover the truth, the worst that could happen would be to set a fire. Who could possibly discern which pile of ash belonged to the illicit items? Mia suddenly sensed something amiss, her brow furrowing as she inspected the bag, only to find a small tear at its bottom, which darkened her expression. Indeed, a rogue merchant. Inside the shop, Bach waved his hand, causing the scattered items on the floor to return to their rightful places. A mere glance was enough for Bach to grimace, and he immediately erupted into a torrent of curses. That wretched little imp, that cunning thief. Upon noticing the absence of the glorious hand on the counter, Bach instinctively contemplated a pursuit. Just as he began to warp into an illusory form, he abruptly halted, choosing instead to silently tally the books. After a brief moment, a knowing smile crept across his face. So, that item was stolen as well? How fortuitous, indeed. Chapter 8. Treasures. After a long day of procurement, the two weary souls opted to take a respite at the Broken Cauldron Tavern. Mia cradled a cup of creamy orange juice and took a sweet sip, while Hagrid generously treated him to a hearty meal. As he patted his slightly rounded belly, he couldn't help but acknowledge that the flavors of the magical realm were indeed peculiar, yet the more he indulged, the more they lingered in his memory. He contentedly smirked as he tapped his bulging satchel, reflecting on the bountiful treasures he had gathered. Ah, splendid! I have flawlessly accomplished the task of welcoming the new students. With a resounding thud, Hagrid slammed his empty cup onto the table, his two round eyes narrowing into slits as he beamed with delight. By the way, do you only fetch one new student each time? Mia inquired, sipping his juice. He recalled that Harry Potter was also starting this year and had similarly been escorted by Hagrid. Hagrid stroked his bushy beard. Not quite. Aside from welcoming new students, Dumbledore entrusted me with a very important, but before he could finish, his voice dwindled to a whisper, and his squinty eyes suddenly widened. Merlin. I almost slipped up. That's classified information. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly and have a good memory. Hagrid thumped his chest, his face a picture of relief. One could only admire Hagrid, who had grown up on the brew of truth serum. His reputation was well-deserved. Mia nearly burst into laughter at the sight. Initially, he had thought Hagrid had forgotten to fetch Harry. According to his recollection, after retrieving Harry, Hagrid had followed Dumbledore's secret instructions to Gringotts to procure the legendary Philosopher's Stone, the very object Voldemort yearned to possess. Given Hagrid's recent display of pride, it seemed the Philosopher's Stone was indeed in his possession. Mia, brimming with confidence in her judgment, indulgently rewarded herself with a luscious cream orange juice. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the bar, drawing the attention of the patrons. Mia stared in bewilderment at the juice she had inadvertently sprayed across the table. Turning her gaze, she noticed Hager, the source of the commotion, suddenly rise from his seat, his expression one of shock. What are you doing? What just happened? She inquired. Hager, looking increasingly alarmed, slowly shook his head, signaling yet another mishap. Mia pondered. Surely you haven't forgotten to pick up the other new students, have you? Hagrid nodded slowly. Indeed, he was as reliable as ever. Do not fret. There are still plenty of days before the commencement of term, so there will be no mishaps, Mia reassured Hagrid kindly. Hagrid, somewhat troubled, rubbed his temples and replied. You are quite right. I must send a letter to Harry immediately. I am certain he will be quite surprised. Are you here solely to accompany the two of us? Yes, Hagrid nodded, oblivious to any underlying issues. Mia cast a glance at the dimming sky outside the window. Typically, the postman delivered letters only in the morning. Wizards relied on owls for such matters. Hagrid was rummaging through his belongings. Letters arriving outside the designated time frame, particularly those of unknown origin, would likely be deemed unreliable by most. Unfazed, Mia finished the last sip of his milk and fruit juice. Hagrid's movement slowed, as if contemplating, seemingly finding some truth in his thoughts. It was said that the Dursleys had their peculiarities. Thank you for the reminder, Mia. It seems I must take refuge here for the night and send the letter tomorrow. Well, I wish you success. Observing Hagrid heed his suggestion, a subtle smile graced Mia's lips. This was an impulsive decision to seize the opportunity to befriend Harry Potter. It was not merely because Harry was the protagonist of this narrative. Mia was indifferent to such distinctions. His memory served as a significant asset, and cultivating a friendship with the protagonist would allow him to better comprehend the progression of the story, coupled with his prescient advantages. This would enable him to navigate this world with ease. As for whether he would attract Dumbledore's attention, Mia, armed with his memories, understood that evading Dumbledore's scrutiny at Hogwarts was futile. Thus, hiding held no purpose. That cunning old man was the true mastermind of this realm. Moreover, given his peculiar background, it was entirely plausible that Voldemort could be his father. Perhaps Dumbledore had already set his sights on him. Otherwise, why would Dumbledore have entrusted Hagrid with the task of bringing him here? Traditionally, it was the professors of the respective houses who welcomed new students. Hagrid's involvement was clearly a mission assigned by Dumbledore to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone and pick up Harry Potter. Yet, Hagrid not only fetched Harry but also him, indicating that his initial plan likely included bringing both Harry and Mia together. This strongly suggested that everything might have been orchestrated by Dumbledore. Let fate take its course. With nightfall approaching and no explanations given to his family, he had to return home punctually. If he arranged for Hagrid to stay at the Leaky Cauldron, he could find a way to accompany Hagrid to collect Harry Potter the following day. As the first classmate he encountered in the magical realm, he would find it easier to gain Harry's trust. Thus, having made his arrangements, Mia temporarily parted ways with Hagrid and was retrieved by his brother, Uza. Without waiting for any inquiries from his family, Mia hurried upstairs and locked himself in his room. Everything was stowed away in a seamless expandable bag, save for the owl, which was perched aside, incessantly hooting. Fortunately, the hole in the bag had yet to allow any items to spill out. Mia gazed at the items extracted from the bag, 3 books and a wand, while the remaining contents remained untouched. The wand, though intriguing, paled in comparison to the 3 books, which Mia found particularly captivating. Were it not for the little snake that had toppled the clutter, he might never have had the opportunity to seize the books amidst the chaos. Thank you, Tom. Mia affectionately nuzzled the little serpent before shifting his attention to the trio of books laid out before him. In the earlier turmoil, he had failed to examine them closely. But now he had the chance to scrutinize them properly. One book, rather thin and distinctly worn, bore no title on its cover, leaving its contents a mystery. Perhaps it held little value. The thickest tome, upon a brief glance at the cover, ignited a spark of excitement within him. Essentials of Potion Making and Alchemy. A cursory flip through its pages revealed a jumble of incomprehensible text. However, the greater the thickness, the greater the potential for usefulness. Potions and alchemy could provide him with significant advantages, such as the Veritaserum, a potent tool for extracting truths from others. The effectiveness of such a potion was evident in Hagrid's experience. Though he did not expect this book to impart the secrets of creating the Philosopher's Stone, a treasure of the magical realm, he deemed any knowledge akin to that of a marauder's map to be immensely practical. Setting this volume aside, Mia eagerly turned his gaze to the final book. It was a pure black notebook, seemingly aged yet appearing remarkably pristine. Perhaps it was an invaluable find. Thus, Mia resolved to first examine the thinnest book. With no title and in tatters, he regarded this little worn tome as likely useless. Nonetheless, he felt no disappointment, for there remained another volume to explore. It was time to delve into its contents. Mia unfolded the somewhat brittle paper, revealing faded inscriptions within. It appeared less like a published book and more akin to a manuscript. Mia gazed indifferently, reading the opening line, Introduction to Basic Dark Magic, and noted the spells Killing Curse, Soul-Snatching Curse, and Heart-Piercing Curse. Moments later, Mia closed the manual and exhaled deeply. It became apparent to her that the author of this tome was undoubtedly a thoroughly cruel and exceedingly brutal dark wizard. Not a single benign spell could be found within, for each incantation of dark magic was more vicious than the last. Mia set the manual aside, her gaze shifting to the final volume with growing fascination. She ran her fingers over the obsidian cover, its substantial weight heightening her anticipation. Mia gently opened the cover of the book, its pages slightly yellowed with age. The first page bore a single line, Study Notes, belonging to Tom Riddle. Chapter 9, The Dark Lord's Journal. How should one articulate it? Mia felt that fate was indeed wondrous, setting aside the tenuous connection he shared with Voldemort. The mere act of casually retrieving Voldemort's journal served as testimony to their intertwined destinies. Rather than feeling apprehensive, Mia found himself delighting in this revelation. What did it matter who Voldemort was? After all, that wretched individual now languished in a state more pitiful than the most desolate of spirits, posing no real threat. Though he had committed numerous atrocities, inciting a tide of hatred throughout the magical community, he was only ever vilified, never ridiculed for his ineptitude. As a figure capable of compelling the greatest white wizard, Dumbledore, to pay the ultimate price, Voldemort undoubtedly ranked among the most exceptional talents in magical history. Such a wizard's study notes were truly priceless. However, Mia sensed something amiss with this particular tome. If it were indeed a notebook from Voldemort's student days, it would have aged significantly over the decades. Yet, apart from the faint yellowing of the pages, this notebook exhibited little sign of wear. Moreover, its pitch-black appearance was striking. Could it possibly be that diary, transformed into a Horcrux? Quickly, Mia dismissed this notion. That diary, now a Horcrux, likely resided within the Malfoy family as possession, far removed from any cluttered heap. Given Voldemort's fastidious nature, it would be entirely reasonable for him to place a dust-repelling charm on his notebook. Turning the page, Mia began to delve into its contents. Yet, a sense of vigilance stirred within him, just in case. The handwriting was remarkably elegant. One could easily surmise that the notebook's owner was a person of refinement. True to the notes of a scholarly prodigy, each page was densely filled yet remained impeccably organized. Aside from the occasional perplexing phrase, every annotation prompted Mia to exclaim, "So this is how magic works." Unlike the thin black magic manual, the language within this notebook resembled the calm, rational exposition of an astute sage, devoid of emotion or bias. The text encompassed not only dark magic but also explored nearly every conceivable branch of magic. Before long, Mia found himself utterly absorbed in its wisdom. Transfiguration, in particular, demanded precise control of magical energy and a profound understanding of the target's structure. Consequently, it became evident that nearly all advanced spells, at least those known thus far, required a high degree of willpower from the caster. Any hesitation or ambiguity could render a spell ineffective, suggesting that magic may stem from. Mia could not help but furrow his brow, as the abrupt cessation of speech left him feeling as though he had found a mosquito in his meal. He impatiently glanced around, unable to find any elaboration on those few words. The sensation of knowledge being readily accessible yet suddenly vanishing felt akin to ants crawling within his mind. From whence does magic originate? As the leader of the pure-blood supremacists, would Voldemort believe that magic stems from one's bloodline? Mia shook her head. A person as astute as Voldemort should certainly comprehend that so-called pure-blood wizards do not possess greater innate talent than their half-blood counterparts. His ostensible support for pure-blood supremacy is merely a stratagem to win over the pure-blood aristocracy and solidify his own dominion. And what of Dumbledore? This ever-mystical old man seems to proclaim that magic originates from love. Mia could not help but chuckle, based on her recollection of Dumbledore's demeanor. He might indeed say something like that. However, while this statement may sound absurd, it is not without its own merit. Mia harbors a conjecture that magic may indeed be influenced by the will of the wizard. The so-called spells resemble more of a manifestation of the wizard's desires. As noted in Voldemort's writings, hesitation can affect the execution of magic. Love, too, is a form of will. Rubbing her eyes, Mia is unaware of how long she has been absorbed in this thought. In any case, it is profoundly delightful. Tom eagerly climbs onto the back of Mia's hand, delicately licking it with his tongue, leaving behind a trace of scent. Mia gazed affectionately at the exceptionally clever little snake. Perhaps the greatest treasure of this journey was indeed this small serpent. Although the language of snakes allowed Mia to communicate with them, no snake had ever conversed with her in a coherent manner. Rather than engaging in dialogue, these serpents seemed more like puppets under the influence of the snake language. However, this little snake, whom Mia affectionately named Tom, was unlike the rest. Mia first encountered Tom at the pet store, with just a fleeting glance. She was almost certain she could hear the little snake express its hunger. Subsequently, Tom exhibited a remarkable understanding of Mia's commands. It was at her behest that he dashed into the Bokenbox store, toppling a pile of clutter. Watching Tom eagerly burrow into the feed box, Mia chuckled and affectionately stroked the small protrusion atop his head. "What on earth are you, I wonder?" After spending an entire day hidden in her room, Mia finally answered her mother's call and hurriedly gathered her belongings to head downstairs. Upon her return, the Shamil couple was equally eager to hear Mia recount her experiences. Having noticed her retreat into her room, the dining table was laid with delectable dishes, but just as Mia prepared to dive into the feast, her mother intervened. "You haven't shared what you discovered today." Noticing the family's curiosity, Mia produced her wand and gave a small demonstration. The sight of Mia proudly wielding her wand prompted Mrs. Shamil to tenderly pat her head. "How wonderful! With magic, you can do anything you desire." "Indeed," Mia beamed at her mother. "Once I master magic, I shall conjure a bouquet of roses for you and transform father into a handsome prince." Mrs. Shamil was amused, covering her mouth with a soft laugh. "What are you saying? Am I not a handsome prince already?" Mr. Shamil exclaimed, flexing his arm to showcase his muscles. Yet, despite his efforts, all that was visible was a quivering mass of flab, eliciting hearty laughter from the family. Even the usually stoic Yuza Shamil gazed at his family with a warm tenderness. Suddenly, amidst the laughter, Mr. Shamil clutched his chest, his face reddening rapidly. The unforeseen turn of events left Mia in a state of alarm. The medicine. Yuza quickly reminded her, and Mrs. Schammel promptly retrieved a vial from her pocket, skillfully administering the medication to her husband. As Mr. Shammel's complexion began to improve, Mia cautiously approached him. "Father, what is wrong?" The image of her father's distress lingered in Mia's mind. She could not recall a moment when he had appeared so unwell. Mr. Shammel's color gradually returned, yet Mrs. Shammel's worry deepened, and Yuza remained silent, his expression grave. "You're hiding something from me, aren't you?" Mia exclaimed, her voice rising uncontrollably with agitation. Mrs. Shammel's concern intensified, and just as Yuza hesitated to speak, Mr. Schammel attempted to sound reassuring. "It's merely a minor heart issue. Nothing serious. People of my age often have a few ailments." He endeavored to maintain his usual affectionate smile, yet the weariness etched on his face was inescapable. Mia's face suddenly fell, and as the downward curve at the corners of her mouth became unmistakably evident, she buried her face in Mr. Shamir's embrace. "Dad is still so young." The voice, tinged with a sob, tugged at the heartstrings of those present. Suddenly, Mia recalled that his father had long surpassed the age of 50, no longer the Major Shamir who frequently showcased his gunshot wounds. Mr. Shamir remained silent, merely smiling as he gently stroked Mia's head. The recently discovered ailment was indeed not a grave disease. Individuals with excessive weight were more prone to cardiac issues. He had refrained from informing you, fearing it would cause you distress. Mrs. Shamir composed herself, offering comfort to Mia while also soothing her own heart. Yet, there was one sentiment she withheld, concerning Mr. Shamir's current health condition. "Really?" Mia gazed at his mother, his tear-filled eyes brimming with a yearning for affirmation. "Indeed. Mother is a doctor." I refused to believe it. Perceiving the hearts of others was also one of his innate talents. As long as father was well, Major Shamir needed to lose weight. Observing Mia's sudden transformation into someone seemingly unaffected, Yuza could not help but cut Mia's face, reminiscent of their childhood. "Look at you. Crying like a drenched kitten." "I'm not crying." A pang of bitterness gripped Yuza's heart. This child was merely 11, yet his heightened awareness must have burdened him significantly. Chapter 10, Flames Aflame. Although dinner had concluded, Mia's heart seemed to linger in that moment. Once upon a time, he had never contemplated the concept of separation. His father was the indomitable Major Shamir, his mother the omnipotent Dr. Shamir, and that cunning older brother was also one who never suffered losses. In Mia's childhood perception, the formidable Shamir family was destined to remain united for eternity. However, today's abrupt angina had inflicted profound cracks upon this seemingly unbreakable bond. Mia suddenly realized that her parents' temples had begun to show traces of gray, and her astute elder brother was merely an ordinary individual devoid of magical prowess. At the tender age of 11, she would inevitably witness numerous farewells and losses throughout her protracted existence as a witch. Akin to the agonizing slice of a dull knife against flesh, does the mastery of magic truly grant one the ability to fulfill any desire? Presently, she harbored no grand ambitions, only a modest wish to keep her family close. Oh, life. If only magic could extend the span of existence. Mia suddenly lifted her head, a flicker of light flashing through her dazed eyes. The words Philosopher's Stone echoed repeatedly from her lips. Indeed, this treasure, symbolizing the pinnacle of alchemical achievement, possesses the extraordinary ability to prolong life. The sole creator and possessor of the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel, successfully navigated over 6 centuries with its aid. Although he ultimately succumbed to the inevitable cycle of dust returning to dust, it was merely a reflection of his weariness after a lengthy existence. Even if the Philosopher's Stone cannot truly avert death, Mia yearns for it to delay that moment just a little longer. As her thoughts delved deeper, an insatiable desire for the Philosopher's Stone surged within her heart. With her remarkable talent and prescient advantage, she believed that she could indeed achieve it. Mia suddenly awoke, nearly drenched in a cold sweat from his own terrifying thoughts. He had almost succumbed to the urge to harm the man known as the greatest white wizard. Such a notion could lead to his untimely demise. Before he had truly matured, all of his ambitions were merely a death warrant. The Philosopher's Stone was his goal. Yet he understood that he must first grow stronger. Without extraordinary magical prowess, one lacked the right to dream. Thus, after much insistence, the Shamir couple finally acquiesced to Mia's wish to reside at the Leaky Cauldron before the school term commenced. In the magical realm, no underage wizard is permitted to cast spells outside of school. The Ministry of Magic conducts surveillance on underage wizards using magic beyond school grounds. If caught, expulsion from school is highly likely. However, the Ministry's greatest flaw in its surveillance methods is its inability to ascertain precisely who has wielded magic. In other words, As long as there are other wizards nearby, the ministry cannot determine if it was indeed an underage wizard casting spells. This was the rationale behind Mia's decision. The leaky cauldron was teeming with wizards. His determination to grow stronger made it unbearable for Mia to waste even a moment of time, prompting his family to escort him to the establishment that very evening. Go back. Uric will help us send messages. Wizards often engage in this. Uric was the name of their owl. At the entrance to the guest room of the leaky cauldron, the Shamir couple gazed at their 11-year-old son with deep reluctance. You rascal, Yuza suddenly stepped forward and pinched Mia's cheek. Don't get into trouble. Typically composed, Yuza was momentarily flustered, and although his words were brusque, the worry in his eyes was unmistakable. Mia could certainly see. I am aware, so rest assured. In an unprecedented turn of events, the two brothers refrained from bickering. Mia opened her arms and embraced Yuza, only to retreat behind the door in an instant. Well then, I shall take my rest. This bar will always be open to you. Feel free to visit whenever you wish to see me. After a bittersweet farewell, solitude remained. Yet Mia was not inclined to dwell on melancholy. He eagerly flipped open his notebook. The spells documented in that dark magic tome were far too perilous, unsuitable for his current capabilities. In contrast, Tom Riddle's diary proved to be the most fitting for him. Mia swiftly perused his notes, deciding to first study defensive magic. The further one delved into the subject, the more advanced the spells became. He had taken a particular interest in the disillusionment charm and the shield charm, one for invisibility, the other for protection. At his current level of prowess, it was futile to entertain the notion that offense is the best defense. Survival was paramount. Before mastering the art of attack, one must first learn to defend. However, despite the appeal of these spells, they were beyond his current capabilities. The shield charm, for instance, was typically taught only to upperclassmen at Hogwarts. Even though Mia's magical potential surpassed that of his peers, his control over his magic and its stability were insufficient for the use of the shield charm. Furthermore, this entailed a wealth of knowledge in the study of spells. Although he felt a sense of urgency, it was impractical for Mia to absorb the entirety of the textbook in a single night. The shield charm was challenging enough, and the more advanced disillusionment charm was even less attainable, as it was standard for aurors, akin to wizarding law enforcement, reminiscent of his father's profession. The magic ahead would only grow more complex, so he chose to refrain from further exploration for the time being. Nevertheless, he did not leave empty-handed. He adeptly mastered the incendio spell. Perhaps his childhood experiences with fire contributed to this success, as he conjured flames effortlessly on the first attempt. Observing the stable fire at the tip of his wand, Mia realized that casting spells was far more manageable and powerful than summoning flames directly with raw magic. With a gentle flick of his wand, the flames danced playfully, akin to a pet, within the palm of his hand. It appeared that he possessed quite the talent for playing with fire. Mia, feeling a playful spirit, delightedly toyed with the flickering flames. It occurred to her that unleashing a torrent of fire could serve as a rather formidable means of attack. As this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly recalled a spell far more potent than mere flames, the Inferno. To her astonishment, she discovered it within her notebook. This formidable dark magic conjured flames that consumed all in their path and were nearly impossible to extinguish. The Inferno was so powerful that most wizards, upon summoning it, would lose control and be incinerated indiscriminately. Surely, it was not something she could unleash now, was it? If she were to do so, she feared she might also be unable to command it. Yet, this was the Inferno. She was merely 11 years old. If it could not be unleashed, then why not give it a try? Mia, trembling with trepidation, tentatively channeled his magic, but alas, not even a wisp of smoke emerged. Sighing, he resigned himself to the reality that, despite his potential, mastering such formidable flames all at once was an unrealistic expectation. He had previously experimented with spells that promised to shatter him to pieces, and while he had succeeded in casting them, the outcomes were far from satisfactory. Nevertheless, he could not shake off a lingering sense of frustration. Perhaps, just one more attempt. Suddenly, a dim flame flickered to life at the tip of his wand, leaving Mia momentarily stunned. Was this fire? Overwhelmed by his own astonishment, his small hand trembled, causing the erratic sparks to land upon the table. Oh no! I cannot perish like this. It would be utterly humiliating. As the flames surged uncontrollably, Mia's face drained of color, revealing the child beneath, merely 11 years old. The searing heat scorched his skin, igniting a sharp pain that jolted him back to reality. This is bad. If it ignites, I will perish. And everyone here will meet the same fate. In a panic, Mia grabbed his satchel and wildly waved his wand in a desperate attempt to contain the blaze. Gather, gather. Come to me. Miraculously, the voracious flames seemed to be drawn toward the wand's tip, as if caught in a vacuum, and in an instant, they vanished. The room fell into darkness, leaving Mia in a state of bewilderment. What just happened? Mia felt that her mind was somewhat overwhelmed. What was going on with the sudden appearances and disappearances? Was she being toyed with? Had the fierce fire been extinguished? Mia, in a somewhat neurotic manner, flung herself onto the table, only to discover that it felt unnaturally thin, as if it had been meticulously polished down to a mere inch in thickness. Strangely, there were no traces of ash, merely a few charred markings, as if the surface had been devoured. What a ferocious fire! Before Mia could fully comprehend the situation, a frantic series of knocks echoed through the air. Flames. I see flames. Those inside, hurry out. Mia opened the door to find the frantic, smoke-emitting bald bartender, Tom. In his haste, Tom nearly smashed the door and almost landed a hefty slap on Mia. Where's the fire? He exclaimed, rushing into the room, only to find no flames. Just a faint whiff of something singed. What just transpired? Well, I was practicing magic, you know, the one with the roaring flames. Perhaps it got a bit loud. Mia replied. Upon hearing this, Tom paused, his neck craning as if he had just heard the most absurd tale. Don't speak nonsense. How old are you? When I was your age, I couldn't even grasp the levitation spell, let alone conjure roaring flames. Well, if nothing's amiss, I'll be on my way, he said, grinning, dismissing the young one's claims as mere bravado. Mia, however, is unwilling to proceed. What is this? I was just fervently practicing the blaze. Observing Mia's pouting expression, Tom finds her utterly charming. All right, how about you demonstrate it for me? He inquires, referring to the one that makes quite a commotion. Mia's face suddenly shows hesitation. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The one that makes a lot of noise is the fierce fire, although it was inexplicably retracted earlier. I'm not bold enough to use it now. Well then, let's sleep. A good night's rest is essential for learning magic. Tom chuckles as he turns to leave. Yet, Mia pulls him back. Don't underestimate me. If I show you, I will. There's no need for the fierce fire. The blaze will suffice, and nothing will go awry. All right. Go ahead. Tom remains unfazed, completely skeptical of Mia's abilities. Humph. Blaze. With a swift wave of Mia's wand, the air fell into a profound silence. Tom, resembling a curious turtle, craned his neck to observe more closely. He noticed a wisp of smoke delicately rising from the tip of Mia's wand. Tom nearly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Is this what they call a blazing inferno? Look at me, I can stretch my head over without a scratch. His playful demeanor was infectious. And he continued to tease, See? Nothing to worry about. Suddenly, a faint flicker of fire erupted in an instant, causing Mia to gasp in alarm. Withdraw. The flames were swiftly retracted. Once again, tranquility enveloped the space, leaving only the lingering warmth of the fire, remnants of Tom's hair, and his newly acquired hairstyle. Gazing at Tom's completely bald head, Mia hesitated to speak. It took Tom a moment to regain his composure. What just happened? Was that a blazing inferno? Mia felt a twinge of uncertainty. That recent flame appeared rather familiar. Indeed, it was quite ferocious. After bidding farewell to Tom and his hair, Mia swiftly retreated to her room. The flames roared. Gazing at the dim flames flickering from the tip of her wand, Mia fell into a deep contemplation. Where has my blazing fire gone? Return it to me. Chapter 11. The letter that will surely arrive. Mia is currently in a state of confusion. This night has unfolded an overwhelming series of events beyond his comprehension. He inexplicably released a fierce flame, only to retrieve it just as mysteriously. Ultimately, he astonishingly transformed the roaring fire into a sinister blaze. The flames danced vigorously. At the tip of his staff, a small flame erupted with a soft pop. However, this fire was not of the ordinary orange or amber hue, but rather a darkened variant, leaning towards black upon the foundation of orange. It was evident that this was not a flame that could be summoned by mere roaring fire. Mia gazed helplessly at the tranquil flame, fully aware of the immense power concealed within that delicate spark. Throughout the night, he conjured forth countless blazing fires, and without exception, each one was a manifestation of the fierce flame. Mia was uncertain whether this development was a blessing or a curse. The advantage: he could effortlessly conjure fiend fire and wield it with precision. The drawback: henceforth, fiend fire would be the only spell he could summon. He could already envision the scene during a future Hogwarts class. The kindly professor would fall into deep contemplation upon witnessing the cursed flames erupting from Mia's wand with a mere incendio. With a sigh, Mia couldn't help but lament his predicament. Yet, he noticed something peculiar. The fiend fire he conjured differed from the descriptions in textbooks. While conventional fiend fire burned in shades of brown, his manifested in an unsettling black. Moreover, he couldn't shake the suspicion that the flames had grown darker, more ominous, since his first summoning. Could this anomaly be connected to the mysterious disappearance of his ordinary fire spells? Mia had every reason to suspect so. Regardless, fiend fire would become his most formidable weapon. As for other spells, his progress remained mediocre at best, capable of producing little more than feeble sparks, far from true mastery. Mia found himself compelled to settle for less. Learning some simple spells from his textbooks, such as the levitation charm. Such minor enchantments were perfectly suited for young wizards of his age. Allowing him to master them with remarkable ease, after only a few attempts, he could cast them fluently. This accomplishment rekindled a flicker of confidence within him. However, the gains of one night were inherently limited, and when fatigue led him to inadvertently conjure a cow with the levitation spell, Mia resolved it was time for slumber. In the early morning, he awoke with bleary eyes, only to find himself in a gaze with a pair of bovine eyes. "You're still here?" he murmured. Observing the small cow standing beside his bed, seemingly pondering whether the bedspread was edible. In exasperation, Mia cradled his head in his hands. Surely this can't be a real cow? Whose is it? Initially, he had thought it was merely a magical illusion that would vanish with time. It now seemed otherwise. Leading a cow outside would surely result in ridicule. With no other choice, Mia confined the little bovine within the room. Hagrid was also welcoming the dawn at the leaky cauldron. Unfortunately, he lacked the morning ritual of enjoying a drink. If he did, this place would be his paradise. Today, however, held a significant task. He must escort Harry Potter back to the wizarding world. He reminisced about the moment he had cradled that poor little fellow from the ruins of Godric's Hollow to Surrey. After 11 years in the Muggle world, that child had endured so much. Hagrid's thoughts drifted back to Mia. That boy was indeed the first new student he had welcomed since starting his tenure at Hogwarts. An astute little lad, albeit a tad mischievous. Regrettably, he would not see that delightful child before the term commenced, but once school began, he intended to invite Mia to his hut for a feast of his own cooking. "Good morning, Hagrid." "Ah, good morning, Mia." Hagrid suddenly halted, his heavy footsteps causing the wooden floor to creak. Had he mistaken someone? Turning around for a closer look, he was puzzled. This diminutive figure was unexpected. Mia, sporting dark circles under his eyes, wearily extended his hand to Hagrid. "Pleased to meet you again, Mia Shamil." Only then did Hagrid realize, "Ah, it's you, little one." He joyfully ruffled Mia's hair. After Mia explained his presence, Hagrid nodded in admiration. "Remarkable. I have never encountered such a diligent young wizard as you. Let us set that aside for now." Mia stretched his neck, which had grown sore from looking up for too long. "Could you do me a favor?" "Of course. But let us not linger, for I have important matters to attend to today." "It's absolutely a trivial matter." "What is it?" "There is a cow in my room." "That's no problem. I can handle that." "Wait, what?" In Mia's room, Hagrid spotted a cow leisurely wandering about. He exchanged glances with the cow as a subway train departed from the station outside. "Moo, hello there," he greeted. Eventually, Hagrid decided to bring the cow into his room and resolved to take it back to Hogwarts to keep beside his hut. "Stay here and don't run off. I shall return shortly." Observing Hagrid fluently converse with the cow, Mia exclaimed in awe, "Could this be what they call bovine dialect?" Hagrid's important message was rather straightforward. He intended to send a letter to the small town of Surrey, specifically to the Dursleys. "May I accompany you?" Mia inquired. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. "No, it's merely a letter delivery." "But weren't you the one who came to fetch me in person?" Mia pressed on. "What if they do not reply?" Suddenly, Hagrid spoke with an air of mystery. "I should have made the journey myself, but July 31st is Harry's birthday, and I plan to surprise him with a cake. Therefore, I cannot make an appearance before that. What if they disregard the letter?" Muggles seldom believe in the existence of a magic school, do they? Not at all. Harry resides with his aunt and uncle, and his mother was a renowned witch. Not to mention Harry's aunt is her sister. How could they possibly doubt the existence of magic? Hagrid asserted with unwavering conviction. Maya refrained from further persuasion. He could not directly inform Hagrid that the Dursleys were utterly deranged, nor could he accuse them of daily tormenting Harry Potter, as he had no grounds for such knowledge. Very well. At this moment, at number 4, Privet Drive in the Little Whinging district of Surrey, a feeble, pitiable, and helpless savior found his letters snatched away. The following day, Maya sought out Hagrid. "Has there been a reply?" "No." "I shall send another letter." Once more, the savior's correspondence was intercepted. On the third day, "Has a reply arrived?" "I will send yet another." The savior's letters were seized yet again. On the fourth day, "Shall I send it?" Indeed, the savior's message had still not been dispatched. "Very well, allow me to take charge." Mia volunteered eagerly, seizing the opportunity to test the magic he had learned. Using his spells, he duplicated the letter 12-fold and handed them to Hagrid. This time, don't deliver them into the mailbox, just toss them through door cracks and windows, instructed Hagrid, who followed the directions precisely. On the 5th day, Hagrid grew visibly irritated. I did exactly as you said, yet there's still no reply. What on earth are the Dursleys up to? He exclaimed in frustration. Mia scratched her head, realizing that this family was indeed quite difficult to handle. It seemed that she would need to employ some strategies. Mia replicated the letter into 24 copies, with a flick of her wand. They all rolled up into small scrolls automatically. Hagrid clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Your magic has truly progressed by leaps and bounds. It is truly remarkable." Mia, with a sense of pride, handed the letters to Hagrid. This time, simply conceal them beneath 2 rows of eggs. Should the milkman or anyone else happen upon them, they might just take a peek. She was confident that this plan would succeed. Hagrid complied without hesitation. Consequently, Mrs. Dursley, ever the penny pincher, was left trembling and fright upon discovering the letters hidden beneath the eggs. On the 6th day, a Sunday devoid of postman, Mr. Dursley, who had been frayed with anxiety, finally found a moment of respite. At the leaky cauldron, Mia slammed her palm against the table in frustration. How absurd. Why are they so obstinate? Hagrid, equally incensed, pondered whether the family truly wished to prevent Harry from attending Hogwarts. This cannot stand, he exclaimed. Do you have a way to reach Surrey? Mia inquired. Yes, it is possible, but why do you ask? Hagrid replied. Let us proceed to Surrey. He returned to Hogwarts via the fireplace and arrived on his enchanted motorbike. Mia was about to experience a sensation akin to flight. Arriving at number 4 Privet Drive in the small town of Little Whinging, Surrey, Hagrid deactivated the hidden mode of the motorcycle, revealing their destination. The door stood firmly closed, with even the mailbox and the crevice sealed tight. What were they to do? You may merely observe. A touch of enchantment is in order. With Hagrid by her side, Mia felt emboldened to wield magic without fear of discovery. With a flick of her wand, a solitary letter erupted into a frenzy, multiplying wildly before their eyes. Before long, Hagrid's flying motorcycle was inundated with letters. Is all this truly necessary? Hagrid inquired, somewhat astonished. Mia waved her wand, and the levitation spell caused the mountain of letters to rise into the air. Let them witness what a bombardment of messages truly entails. With a single command from Mia, the letters descended like a horde of locusts, overwhelming the surroundings. At that moment, in the living room of number 4, Privet Drive, Vernon Dursley, having endured nearly a week of torment, sat comfortably on his beloved leather sofa, savoring his coffee. Today was indeed a fine day. Do you know why, Dudley? The small gas canister beside him, muffled by a fried egg, was too engrossed in its oily visage to pay heed to its father. It was because today was Sunday, and the postman would not deliver any letters. Harry, wielding a frying pan, dutifully placed a piece of fried egg onto Vernon Dursley's plate, resembling an attentive waiter. Remarkably, Dursley refrained from chastising his unappealing nephew. Indeed, a day devoid of letters is a splendid day. Aha! Observing his uncle's gleeful demeanor, Harry habitually swallowed his discontent. For days, an unknown sender had been dispatching letters to him, only for them to be seized by his uncle. They all claimed the letters were not meant for him. He remained unconvinced, as no one could possibly know he resided in the cupboard under the stairs. That was the first time he had seen Mr. Harry Potter receive letters. Would they come again? Outside, a deluge of letters threatened to create a tornado, enveloping the house. Suddenly, they plunged into the chimney, armed with her wand. Mia aimed at the wooden boards sealing the doors and windows. With a resounding crash, under Hagrid's astonished gaze, spell after spell shattered the wooden barriers. Yet, they merely fell apart, leaving only a few cracks. Such was the extent of Mia's current spell-casting ability. If only she possessed a flair for other spells as well, Mia mused. Letters surged into number 4, Privet Drive, and soon, the family screams echoed throughout the space. The letters would surely arrive. Chapter 12. The Savior chuckling at the Dursleys' disarray. Mia wore a grin of triumph. Hagrid wiped his brow, which bore no sweat, and cast a glance at the smirking Mia, finding her somewhat intimidating. Poor Dursleys, indeed. Before long, Hagrid dismissed this inappropriate thought from his mind. The Dursleys were hardly deserving of sympathy, considering their attempts to thwart Harry Potter's return to Hogwarts. They had brought this upon themselves. Hagrid began to appreciate Mia's actions. Moments later, they witnessed the Dursleys clumsily loading items into their vehicle, preparing to take Harry Potter away. What on earth were they up to? Hagrid found himself perplexed. Mia cast a glance at the departing vehicle, merely a fleeting escape. He deliberately revisited his memories. Aware that the Dursley family had no intention of replying, they were intent on fleeing to a dilapidated house on an island. Such escapism would prove futile. On the early hours of July 31st, coinciding with Harry Potter's birthday, Hagrid would personally come knocking. Thus, Mia awaited Hagrid at the Leaky Cauldron until July 30th. In a bid to keep a vigilant watch over Mia, fearing any unforeseen incidents, Hagrid had thoughtfully changed his room to one adjacent to Mia's. On that day, Hagrid returned to Hogwarts, and after what felt like an eternity, as dusk enveloped the sky, Mia finally heard some commotion from next door. Were it not for his prior persuasion of Hagrid to accompany him in search of Harry Potter, Mia might have assumed Hagrid had abandoned him. Upon entering Hagrid's room, Mia observed Hagrid meticulously placing a box. What could it be? This is a meticulously crafted birthday cake for Harry. He will undoubtedly adore it. With the cake in tow, Hagrid and Mia approached the enchanted motorcycle. Put this on, Hagrid said, offering Mia a small helmet. I don't have a helmet this size. I had Professor Flitwick shrink it. With his prowess, it took mere months. Thank you. Mia donned the helmet, which, despite initially being somewhat oversized, automatically adjusted to fit her perfectly. Remember to fasten your seatbelt. Hagrid carefully placed the cake on the seat, ensuring its stability. Then, Mia observed as Hagrid lifted himself slightly and settled into the vehicle. The cargo space was crammed to the brim. Watching the cake completely vanish from sight, Mia felt a pang of regret for Harry, who would not have the chance to enjoy the entire treat. The second ride on the flying motorcycle was equally exhilarating for Mia, particularly as rain began to pour midway through their journey. After enduring the cold, icy raindrops pelting her face for several minutes, Mia found herself in a daze. Hagrid's pink umbrella proved utterly ineffective against the downpour. Fortunately, they finally arrived. The location was quite remote, a small island rarely frequented by others. However, for a wizard, locating a non-magical muggle was remarkably simple. With a thunderous roar, the motorcycle landed, startling those inside the house. Upon disembarking, Mia vigorously wiped her face. Next time, she must learn a spell to shield against the rain. Soaked and seething with frustration, Mia retrieved her wand, ready to force the door open without further ado. No. Hagrid quickly intervened, insisting they maintain a friendly demeanor, as the occupants were, after all, parents of new students. Just wait a moment, I'll knock on the door. With that, Hagrid stepped forward, raising his large hand. Bang, bang, bang. The door crashed to the ground. It was clearly flimsy. Ignoring Hagrid's innocent expression, Mia dashed into the house, desperate to escape the rain. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of a stout man huddled against the wall, brandishing a gun at her. Hagrid promptly entered as well, using his umbrella to magically dry Mia off. Given their current rapport, Hagrid did not conceal the existence of his wand from Mia. Noticing the gun aimed at her, he swiftly stepped in front of it. Trespassing is illegal, Vernon Dursley warned in a trembling voice. Shut up, Dursley, you old scoundrel. Hagrid glared at him, then with a slight squeeze, bent the gun's barrel as if it were mere clay. The sheer force of this act rendered Dursley speechless, his eyes wide with fear. Hagrid approached the fallen door, propping it back up and casually shutting it. A small, plump boy cowered by the fireplace. Hello there, Harry. It's been 11 years, and you've grown so much, Hagrid exclaimed with enthusiasm as he approached. Terrified at the sight of the imposing figure drawing near, Dudley Dursley trembled like a frightened piglet. I'm not Harry. I am Harry. Mia also noticed the frail boy emerging from the corner. With round black-rimmed glasses and a lightning-shaped scar, it was unmistakably Harry Potter. Hagrid, having mistaken his identity, attempted to mask his embarrassment. Ah, I knew you were here all along. Harry, today is your birthday, and I have specially prepared a cake for you. Hagrid glanced over at Mia. Mia raised her hand, lifting the cake that had been struck by the two-dimensional foil. Oh. Hagrid hesitated for a moment. Had it always looked like this? It seemed unlikely. Never mind. Hagrid accepted the cake and handed it to Harry. Although it was slightly crumbled and flattened, it was still edible. Indeed, it possessed a unique charm. Mia couldn't help but mutter softly. Hagrid immediately turned back, signaling Mia to spare him some dignity. This is Mia Shamir, who will also be your classmate. Hello, Harry, happy birthday. Mia stepped forward at the opportune moment, extending her hand toward Harry. Harry hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly shook Mia's hand. It was his first handshake. Hello. Harry looked at Hagrid. Sorry, did you say classmate? And who are you? Oh, I am Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Mia is also a newcomer to Hogwarts, undoubtedly your classmate. Surely, you are acquainted with Hogwarts, are you not? I beg your pardon, but I am unfamiliar with it. Harry, who had been utterly bewildered, wore a look of confusion. Are you truly unaware of the source of your parents' remarkable abilities? Harry, you are a wizard. Harry was taken aback, exclaiming, I am a wizard? That cannot be true. You must be mistaken. You most certainly are, and so is Mia. Both of you will embark on your studies at Hogwarts. Hagrid handed Harry the acceptance letter, and he began to feel a surge of anger, for it seemed the Dursleys had been concealing the truth all along. Upon seeing the letter once more, Harry felt a flicker of astonishment. No, he would not be going there. Mr. Dursley raged, brandishing the shotgun in his hands. No weapons allowed. The shotgun slipped from Mr. Dursley's grasp. Mia laid down the wand, disregarding the terrified expressions of the Dursleys, and cast a glance at the extinguished fireplace. Could Hagrid kindle the fire? The sea breeze was rather chilly. Igniting it should be a trivial task for you. Of course, I am at your service. Lighting it is feasible. But Mia merely sought warmth, not to set the fireplace ablaze. Hagrid ignited the hearth with his umbrella and then remarked to Harry, Mia is an exceptionally gifted young wizard and remarkably diligent. You must surely learn alongside him. Undoubtedly, your own talents are commendable as well. Harry, having witnessed Mia conjuring magic, gradually emerged from his state of astonishment. Gazing at the boy of his own age, he felt a surge of envy. Can I learn magic too? Certainly. Your name has been inscribed on the Hogwarts register since the moment of your birth. At this point, the Dursleys began to vociferously express their disdain for magic, until the foolish Vernon Dursley dared to insult Dumbledore. Be silent. Hagrid furiously pointed his umbrella at Vernon Dursley. Never insult Dumbledore in my presence. Meanwhile, a grunting sound was heard, revealing Dudley Dursley sneaking bites of that foul-smelling cake. With a mere gesture of his umbrella, a pig's tail sprouted from Dudley's ample backside, sending the Dursley family into chaos. It is time for us to depart, Hagrid announced as he rose to his feet. Mia stepped forward and patted the gloating Harry, saying, Come on, let us journey to Hogwarts together. Chapter 13, The Start of Term. Mia chose not to accompany the others to Diagon Alley, for strolling through the streets with the Savior held far less allure than diligently mastering magic to become a master of spells. Two children, equally devoid of friends, quickly grew close. To Harry, it seemed that Mia and Hagrid were undoubtedly the finest individuals in the world. Mia is not entirely pretentious. He holds a genuine admiration for Harry Potter. That evening, the Dursleys were as terrified as a herd of startled pigs. Yet only Harry had the courage to step forward and even acknowledge his identity as Harry Potter. Of course, this also indicates his sheer audacity. There is a reason he was sorted into Gryffindor. The two engaged in a lively conversation, with Harry resembling a long silent vessel, eager to share the entirety of his experiences with Mia. In response, Mia could not help but marvel at the fact that despite such a tumultuous childhood, Harry Potter had not gone astray. It was nothing short of a miracle. Through their dialogue, Mia discerned that Harry truly embodied the qualities of a righteous and valiant savior. However, he also exhibited a mischievous and cunning side. For instance, Harry recounted a time when he deliberately flicked a booger into Uncle Vernon's teacup. In summary, Mia found Harry to be quite commendable. One wonders if their current closeness would meet Dumbledore's approval. Mia found herself perplexed by Dumbledore's intention in fostering her connection with Harry Potter. Ultimately, Harry would return to that detestable home. He had expressed countless times his desire to reside with Mia at the Leaky Cauldron, yet in the end, his wishes remained unfulfilled. Time flew by swiftly. As Mia immersed herself in the realm of magic, the days slipped away like fleeting shadows. In the blink of an eye, the school term approached. And during the final days, Mia chose to return home to spend time with her family. After dinner, her mother called Mia aside. Observing her 11-year-old son preparing to leave for another world of study, Marilena's eyes glistened with unshed tears. No matter how capable a strong woman may be, there will always exist a tender vulnerability within her. Maya was also rendered with reddened eyes by her mother's appearance. Over there, you must take care of yourself. Do you understand? Ensure you eat your meals on time, and never skip breakfast. Drinking milk is beneficial for your health, but do not consume it excessively. Avoid staying up too late, and remember to wear more clothes if it gets cold. Suddenly, Marilena realized that these admonitions seemed endless. Mia's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded earnestly. We have yet to explore the realm of magic. Let us refrain from provoking conflict with others, and prioritize our own safety. Take this with you. Use it in times of peril. Mia felt a weight in her hand and looked down. It was a 9mm caliber, manufactured in 1972 with a capacity of 9 rounds. Having been brought to the shooting range by her father since childhood, Mia immediately recognized the object in her grasp. It had been used, yet it remained functional, albeit somewhat outdated in design and of moderate power. Mia suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. Mother, your heart is truly immense. Equipped with a gun and ammunition, Mia unexpectedly found this item to instill a sense of security far greater than that of a wand. As night fell, User gazed out the window, struggling to find solace in sleep. From the moment Mia entered their home, he had regarded her as a younger sibling. Despite their playful bickering, he had long resolved that this little one could only be bullied by him. No one else was permitted. Yet now, Mia was on the brink of venturing into an entirely unfamiliar realm. If a wizard were to torment her, would he be able to protect her adequately? The more he pondered, the more restless he became. Suddenly, a soft sound echoed from the doorway, followed by the sensation of something small burrowing beneath the covers. "What brings you here?" he wondered, surprised to see only the back of Mia's head. "I was worried you might not sleep well alone." User couldn't help but chuckle softly. In their childhood, they had always shared a bed, but at 8 years old, Mia had insisted on sleeping alone. Ironically, she frequently returned, claiming to feel frightened by herself. He pulled Mia into his embrace, inhaling the scent of her shampoo from her hair, which brought him a sense of calm. The little one shifted slightly, as if seeking a comfortable position, and soon drifted off to sleep. That night marked the most restful slumber Mia had experienced in recent times. The following day, as the Shamil couple bid farewell to Mia, User occupied the driver's seat of their vehicle. Mr. Shamil suddenly bent down to hand Mia an object. Mia glanced down, observing the Glock 17, a 9mm caliber, boasting a 17-round magazine, manufactured in 1983. Mr. Shamir whispered, "Your mother knows nothing about firearms. This is the true marvel. The very one I had shown you before." Mia solemnly placed her belongings into a seamless retractable bag. Hughes drove her to the station, stopping only at the entrance. Discreetly, he slipped something into Mia's pocket. Mia glanced at the situation with a sense of helplessness. Those two were utterly unreliable. A child like you would only be suited for an M10 revolver. As she entered the station, Mia felt as though she resembled a terrorist. "Where is Voldemort? Let us have a little demonstration, shall we?" Mia's sense of security reached its pinnacle at that moment. Once Harry arrived, User departed. The Dursleys dropped Harry off and left, clearly reluctant to linger. "Mia!" Harry exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he hurried over with his luggage. Although they had been in contact via owl, Harry had longed for this moment to see Mia. The two of them chatted merrily as they approached the platform. Platform 9 3/4? Harry's confidence wavered with each repetition. Had Hagrid made a mistake? How could there possibly be a platform 9 3/4? "I do not understand either. Let's search for it." Mia feigned ignorance. They arrived at platform 9. Scanning the surroundings yielded no results. Harry simply could not locate platform 9 3/4. Nearby stood a conductor. "I shall inquire," Harry decided. Approaching the man. "Excuse me, where is platform 9 3/4? "Get lost." The irritable conductor scoffed, rolling his eyes as he walked away, muttering curses about the annual occurrence. Mia gently patted the aggrieved Harry, indicating with her finger. Following her gaze, Harry spotted a cluster of red-haired individuals. "Ron, hurry up. The train is about to depart." The leading woman waved her hand urgently. "Quickly, there are muggles everywhere." They mentioned muggles. Were they wizards? Harry turned to Mia. "They must be. Following them might lead us to the right place." Mia continued to feign ignorance. "This family must be the Weasleys. Fred, you go first." "Mom, you've mistaken again." "Sorry." "George, then you go ahead." One of the boys dashed out, pushing his luggage, and abruptly halted just before colliding with the wall. "Actually, I'm Fred, heh." With a mischievous grin, Fred turned and vanished into the wall. Shortly after, another boy, identical in appearance, followed him into the wall. "Excuse me." Harry summoned his courage to strike up a conversation. "Are you all heading to platform 9 3/4? Mrs. Weasley looked kindly at the suddenly appeared children. "Yes." "Are you new students?" We both are." "Are you together?" "Yes," Mia nodded. "Perfect. Our Ron is too. Just walk through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. If you're nervous, just run." Chapter 14. A fated encounter walk through a wall. Such a scenario would have previously existed only in Harry's nighttime imaginings. They seemed to have arrived at another station, with a sign overhead reading 9 3/4. The station bustled with people, reminiscent of Diagon Alley. It was filled not only with Muggle families gaping in wonder, but also with oddly dressed wizards. The most striking sight was the steam train stationed there, its vivid red body billowing white smoke, marked with the number 5972. As they boarded, they encountered the pair of twin brothers once more. They kindly offered to assist Harry with his luggage, but Mia swiftly used a levitation charm to do it effortlessly. Ultimately, they noticed the scar on Harry's forehead. "Just like that. I met many people like this while with Hagrid in Diagon Alley. Is such a scar truly considered cool in the wizarding world? Personally, I feel incapable of saving anyone." The two finally found an empty compartment and squeezed inside, and Harry eagerly began to vent to Mia. Everything here feels so novel. In the Muggle world, who would bring a toad onto a train? Mia was indeed exhilarated, for he was now truly immersed in the realm of magic. Everything around him resonated with the awe of enchantment. I had anticipated that the trains in this magical world would be more advanced, perhaps capable of flight. To my surprise, it turned out to be merely an antiquated contraption that emitted steam. Once the train commenced its journey, Harry explored every nook and cranny, only to find himself languidly searching for conversation once more. Mia shook his head, indicating that the train was far from ordinary. At the very least, a formidable protective charm had been cast upon the carriages. How can you tell? Harry inquired curiously, glancing around the walls. What kind of protective charm? I'm not entirely certain. Mia replied, raising his hand to touch the wall, yet there was a palpable sensation that he believed Harry could also perceive. It was not that Mia sought to be enigmatic. Rather, since his arrival at platform 9 3/4, he had felt faint traces of magic. This sensation intensified upon boarding the train. Harry, trusting Mia's words, fell silent for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment, "Indeed, it is quite mysterious." According to Mia's observations, while magic was invisible and intangible, it undeniably existed. For instance, in areas with a high concentration of magical energy, electronic devices would be affected, often rendering them inoperative. Thus, from the moment they boarded the train, they encountered a complete absence of Muggle electronic products. This was not due to the wizard's unwillingness to adapt, but rather because magic and electricity seemed to have an inherent, reciprocal influence. Perhaps if we lean closer to the wall, we might perceive it more clearly. Just as I do. Let me try. May I come in? My apologies for the intrusion, Ron said, observing the two individuals who appeared to be engaged in some mysterious ritual against the wall. He then quietly closed the door and departed. Mia and Harry exchanged awkward glances towards the box's entrance, evidently aware of their peculiar behavior. I fear we might be perceived as country bumpkins, Mia lamented. Harry murmured, I indeed am. Do not say that. Once they notice the scar upon your forehead, they shall reconsider, Mia teased him affectionately. Harry, predictably, became flustered. It was merely a scar, an ordinary blemish. Yet, as Hagrid had mentioned, the individual who bore this mark possessed a rather formidable reputation, known as Voldemort. Suddenly, a sharp intake of breath echoed from the doorway, jolting them. Moments later, Mia and Harry beheld a large, grotesque figure standing at the threshold of the box. Ron stood frozen, mouth agape, utterly incredulous at the revelation of that name. Shall you come in? Mia recognized Ron's appearance at the station. Let us not dwell on that. Ron instinctively expressed his reluctance. He could scarcely believe that this seemingly amiable boy could utter that name with such composure. Do you have anywhere else to go? Ron hesitated, recalling that he had been compelled to choose this place precisely because all other options were full. Well then, Ron tiptoed inside, settling down by the door like a docile little quail. There is no need for that. This is our first visit to the magical world, and we are still quite unfamiliar with it. Harry attempted to clarify his earlier actions. So you hail from the Muggle world? Ron's expression softened. Mia and Harry both nodded in agreement. Ron let out a sigh of relief. No wonder I must tell you. Never utter that name. What name? Voldemort. Ron hurriedly interjected. Observing Ron's apprehensive demeanor, Harry couldn't help but inquire about the reason behind their fear. He had previously asked Hagrid, but Hagrid always seemed evasive. Why are you so afraid of him? Why? Because he is an unequivocal dark wizard. We seldom speak of him. This is also why I have no desire to visit the Slytherin compartment, as there are individuals there who share his sentiments. Ron quickly settled in, finding a comfortable position. Slytherin? What place is that? Mia feigned ignorance. I forgot you were not aware. Hogwarts comprises Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Slytherin is notorious for producing dark wizards. There are no good people there. My family belongs to Gryffindor, hence I shall be sorted into Gryffindor as well. Noticing Ron's smug expression, Mia continued to play the fool. Is Gryffindor truly admirable? To put it simply, Gryffindor favors those with courage. Harry then remarked, if that's the case, Gryffindor indeed seems commendable. What about the other houses? Ravenclaw is filled with bookworms, and it is said that Hufflepuff generally accommodates those overlooked by other houses. Harry's expression fell. Perhaps Hufflepuff would be more suitable for me. Mia chuckled softly. Harry was undoubtedly the chosen one for Gryffindor by Dumbledore himself, effortlessly racking up points as if they were free, securing the house cup with ease. However, under the tutelage of a certain professor with an aversion to hygiene, Harry could certainly become a point deduction machine. That said, which house would he himself belong to? Ravenclaw? Slytherin seemed quite fitting as well, considering his ability to speak Parseltongue. which certainly hinted at a connection to the founder. Where would he ultimately end up? One could hardly contain their anticipation. Chapter 15. Miss Know-It-All, would you like to purchase anything, children? In the midst of Ron's excitement upon discovering Harry's lightning-shaped scar, the vendor on the train rolled his cart to their compartment door. No, thank you. I brought my own, Ron replied, holding a rather unimpressive-looking sandwich that Mia recognized as poorly made. Glancing at Ron's furtive glances towards the snack cart, Mia quickly discerned that he was rather short on funds. To be honest, she felt somewhat embarrassed herself, having stayed at the Leaky Cauldron for an extended period. Expenses were inevitable. I'll take all of this, Harry exclaimed, noticing Ron's discomfort as he grandly produced a handful of galleons. In an instant, the eyes of two impoverished souls sparkled with envy, leaving Harry feeling quite uneasy. A wealthy heir, that insufferable wizard heir. Please, do shower me with gold. At that moment, Mia felt exceedingly grateful for her decision to befriend Harry. In the next moment, their compartment, now filled solely with the three of them, overflowed with snacks. What is this? Harry asked, holding a box. Chocolate frog? As soon as he opened the box, a chocolate frog leaped out of the window. Witnessing Harry's look of disappointment, Ron mumbled through a mouthful, the frog is secondary. The real treasure is the wizard card inside. We're all collecting them. Mia cast a fleeting glance at Dumbledore, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to the portrayal from her memories of the film. So, this is Dumbledore? It was Harry's first encounter with him. Hagrid often spoke of Dumbledore with profound reverence, which stirred a considerable curiosity within Harry. Dumbledore seems rather impressive, but I already possess several of his cards. Ron popped a piece of candy into his mouth. Will there be cards of dark wizards? Mia murmured. Stop right there. Ron set aside what he was holding. I know what you're thinking. Mia pouted, choosing not to elaborate further. He intended to incorporate Voldemort into the pool. It was essential to deliver a jolt of the Dark Lord's presence to the charming wizards. In that fleeting moment, several lucrative avenues flashed through Mia's mind. Alas, he found himself in dire financial straits. It was all the fault of that wretched fairy, who had even imposed a cap on the exchange rate for galleons. Otherwise, with his modest savings, he would undoubtedly be a small fortune. Of course, he professed no interest in wealth, shrugging. It was merely that the pursuit of magical knowledge demanded a financial investment. Not to mention spells, potions were a particularly extravagant expense. To aspire to be a master of potions akin to Snape, one could hardly afford to treat ingredients as mere fuel. Regrettably, the resources at his disposal were exceedingly scant. He needed to devise a means to acquire some funds. Mia stroked her chin, pondering. With my intelligence, ISNT Jean Gallen easily within my grasp. Is this your pet? Harry's voice interrupted Mia's musings. Yes, it's called Spot. Unbeknownst to them, a chubby old mouse had made itself comfortable on Ron's lap. Mia's eyes narrowed. She recalled that this individual was indeed a wizard, a certain Peter Pettigrew who had mastered the art of animagus. This treacherous being betrayed Harry's parents, resulting in their untimely demise at the hands of Voldemort. Ultimately, he became a loyal servant to Voldemort, playing a pivotal role in the Dark Lord's resurrection. This man was hardly a paragon of virtue. Yet, Mia was indifferent to the dichotomy of good and evil. What truly irked her was the duplicitous nature of a coward like Pettigrew. Today, he could betray his friends, and tomorrow, he would just as easily betray his master. Observing Peter greedily devouring his food, a devilish smile crept across Mia's lips. Ron, your rat, what's the matter? Has it been neutered? Upon hearing these words, Peter, who had been engrossed in his meal, abruptly lifted his head in astonishment. Neutered? No, why would you ask? Ron inquired, perplexed. Pets usually undergo neutering, Mia replied, gently patting a little creature in her arms that appeared quite frightened. What would happen if it wasn't neutered? It wouldn't live long, you know. Ron was clearly taken aback by Mia's earnest demeanor. What should I do? It hasn't been neutered. Is something wrong? His voice edged with anxiety. Upon hearing this, Pettigrew was alarmed. He immediately scurried about with his diminutive limbs, attempting to demonstrate to his master that his physique was indeed quite robust. Ron glanced at Scabbers, who was lively and animated, yet he mused, but Scabbers has been with us for several years, and he seems fine, doesn't he? Mia bore an expression of mystical intrigue, casting uncertainty upon the future. You mentioned that it has been residing in your home for several years now? It must be quite aged, indeed. Observing Mia's silent shake of the head, Ron found himself utterly captivated by her enigmatic presence. What shall we do? Should we consider severing ties at this very moment? Mia was taken aback, astonished by the audacity of the situation. Goodness, you are even more ruthless than I am, she exclaimed. Well, it is not impossible. What shall I do then? Just sever it, came the reply. How much should I cut? Cut it as long as it is. Mia quipped nonchalantly. Ron examined the legs of Scabbers and sighed in relief. It was not too long. Harry nodded earnestly. Yes, it appears quite minuscule. Scabbers, transformed into Peter, was immediately displeased. What nonsense! I am but a mouse. How large could I possibly be? He glared at Mia, blaming her for the absurdity of the situation. Suddenly, from Peter's perspective, Mia's features began to evoke memories of someone he recognized. How familiar? Who could it be? As a certain face surfaced in his mind, he noticed how closely it resembled the one before him. Peter's small eyes widened in shock, and with a sudden release of tension, Ron felt a warm sensation. How delightful. Scabbers, you've urinated. Furious at being drenched, Ron seized Scabbers by the tail and began to stomp his feet in frustration. Mia was right. You ought to be severed. Ron turned to Mia, a knife. Let us proceed. Mia deftly reached into the inconspicuous expandable pouch, retrieving an array of weapons, a triangular bayonet, a Nepalese kukri, and a standard-issue military knife with a serrated spine. As he swiftly produced 3 controlled blades, Harry's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Are you seriously carrying these with you every day? Mia waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Just a bunch of stuff. There's no helping it. It's what my family does. Instantly, Harry's gaze towards Mia shifted dramatically. What kind of family business is that? Something written in the penal code? Oh, it's not as exaggerated as you think, she replied. You're welcome to come over and hang out during the holidays. My house is quite spacious. Ron glanced at the increasingly menacing array of weapons, feeling somewhat at a loss. Is it possible they don't quite fit? He suggested, adjusting the unconscious Scabbers. Upon observing the situation, Mia discerned that something was amiss and resolved to investigate further. As she produced a pair of nail clippers, Ron found them to be quite suitable. This will do, he thought. However, upon receiving the clippers, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. He truly felt somewhat hesitant to engage in such an act. Might I inquire if you're indeed trimming nails? A girl with tousled brown hair suddenly appeared at the doorway. We are in the midst of a sterilization, Harry promptly replied. Mia delivered a sharp slap to Harry, asserting, This is not about our sterilization. Hermione cast a suspicious glance around. These individuals appeared rather unorthodox. Surely you cannot be suggesting that you intend to use this diminutive nail clipper to sterilize a mouse? Indeed, Mia affirmed with a nod. Hermione promptly took a seat, disregarding any need to consult the host of the box. Firstly, I find this notion rather unreasonable. Is this not quite appropriate? Mia interjected. Look, the size is just right. Hermione glanced over and replied, Indeed it fits, but that is not the crux of the matter. The essential point is that mice do not require sterilization. Ron, somewhat irked by the authoritative demeanor of the girl, remarked, How do you know they don't need it? I've read about it. Sterilization benefits pets. It reduces fighting among them and can extend their lifespan, Mia patiently explained. Before Hermione could respond, Ron chimed in, If that is the case, may I inquire whether humans can be sterilized? All eyes in the box suddenly converged on Ron. Mia was momentarily rendered speechless. Ahem, humans do not require it. Nor do mice. Hermione maintained her stance against the idea. Most pets do need it, unless what? Mia cast a sidelong glance at the diminutive star, Peter. Unless it was a transformation of a human. Chapter 16, The Troublesome Malfoy. The differing perspectives between Mia and Hermione did not yield a definitive right or wrong. Nevertheless, the creature, Ban, ultimately escaped the fate of sterilization. Observing the creature lying on his lap, indifferent to even the treats offered, Ron began to feel a pang of sympathy. No one could fathom the horrors that Peter Pettigrew had recently endured. How could this child possibly be innocent? Peter's heart was tumultuous with anxiety, although he had evaded sterilization. The face before him bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a certain individual. The resemblance was approximate, as he had never seen that person as a child. Coupled with the occasional glances that exuded a chilling indifference to life, the likeness was uncanny. Had he not witnessed that individual being killed by his own rebounding curse, he might have believed this child to be a transformation of that very person. Certainly, he was aware that the individual had not truly perished. Yet he doubted that this person would dare approach under Dumbledore's watchful eye. Rumor had it that this individual had a child. At that moment, Peter's gaze towards Mia shifted dramatically. If that were indeed the case. But wait, if this were the child of that individual, Dumbledore, with his formidable abilities, would undoubtedly recognize them. Why then would he brazenly allow this child to associate with Harry Potter? His small, rodent-like mind struggled to comprehend the implications. While the children engaged in conversation, Peter took a moment to rest, though he felt an unsettling sensation that the child was watching him intently. Particularly, he recalled the child's earlier remark, which had led him to fear that his animagus form had been discovered. Ban had been in his home for many years, initially as a pet of Percy. At this juncture, Hermione suddenly furrowed her brow, seemingly realizing that something was amiss. Fred and the others taught me a spell that can turn Ban yellow. How about Ron? Noticing Hermione's scrutinizing gaze, felt a wave of guilt wash over him, and his desire to demonstrate evaporated. Perhaps it was best to refrain. He retrieved his worn wand, only to tuck it away once more. Hermione shrugged, conceding, "All right. I have also learned some simple spells at home." "Wait, you mean you learned magic at home?" Mia immediately detected the incongruity. Hermione pressed her lips together tightly, finding it infuriating that this individual, Mia, always interrupted her. "Yes, is there a problem with that?" Ignoring Hermione's terse tone, Mia pressed on with her inquiries. "Was it merely reading, or did you practice as well?" At this point, Hermione's patience waned completely. "You know, learning requires hands-on practice. If there was no practice, then how is it that no one has sought you out for using magic or written to you?" "You." Humph. Frustrated by yet another interruption, Hermione turned her head defiantly, choosing silence in her indignation. Upon witnessing this, Mia realized that she had inadvertently upset the expressive little girl. Although she found Hermione's current demeanor somewhat irritating, she still greatly admired the wisdom and bravery Hermione had exhibited in her memories. Generally, she refrained from socializing with girls, as she believed it inappropriate for boys to engage with them. However, she found this girl, who dared to break 100 school rules in her first year and petrified a classmate, rather intriguing. "Miss Granger, please proceed," Mia prompted. Upon hearing Mia's continued banter, Hermione had no desire to engage with him. In order to avoid being caught using magic at home, Mia had deliberately resided in the leaky cauldron for nearly a month. Harry attempted to defuse the situation. Hermione suddenly became animated. "You've been studying at the leaky cauldron all this time?" "Indeed," Mia replied. "I knew it. I knew merely memorizing the books wouldn't suffice. Someone will surely surpass me." The remaining three exchanged glances at Hermione's sudden outburst. "Did you really memorize the books?" Ron asked incredulously. "Yes, because if I don't study, others will, and I will fall behind." Hermione abruptly turned to Mia. "You must have finished reading them as well, right?" "Well, sort of," Mia replied. "In truth, you haven't properly consulted the professors regarding the school rules. There is no stipulation preventing new students from using magic off campus." "Indeed." Mia nodded, realizing that his memories regarding this matter were indeed rather vague. Even if they were clear, he had little inclination to pay heed to school regulations. However, being lectured by this individual was quite irksome. At last, Hermione regained a semblance of her spirits in Mia's presence. "I have learned some elementary spells," Hermione remarked, glancing at Harry's glasses. "It seems your glasses are broken." Before Harry could respond, Hermione raised her wand and pointed at him, exclaiming, "Glasses, mend and restore." A crackling sound ensued, and Harry suddenly noticed that his vision had become remarkably clear. Without the crack that had marred his view, he found himself feeling somewhat disoriented. "And you? What spells have you learned?" Hermione challenged Mia to a duel of wit and knowledge. Mia's gaze suddenly became unfocused. He had learned various powerful spells, such as the Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Soul-Stealing Curse. Surely, he also knew the Levitation Charm, a basic spell. But there were certain spells he could not demonstrate. Why not cast a disarming charm right here? Or perhaps unleash a flash of green light to eliminate someone for amusement? Of course, his 3 unforgivable curses were still insufficient to claim a life. Previously, they had only proven effective against minor pests, and even then, their efficacy was inconsistent. Striking a person would feel like a mere tickle. Observing Mia's hesitation to speak, Hermione proudly lifted her chin. In the first round of the Duelist Championship, Mia was defeated. Thus, I assert that learning involves not only reading but also practical application. Just as Hermione was delivering her lecture, 3 indistinct figures appeared at the doorway. I had long heard that the legendary Harry Potter was aboard this train. A haughty voice interrupted Hermione's discourse. Mia recognized the golden pompadour. It was Draco Malfoy. Based on his past demeanor etched in her memory, she felt no inclination to befriend him, lacking both the intention to do good and the determination to engage in mischief. He could merely aspire to be a custodian of his family's legacy. My father often remarked that a remarkable individual ought to associate with those of equal merit. I believe, in this instance, I am your finest choice. As Draco spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at the 3 individuals accompanying Harry, his contempt unmistakable. Draco Malfoy extended his hand, and his haughty demeanor instantly incited the irritation of the 4 in the box. "Could you not have your 2 lackeys knock first before barging in?" Ron couldn't restrain himself from interjecting. Draco's peripheral gaze swept over Ron, taking in his red hair and worn clothing. TSK, 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 clearly a Weasley. Why is it that your family is so prolific yet refuses to provide you with deck? Mia cast an appreciative glance at Hermione. Upon noticing Mia's intent to stretch her limbs, Hermione immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, "What do you understand?" "You're mistaken." Before Hermione could finish her sentence, Mia raised her leg and delivered a swift kick to Draco. "I'll kick you to oblivion, you little rascal." Chapter 17. The marvelous summoning spell. Draco was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He merely observed the muggle-born boy approaching him, and then he found himself soaring through the air. With a resounding thud, the wall caught Draco, only to then let him tumble to the floor. He lay curled up on the ground, akin to a caterpillar, clutching his stomach and groaning incessantly. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Help." Mia's sudden kick left everyone momentarily stunned. With a quick glance, Harry seized the opportunity before the two lackeys could react, lunging forward. Once the fight had begun, remaining passive was out of the question. Striking first gave Harry the upper hand, catching his opponents off guard. Years of outmaneuvering, Dudley had honed his skills now, like an octopus. He entangled one of the lackeys in a tight grip. This method subdued his foe without leaving visible injuries, a tactic he perfected to avoid his aunt and uncle's wrath, though they always sided with Dudley unconditionally. Inspired by Harry's boldness, Ron, still clutched by the collar, snapped into action and threw himself at his captor. The compartment soon descended into a chaotic, undignified scuffle. Hermione, utterly bewildered by the abrupt escalation, could only watch helplessly as the four boys grappled on the floor, a spectacle she had never imagined witnessing. Mia gazed at Draco, who was screaming on the ground as if he were being slaughtered like a pig, feeling somewhat speechless. Though the kick had indeed been rather forceful, they were merely 11 years old and had not sustained any real harm. This fellow sure could howl. "Enough of this, I kicked your abdomen. Why are you clutching your chest and making such a fuss?" Oh, don't cover your head. I certainly did not kick your skull. So do not falsely accuse the innocent." Draco, exposed by Mia, felt his face flush with embarrassment, turning from pale to a shade reminiscent of liver. "Just wait. I shall inform my father," he declared, retreating from the scene, his legs moving as if he had not just been assaulted at all. "Stop lingering. Your leader has fled." "What are you still doing here?" Goyle and Crabbe, devoid of their leader, also made a hasty exit. In such a situation, how could you still find humor? Hermione's expression was one of urgency. If the professor were to find out, they would surely face severe consequences. Mia nonchalantly shrugged, accepting the situation with an air of indifference. As long as he had the audacity to inform the professor, I would acquiesce. Even if he did notify the professor, it was they who instigated the conflict. We would assertively maintain that they were the aggressors, leaving the professor with no recourse. After all, we had not even officially enrolled in the institution. What measures could they possibly impose upon us? Ron appeared somewhat crestfallen, as it seemed I had initiated the altercation. "You fool," I retorted. "As long as none of us confess, the professor will remain oblivious to who struck first." Ron's expression was one of frustration, as if he believed it was common knowledge. Mia regarded Hermione with a touch of admiration. Although somewhat of a bookworm, she was not bound by conventions, much like the memories he held dear. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Hermione, feeling flustered under Mia's gaze, replied, "I was worried you might get expelled." Hermione, who always held herself to the highest standards of a diligent student, was reluctant to admit that she had just attempted to deceive a professor. The minor turmoil brought about by Draco quickly dissipated. Rather than marring their journey, it instead provided them with more to discuss. By the way, Mia suddenly addressed Hermione. "What did you come over for?" Having been momentarily overshadowed by Hermione earlier, Mia had been contemplating how to regain her footing. "Oh no." Hermione's expression shifted abruptly. "I came to help Neville find his toad." Observing Hermione hastily rise, Harry remarked, "In such a large train, where will you find a toad?" Mia produced the wand she had meticulously prepared beforehand. In this situation, the levitation charm would suffice. "Humph, little Hermione. Let me show you who truly reigns as the foremost spellcaster at Hogwarts. Wait, this is my forte." Ron suddenly stepped forward, declaring, "This is the only spell I can perform, often assisting my mother in locating her belongings." Observing Ron's confident demeanor, his eyes seemed to scream, "Let me take charge." Having been belittled several times, Ron yearned to showcase his prowess before the haughty witch. "Well, go ahead then." Mia had no choice but to acquiesce. Ahem. Ron brandished his tattered wand. "Toads, arise." As Ron executed the motion, Mia immediately sensed a distinctive magical fluctuation emanating from his wand. It appeared that Ron genuinely knew how to use the levitation charm. Suddenly, Mia noticed the fluctuations from the wand becoming erratic. The wand began to crackle, emitting bursts of orange sparks. This unexpected turn of events instinctively caused everyone to distance themselves from Ron, fearing an accident might occur. Even Ron himself was quite alarmed. Ultimately, as the sparks dissipated, only a wisp of smoke remained. Ron, dejected, lamented, "I failed." Just as they began to lower their guard, another mishap occurred. The Birdie Bot's every flavor beans on the table suddenly flew toward Ron. Before anyone could react, objects around them began to whirl toward Ron. Cornered Ron was bombarded, unable to lift his head. Observing Ron buried beneath the clutter, Mia stifled a laugh, nodding in amusement. From a certain perspective, you succeeded. Infuriated, Ron tossed aside the paper bag that had landed on his face, cursing the wretched wand. "You can't blame the wand if the spell fails," Hermione chimed in. Acknowledging his embarrassment, Ron could only roll his eyes. "Surely, everything is fine now." Just as he spoke, Ron found himself engulfed in darkness. "What is this?" Ron furiously grasped the object, wishing to hurl it to the ground. It was glancing at the peculiar item in Ron's hand. Mia couldn't quite identify it either. It appeared to be clothing. Harry leaned closer for a better look. "I think so too," Mia nodded in agreement. "So what on earth is this?" "It seems warm." Ron rubbed it in his hands a few times. Only Hermione stood by, her cheeks flushed. "Let me take a closer look." Overflowing with curiosity, Mia prepared to rise and join in, but Hermione suddenly slapped his arm. "What are you doing?" "Don't look." "Why not?" Because Hermione found it difficult to articulate. "It's something the girls wear." Mia was utterly perplexed. "Do you have one too?" "It's so small. Could it possibly be worn?" She mused, "By the way, my mother seems to possess one that looks strikingly similar." "Silence!" Hermione exclaimed, pinching Mia in a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. "I'm not yet at the age to wear such things." Mia, feeling unjustly treated after receiving several pinches, lamented, "If it doesn't exist, then it simply doesn't. Why resort to violence? That hurts, you know." Indeed, it seemed that boys and girls were ill-suited for playful interactions. At that moment, a girl approached with her arms crossed, whimpering softly. The group exchanged glances between the girl and the object in Ron's hands, and comprehension dawned upon them. Without hesitation, Ron tossed the object away. "Don't throw it carelessly." "It landed on my head." One protested. "I don't want to hold it." "Neither do we. Whoever called for it should take responsibility." Another chimed in. "Exactly. If you don't want it, I suppose I could take it, even if it is a bit too large. Just go away." Mia received yet another slap. Chapter 18. A Unique Entrance. As evening descended, the train finally arrived at the station, gliding to a stop. The dim lights on either side cast an aura of mystery, hinting at the unknown magical world that lay just beyond the amber glow. Accustomed to the train's gentle sway, the solid ground felt somewhat foreign beneath Mia's feet. The night was anything but tranquil, with the chatter of young wizards echoing around her. A sea of black uniforms blended the students into the surrounding darkness. Mia and her companions donned their school uniforms, the retro design of the long robes evoking a sense of novelty in Mia. Harry, in particular, found it remarkable. Having previously worn Dudley's excessively oversized garments, this was his first set of new clothes. Only Ron appeared discontented, an unmistakable air of dissatisfaction surrounding him. "What's the matter?" "You'd better secure your belongings," Mia teased with a mischievous grin directed at Ron. "This will have to wait until you return it to its rightful owner." Harry chimed in with a sly smile. "Stop making fun of me. First, your students, over here." A resonant voice captured the attention of the young wizards, who turned to look, much like a group of groundhogs peering out. Upon spotting the imposing figure, Mia instantly recognized Hagrid. "All new students, come with me," Hagrid called out, catching sight of Mia and Harry, winking at them. Of course, in the twilight, his beetle-like little eyes went unnoticed by Mia and Harry. The new arrivals followed Hagrid in a line, resembling a brood of newly hatched ducklings. In the midst of the crowd, Mia spotted Hermione, who undoubtedly noticed him as well. Yet that haughty little witch feigned ignorance. Ever since he successfully located Neville's toad with the summoning charm, Hermione resembled a defeated rooster. Mia, having turned the tide in his favor, secretly reveled in his triumph. Under Hagrid's guidance, the young wizards traversed a somewhat winding path, their only source of illumination emanating from the lamp in Hagrid's hand. In such an atmosphere, the little wizards were preoccupied with hushed whispers. After walking for a while, the crowd suddenly began to stir. Mia was walking when she unexpectedly collided with the back of the person in front of her, immediately sensing another individual crashing into her from behind. In an instant, the crowd descended into chaos. "What is happening? Why has everyone stopped? Oh dear. Don't rush from behind. Who is tugging at my pocket?" observing the little wizards entangled in a heap due to her abrupt halt. Hagrid felt a twinge of guilt and shrugged sheepishly. After a considerable moment, the throng finally settled down. Mia removed the shoe from her head, while Harry extricated himself from another armpit. Ron instinctively checked his pocket, only to realize with dismay that something was amiss. Oh no, it was gone. Whose garment is this? He exclaimed, noticing its diminutive size. Not mine. Nor mine, came the replies. It's mine. Ron's face flushed crimson as he snatched the item and hastily shoved it back into his pocket. You're just so loud. It's quite bothersome. All right, everyone. Let us settle down. Hagrid's imposing stature and resonant voice swiftly commanded the attention of the young wizards. In days of yore, the 4 founders of Hogwarts arrived at the castle by boat. Thus, it has become a cherished tradition for first-year students to traverse the waters to the castle, retracing the founders' footsteps. Each boat accommodates only 4 individuals, so I advise you not to overcrowd. It would be unfortunate if it capsized. With that, the bank erupted into a flurry of activity as the young sorcerers eagerly selected their preferred vessels. Most of the unfamiliar wizards opted to board boats with companions from their previous compartment. Mia and her companions were in a similar predicament. Hermione, hearing her name called. Hermione turned to see Mia waving at her. There's still a spot available here. Upon noticing those 3 peculiar individuals, Hermione felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. With the 3 of them in the same boat, why did it always feel on the verge of capsizing? Reluctantly, Hermione shook her head. I'll look elsewhere. Seeing Hermione's reluctance, Mia merely waved her off dismissively. After a moment, Mia glanced at Hermione, who stood beside the small boat, and asked, Are you here to find toads again? The night concealed the blush that crept onto Hermione's cheeks. There was nowhere else to go. Thus, the 4 of them reunited once more. Just as they were about to embark, a chubby boy came running towards them. Wait for me. I have no other place to go. Observing the boy's awkward demeanor, Mia sighed. Well, come aboard then. Neville nodded gratefully at Mia and stepped onto the boat. Instantly, the vessel sank slightly under his weight. Hey, mate. I'm afraid your physique may be a bit of a concern, Ron exclaimed dramatically. Neville grew increasingly flustered, his head nearly drooping in embarrassment. Perhaps I should seek another place after all. Hagrid is all alone. You might find his boat, which is nearly flooded, even more precarious, Harry suggested. Never mind. Just come along. The small boat immediately became crowded. Mia sat at the edge, gripping the boat's railing tightly. Observing Mia's efforts to refrain from encroaching upon her space, Hermione felt a surge of gratitude. It seemed that this fellow possessed quite a gentlemanly demeanor. Mia, we must not come into contact. If we do, we shall lose. It is imperative that this fellow does not crowd me. To create space for Neville, Ron had no choice but to sit upon Harry. Thank you, Harry. I hope I am not too heavy. Do not cast me any suggestive glances. Turn away. How bothersome. Beside them, Neville shyly scratched his head, remarking, These individuals are rather nice. Thus, the small vessel, bearing the weight of 5 souls, began to sway gently as it glided across the serene lake, riding the waves. With the night shimmering into a pool of evening stars. Mia. Harry observed the rising waterline with concern. Are we sinking? Fear not. We are protected by magic. It is merely a minor issue, came the reassuring reply. Moments later, Mia. Harry began to scoop the encroaching water, exclaiming, The water is coming in. We are truly sinking. It is not a significant problem. We can manage. After a while, Mia gurgled, We are in serious trouble. We may need to panic. Help? On the shore, Hagrid watched with a resigned expression as the 5 were pulled from the water, drenched and forlorn. My toad has vanished again, Neville lamented, his face ashen. The group resembled a collection of drenched chickens. Mia never anticipated that such a vast Hogwarts could possibly lack a boat. It was indeed astonishing to realize that the future great wizard arrived at Hogwarts in such a manner, a rather ignoble chapter in history. How vexing. Hermione, standing nearby, was evidently quite frightened and trembling slightly. Do not fear. It is all over now. Noticing Hermione's continued shivering, Mia rummaged through her pocket and offered, Here. A birdie bots every flavor bean. Have one. Thank you, Hermione replied, almost cracking a smile at Mia's unique method of consolation, and she felt considerably better. No need for thanks. Just eat it. It might ease your discomfort. Hermione popped it into her mouth and inquired, By the way, what flavor is this? I have no idea. Chapter 19. The art of magical exchange upon tasting the indescribable flavor of the birdie bots every flavor bean. Hermione grasped the unfortunate truth about the peculiar entity named Mia Shamir. Noticing Hermione's silence, Mia decided against further conversation. Was she upset due to the unpalatable bean? There was little he could do about it. If it were delightful, he would have consumed it himself long ago. As a single Bertie Bott's bean was placed upon his tongue, it marked the beginning of a gamble. Who could fathom the outrageous flavors that the deranged manufacturers had concocted? At the very least, Ron had personally experienced the taste of a bean that resembled snot, though Mia pondered how Ron could possibly know what snot tasted like. After drying off a few drenched first years, Hagrid led the newcomers into Hogwarts. This castle bore the weight of history etched into its very walls. Every mark narrating tales of the ancient past. The flickering, warm glow of the firelight illuminated part of the castle, while the remainder remained shrouded in the shadows of time. At least from Mia's perspective, for a timid soul, wandering at night within these walls would be a most unwise endeavor, perhaps overwhelmed by the castle's imposing presence. The young wizards could only hear the sound of their own disordered footsteps, as if they were listening to the castle recount its own narrative. Eventually, Hagrid brought them before a colossal door, his fist rapped against the massive oak, producing a deep, resonant sound. Professor McGonagall, first-year students. Thus, the young wizards found themselves handed over to a woman clad in emerald green, her expression stern and forbidding. The aura she exuded left no room for conversation. Luffo. Watching Neville clumsily step forward to catch a toad, Mia felt a surge of anxiety for him. Professor McGonagall was known for her strictness. No one dared to breach her rules, not even students from her own house, who would find themselves losing points. The serious gaze McGonagall cast upon Neville indicated that this bumbling chubby boy had likely left a less than favorable impression in her mind. Mia distinctly observed Professor McGonagall casting a fleeting glance in Harry's direction, a mere cursory sweep of her gaze. This subtle look encompassed him and the others, leaving Mia uncertain whether there was any intentionality behind it. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall introduced the first-year students to the fundamental aspects of the Four Houses, issuing a command for them to await her summons before turning to return to the Great Hall. I heard Fred and the others say that the sorting ceremony involves battling a troll. Ron suddenly murmured, his face betraying apprehension. A troll? That sounds like a towering and ferocious beast, Harry remarked. Noticing Ron's affirming nod, Harry too began to feel a sense of foreboding. Mia was well aware that the ritual was merely a pretense, yet she chose to remain silent. Oh, how she incessantly murmured, as if casting curses upon someone. Ron subtly directed a glance towards Hermione, harboring a persistent belief that she was rather peculiar. Mia and Harry exchanged no words, for an insufferable individual had approached them once more. Oh, I heard someone fell into the water. Let me think. Who could be so unrefined as to be unsteady even in a boat? The moment Mia spotted the golden slick-back hair, she recognized it was Draco. We shall settle your accounts later. Draco, accompanied by two lackeys, cast a malevolent glance at several individuals, but his gaze faltered slightly when it landed on Mia. Harry Potter. I feel compelled to reiterate that one must exercise utmost caution in choosing friends, particularly avoiding the company of those who are rather unrefined. Draco's insinuation was unmistakable. Faced with such insolence and arrogance, Harry exhibited no courtesy whatsoever. Casting a glance at Draco's outstretched hand, Harry had no intention of accepting it. You are correct. Hence, I choose with great discernment. Harry's countenance was taut, his demeanor unmistakably hostile. Draco's face shifted from pale to flushed, the humiliation of being publicly snubbed igniting his ire as he felt the weight of the surrounding gazes. Are you suggesting that you have chosen to befriend these Muggle wizards? Goodness, I must say, these individuals likely have no notion of what magic even is. Draco's expression twisted in disdain. Having lived a life of privilege, he had never endured such affront. Mia looked mockingly at the clownish Draco. Newly introduced to the world of magic, he was entirely disinclined to foster enmity with others. In his view, as long as one possessed value, any individual could become a friend. However, Draco's arrogance and his adulation for pure blood supremacy exceeded his expectations. Although he recalled this individual indulging in foolish acts that incited widespread animosity, he had hoped that reality would not reflect such exaggeration. Yet, the truth revealed that it indeed was as extreme as he had feared. What are you staring at? Noticing Mia's gaze, Draco became infuriated. Look away, you filthy mudblood. You probably don't even know the 3 unforgivable curses, do you? They are specifically designed to Malfoy. You've lost your mind. Ron interjected, stunned by the sheer rudeness of Draco's remark. I may not be fully acquainted with the 3 unforgivable curses. Mia's expression turned icy. His reluctance to engage in conflict did not imply that he would simply back down. But I am aware of the 4th unforgivable curse. What nonsensical talk is this? Draco scoffed. Don't believe me? Come closer, and I shall demonstrate. Draco, not being so foolish, instinctively recoiled. Mia's hand struck swiftly and forcefully, with a sharp crack. Draco's left cheek began to flush a deep crimson. Even if you do not approach, I shall demonstrate nonetheless. Observe how deeply I cherish you. The smile on Mia's face struck Draco as profoundly unsettling. A sense of numbness washed over him as he incredulously covered his face. You, how could you? Draco exclaimed. A mixture of shock and fury evident in his voice. My father has never laid a hand on me. At that moment, the grand doors of the great hall swung open, revealing Professor McGonagall. Instinctively, Draco was about to lodge a complaint, but was suddenly embraced by Mia. Her voice, laden with significance, whispered in his ear, Do you believe that if the professor learned that word had escaped your lips, she would first attend to whom? Draco's mind raced, and he felt a forced calmness descend upon him. Having endured the ravages of pure-blood wizards led by Voldemort, the current magical society was acutely sensitive to pure-blood ideologies. While many might harbor their own secret thoughts, few dared to utter outright declarations of pure-blood supremacy. Draco, having grown up in a prominent family, was well aware of this reality. What trickery are you playing at? Professor McGonagall inquired, her brow furrowed as she observed the two in their embrace. We are merely exchanging spells, Professor, Mia replied with an air of familiarity, resting her hand on Draco's shoulder. Draco has assisted me greatly. He truly embodies the essence of growing up in the magical world. Noticing the seemingly friendly glint in Mia's eyes, Draco begrudgingly nodded, stammering, Why yes, that's correct. Professor McGonagall scrutinized the pair with a skeptical gaze but chose not to press further. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. I expect no disturbances from any of you. Chapter 20. The sorting ceremony. The minor skirmish outside the Great Hall came to an abrupt halt with a single clap. This incident would undoubtedly become a topic of conversation for the young wizards in the days to come. As Professor McGonagall turned away, Mia's smile vanished as if it had been switched off. She shot Draco a cold glance before rejoining the crowd. Everyone, follow me into the hall. As the heavy oak doors creaked open, the ancient and majestic Great Hall unfolded before the young wizards. You were absolutely brilliant back there. Ron couldn't help but exclaim to Mia. Harry, standing nearby, discreetly gave her a thumbs up. Mia merely smiled nonchalantly. Draco's family's power was certainly worth leveraging. So even though he harbored no fondness for the individual, he had no choice but to include Draco in his list of potential allies from the outset. However, as things stand now, there is no longer an opportunity for exploitation. It seems he must now prepare for a battle of wits with Malfoy. This situation left Mia feeling somewhat helpless. As they entered the Great Hall, he felt a multitude of gazes directed towards them. He was uncomfortable under such scrutinizing and probing stares. If given the choice, he would much prefer the respect of the talented and the trepidation of the deceitful. The deeper they ventured into the hall, the more Ron's anxiety intensified. This tension was mirrored among the other young wizards. For frightening the newcomers with the sorting ceremony was a cherished tradition among Hogwarts alumni throughout the ages. Mia felt a twinge of anxiety. His nerves intensified at the prospect of encountering the legendary White Wizard. At last, he could no longer restrain his curiosity and cast his gaze towards the podium. In the central position, upon the grandest and most ornate principal's chair, he beheld the somewhat gaunt yet radiant old man. Mia felt an indescribable sensation within her heart. There was a palpable tension akin to encountering a formidable being, coupled with an unspoken yearning for that esteemed position. When Mia finally regained her composure, she hastily averted her gaze. It was best that such an unabashed scrutiny did not come to Dumbledore's attention. Mia, it appears he is observing me. Harry signaled for her to direct her gaze towards Dumbledore. Mia instinctively glanced again and immediately felt that Dumbledore was looking at him. I sensed it too. He seemed to be gazing at me. Ron leaned in closer. Was it merely an illusion? Mia dared not continue to gaze, fixing her eyes ahead, feigning nonchalance like the other young wizards. Even the prospect of being scrutinized by Dumbledore was something Mia had anticipated, given the myriad signs from before. It seemed he had been ensnared in Dumbledore's schemes long ago. She resolved to face it with composure. Those whom I have named, please step forward. Hannah Abbott. Mia then observed a somewhat timid girl stepping forward. The scene was nearly identical to that of her memories. Professor McGonagall placed the tattered hat upon the girl's head, and the largest crease in the hat began to undulate exaggeratedly. Hufflepuff. The hat declared loudly, prompting a fervent applause from one of the long tables in the hall. Over there, Professor McGonagall guided the girl, radiating warmth at that moment. The giantess was not at all as Mia had envisioned. Mia muttered intentionally under her breath. Ron, blushing, scratched his head. Fred and the others were teasing me again. Shortly thereafter, several young wizards ascended the platform. Lavender Brown, a girl who appeared to be quite lively, trotted up. She seems a bit peculiar, Ron whispered, under such circumstances. One should feel anxious. Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat swiftly rendered its decision. Wait. Suddenly, everyone turned their gaze toward Lavender. Miss Brown, is there a problem? Professor McGonagall inquired. If there is any disagreement with my judgment, it can be disregarded. For I am a hat that never errs. The Sorting Hat proclaimed loudly. Lavender fidgeted and scanned the crowd. Ultimately, Mia noticed her gaze distinctly linger on her, Harry, and Ron. I lost a piece of clothing on the train earlier. If anyone found it, I hope they can return it to me in person. After speaking, Lavender appeared to shyly chuckle a few times. Mia, however, clearly discerned her secret delight. Subsequently, Mia and Harry exchanged peculiar glances towards Ron, suggesting that an exceptionally dramatic encounter was about to unfold. Mia deliberately spoke in an ambiguous tone, reminding him to return the favor in person. Harry, with a knowing look, echoed her sentiments to Ron. Ron, appearing utterly bewildered, ultimately shrugged in resignation. As they observed Lavender bouncing towards the Gryffindor table, Professor McGonagall silently shook her head. Draco Malfoy. Slytherin. The Sorting Hat had barely grazed the golden-haired boy's head before it decisively declared the result. Ron Weasley. Ron hesitated as he approached, feeling uncomfortable under the collective gaze of the crowd. Ah, yet another Weasley. It is quite evident. Gryffindor. Ron sighed in relief as he made his way to Gryffindor. Harry Potter. Upon the utterance of this name, the great hall fell into an immediate hush. All eyes were suddenly riveted upon Harry. Even the steadfast Dumbledore straightened slightly in his seat. As Harry donned the Sorting Hat, anticipation surged among the students. Every house hoped that the chosen one would join their ranks. However, the Sorting Hat lingered in silence, musing instead of announcing Harry's destination, much to the growing excitement of the onlookers. Gryffindor. The hall was momentarily silent before it erupted into a cacophony of cheers that nearly lifted the roof. With enough determination, the Sorting Hat can indeed be swayed, Harry whispered intentionally to Mia as he passed by. Mia Shamuel. With no time to observe Dumbledore's reaction, Mia stepped forward. As the hat settled upon her head, a sudden wave of nervousness washed over her. Where would she be placed, given her ability to speak Parseltongue? Slytherin was a strong possibility. However, as a studious individual, Ravenclaw also beckoned. Hey, kid, you're overthinking. A voice resonated from above. It was the Sorting Hat. Am I disturbing your analysis? Mia silently mused. No, not at all. I am the greatest of hats, came the response from the Sorting Hat. It seemed that this hat could indeed delve into thoughts. Mia cleared her mind, striving to avoid any thoughts of memory. Which house do you think I am suited for? She suddenly inquired. Oh, it is rare for a first year to engage with me at this moment, I replied. In light of your politeness, my initial judgment leans towards Slytherin. Initial judgment? Indeed, I instinctively wish to declare you for Slytherin. However, I have just realized you possess several other qualities. Your thirst for knowledge would certainly endear you to Ravenclaw. Your audacity in pursuit marks you as a quintessential Gryffindor. And your sense of fairness might also qualify you for Hufflepuff. Yet, if I may be candid, how does your impartiality fare? Those with exceptional talent often harbor a degree of arrogance, yet to treat others as mere pawns. Tut, tut. You are either an extraordinary genius or a presumptuous fool. The Sorting Hat spoke with great clarity. Others in the hall began to take notice of Mia. Have I been up here for that long? Harry nervously asked Ron, wishing fervently that Mia would be sorted into his house. Longer than you. He would be a hat's embarrassment, exclaimed a boy with similarly red hair, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. He is my friend, Ron declared proudly. Oh, spare me. Someone is gilding the lily, came a serious retort from another redhead. Quiet down. It was Percy, the diligent prefect. The two boys each chimed in, causing Percy's face to flush. Meanwhile, up on the platform, Mia continued her dialogue with the Sorting Hat. Are you saying I could actually belong to any house? That is one way to interpret it. But you cannot belong to all houses, as I cannot slice you into quarters. Ignoring the Sorting Hat's dry humor, Mia suddenly asked, which house did that girl, Hermione Granger, go to? Oh, do you have an interest in her? The Sorting Hat ignited a fervent fire of gossip. Mia could not help but roll her eyes. If you merely read my thoughts, you would understand. No, no, no. If the truth were always so easily discernible, where would be the joy in that? So let your words be what they will. He, the Sorting Hat chuckled playfully. Which house did she end up in? In that case, I must lend you a hand. That girl has been sorted into Gryffindor. I must say, your judgment is rather commendable. Where? Before the Sorting Hat could elaborate further, I interjected, Gryffindor. What? TSK, you child. The Sorting Hat grew impatient, raising its voice. I reiterated, G-R-Y. FF. Ender. Thank you, I replied, and without waiting for the Sorting Hat's response, Mia swiftly removed the hat and dashed toward Gryffindor. A resounding applause erupted from Gryffindor. Eh? The Sorting Hat appeared bewildered. That's not what I meant. Is there a problem? Professor McGonagall inquired. The Sorting Hat stammered. Nothing. Those pesky little imps. Chapter 21. Hogwarts. Mia hurriedly approached the Gryffindor long table, fearful that the Sorting Hat might have a change of heart. Mia, we are in the same house, Harry exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. Upon their first meeting, Harry had felt that Mia was perhaps one of the few genuinely good souls in this world. Having long been bullied by his peers, he had come to regard Mia as a significant friend. We have Potter and another hat trick. The two exuberant boys caught Mia's attention. She recognized them as the mischievous Weasley twins, and their playful antics infused the Gryffindor atmosphere with a lively spirit. Mia experienced a profound sense of belonging. For him, the choice of academy held little significance. In the absence of other influencing factors, he would have opted for Slytherin, where students excelled at rallying around the powerful and forming alliances. Such a collective would afford Mia the opportunity to engage with individuals of greater worth. It is worth noting that the majority of the aristocracy attended Slytherin. However, when it comes to value, who could rival the chosen one? After all, he had the formidable Albus Dumbledore backing him. Even in defiance of over 100 school rules, he could still secure the House Cup. Coupled with his already strained relations with Malfoy and his lack of any connections within the magical community, Mia resolutely chose Gryffindor. He began to look forward to treating the school rules as challenges. What is a hat stall? Harry inquired, just as Ron was about to explain. He was preempted by his two older brothers. It refers to those who make the Sorting Hat hesitate for 5 minutes. Each of these individuals is exceptional. The Weasley twins, in harmonious synchrony, elaborated on the concept. The headmaster? The one who brought you in. Harry glanced at Professor McGonagall, who was still presiding over the sorting ceremony. She appeared to be a rather stern professor. Ron immediately frowned, sensing that she might encroach upon their flying lessons. The twins exchanged knowing glances, their understanding evident. Indeed, she often does. We haven't had a flying lesson in ages. I've nearly forgotten what Quidditch is. Ron's face fell completely at this revelation. She seemed distinctly unacquainted with the sport of Quidditch. Mia nearly succumbed to laughter. It is essential to recognize that the characteristics of the 4 houses at Hogwarts are no trifling matter. As the head of Gryffindor, the seemingly stern and austere Professor McGonagall is, in fact, a fervent Quidditch enthusiast. The mischievous twins exchanged knowing grins. Soon, the last student found their way to their respective house. Standing as the headmaster, Dumbledore delivered a remarkably brief address. In essence, he cautioned against venturing into the Forbidden Forest and advised against traversing the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor. Familiar with the narrative, Mia understood that this was akin to Dumbledore covertly urging Harry to venture into the Forbidden Forest and explore the right corridor on the 3rd floor. It was evident that he intended to accompany Harry on this escapade. To obtain the Philosopher's Stone, one must first reach its concealed location. Whether or not they could secure it remained uncertain. For the sake of her family's longevity, Mia was willing to embrace danger. As for the Forbidden Forest, she had no desire to frolic there as a first year. After all, Voldemort was lurking about, seeking unicorns for a kiss. Afterward, they were treated to the twins' mournful rendition of the school song, and the feast commenced in earnest. With a gentle wave of his hand, Dumbledore conjured an abundance of delectable dishes upon the table. The cuisine at Hogwarts is truly unparalleled. Mia genuinely wished to commend the house elf responsible for the culinary delights at Hogwarts. Observing Ron beside her, he was devouring a chicken leg with such fervor that it seemed he might swallow his own tongue. Mia cast a glance at the steaming cup of milk on Harry's table. Harry, would you like some milk? No, thank you. All right, thanks. With that, Mia swiftly took Harry's milk and gulped it down in a few hearty swigs. Ah? Harry stared in astonishment at Mia, whose lips were adorned with a ring of milk. Is it really like this? Nestled within Mia's sleeve, little Tom was also relishing the moment, savoring pieces of jerky with delight. Observing Mia's contented expression after claiming Harry's milk, Hermione could only shake her head in exasperation. What a remarkable creature. Mia glanced at Harry and Ron, then at Hermione, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, they were all present. With the assembly of these 3, Gryffindor could officially be renamed to Gryffindor -1. Just as the young wizards were relishing their meal, Ron suddenly let out an exclamation of surprise. Mia observed a ghastly visage protruding from the table. Suddenly, a multitude of gray, semi-transparent specters surged into the hall, instilling considerable dread among the first-year students. Good evening, Sir Nicholas, Percy greeted politely. Ah, good day to you, though I am far from well. My application to join the Headless Hunt has been declined once again. Sir Nicholas donned a sorrowful expression and prepared to drift away. Ah, I remember now. You are the legendary Nick who almost lost his head? Ron exclaimed in delight. Indeed, that is me, though I prefer to be addressed as Sir Nicholas. Almost lost your head? Hermione inquired, puzzled. However, before she could elaborate, Mia swiftly covered her mouth. I advise you not to ask if you wish to enjoy your meal. Flushed with embarrassment, Hermione freed herself from Mia's grasp, fuming, I detest Shamuel's lack of boundaries. Sir Nicholas shrugged nonchalantly, many are curious, there is no harm in demonstrating. With a chorus of screams and retching, Sir Nicholas detached his head and reattached it. This year's students are rather commendable. 3 fewer have vomited than last year. Sir Nicholas remarked with satisfaction. I have a question, Mia suddenly interjected. Please, go ahead, child. Will you lead the charge? Lead the charge? What do you mean? Just like this, Mia mimicked the action of removing one's head. Ah, you clever child. Yet, it does appear quite imposing. Thank you for the suggestion. It may indeed garner the Headless Hunt's admiration. After Sir Nicholas departed, the young wizards found their appetites diminish significantly. The head-detaching spectacle had cast a considerable shadow. Once the meal concluded, Prefect Percy escorted the Gryffindor students to their tower dormitory. Mia, too, encountered for the first time the dormitory matron depicted within the painting. Throughout the journey, Harry was utterly astonished by the animated portraits and the staircases that shifted unpredictably. Such phenomena are commonplace in the wizarding world, as Ron elucidated, serving to commemorate those who have passed away through their moving likenesses. It's truly marvelous. Harry couldn't help but exclaim. Mia spoke to Harry with utmost seriousness. Once you have passed, I shall create a moving portrait of you. Thank you, but that won't be necessary for now. Chapter 22. The night at Hogwarts. What delighted Harry even more was that he shared the same dormitory with Mia. Furthermore, Ron and Neville, who had also tumbled into the water with them, were present. Harry felt that his destiny had irrevocably transformed since his arrival at Hogwarts. Fortune had smiled upon him. It was no small feat, as they were but a group of 11-year-old children, yet they had left their homes behind. Mia spent about a month alone in the Broken Cauldron and found it rather unremarkable. Harry, on the other hand, had grown accustomed to solitude, even perceiving the absence of the Dursleys as a blissful liberation. In stark contrast, Ron and Neville were tormented by homesickness and fear, tossing and turning on the ship, unable to find rest. The small bed creaked incessantly, likely due to Ron's 8th restless turn. Mia silently counted, the sounds around her rendering sleep elusive. Only Tom, the little nocturnal creature, was full of energy, restlessly crawling around her pillow. Frustrated by her inability to sleep, Mia let out a sigh. Mia, are you also awake? Came Harry's voice. The day's experiences and the uncertainties of the future whirled endlessly in Harry's mind, leaving him wide awake. I'm not quite accustomed to this canopy bed. Ron chimed in, lifting his head. Every time I close my eyes, I feel as though my grandmother is coming to tuck me in, Neville added, turning over. Observing that none in the dormitory were asleep, Mia decided to sit up. How about I tell you a few stories? Is it from the collection of the Tales of Beedle the Bard? Neville asked. My grandmother used to read them to me, but that was long ago. No, Mia replied mysteriously. Would you like to hear a ghost story? To be honest, I'm a bit scared, Ron said, wrapping himself tighter in his blanket. But if there are no spiders involved. I haven't heard a ghost story yet. Harry, equally excited, sat up like Mia. All right, then I'll tell you the tale of the cat-faced old woman. One story led to another, until the rhythmic sound of Neville's snores marked the conclusion of their ghostly gathering. In truth, these ghost stories weren't so frightening after all. Ron burrowed deeper into his blankets, covering his head. Sleep now. Good night. Mia gazed alone at the unfamiliar drapery. She had never experienced such a life before. How wonderful it would be if it could continue in this splendid manner. Mia pondered deeply, yet his thoughts gradually drifted towards the Philosopher's Stone. He harbored a plan to steal it. Although this endeavor appeared daunting, he felt compelled to attempt it for the sake of his family's lives. In truth, the scheme was quite straightforward. He would shadow Harry, infiltrate the trapdoor guarded by the 3-headed dog, and seize the stone amidst the ensuing chaos. Until then, he was powerless to act. No matter how formidable his magical prowess, it would be futile, for he aimed to procure the stone from the hands of Dumbledore and Voldemort. Thus, he could only play the role of a cunning thief, waiting for the opportune moment. The narrative had yet to advance to the stage of perilous challenges. So his primary task was to bide his time while striving to enhance his abilities. Strengthening himself was essential. He wished to no longer be a timid and furtive thief. In his strategy, the first step was to learn a few practical defensive spells. While the conflagration charm was undeniably effective, it was also excessively volatile. He couldn't simply incinerate someone over a mere disagreement, could he? Although such an act might bring him a sense of exhilaration, it was, after all, unlawful. While he might not be overly concerned with legality, his power had yet to reach a level that would compel the Ministry of Magic to yield to him. Thus, formidable dark spells like the unforgivable curses were not his immediate priority. The disarming charm was far more suitable for his current circumstances. It could incapacitate adversaries without leaving him vulnerable to legal repercussions, alleviating any concerns about subsequent consequences. Harry, the so-called savior, wielded the disarming charm with such ease that he ultimately triumphed over a certain bald foe's killing curse. Evidently, the disarming charm was indeed a novice's spell of divine efficacy. Other spells, such as the petrification charm and the stunning spell, were also available. The realm of magic was vast and plentiful, but to master it, he needed to find a place for practical application. Mia suddenly thought of a place that was utterly perfect, the Room of Requirement. In this school, apart from Dumbledore, no one else seemed to know the location or the means of entering this enigmatic chamber. It was indeed the most ideal venue for practicing magic. The mere thought of being able to hone her magical skills there filled Mia with anticipation. Thus, amidst boundless daydreams, Mia gradually drifted into slumber. Little Tom gently poked her forehead and then nestled into the covers beside her. In her dreams, Mia envisioned her mother. Her mother appeared quite upset, as if she were trying to convey something important. Mia listened carefully and realized it was a voice urging her, "Wake up, or you shall be late." Mia suddenly opened his eyes, gazing out at the sunlit window, and his heart sank with a jolt. He immediately rolled out of bed and seized Harry's wrist, eager to check. However, the electronic watch on Harry's wrist refused to illuminate, rendered inoperative by the overwhelming magic of the wizarding world. Mia urgently exclaimed, "Hurry up. We shall be late." There lay Ron, entirely cocooned in his blanket like a caterpillar, writhing a few times before falling still once more. Neville, with his eyes shut, murmured, "Toilet, toilet, I've found it." "No, don't pee." Mia hastily stepped forward and pinched Neville's nose, then shouted at the other two, "Get up quickly. We have Professor McGonagall's class soon." Upon hearing this, Harry sat up while Ron peeked out from under the covers. The group then embarked on a heart-pounding sprint. Damn these moving staircases. When I become headmaster, I'll tear them all down and replace them with elevators. Mia, with one hand clutching her backpack and the other grasping Harry, who in turn held on to Ron, who was firmly gripping the flustered Neville, orchestrated a thrilling parkour performance on the moving staircase. "I am a diligent student. I cannot afford to be late." Mia gritted her teeth, her face contorted with determination, and suddenly called out, "Run faster, or I shall have you all." The portrait exclaimed, "Goodness, these youngsters." At last, as Neville successfully slipped his arm into his sleeve, they arrived at the entrance of the classroom. Mia took a deep breath to steady herself before stepping inside. Harry and his companions hurriedly adjusted their attire, with Ron pulling out a sock that had inadvertently lodged itself in his waistband and stuffing it into his pocket. Upon entering the classroom, Mia felt a chill as she noticed it was filled to capacity. Casting a furtive glance at the cat perched on the podium, she lowered her head and cautiously made her way to her seat. "Fortunately, we ran fast. We were almost late," Ron exclaimed upon entering. Hermione, observing the last-minute arrivals, shook her head in exasperation. "Whose cat is that?" Ron pointed to the tabby on the podium. Then, to his horror, the tabby leapt and transformed into Professor McGonagall. "Help? It's an old cat lady," Ron gasped, his face pale as he stumbled backward. "Mr. Weasley, could you please compose yourself?" Professor McGonagall chastised him sternly. "Buy Merlin's lace undergarments." Ron murmured, his face ashen upon realizing it was indeed Professor McGonagall. "Should I turn one of you into a pocket watch to ensure you don't arrive late?" she inquired. "Preferably not an electronic one," Harry muttered. Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze instantly fell upon Harry, rendering him unable to lift his head. "I'm sure you can find your seats. Back to your places. Class is starting." Chapter 23. Transfiguration. Class transfiguration is an exceptionally rigorous branch of magic. Any misstep may yield unpredictable consequences. Thus, if anyone disrupts my class, I shall kindly ask you to leave. The notorious Professor McGonagall, famed for her strictness at Hogwarts, lived up to her reputation, silencing the young witches and wizards from the very first lesson. Transfiguration, as the name suggests, involves transforming an object into a desired form. Both living and inanimate entities may undergo this metamorphosis. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall tapped a small mouse on the desk with her wand, uttering, "Vera Verdo." As the incantation concluded, the mouse transformed into a cup before the astonished eyes of all present. While this feat may not rival the transformation of a cat into a human, it nonetheless elicited gasps of admiration from the young wizards. The key points of this lesson are inscribed on the blackboard. You may begin copying them down, the professor instructed, and with a flick of her wand. The previously blank board was suddenly filled with dense writing. The classroom was soon filled with the sound of scribbling. As the young wizards copied the notes, Professor McGonagall elaborated slowly. The essence of transfiguration lies in change. To transform a matchstick into a needle, one must first comprehend the structure of both the matchstick and the needle. Without this understanding, transformation becomes unattainable. Thus, the efficacy of magic is greatly influenced by the caster's mindset. This notion resonated with Mia, who had discerned this truth during her solitary studies at the Leaky Cauldron. She recalled attempting to cast the petrification spell while envisioning levitation, only to see the object merely wobble in the air without any sign of being petrified. Professor McGonagall continued. In addition to having a thorough mental grasp of the object's structure, it is paramount to possess unwavering conviction during the casting process. Hesitation leads to errors in transformation. Mia nodded vigorously, recognizing that magic is indeed a profoundly subjective phenomenon. Just like a newborn wizard, who, despite lacking any knowledge of spells, can inadvertently affect objects around them during moments of intense emotion. She remembered vividly how Harry, when pushed down by Dudley at the zoo, had caused the glass to vanish in a fit of rage, allowing Dudley to have a rather extreme encounter with a python. Remarkably, despite struggling to master even the levitation charm at Hogwarts, he had managed to make the glass disappear without wand or incantation. This observation suggested that magic stems from the innermost thoughts of an individual. The challenges faced during magical studies, particularly in achieving the desired results, often arise from insufficient focus. This is especially true for wizards from Muggle backgrounds, for whom transforming objects into stone or animating stones defies conventional logic. This phenomenon can also be observed among those born into the magical world. For instance, prior to learning the petrification spell, they may not have experienced the act of petrification, leading to inevitable hesitation during casting. Comprehensive practical training allows wizards to gradually familiarize themselves with magic and cultivate the mindset necessary for effective spellcasting. Therefore, ample practice accelerates mastery of spells. Mia contemplated the Chamber of Requirement, a place that manifests objects according to one's needs. For instance, it could conjure training dummies. An invaluable resource indeed. It is noteworthy that even the students of Hogwarts seldom have the opportunity to practice magic in a practical setting. Having access to the Chamber of Requirement grants him more opportunities than his fellow wizards. If he devotes additional time to practice, his growth will undoubtedly surpass that of his peers. Coupled with his innate talent, he might even attain the prowess of a professor before graduation. As everyone finished copying, Professor McGonagall waved her hand, and a matchstick appeared on each desk. The task for this lesson was to transform the matchstick into a silver needle. They could begin now. And if anyone had questions, they were welcome to ask. The young witches and wizards in the classroom immediately began to scrutinize the matchstick before them. Gazing at the matchstick, Mia glanced toward Hermione's direction. Indeed, Hermione was looking back at him, their eyes filled with a sense of challenge. The new round of academic rivalry was about to commence. Mia smiled with confidence, humming to herself, "I can effortlessly conjure silver needles. I am truly confident, exceptionally confident." Mia continuously whispered self-affirmations, striving to swiftly immerse herself in the desired state. Then, with a deliberate flick of her wand toward the matchstick, arcane energies gradually enveloped it. The match upon the table trembled faintly before abruptly falling still. Mia stared in bewilderment at the matchstick, which remained unchanged, wondering if there was no effect. The silent competition with Hermione was beginning to make him anxious. Meanwhile, Ron, who was wildly waving his wand beside him, made Mia worry about the possibility of being poked in the eye. Mia endeavored to calm his emotions, continuously envisioning the silver needle in his mind. Silver needle, silver needle. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, his thoughts were persistently invaded by the image of the near-mutilated object. Shaking his head to regain clarity, Mia focused on conjuring the silver needle. At the moment of utmost concentration, he waved his wand once more. This time, with unwavering determination, he envisioned the transformation of a matchstick into a silver needle. The match on the table was enveloped in magical energy, and to his astonishment, it began to be molded and stretched like clay by an invisible force. Its surface gradually became smooth and glossy, one end sharpening into a fine point. Professor McGonagall, passing by, noticed this remarkable scene. Delight enveloped her, yet she remained silent, standing quietly behind Mia to observe. As the matchstick transformed into an almost indistinguishable replica of the silver needle he had imagined, Mia did not hastily conclude his endeavor. Instead, he steadied his focus, believing he could achieve even greater results. He envisioned a small eyelet for threading and intricate patterns adorning the needle. At that moment, Mia was wholly absorbed, resolutely determined to embellish the humble silver needle with exquisite designs. Under his command, the magic flowed continuously, akin to a pair of great hands kneading the silver needle. Suddenly, Mia sensed a disturbance in the magical energy, akin to a speeding car losing traction. The magic spiraled out of control. Gazing at the final form of the silver needle, Mia sighed in disappointment. How could he have failed? The patterns had begun to emerge smoothly, faint imprints were visible on the silver needle. Yet, the failure was abrupt and disheartening. Mr. Shamiel had successfully transformed his matchstick into a silver needle. While Mia pondered this unexpected turn of events, Professor McGonagall gleefully picked up the silver needle Mia had conjured. Not only had it been completed with remarkable swiftness, but it also bore visible patterns. Quite impressive. Professor McGonagall, usually stern and unsmiling, displayed a palpable satisfaction. Having taught many cohorts, Mia was the fastest to metamorphose the matchstick into a silver needle. Beside her, Hermione gazed in disbelief at the silver needle in McGonagall's hand, then cast a forlorn glance at her own matchstick, which had barely transformed. In this contest, she had undoubtedly lost. Gryffindor earned 5 points. Chapter 24, Potions Class. Until the end of Transfiguration Class, only Mia had flawlessly met Professor McGonagall's expectations. Aside from Mia, only Hermione managed to induce some changes in her matchstick, albeit far from Mia's level of success. Nonetheless, Hermione received praise from McGonagall for her efforts. Given the intricate and rigorous nature of transfiguration, it was commendable for a novice to effect any transformation within a single class. Harry and Ron, too, had not left empty-handed. Harry sighed while observing his matchstick, which had only slightly sharpened. Ron, on the other hand, glared in frustration at his immobile matchstick. Change. 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 Ron fervently waved his wand. Are you Weasleys abandoning wizardry? Who would have thought someone could wield a wand like a mere stick? Draco, who had also managed to induce some changes in his matchstick, was eager to find confidence from Ron. As for Mia, he instinctively overlooked the unfolding drama. A person who resorts to violence at the slightest disagreement was far too frightening. Let me see what you've done to that poor matchstick, Draco said, brimming with arrogance as he approached. As he waved his wand, Ron felt as if he had poked something soft. Suddenly, a scream erupted from behind him. Ah, my eyes! Draco cried out, clutching his face, tears streaming uncontrollably. I'm going to tell my father. Mia observed Draco, who was dashing out of the classroom while whining, and mused whether he was merely trying to be amusing. You see, I told you that would poke someone in the eye, Ron remarked innocently, shrugging his shoulders. Their next class was potions, necessitating a descent to the lower levels of Hogwarts, as the potions classroom was situated there. Suppressing his current urge to visit the room of requirement, Mia followed Harry and the others while deep in thought. What had caused the sudden fluctuation in magic earlier? However, he remained highly focused, thus maintaining a clear command over his magical abilities. He was acutely aware that he had not exhausted his magic nor experienced any cognitive dissonance. The fluctuation seemed to have arisen spontaneously, leading to his failure in transfiguration. He vividly recalled the sensation of having ample energy yet struggling with his movements, akin to wearing ill-fitting clothing that restricted his limbs. With such contemplations, they arrived at the potions classroom, this time without tardiness. The potions professor, Severus Snape, was the head of Slytherin House. Perhaps due to the Slytherin dormitory being located in the depths of the castle, the potions classroom was also situated in the lower levels. The atmosphere here was quite dim, and the proximity to the Black Lake rendered it rather damp. Some inquisitive young wizards had already discerned that Snape's strictness was on par with Professor McGonagall's. Even more daunting was Snape's unabashed favoritism towards his own house. Mia was acutely aware that from this lesson onwards, Harry and Ron would be forever haunted by the shadows of Potions class and Severus Snape. Their shared history of unrequited love for Harry's mother, Lily, intertwined with a bitter rivalry with Harry's father, would undoubtedly cast a pall over their interactions. As for Harry, who bore only his mother's eyes while resembling his father in every other aspect, he could expect no warmth from Snape. Bang! As Mia pondered, Snape abruptly entered, making a striking entrance. There is no need for you to flail your wands foolishly or to recite incantations aimlessly. Thus, I presume that not many of you can truly appreciate the profound science and intricate craftsmanship involved in potion making. However, for those few who genuinely possess such inclinations, I can teach you the art of mind manipulation. Casting a glance at Draco's entranced expression, Mia discerned that this fellow shared certain unsavory traits with Snape. Mia held deep admiration for Snape's unwavering devotion, as well as his resilience and bravery in bearing the brunt of blame. However, it was undeniable that he could, at times, be quite malevolent. Noticing Snape's occasional glances toward Harry, Mia found herself mourning for Harry. She understood that Snape was yearning to glimpse those eyes that mirrored Lily's. Yet Harry merely offered him the top of his head in response. Engrossed in fervent note-taking, Harry was determined not to fall too far behind. Having witnessed the formidable prowess of Mia, the academic prodigy, in the previous class, Mia nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the seriousness of the matter. She glanced around, noting the remnants of chaotic thoughts and bewildered senses that had earned a reputation. Indeed, she had chosen to recall some inconsequential details. "Mr. Potter," came Snape's voice, and instantly, the eyes of the classroom converged upon Harry. Mia confronted Harry, admonishing him to cease his writing. Harry gazed in bewilderment at the towering figure of Snape. Those eyes, those very eyes that visited him nightly in dreams, now loomed so close. Yet, the visage before him rendered Snape akin to a gem embedded in a mound of excrement, or a delectable dish sullied by a green fly. There were scarcely words vile enough to encapsulate Snape's current sentiment. However, a face in his peripheral vision caught Snape's attention. It seemed familiar. Upon noticing Snape's gaze upon him, Mia felt a twinge of surprise. Snape was convinced he had encountered this face before. Moreover, upon seeing it, he was invariably flooded with an unsettling mix of dread, hatred, and loathing. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. He unearthed a memory of a face strikingly similar. Although he had seen that face only a handful of times, and it had become grotesquely distorted from excessive dark magic, he would never forget it. It was the owner of that face who had brought about Lily's tragic demise. Mia keenly observed the subtle shift in Snape's gaze. This left her even more perplexed. She was certain she had never encountered Snape before. How could he regard her with such an unmistakably unfriendly look? Could it be that, although Mia had her suspicions about her origins, she had yet to ascertain the truth? Now, it seemed that only that very speculation could elucidate the nature of Snape's current expression towards her. Mia's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this fellow would take out his frustrations on him over a mere boiled egg? Quite likely. "Mr. Potter, please enlighten me. What would occur if I were to add daffodil root powder to an infusion of mugwort?" Harry shook his head in bewilderment. Seated to his left, Hermione immediately raised her hand high. "Don't know? Then allow me to inquire further. If I were to seek a piece of Dunkstone, where should I look?" Harry shook his head once more. "What is the distinction between the aconite and the wolfsbane?" Harry continued to shake his head. While Hermione seemed on the verge of standing up to answer, Snape maintained a stern expression, remarking, "Such a pity. It is evident that mere renown is insufficient. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Potter?" At this moment, even Harry, in his naivety, could discern Snape's deliberate targeting. Clearly, Hermione knew the answer. It was indeed a true pity not to let her respond. Mia directly exclaimed that the old buddy was truly formidable. Harry's action immediately elicited a chorus of light laughter from the classroom, while Draco wore an expression of gleeful malice. Mia silently mourned for Harry. The atmosphere was tense. Snape maintained his impassive demeanor, though the palpable shift in his mood suggested an even more foul temperament. "Very well, if that is the case, let us summon Mr. Samuel beside you to respond." "Me?" Mia, suddenly called upon, felt a twinge of helplessness. It seemed he had indeed been swept up in the animosity directed towards the classroom. Fortunately, prior to this moment, he had nearly memorized the entire textbook for potions, having also committed a considerable portion of the advanced material to memory. Mia responded with an air of nonchalance. "The essence of daffodil roots and wormwood infusion can concoct the potent hellish potion. One can seek out fecal stones within the stomach of a goat." Both aconitum and wolfsbane refer to the same plant, collectively known as aconite. Such seemingly simple knowledge rolled off Mia's tongue with ease. The young wizards of Gryffindor looked at Mia, secretly delighted, anticipating an increase in their scores. Meanwhile, Draco wore a glum expression. A brief silence enveloped the classroom. Snape's deep voice reverberated through the air, akin to black velvet, yet his words swiftly soured Mia's mood. "Did I inquire about such matters?" The classroom fell into an even deeper silence, and Draco's eyes sparkled with surprise. Mia felt a surge of discontent, yet managed to suppress it skillfully. He was not yet at the stage where he could challenge the professor. Suddenly, Snape approached. His voluminous black robes resembling those of a great bat. He halted before Mia, his malevolent gaze piercing sharply into Mia's face. He intended to scrutinize this visage, to ascertain whether it matched his recollections. Then, "Pray tell me, Mr. Shamir, what kind of flame remains unquenchable and devours endlessly?" Upon hearing this, Mia furrowed his brow. Did this pertain to potions? Yet, observing Snape's penetrating stare, Mia understood that this man was intent on provoking him. Fiendfire. If one desires to induce a biological explosion, which curse might one employ? The blasting curse. Snape's expression darkened further, his tone elongating ominously. Are you familiar with the 3 unforgivable curses? I am. Then, what is the incantation for the killing curse? Such a question instantly froze the atmosphere within the classroom. Young wizards from wizarding families found their breaths becoming slightly hurried. Even those of Muggle descent, unfamiliar with the unforgivable curses, were struck by fear at the mere mention of that incantation. A sense of alarm surged within Mia, compelling him to instinctively utter the incantation. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. That incantation was certainly not something to be spoken in the presence of others. Moreover, he was merely a first-year student of Muggle origin. While he was aware of the 3 unforgivable curses, how could he possibly know the incantation itself? He had forgotten that Snape was a master of the mind-blocking arts. With such profound expertise in mental occlusion, it was inevitable that he would be equally adept at legilimency. Just moments ago, he feared he may have already been affected. I apologize, Professor, I do not know. Mia averted her gaze and replied decisively. Snape remained silent for an extended period, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. Mr. Shammel's knowledge was indeed profound. After uttering this remark, Snape turned and returned to the lectern. As a consequence of the Gryffindor students' defiance towards the professor and their audacity, 5 points would be deducted from their house. The Gryffindor students immediately let out a collective sigh of discontent. Harry, filled with indignation, was restrained by Mia. Mia was well aware that once Snape began to nitpick, he would not relent easily. Draco, nearby, was nearly laughing with delight. The potions class was particularly arduous, a sentiment shared by nearly all the Gryffindor students. As soon as the bell rang, they hastily escaped the classroom. How could he do this? Harry grumbled in frustration as he walked. I was nearly petrified with fear. He was clearly intent on causing you trouble. Ron echoed his anxiety. Having endured countless veiled insults from Snape throughout the lesson, Neville fared even worse. Already anxious, he faltered under the oppressive gaze of Snape, who exuded an aura of resentment. Making numerous mistakes, he was on the verge of tears, utterly dejected. Hermione, clutching her books, passed by and approached Mia, noting, "It seems he is targeting you. You should exercise caution." Mia nodded kindly at Hermione, sensing the girl's goodwill. With the conclusion of potions class, the first day of lessons came to an end. While several students rested in the Gryffindor common room, Mia chose to depart alone. He made his way directly to the 8th floor of the castle, where he beheld a tapestry adorning the wall. The tapestry depicted a group of trolls alongside a human, all the trolls donned in peculiar ballet costumes, evoking the impression that the human harbored some unusual fondness. The 8th floor was nearly devoid of human presence, allowing Mia to proceed without fear of being discovered. Recalling the necessary steps, he knew he merely had to pace back and forth 3 times before the tapestry entitled Trolls Fooling Barnabas, harboring a desire in his heart. For the room of requirement to manifest itself, Mia diligently followed the instructions, her mind incessantly pondering the need to find an appropriate space for practicing magic. After passing the tapestry 3 times, she was met with a resounding rumble. Gazing at the wall, she beheld the gradual emergence of a grand doorway silhouette. The outline became increasingly distinct, and in a moment of reverie, a true door materialized before her. As if responding to his silent call, the door slowly creaked open, accompanied by a thunderous sound. Upon Mia's entry, the door gently closed behind her. The interior space was vast, appearing as though it existed entirely apart from the castle itself. The towering dome above left her calves aching from the strain of looking up. After taking a few steps forward, Mia discovered a circular arena. The walls were adorned with mirrors, and several figures wielding wands stood poised within the space. It was evident that this place was exceptionally suited for the practice of magic, as if it had been meticulously tailored for her needs. Mia stepped onto the arena, where the mirrors adorning the walls allowed him to observe his wand-wielding movements with remarkable clarity. This facilitated an adjustment in his posture. Gazing at the effigy, Mia raised his wand and uttered the incantation, "Disarm." In an instant, a crimson beam struck the effigy, causing the wand it held to plummet to the ground. Mia, however, remained unsatisfied. It is important to recall that the Harry of her memories possessed the ability to wield the disarming charm, effortlessly summoning his opponent's wand into his grasp. Moreover, during the final confrontation, he even managed to seize Voldemort's wand, despite the latter's considerable frailty at that time. A wizard of Voldemort's caliber, even in a weakened state, is not easily vanquished by a mere young sorcerer. At that point, Harry had yet to graduate. The potency of spells varies significantly depending on the wizard's strength, for instance. Mia's current killing curse might merely cause superficial harm to an ordinary wizard, yet against Dumbledore, it would only serve to flake away a bit of his skin. Therefore, her current disarming charm falls far short of the prowess Harry exhibited in his 7th year. What she must achieve now is to at least propel the wand a considerable distance. With a focused thought, the wand returned to the puppet's hand. Mia made another move. Thus, he commenced his repetitive practice. Chapter 26. The flying lesson. Rubbing his slightly sore arms, Mia cast a glance at the magical hourglass beside him. He had been practicing for at least 3 hours, and even the sturdy metal dummy bore the marks of his efforts, now pockmarked and dented. Yet, with merely a thought, the dummy returned to its pristine state. Reflecting on the day's practice, Mia realized he had made considerable progress. While he had not yet mastered the disarming charm to the extent of challenging Voldemort, he had certainly improved to the point where he could send an enemy's weapon flying a good distance away. At the very least, he was no longer in danger of having someone retrieve their wand with a mere bend of the waist. However, he also encountered a troubling issue. The occasional casting of spells was manageable, but as he grew more adept and sought to advance further, that sense of blockage reemerged. Though it did not render him incapable of wielding magic, the feeling of having power yet being unable to utilize it was quite vexing. Deep in thought, he found himself at a loss, as everything appeared to be in order. Yet, the anomaly of his magical prowess was undeniably real, prompting him to seek counsel from a professor. The headmaster was not easily accessible, and typically, Mia preferred to avoid the enigmatic figure altogether. Severus Snape was even less approachable. The man was merciful enough not to actively impede him. Hogwarts boasted a wealth of experienced faculty, including the Transfiguration Master, Professor McGonagall, and the dueling expert, Professor Flitwick. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick's charms class was just around the corner, presenting an opportune moment for inquiry. With these thoughts in mind, Mia departed from the room of requirement. He navigated the exit from the 8th floor with caution, wary of colliding with any professors and facing the need for explanation. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, he encountered Ron and Harry. It appeared these two had spent the afternoon idly passing the time. "Mia, where have you been? We haven't seen you all afternoon," Harry remarked. Looking at him. "You lost again," Ron added wearily. "Mia, you're just in time. Come play wizard's chess with us." Harry's skills are abysmal. Feeling called out, Harry sheepishly scratched his head. "I'm still a novice." Mia observed as Ron's queen on the chessboard swung a chair and shattered Harry's piece into smithereens. Ultimately, the broken pieces magically restored themselves and shifted aside. "You haven't mentioned where you went this afternoon," she remarked. "I spent the entire time in the library." Mia wagered that those two sluggards likely didn't even know the library's location. Ron, with a look of sheer incredulity, exclaimed, "I can hardly believe there is anyone besides Granger who would venture to the library at the start of the term." "I was in the library, but I don't recall seeing you," Hermione's voice chimed in just as she appeared at the door. Caught gossiping. Ron felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he glanced around nervously. "Is that so? Perhaps the place where I was is not easy to find," Mia offered dismissively. Hermione, not pressing further, cast a glance at the ferociously dawning wizard's chess and then turned away, clutching her books as she made her way towards the dormitory area. Mia suddenly caught up. "I have a question." "What question?" Although the two were currently in a subtle rivalry, Mia's desire to consult Hermione would not be met with refusal. At least, compared to those two idlers, Mia shared more common ground with her. "When you practice magic, do you ever feel a sense of power without a place to channel it?" "Power without a place to channel?" Hermione replied, puzzled. "What exactly are you working on?" "The disarming charm." Hermione's expression shifted to one of exasperation. "That is not a spell that can be learned in the first year. I have only encountered it in the library up to this point. What we should be focusing on now is building a solid foundation. We must not always be enamored by the allure of powerful magic and aim too high." Mia suddenly felt that perhaps she should not have approached Hermione, as this individual could chatter incessantly the moment she opened her mouth. "You surely weren't in the library this afternoon, were you?" Upon witnessing Hermione's all-knowing gaze, Mia could only sigh, acknowledging that this person was truly not easily deceived. "I knew it all along. In any case, I believe it would be wise for you to diligently spend more time in the library to solidify your foundation. Furthermore, practice some basic spells." Mia rediscovered the familiar sensation of her mother's incessant nagging, and her patience wore thin. "I concurred that practicing some self-defense spells would be of great benefit to you. I would like to recommend the disarming charm. Hogwarts is a bastion of safety." Hermione was poised to continue her lecture, and I believe that under Dumbledore's protection, Hogwarts was indeed the safest place, rendering the urgency to practice such spells unnecessary. I trust you not at all, Mia murmured under her breath. After all, a Dark Lord was nurtured here, and incidents occurred year after year, indeed. The most perilous places are often deemed the safest. What did you say? Hermione inquired, having not quite caught Mia's mutter. Nothing. I must take my leave. Thank you for your response, Mia swiftly replied, eager to escape further admonishment. Truly, it seems that boys should maintain a safe distance from girls. Watching Mia hastily flee, Hermione huffed in defiance before turning away. The following morning, as the first hoot of an owl echoed through the great hall, all the young wizards eagerly anticipated what was to come. In the next moment, a flurry of owls burst into the room. Mia eagerly received the letter from the owl's beak and, after offering the creature a small morsel of meat, she hastily tore open the envelope. It was the first time her family had sent her a letter, and her curiosity was piqued to discover its contents. The first letter was from her mother, who devoted much of her writing to inquiring about Mia's well-being, offering her numerous pieces of advice, and concluding with the comforting news that her father's health had improved. Mia eagerly tore open her father's letter, which likely inquired whether she had been bullied, followed by a reiteration of her promise to heed his advice and focus on her recovery. The heavy burden in Mia's heart finally lightened a fraction. Ultimately, it was from Muse, and Mia found herself intrigued by what that fellow had penned. Upon opening it, she glimpsed a single line: drink more milk and strive to grow taller. How typical. Mia knew that this fellow had little of substance to offer. Your family has written you so many letters, remarked Harry enviously. He observed Ron receiving today's newspaper and Neville being gifted a memory ball from his grandmother, while he himself had nothing at all. Then again, it was unlikely that anyone would send him a letter. Even if the Dursleys wished to berate him, they wouldn't bother to write a letter specifically for that purpose. Mia discerned Harry's sentiments and deliberately tempered her joy. Harry picked up Ron's newspaper and asked, "May I take a look?" Of course. The moving photographs on the newspaper filled Harry with wonder, although the portraits at school also had the ability to move. Witnessing such a magical occurrence on a familiar newspaper was something Harry found difficult to acclimate to. Prominently displayed in the center of the newspaper was a striking headline: Gringotts Vault 713 robbed? Harry confirmed several times, "Isn't that the vault Hagrid took me to?" Mia also took note of the contents of the newspaper, which stated that nothing had been stolen from the vault, as its contents had already been removed earlier. It appeared that the Philosopher's Stone was indeed involved. Just as he recalled, Dumbledore had dispatched Hagrid to retrieve the stone and bring it to the castle. Preparations for the impending challenges were in order. On their way to flying class, Ron displayed considerable enthusiasm, which in turn ignited a flicker of anticipation in Harry. Ron's mentions of broomsticks and Quidditch piqued Harry's interest. He recalled seeing the new model, the Nimbus 2000, in Diagon Alley, pondering that he might never possess such an exquisite broom in his lifetime. The young wizards assembled in two neat rows, and the flying instructor, Madame Hooch, approached briskly. Indeed, she appeared to be the frail physical education teacher. "Now, everyone, do you see the brooms on your right? You may attempt to place your hand upon them and say, 'Up, let us begin.' It is said that the quicker the broom leaps into your hand, the greater your flying talent. I wonder what my flying abilities are." Mia mused to herself. "Up," Harry called, and to his astonishment, the broom flew into his hand almost immediately. "Well done." Madame Hooch praised him, leaving Harry somewhat incredulous that he had successfully summoned the broom. Observing Harry's success, Mia decided to give it a try. "Up," she commanded, but the broom remained motionless. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she noticed that apart from Harry, none of the others had managed to summon their brooms either, which eased her spirits somewhat. "You did quite well too." Mia glanced back, only to discover that Draco had succeeded. Draco couldn't help but smirk, casting a casual glance at Mia. Could he endure this? "Up, broom." Still no response. "Get up for me." "Up, broom. Come on." As the broom remained obstinately still, Mia grew increasingly impatient. He subtly observed Madame Hooch, then quietly summoned his magical energy. The broom levitated into his hands, buoyed by his spell. "Humph, broom. Oh dear." Casting another glance at the smug Draco, Mia revealed a mischievous grin. "Wingardium Leviosa." Suddenly, Draco's companion's broom soared into the air. "Are you seeking death?" Draco exclaimed, pressing his forehead in frustration. Ron watched from the side, chuckling foolishly. "Look at Draco, how foolish he is. At least I won to get hit on the head." "Up." Ultimately, the young wizards managed to clumsily coax their brooms into their hands. This time, both Harry and Draco stole the spotlight. "In a moment, I will count to 3. And you shall gently leap upwards. Do not take it upon yourselves to fly before I have finished counting. Otherwise, you can forget about playing Quidditch. Only those who fly on their own accord will be punished? What if the broom decides to fly by itself? What? Like this. Neville trembled as he clutched the broom, which had already lifted him off the ground. Longbottom, come down immediately. It's not your turn to fly yet. Madam Hooch shouted in exasperation. I don't want to. But Neville's face is ashen with fear, and the broom keeps ascending higher. Longbottom, get down. Help. In the blink of an eye, the broom whisked Neville away. The young wizards began to stir in a frenzy. Poor Neville, caught in the fierce wind, could barely open his eyes, clinging desperately to the broom. His heart raced uncontrollably. As Neville soared perilously past a statue wielding swords and spiraled around the tower, the professors and young wizards below could only stand by helplessly. Mia gazed helplessly at Mrs. Hooch, questioning whether a professor was truly incapable of intervening in such a dire situation. The broom soared low with Neville aboard, hurtling straight toward the crowd. The young wizards emitted terrified shrieks. In truth, this was the most opportune moment for rescue, provided the professor could halt Neville's reckless flight. At such a velocity, Mia found herself powerless to impede the broom's course. Just as the other young wizards fled in panic, Mia observed Mrs. Hooch deftly evade the situation with a perfectly executed flying maneuver. The enchanted broom, carrying Neville, soared swiftly along the wall, only for Neville's garments to become ensnared by the spire, resulting in a perilous free fall. The faces of numerous young wizards turned ashen at such a height. Neville was certain to meet a grim fate. Fortunately, during his descent, he was fortuitously caught by a protrusion, which diminished his velocity. Seizing this opportunity, Mia drew her wand. Wingardium Leviosa. Magic surged forth, aiming to catch Neville. Maiaton was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense burden, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Is there anyone who can assist me? At that moment, his strength was only sufficient to slow down Neville's descent, but he could not halt it entirely. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione's voice rang out beside him, and Maiaton noticed her straining to hold her wand aloft. The weight he bore lightened somewhat, yet it remained insufficient. Hermione's power was still too feeble. We'll help too. Harry sprang into action, raising his wand. What spell are we supposed to use? Ron scratched his head, deep in thought. Was it Wingardium Leviosa? Upon hearing this, Mia looked at Ron in horror. She then watched in disbelief as a cow was ejected from Ron's wand, causing him to fall to the ground due to the force of the recoil. Duong, Neville tumbled down. Mia and Hermione felt an immense sense of relief. The other young wizards stood helplessly by, for they had yet to formally learn the levitation charm. Only these two had mastered it, able to wield it at will. Neville, pale-faced, trembled as he lifted his gaze, wondering if he had perished. Softly, he began to notice that his perspective was gradually ascending. Oh! Looking down, Neville spotted a cow, which seemed to be observing him as well. Thus, he cried out, "Help! Help!" as Neville was whisked away by the cow. Mia could only lament the unfortunate fate of her companion. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, heralding Madam Hooch, who was pursuing them on her flying broomstick. From a distance, she shouted a warning, "No reckless flying, or else." What was that fellow babbling about? Draco remarked with a smirk, relishing the spectacle. His cronies exchanged mischievous glances, shaking their heads in amusement. Draco stepped forward and picked up Neville's memory orb, wearing a mocking expression. Do you recall that silly expression he had just moments ago? Perhaps if I squeeze his memory orb, he might just remember how to land on his backside. Draco's laughter was laced with malice, and his followers joined in, chuckling in agreement. Malfoy, that's Neville's memory orb. Return it. Unable to tolerate Draco's mockery any longer, Harry intervened. Draco cast a disdainful glance at Harry. Oh, I think not. I shall hide this trinket. If Longbottom has the skill, let him search for it himself. With that, Draco mounted his broomstick and took off. Having practiced flying at home, Draco deftly ascended into the air, executing a sharp turn before raising an eyebrow at Harry in a challenging manner. Harry, unable to endure the provocation, recalled how he had once stood up to Dudley at the Dursleys. Emulating Draco, he mounted his broomstick. Wait. Hermione rushed forward to halt Harry. Consider Madam Hooch's warning. Moreover, you have no idea how to fly. Mia also remarked that it would be best not to engage in a battle of wits with him at present. In truth, Mia had no intention of dissuading Harry. Firstly, she knew it would be futile, and secondly, she was aware that this encounter would earn Harry the admiration of Professor McGonagall. She would not play the role of an unwitting saboteur. Harry made no attempt to persuade the two, instead choosing to ascend on his broomstick with a stern countenance. Enveloped in silence. What a fool. Hermione was utterly speechless. Harry soared into the sky, and after a brief standoff, Draco flung the ball away, prompting Harry to dart after it without hesitation. Draco smirked, reveling in his apparent triumph. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall was in her office, reviewing documents. Straightening her back, she cast a glance at the dusty Quidditch trophy, unable to suppress a sigh. It had been ages since they last claimed a trophy. They had fallen to Slytherin, then to Hufflepuff, and subsequently to Ravenclaw. There was scarcely any defeat left to endure. With a sigh, she lifted her gaze and spotted Harry, who was deftly capturing a ball mid-air on his broomstick. Just as he was about to collide with the window, he executed a remarkably graceful maneuver, halting abruptly. This display left Professor McGonagall astonished, causing her to remove her glasses. As she observed Harry soaring away, a spark of brilliance ignited in her eyes. Surely, she had not misjudged. It must be Harry. This was likely his first encounter with a broomstick, and yet he exhibited sheer genius. Professor McGonagall could almost envision the day when the Gryffindor Quidditch team would once again hoist the trophy. No, with such a gifted player, the trophies for the next 7 years would undoubtedly belong to Gryffindor. McGonagall was now brimming with excitement. Harry waved his hand in triumph, victorious. The young wizards of Gryffindor flocked around him, as if welcoming a hero. They had all witnessed Harry's impressive display, and even those unfamiliar with flying could discern his remarkable prowess. Harry cast a provocative glance back at Draco, silently challenging him. "Do not revel in your triumph." Draco scowled. His face darkened with unspoken schemes. Regardless, his expression was particularly irksome to Mia. Mia's hand, concealed within her sleeve, wielded a wand that she waved incessantly. Draco's broom suddenly slipped from his grasp, striking him repeatedly on his golden hair. Ouch! Observing the frantic flight of that fellow, Mia became increasingly exhilarated, her wand waving with growing fervor. "I strike, I poke, poke again." Draco scurried away, clutching his head. "Ouch, that hurts. Help." As he witnessed the broom's increasingly erratic movements and glanced at Mia's ever-flapping sleeve, Hermione quickly discerned that Mia was up to mischief, particularly upon seeing Mia's increasingly maniacal grin. Hermione discreetly distanced herself from her. How could one single levitation spell be wielded so absurdly? Chapter 28. The corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor having been chased away by the rampaging broom, Draco fled. While Neville was finally rescued from the clutches of the small bull by Madame Hooch, and Harry was taken away by the suddenly appearing Professor McGonagall. Before departing, Harry's ashen visage made Mia stifle a laugh. Surely, Harry wouldn't be expelled, would he? Ron looked on with concern. "Let's wish him luck." Mia was completely unconcerned. He understood that Harry had turned misfortune into fortune. As expected, when Harry returned, he brought news that he would be the Seeker for Gryffindor. A Seeker. Never before had anyone achieved such a position in their first year. Ron's eyes widened with excitement, clutching Harry as though he had discovered an extraordinary treasure. Professor McGonagall echoed this sentiment. Yet, Harry's face bore little joy. He was uncertain of his own capabilities. It had been a day of dramatic highs and lows, initially. Professor McGonagall had brought him to meet upperclassmen wood, and Harry had thought she intended to find a piece of wood to strike him with. As for the role of Seeker, he, who knew little about Quidditch and had never even touched a broomstick before, felt unworthy of such a title. "Do not fret at all," Hermione interjected. "You might not be aware, but unaware of what?" Ron asked, perplexed. Hermione led them to a display case, a place where the honors of the school were showcased, and where students who had breached school rules were often assigned to polished trophies as punishment. She pointed at one of the medals. "Look, your father was once the finest chaser for Gryffindor." Harry stared at the familiar yet alien name on the medal, astonished that his father, a figure who had only existed in his memories, could leave such a mark in this place. He felt that this might be the closest he had ever been to his father. Confidence surged within him, an unwavering conviction blossomed, compelling him to not disappoint his father. As they departed from that place, they encountered an unwelcome individual. "I heard you become the Seeker for Gryffindor?" Draco, sporting a bruised face, still commanded an imposing presence alongside his 2 lackeys. In truth, had Madame Pomfrey not expelled him from the hospital wing, he would have remained there for weeks. "It's none of your business," Harry retorted, casting a disdainful glance as he attempted to walk away. "Being a Seeker is quite the achievement, isn't it? How about a duel?" The group exchanged glances, contemplating ignoring him. "Fine," Harry replied, much to his surprise. Harry looked at Mia in disbelief. "Me? You choose the time, and we shall meet then." Mia disregarded Harry's confusion, provocatively glancing at Draco. Despite instinctively feeling intimidated by Draco, the latter could not suppress his delight at the thought of his scheme. "All right. Tonight, in the school corridor, we shall not miss each other." Draco's exultation was palpable, and Harry regarded him with contempt. He had no interest in dueling, aware that the so-called duel was merely a trap set by Draco. The intent was to lure Harry and his friends towards the third-floor room guarded by a three-headed dog. If Harry developed curiosity about that room, how could they proceed with their little adventure? Once Draco departed, Harry could no longer contain his curiosity and sought to inquire with Mia, only to be preempted by Hermione. How could you make such a foolish mistake? What if it's a trap set by Draco? If it had been their first encounter? Hermione's tone would surely have irked Mia. However, Mia had come to understand Hermione through his memories, recognizing her meddlesome nature was rooted in genuine concern. We shall turn the tables, he said. Turn the tables? Mia suggested they be cautious and avoid appearing first. If Draco doesn't tease show, we leave. If he does, then we shall quietly summon Filch. They had all heard tales of Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker known for his penchant for punishing students. The mere thought of Draco's predicament elicited laughter from Harry and Ron, while Hermione regarded Mia with exasperation. You cannot be serious, she remarked, though her conviction was waning. Mia shrugged, pondering whether it was truly wise to repay malice with virtue. Hermione was poised to retort, yet found herself at a loss for a counterargument, and let out a resigned sigh. That evening, Mia, Harry, and Ron stealthily slipped out of the dormitory. As they emerged from the entrance, they tread lightly to avoid rousing the dozing fat lady. Surely, we won't be caught by Filch, Ron murmured, a hint of apprehension creeping into his voice. He glanced towards Mia under the dim light, only to catch sight of a shadow lurking behind her. Ah, Ron exclaimed, dramatically widening his mouth in shock as he pointed at the figure behind Mia. His reaction startled both Mia and Harry. Keep your voice down, came Hermione's admonishing whisper. Why didn't you bring a light? Ron pressed, striving to lower his tone. What if we get discovered? Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation. Mia cast a glance at the plump lady depicted in the mural, and upon hearing the rhythmic sound of snoring, she felt a sense of relief. What are you doing here? She exclaimed. I have been waiting for you all this time. I must accompany you to prevent any mistakes that might lead to expulsion. Thus, the quartet made their way to the designated location. However, after a prolonged wait, they had yet to catch a glimpse of Draco. That rascal is indeed deceiving us, Harry exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. I told you, this could very well be a trap. Can we leave now? Very well. Yet, as they turned around, they found a cat with crimson eyes staring intently at them. Isn't that Filch's cat? Ron muttered. It appears so. Does that mean Filch is nearby? We should hurry. Reacting swiftly, Hermione seized Mia's hand and bolted away. Mia had yet to comprehend the situation when she was hastily pulled towards the moving staircase. As they set foot upon it, the staircase began to rotate. Fearing detection by Filch, they continued their frantic escape. However, as Mia observed the trajectory of the staircase, she realized that if they ascended, they would inevitably reach the third floor. Could it be mere coincidence? Before she could ponder further, they found themselves upon the third floor. In their desperate flight, they no longer cared about the floor number. Their immediate concern was to find a place to conceal themselves. For the cat had already leapt onto the staircase in pursuit. They pressed deeper into the dimly lit third floor, which appeared as though it had not been visited in ages, shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, as they arrived, the torches along the walls ignited, their flames drawing the attention of the feline predator. With no other option, they sprinted towards the end of the corridor. There, they encountered a locked door barring their escape. As the cat drew ever closer, Harry and the others frantically pounded on the door. Get away. Alohomora. Hermione incanted the unlocking charm, and the door swung open in response. Mia's eyelids twitched incessantly. Perhaps it would be wise not to enter. However, Hermione swiftly pulled the still chattering Mia inside, and the four of them took refuge together. You see, Hermione said, panting slightly, I told you that learning such minor spells would prove beneficial. She cast a glance towards Mia. Mia stared blankly at the three enormous heads. Can your little magic deal with this? She inquired. What? Look. The trio looked up. Chapter 29. Seeking guidance, the group returned to Gryffindor Tower. Their faces pale and shaken. Have the professors lost their minds? How could they allow such a terrifying creature to reside within the school? Ron exclaimed in distress, his words tumbling out in a flurry of indignation. Did you not notice? That monster is standing atop a trapdoor. It is evidently guarding something. Mia cast a glance at Hermione, marveling at her role as the intellectual pillar of their trio. She was able to observe even the most chilling circumstances with such meticulousness. In such a frightful and dimly lit moment, how could I have possibly focused on its feet? Did you all see it? It had 3 heads. As they spoke, they arrived at the junction between the boys' and girls' dormitories. Well then, before any of you concoct another scheme that might cost us our lives, or, worse yet, result in our expulsion from the school, I must take my leave and retire for the night." Hermione abruptly shut the door with a decisive snap. Ron, feeling indignant, remarked that she evidently had not grasped which outcome was truly worse. Upon returning to their dormitory, Harry remained lost in thought. "Mia, what else on your mind? What do you think lies beneath that trapdoor?" "How could I possibly know? I have a feeling it might be related to whatever Hagrid retrieved. Truly, Harry Potter, the savior." Mia mused. In her recollection, while Harry could be somewhat reckless, he frequently made sound decisions at critical junctures. What could possibly be down there that would relate to whatever Hagrid brought? Ron burrowed into his blankets, asserting that it was merely a testament to the professor's irresponsibility to confine such things within the school. "Well, that is quintessential Ron. Today is Halloween, and we also have a charms class." Mia had long intended to seek guidance from Professor Flitwick. During this period, he had consistently practiced magic in the room of requirement, leading a life that revolved around the classroom, dormitory, hall, and the room of requirement. This extensive training had indeed yielded considerable progress in his disarming charm, compared to his initial attempts, which could only cause a dummy's wand to drop at his feet. He could now manage to levitate a wand a distance of 3 to 5 meters. Each time, he endeavored to push his limits, feeling that his current abilities did not truly reflect his potential, as he always sensed an untapped reserve of energy within him. However, whenever he aimed to exert his full strength, his magical power would inexplicably spiral out of control, resulting in failed spells. Thus, he eagerly anticipated today as charm lesson. In the classroom, Professor Flitwick stood atop a high stack of books, ensuring he was not obscured by the podium. Levitation of objects is one of the fundamental skills that a wizard must master. Therefore, today's lesson would focus on the levitation charm. The incantation is Wingardium Leviosa, and I want you all to observe my wand movement closely. A flick, then a swish. You may practice with the feather on your desks. As Professor Flitwick encouraged the young witches and wizards to experiment freely, the classroom buzzed with activity. Due to his prior experience of summoning a cow and inadvertently sending Neville flying, Ron was hesitant to try. Meanwhile, Mia simply pointed his wand at the feather. The feather floated gracefully into the air under his control. "Mr. Mia, splendid work. 5 points to Gryffindor." Professor Flitwick appeared easily excitable, nearly tumbling from his perch in excitement. "Mia, why was I unable to do that last time and ended up conjuring a cow?" Ron inquired, drawing closer. "Well, I've encountered a similar situation." Mia recalled the cow that Hagrid had brought back to Hogwarts. It must have found a companion by now. Since arriving at Hogwarts, he hadn't had the pleasure of tasting beef. Those 2 little calves were likely well cared for by Hagrid. But why? That's because you mispronounced the incantation. If I remember correctly, the spell you uttered was Leviosum. Ron repeated Leviosa and Leviosum twice, furrowing his brow in confusion. "I feel utterly perplexed." "Don't worry. Just keep practicing." "All right." Ron turned his gaze to the feather on the desk and began to recite the incantation. Upon hearing this, Mia realized the emphasis was misplaced. Indeed, Ron failed to make the feather float. His typically unsuccessful attempts began to grow increasingly frantic. "Stop. Cease at once. Are you trying to poke someone's eye out?" Hermione intervened, halting Ron. Meanwhile, Draco, elsewhere, felt a dull ache in his eyes. "You can't even pronounce the accent correctly. It's nothing like you." Hermione's tone irritated Ron considerably. "Fine. Then why don't you cast it yourself?" Ron retorted. Hermione shot him a glance before directing her magic at the feather on the table. As she watched the feather rise gracefully, Ron lamented his oversight, having forgotten that she had previously performed this spell. Mia helplessly observed the 2 individuals who were clearly mismatched, casting a glance at Seamus seated beside Harry before subtly distancing herself. Seamus was nothing short of an explosive genius during their last gathering in the hall. In his attempt to conjure tea, he had inadvertently blown up the cup. As Seamus began to wave his wand with increasing fervor, Mia covered her ears and silently counted down in her mind. 3, 2, 1. Boom. After class, Seamus sauntered past Mia, his hair resembling a wild explosion. Mia turned to Harry, whose face was marred with soot. "That hairstyle is quite avant-garde." "Please, don't mock me, Mia," Harry replied, exasperated as he wiped his face. "I have a matter to discuss with Professor Flitwick. You 2 should head back without me." Mia endeavored to locate the professor. Yet she discovered that Professor Flitwick was nowhere to be found amidst the crowd. It had only been a brief moment. Surely the professor had not ventured too far? Moreover, aside from Dumbledore, no one at Hogwarts possessed the ability to apparate, leading Mia to believe that the professor must be in close proximity. Thus, she resorted to searching while calling out, "Is there something you require, Mr. Schammel?" Upon hearing the professor's distinctive voice, Mia scanned her surroundings, yet she could not spot him. Had she misheard? Was Mr. Shamil indeed searching for her? Mia glanced around once more, convinced that he had indeed heard the voice of the professor just moments ago. Mr. Shamir? Mia's heart skipped a beat. The voice resonated without revealing its source. Professor Flitwick truly exemplified mastery. A true virtuoso, indeed. Mia took a step back, only to feel a squishy sensation beneath her feet. Oh, my foot. Mia hurriedly looked down and exclaimed, I apologize, Professor, it was not my intention. Embarrassed, she wished she could disappear into a crevice of the earth. It's quite all right. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Yes. I have a question I would like to ask. Professor Flivy regarded Mia with a sense of comfort. He favored students who were both talented and inquisitive. Thus, Mia followed Professor Flivy to his office and recounted the dilemma she had encountered. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Flivy inquired, May I take a look at your wand? Of course. Mia handed over her wand, and the professor examined it intently for a considerable duration. As the seriousness of his expression deepened, Mia began to feel anxious. Such a pity, he suddenly remarked, shaking his head. What do you mean by such a pity? Mia asked immediately. It is unfortunate that I do not possess knowledge regarding wands. Professor Flivy replied with an apologetic demeanor as he returned the wand to Mia. I am afraid I did not discern anything. However, I suspect that your predicament may indeed stem from the wand itself. The wand? Yes. From my observations, your spell-casting process appears flawless. Moreover, the source of the magical fluctuations seems to originate from the wand. When one employs a wand that is not suited to them, spell-casting issues are likely to arise. At that moment, Mia recalled Ollivander's earlier cryptic remarks suggesting that this wand might not be the right fit for her. I am truly sorry, but this may be beyond my assistance. Perhaps you could consult Ollivander. He is the most renowned wand maker in Britain and might offer you some insights. Very well. Mia conceded reluctantly. Chapter 30. The onslaught. Mia departed from Professor Flitwick's office. Along the way, he encountered Hermione, though her demeanor appeared somewhat off. What troubles you? Mia inquired, halting the downcast Hermione who was obscuring her face. The muffled sobs indicated to Mia that she had been weeping. What is the matter? Mia found herself at a loss, unable to fathom the troubles that Hermione was facing. It's none of your concern, Hermione replied, her voice trembling yet resolutely turning away and distancing herself. Very well. Mia was not particularly inclined to comfort others. A good cry would suffice. However, the pumpkin head clutched in her classmate's hands reminded Mia that today was Halloween. If her memory served her well, a troll should indeed make an appearance in the girls' restroom at school today. Moreover, Hermione would be there as well. Although her recollections included Harry and Ron coming to find her, and their encounter turned out to be merely a close call, reality was, after all, starkly different. Even the slightest misstep could result in dire consequences. Hey, don't go crying in the girls' restroom in the basement, Mia called out to Hermione. As she gazed at the receding figure, she wondered if that fellow had heard her. Is there something amiss with Mr. Shamir? Upon glancing at the scene, Mia recognized the hesitant speaker as none other than Quirrell. He appeared visibly startled by the shout she had just unleashed. It's nothing, Professor, she replied hastily, eager to avoid any further interaction with Quirrell. After all, Voldemort was practically nestled in the back of Quirrell's head. With the combination of Parseltongue and Snape's reaction, Mia felt an increasing likelihood that she might share some connection with the Dark Lord. With a wizard of Voldemort's caliber, who could say whether he might possess some awareness of bloodlines? Thus, it seemed prudent to maintain a safe distance from him. Mia made her way directly to the wish fulfillment room, a place that had become as familiar to her as her own dormitory. Mia continued to practice the disarmament spell. Although Professor Flitwick had remarked that the wand was unsuitable, she remained undeterred in her efforts. Perhaps this was akin to weight training? In the short term, it would be impossible to seek out Ollivander. Furthermore, Mia pondered that even if she were to consult Ollivander, he might not offer particularly useful advice. After all, if he had a surefire method, she would not have needed to try so many wands during her initial purchase. Mia had lost count of how many times he had recited the disarming charm. This time, he endeavored to direct the puppet's wandasaur towards his hand. Although it did not land precisely in his grasp, its trajectory was correct, and it came within a distance of at least several inches. Achieving a breakthrough with the disarming charm, Mia finally felt a sense of accomplishment, albeit small. He had grown weary of uttering the incantation for disarming. To refresh his spirits, Mia decided to practice the petrifying charm. On Halloween, the castle was adorned with an abundance of jack-o'-lanterns and bats. Even the ceiling of the great hall had taken on a foreboding glow. The specters that drifted throughout the castle added to the festive atmosphere of Halloween. Ron was nearly too frightened to traverse the corridors alone. The group from the dormitory arrived at the Great Hall, where a sumptuous Halloween feast awaited them. Hogwarts was renowned for its exceptional cuisine. Although located in England, the culinary duties were not overseen by Englishmen but by the house elves of the castle. At the long table, Mia gulped down the milk from his cup in one go. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the absence of Hermione. Had she really retreated somewhere to weep? Have any of you seen Hermione? Mia inquired. I heard from Parvati Patil that she cried all afternoon, Neville replied. Surely she hasn't been in the girls' restroom the entire time? Mia wondered if Hermione would encounter a troll. Fortunately, she would not. But if not in the girls' restroom, then where could she be? Surely not in the boys' restroom? Coughing, Mia shook her head, dispelling those peculiar thoughts. Has anyone heard where she might be? It seems she is in the restroom by the bridge. She has been there all along. Ah, still in the restroom. The bridge was the one destroyed during the final battle. Indeed, it is a fitting place for those with a melancholic disposition. Of course, it also serves as a charming rendezvous spot for young couples. Mia had witnessed upperclassmen engaging in unsavory activities more than once. At that time, he turned away hastily, fearing the repercussions. How could these seniors behave in such a manner? Was it not better to diligently study magic? He vowed never to follow in their footsteps. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, a loud and abrupt sound of the door being flung open captured their attention. Alarmingly, a voice cried out, "There's a giant! There's a giant!" Professor Quirrell rushed in, breathless. The professors stood in astonishment, while Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Right there, on the bridge, Maitan was momentarily taken aback. How could a giant possibly be at the bridge? Wasn't it in the underground classroom according to his recollection? Just as he was pondering this, a thunderous clap of lightning shattered the atmosphere of the banquet in the hall. The young wizards immediately erupted into chaos, causing Ron to drop his chicken leg in fright. Silence. A voice, nearly as thunderous as the storm itself, instantaneously quelled the tumult in the hall. Dumbledore, seated at the head table, surveyed the room with an expression of calm. His voice resonated as if amplified, ensuring that every individual could hear him clearly. Head students, escort your respective houses back to the dormitories. All professors, proceed to the bridge. Dumbledore orchestrated the proceedings with an air of tranquility, as though no pressing matter had transpired. The head students promptly sprang into action, guiding their charges with urgency. At that moment, Maitan noticed Snape from the staff table, his countenance tense, slipping quietly through the side door. Harry seemed to have caught sight of this scene as well. Mia shook her head in resignation. It appeared that Snape's life of bearing the blame was about to commence. However, his current concern was not Snape, but rather Hermione, who was in the bridge corridor. We must go find Hermione, Harry declared resolutely. Mia pondered for a moment and then said, You three go inform the professor that Hermione is also at the bridge. I shall seek out Hermione first. Mia finished speaking and dashed away. Ron, you two go find the professor. I will accompany Mia to search for Hermione. After Harry spoke, he too took off. Neville, I will seek out the professor. You should join Mia and Harry in finding Hermione. Excellent. Everyone is eager to respond. To be honest, Ron felt a surge of fear. However, if he hadn't spoken ill of Hermione and made her cry at the end of today's charms class, this situation would not have arisen. In truth, Mia was also reluctant to take such risks. He believed that since the professor had already gone, there was even less reason for them to follow. Yet, given Harry's character, he feared there would be no way to dissuade him. To avoid chaos and numbers, Mia had no choice but to proceed alone, reassured that the professor would be present. Chapter 31, The Troll. With a clear objective in mind and unwilling to engage in a duel with the troll, Mia made a beeline for the restroom. As he turned a corner, he felt the ground tremble slightly and heard the creature's heavy breathing. In the next moment, a colossal shadow loomed upon the wall. Mia watched in silent horror as the enormous, menacing beast slowly entered the women's restroom. Mia nearly erupted in exasperation. Is there something wrong? Must one insist on barging into the ladies' restroom? Have they never visited a lavatory before? Wherever Hermione goes, there you must follow. Upon hearing the familiar shriek, Mia swiftly rushed forward. As she reached the entrance, she beheld the troll wildly wreaking havoc in the restroom. Mia hesitated for a fleeting moment. Mom and Dad, I did not intend to enter the ladies' restroom. Hermione was crouched amidst the rubble, clutching her head and screaming. At that moment, the troll had raised a wooden club, which was nearly taller than Mia herself, towards Hermione. Disarm. A crimson beam struck the troll's massive hand that gripped the club, although such a creature lacked magical abilities. Its tough skin and formidable resistance to magic posed a significant challenge. The disarming spell cast by Mia, which was already feeble, merely caused the giant's hand to loosen slightly. Sensing the impact upon its hand, the giant ceased its swinging motion and turned its gaze towards Mia. Seize the opportunity to escape, she shouted to Hermione. As Mia hastily retreated, for the giant had already brought its wooden club crashing down. The tremendous force drove the club deeply into the ground, creating a large crater in an instant. Mia's eyes twitched at the sight. Hermione was once again driven back into the corner, the poor girl startled into a scream. Please, don't scream, Mia shouted desperately at her. Unfortunately, the troll had once more turned its attention to Hermione. Harry and Ron, who had rushed over, were also struck with terror at the sight of the monstrous beast. Maya had no time to inquire why they did not seek out the professor, so she repeatedly cast disarming spells at the giant. Harry and Ron quickly grasped the situation, aware of their own limitations and magical prowess. The two began to gather stones and debris from the ground to hurl at the giant. Disarm your weapon. Disarm your weapon. How much more effective it would be to simply throw stones. Mia deeply regretted not having brought along the seamless retractable bag. Otherwise, she could have delivered a stunning blow to the individual who relished intruding upon the women's restroom. Indeed, the sound of the stone striking attracted the attention of the giant. Upon noticing the three persistent nuisances, the irate giant furiously swung its wooden club. The trio felt the very ground tremble beneath them, their fear of the giant intensifying. Seizing the moment, Hermione attempted to flee the restroom, but the giant's colossal form obstructed their path. After several unsuccessful attempts that only drew the giant's ire, the creature, frustrated by its failure to hit the three nuisances, decided to target a smaller insect nearby. The wooden club was raised menacingly. Observing this, Harry dashed forward and grasped the club, finding himself hoisted atop the giant's head. With a determined effort, he plunged his wand into the giant's nostril. The creature, struck by excruciating pain, began to thrash about in terror. Harry clung on desperately, but ultimately the giant wrenched him down, enraged and intent on crushing him with the club. The gust of wind from the swinging club rushed past Harry's head. Luckily, Harry reacted swiftly, curling his body to evade the deadly blow. Otherwise, it could have spelled his end. He needed to escape. The repeated contortions began to wear him down gradually. Mia raised her wand, and with a thunderous explosion, the vibrant orange magical light instantaneously shattered the wooden staff, sending splinters scattering in all directions. Mia, compelled by necessity, unleashed a malevolent curse. The splintered wooden staff succumbed entirely to the formidable grip of the giant. At a loss, the giant stared blankly at its own palm, bereft of its weapon. For the moment, Harry could cease his inverted sit-ups. Hermione. At Mia's urging, Hermione sprang to her feet and dashed forth. Only Harry remained. Just as Hermione reached the threshold, the giant suddenly swung a fist downwards. In an instant, Mia's body tensed as she dashed forward, pulling Hermione behind her. With a sudden flourish of her wand, debris such as fallen door panels and stones swiftly positioned themselves before Mia, barely intercepting the hasty blow from the ogre. Observing Mia's swift actions, Ron experienced a flash of inspiration. Wingardium Leviosa. At that moment, Ron was singularly focused on raising a door panel to strike the ogre and rescue Harry. Driven by Ron's fervent determination, the spell was successfully cast. Straining with effort, Ron lifted the door panel and struck it against the ogre's head. He nearly lost his grip, while the ogre merely shook its head, unscathed. The force was still insufficient. Upon witnessing this, Mia and Hermione immediately raised their wands and, in unison with Ron, lifted the heavy door panel. 1, 2, 3, strike. At Mia's command, the trio exerted all their strength. The substantial door panel, empowered by their combined magic, came crashing down upon the wretchedly small head of the troll. As the troll's eyes crossed from the impact, Harry found himself slipping from their grasp and fell to the ground. In a flurry of movement, he rolled and scrambled away in haste. Mia hastily pulled Harry backward as the giant collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. The group exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared relief at having narrowly escaped disaster. Is this creature truly dead? Ron hesitated to approach. No, it merely fainted. It still breathes. With a surge of courage, Harry extracted his wand from the giant's nostril, drawing forth a foul, slimy mucus. Ugh, how revolting. Mia watched in disbelief as Harry wiped the snot on his clothing. You, she stammered, momentarily speechless. Hearing a sob, Mia turned around. Initially intending to scold, she reconsidered, recognizing it was not Hermione's fault, and thus remained silent. Having reached safety, Hermione felt a delayed wave of fear and began to weep. Observing her distress, Mia clumsily emulated UJ's comforting gesture, patting Hermione's head. Don't cry. Everything is fine now. I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, it's good that you recognize it. Just don't let it happen again. Hermione's sorrow deepened. Remember to wash your hair. It's getting greasy. Hermione's buck teeth emerged in a pitiful display. Mia could not help but silently criticize the scene before her. It was truly unappealing, as girls seemed to pale in comparison to their mothers. The professors finally arrived, albeit belatedly. After searching the vicinity of the corridor bridge, they found no trace of the troll. Upon hearing the sounds of destruction, they hastened to the source. The sight of the fallen troll and the young wizard nearby left Professor McGonagall pale with fright. She could not bear to witness her students in harm's way. Her wand was drawn instantly. The troll had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Severus Snape, maintaining his composure, conducted a thorough inspection. Noticing that the four were unscathed, Professor McGonagall's expression softened considerably, only to be replaced by a surge of anger. You four had better explain why you were here. The four students bowed their heads, too intimidated to speak. Mia dared not utter a word. The wrathful Professor McGonagall was as terrifying as a mother in a fit of anger. It's because of me, Hermione suddenly exclaimed. Professor McGonagall gazed at Hermione in disbelief. Even Snape, who was not particularly fond of Hermione, displayed a look of confusion. It was my misguided belief that I could defeat the troll that led me here. They came to rescue me. Hermione took full responsibility upon herself. I can hardly believe it. I had always thought Miss Granger you to be a sufficiently rational student. Yet, unexpectedly, House Gryffindor has been penalized 10 points due to your foolish recklessness. Hermione lowered her head in silence. As for the three of you, I hope you understand how fortunate you are to have survived an encounter with a troll in your first year. Subduing a troll is an exceedingly rare feat, however. At the very least, to commend your bravery and sheer luck, each of you shall receive 5 points. Mia, hee. At that moment, the usually timid Professor Quirrell seemed so overwhelmed with fright that he collapsed onto the floor. Eventually, he was reduced to sobbing in terror. How dreadful. You're merely first years, Professor Quirrell lamented, growing increasingly distraught as he pulled his robe up to wipe away his tears. Mia observed as Chilo took the robe smeared with troll mucus and wiped it across his face. Oh no, what on earth are you doing? Why are your hands so quick? Chapter 32. Hagrid's hut. The troll's attack had not inflicted any significant harm upon the group. Rather, it had bridged the gap between them. At the very least, Ron no longer dared to speak ill of Hermione. In the days that followed, their daily classes were accompanied by Hermione's presence once more. However, Mia found herself somewhat exasperated as she spent her days immersed in the room of requirement. Meanwhile, Hermione, steadfast in her dedication to the library, seized every opportunity to drag Mia along with her. In Hermione's eyes, it was a lamentable tragedy that Mia, possessing such remarkable talent, had veered onto the misguided path of being seduced by power. At dinner in the Great Hall, a stack of books was piled on Hermione's left side. Clearly just returned from the library, Mia approached and took a seat across from her, having just emerged from the room of requirement. Since that fateful Halloween, he had finally grasped the essence of true magical combat. Some seemingly simple spells could, through deft application, yield remarkably pivotal effects. It was akin to the levitation charm he had employed to deflect the giant's fist. Although the levitation charm was merely a first-year spell, his instinctive use of it to gather scattered objects had saved his life. Furthermore, the genuine confrontation with the giant had unveiled the stark realities and harshness of this world. In comparison to the dangers he might encounter in the subsequent years, facing a giant was almost trivial. The opportunity for his growth had been exceedingly limited. Next year, a colossal serpent awaited them. If he did not train with doubled fervor, graduation would not be a certainty. After an afternoon spent reciting incantations in the room of requirement, Mia felt as though his lips were about to wear raw. Yet, it was evident that a certain young witch was unwilling to let him be. Hermione circled around and sat beside Mia, her expression one of accusatory inquiry. You've been practicing those dark curses again, Haven T.U.? It seemed that in Hermione's eyes, he had transformed into a villain, perpetually engrossed in the study of dark magic. Ever since she had witnessed him wield the thunderbolt explosion, she had assumed that his focus was solely on such spells. Alas, Mia possessed the desire to defend himself, yet lacked the will to voice his thoughts. Having exhausted himself practicing magic throughout the afternoon, in Hermione's eyes, his demeanor had become tacit acceptance. With a hint of frustration, she sighed heavily, then continued her earnest admonition. We cannot merely pursue power indiscriminately. The true essence of magic lies within the knowledge documented in books, she lectured. Ah, yes, indeed, Mia responded mechanically. Initially, he might have felt discontented by Hermione's somewhat self-righteous demeanor. However, through their time together, He came to realize that Hermione did not possess a wide circle of friends at school. Her eagerness to showcase her knowledge often alienated even her own roommates, who sometimes hesitated to be seen with her. Aside from them, Hermione had scarcely any friends. Consequently, she became overly invested in their opinions. This well-meaning young witch exhibited an excessive impatience regarding her friends' concerns, neglecting to consider their perspectives. Mia may find her somewhat bothersome, yet she does not harbor any animosity towards her. This is largely due to the fact that her beloved mother tirelessly attends to everyone at home each day. Consequently, Mia now perceives an increasingly profound maternal aura emanating from Hermione. This is utterly absurd. Are you even listening to me? Glancing at Hermione, who was about to encroach upon her space, Mia furrowed her brow and shifted away slightly. You cannot be this close. Humph. Hermione, interpreting this as mere indifference from Mia, indignantly turned her head away. Suddenly, she felt a few gentle pats on her head, the delicate touch reminiscent of that Halloween day. Don't be angry. Let's eat something quickly. After a day of studying, aren't you hungry? You need to replenish your energy. Mia eagerly took 2 bites of the beef before her and then sipped on the milk. Do you truly enjoy drinking milk so much? Hermione recalled how she always witnessed Mia consuming milk with fervor in the Great Hall. My brother claims that drinking milk promotes growth. Mia smacked her lips, still craving more. But did your brother mention that one should not indulge in dark curses? My brother is a muggle. He doesn't understand such matters. Mia's gaze shifted to the jug of milk on the table. Moreover, my brother also remarked that boys and girls should not get too close. Suddenly, Mia spoke earnestly to Hermione. Hermione pouted. You certainly have your fair share of nonsensical reasoning. At that moment, a gaunt figure was awkwardly assisted into the chair across from them by Ron. What happened to him? Observing Harry's frail limbs, Mia feared he might collapse right there. Harry appeared to lack the strength even to speak. Ron remarked, would had the Gryffindor team practice Quidditch for an entire afternoon. Harry was practically in the air the whole time, never touching the ground. Ron's eyes were filled with sympathy as he looked at Harry. You have no idea what is truly a training fanatic. And what were you doing all afternoon? I was watching Harry practice. Hermione rolled her eyes. Are you aware that exams are approaching? Aren't you at all inclined to review? Ron retorted with a defiant eye roll. I know. Do you think you're the only one who studies? I believe Harry should reduce his training, Hermione said, glancing at Harry, who was visibly struggling. Trembling, Harry raised his hand. I agree. Then I'll spend all my time in the library. Help. Mia gazed at Harry with a look of deep compassion. I wish to rest, to eat, and to savor freshly brewed coffee, Harry lamented. Stop complaining. We shall soon be visiting Hagrid, where there will be plenty to eat, Mia reassured him. Hagrid had previously extended an invitation to them. Thus, Ron and Mia each supported Harry as they made their way to Hagrid's cozy hut. Meanwhile, Hermione busied herself in a flurry, hastily gathering her books. This young witch, whose thirst for knowledge was rather fervent, seemed eager to carry the entire library on her back. Clutching a stack of books, Hermione found herself struggling to keep pace. Mia cast a glance at her, while Hermione, with her chin held high, stubbornly displayed an air of independence, refusing any assistance. Suddenly, a book fell to the ground with a soft thud. Mia bent down to pick it up. No need. Mia returned the book to Hermione's embrace and supported Harry as they departed. Hermione's insistence that she could manage on her own became lodged in her throat. This fellow truly had no desire to lend a hand. The group arrived at Hagrid's humble abode. Mia indeed assisted Hermione in acquiring a portion of the books. Hagrid, clad in a soiled, oversized apron, displayed an expression of delight upon seeing the small wizards arrive. Come and taste the rock cakes I have specially prepared for you. Harry, upon spotting the food, was instantly invigorated and reached out to grab a piece, promptly shoving it into his mouth. Then, a jarring crunch echoed painfully. Oh no, my tooth. Harry lamented, staring helplessly at a tooth lying in his palm. Outside, the 2 little cows emitted long, plaintive moos. Chapter 33, The Quidditch Match Ultimately. The group emerged from Hagrid's hut with empty stomachs. Hagrid stood at the entrance, his massive form filling the entire doorframe, waving enthusiastically at the young wizards. Do come again next time. The 2 little cows mooed in agreement. Time passed in a monotonous rhythm. Before long, the day of the Quidditch match arrived. Mia decided to grant herself a brief respite, choosing not to visit the all-request room, as she needed to support Harry. Hermione, meanwhile, was indulging in her breakfast while poring over her notes. Harry appeared somewhat anxious, remaining silent and withdrawn. Ron, on the other hand, was wholly absorbed in admiring his collection of wizard cards. It was the perfect moment to utilize their fragmented time. Otherwise, when one becomes complacent, others will surely strive to surpass them. Hermione earnestly admonished Mia. Their essay competition today, and besides, one must balance work and rest, Mia replied. You surely haven't prepared your homework diligently, have you? Hermione suspected that Mia was secretly practicing some nefarious spells. Let me test you, Hermione said, her captivating eyes twinkling mischievously. What is the most crucial ingredient for the polyjuice potion? The hair of the transformation target, Mia replied nonchalantly. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. That was hardly first-year material. Humph, Mia has long since mastered the first-year curriculum. Ron chimed in proudly. At that moment, an unexpected chill enveloped the group. Mr. Potter. A distinctive voice resonated, and Mia instantly recognized it as Snape's. The atmosphere grew tense, as if they were facing a formidable adversary. Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. Surely, the brilliant Mr. Potter was well prepared, even if he was about to face the Slytherin team. Snape's low voice cast an oppressive shadow over them, leaving Harry at a loss for words. Fortunately, Snape had no intention of lingering for a lengthy conversation, his voluminous robes swaying as he limped away. Observing this, Harry's mind began to churn. He suddenly leaned closer and whispered to the others, "Have you noticed Snape's leg?" Mia cast a glance and instantly realized that Snape was about to take the blame. Do you know what I witnessed on Halloween? All the professors headed to the corridor bridge, while Snape discreetly slipped through the side door. Perhaps he was frightened? Ron suggested. Maybe so, but have you seen his legs? Do you remember the three-headed dog we encountered on the third floor? I suspect he was injured by it. Hermione looked skeptical. Why would he go there? I suspect he intended to acquire whatever lies beneath that trapdoor, Harry posited. How could that be? Hermione challenged, incredulous. He is a professor, after all. How could he engage in such clandestine activities? Harry found himself at a loss for words and could only reply, he probably hasn't succeeded yet. Just wait and see. I think Harry makes a valid point, Mia remarked thoughtfully, stroking her chin. Hermione gazed at Mia in disbelief. How can you buy into such a theory? Who knows? Perhaps this is the reason behind Snape's animosity towards Harry? What does that have to do with anything? Harry began to feel perplexed as well. Mysteriously, Mia remarked, Look. Hagrid secretly took Harry to retrieve that item, and shortly thereafter, the vault was robbed. Moreover, the school has the audacity to keep a three-headed dog in the castle to guard a trapdoor. Don't you think there is a connection? Ron suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I understand. It's Snape who wants to steal what lies beyond that trapdoor. The very item that Hagrid took with Harry. In other words, Snape might have even attempted to rob the vault. Mia looked at Ron with admiration, exclaiming, Your idea is quite trustworthy. Ron beamed with pride, and Harry nodded in agreement. Mia's heart blossomed with joy. Humph, who told Snape to target him? Although it is possible that Snape's animosity stemmed from his scandalous father, Mia still felt quite displeased to be implicated in such matters. Let the blame be cast upon him even more. The competition commenced shortly thereafter. Mia, on the other hand, held little interest in watching the match. Primarily, he was not particularly captivated by Quidditch. Moreover, what allure could a match, whose outcome he already knew, possibly hold? His true focus lay upon the events yet to unfold. The game had reached its midpoint. The Seekers from Slytherin were relentlessly targeting Harry, engaging in a tumultuous aerial struggle. Just as the match reached its zenith, Harry's broomstick suddenly began to behave erratically. Maiaton was instantly invigorated. He drew his wand, ever ready to rescue Harry, who might be dislodged at any moment, while searching for Snape's figure. However, what he found was not Snape, but rather Quirrell, who sat behind him. Indeed, Quirrell's eyes were fixated on the sky where Harry floated, his lips moving in incantation. Maiaton, look! Snape is casting a spell on Harry. Hermione exclaimed, tugging at Maiaton. You must deal with Snape. I will save Harry. Hermione declared. How am I supposed to deal with Snape? Maiaton responded, somewhat apprehensive about the young witch's choice of words. Simply set his robes ablaze. She insisted. Set them ablaze. Images of Snape being engulfed by the fiend fire flashed through Mia's mind. No, 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 that man is not deserving of such a fate. You go ahead. My levitation charm is more adept, and I shall rescue Harry. Hermione's mind raced, and without a moment's hesitation, she stealthily made her way to Snape's side. And what of me? Ron appeared utterly bewildered. As for you, I procured this dung bomb from Fred and his companions. Just throw it at Snape. Whoever wraps their head in it, let them be the target. After the two departed, Mia began to observe intently. In midair, Harry, under the looming threat of death, unleashed an astonishing surge of power, gripping the flying broomstick with fierce determination. Mia was ever ready to take action. In fact, with Dumbledore present, he had no cause for concern. Before long, there was commotion on Snape's side. Snape, who had been desperately reciting counter curses to save Harry Potter, suddenly heard someone calling out beside him, "Snape, you're on fire." The scene erupted into chaos. Ron, hiding beneath a seat, clutched a dung bomb, utterly bewildered and unsure of whom to target. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and a familiar scent of garlic assaulted his nostrils. The garlic odor, could it be Professor Quirrell? As light returned, a large figure with a turban appeared before Ron. With a thud, a foul stench spread through the crowd. Chapter 34. Methods of amplifying magic. The outcome of the match unfolded just as recorded in memory. Harry inadvertently swallowed the golden snitch, securing the Quidditch cup for Gryffindor. What intrigued Mia further was that after Quirrell was struck by the dung bomb, he had to admit that he was startled to avoid other professors touching his turban. This incident was tacitly concealed by the faculty, yet Ron boasted about it as his triumph in front of his twin brothers. After receiving Hermione's confirmation, the mischievous Weasley twins decided to gift Ron a substantial supply of dung bombs, resulting in a perpetual strange odor permeating the dormitory. Outside the castle, a few were walking alongside Hagrid. "No matter how many times you say it, I will never believe Professor Snape would place a curse on Harry's broom," Hagrid asserted firmly. "It's true, such magic requires constant focus on the target, and Snape didn't even shift his gaze. This time, even Hermione believed Snape was scheming something nefarious." Seeing Hermione's conviction, Hagrid hesitated. Hermione was not mistaken. Observing this, Mia prepared to divulge some information to Harry and the others through the tight-lipped Hagrid. On Halloween, Snape sneaked up to the 3rd floor, and his leg was injured by that three-headed dog. "What? How do you know about Fluffy?" Hagrid replied with surprising composure. Harry wanted to inquire about the name Fluffy, but Mia interjected, "How do you know the name of that three-headed dog?" With a sense of pride, Hagrid replied, "Of course I know, because I raised him." "That's impossible. Three-headed dogs are prohibited creatures," Mia retorted skeptically. Hermione discreetly restrained the eager Harry and Ron. Having already surmised Mia's intentions, "I assure you, I'm not lying. I bought Fluffy myself from an Irishman." "So what is he guarding?" Hagrid suddenly faltered, his face, obscured by a thick beard, turning crimson. "No, I shouldn't have told you. Stop prying into matters that don't concern you." Mia, however, feigned a sense of urgency, declaring that this was unacceptable. After all, they had narrowly escaped injury from the three-headed dog during their last encounter. They still needed to investigate what lay below. "Listen closely," Hagrid admonished, his demeanor turning serious. "This is beyond your purview." For the Guardian of the Path was tasked with protecting the secrets of Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel? Oh, the exquisite lace-trimmed white vacuum bodysuit of Merlin. "I shouldn't have divulged that to you," he added hastily. "You are not permitted to inquire further." Observing Hagrid's flustered state, Mia wisely chose to retreat. In her heart, she could only offer her apologies to Hagrid. In order to gain access to the Philosopher's Stone sooner, a small inconvenience for Hagrid was a necessary sacrifice. Armed with this crucial information regarding Nicholas Flamel, the group sprang into action. Hermione nearly cleared the library of its contents. And even Harry and Ron, who had never set foot in the library, spent several days engrossed in its depths. Mia did not choose to present the book containing the writings of Nicholas Flamel to them, for it was not something he should have discovered so swiftly. Although Flamel is a luminary in the realm of alchemy, having lived for over 6 centuries, the majority of contemporary society believes him to be deceased, relegating him to the status of mere legend. In such an expansive sea of literature, pinpointing information about Flamel is a formidable challenge. Thus, Mia could only place his hopes in Hermione and her companions. After spending a few days in the library with them, Mia dove once more into the Hall of Wishes. Recently, he has been experiencing a peculiar sensation that his magical prowess appears to be on the rise. Naturally, a wizard's power tends to augment with age. However, the capabilities of older wizards are often severely hampered by the decline of their physical faculties and their limited comprehension of the arcane mysteries, thus constraining the growth of their magical strength. That being said, Mia's curiosity regarding the phenomenon of magical growth stemmed from the fact that such growth had always been a gradual process, so slow that it often went unnoticed. However, his recent surge in magical power appeared to be alarmingly swift enough to capture his attention. This notable increase commenced only after he discovered the Room of Requirement. He did not believe that the rapid enhancement of his magical abilities bore any intrinsic connection to the room of requirement. Had it indeed facilitated such growth, it would surely have been documented in his memories. After all, Harry would, in a few years, lead Hogwarts students in practicing magic within that very room. If such an occurrence were to take place, it would undoubtedly have been recognized by someone. Thus, he could only turn to introspection for answers. Had anything about him changed? His diet remained the same, his daily routine unaltered, and he spent every day in the company of Harry and the others. The most apparent change seemed to be a significant increase in the frequency with which he employed magic. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Maya's mind. He seemed to grasp the crux of the issue, the frequency of magic usage. Indeed, the rate at which he employed magic within the wish-granting chamber was unparalleled in comparison to the preceding decade. Extensive practice of magic enhances a spellcaster's proficiency and deepens their understanding of the arcane arts. However, Maya possessed scant knowledge regarding the influence on magical power. The magical realm currently lacks universally acknowledged methods for augmenting magical energy. Wizards' enhancement of their magical capacity relies solely on the natural progression of age. Magical power cannot be quantified. Even after casting spells 1,000 times, a spellcaster may find themselves incapacitated due to fatigue or parched throat, rather than depleting their magical energy. The concept of increased magical capacity typically refers to the augmentation of magical potency. Thus, Maya could only hypothesize that frequent utilization of magic might indeed stimulate the enhancement of magical energy, following a period of concentrated practice with the disarm spell. Mia has already mastered the ability to summon the target's wand to his hand. However, this does not imply he can disarm Dumbledore. According to Mia's research, the potency of a spell is generally influenced by the strength of magical power and one's comprehension of magic. Over this period, he has become quite familiar with the principles of the disarming charm, even attempting to practice nonverbal spells. Yet, due to the limitations of his magical power, he has not achieved significant results against more formidable professors. A wizard of Dumbledore's caliber undoubtedly possesses a level of magical strength that is beyond ordinary comprehension. In fact, the sheer magnitude of magical power seems to be the most significant factor affecting a wizard's prowess, more so than their understanding of magic. As the saying goes, sheer strength can overcome obstacles. Even without knowledge of any spells, a powerful surge of magic can inflict tremendous destruction. A prime example of this is the phenomenon known as murmur, a product of distorted and mutated magical energy. Thus, Mia has begun to recognize the importance of magical power. However, as previously mentioned, there seems to be no means within the magical realm to enhance one's magical capacity. At present, it appears that Mia can only employ the laborious method of casting numerous spells to stimulate the growth of his magical power. Nevertheless, one aspect leaves him perplexed. The natural growth rate of a wizard's magical power tends to slow down with age. Typically, by the time a wizard graduates from Hogwarts, their magical strength ceases to increase significantly. Yet, Tom Riddle does not seem to conform to this pattern, namely, his rumored father, Voldemort. Upon graduating, Tom Riddle's magical prowess should have been limited. If he had been as powerful right after graduation as he later became as the Dark Lord, he would not have needed to hide in Borgin and Berks. Furthermore, there are claims that public opinion of Dumbledore waned as Voldemort's powers escalated. How then did he attain such strength? Mia firmly believes that a method to enhance magical power must exist. This notion is of utmost importance to him, as he is in dire need of strengthening his abilities. To this end, he meticulously sifted through Tom Riddle's notebook, yet he found no records pertaining to such a subject. Mia couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Yet, he soon recalled a certain location, the Forbidden Zone. Perhaps it was time for him to pay a visit to the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 35, The Approaching Christmas. Mia has yet to discover a method to access the restricted section. Gaining entry requires the signature of a professor. Severus Snape is not even worth considering. That fellow is likely preoccupied with devising ways to trouble him. Professor McGonagall's suggestions are also impractical, as he cannot find a compelling reason to persuade this stern and uncompromising educator. However, there is a possibility with Professor Flitwick. Yet, it seems that his presence in the professor's eyes is still insufficient. Given that obtaining a professor's signature in the near term is unlikely, Mia has contemplated the idea of sneaking in at night. Nevertheless, such a method is prone to discovery and would be difficult to conceal from his roommates, Harry and the others. Yet, Mia perceives a fortuitous opportunity on the horizon. With Christmas approaching, many students will return home, leading to a decrease in Filch's patrols. This would allow him to accompany Harry and the others to the restricted section under the pretense of investigating Nicholas Flamel. If memory serves him correctly, Harry is to receive an invisibility cloak for Christmas. Armed with the cloak, an escapade into the restricted section would be effortlessly achievable. In the Great Hall, Mia gazed at the unfinished letter on the table, feeling quite vexed. "Ron, are you going home for Christmas?" Harry inquired. "Of course I am," Ron replied. Mia suddenly had a stroke of inspiration and began writing in the letter. "If I were to return home as well, my dear friend and roommate Harry would be left utterly desolate. To prevent him from weeping and wailing in distress, I have no choice but to stay behind to keep him company." Mia gazed contentedly at the letter, then gently dried the ink. Surely, this would prevent her from facing her parents' ire for not returning home during Christmas. "I can't shake the feeling that you haven't devised a sound plan." Hermione had been observing Mia for quite some time, growing increasingly attuned to her nuances. Whenever Mia revealed such a smile, it was certain that mischief was afoot. Mia received the letter, expressing disbelief, "For I am indeed a most benevolent person." She then affectionately draped her arm around Harry's shoulder, exclaiming, "Harry, you truly are my dear friend." Harry was taken aback by Mia's sudden display of deep affection. Just as Mia intended to send her letter, an owl arrived, delivering correspondence. Eagerly tearing it open, she discovered it was from her parents. "Myaton feels unwell. Could it be urging me to return home?" Mia carefully opened her mother's letter and read it with great caution. "Dear Mia, your father and I are going on vacation this Christmas. Please take good care of yourself at school." Mia was filled with questions. She immediately opened her father's letter. "Mia, your father and I have gone on vacation," it read. "So, I have been left behind? How could they go on holiday without me?" Mia suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to cry and throw a tantrum. Hermione, observing her, cast an increasingly peculiar glance in Mia's direction. Was this individual becoming more and more neurotic? How could she suddenly appear as if she were on the brink of another emotional outburst? Mia held the letter, on the verge of tears. After a moment, he sensed something amiss. Upon rereading the letter penned by his father, he indeed uncovered an anomaly. According to the customary manner of communication between him and his father, the letter should have addressed him as Private Shamir. It was unusual for his father to use his name right at the beginning of the letter. Mia continued to scrutinize the letters with great care and soon retrieved her mother's correspondence to make a comparison. She discovered that her father's letter was, in fact, a mere imitation of her mother's handwriting. Well acquainted with the penmanship of her family, her judgment was infallible. Mia was immediately filled with unease. What on earth had transpired? Mia promptly composed and dispatched another letter, seeking clarity on his concerns. The days of awaiting a response were excruciating. Recently, Mia found himself plagued by unsettling thoughts, particularly regarding his father's heart condition, which weighed heavily on his mind. When the letter finally arrived, a stone was lifted from his heart, yet simultaneously, a sword hung precariously above it. His father, having engaged in excessive exercise to lose weight, had exacerbated his heart issues and was now gravely ill. His mother first expressed her apologies for not being forthright with him, then conveyed her hope that Mia would comprehend her sentiments, urging him not to worry excessively and to take good care of himself. Mia felt as though his heart had been suddenly and completely emptied. His world appeared to have become hollow. This resulted in several days of despondency, causing concern among his friends and professors regarding his well-being. In the dormitory, Mia was lost in thought when Hermione unexpectedly entered. Initially taken aback, he nervously remarked, "This is the boys' dormitory." Hermione approached him, saying, "I asked Harry and Ron. You've been in here all day. You haven't even gone to the library. You should be there at this hour." Mia continued to gaze out the window, his voice lacking strength. He yearned to fly home immediately, yet he feared reproach from his mother. If he exhibited too much panic, it would only heighten his family's worries. His father was gravely ill, and his mother might be even more distressed than he was at this moment. "I am not entirely certain what has transpired, but I believe that everything will ultimately be all right," Hermione attempted to console Mia. "It is peculiar. While I truly wish you would not immerse yourself in dark curses, at this juncture, I find myself hoping you would resume practicing those spells." Mia smiled hollowly, for it was certainly not a malevolent curse. He could sense Hermione's good intentions. What was it, after all? Merely a disarmament spell, nothing of great consequence. And what about the last thunderous explosion? Mia suddenly turned her gaze towards Hermione. At that moment, Hermione realized that the usual cleverness and confidence were absent from Mia's eyes. This revelation left her feeling quite unsettled. "What do you believe is the essence of magic?" Hermione opened her mouth to respond, but found herself at a loss for words. She sensed that the answers she contemplated could never truly resonate with Mia's heart. No matter how powerful magic may be, its ultimate purpose is merely to safeguard those we hold dear. At that moment, Mia could only lament her own lack of strength, wishing she could restore her father to health in an instant. It was then that you appeared, when I first laid eyes on the giant creature. I truly believed my fate was sealed. It was only thanks to your timely arrival that I was spared. In truth, it was Harry who insisted on seeking you out. I had intended to wait for the professor to approach you. Yet, in the end, you came as well, did you not? Mia could not help but glance at Hermione. Are you not at all saddened by what I just said? Of course not. I am aware you are not exactly a virtuous person, she replied playfully, a mischievous smile illuminating her face, which unexpectedly caused Mia to stifle a laugh, particularly upon noticing her prominent rabbit teeth. Now cheer up. If you continue in this despondent state, you won't be able to protect anyone. Yes, thank you. Mia gazed earnestly at Hermione. Whenever you feel down, I shall comfort you as well. Boys are forbidden from entering the girls' dormitory, Hermione reminded him. What? On what grounds? She retorted. Eventually, Hermione left the dormitory. Upon closing the door, Harry, Ron, and Neville eagerly gathered around her. How is he? Is he feeling any better? Harry inquired softly. Hermione nodded in response. That's wonderful. Truly, Hermione, your efforts always yield results. Ron exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration for her for the first time. Mia gazed at the closed door, unable to suppress a smile. The method of offering comfort was so simplistic that it was easily discernible. Emotions must be digested in solitude, and challenges can only be surmounted alone. Yet, the genuine concern exhibited by Hermione and the others bestowed upon him a semblance of warmth akin to friendship. Thus, he resolved to hasten his actions. The Philosopher's Stone was imperative, and he would stop at nothing to obtain it. Chapter 36. The Gift During Christmas. Many students had packed their belongings in preparation for their journey home. Hermione, dragging a large suitcase, spotted Harry and Ron engaged in a game of wizard's chess within the Great Hall. At that moment, she encountered Mia at the entrance. Hermione scrutinized Mia from head to toe and said helplessly, I truly cannot discern whether your current state is beneficial or detrimental. Knowing Mia as she did, she was certain he had just returned from a spell practice. Trust me, there is no harm in it. Mia and Hermione entered the Great Hall together. Have you already packed your luggage? Ron's queen chess piece had just triumphantly defeated Harry, and he raised his head to see Hermione dragging her suitcase. But you haven't packed yet, Ron replied. Plans have changed. My parents are going to Romania to visit my brother Charlie. I will be staying at Hogwarts this Christmas. Hermione did not inquire about Harry and Mia. She was aware of Harry's family circumstances and knew that Mia was facing some troubles at home. What about Nicholas Flamel? At the mention of this, Ron groaned. For goodness sake, we've searched 100 times. There is absolutely no information about Nicholas Flamel in the library. Suddenly, Hermione spoke softly and meaningfully. We haven't explored the restricted section yet. With that, she bid farewell and departed. Ron looked as though he had seen something utterly absurd. Has she been influenced by us? Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Mia pressed her lips together, smiling without uttering a word. In truth, this encapsulated Hermione's true nature. Did it not? He could sense that Hermione was becoming increasingly at ease in their presence. Indeed, the small group shared a profound camaraderie. The following day, Christmas arrived at the castle, quietly enveloped in a blanket of snow as they slept. Harry, Mia. Ron's voice jolted Harry awake. Mia sat up in bed, setting aside the book she had been reading. Recently, she had taken to borrowing volumes from the library. She believed that since there were no ready-made methods for enhancing magical prowess, she could embark on her own exploration. At the very least, she had discovered a plethora of tedious exercises that stimulated magical growth. To delve into her studies, it was essential to deepen her understanding of magic. Consequently, she had become a frequent visitor to the library. Harry blinked awake, his eyes still heavy with sleep. He carelessly grabbed his glasses from the table and put them on. The roughness of his actions would surely cause any bespectacled individual to wince in sympathy. He was now utterly indifferent to the care of his glasses, secure in the knowledge that either Mia or Hermione would mend them with magic. Mia and Harry arrived in the lounge, only to discover Ron clad in a red sweater adorned with the letter R. This is a Christmas gift from my mother. You have one too, he exclaimed. We do? Mia responded, a hint of surprise evident in her voice. It was only when he laid eyes on the red sweater embroidered with the letter that a smile crept upon his lips. The Weasley family is truly wonderful. Harry's sweater, embellished with the letter H, completed the scene as the group gathered together resembling a Weasley reunion. By the way, there's also a package sent from your home, Ron added. Harry, filled with curiosity, questioned, who would send me a package? The Dursleys? That's impossible. Even Snape has a greater chance. Mia carefully unwrapped the parcel, her heart racing with anticipation. The package was small, perhaps containing a letter. Upon opening it, she discovered a letter accompanied by photographs. The images appeared to have been taken in a hospital, featuring her mother and Yuz. Her father, clad in a hospital gown, wore a faint smile, his face still pale, yet he managed to flash a victorious gesture towards Mia. The letter was penned by her father. Although the handwriting appeared somewhat shaky, it conveyed a resolute spirit. Her father's surgery had been successful, and his condition was effectively under control. The weight that had hung over Mia's heart began to lift slightly. The oppressive atmosphere of recent days dissipated significantly. How is it? Ron inquired cautiously. Everything is fine. My father is recovering well, Mia replied, a relieved smile gracing her face. That's splendid. We must celebrate, Ron exclaimed joyfully. Mia, he. Ron turned to see Harry, whose head was the only part of him visible, suspended in midair. Startled, Ron let out a gasp and nearly collapsed from shock. What's wrong? Harry approached, draped in the cloak from the parcel, noticing Ron being supported by Mia. Don't come any closer. Ron stammered in panic. Harry, puzzled, lifted the cloak, revealing his entire form. Ron's initial fear transformed into astonishment. It was an invisibility cloak, an exceedingly rare item. His envy was palpable as he regarded the luxurious fabric draped over Harry. How does Harry always receive such extraordinarily precious gifts? He thought, recalling the last time when Harry had received a Firebolt 2000. Who sent this to you? Ron asked. I don't know. It simply stated that it was a bequest from my father and that I should use it wisely, Harry replied, producing the accompanying note. Mia took a moment to carefully contemplate the significance of these few words, then revealed a knowing smile. Harry, do you know how to use them properly? Harry looked puzzled. The restricted section, Mia whispered to the two of them. In an instant, Harry's expression changed to one of enlightenment. Of course. With that, we need not fear being caught by Filch. That night, after anticipating the entire day, Harry, cloaked alongside Mia, wandered through the castle in the darkness. He had intended to call out to Ron, but Ron declared he had had enough of the library and simply wished to get a good night's sleep. Mia held aloft the hand of glory he had previously borrowed from the Boggins shop. Its shimmering light was visible only to him and Harry. Coupled with the invisibility cloak, they were utterly undetectable in the pitch-black night. At last, the two of them stealthily arrived at the restricted section. Mia extended her hand to grasp the lamp, transforming into a child captivated by wonder. Why don't we search separately? It would be more efficient. The items Mia sought were certainly not the same as what Harry was in pursuit of, the elusive Nicholas Flamel. Without much contemplation, Harry readily agreed. Under the dim light, Mia meticulously examined the titles embossed on the spines of the books. It was no wonder that this place was deemed the forbidden section. The mere sight of these titles hinted at extraordinary contents, replete with an abundance of tomes on dark magic. However, his quest was not for these. He sought to uncover knowledge pertaining to growth magic. Just as he became engulfed in the sea of volumes, a sudden cry drew Mia hastily towards Harry. The sound seemed to emanate from his direction. Upon reaching Harry, Mia witnessed him struggling to close a book that had morphed to bear a human face, its frantic cries echoing in the air. The moment the book was shut, the clamorous voice ceased. Mia cast a glance at the spine of the book, the outcry. Harry, still shaken, looked at Mia, only to hear Filch's voice echoing. Who's there? The two hastily donned their cloaks and seized the hand of glory before making their escape. They dashed out of the library, with Filch's cat hot on their heels. In a frantic bid to elude the feline, they scurried about, ultimately losing all sense of their location within the castle. Having successfully shaken off the cat, they pressed on, only to hear voices emanating from around the next corner. They treaded cautiously. There was only one path forward, and retracing their steps could lead them straight to the lurking cat. Mustering their courage, they edged along the wall. Upon rounding the corner, they beheld Snape pinning Quirrell against the wall. You wouldn't want me to oppose you, would you, Quirrell? You must ascertain precisely to whom your allegiance lies. The two students inched closer to the slightly ajar wooden door. Suddenly, Filch appeared, exclaiming, Professors, how fortunate to find you. The restricted section has been tampered with. A student must have been out of bed. Snape cast a final warning glance at Quirrell before the three departed together. Mia and Harry swiftly concealed themselves behind the door, exhaling deeply in relief. The room they found themselves in was quite spacious. and Mia's gaze was immediately drawn to the towering mirror that nearly reached the ceiling. Chapter 37. The Mirror of Erist. What a grand mirror. What does it say? Harry struggled to articulate the words inscribed on the frame, and upon finishing, he realized it appeared to be a sequence of nonsensical letters. He then turned his attention to the mirror's surface, and Mia soon noticed that Harry had become increasingly entranced. Are these my parents? Harry murmured. Is this what they look like? Observing Harry's growing obsession, Mia felt a surge of concern. Having lost his parents at a tender age, it seemed Harry had fallen under the spell of this mirror. It appears to be a mirror that reveals one's innermost desires, Mia remarked. However, Harry pulled Mia closer to the mirror, seemingly oblivious to her words. Mia, look. There are my mom and dad. Mia gazed into the mirror. Initially, it reflected only his own visage, but gradually, the images of his family began to emerge. They appeared to be in splendid spirits. Mia reluctantly averted her gaze from above and said, Harry, I only see my family. Harry, momentarily taken aback, then replied, Do our families happen to be the same? Mia playfully scolded as she patted Harry's shoulder, questioning how that could be. As I mentioned earlier, this mirror may merely reflect the deepest desires of your heart. Is that so? Observing Harry's dejected demeanor, Mia felt a pang of compassion. Perhaps it would be best to allow him a glimpse of his parents' visage. However, the unfolding events began to cause Mia concern. It seemed that Harry had truly become enraptured by the mirror. During this period, he was often lost in thought, distancing himself from the group, seemingly preoccupied with unspoken musings. Harry, would you care to play a game of wizard's chess? Ron inquired, finding Harry staring vacantly by the hearth. Harry merely shook his head, remaining silent. How about visiting Hagrid? Yet again, Harry shook his head, his very posture exuding a profound silence. Harry, I know what occupies your mind, but I urge you to reconsider. That mirror is not what it seems. Nevertheless, Harry remained listless. Sensing that Harry had entered a state of uncommunicative withdrawal, Ron refrained from pressing him further. As night fell, Harry returned once more to the mirror, a ritual he had been observing daily. He heard the persuasion from Mia and Ron. He merely wished to linger a little longer. Since the dawn of his memory, he had been devoid of parents. Was he not even permitted a glimpse? He yearned to reclaim everything he had never experienced before. Harry. Harry turned around and discovered it was Mia. Mia mirrored Harry's posture as she sat beside him. I beheld my family, all appearing robust and filled with joy. Mia continued to speak to herself. My father was gravely ill before. Although he has now escaped danger, he remains quite frail. Therefore, whenever I see them in the mirror, I feel an overwhelming sense of joy. Mia gazed at Harry, yet this did not truly lead them to health and happiness. Do you comprehend my meaning, Harry? Harry lowered his head, reluctant to speak. Observing this, Mia continued, Harry, illusory joy cannot bring genuine delight. Indulging in fantasies will only cause those who care for you in reality to worry. Do not always pity the dead. Instead, show compassion for the living, Harry. Mr. Schammel spoke wisely. That aged voice prompted both of them to stand upright. Professor Dumbledore. Harry, disregarding the mirror, was solely concerned about whether he would be caught by the headmaster for his nocturnal escapades and face expulsion. Everyone has moments of being lost in illusion, so there is no need for anxiety. Dumbledore approached the mirror, stating, I too often lingered before this mirror. However, I later realized that such an object does not impart knowledge. The happiest individuals in the world see only themselves in this mirror. And what do you see? Harry inquired. I see a pair of woolen socks. Woolen socks? Indeed. Each birthday, people delight in gifting me books. Admittedly, those books contain wisdom I have yet to attain. Nonetheless, I yearn for a warm pair of woolen socks, especially as I grow older. Dumbledore's humorous remarks lightened the atmosphere considerably. Mia informed me that this mirror reveals the innermost desires of a person, Harry remarked. Dumbledore regarded Mia with admiration, though she dared not meet his gaze. A gentle reminder, if one wishes to keep their secrets hidden, it is wise not to lock eyes with a master of legilimency. Indeed, this mirror is called the Mirror of Erist. Its sole purpose is to reflect the deepest desires of the heart. Many become entranced by it. However, Harry, being consumed by dreams while neglecting life is of no benefit. Therefore, I hope you shall cease your search for it. Witnessing the gradual brightness in Harry's eyes, Mia felt a genuine sense of comfort. Dumbledore observed all of this. Mr. Schammel, suddenly called upon, Mia straightened her posture. Could you come to my office for a moment? Certainly. Oh no, what is this about? Why has she suddenly been summoned to the office? Mia felt an incessant unease throughout her journey. Lemon Snowball. As Dumbledore uttered that rather frivolous incantation, the griffin statue began to rotate, gradually revealing a flight of stairs. Mia continued to follow Dumbledore as he passed through a wooden door, entering the office of the headmaster. This space was unlike any professor's office. Books were abundant, scattered everywhere. So many books, indeed. With her thoughts laid bare, Mia nodded slightly, affirming her agreement. Initially, I was not fond of having so many books in my room. I preferred the library or places where magic could be freely wielded. However, someone later remarked that such an arrangement did not convey the image of a headmaster. Thus, I deliberately selected a few books to adorn my office. Such a reasoning was quintessentially Dumbledore. Mia harbored her thoughts in silence, her face betraying not a hint of her inner musings. Might I have a glimpse of your wand? Mia was taken aback for a moment, then relinquished her wand. Dumbledore, holding the wand, gave it a gentle wave, and at once, a multitude of smoke billowed forth from the tip. Mia felt a sudden jolt in her heart. This was the rewind charm, capable of tracing the magic wielded by this wand. It seemed that Mr. Shamir had diligently practiced many disarming spells. The Room of Requirement is indeed a remarkable place, isn't it? Dumbledore's words made Mia break into a cold sweat. I recall the first time I discovered that place. It was on a day when I could not find a restroom. Ultimately, as I passed by, the Room of Requirement manifested itself. I must say, it was an immense help to me. Dumbledore continued to muse to himself, while the rewind charm persisted until the thunderous explosion brought it to a close. Mia kept his head bowed, fixated on the table, which bore a few books, a quill, and some translucent fragments resembling remnants. He felt utterly helpless. A call from Dumbledore prompted Mia to instinctively lift his gaze. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and after a brief pause, Mia hastily averted his eyes. Mia, are you familiar with dark magic? Yes, Mia chose to respond candidly. Many believe that dark magic drives one to madness. However, this notion is not entirely accurate. Except for a few exceedingly arcane spells, most magic does not influence the thoughts of the caster. Yet, Dumbledore's but abruptly pulled Mia from the brink of hope. Magic is eternally loyal to the caster's will. Dumbledore observed Mia's reaction. I believe you understand this. Dark magic is defined as that which can only be wielded in the presence of a destructive desire. If one is perpetually consumed by thoughts of annihilation and torment, that individual will inevitably descend into maw. Mia earnestly addressed Dumbledore, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Professor. As she prepared to depart, she noticed a crimson bird perched beside Dumbledore's desk. It must be the phoenix, Fox. Curiously, Mia inquired, Professor, has your bird been neutered? Out you go, came the reply. Very well. Chapter 38. The eccentric bookshelf. As the slip of parchment bearing Dumbledore's true name rested in her palm, Mia was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of unreality. The greatest white wizard of the century, a paragon of justice, had forgiven her clandestine study of dark curses since her first year and granted her access to the restricted section. It felt as though she were dreaming. However, upon further reflection, she began to comprehend. Dumbledore was a formidable character, capable of transforming his own demise into a mere stratagem. Given his enigmatic background, it seemed likely that this sagacious wizard had long since incorporated her into his grand design. It was all merely a manipulation. Since resistance was futile, it was best to acquiesce to the flow of events. The following day marked the conclusion of the Christmas holiday. Mia, armed with Dumbledore's authorization, made her way to the library. The librarian, Madame Pants, was a formidable woman who instilled fear in the hearts of students. Her somewhat indifferent gaze and unwaveringly stern demeanor deterred any mischief in her presence. However, exceptions always exist. Mr. Draco Malfoy believed himself to be one such exception. Mr. Malfoy, the due date for your borrowed texts, Introduction to Potions, Potions for Beginners, and Potions from Beginner to Imprisonment, is fast approaching. If you wish to borrow this book, you must return at least one of the previous 3, Madame Pants stated with little emotion. Naturally, the unruly Draco scoffed at her authority. What? Does this school really regulate how many books students can borrow? To safeguard the borrowing rights of all students, this is the rule. Madame Pants replied with no room for negotiation. Draco raised his voice. What kind of nonsense is this? Frankly, I've had enough of this school. I should have listened to my father and gone to Durmstrang instead. There's not a single dark art taught here. Are you truly intending to instruct a bunch of inept wandslingers? Madame Pants' expression remained unchanged, yet her demeanor instantly turned icy. The library does not permit loud noise. Her countenance resembled a shattered mirror. The earlier calmness completely vanished, replaced by a fury that made Draco retreat in fright. Madame Pants snatched the book from Draco's hands, swiftly flipping through its pages. How dare you? Page 7 is stained, a corner of page 142 is torn, and there are numerous creases on page 166. With each instance of damage she pointed out, Draco's face paled further, feeling as though she were reciting his death sentence. You will not borrow any books. Get out. Madame Pants suddenly shouted, brandishing a feather duster to usher Draco out. Just then, Mia arrived at the library entrance. Madame Pants, I need to. Upon witnessing the scene, Mia's tone softened. Before you lend me any books, you had better not let me see any marks on them. I'm not here to borrow. I intend to visit the restricted section. The moment the words left her lips, silence enveloped the room. Madame Pants cast a hawk-like glare in her direction. Draco, momentarily stunned, soon donned a mocking expression. You're going to the restricted section? You probably don't know that it requires a professor's signature. Do you think you can find a professor willing to sign for you? And remember, the knowledge contained within is not something a person like you can tarnish. Maya did not bestow a glance upon Draco, and in the face of Madame Pants's icy stare, she calmly presented Dumbledore's signature. Madame Pants snatched it with a fervor that suggested she wished to pierce the parchment with her sharp gaze. Ultimately, she tapped the parchment with her wand, revealing her method of verification. Draco's mocking demeanor intensified. He had long anticipated witnessing Maya's humiliation. Ah, indeed, Professor Dumbledore's signature. Follow me, Madame Pants said curtly, returning the note to Maya. In an instant, Draco's expression froze in disbelief. Wait, am I missing something? Dumbledore? This cannot be right. Madame Pants suddenly bellowed. No loud noises at the library entrance. Furthermore, I shall duly report your behavior to your head of house, so prepare for point deductions. With that, she left Draco's face oscillating between shades of green and white, resembling a chameleon, as Maya followed Madame Pants inside. Observing Maya's retreating figure, Draco's countenance darkened. His teeth clenched in fury. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your nocturnal escapades. Just wait. Draco slithered into the crowd like a venomous serpent. Mia had no desire to engage with this spoiled individual, as entangling herself with him would be a sheer waste of time. At the entrance of the restricted section, Mrs. Pants coldly addressed Mia, instructing her to enter but warning, do not think of taking anything that does not belong to you. I will be watching. Rest assured, Mrs. Pants. Having ventured into the restricted section under the cover of night, Mia felt an extraordinary sensation while appearing there in broad daylight. Hogwarts boasts the most extensive collection of literature in the magical realm of all of Britain, and indeed, all of Europe. The restricted section constitutes the most exquisite and invaluable portion of this vast ocean of books. Mia glanced over the books on the shelves with a fleeting curiosity. Some volumes were even secured with iron chains, their titles each more profound than the last. Mia's objective was unequivocal. He meticulously scrutinized the summaries and contents of any book pertaining to magical power, in hopes of discovering something that could facilitate the enhancement of his own magical abilities. However, after nearly an hour of relentless searching, he found himself utterly empty-handed. Lady Pins would occasionally enter, casting a distant gaze upon him for a brief moment. Within the unique and eerie ambience of the restricted section, Mia felt an unsettling chill creeping over him. At long last, he discerned something amiss. According to his observations, all the tomes were categorized into distinct regions based on their genre, which were further divided into smaller areas by year. Ultimately, every book was arranged in alphabetical order according to the first letter of their titles. Mia has arrived at a collection housing texts from the 4th to the 5th century. These tomes are remarkably ancient, with some of their inscriptions differing even from the language we recognize today. Mia discerned an anomaly in that this particular section of the library was conspicuously devoid of any tomes commencing with the letter M. Moreover, between the last volume starting with Land the first one commencing with N, there existed a noticeable gap. Thanks to the meticulous Mrs. Pants, the librarian, the books in the library were arranged with remarkable precision. Judging by the dust accumulated in the gap, it seemed unlikely that the books had been borrowed. It was improbable that not a single book from the 4th to 5th centuries began with the letter M. So, where had these books vanished to? Mia brushed her hand across the dust on the bookshelf, and suddenly, the space around her began to warp. Mia felt as if her eyes were deceiving her, for there appeared a book in the vacant space. The spine bore no title, and its design was decidedly antiquated. Mia took it down and noticed a name inscribed on the front page of the book. Merlin. Mia felt a twinge of uncertainty. She could not ascertain whether this Merlin was indeed the legendary figure of lore, nor could she determine if the owner of this book was truly Merlin himself. She tentatively began to peruse the pages for a while. Mia soon discovered that this resembled a diary, chronicling predominantly trivial matters. There was not regarding the arcane arts. What piqued Mia's interest to delve further was the growing impression that these memoirs might indeed belong to the legendary Merlin, who aided King Arthur in wielding power and guiding him to become a paragon of virtue. Just as Mia began to suspect this could be an elaborate jest, he encountered a profound statement. After witnessing large-scale battles and the ensuing carnage, I have come to realize that even the most gifted sorcerer, relying solely on the augmentation of their innate magical prowess, is woefully inadequate. I have lost count of how many experiments I have conducted, nor can I tally the debts owed in the blood of magical creatures. Fortunately, my methods have yielded success. He contemplated commanding it. Lady Pins observed as Mia returned the ancient tome to its place before departing. She approached to inspect the shelf, noting the considerable gaps between the volumes. After dusting and arranging the space, she exited. On the shelf, between the last book beginning with and the first book commencing within, lay a gap the size of a book, thickly coated in dust. Mia stepped out of the library, suddenly feeling as if clarity had returned to her mind. Wait, what was I here for? Chapter 39. The Dragon Egg time had passed significantly, and Mia had been granted access to the restricted section by Dumbledore almost every day. However, an unsettling feeling began to envelop her. She had a persistent sense that she was forgetting something important. Yet, her daily routine remained monotonously unchanged, attending classes, dining, practicing briefly in the room of requirement, and then immersing herself in the library. Such a simple and repetitive existence seemed devoid of anything potentially forgettable. As she entered the restricted section as usual, she made her way to the oldest collection of tomes. A spark of realization flickered in her mind, as if she had grasped something elusive. Why had she come to this area? It felt almost instinctive, as though she had traversed this path countless times before. So much so that reaching this point felt entirely natural, without the slightest hint of peculiarity. With a sense of suspicion, Mia began to scrutinize this section. Something was amiss. Why was there a gap between section L and section N? Dust lingered in the crevice, suggesting it hadn't been disturbed by recent borrowing. Mia suddenly felt a chill ascend from the soles of his feet straight to his head, instantly breaking out in goosebumps. Everything felt eerily familiar. The forbidden section was devoid of anyone but him. Dim light filtering in from elsewhere cast a more somber atmosphere over the swirling dust. This should have been his first time here. Mia felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that something had transpired? Trembling, he tentatively reached out to touch the vacant space, his fingers tracing a line through the dust. Suddenly, before his eyes, a book eerily materialized in the once empty spot. The volumes were arranged with almost identical spacing, perfectly aligned in their order. Mia, enduring a profound discomfort, began to peruse the autobiography signed by Merlin. She read until she thought it appropriate to christen it. At the entrance of the library, Mia encountered a hurried Hermione, Harry, and Ron. What brings you here? Mia inquired. We don't have time to explain. You must come with us, Hermione asserted, pulling Mia along to a seat. Mia has grown accustomed to the whirlwind nature of this little witch. Mia, you have such a good temperament. If she were constantly so haughty with me, I would undoubtedly lose my temper, Ron remarked, defending Mia. Harry nodded in agreement. What are you all discussing? Hermione approached, cradling a tome larger than her own head. We were just wondering where you found this book, Ron replied, his gaze somewhat evasive, while Harry feigned silence. I stumbled upon that name while perusing this book for leisure. Hermione explained to Mia. We have found Nicholas Flamel, as Harry noted on the card. You use this for leisure? Mia asked, astonished as the book thudded onto the table with a resounding noise. If you make any more noise, you will be asked to leave, Madame Pants shouted, and the group immediately fell silent. Haven't you been spending all your time in the library lately? Hermione whispered to Mia. Did you just finish reading? Yes, I just did. Mia instinctively prepared to respond, yet abruptly felt his thoughts derail, as though a train had encountered a fractured section of railway tracks. What's wrong? Hermione frowned, observing Mia's sudden daze. Nothing. Mia snapped out of his trance. He sensed, somehow, that he had lost something. The library brimmed with people, bathed in the soft glow of pale yellow sunlight, yet an inexplicable chill lingered in the air. Mia felt as though she were seated in an alternate dimension, surrounded by an atmosphere that seemed utterly surreal. Had something transpired? The familiar tone of concern drew Mia back, warmth enveloping him once more. Nothing. He managed to smile and shook his head. Hermione resumed discussing the matter at hand, casting a discreet glance at Mia, her worry evident. Nicholas Flamel was the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone, a mystical substance endowed with astonishing magical properties. It could transmute any metal into pure gold and could also produce an elixir of immortality, granting eternal life to those who consumed it. Currently, the only existing Philosopher's Stone belonged to Nicholas Flamel, who had just celebrated his 665th birthday the previous year. While Harry and Ron were still reeling from the revelation, Mia's attention was captured by a passage in the book that described the stone. The Philosopher's Stone, a translucent crimson crystal, would shatter into glass fragments once its magic was exhausted. The term glass fragments echoed in Mia's mind as he yearned to discern it more clearly, leaning ever closer. Suddenly, a scent of shampoo invaded his nostrils as he buried his face in a cascade of fluffy hair. Realizing what had happened, Mia promptly sat up straight, avoiding the flushed cheeks of Hermione. Noticing Harry and Ron's bewildered expressions, Hermione shot them a sharp glance. Beneath the trapdoor guarded by Fluffy on the third floor lies the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione's voice was lowered significantly, yet it nearly prompted an exclamation from Harry and Ron. After cautiously ensuring no one was watching, Harry whispered, "We must find Hagrid tonight." Under the cover of darkness, the four restless young wizards arrived at Hagrid's hut. While Hagrid busied himself around the stove inside, he opened the door with an air of impatience upon hearing a knock. "Oh, it's you lot. Sorry, I have things to do today." Hagrid began to close the door as he spoke. "We know about the Philosopher's Stone," Harry blurted as he stepped inside. "Oh, Merlin's pigskin-lined, gold-embossed, waterproof, trendy boots for students. We suspect Snape wants to steal the stone." Hagrid, dressed in a filthy apron, looked astonished. "Snape? You can't still be suspicious of him, can you?" "Hagrid, we know he aims to seize the Philosopher's Stone, but we don't yet understand why." Hagrid set aside his task, his expression serious. "Snape is the professor responsible for guarding the stone. He wouldn't attempt to steal it." While the others continued their discussion about Snape, Mia's attention was fixated on the enormous egg simmering in the cauldron. "It must be the dragon egg Hagrid won from the disguised Quirrell," he mused. Just as Mia became entranced, the egg suddenly began to tremble. "Hagrid, your egg is cracking." When a living dragon hatched from the shell, the young wizards were left wide-eyed in astonishment. This was Mia's first encounter with a genuine dragon, just like those depicted on television. Hagrid was instantly overwhelmed with maternal affection, naming the little dragon Norbert. However, as they admired the hatchling, Mia noticed Draco's large face pressed against the window. "What should we do? If that guy finds out, it can only lead to trouble." Hagrid looked troubled as well. "We must devise a plan to send the dragon away before the professors discover it." "Where to?" Ron volunteered. "My brother Charlie studies dragons in Romania. He would be the perfect person to take care of it. We need to return to the dormitory before Draco informs the professors." Thus, while discussing their plan, the young wizards quietly slipped back to the castle. "What if the professors catch us?" Mia suddenly called to the group, producing the invisibility cloak he had prepared earlier. "Harry, it's best to always carry such an invisibility cloak." Meanwhile, Draco eagerly approached Professor McGonagall, his face brimming with uncontainable glee. "Finally caught you out after your midnight escapade. Ha ha ha. Come with me, Professor, they are just over here." Chapter 40. Hermione takes action the next day. The students of Slytherin stared in disbelief as their house points plummeted overnight. Meanwhile, those in the know were secretly reveling in the situation. "Malfoy loves to engage in backhanded schemes," one remarked. "I bet it's because Professor McGonagall deducted points from him." Hermione could not resist teasing Ron, who was unusually enthusiastic about Professor McGonagall's integrity. "You never seemed to appreciate her fairness before." In the Great Hall, the young wizards gathered together, animatedly recounting the events of the previous night. They soon found themselves discussing Hagrid's dragon. Ron, an avid dragon enthusiast, shared his extensive knowledge, thanks to his brother Charlie. He spoke passionately about various dragon species, Dumbledore's research on dragon blood, and how dragons were attracted to shiny objects, among other fascinating details. Mia listened, sometimes laughing along. However, Hermione discerned the shadow of sorrow etched upon Mia's brow. Recently, she had been quietly observing Mia, sensing that her friend appeared increasingly disoriented, lost in thoughts as if her soul had wandered astray. To this end, Hermione resolved to follow Mia, convinced that she must be ensnared by those malevolent curses that clouded her mind. Following her, Hermione found herself in the library, and as she watched Mia enter the restricted section, her concern deepened. The contents within the forbidden area were far from benign. She had read in books that it harbored sinister tomes that could claim lives. Mia must have been ensnared by those things. Hermione resolved to wait in the library until Mia emerged. She had prepared herself to wait for several hours. Yet barely 2 hours had elapsed when she spotted Mia walking out. Instantly, she perceived that something was amiss with Mia's demeanor. Unlike her usual self, vibrant and full of mischief, Mia's eyes now appeared vacant, and upon closer inspection, she resembled a somnambulist, engaging in aimless actions. A wave of fear washed over Hermione, for this could only be the result of dark magic. She was determined to rescue Mia. However, she refrained from acting impulsively, keen to observe where this disoriented Mia was headed. Mia strode directly toward the library entrance. Yet, before she could reach it, Draco suddenly appeared, exclaiming, "You have caused me to lose 50 points." Mia suddenly awoke, his consciousness somewhat hazy, akin to the state one experiences upon just rising from slumber. How did he arrive here? Had he not ventured into the restricted section? And then what had transpired? Before he could untangle the chaos within his mind, Draco's voice yanked him back to reality. At that moment, Draco appeared quite unwell, even bordering on hysteria. It was hardly surprising. The privileged Malfoy heir, accustomed to a life of ease, had repeatedly been outwitted, and this time, he had suffered a deduction of 50 points. He dared not inform his father, for he knew that his father would wield his diamond-encrusted cane to demonstrate his paternal affection most harshly. "Go away, don't bother me." With his mind already clouded, Mia had no intention of engaging in further conflict, and his patience had worn thin. "Get out of here, you noisy pest." Mrs. Pants had arrived on the scene, brandishing her feather duster as a weapon. Having witnessed this formidable woman, Draco promptly fled the library, casting a resentful glance back at Mia. Hermione, who had been observing from a distance, decided to remain concealed for the time being. Noticing Mia's demeanor, she surmised that he seemed to have lost some of his memory. Even if she were to confront him now, she doubted she would elicit any useful information. The thought of seeking out a professor was quickly dismissed. Such sinister magic must surely be the result of some nefarious dark arts. Even if Mia had obtained permission to access the restricted section, should a professor discover that he was researching those malevolent spells, expulsion would be inevitable. Hogwarts was not like Durmstrang. Dark magic was decidedly unwelcome here. She resolved to closely observe Mia during this period, determined to uncover what had transpired in the restricted section. If necessary, she would find a way to stealthily infiltrate it herself. Hermione was known for her resolute nature. For the duration of this time, she meticulously monitored Mia's entries into the restricted section to avoid hindering her studies for the upcoming exams. She utilized the intervals during which she awaited Mia's return to continue her learning. However, her hesitation and worry about missing Mia's appearances diminished her usual efficiency. Based on her observations, Mia's daily duration within the restricted section remained remarkably consistent. Each time he exited, his demeanor was unchanged. He would walk alone to the library entrance, then regain his lucidity, leaving with an expression that betrayed nothing. Mia had deciphered the patterns of her own actions, yet these revelations alone failed to unveil the underlying truth. Hermione deemed it time to venture into the restricted section. Meanwhile, Mia sensed something amiss, not merely within her own state of being, but also in Hermione's behavior. Lately, the girl seemed to linger unnervingly close, as though deliberately aligning her steps with Mia's. Even now, during what should have been Hermione's usual study hours, she had inexplicably joined them in Hagrid's hut to observe the young dragon, Norbert. Mia could hardly believe her sudden fascination with the dragon. Speaking of Norbert, its growth has been astonishing lately, now nearly surpassing Hagrid's timid hound, Fawn. Hagrid, ever considerate, has made a cozy nest for Norbert in his hut. Until Ron's brother Charlie arrives to take it away, Hagrid must do his utmost to keep Norbert hidden from prying eyes. Observing the increasingly sizable dragon's nest, Mia worried whether Hagrid's hut could accommodate it. What is in Norbert's nest that glimmers so? Is it treasure? Harry exclaimed in wonder. Dragons are fond of such things. It could indeed be treasure. Ron took out a few pieces. After weighing them in his hand, he expressed his disappointment. It seems to be merely fragments of crystal. I had hoped for something more akin to gemstones. Mia cast a glance and realized that it was merely a collection of transparent fragments resembling shards of glass. Shards of glass. Suddenly, Mia had a brilliant idea. Could you spare some for me? She inquired. Of course, Norbert brings these back every day. Taking a few is of no consequence. Hagrid waved his hand in agreement. Where does he acquire them? Surely he won't be discovered. Hermione expressed her concerns. Not at all. He is well behaved and only ventures into the forbidden forest. Unfortunately, he must leave tonight, Hagrid lamented, his voice thick with sorrow. At this, he began to weep. Ron comfortingly patted Hagrid's waist. "Do not fret. Charlie will take good care of him, at least from this evening onward. We need not worry about him being discovered and captured." Ron's brother had written back, stating that he would assist in discreetly relocating Norbert later that night. As night fell, the group stealthily made their way out. Drawing upon their previous experience, they donned the invisibility cloak and, as expected, went unnoticed. Inside the hut, Hagrid gazed at the anesthetized Norbert, tears streaming down his face. He had soaked countless handkerchiefs in his sorrow. "Rest assured, Hagrid, Charlie will look after him," Ron reassured him. Suddenly, the door swung open. Upon seeing Draco's malevolent grin, the group sensed impending trouble. Chapter 41. The blood of the unicorn at last. "I have caught you," Draco exclaimed, unable to suppress his excitement. "What madness are you up to here, Malfoy?" Harry retorted angrily. "You ought not to be here." Ron brandished his wand, poised to expel him. However, Draco, relishing the opportunity for retaliation, would not back down. "You should not be here. If the professors learn that you are sneaking out of the castle in the dead of night, what do you think will happen?" Draco's gaze fell upon the large creature stirring within the box. "What sort of trickery is this?" he sneered. "This is none of your concern," Ron interjected, blocking the view of the dragon. At this moment, Mia regretted not having learned the forgetting spell. Otherwise, Draco would have been of no concern. Draco, however, transformed his previously cold demeanor into one of awe, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. It was a dragon. In a tone laced with incredulity, Draco exclaimed, "How could you allow a noble Norwegian ridgeback to slumber in such a dilapidated box?" Enraged, he stepped forward, demanding, "Step aside." He unreasonably shoved Ron aside, leaving Ron bewildered by Draco's inexplicable emotions. Draco then crouched down, scrutinizing the unconscious Norbert with utmost seriousness, occasionally reaching out to touch it. Judging by the scale patterns, it appeared to be a dragon approximately 1 month old. Its wings were well defined, indicating it had likely flown frequently. The scales retained a certain sheen, suggesting it had yet to suffer too much neglect. Draco's tone once again incited dissatisfaction among the others. "We have taken great care of Norbert. It is not your place to criticize." Draco cast a disdainful glance at Ron, dismissing the name Norbert as utterly unremarkable. "So, are you truly going to continue leaving it in such a wretched state?" As he spoke, he surveyed the small room with unabashed contempt. "We will send it away tonight," Mia replied. "Send it away? To where?" "You had better not let me find out that you intend to sell it. I will not forgive you." Mia did not take offense at his tone in the Romanian Dragon Reserve. She discerned that Draco shared Hagrid's profound fondness for dragons. Consequently, Draco would undoubtedly refrain from disclosing Norbert's circumstances to the professor. "Romania? I have 2 dragon reserves there. You must be referring to my family S." Draco's expression brightened considerably. "Your family S?" Ron exclaimed in disbelief. "How could you possibly imagine what it feels like to own a dragon reserve?" Draco's remarks continued to be rather abrasive. "In that case, this dragon shall be entrusted to me. It would surely fare far better than in such a place. You wouldn't be planning to subject Norbert to harm, would you?" Hagrid's voice trembled. "Impossible. Our family S Dragon Reserve does not engage in such cruel practices. If they did, I would ensure my father held them accountable." Draco was well versed in these matters. "If that is the case, then I shall leave it in your care, hoping you treat it kindly," Mia remarked. Hagrid pondered for a moment, concluding that this indeed seemed the most prudent course of action. The Malfoy family S Dragon Reserve would undoubtedly provide Norbert with an excellent environment. "Well, for the sake of the dragon, I shall let you off the hook this time," Draco said, casting a sidelong glance at the others. Who is truly letting whom off the hook remains to be seen. Harry gestured for Ron to remain calm. "I insist on accompanying you to deliver the dragon," Draco stated coldly. "That is acceptable," they replied, keeping a wary eye on Draco to prevent any mischief. The 5 of them shared the invisibility cloak, which proved quite cramped, especially with Hagrid joining them. Thus, a disheartened Hagrid was obliged to remain in the cabin. "I never expected you to possess such an item. Be quiet. The invisibility cloak does not muffle sound." Charlie arrived at the astronomy tower to collect Norbert, utilizing aerial transport. After watching Charlie depart with Norbert, the group prepared to leave. "Aha, look what I've found, some nocturnal troublemakers." Hagrid observed the 5 young wizards being escorted by Filch, feeling quite apologetic. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been caught." Hagrid lowered his head. That evening, Filch had been lured by his cat. No time to dawdle. The forbidden forest becomes perilous after dark. "What with the werewolves about?" Filch chuckled maliciously. Following their capture, they were promptly delivered to the professor. Each student was penalized with a deduction of 50 points and sentenced to patrol the Forbidden Forest alongside Hagrid. Mia felt a deep sense of despair. For the points he had accumulated over the semester had been reduced by 50, leaving him with little to show for his efforts. Yet, the one who seemed to suffer the most was Draco. This fellow had managed to lose a total of 100 points over the term, and his eyes now appeared vacant and devoid of spirit. "Are you all right?" Even Ron, who typically held Draco in disdain, could not help but express concern upon witnessing his woeful state. Draco's face was ashen. Having lost 100 points this semester, he had brought shame upon the Malfoy family. Initially, he feared a severe reprimand from his father, but now he was more apprehensive about being disowned altogether. "To think I must venture into the Forbidden Forest. If my father learns of this." Draco suddenly realized that, in this situation, his father was the most terrifying prospect of all. "Are you frightened?" Ron could not resist taunting him. "Shut up." Mia remained silent, as he was not keen on entering the Forbidden Forest either. After all, the forest was now home to Voldemort, who might very well be lurking with his malevolent presence. Could it be that he, the child of Voldemort, was ensnared in some sinister plot from the moment of his birth? Thus, he harbored no desire to encounter Voldemort. However, at this moment, there was no alternative. Recently, numerous unicorns had been attacked, and they had just discovered that one might have been harmed, making tonight's mission to locate it imperative. "We must find it," Hagrid said, adjusting his enormous crossbow as the group entered the forest. The dark expanse of the Forbidden Forest was indeed a realm of true peril, with danger lurking in every shadowy corner. Hermione, feeling a tad apprehensive, clung closely to Mia and Hagrid. Draco, terrified, continued to bicker with Ron. Hagrid soon spotted a trail of unicorn blood. "It seems we are close. We must split up," he declared. Hermione appears quite frightened. "I shall accompany her," Mia suggested. "You jest. In my recollection, Harry and the others encountered Voldemort right here. Following Harry would be akin to purchasing a ticket to a Voldemort exhibition." Hermione, oblivious to Mia's thoughts, looked gratefully at him. "Very well, I shall team up with Mia and Hermione, while you three form another group." "I want Yaya," Draco exclaimed without hesitation. "All right, but it is rather timid. If danger arises, it will signal with red sparks from its wand." Thus, the two groups set off in different directions. Meanwhile, Hermione closely followed Mia, her mind racing with worry. "Surely we won't encounter any danger, will we?" she fretted. "I doubt it. Harry and Ron's magic is quite capable, and Draco's is commendable as well. If anything arises, they will inform us promptly," Mia reassured her. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed throughout the forest. Mia then witnessed Draco sprinting with a lamp, his movements frantic and agile, while Yaya dashed ahead, tugging at its leash with remarkable speed. The group rushed to their aid, ultimately finding Harry and Ron rescued by the centaur Firenze. Harry clutched his forehead in agony, his scar pulsing painfully. On the ground lay a unicorn, its silvery blood seeping into the earth, lifeless. "Curse it! Someone has truly harmed a unicorn," Hagrid exclaimed, furiously pinching the unicorn's blood between his fingers. "Such a pure creature. The moment its blood touches your lips, a curse shall befall you. Danger approaches. Take heed." After delivering his ominous warning, the centaur named Firenze departed into the shadows. Mia gazed at the unicorn lying on the ground and stepped forward to examine its wounds, attempting to discern whether they were truly inflicted by human hands. Mimicking Hagrid's method, he dipped his finger into the unicorn's blood. The moment the silvery white blood touched his skin, Mia instantly lost consciousness. Chapter 42. The clever little witch in the school infirmary. A group of young wizards clustered around a hospital bed. Madame Pomfrey, the matron, glared at the stubborn children she couldn't seem to shoo away. "Patients need rest. No matter how long you stare at him, he won't wake up any sooner." "When will Mia wake up? He's been unconscious all night and half the afternoon," Harry fretted. Mia had collapsed inexplicably the night before, and even Madame Pomfrey couldn't determine the cause. Worry gnawed at Harry all morning, distracting him so much during potions that Snape had reprimanded him multiple times. Madame Pomfrey sighed, her expression troubled. "Your concern won't help. Whatever caused his collapse was complex, almost like a curse. But the symptoms vanished just as mysteriously. Now, his body is simply recovering from exhaustion. He'll wake when he's ready." As Hogwarts healer, Madame Pomfrey's skills rivaled even the finest meta-wizards at St. Mungo's. Yet despite her expertise, she had spent the entire night puzzling over Mia's condition without answers. The curse-like symptoms had disappeared by morning, leaving her even more baffled. "So, Mia's just asleep now?" Ron exhaled in relief. "Suddenly vanished?" Hermione seized the key detail. Could it have been some kind of magic? Frankly, I have no idea. These matters are beyond your understanding. Out, out. The patient needs rest. With that, Madame Pomfrey shooed them from the infirmary. While Harry and Ron relaxed upon hearing Mia would recover, Hermione only grew more concerned. She couldn't shake the suspicion that his sudden collapse was linked to his recent odd behavior in the restricted section. Meanwhile, as his friends agonized over him, Mia finally stirred awake. The high white ceiling and the sharp scent of potions flooding his nostrils grounded him in reality. His mind sluggishly pieced together the fragments. The dark forest before unconsciousness, the sterile brightness of the infirmary now. The dissonance was jarring. Did I faint? The answer was obvious. You're awake? Madame Pomfrey's voice cut in. You still need rest. No leaving yet. Your friends visited. I've already explained your condition. Drink this. Before Mia could react, she tipped a potion into his mouth. The bitter, acrid taste twisted his face into a grimace. Can you tell me why I collapsed? No. Her blunt reply startled him. When she repeated the same explanation she'd given Harry, a shadow settled over Mia's thoughts. Too many strange things had been happening to him lately. Though the infirmary was stifling, it at least offered a chance to rest properly. The moment he was discharged, Hermione cornered him. Without preamble, she confessed to tailing him and laid out her theories. Mia rubbed his temples, torn. Calling her nosy felt ungrateful. She was genuinely concerned. But he didn't want interference in his private affairs. His goals, whether securing the Philosopher's Stone or uncovering ways to amplify his magic, were not for sharing. If his rumored father's history was any indication, power had to be cultivated in secrecy. Yet he had no way to deter Hermione. Knowing her, this stubbornly compassionate, which wouldn't back down. Besides, some of her insights were alarmingly astute. He, too, suspected something had tampered with his memories, and that something was undoubtedly hidden in the restricted section. Can you remember which book you were reading? Never mind. I forgot your memory's affected. Hermione barely let him speak, already muttering to herself. Mia remained silent, allowing Hermione to speculate. He harbored aspirations of becoming a wizard on par with Dumbledore and Voldemort. However, to achieve this, he needed to establish his own inner circle. Truth be told, given Hermione's demonstrated intelligence, he had already set his sights on her. Yet, he was apprehensive about whether this future minister of magic, this principled witch, would remain loyal to him. It was imperative to recognize that some of his future endeavors would inevitably tread into morally ambiguous territory. What is it that draws you to the restricted section? Hermione suddenly raised her voice, interrupting Mia's contemplations. What? Based on my observations, you visit the restricted section almost daily, and your behavior remains unchanged. Either there is something within that holds profound significance for you on a subconscious level, compelling you to return to that specific place, or there is something affecting you, prompting you to repeat the same actions daily. Hermione's gaze was resolute, and Mia felt a twinge of trepidation at the thought of her continuing to ponder this. His initial desire to enter the restricted section had merely been to discover ways to enhance his magical prowess. You may go once more, but do not touch anything. The moment you sense familiarity, exit immediately, Hermione advised, and Mia's thoughts crystallized. As soon as he experienced any sense of recognition, he would promptly document the location of that familiarity. By employing this method repeatedly, he could delineate the approximate area of whatever it was he sought. Hermione, I will not return to the restricted section. Let this matter rest, Mia declared, genuinely concerned that some of his thoughts might be divulged to her. Hermione, steadfast and resolute, gazed at him intently. It cannot simply end here. The history of the restricted section is as ancient as that of Hogwarts, encompassing millennia of magical knowledge. If there exists an unknown malevolent curse, Mia, you will be in grave danger if it remains unaddressed. Then, given the peril, I must refrain from returning. There is nothing more to discuss. Mia, if that is the case, we shall have to consult a professor for a thorough examination, but do not meddle further. Mia's gaze instantly turned icy. Hermione felt as though the Mia before her had transformed into a cold, venomous serpent, entirely different from the person she knew. Startled, she retreated a few steps, her eyes wide with fear. Observing Hermione's reaction, Mia, realizing she had gone too far, promptly softened her gaze. Gently patting Hermione's fluffy head, tousled by her voluminous hair, he spoke softly, I apologize, my tone was inappropriate. However, this matter truly is resolved. Neither you nor I wish to encounter danger. Moreover, I sincerely appreciate your concern. Chapter 43. The Point Deduction Squad takes action. Since that day, Mia had not returned to the restricted section. Perhaps Mia's demeanor had been excessively harsh, for Hermione had refrained from speaking to him during this time. She ceased her observations of Mia and returned to her usual life in the library, seemingly lost once more in the ocean of books. The restricted section appeared to have been for Mia, and Hermione tacitly refrained from mentioning the matter of the restricted section. Everything seemed to have been forgotten. The day of the examinations arrived as scheduled, and the students of Hogwarts faced it with trepidation. Even the usually carefree Ron became noticeably anxious, extending his time in the library by a full 10 minutes. Hermione, though initially tense, gradually relaxed as the examinations progressed. For her, these tests, which elicited groans from others, were remarkably straightforward due to her thorough preparation and innate talent. During the charms exam, she successfully made a pair perform a tap dance across the table, earning a perfect score from Professor Flitwick. In their first year, the only one who could rival her was Mia. As for the other subjects, it suffices to say that only in potions did Severus Snape nitpick and deduct a few points. At that moment, Snape's eyes nearly turned red as he sought out her mistakes. Thus, Mia narrowly surpassed her, securing the top position in their year, with Hermione as the inevitable runner-up. The two of them left the third-place student far behind. Mia was quite certain that if it weren't for Hermione's relentless pursuit of him during that time, the identity of the so-called top student would still remain a mystery. In terms of academics, he simply could not match Hermione's dedication. When the results were announced, Ron and Harry were satisfied with their own performances. As they walked along the castle's paths, feeling lighthearted after their exams, they decided to visit Hagrid's hut. It was said that Hagrid had been quite gloomy for several days after Norbert was sent away. Engaged in conversation, they left the castle and soon spotted Hagrid sitting at the door of his hut. They wondered how Norbert was faring lately. Would Draco ensure that his family took good care of Norbert? Ron shared the same concern. Rest assured, though Draco may lack in character, he is just as capable of caring for dragons as Hagrid, Mia remarked with a smile. It is indeed fortunate for Hagrid that he managed to acquire a three-headed dog from someone and even won a dragon egg at the pub, Harry mused. That person's card skills must have been dreadful, Ron couldn't help but tease. Laughter erupted among them, but suddenly, Harry's laughter ceased. Don't you find it all a bit too coincidental? Hagrid has always desired a dragon, and he just happens to encounter a stranger with a dragon egg at the pub. Who carries a dragon egg around? Upon hearing this, Ron and Hermione exchanged looks of realization. We've finally reached this point, Mia thought to herself. The group quickened their pace, eventually breaking into a run. Hagrid. Oh, it's you lot. Hagrid exclaimed. Did you happen to remember the face of the person who gave you the dragon egg? Harry, panting, eagerly inquired. I didn't pay attention to that. He was wearing a hood, so I couldn't see his face. Did he seem particularly interested in the creatures you care for? Harry continued questioning. Yes, he asked me if I could take care of a dragon. I told him I could handle a Fluffy, so of course I could manage a dragon as well. I also mentioned that dealing with beasts is quite simple. You just need to calm them down. For instance, Fluffy falls asleep at the mere sound of music. Suddenly, Hagrid's expression changed drastically. I shouldn't have told you that. The group exchanged glances and dashed back towards the castle. During that incident in the Forbidden Forest, my scar was hurting terribly. The one who attacked the unicorn must have been Voldemort. He's still clinging to life. That stranger must be Snape. He intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect his master. That's why he lured Hagrid with the dragon egg. We must report this to the professors immediately. Harry's deduction was met with unanimous agreement. Soon, they arrived at Professor McGonagall's office. Upon seeing the flurry of young wizards bursting in, Professor McGonagall frowned disapprovingly. We need to see Professor Dumbledore. It's urgent. I'm afraid Professor Dumbledore is not here at the moment. The Ministry of Magic has sent an urgent matter. He has already departed for London today. Hearing this, Harry looked utterly frustrated. Is there any way to notify him? It concerns the Philosopher's Stone. Upon hearing the mention of the Philosopher's Stone from Harry's lips, Professor McGonagall's expression turned to one of astonishment. Someone is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry continued. Listen, while I don't know how you came to learn about the Philosopher's Stone, I assure you it is currently very secure. Now, return to your dormitories and remain silent. Dejected, the group left the office, feeling defeated. If they didn't inform Professor Dumbledore soon, Snape might very well succeed. Just as Harry finished speaking, a chilling, deep voice echoed from behind them. Good afternoon. They turned around, and upon seeing Snape's face, their expressions turned pale. Mia was particularly infuriated, for it was this fellow who had relentlessly sought to provoke him during the examination. With such splendid weather outside, it was perplexing that a few young Gryffindors chose to linger within, whispering conspiratorially, raising suspicions of nefarious dealings. Fortunately, Snape had no intentions of continuing to harass the group. After casting a long, penetrating glance into Harry's eyes, he swept away, draped in his robes like a bat. Harry interpreted this as a mere act of provocation. We must descend to the trapdoor beneath. Tonight is the night. Chapter 44. The Devil's Snare. As night fell, several young Gryffindor wizards stealthily slipped out of bed. They silently crawled through the doorway, fortunate that the fat lady remained undisturbed. Thankfully, they had not roused Neville, for with the points they had lost, he would undoubtedly have thwarted their plans. The significance of their mission was palpable, and Ron's face was alight with excitement. Suddenly, a voice pierced the darkness, startling the group into retreat. When Mia recognized the golden-haired figure emerging from the shadows, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Draco, with a triumphant expression, exclaimed, "Caught you sneaking out at night, have I? Humph, unless you all turn to stone, I won't be able to keep Filch at bay." Before he could finish, Draco collapsed like a stone slab. "Cover him up, we wouldn't want him catching a chill in the dead of night." The others glanced at Mia, who had slowly retracted his wand, silently mourning Draco's misfortune. Ignoring the petrified Draco, Mia joined the others and made their way to the trapdoor. Interestingly, it was Hermione who had previously petrified Neville when he attempted to intervene. Now, with Neville undisturbed, it was Draco who had met the same fate, albeit belatedly. Mia noted that following their last escapade with Norbert and the Forbidden Forest, Draco and the others still exchanged barbs, but there was less animosity than before. Nevertheless, Draco remained true to form. Whenever he was with Harry and Ron, a pleasant atmosphere was impossible to achieve, given the inherent dangers of their quest. Introducing a delicate and timid aristocrat into the mix would only escalate the challenges they faced. Upon reaching the third floor, they huddled beneath the invisibility cloak and cautiously slipped into the room on the right. The vast chamber echoed with thunderous snores. "This is a predicament," Harry murmured as he emerged from the cloak, spotting the three-headed dog, Fluffy, sound asleep. Snape had undoubtedly been there. Nearby, a magically enchanted harp continued to play, indicating that others had come before them. "Time is of the essence. We must descend at once." The group combined their efforts to shift Fluffy's massive paw, revealing the trapdoor beneath. As they opened it, a dark abyss yawned below, rendering the depths invisible. The young wizards felt a twinge of apprehension. Are we truly expected to descend into that? Hermione hesitated, gazing at the gaping maw of darkness. "If that old bat Snape can do it, so can we," Harry declared, his eyes resolute. "Wait, has anyone else noticed how unnervingly quiet it has become?" Ron's complexion paled visibly. The group mechanically turned towards the harp. The magic had fizzled. The music ceased, and the snores had vanished. A nauseating stench wafted down from above, and then an unknown substance dripped onto Ron. "We're dead. We're dead. We're dead." Ron's face turned ghostly white. A terrifying roar jolted them back to reality as Fluffy glared menacingly at the intruders, disturbing his slumber. "Jump!" Harry shouted, shoving the unprepared Ron down into the abyss. "Hermione, quickly!" Mia urged, pulling her forward, though she trembled with fear. However, the trapdoor's opening was too narrow for more than one to descend at a time, and Fluffy was ready to strike. "Mia, you must go first," Harry insisted with determination. "Don't be foolish," Mia exclaimed, brandishing his wand towards the harp. "Let the wind sing." A mysterious gust swept towards the harp, coaxing its strings into a harmonious dance. The music lulled the ferocious beast into tranquility. Fluffy's crimson eyes gradually lost their ferocity, and his massive form sank to the ground, his ears occasionally twitching as if entranced by the melodious strains, oblivious to the small intruders. Mia seized the opportunity to pull Harry into the trapdoor's passage, and only then did she leap down herself. "Are you all right? Is everyone unscathed?" In the darkness, Mia felt as though she had landed on a large net, with Ron's voice resonating beside her. "We're fine. None of us are hurt." Mia endeavored to locate Hermione, the young witch who had been quite startled by the recent peril. "What is this?" "It's over. I'm ensnared," Harry suddenly exclaimed. "Me too. Help." Ron's voice sounded strained. Mia's wrist was ensnared tightly by the vines, their immense strength rendering him utterly immobile. In the depths of darkness, Hermione's voice trembled slightly. I remember. The professor once said, yes. This is the devil's snare. If one simply relaxes, it will release its grip." Mia was the first to react, swiftly retracting her power and allowing herself to relax without defense. The devilish net, poised to ensnare her, seemed to lose its purpose and gradually loosened. Before long, Mia descended. The drop was not great, and she promptly rose to her feet. Shortly thereafter, Harry and Ron followed suit, descending one after the other. Mia anxiously gazed at the elusive Hermione. It appeared that Hermione was not exhibiting the calm demeanor portrayed in the films. The genuine Hermione surpassed the cinematic version in intellect. What should I do? Mia pondered, overwhelmed with anxiety, unable to relax in the slightest. Mia believes that it was unwise to bring Hermione along this evening. This clever young witch would suffice as an advisor. Everyone, close your eyes. As bright as day, Mia raised her wand high, and a blinding white light erupted instantaneously. The darkness was completely dispelled in an instant, as the light-fearing demons recoiled frantically, akin to snow meeting boiling water. Mia retracted the spell and extended her hand, effortlessly catching the falling Hermione. Still shaken, Hermione instinctively clung to Mia. I'm sorry, I've held you back. Once she regained her composure, Hermione felt a pang of guilt that prevented her from looking up. It's all right, we are here for you, Mia reassured her, gently patting Hermione on the head. Moreover, you taught me some simple spells, and I must say, I've learned quite well. In order to confront today's perils, Mia deliberately mastered two relatively simple, yet exceedingly practical spells. These straightforward enchantments have just saved them on 2 occasions. Am I mistaken? Hermione raised her chin with a sense of pride. The quarrel they had endured that day had created a subtle rift between them, but now, that already thin barrier had vanished. Mia indeed did not blame Hermione for holding him back. During their last encounter, his demeanor had been excessively rigid, causing her distress. Although he felt some remorse, he had no alternative. His secret could not be unveiled to her. Consequently, he had never contemplated offering an apology. In his perspective, only a resolute stance could dissuade Hermione from her inclination to meddle in affairs that did not concern her. Mia could only regard her silent attentiveness as a form of compensation. The group entered the next chamber. Dust lay thick upon the floor, the room was devoid of furnishings, and the lighting was dim. In the vast expanse of the room, a solitary flying broomstick hovered in the center. As they approached, they discerned that the broomstick appeared somewhat worn. It was then that they noticed a cacophony of wings flapping from above. Chapter 45. The chessboard. The door to the next room was tightly sealed and impervious to unlocking spells. Among the multitude of fluttering creatures overhead lay the key to this door. The keys were so numerous and bore such resemblance to one another that it seemed there was but one true key, and with their magic, they were utterly incapable of retrieving it directly. With so many keys, I can hardly discern which is which. Ron gazed at them for a moment, feeling somewhat lightheaded. Hermione approached the door, scrutinizing the lock with care. The lock appeared quite antiquated, suggesting that its key must also be rather old. Could it be that one? It seems to be missing a piece of a wing. Harry pointed to one among the throng of keys. Mia glanced a few times, genuinely unable to discern the situation. It seemed that only you could ascend and retrieve it. Me? With so many keys and flying so swiftly, I doubt I can manage, Harry replied, succumbing to his habitual self-doubt. Ron interjected, even that old bat Snape managed to fly up and seize the key. Harry, you are the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history. No one else here can accomplish that. Mia encouraged Harry. As she watched him mount the broom and begin his pursuit of the swarm of keys, her eyes narrowed. Their actions needed to hasten. He must secure the Philosopher's Stone before Dumbledore's return. At that moment, Harry was far from comfortable. From the instant he took to the broom, the keys seemed to assault him in a frenzy. His vision was a chaotic blur. This was far more challenging than capturing the golden snitch in Quidditch. Yet, Harry proved himself worthy as the seeker who had once captured the snitch to lead Gryffindor to victory. Despite the adverse conditions, he soared through the air with grace, nearly grasping the old key on several occasions. The onlookers below were filled with trepidation. As Harry drew nearer to the key, it executed a sharp turn and dove downwards. Quick to react, Harry immediately lowered the broomstick's head. However, due to the broom's considerable age, he nearly collided with the wall. Observing the low-flying key, Mia gradually retrieved a broom from her concealed, expandable pouch. To be prepared for any eventuality, she had gathered numerous items from the room of requirement and stored them within the pouch. Mia, are you going too? Aren't you a bit inexperienced with broom riding? Ron expressed his concern, urging, let me handle it. Mia shook her head, stating that a broom is not always meant for flight. So what do you wish to do? She inquired. Watch closely, she added, as she raised the broom high. Just as the key soared through the air, she swiftly brought the broom down with force. The key was successfully captured, albeit with a minor misstep. Mia cast a fleeting glance at the myriad of scratches adorning Harry's face, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she turned her head away. Meanwhile, Harry gazed at her with a look of muted sorrow. Do not concern yourself. The broomstick is quite large, and it is entirely natural to accidentally strike someone, he lamented. Besides, I did not intend to hurt you. Harry sighed in resignation, acutely aware of the pain etched on his face. The group then proceeded to the next chamber, which housed a colossal chessboard, resembling an oversized version of wizard's chess. Can we simply walk past? They pondered. However, as they attempted to navigate around the towering pieces, the chessmen sprang to life, brandishing long swords. It seemed that victory in this game was their only means of advancement. Ron's eyes gleamed with fervor for battle. The group took their positions among the pieces, with Ron mounting a knight, assuming the role of a valiant warrior. Mia discerned that Ron had placed himself in the most perilous position. They had all been strategically positioned by Ron in the safest spots possible. Are we truly engaged in a game of wizard's chess? Hermione felt a flicker of trepidation. She had witnessed the ferocious scenes when Ron and Harry played. As a piece was instantly shattered, the expressions of the group turned grim. It seemed indeed that this was a genuine game of wizard's chess, Ron remarked solemnly. In an instant, the curtain of battle was drawn. The tense atmosphere was intensified by the soaring debris and smoke. One piece after another fell, akin to soldiers perishing on a real battlefield. In his endeavor to protect his comrades, Ron fought as if his hands were bound. Peril arose at every turn. At last, as the smoke cleared, the chessboard fell into silence. Harry, you must have perceived it as well. Ron's voice was low. A sheen of sweat formed on Harry's brow. Ron, you must have another plan, don't you? Ron, what are you intending to do? He wishes to sacrifice himself. Mia stood silently by, her wand firmly gripped in her hand. Although she was aware that these chessboard traps had been orchestrated by Dumbledore and set up by Professor McGonagall, ensuring Ron's safety, she remained vigilant. Should any danger arise, even at the risk of suffering from McGonagall's magic backlash, Mia would not hesitate to intervene. Harry, if I move forward just one step, although the opposing queen will capture me, you will have the opportunity to take down their king. This round is ours to win. Ron's eyes sparkled with the certainty of victory. Before Harry could respond, Ron shouted, Knight, move to H3. The queen's armor glimmered with a chilling light, and the great sword in her grasp trembled with anticipation for the souls it would claim. Mia, think of something quickly. Hermione cried out in desperation. Mia clutched her wand tightly, her voice resonating with gravitas. We must adhere to the rules. The great sword was raised high. At this moment, Mia furrowed her brows in distress, realizing that the trajectory of the great sword was rather amiss. Should one strike down in such a manner? Mia suddenly sensed a peculiar wave emanating from the queen piece. This sensation was unsettling. It was the confounding spell. Mia's countenance abruptly darkened. Given Professor McGonagall's craftsmanship, Ron would undoubtedly be unharmed. Yet, the chess piece was unmistakably cursed with a confundus charm. A confundus charm could distort reality. This had to be Quirrell's doing. Ron's life was in peril. Bombarda. A blazing sphere of orange fire shot toward the chess piece. But then, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. A surge of black mist erupted from the chess piece, coalescing into a dense mass before hurtling forth. The curse of Mia shattered in an instant. As the dark mist surged violently towards her, the speed was such that Mia could not evade it, and her magic proved ineffective against this onslaught. Her pupils constricted suddenly under the shadow of death. Suddenly, a great sword descended, shattering the dark mist with a single stroke. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, rendering the other three paralyzed with shock, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Mia, they exclaimed, rushing towards her. Stay still. Mia commanded, halting their advance. The game was not yet over. Turning her gaze to the queen piece, who was slowly retracting the great sword, Mia spoke gravely. Although you saved me, we must adhere to the rules. Harry, General. Chapter 46, A Direct Confrontation. General. As Harry resolutely stepped before the queen piece, a resounding crash echoed as the great sword fell to the ground, signaling the end of the game. Mia's tense body finally relaxed. If one disregards the impending confrontation with Voldemort and Quirrell, this challenge was undoubtedly the most perilous. He had not anticipated that Quirrell would tamper with the chess pieces. Are you all right? Hermione inquired anxiously, her gaze flitting between Mia and Ron. I'm fine, Mia replied with feigned nonchalance. Indeed, he had not sustained any injuries. Yet the chilling aura of impending death from the dark mist moments ago left him unsettled. Ron, feeling discomfort, clutched his arm. I might have a bit of a problem. The others hurriedly approached to inspect, discovering a long gash on Ron's arm, blood oozing forth. It must have been caused by the shards earlier, Mia surmised. Attempting to mend Ron's injury with magic, though to little effect. Ron, you should not proceed any further. That's out of the question. We need you to fetch the professors. Mia insisted, fixing Ron with a determined gaze and patting his shoulder as if entrusting him with a vital mission. You witnessed the situation. We cannot predict what other dangers may lie ahead. It's imperative that someone informs the professors. Clenching his teeth, Ron reluctantly turned back, glancing over his shoulder as he departed. Let us move on to the next room. The trio entered a pitch-black chamber. The moment they stepped through the door, flames erupted, sealing their path. Within the room stood a solitary table adorned with several vials of distinct potions. We must traverse these flames? How is that even possible? Harry remarked, surveying his limbs, feeling utterly incapable of enduring such a trial. We should first examine the items on the table. This challenge surely provides a means to proceed, Hermione deduced. Mia silently marveled at Hermione's brilliance. Recalling from memory, this challenge had been devised by Snape. They were required to solve a riddle in order to select the one potion from the array on the table that would aid them in traversing the flames. Among these potions, some were laced with poison. Yet, true to Snape's nature, despite his aversion to Harry's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his father's, he would, for the sake of Harry's mother, ensure that the so-called poisons would only cause Harry a brief discomfort. They read the riddle. Danger lies before you, safety is behind. Two among us can offer you assistance. Drink from them. One will lead you forward, the other will return you to your original place. Two contain nettle wine. Three are deadly, patiently awaiting. Choose wisely, unless you wish to linger here eternally. First, no matter how cunningly the poison conceals itself, they all stand to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at both ends differ, and if you wish to proceed, they will be of no use to you. Third, you will find the bottles vary in size, and within the giants and dwarfs, the grim does not hide. Fourth, the second from the left and the second from the right, though differing in appearance, share the same flavor. What could this possibly mean? Harry glanced at it, feeling dizzy. Step aside. Hermione seized the riddle from Harry's hands, furrowing her brow as she began to scrutinize it. Mia also joined in. Hermione's brow furrowed and then relaxed, ultimately breaking into a radiant smile. However, upon witnessing Mia's contemplative expression, she decided to keep everyone in suspense. Have you thought of it? Hermione gazed at Mia with a challenging look. The new round of the Hogwarts competition for the title of the greatest scholar has now commenced. Mia gazed defiantly at Hermione. What about you? Shall we count to 3 and speak together? All right, 1, 2, 3. Consequently, Harry observed that both of them simultaneously pointed to the same vial of potion. How did you both figure that out? Harry scratched his head. Given a moment, you would have seen it too. The issue at hand is that there is only enough potion here for one person to pass, yet we are 3. Mia turned her gaze towards Harry. Clearly, it should be me who goes. I have a premonition. Harry gestured to the scar on his forehead. The deeper they delved, the more acutely his scar throbbed. Very well. We shall await your safe return. Mia and Hermione watched as Harry stepped through the flames. Once Harry's figure vanished completely, only Mia and Hermione remained in the room. Hermione, Mia suddenly called out. Tonight, this is where your journey ends. Observing the determination growing in the young witch's eyes, Mia continued. The Pathahea Mia began to harbor a sense of disdain for the little witch's audacity. Faced with a 3-headed dog and a devilish web, she would tremble with fear, yet resolutely choose to forge ahead. Perhaps this was the very reason the Sorting Hat had placed her in Gryffindor. However, Mia believed that such bravery, not grounded in strength, would only lead to her demise. Were it not for the desire to prolong her family's lives, she would never have involved herself in this affair. The atmosphere suddenly mirrored their previous encounter. Hermione stared defiantly at Mia, whose expression darkened momentarily before she softened her tone. It is not that I believe you cannot confront danger. Rather, you need not face such perils at all. You are remarkably intelligent, and it is best to utilize that intellect in a safe environment. The task of charging into battle should be left to those who are meant for it. Agreed? Hermione pondered for a few seconds, then nodded decisively. Very well. I will return and seek out the professor with Ron. Mia found Hermione's swift agreement somewhat disconcerting. And what about you? I shall remain here, ready to assist Harry at any moment. Hermione regarded Mia with suspicion for a moment before saying, I will leave. But do not think about recklessly crossing that flame. Very well, I promise. Meanwhile, Harry traversed the flames, which inflicted no harm upon him. He entered a new chamber, nearly retreating at the sight of the troll, but upon closer inspection, he realized it lay unconscious on the ground. Cautiously, he edged along the wall to the doorway leading to the next room. This new chamber contained nothing but a mirror positioned at its center and a figure standing before it. Harry recognized the mirror as the mirror of Erist. The figure, He presumed to be Snape, but when he saw the familiar turbaned head, he froze. As the figure turned to face him, Harry beheld a visage that defied reason. Professor Quirrell? Chapter 47. The final challenge. You wish to know why it is not Snape, do you not? Quirrell mocked, observing Harry's incredulous expression. Witnessing Quirrell, who appeared so unlike his usual timid self, Harry felt his worldview shatter. Had everything he previously perceived been a deception? Indeed, Snape seemed more akin to a villain. Quirrell continued, as if he had been plotting for ages and was now eager to unveil his scheme. After all, who would suspect the stuttering Quirrell? He mimicked his habitual demeanor with a sinister twist. Yet, on the day of the Quidditch match, Snape attempted to kill me. Harry voiced his doubts. No, the one who sought your demise was I. Quirrell's face radiated a morbid ecstasy. Trust me, had Snape's cloak not suddenly caught fire that day, preventing me from keeping my eyes on you, you would have already met your end. Besides Snape's burning cloak, there was also the dung bomb thrown by some imbecile. No matter how many counter curses Snape uttered, he could not save you. Snape wanted to save me? The realization that Snape could potentially be his savior was more difficult for Harry to accept than the notion of Neville being the culprit. How could the loathsome Snape, who reeked of malice, wish to save him? Quirrell continued to divulge the truth, including the incident involving the troll, as if boasting of his conquests. But Snape rushed to the third floor in an attempt to thwart me. Damned be him. Since then, he has never trusted me again, never allowing me a moment of solitude. But he does not know, no one knows, that I have never been alone. Harry struggled to comprehend the fervor on Quirrell's face. Enough of this chatter. Tell me, how does one utilize this mirror? I saw myself with the Philosopher's Stone, but where is it? As Harry endeavored to organize his thoughts, a dry, lifeless voice suddenly intruded. The pain in his forehead made it nearly impossible for him to open his eyes. Use the child. Quirrell abruptly turned, glaring fiercely at Harry. Come, Potter, quickly. Fearing Quirrell's violent outburst, Harry stealthily approached the mirror. Tell me, what do you see? Harry gazed into the mirror, but the visage of his parents did not reappear. Instead, he saw himself holding an irregular red stone, which he slowly placed into the right pocket of his trousers. Subtly, he reached to touch his pocket, and the sudden hardness sent a chill down his spine. Connecting the mirror's image with his reality, he was convinced that it must be the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell noticed Harry's unusual behavior and demanded, "What do you see?" Harry understood he could not reveal the truth. Quirrell intended to kill him. If he relinquished the Philosopher's Stone, he would surely perish. Moreover, he could not allow Quirrell to acquire the stone. In a moment of crisis, his mind raced. What would Mia do in this situation? Harry endeavored to imagine, while Quirrell grew impatient. Speak quickly. Harry stammered. I saw myself winning the House Cup, becoming a prefect, shaking hands with Dumbledore, and even possessing a large chest of milk. He lied. The eerie voice reemerged. Speak the truth. What do you see? Quirrell's gaze turned predatory, almost as if he would carve Harry with his eyes. Harry felt a cold sweat envelop him. Allow me to speak with him. The strange voice echoed once more. Quirrell instantly adopted a subservient demeanor. Master, your strength has yet to recover. The trembling figure before him was Quirrell. Thus, Harry witnessed Quirrell untie his turban. No one knew what lay beneath the turban. In that moment, Harry beheld the face of Quirrell's superior. It was a visage that appeared to have been melted, with crimson eyes. The grotesque sight sent a chill down Harry's spine. Harry Potter. That monstrous face spoke, resembling the eerie voice. Voldemort? The pain in Harry's forehead revealed the identity of his adversary. It is I. Look, see what I have become. To survive, I was compelled to drink unicorn blood. Yet, I still lack a corporeal form. There exists one thing that can restore me, and it resides within your pocket. Harry immediately turned to flee, but Quirrell snapped his fingers, and a ring of fierce flames ignited around him, cutting off his escape. Harry, we are not enemies. You wish to see your parents. I happen to possess the means to grant that wish. All I require is a small favor in return. Voldemort's voice, akin to that of a malevolent demon, incessantly tempted Harry. As he beheld the figures of his parents materializing in the mirror, Harry momentarily froze. But it was only for an instant. He clenched the Philosopher's Stone tightly in his pocket. You shall not succeed. Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light suddenly pierced through the flames, aimed at Quirrell. Yet, Quirrell merely raised his wand, and the killing curse was deflected as effortlessly as a small firework. Who goes there? Ah, indeed, it seems you have yet to master your skills. Came a voice as the flames slowly parted to reveal Mia, her expression one of regret. Mia, you must flee. Voldemort is here. Harry shouted urgently. There is no escape. Neither of us stands a chance against them, Mia replied, her tone resigned. However, upon witnessing the calmness in Mia's eyes, an inexplicable surge of hope welled up within Harry. Mia had contemplated waiting until Harry, reminiscent of his memories, would eliminate Quirrell through physical contact. However, he soon realized that this was reality. The Quirrell in this world would not be so naive as to engage Harry in combat without his wand. Shamir, truly deserving of the title of the most gifted young wizard in his first year. Yet, how dare you cast the killing curse upon me? Quirrell's face contorted in a grotesque snarl as he brandished his wand, which glimmered ominously with a sickly green light. Mia hastily pulled Harry aside, attempting to evade the unfolding chaos. Suddenly, Quirrell let out a dreadful scream. "Master, what have I done wrong?" He gasped weakly as the green light dissipated. Voldemort paid no heed to Quirrell, his scarlet eyes fixated intently on Mia. "Child, I have sought you for many years." The unexpected tenderness in Voldemort's voice left Harry utterly astonished. Mia gazed at the menacing crimson eyes, a cold smile gracing her lips. "You truly possess a remarkable talent for beguiling hearts, do you not? Are you still attempting to deceive us?" Harry instantly recognized that Voldemort was beginning to cloud their perceptions. No, I believe you must be mistaken. Someone is deceiving you. Is it not you who seeks to mislead us?" Mia dared not allow Voldemort to continue his discourse. The very thing he feared most had come to pass. Stealing a glance at Harry beside him, Mia wished to shield his lineage from Harry's knowledge. He was the chosen one, and Voldemort was the murderer of his father. A dangerous gleam flickered in Voldemort's crimson eyes, indicating that Mia had been significantly ensnared by temptation. A heart-to-heart conversation was imperative. "Quirrell, seize him, but do not harm his body." Was it Potter or the fool? Chided by his master, Quirrell immediately brandished his wand and launched an assault upon the two. The ferocity of the magic compelled them to flee desperately, leaving no room for counterattack. Hiding behind the mirror, Mia beheld the flames encircling them. With a flick of his wand, a deep-hued, peculiar fire danced at its tip. It was fiend fire. As the wand swayed, the flames surged with the wind. The inferno summoned by Quirrell was akin to sheep facing a wolf, utterly defenseless and consumed without a trace. Just moments prior, Mia had utilized this very method to break through the fiery blockade to arrive here. Quirrell, witnessing the towering blaze, felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. This was fiend fire, unleashed by a mere first-year student. Voldemort observed the unfolding scene, then erupted into maniacal laughter, his chilling chuckle resonating like a devil's whisper. Mia commanded the blazing inferno, and with a swift motion of her hand, the flames surged towards Chilo, engulfing him in an instant. The terrifying heat caused the floor to crack and crumble into dust, with only the heiress magic mirror capable of offering a semblance of resistance. Is he dead? Harry was left in a state of shock by the horrifying spectacle. A thunderous roar erupted, and a formidable force shattered the fireball. In the center, Chilo stood, his clothes charred and appearing utterly deranged. "You never expected it, did you? My master has bestowed upon me the true essence of magic, the genuine force. Your feeble skills are utterly powerless against me." Mia cast a chilling glare at Chilo. Damn, his flames were still too feeble. Chilo approached the two, strolling casually with his wand in hand. "Enough of this farce. Let us rest peacefully for a moment. As your professor of dark arts defense, I feel it is my duty to inform you about the stunning spell known as Stupefy." Chilo raised his wand and began to recite the incantation. The two had no means of escape. "Disarm." A beam of red light struck Chilo's hand. Although he did not lose his weapon, his spell was nonetheless interrupted. "Hermione?" Mia recognized the newcomer with a mix of surprise and fury. Another troublemaker had arrived. Chilo seethed with anger. "Kill her," Voldemort commanded ominously. Chilo, filled with murderous intent, waved his wand. Avada, a deafening bang echoed, and the green light vanished along with the glimmer in Chilo's eyes. Time froze for him at the moment the blood hole appeared in his forehead. Now, that is what one calls a killing curse. Mia retrieved the still smoking firearm, casting a mocking glance at the lifeless body of Chilo sprawled on the ground. "As your pupil, I feel compelled to inform you that this is an M10 revolver. Chambered in .38 caliber. Did you take a life?" Hermione approached, unable to bear the sight of Chilo's motionless form. "Am I to await my own demise at his hands?" She retorted. "Furthermore, did you not promise me that you would leave?" Mia's voice was low and accusatory. "You also assured me that you would not traverse the flames." "If Mia does not come, I shall perish," Harry murmured weakly. Hermione cast an apologetic look towards Harry. Mia found herself rather helpless in dealing with Hermione's stubbornness. "Listen, I told you I can handle danger, and I've practiced those so-called useful spells you mentioned." Hermione retorted with a defiant tilt of her chin. All right. We're lucky to have you, Mia conceded wearily. Indeed, they owed their survival moments ago to Hermione's well-aimed disarming charm. Enough talk. There's still one lying on the ground. If he gets up, we're finished. Chapter 48. The magic of names. The lingering fiend fire swirling through the room was gradually siphoned into Mia's wand, though the air remained scorching. The three survivors stood in stunned silence, grappling with the surreal aftermath, particularly Hermione and Harry, having grown up in the Muggle world. Witnessing their professor being shot point-blank by a classmate was nothing short of horrifying. This marked their first encounter with true, unaltered death, not obscured by memory charms. Quirrell's corpse lay sprawled before them, a single bullet hole in his forehead, while the floor behind him was spattered with grotesque flecks of crimson and pallid matter. For now, Harry and Hermione stood numb, the full weight of mortality dawning upon them belatedly. Mia was somewhat taken aback by his own lucidity, as he anticipated feeling at least a hint of unease after committing murder. However, upon gazing at Chilo's lifeless body, his only thought was whether the fellow was truly dead. Just as this contemplation crossed his mind, a thick black mist suddenly surged from Chilo's unblinking corpse. The mist twisted and contorted, revealing a grotesque face lurking within. The visage, filled with silent fury, lunged towards Mia. The proximity left Mia with no means of escape. As the black mist enveloped him, he felt no pain. Rather, it was the chilling silence that sent tremors deep within his soul. The forceful impact caused Mia to stumble backward uncontrollably. Harry, paralyzed by the scene, was unable to react in time before being knocked to the ground alongside the staggering Mia. The transformed Voldemort, now a swirling mass of darkness, emitted a powerless roar before ultimately fleeing the room. Hermione's screams echoed in the aftermath. Both Harry and Mia succumbed to unconsciousness on the floor. The chaotic encounter concluded with the death of the defense against the dark arts professor. Ron arrived with Professor McGonagall, rescuing the three from the room. When Mia next opened his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar ceiling and the pervasive scent of potions filling his nostrils. He bore no injuries. The final assault from Voldemort's lingering essence had merely stimulated his brain. This was the insight provided by Madame Pomfrey. After being force-fed a potion that tasted as revolting as a decade-old, unwashed sock combined with the flavor of rotten eggs, Mia stared blankly at the ceiling. A sinking realization struck him. The Philosopher's Stone was missing. As Harry awoke in the adjacent bed, he instinctively checked his pockets. The pocket that once held the stone was now empty, prompting Harry to shout in a panic. Patients should refrain from loud exclamations. It is detrimental to your recovery. Madame Pomfrey admonished. Perhaps the professor took it, or maybe it was destroyed. Regardless, we have done all we could, Mia reassured Harry. Beneath the covers, Mia's hand brushed against the stone concealed in his pocket, and a smile crept onto his lips. For now, he had succeeded. His father's heart condition could be treated by Muggle medicine, but who could guarantee a lifetime free from calamity for his family? Even if one lived a long life, a person might only reach a century at most. In the wizarding world, a centenarian was hardly a rarity. For some powerful wizards, lifespans could stretch even further. The future was distant, yet the moment his family departed from him was a thought Mia dared not entertain. The Philosopher's Stone could grant him more time with his loved ones. 2 days later, Harry received Madame Pomfrey's pardon, but to Mia's surprise, he was retained by her. Your spirit is severely depleted. I suspect you may have fallen victim to some malevolent curse, was the insight Mia gathered regarding his own condition from Madame Pomfrey. Was it the restricted section, or the killing curse? Mia languidly reclined on his hospital bed, lost in a torrent of thoughts, with only the potion as his companion. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing to ennui, Hermione came to visit him. Are you alone? Mia inquired, gazing at Hermione, who entered with her bag slung over her shoulder. Yes, I just left the library and thought I would stop by, Hermione replied, effortlessly taking a seat on the chair beside Mia's bed. Mia could not help but smile, for it seemed that their bond had deepened since that day of playful challenges. Observing Hermione as she brought him a glass of milk, Mia felt grateful for the companionship. Thank you, he said, and Hermione accepted his gratitude with a smile. Watching Mia unabashedly gulp down the milk, Hermione too felt the warmth of friendship. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Mia inquired. It would be splendid if Professor Hermione could share a few stories to help me drift off to sleep. I cannot recount those ghost stories you adore, she replied. In the serene atmosphere, Hermione suddenly produced a few books from her bag and handed them to Mia. Name magic? He questioned, noticing the title of the book she had brought, The Secret of True Names. He recalled that Tom Riddle's notes had mentioned such magic. Thus he was somewhat familiar with it. It seemed a delightful way to pass the time. weighing the hefty tome in his hands. Mia felt he might have been influenced by Hermione's enthusiasm. Yet, Hermione abruptly asked, "Are you truly not going to the restricted section?" Mia's smile gradually faded. "As I mentioned before, I will not go. You also stated that you would not tread upon those flames." Mia gazed at Hermione, realizing how mischievous this young witch truly was, bringing up the matter just as his fondness for her was blossoming. "Mia," I inquired with Madame Pomfrey, "Voldemort's attack did not inflict significant harm upon you and Harry. The reason you have been unconscious for so long is due to the mental trauma you had previously sustained." "Mia, this could only be the forbidden section." Observing Hermione's resolute gaze, Mia realized that she could no longer evade her. "What can you suggest?" "I cannot even recall what transpired in the forbidden section." "Your inability to remember does not imply that others cannot," Hermione replied, feigning an air of mystery. "I previously inquired with Madame Pants. When you first ventured into the forbidden section, the last place you visited was the oldest repository of books within that realm. Afterward, you would go there every day?" Mia gazed at Hermione with a complex expression, acknowledging the difficulty of extracting information from someone as unpleasant as Madame Pants. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that, as an observer, she retained that fragment of memory. This implies that the effect was limited to you, or perhaps solely to the initial witness. Mia also contemplated this notion. "Therefore, you shall embark on another journey, while I remain a mere observer, thus allowing me to comprehend the true nature of your experiences." Mia shook her head, deeming it unwise. "The intricacies of magic are beyond our comprehension, especially those spells contained within ancient tomes. There is no assurance that the effects will not extend to you. Moreover, even if one were to learn of my plight, what could be done? At the very least, there lies an opportunity to demonstrate to the professor that you are not coveting any malevolent magic." Hermione leaned in closer. Mia chuckled softly. "Are you so certain that I harbor no desire for dark magic?" Hermione remained silent, her gaze unwavering upon Mia. How naive. One should not place such unwavering trust in another. Mia averted her eyes. "I have considered the issue regarding the range of effects you mentioned." Hermione tapped her book. "This is the solution I have devised. The art of name magic is rather challenging to master. Yet it is feasible to attain a level of proficiency before the holidays wherein merely inscribing a name would grant perception. As long as you encounter something familiar in the restricted section, write down my name immediately, and I shall hasten to your side." Mia sincerely admired Hermione's cleverness. She had indeed thought one step ahead. Chapter 49, The Method of Magical Enhancement. Thus, the two established a plan. Hermione promised Mia that this matter would remain a secret known only to the two of them. In other words, even if the truth were uncovered, it could not be reported to the professor. Mia also promised Hermione that after the investigation, regardless of whether the issue was resolved, he would refrain from venturing into that particular area again. Thus, Mia awaited the day of his release, granted by Madame Pomfrey's special permission. During this interval, he diligently studied name magic with Hermione, who would remain in the hospital wing until Madame Pomfrey insisted she leave. Their progress in the study of name magic was nothing short of remarkable, as the two exceptionally gifted young wizards, through their diverse perspectives, fostered new understandings in one another. It must be said that Mia felt his learning efficiency had indeed surged. Hermione had provided him with some truly brilliant insights, leading him to recognize that name magic could potentially be immensely beneficial to him. However, the immediate priority was to unravel the secrets of the restricted section. When the appointed hour arrived, under the cloak of night, Mia procured Harry's invisibility cloak and stealthily slipped out of the entrance. He had arranged to meet Hermione by the portrait of the fat lady before they proceeded together to the library. To mitigate the mysterious effects that might influence Hermione, she would remain outside the library while Mia ventured alone into the restricted section. Once Hermione sensed Mia's signal, she would promptly enter the area. Having a general idea of where the problem might lie, they intended to head directly to the oldest collection. Yet, as Mia waited for a considerable time, Hermione did not appear. In his recollection, she was always the first to arrive, often before the professors during class. Could she have overslept? His subconscious reassured him that this was unlikely. Just as Mia began to sense something amiss, a peculiar intuition suddenly enveloped his consciousness. Mia's expression shifted dramatically. Hermione was summoning him using name magic. Without regard for the possibility of being discovered, Mia sprinted frantically towards the library. The sensation grew increasingly intense. Hermione must be facing a dire situation. Mia, in a fit of desperation, leapt down the final spiral staircase, disregarding the dull ache radiating from her ankle, and continued to sprint recklessly. She could hardly fathom that her original plan had been to enter first, yet Hermione had audaciously slipped into the restricted section without her knowledge. This presumptuous individual, if unharmed, would surely face a stern reprimand from her. Mia was both anxious and furious, utterly unprepared for the perils lurking within the forbidden section. Overwhelmed by a surge of emotions, she felt her mind swelling. Just as the intensity of her sensations peaked, she suddenly sensed something shifting deep within her brain. A torrent of information flooded her consciousness, restoring all memories of that time spent in the forbidden area. Ignoring the word that troubled her the most, Mia dashed straight into the restricted section, without a moment's pause, heading directly toward the collection from the 4th to 5th century. The shelves swept past her ears like a blur, and with each rack she passed, her heart raced even faster. Upon discovering Hermione sprawled on the ground, Mia nearly gasped for breath, a sharp pain constricting her chest. She could regard anyone, save for her family, as mere pawns. However, she could not bear the thought of anyone, especially those she deemed worthy companions, suffering because of her. Rushing to Hermione's side, she checked for her breath, and a wave of relief washed over her. Glancing at the book tightly clutched in Hermione's hand, Mia wasted no time in hoisting her up. A faint, mournful meow echoed through the darkened forbidden section, as a pair of luminous eyes fixed their gaze upon Mia. It was Filch's cat, blocking her path like a predator. At that moment, Mia's sole desire was to transport Hermione to the infirmary and hear the reassuring news of her safety. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes. She collapsed. Though she held no wand, the cat fell in response. Once more, she took off, feeling as if flames were consuming her lungs. Each breath she had yet to take felt like a knife slicing through her throat. She had ventured into the forbidden section countless times without incident, yet Hermione, on her maiden visit, had fainted immediately. Mia did not even dare to contemplate the worst possibility. Students wandering at night, halt, Filch exclaimed as he encountered them, his eyes glimmering with the thrill of apprehending the nocturnal students. Mia, however, had no intention of lingering in the matter. Tom, he is entrusted to you. A small black snake, about the length of a forearm, slithered out from Mia's embrace. At that moment, Filch began to flail about, scratching his head and jumping in distress, shouting about a snake. The path to the infirmary felt longer than ever, and for the first time, Mia truly yearned to reach the nurse's office. At last, he arrived there with Hermione. Madame Pomfrey was roused from her slumber, but upon seeing the unconscious student, she immediately engaged in a thorough examination. Mia leaned against the wall, weakness coursing through every part of his body, rendering him nearly unable to stand as he greedily gasped for air. The sound of footsteps approached. Filch came charging at him with a menacing expression. At last, I've found you. How dare you set a trap? Just watch how I deal with you. You are likely unaware of how I have punished those wayward students in the past, he taunted, advancing step by step. Yet, Mia displayed no sign of urgency. As if resigned to his fate, Tom had returned to Mia's embrace. You've endured much. Mia affectionately patted Tom's head, entirely disregarding Filch. Just as Filch approached, his expression suddenly went blank, and he turned away, wandering out the door as if in a trance. Observing the tall, slender figure, Mia instinctively rose to her feet. I believe it would be best for you to remain seated and rest, Mia, Dumbledore remarked, his beard bristling as it cascaded down to his waist. Beneath his crescent-shaped spectacles, his piercing blue eyes seemed capable of seeing through all. I shall compensate Mr. Filch, perhaps with a salary increase, Dumbledore continued, nonchalantly making his way over. And to Mia's surprise, he mimicked her posture, settling down beside her against the wall. Mia dared not speak freely, for Dumbledore's thoughts eluded her comprehension. When her complexion improved somewhat, Dumbledore began to articulate his thoughts. I must express my gratitude to you, Mia. Were it not for your efforts, Voldemort would have undoubtedly succeeded. The secret passage of Maya is troublesome. Is this an attempt to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone? As Maya pondered whether to relinquish it or feign ignorance, Dumbledore suddenly remarked, I have placed the Philosopher's Stone within the mirror of Erist. Anyone who seeks the stone with ill intent shall never obtain it. Only those who are indifferent to the stone can truly possess it. What do you think of my tactic? Dumbledore's tone bore a hint of playful mischief. Yet a spark of realization ignited in Maya's mind. Those with ulterior motives would be unable to acquire it. At that moment, he felt utterly defenseless against the enigmatic allure of the restricted section, almost entirely oblivious. Remarkably, Hermione managed to relay information to him. Given the intensity of her perception, it was evident she had encountered that object. He did not believe Hermione possessed greater resistance than he. Thus, a possibility emerged. That object only exerted its influence on those who desired to possess it. Just as Maya was lost in thought, Dumbledore suddenly inquired, "Maya, do you have something to hand over to me?" Mia lifted her gaze towards Dumbledore. The moonlight illuminated Dumbledore's aged visage, with each wrinkle etched upon it a testament to life's myriad scars. Mia retrieved the autobiography signed by Merlin from her bosom and handed it to Dumbledore. In such circumstances, it was far better to offer it voluntarily than to be exposed. Dumbledore opened the book and fortuitously landed on the page detailing the particular spell. As he turned to the next page, Mia noticed what appeared to be the remnants of a torn page. With a simple wave of Dumbledore's hand, the missing page gradually reconstituted itself. Subsequently, Dumbledore returned the book to Mia. Mia hesitated to accept it, utterly perplexed by Dumbledore's inscrutable intentions. The arcane amplification method was an ancient technique devised by the legendary Archmage Merlin, capable of exponentially enhancing a wizard's magical prowess. Throughout history, countless sorcerers had waged wars over its possession. Even the Dark Lord Voldemort had acquired it, attaining unimaginable power, though not without consequence. For such formidable strength demands a dire toll. Tragically, by then he had become utterly intoxicated by power. His visage was forever marred, though this paled in comparison to other repercussions. "Professor," Mia ventured cautiously, "have you employed this method yourself?" Dumbledore's ancient, fathomless eyes remained silent as still waters. To prevent further bloodshed among wizards coveting this knowledge, Dumbledore finally spoke, and to shield our world from those who would wield such power with malevolence. "I concealed it within the restricted section. I cast an obscurus charm upon it. Only those with indomitable will could pierce through my enchantments to claim this tome. Now, it belongs to you." "But Professor," Mia gazed upon the very artifact that had stolen her memories. "I failed to withstand the obscurus charm. For one so young." "Your achievement is unprecedented in wizarding history," Dumbledore replied, his eyes twinkling. "And you owe Miss Granger your gratitude. The enchantment I devised ensured that any who sought the tome with desire would find certain contents perpetually unreadable. Only those without covetous intent could perceive its full wisdom. Miss Granger succeeded where others failed. When she attempted to relay the knowledge to you through the Nomen Magicae, the charm sought to obliterate her memory. Yet she managed to inscribe your name. The moment your connection was established, the spell shattered, an outcome even I had not foreseen." Dumbledore's expression softened with undisguised admiration for Hermione as he concluded, "This book I bequeath to you, in hopes you will cherish the priceless value of true friendship." Mia took the book with a sense of astonishment. He had not anticipated that everything hinged upon Hermione. Nevertheless, Dumbledore appeared to relish this unexpected mode of discourse. "To prevent you from falling into any misconceptions, I hope you will promise me that each time you employ the methods of magical enhancement contained within, you will inform me." Dumbledore gazed keenly at Mia. Mia nodded in agreement. Strength can resolve numerous challenges. However, if one becomes overly preoccupied with power, it may transform into a challenge in itself. "Mia, your father serves as a prime example. You ought to comprehend to whom I refer," Dumbledore remarked with a penetrating gaze. Indeed, Dumbledore seemed to possess all knowledge. "Professor, I have but one father, and he is an ordinary man," Mia replied resolutely. Dumbledore smiled. "That is precisely what distinguishes you from him. Concerning Voldemort, I urge you to confront him directly. Do not allow his shadow to cast a pall over you, nor should you tread the path he once did. Have you ever contemplated revealing that I nearly succumbed to the desire to kill?" "I have." Mia's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. "However, I refrained from such actions. It was evident," prompting Mia to roll her eyes in exasperation. "You have inherited his bloodline, yet you have not borne his sins. Due to his transgressions, his offspring are deserving of sympathy. I do not believe I require pity. My parents have treated me exceptionally well," Mia countered Dumbledore. Naturally, the glimmer of amusement in Dumbledore's eyes intensified. "Professor, could you promise me not to disclose this matter to Hermione and the others? Especially to Harry?" Mia shifted the subject. "No problem. Regarding your heritage, you possess the autonomy to decide whether to divulge it." With Dumbledore's assurance, Mia felt a wave of relief wash over her. "It appears Madame Pomfrey has completed her examination of Miss Granger. Let us proceed to see her," Dumbledore suggested as he led Mia onward. Upon their exit, Madame Pomfrey regarded Mia with an odd expression. Her mental state was severely compromised, reminiscent of your previous condition. Young people should sometimes refrain from excessive play. Watching Madame Pomfrey depart, Mia was left utterly perplexed. Dumbledore appeared to be stifling a chuckle. "Come, let us go and check on her." Mia beheld Hermione, who lay upon the bed, seemingly ensnared in slumber. Soon, Mia's gaze was drawn to Hermione's left hand, meticulously bandaged. Miss Granger, in her effort to remain awake, had chosen to inscribe your name upon her palm, as Dumbledore had remarked. Mia's heart suddenly tightened. She wrote it down. With the intensity of that moment's sensation, she now gazed upon Hermione's bandaged hand. Mia felt a tinge of bitterness at the corners of her mouth. The quill pierced her palm as she wrote, wondering why she subjected herself to such torment. Dumbledore glanced at the moon outside before stepping out. Youth truly is a blessing. Chapter 50. The House Cup. As the holiday approached, the young wizards at Hogwarts seemed to have forgotten the dread brought on by their impending final exams. Everyone had relaxed. For the past few days, Mia had remained in the infirmary. Initially, Harry and Ron accompanied her, bringing snacks to visit Hermione. However, once Mia and Hermione immersed themselves in collaborative study, their visits dwindled. Thus, time passed until the final day of the term. Mia arrived at the infirmary early as usual. Prior to his entrance, Madame Pomfrey was engaged in conversation with Hermione. The scars on your palm are easily treatable, but due to the magical potion you used, they have seeped into your flesh, making them difficult to remove. At that moment, Mia stepped inside, unaware of this exchange. Hermione hastily concealed her left hand beneath the covers, signaling to Madame Pomfrey with her eyes not to divulge the previous conversation to Mia. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Madame Pomfrey's peculiar gaze, Mia took a seat beside Hermione's bed. The bedside table was strewn with books. You arrived just in time. I am quite hungry, he remarked. Well, I brought you a sandwich and some meat pies, which will aid in your recovery. I am not particularly fond of meat. Consuming it will be beneficial for you. Observing the amiable rapport between the two, Madame Pomfrey shook her head and sighed as she departed. Ah, the youth of today. By noon, Hermione was released by Madame Pomfrey. Apart from the marks on her hand, she had sustained no other injuries. Even the wound on her palm had been treated by Madame Pomfrey. However, due to the ink stains, Hermione's left hand remained bandaged. At dinner, all the young witches and wizards gathered in the great hall. The atmosphere was notably more vibrant than usual, rivaling that of the Christmas feast. This jubilation was due to the impending holiday and the announcement of the House Cup for the academic year. Yet, in stark contrast to the usual liveliness of the Gryffindor table, an unusual silence enveloped it. Judging by the score jars placed in the hall, Gryffindor had accumulated fewer points this time. In contrast to Gryffindor's gloom, the Slytherin table radiated an atmosphere of elation. Despite Draco's deduction of 50 points this semester, they remained the highest scoring house. The House Cup was already claimed by Slytherin. Even the hall's decorations had transformed into banners of green and silver, emblematic of Slytherin. Now, it is time to announce the House Cup standings. I believe if we delay any longer, everyone will struggle to enjoy their dinner, Dumbledore began. His remarks always brief and laced with humor. I shall now announce the total scores for each house. Gryffindor, 312 points. Sparse applause echoed from Gryffindor, while the four who had caused the point deductions hung their heads in silence. Even the usually boisterous Weasley twins were now subdued. Mia finds himself in a state of helplessness. This semester, he has transformed into a veritable score collector. Apart from Snape, nearly every professor has bestowed upon him extra points. As he strolls through the Gryffindor common room, who does not greet him as Master Mia? However, ever since he was caught during a midnight escapade and had 50 points deducted, he has plummeted back to square one. Now, he must navigate the corridors with utmost caution, skirting along the walls. At the Slytherin long table, Draco smugly exchanges knowing glances with his companions, while Ron's face flushes a deep shade of red in indignation. Mia turned her head and raised her hand towards Draco, who immediately fell silent. Dumbledore continued with his announcements. Hufflepuff, 352 points. The applause for Hufflepuff was sparse. However, they did not seem to notice the slight disappointment of finishing second to last. The House Cup was of little concern to them. Their primary focus was on enjoying their meals. Typically indifferent, they rarely sought opportunities to earn extra points, resulting in their lower score. Consequently, this year, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor found themselves in entirely different tiers. Ravenclaw, 426 points. The students from Ravenclaw erupted in enthusiastic applause, yet their gazes towards Slytherin carried a hint of discontent. In their view, points should be earned through genuine knowledge. Yet Slytherin consistently employed peculiar methods to gain favor with the professors. Moreover, their head of house, Snape, exhibited a noticeable bias. Unlike their head, who was amiable towards everyone. Before Slytherin's score was announced, the Slytherin students had nearly clapped their hands raw. Slytherin, 427 points. Thunderous applause erupted from the Slytherin table. Had it not been for Draco, they would have scored at least 477 points. At the staff table, Snape's perpetually stoic expression momentarily softened into a smile. He glanced at the dejected Harry Potter, as if seeing his former nemesis, James Potter. I outscored you by over 100 points. How could you possibly triumph over me? If you can, I will eat the table. Snape reveled in delight, far more exhilarated than in previous years when winning the House Cup. In his arrogance, he occasionally exchanged remarks with Professor Flitwick. The chicken today is quite delightful, Professor Flitwick. You should give it a try. Indeed, the beef soup is quite good as well, Professor Flitwick chuckled pleasantly. Once the applause subsided, Dumbledore appeared to have more to say. However, recent events would also be taken into account. The hall fell silent, all eyes fixed on Dumbledore, uncertain of his next words. Ron Weasley, under perilous circumstances, exhibited extraordinary chess skills, contributing to a spectacular match. 50 points. Ron's face registered disbelief, and upon hearing the surrounding applause and the praises of his twin brothers, he swelled with pride. Snape's expression soured. Harry Potter, in recognition of his bravery and courage, is awarded 60 points. The applause surged once more like a tidal wave, causing a sudden reversal in standings. In the distance, Draco scowled, enduring Ron's distant mockery. Miss Hermione Granger, who demonstrated exceptional wisdom in a crisis and endured suffering for the sake of her friends. 60 points. The students of Gryffindor had clapped their hands raw by this point. Finally, Dumbledore called out Mia's name. Mia Shamir, for her remarkable magical prowess and exceptional intelligence, repeatedly rescuing her companions from peril. In the face of formidable foes, she maintained her composure. 70 points. Mia straightened her back with newfound resolve, exclaiming, I am back, Professor. Dumbledore suddenly directed his gaze towards Slytherin. Draco sensed that the headmaster was regarding him. It takes courage to stand up against one's friends, and thus I shall award Mr. Draco Malfoy 20 points. Who are their friends, anyway? For the first time, Draco felt an uncomfortable pang at the notion of receiving points. The four members of Gryffindor cast disdainful looks in their direction. Therefore, the House Cup for this academic year is awarded to Gryffindor. The unexpected joy plunged Gryffindor into a state of ecstatic celebration. Meanwhile, Professor Snape appeared ominously displeased at the staff table. I find this jelly quite agreeable. You might wish to try it, Professor Snape, commented Professor Flitwick. Snape glanced at the table before him, his cheeks twitching. I am not hungry. Chapter 51. The flattering Dursleys. The group boarded the Hogwarts Express once more, this time for their return journey. Much like their arrival, the atmosphere in their compartment was harmonious, filled with laughter and conversation. Mia, if only I could be as formidable as you, then my grandmother would scold me at least a little less, Neville remarked enviously, gazing at Mia. In truth, as long as you dedicate yourself to your studies, your magical prowess will inevitably improve. Moreover, talent is not solely confined to magic. Mia recalls that Neville possesses remarkable talent in the field of herbology. Moreover, could the sword of Gryffindor, wielded by the valiant Gryffindor hero who vanquished the monstrous serpent Nagini with a single stroke, truly be deemed feeble? Mia perceived that Neville merely lacked a modicum of confidence. Moreover, it seemed that the wand he wielded was not his own, akin to Ron's situation, which would inevitably hinder their performance to some extent. Contemplating this, Mia resolved to seek out Ollivander at the earliest opportunity, as the wand in her possession consistently fell short of her expectations. Apart from Neville, even Hermione and the others regarded Mia with a hint of envy. Initially, Hermione was somewhat skeptical of Mia's learning philosophy. However, after grappling with the disarming spell herself, she came to realize the formidable challenge of mastering spells intended for combat. In her quest to perfect the disarming charm, she had perused nearly every book on the subject. Yet, when she attempted the spell against Quirrell, her opponent had not so much as dropped his wand. In stark contrast, Mia's disarming spell had proven effective even against trolls. Additionally, the thunderous explosion that obliterated a troll, along with the killing curse from that fateful night, were feats that remained beyond Hermione's reach. Yet Mia had executed them with apparent ease. This realization struck a blow to her confidence. Harry mused that if only he could possess Mia's intellect, he would not have to endure Dudley's bullying. Ron, too, felt a deep resonance with this sentiment, not to mention the frequent torment inflicted by his older brothers. His dear mother, upon hearing of Mia, would almost invariably urge him to learn from her in every letter. Over time, he had developed a slight apprehension towards Mia. Sensing the intensity of their gazes, Mia instinctively shrank her neck, feeling somewhat unnerved by their scrutiny. Mia, now I suspect you might be some sort of monster, Ron remarked. Why would you say that? You dare to vanquish Voldemort with a single curse. That's Voldemort, after all. Hardly. It was Professor Quirrell, to be precise. Do you think it's less serious to have killed a professor? Well, perhaps not, Neville interjected, his complexion paling. He was entirely oblivious to these matters until now, and hearing about them left him feeling rather terrified. Was he truly sharing a compartment with a group of murderers? The thought of having killed a professor and casually mentioning that name made Neville long to escape. What else were they capable of? Neville, what's the matter? Mia noticed his ashen visage. Upon meeting her gaze, he felt for the first time that there might be a hidden malice behind Mia's striking eyes. He realized they knew his secret. Was Mia about to silence him? Thus, throughout the journey, Neville felt as though he was sitting on pins and needles. During the holidays, you are all welcome to visit my home. Ron enthusiastically extended the invitation. The wizarding world must be vastly different from the Muggle world. Harry's face practically radiated his desire to go. I can't say what the Muggle world is like, but you'll find out once you're there. Just as Harry was about to agree, he remembered that the Dursleys would never allow him to leave. Noticing Harry's despondence, Mia suggested, Harry, perhaps we could come to fetch you? Fetch me? My uncle and aunt would never permit me to go out. Opportunities often arise. Just as none of us believed we could defeat Voldemort in our first year, right? Once more, that name hung in the air, and Neville felt a chill. Mia recollects that during this holiday, Harry would indeed be confined within the walls of his home. Even his owl was prohibited from venturing out to deliver messages. All the letters intended for him were intercepted by a house elf named Dobby. Ultimately, however, Harry would be rescued by Ron and his friends in a flying car. Mia also felt that seizing this opportunity to visit her family in the magical world would be delightful. You are welcome to come to my home. I reside in London. She extended her invitation. It would be the perfect chance for me to ensure that you all dedicate yourselves to your studies during the holiday, Hermione declared earnestly. As the group engaged in their conversation, the train came to a halt. Ron and Neville were greeted by their families at platform 9 3/4, while the remaining trio proceeded to King's Cross Station. In the distance, Mia spotted her parents and brother awaiting her arrival. Mia hurriedly dragged her suitcase, unable to suppress her excitement as she trotted along. Mom, who is this handsome man? She inquired, gazing at the muscular figure before her, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. The muscular man, with a kind expression, replied, Mia, I am your father. Your dad has endured quite a bit in his quest to lose weight. You see, this is the result of excessive exercise leading to a worsening heart condition, Marilyn explained with a smile. Mia gazed at her father, who was nearly unrecognizable, and felt her worldview shaken. Where's my dad? My hefty father, who weighs over 300 pounds? Just as she was astonished, a large hand affectionately ruffled her hair. You seem to have grown a little taller. Did you add some insoles? Hearing the familiar voice, Mia felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and bite him. Observing the cheerful atmosphere of the Shamil family, Harry and Hermione chuckled joyfully. Is this your classmate? Yes, Mia introduced Harry and Hermione one by one. After a warm exchange of greetings, Mrs. Shamil inquired, Have your parents come to pick you up? Harry replied, I'm not sure if my aunt and uncle will come for me. Sensing an underlying meaning, the Shamil couple refrained from further questioning. At that moment, Hermione's parents approached, and upon seeing them, Hermione eagerly dashed into her mother's embrace. The initial meeting between the families was exceedingly cordial. Andrew Shamil found the Grangers to be quite amiable, akin to distant relatives. Mr. Granger, however, couldn't shake the feeling that Mr. Shamil seemed familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. From a distance, Harry also spotted Uncle Vernon Dursley. It was quite a rarity for him to come to pick him up. Yet, Uncle Vernon seemed utterly unwilling to let others know about his connection to the Dursleys. He was reluctant to approach, merely gesturing impatiently for Harry to come over. Vernon Dursley was decidedly displeased. He could have been comfortably sipping tea today, but this bothersome boy had disrupted his peace. He had no desire to come, let alone to meet that wizarding classmate of his nephew. As Dursley observed the parents standing beside Harry, he suddenly recognized a very familiar face. Where had he seen it before? His eyes widened in realization. He had seen this person on the television news. This individual appeared on screen so often that one could even catch a glimpse of Her Majesty the Queen. It was Andrew Shamil, the Commissioner of the London Police. From what he gathered, this esteemed figure was also a strong candidate for the next Home Secretary. If he could cultivate a connection with such a high-ranking official, the Dursleys would surely rise to prominence. Almost breaking into a sprint, Dursley approached. "And you are?" Andrew regarded the man before him with suspicion. "I am Harry's uncle." Dursley attempted to ingratiate himself. "Oh, what a pleasure. Mia often speaks highly of Harry." Andrew shook his hand. Although Andrew's keen perception immediately indicated that Mr. Dursley was not an easy individual to deal with, he could not allow Mia's classmate's parent to feel uncomfortable. No, it's Harry who has been a nuisance to your family." Dursley's false humility puzzled the Granger couple. What exactly was the Shamil family's standing? At that moment, Dursley also took note of Mrs. Shamil's appearance. This was yet another person one would only expect to see on television. The director of the Royal Brompton and Harefield Hospitals in the UK. The ingratiating expression on Dursley's face was utterly transparent. He would typically strive to leave a good impression on the influential, yet today he was simply too astounded. The Shamil couple was not particularly fond of Mr. Dursley, but out of respect for Mia and Harry's connection, they maintained a polite demeanor. After graciously declining Mr. Dursley's invitation to visit, the Shamil couple bid farewell to the Grangers and departed with Mia. Chapter 52. Homecoming. As the family settled into the car, they listened attentively to Mia animatedly recounting tales from the magical world. For the family, even the simplest sharing of daily experiences constituted the most delightful stories. Andrew, at the wheel, relished the laughter and chatter of his loved ones, feeling as though he was the happiest man on earth. Perhaps it was time for him to strive for further advancements for the sake of his family. From a mere foot soldier to now presiding over the entire London police force as commissioner, it was all driven by his fervent desire to serve the nation. With age, he had come to cherish the warmth of family life, finding little interest in power. However, since Mia entered that magical school, he had gleaned much about the magical realm through his position. It was not the fairy tale land one might envision. It harbored dark wizards who took lives mercilessly, along with a ruthless Dark Lord. The magical world was not entirely devoid of intersection with the Muggle world. Yet, such tenuous connections existed solely at the highest echelons. Only those of cabinet minister rank could engage in discourse regarding matters between the two realms. As the highest authority of the police system within London, his own powers were insufficient. Should Mia find herself in peril within the magical world, he would be virtually powerless to assist and might not even receive timely information. It is important to note that the magical world does not maintain the facade of relative peace that the current Muggle world upholds. The last significant upheaval in the British magical community occurred several decades ago, and it was rumored that recent times had not been particularly tranquil either. To ensure his young son's safety, he must strive for the position of Home Secretary. Mia was oblivious to his father's scheming. He was currently preparing to provoke Yuza. In the past, he had been too small, always bullied by Yuza. Now, however, he had mastered a formidable spell and was determined to reclaim his dignity. "Oh, little Yuza, have you stopped growing? I've gained a whole 3 centimeters this semester, which means you'll forever be the little one in my presence." Observing his brother's cheeky demeanor, Yuza wore his signature smile. Familiar with this expression, Mia realized that mischief was afoot. Before Yuza could extend his hand, Mia swiftly drew his wand. "Hee, I possess magic." Hey. Before Mia could finish his taunt, Yuza snatched the wand from his grasp. "Give it back," Mia protested, stretching out his hand in a futile attempt to reclaim it. "That doesn't count. You're cheating. You can't just steal my wand." "Oh," Yuza mused, inspecting the seemingly ordinary stick in his hand. Could this unassuming object empower a wizard to unleash potent magic? Presently, he was employed at the Ministry of Defense. Unlike the Ministry of Intelligence, which dealt with foreign affairs, the Ministry of Defense focused on domestic stability. Investigating the magical world that coexisted around them was part of their mandate. Since Mia's official entry into the magical realm, he had dedicated himself to this line of work. Unfortunately, their understanding of wizards was exceedingly limited, and the enigma of their magic rendered it nearly impossible to extract any information. This was the first time Yuza had encountered such a so-called wand. As Mia babbled incessantly, Yuza pinched his cheek, the softness evoking fond memories of their childhood. You've grown thinner. You're not as cute as before." With his face being playfully squished, Mia could only mumble incoherently, "Let go of me." Amidst the ruckus, Marilyn, seated in the front passenger seat, couldn't help but chuckle. Moments later, with tears in his eyes, Mia reached out towards the front. "Wah, mommy, he's bullying me." "Wah." This pitiful sight was far from the image of a ruthless character capable of taking down a professor with a single shot. Yuza reached out, pulling Mia back and subjecting him to further torment. Thus, the small car echoed with their boisterous antics until they finally arrived at their long-awaited home. As the door swung open, Mia dashed inside as if Yuza were hot on his heels. He hurried straight to his room, the first order of business being to check on his beloved snakes. Upon finding them all lively and chattering, expressing their displeasure at his prolonged absence, Mia finally breathed a sigh of relief. I can't help it. The school doesn't exactly encourage keeping snakes as pets. If I had brought you all with me, my roommate would have fled in terror. Mia once again took out Tom, saying, "Let me introduce you to a new friend." As she placed the increasingly darkened Tom into the box, the small snakes within shrank back in terror to the corners. Tom lay languidly in the box, occupying the coziest spot, as if the frightened little snakes around him did not exist. Observing the small snake's fear, Mia felt puzzled, wondering what was amiss with them. Unfortunately, unlike Tom, these small snakes lacked wisdom and could only express vague emotions. Noticing the slight reddish bump on Tom's head, Mia had long suspected that he was no ordinary creature. Tom was the first snake with whom she could communicate as if he were a person. Life at home was exceedingly tranquil. After experiencing life and death multiple times in the supposedly safest Hogwarts, Mia luxuriated in her home for several days. During her leisure, she studied the spoils of the semester. The Philosopher's Stone was of no use to her yet. Her father's heart disease could be treated with Muggle medicine, and the elixir of immortality was not something she could concoct at this moment. What intrigued her most was the method of enhancing magical power. After reading Merlin's autobiography, Mia felt as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. This method could nearly double a wizard's magical power. However, the requirements were stringent. The most crucial ingredient for this enhancement was the blood of magical creatures. The higher the magical power of the creature, the more effective the enhancement. If blood from a unicorn-level creature was used, the initial enhancement could reach 30%. As the number of uses increased, so would the extent of enhancement. Of course, the risk of failure would also grow. The lower the magical content of the animal's blood, the smaller the enhancement and the greater the risk of failure. The consensus in the magical world is that the more powerful the creature, the rarer and more dangerous it is. If an ordinary wizard dared to set their sights on a top-tier magical creature like a dragon or unicorn, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. Moreover, this enhancement method required the use of only one type of animal's blood. Once a type of blood was used, it could not be changed, or the wizard would fall into madness. This was the harshness of the enhancement method. Mia found herself in a quandary. Where could she find such a formidable creature? Wouldn't seeking one be tantamount to courting death? She was no fool who would dare to confront a basilisk armed only with a sword picked up from a broken hat. Suddenly, Harry's face flashed in Mia's mind. Yes, there was a basilisk lurking beneath the school that could kill anyone who met its gaze. In her memory, that creature had been slain by Harry with a single thrust. If the time came, she could acquire the basilisk's blood. Such a large basilisk should be enough for several uses. It seemed that second year would not be idle either. However, before that, she needed to make a trip to Diagon Alley. Firstly, to purchase a potion that could cure her father's heart disease. Wizards do not suffer from heart ailments. It is all thanks to potions. Any disease in the physical sense is insignificant in the presence of magic. Secondly, she needed to acquire a wand suited to her needs. The wand she currently possessed was not entirely compatible with her and limited her abilities. Chapter 53. Returned to Diagon Alley early in the morning, Mia packed her belongings, fastening a concealed expandable bag around her waist, ready to set out. Weighing her remaining galleons, she calculated that it should suffice for this trip. Aside from the potion to cure her father's heart disease, there were no other significant expenses. Though the milk and egg yolk cakes at the sweet shop in Diagon Alley looked delectable, her limited funds compelled her to prioritize the essential potion. Her father's heart condition could be treated with the medical care available at her mother's hospital. However, Muggle medical practices merely involve cutting where there was illness. What could not be cut out was replaced with a substitute. The effectiveness of such treatments was questionable, especially for conditions like heart disease, which are notoriously difficult to cure. In the magical realm, so-called heart disease could be resolved with a mere potion. She had inquired and learned that potions for treating heart conditions were not particularly valuable, and with her current meager finances, she could just about afford it. Feeling the emptiness of her purse, Mia truly experienced the adage that a penny can thwart even the greatest of heroes. She wished she could earn money, but unlike learning magic, Such endeavors were beyond the reach of an underage witch, who would conduct business with a mere child. It was unthinkable to simply brandish a wand and rob someone. As Mia prepared to venture out, Yuz approached him, requesting to accompany him. Why not indulge in such a delight? In their childhood, the two often stealthily made their way to the amusement park, and each time they returned, Yuz would invariably face a scolding from his parents. Now, Mia seemed to have rediscovered that thrill. Yet, he was 11 years old now, capable of wielding a gun and ending lives. Yuz would no longer be reproached for taking his younger brother along. Everything had changed. This was Yuz's first genuine immersion into the magical realm. When Mia led him to a wall and, upon walking through, revealed a bar, he was struck by the wonder of magic. Initially, he had failed to notice that there was a bar at all. The establishment resembled an old-fashioned tavern from the Muggle world. Yet the sight of a server effortlessly levitating chairs made him acutely aware of the enchantment surrounding him. Since childhood, he had believed it was his duty to protect this brother who brought joy to the Shamir family. However, when Mia knocked and transformed a wall into a passage leading to a paradise-like realm, Yuz suddenly felt the stark contrast between them. Could he truly safeguard Mia? Unbeknownst to Mia, who was blissfully unaware of Yuz's slight melancholy, he excitedly pulled Yuz around, embodying the essence of an 11-year-old. Even with empty pockets, the mere act of spending time with his brother brought him immense joy. Ideals paled in significance compared to the value of family. Mia led Yuz to Ollivander's wand shop, and the two stepped inside. It was not the start of the school year, so few customers were present to purchase wands, which allowed Ollivander to notice them immediately. "I remember you," he said, his silver-gray eyes seeming to pierce through time and space, evoking a sensation in Mia akin to facing Dumbledore. "You last visited last year. A serpentwood wand, with the fong of a naga, 11.5 inches. Without the slightest pause, Ollivander recounted the details of Mia's wand with impeccable accuracy. "Regrettably, this wand is not suited for you. That is precisely why I am here today." Meanwhile, Yuza remained silent, surveying the shop filled with wands. Those capable of unleashing formidable magic were being treated as mere ordinary commodities for sale. Ollivander replied to Mia, "I apologize, but I fear there is little I can do in this matter. But you are the finest wand maker." Ollivander remained unmoved by such familiar flattery. "Wands choose wizards. My dear child, I cannot craft a wand merely to satisfy the whims of a particular wizard. The wands I create have been waiting on the shelves for quite some time, longing for the true wizard they are meant for." Noticing Mia's disappointment, Ollivander continued, "However, I may assist you in maintaining the condition of your current wand." Since even Ollivander expressed his inability to resolve the issue, Mia reluctantly set it aside for the moment. "Then I shall trouble you with that. Your wand, please." Ollivander took Mia's wand, his silver-gray eyes roaming over its surface. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed in a tone of astonishment and disbelief, "What kind of spell have you cast with this? No, you are merely a first-year student. How could you possibly wield such powerful magic?" As a master of wands, he could discern the condition of a wand without recourse to the rewind charm. "The wear on this wand is far beyond what one would expect from a first-year witch. I may have practiced a tad more diligently than the average student." Mia would never dare tell Ollivander that she had already used this wand to cast the killing curse and the blasting curse in her first year. "You truly resemble someone I once encountered," Ollivander murmured, his voice distant. The face grew clearer in his mind, and his expression darkened with mounting dread. Yet reason insisted that person should be long dead. Though whispers of their survival persisted, he preferred to believe them mere rumors. Mia offered no reply. Beside her, Uci studied her face, lost in thought. After tending to Mia's wand, Ollivander returned it to her. "Regarding your wand, I shall endeavor to find one suited to you. In truth, I already have a lead. Since you attend Hogwarts, perhaps you could gather further information." "What information?" Mia perked up instantly. "Salazar Slytherin, one of Hogwarts' founders. His wand may hold promise for you. However, it has been lost for far too long. I require time to investigate." Though strangers, Ollivander's dedication moved Mia, and she thanked him sincerely. Slytherin's wand? As the son of Voldemort, he was, in a way, Slytherin's heir. Perhaps that wand truly had a chance of choosing him. Leaving Ollivander's shop, Mia and Uci visited an apothecary. Yet disappointment struck. The clerk informed them the potion was out of stock. They hurried to several more shops, only to receive the same answer. The final clerk explained, "Heart disease potions are scarcely purchased. Many shops don't even stock them. It's as easily treated as a cold in the wizarding world. The brew is simple enough that most wizards make it themselves. There's no market for it. Mia is capable of learning on her own. However, since it is intended for her father, it is prudent to exercise caution. The shop assistant mentioned that one might find such items in Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley. Mia pondered quietly. That chaotic place does not appeal to her. Is it truly dangerous? Yuza seemed to perceive Mia's apprehension. Some dark wizards frequent that area. It can be quite disorderly. Is it the kind of place where people kill indiscriminately? It is not as chaotic as that. If it were truly that unruly, the Ministry of Magic would have long since shut down Nocturne Alley. Yuza nodded and then tugged at his clothing. Mia beheld several dark-hued handguns within, nodding in approval. This is what one might call a sense of security. Let us proceed to Upside Down Alley. Chapter 54. Carnage and Robbery upon entering Upside Down Alley. The chilling and squalid atmosphere elicited frowns from both individuals. Despite it being her second visit, Mia remained disenchanted with the ambience of this place. The passers-by mostly concealed their faces, either shrouded in masks or cloaked hoods. Their downcast gazes suggested they were engaged in some nefarious activities. Those who were not masked bore vacant or deranged expressions, clearly the victims of some malevolent enchantment, exuding a foul and putrid odor. With his experience working in the intelligence agency, Yuza could readily discern that such a locale was ripe for gathering information. However, today, he was merely accompanying Mia on her excursion. Certain matters could be addressed at a later time. Their unfamiliar presence certainly attracted some attention. Although the faces beneath the hoods remained unseen, the prying gazes directed at them were unsettling. In a concealed spot, Yuza handed Mia a peculiar object. Mia lowered her head and spotted a silencer. The gunfire was too loud. Such an accessory would prove invaluable. Observing the unflinching demeanor of Yuza, Mia was tempted to inquire whether he was not concerned about leading her astray. As if sensing her thoughts, Yuza affectionately ruffled Mia's hair. When traversing the outside world, self-protection is paramount. After affixing the silencer to her handgun, Mia felt an increasing sense of professionalism envelop her. The two continued their search, devoid of any desire to linger. Soon, they stumbled upon a general store. The name of the establishment eluded them, as the sign had deteriorated beyond recognition. Mia felt an unsettling sense of familiarity in this place. As she stepped into the grocery store, it resembled more of a cluttered storage room untouched for years. A musty odor assailed her senses. Upon entering, she did not encounter the proprietor. Instead, the two of them navigated around the shelves and discovered a figure kneeling on the ground, muttering incantations. Please grant me a robust man, Merlin. Mia suddenly recalled that this was the very place he had passed with Hagrid last time. Was she still praying? Upon seeing the face of the person turning towards him, he understood why Merlin had not granted her wish. The witch, though diminutive, was instantly captivated by the tall figure before her. Her dim yellow eyes ignited with an insatiable glimmer. Merlin had manifested. Observing the witch's expression, Yuza instinctively shielded Mia behind him, his right hand already resting on his waist. May I inquire if there exists a potion for heart ailments? Yuza spoke in a low, measured tone, suppressing the disdain that flickered in his gaze. The witch's toad-like visage emitted a foul stench as she opened her mouth. Indeed, everything you seek is here. Her voice was sharp and hurried. Please hand us that vial. How much is it? No cost, no cost. Yuza's right hand had now firmly grasped his weapon. The witch, overwhelmed with excitement, drooled as her eyes brazenly roamed over Yuza's form. Upon catching sight of Mia behind Yuza, a more terrifying light ignited in her eyes. Noticing the witch's gaze fixed on Mia, Yuza's expression turned icy. Mia, we must leave. Without hesitation, he attempted to escort Mia away, but the door suddenly slammed shut. You think you can come and go as you please? Wouldn't it be more delightful to stay and play with me? The witch approached with a lewd glint in her eyes. Yuza swiftly drew his gun, while Mia brandished his wand. The witch initially hesitated at the sight of Yuza's firearm, only for a moment before her countenance twisted into one of contempt. You are a muggle? Then, her expression morphed into one of reckless arrogance. Do you really believe your little toy can harm me? And you, little one, your wand is no more than a fire stick to me. Fear not. I shall cherish both of you. The witch regarded them with blatant disregard, particularly Mia, whom she perceived as merely a child whose spells would only tickle her. Yuza unexpectedly pulled the trigger. A muffled sound erupted, the flash and noise deftly muted by the silencer. The bullet shot forth. Yet, just as it was about to pierce the witch's skull, she transformed into an ethereal apparition amid a sinister grin. The bullet passed through her as if traversing a wisp of black mist, ultimately embedding itself in the wall, leaving a large hole. The witch remained unscathed, her eyes alight with mockery. Muggle weapons are as futile as muggles themselves. At least you possess a fine exterior. The witch relished the sight of her prey's futile struggles. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Yuza's eyes widened in surprise, soon replaced by a grave demeanor. Mia, too, found the spectacle astonishing. It was his first encounter with someone transforming into a wisp of black mist. Clearly, this witch wielded powers beyond his comprehension. This was no trivial matter. Such perilous moments were not the time for contemplation. The witch turned her gaze towards Mia, and you, my dear, come, let me see what spells you have learned. Do not be foolish. Even if I remain still, you two cannot touch me in the slightest. Mia boldly declares that she has perfected the art of deception. Therefore, you must adhere to your words, and there can be no changes. Mia's large, twinkling eyes captivated the witch, causing her to salivate once more. Very well. I shall remain still, just to indulge you in play. Now, I shall employ my magic. The sight of Mia's innocent and adorable demeanor filled the witch with uncontainable joy. Come, indulge me with a delightful tickle. Mia's lips curled into a slight smile as she waved her wand gently. The witch eagerly anticipated the charming magic that this little darling would conjure. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted. A beam of orange light shot forth with astonishing speed, illuminating the witch's grotesque visage. Her dull yellow eyes widened in sheer terror. Blood mist erupted alongside chunks of flesh, and with a ghastly shriek, the witch transformed once more into a swirling cloud of darkness. How could you possibly kill me? She roared, instantly rematerializing. At that very moment, the sound of gunfire rang out again. A burst of crimson blossomed from the witch's chest. Yuza held the gun firmly, and the witch collapsed backward onto the ground. One of her hands was severed, obliterated by Mia's spell. Mia swiftly approached, kicking the witch's wand away, and casually stuffed a cloth into her mouth. Where's the potion for heart disease? Mia inquired coldly. The witch could only mumble incoherent syllables in response. Do not entertain any foolish thoughts. I have left you a hand, merely point it out, and I shall retrieve it myself without troubling you to speak. Trembling, the witch gestured towards a location. Mia then waved her wand, conjuring a vial into her hand. Who could tell if this wretched creature would lead her into a trap or if the magic was merely a precaution? Is this it? Mia shook the vial. The witch nodded vigorously. Good, thank you. With that, Mia pried open the witch's mouth and poured several mouthfuls of the potion down her throat. As the potion settled in her stomach, the witch's eyes widened in terror, her visage becoming even more grotesque. Mia and Yuza stepped back, silently observing her reaction. In the next moment, the witch began to cough violently, her severed hand incessantly clawing at her abdomen, as if she were attempting to tear open her own belly. Mia observed the witch, who was thrashing about like a fish in a frenzy, and a faint smirk crept across her lips. It is wise to refrain from consuming the possessions of others while traversing the world. Before long, the witch transformed into a pool of crimson liquid. Mia cautiously glanced at Yu's expression, relieved to find no trace of reproach upon his face. In truth, she herself was unaware that it was poison. Mia feigned innocence. Although Yuz had consistently taught her the importance of self-preservation, she still wished to shield her family from the sight of her lethal side. Well, let us see what she has in her shop. Mia stared in disbelief at Yuz, astonished by his ruthless nature. Not only had he taken a life, but he also sought to claim their possessions. How utterly remarkable. The audacity. Mia unlocked a rather clandestine small door with a spell, and the radiant burst of golden light that erupted nearly blinded him. Chapter 55. A banquet at the Deslay house after enduring over a year of impoverished existence. Mia's gaze turned more fearsome than that of the witch who had just visited Merlin upon beholding the mound of gold coins before him. Gallons upon gallons. Though his family was relatively well off, in the realm of magic, they were truly destitute. Resisting the immediate impulse to seize the coins, Mia cautiously probed with his wand. Only after confirming the absence of any traps did he dare to extract the gold. Over 10,000 golden galleons. Such a sum was simply insurmountable. Observing Mia's transformation into a little money grubber, Yuza shook his head with a wry smile. Just moments ago, they had been erasing traces, and now he was consumed by greed. What had they come here for? To purchase goods, or to commit robbery? With all the galleons stowed away in a concealed expanding bag, Mia straightened his back, gripping the bag tightly to prevent it from tearing. Just when he had been fretting over finances, fortune had smiled upon him. Was earning money truly this effortless? Had he known, he would have resorted to theft much sooner. A light tap on Mia's head from Yuza seemed to convey an understanding of his furtive thoughts. No illicit thoughts, he admonished. I didn't. Mia protested, cradling his head, claiming he was merely contemplating. Yuza, oblivious to Mia's mumbled retorts, stowed away the witch's wand. Recognizing it as their most significant advancement, in unraveling the magical world. As for the other items in the peculiar shop, he found them perplexing and allowed Mia to select a few of the most useful ones to take along. Yuza began to feel a twinge of distress. Were it not for the necessity to deepen their understanding and research of the magical realm, he would never engage in such morally dubious activities that might corrupt Mia. Though, truth be told, the lad was hardly an innocent. Such was Yuza's understanding of Mia, honed over years of camaraderie. Mia discovered a pair of glasses capable of automatically obscuring certain elements within her field of vision, alongside several potions that appeared to be poisonous, and a parchment inscribed with arcane spells. The enchantments detailed therein were those employed by witches to transform themselves into swirling shadows of darkness. Mia believed this to be a clever means of self-preservation, undoubtedly poised to prove crucial at certain junctures. After meticulously concealing their possessions, they employed a fierce flame to obliterate all traces of the remains, departing the scene with an air of nonchalance. Who could have imagined that such a youthful figure accompanied by a small child had just undertaken the grim task of eradicating evidence? The bounty of this venture could hardly be deemed meager. However, it was lamentable that it lacked the elixir for treating heart ailments. Consequently, he resolved to prioritize the creation of the potion for another time. If it could not be procured, he would have to master its formulation himself. Thankfully, his father's condition had stabilized, affording him some time to acquire the remedy. At worst, he could muster the audacity to solicit assistance from Snape. Aside from the potion, Mia gazed longingly at the array of potent magical artifacts, yet lamented that mere observation without the ability to learn was of little utility. The blood required for the enhancement of his magical prowess still resided within the body of the basilisk at Hogwarts. Other spells remained inaccessible, for their use would invite a warning from the Ministry of Magic. Mia has begun to yearn for the life of school. Although she holds a deeper fondness for her family, without strength, she possesses nothing. Mia was in distress when an owl swooped in, clutching a letter. After gently taking the letter and offering the owl a piece of dried meat, she glanced at the signature and felt a twinge of surprise. It was from Harry. Wasn't he supposed to be confined at the Dursleys this summer, unable to send any correspondence? Furthermore, a house elf had intercepted all his letters addressed to her. With a sense of skepticism, Mia began to read the letter. As she swiftly perused its contents, a hint of derision curved her lips. It appeared that the Dursleys had shifted their focus onto her family. In a bid to maintain ties with the Schammel family, the Dursleys had not only lifted Harry's confinement, but had also been treating him lavishly, all while incessantly urging him to write to Mia. The implication was clear. They wished to extend an invitation for Mia to visit the Dursleys. Naturally, the ultimate aim seemed to revolve around Andrew Schammel. Should she accept the invitation to the gathering? Mia confided in her parents about the matter, expressing her desire to attend the banquet. Her sole intention was to rescue Harry from the Dursleys during this summer holiday. Previously, she had received a letter from Ron, indicating her plans to invite Harry to stay at the Weasley residence for a while. While enjoyment was not the primary objective, she yearned for the opportunity to immerse herself in the magical world and enhance her understanding of magic. The basilisk posed a far greater threat than Quirrell, necessitating ample preparation. The esteemed Mr. and Mrs. Shamir immediately discerned the Dursleys' ulterior motives. Although Vernon Dursley had left a rather unfavorable impression on them, they chose to honor Mia's wishes and agreed to attend the banquet. The Dursleys, filled with uncontainable joy, eagerly anticipated their arrival in Surrey. 3 days later, the Shamir couple, accompanied by Mia, set off for Surrey, leaving UJ, who had expressed disinterest, behind. The vehicle came to a halt on Privet Drive, where Mia quickly spotted number 4. This recognition stemmed from her previous visit and the sight of Mrs. Dursley, craning her neck at the door, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing the understated yet valuable black car, Mrs. Dursley erupted into excited exclamations, akin to a large goose. Upon learning that their esteemed guests had arrived, Vernon hastily composed himself, attempting to appear nonchalant while casting a disapproving glare at Harry, warning, "I do not wish for any unforeseen incidents to mar tonight's dinner because of you." Harry, somewhat distracted, felt uncomfortable in his ill-fitting suit, longing to reunite with Mia. He could hardly endure a moment longer without the company of his friend. "Did you hear that?" "Yes, I heard," Harry replied adeptly. Once the car came to a stop, the Dursleys donned their characteristic smiles, striking the rehearsed poses they had practiced to welcome their guests. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mia nonchalantly surveyed her surroundings. She held little interest in the adults' insincere socializing. Her only concern was locating her dear friend Harry. As they entered, the Dursleys had adorned their home with an abundance of colorful streamers. Mia immediately spotted Harry, who was clad in an awkward little suit. With a soft chuckle, both of them succumbed to laughter. "Ah, this is my son, Dudley Dursley, currently attending smelting school, though it pales in comparison to your esteemed young gentleman." Vernon then turned his gaze towards Dudley, urging, "Don't just stand there, greet our guests." Reluctant to comply, Dudley replied, "Hello, I'm Dudley," as he extended his chubby little hand. Mia, out of courtesy, extended her hand to shake his. Meanwhile, Vernon incessantly gestured at Harry, his lips forming silent words, urging Harry to return to his room promptly. "Please, everyone, step inside." Vernon showed no intention of introducing Harry. Mia, however, bypassed Dudley and Harry, greeting the latter with a warm embrace after a long time apart. Harry was well aware of Mia's aversion to physical contact, and he understood that she was standing up for him. He felt a deep sense of gratitude. Vernon's expression darkened. This was his nephew, typically reticent. He shot a warning glance at Harry, signaling him to remain silent. With a dismissive wave, the Dursleys ushered the three members of the Shamil family into the living room. Once seated, Dudley fidgeted and murmured, "Can I go outside to play?" "Be quiet," Vernon hissed in response. Upon hearing this, Mia immediately exclaimed, just in time, "I also wish to go out for a stroll." "Oh, is that so?" Vernon thought to himself, seizing the opportunity to create a chance for Dudley to bond with young Shamil. Just then, Mia continued, "Why not let Harry take me around? He should be quite familiar with this place." Vernon's cheeks twitched. After all, that boy was quite the homebody and rarely ventured outside. "But didn't I hear Harry mention that he often played at the neighbor's house?" He pondered, feeling somewhat flustered. That hardly counts as playing. It was merely their family taking a leisurely outing while leaving Harry at the elderly neighbor's abode. He reflected, irritated that the boy spoke so freely. Though inwardly cursing Harry, Vernon maintained a facade of cheerfulness. "Very well, then, let Harry accompany you and Dudley on your excursion." Mia cast a glance at Dudley, who had evidently recognized him at last. They had encountered each other previously at that seaside cottage. In that moment, Dudley began to recall the terror of that day when a pig's tail had sprouted from his backside. "Very well." Mia offered him a friendly smile. Suddenly, Dudley seemed less inclined to venture outside. Chapter 56. Harry's subtle ascendance. The group departed from the Dursleys' residence. Upon stepping out, Dudley quickly located his companions. "You brought your cousin along again?" inquired a short, frail boy with freckles adorning his face. Dudley cast a disdainful glance at Harry, who had stubbornly insisted on joining them. Harry maintained his composure, seemingly accustomed to such treatment. "What shall we play? I certainly do not wish to be burdened with this pest." A bespectacled boy expressed his disdain for Harry unabashedly. "How about we play Beat the Potter?" "That sounds splendid. I haven't played that in ages." Dudley eagerly directed his attention towards Harry. Harry's expression shifted, and he deftly tugged at Mia, preparing to flee. Mia swiftly pulled Harry back, exclaiming, "You are a wizard, capable of magic. What is there to fear?" Her expression radiated a mixture of frustration and determination. Harry scratched his head, accustomed to the situation. "You faced Voldemort at school. What could a few small children possibly intimidate you?" Mia couldn't help but roll her eyes. Upon hearing her words, Harry realized she was correct. In the past, he had been outnumbered, but now he possessed magic. With a newfound sense of confidence, he pointed his wand menacingly at Dudley. The others erupted into laughter at the sight of the once-bullied Potter attempting to resist them with a mere stick. Only Dudley's round face paled slightly. "Hey, Dudley, you aren't truly scared of a little stick, are you?" Dudley's friends mocked, noticing his expression. In that moment, Dudley alone understood the true terror that lay within that seemingly innocuous stick. His cousin was a wizard capable of wielding magic, the very freak that his parents had warned him about. The last time, a pig's tail had sprouted from his backside, vanishing just as they were about to head to the hospital. Such bizarre occurrences had left Dudley with a profound fear of magic. "Why you can't use magic outside of school?" Dudley stammered, feigning bravado. Harry, undeterred, replied, "Is that so? Do you want to test that theory?" Faced with the wand so near, Dudley dared not breathe. He truly did not want to find out. However, Dudley's friends remained unconvinced. "Hey, you bespectacled boy." One of them stepped forward, shoving Harry. "You can't seriously think you possess any real magic, can you? Only a fool like you would threaten others with a stick. If you could do magic, I bet I could turn you into a pig." Just then, the slender boy accompanying Potter revealed a handgun. "Oh really? What about this?" Mia said with keen interest, observing the still belligerent group. The bespectacled boy scoffed. "What are you two thinking? One with a stick, the other with a toy? Dream on." Before he could finish, a sudden loud bang echoed. and a hole appeared in the hard concrete beneath them, smoke still curling from the barrel of the toy gun. The group immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This was the real deal. Courage often emerges from the unknown. When confronted with firearms, they learned what true fear felt like. Why you can't be reckless. Firing a gun is against the law. The mockery on Mia's face intensified. A few of them, witnessing this, became somewhat incoherent, exclaiming, "My father is a police officer. Be careful, or I'll have him arrest you." Indeed, my father knows the chief of police. Derry covered his face, incessantly urging his friends to be quiet. Derry, which side are you on? Didn't you claim that your father knows the commissioner of police in London? Hurry and call him to have this person arrested. Derry nearly burst into tears, lamenting the incompetence of his allies. My father is indeed the commissioner of police, Derry weakly asserted. If your father is the commissioner, then mine is the Home Secretary. Derry had surrendered to despair. Yes, that is true. He is about to be promoted to Home Secretary. As they observed that Derry's expression seemed genuine, a dawning realization of their predicament began to envelop them in fear. Watching the once arrogant individuals who had previously bullied him, now quaking in terror before Mia, brought Harry immense satisfaction. Harry, which among them tormented you the most? Harry's gaze flicked towards Derry, who was drenched in cold sweat. Him. Harry pointed at the bespectacled boy. Well then, go and give him a couple of slaps. Without hesitation, Harry approached and delivered 2 resounding slaps. Firstly, I am extremely angry. Secondly, my name is not Hay, but Harry Potter. Thirdly, if you dare to engage me in such trivial games again, I shall ensure you truly become a pig's head. Fourthly, I am not an imbecile. With a triumphant sense of vengeance, Harry tilted his head back, revealing a smile that turned downward at the corners. Mia nodded with a sense of relief. Indeed, this was the demeanor befitting a savior. With his guidance of Harry, Dumbledore would surely express his gratitude. After a brief interlude, the group returned to the Dursley residence. The evening banquet proceeded seamlessly, culminating in Mia's proposal to invite Harry over for a visit. The Dursleys intended to include Dudley in this arrangement. But after Dudley vehemently refused and Mia explained that they would venture into the magical world to meet classmates, the Dursleys abandoned this notion. Thus, Harry accompanied Mia back to the Charmel residence. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, Harry assured that he had never experienced such luxury in transport before. The cushions of the Dursleys' car paled in comparison to those of Mia's home. The Charmel abode, while not ostentatious, featured a photograph on the wall that captured Harry's attention. The young boy in the image, which he recognized as a young Mia, was accompanied by an elderly lady whose cheerful visage seemed strangely familiar, yet felt as though she did not belong in that photograph. Finally, as Harry noticed the crown atop the lady's head, he was suddenly reminded of a figure he had seen on television during a past National Day celebration. The Queen? Harry was momentarily taken aback, his words faltering. Oh, it is her. We took that photo together when I was little. In the picture, Mia pouted, evidently displeased with being photographed. Once a remarkable individual, Andrew Charmel was heralded as a rising star in politics, a presumptive choice for the position of Home Secretary due to his exceptional capabilities. However, as his aspirations lay elsewhere, he remained in the role of Chief of Police until the present. His 2 sons also exhibited remarkable talents. The Queen held high hopes for the Charmel family, having previously invited them to a royal banquet. This photograph was captured during that very event. Consequently, Harry's gaze towards Mia shifted, imbued with newfound intrigue. Mia herself was rather indifferent. To her, it was merely an ordinary old lady. The two had spent several days at home, and had already grown quite accustomed to Ron's temperament. So how shall we proceed? None of us knows where Ron lives. Wishing to surprise Ron, Mia pointed to her seamless expandable bag. Harry's Nimbus 2000 had been kept inside. You ride the broom and take me along. Just follow the owl. Chapter 57. The burrow. Early the next morning, the two mounted their broomsticks. Since Mia was not adept at maneuvering a flying broom, the responsibility of piloting fell to Harry. Mia, are we really going to fly over like this? Harry still felt a tad uncertain. Fear not. We are cloaked in invisibility. We shall not be seen. I believe that is not the crux of the matter. Enough chatter. Step on the accelerator. After a while, Mia began to regret her decision. As she observed the ant-sized figures on the ground being buffeted by the fierce wind, she realized that perhaps she had acted hastily. However, as the future greatest wizard, she could not admit to fear. To do so would tarnish her illustrious name forever. Thus, the two followed the owl to a peculiar-looking house. The owl found it odd. Having delivered letters all its life, this was its first time delivering someone. Lost in thought, the owl abruptly crashed into the window. A familiar voice resonated from within, Mom. That old owl has crashed into the window again. The two instantly recognized it was Ron, as their feet touched the ground once more. The sensation of solid earth beneath them brought Mia a long-lost sense of security. For the first time, she felt as though she might perish in the sky. Entrusting her very life to a broomstick was an unfamiliar experience for Mia. She had never quite mastered the art of flying. This was the only area where Harry and Ron could surpass her. Yet, her yearning for flight compelled Mia not to abandon the broomstick entirely. She silently vowed to learn how to fly herself, so that she would no longer fear inadequacy in riding a broom. The two knocked on the door, and it was evident that the occupants were not expecting visitors at that hour. Ron only knew that they would come, but was oblivious to the manner or timing of their arrival. The door was opened by Ron, who, though not the youngest in the family, found his status diminished in the presence of his dearly adored sister. "Mia, Harry," Ron exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as he appeared in his loose, baggy pajamas. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley rushed over in astonishment, and upon seeing the two, she joyously enveloped them in a warm embrace. "My goodness, how did you arrive?" "By broomstick." "Heavens, you actually flew all the way here. You must be freezing. Come inside quickly." Mrs. Weasley's enthusiasm momentarily overwhelmed Mia. However, she recognized that Mrs. Weasley was a truly kind-hearted person. "Have you had breakfast yet? Come, let's eat together. Children your age should eat more to grow strong." Seated at the dining table, Harry felt a bit awkward. "Hello." He greeted a golden-haired little girl who was staring at him motionlessly, but to his surprise, she dashed away in an instant. Harry assumed he had done something wrong. "Don't misunderstand. Ginny is just shy. She saw her idol." The Weasley twins chimed in, causing Harry's face to flush with embarrassment. "By the way, Harry, didn't the Dursleys ground you?" Ron inquired. "That was all thanks to Mia." Harry recounted the events of the Dursleys' invitation to the Dursleys. Mrs. Weasley attentively listened while holding a frying pan. "Indeed, we owe you a great debt, Mia. You are such a good child." Mrs. Weasley added a slice of fried egg to Mia's plate. "Mom, I want another piece." Ron mumbled with a mouth full of food. "All you do is eat. You should learn from Mia. Look how graceful she eats." Though she chided him, Mrs. Weasley still gave the last piece of fried egg to Ron. Then, as if undergoing a transformation, she turned to Mia with warmth. "I heard from Ron that you scored first in your grade, nearly perfect in every subject." It was merely luck. The professors taught exceptionally well. Mia was striving to play the part of a good child. "It is not merely luck. Mia, could you share your study methods with Ron?" "Mom, we're still eating breakfast." Ron could hardly contain himself. Mrs. Weasley shot Ron a glare but refrained from further nagging, instead smiling at Mia and Harry before returning to her tasks. Mia surveyed the humble abode of the Weasley family. The house indeed appeared quite rudimentary, as if it were a haphazard amalgamation of various rooms. Were it not situated in the magical realm, such a dwelling would surely have succumbed to disrepair. However, the interior boasted ample space, more than sufficient for the Weasley family's needs. The rooms were cluttered, seemingly overflowing with belongings at every glance. Yet, despite this apparent disorder, Mia found the atmosphere to be remarkably warm and inviting. The household items were always adequate for the family's use, and photographs of the family adorned every wall. The clock, embellished with the faces of the Weasley family members, indicated their current whereabouts. For instance, Mr. Weasley was presently in the room, but the hands were poised to point towards the living room. "Ah, dear Molly, and the delightful children, who might you be?" Observing the tall, slender man, Mia surmised he must be Mr. Weasley. After Mia and Harry introduced themselves, Arthur Weasley appeared genuinely intrigued. "Ah, so it is you. I've heard remarkable tales of your exploits at school." Mr. Weasley exclaimed with excitement. "It's all the children's mischief. Even Dumbledore allows their antics." Mrs. Weasley, however, seemed less than comforted by this revelation, solely aware of the dangers her children faced. Mr. Weasley fell silent, discreetly giving a thumbs up to the group. "By the way, there is something I must ask you." Mr. Weasley suddenly turned, retrieving an object with a long handle from the room. "What do Muggles typically use this for?" Mia gazed at the plunger in Mr. Weasley's hand, and suddenly, her appetite for breakfast diminished. "I believe this tool possesses a remarkably versatile utility. For instance, I often utilize it to alleviate my back aches by suctioning it against my back, which effectively eases my discomfort." Mia and Halston's eyes widened in astonishment. "Are you saying that this has absorbed your back?" Mia could hardly believe it. "Indeed, what of it? It's simply meant for that purpose." Mia decided it was best not to disclose the truth to Mr. Weasley. "However, you ought to refrain from using it too frequently." Excessive use can be detrimental to your health. Is that so? Mr. Weasley remarked with a look of regret. I'm nearly late for work. In a hurried flurry, he bid farewell to each family member and rushed to the fireplace. Next time, be more mindful of the time. Flu powder isn't cheap, and we're nearly out. Mrs. Weasley brought over a bowl, allowing Mr. Weasley to take a handful of powder. Then, Mia witnessed Mr. Weasley vanish into the fireplace after casting down the powder. The chaotic home returned to its usual lively commotion. Upon witnessing this, Mia couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seems that staying here for a few days would indeed be a splendid choice. He, too, shall embark on the journey of learning magic. Chapter 58, The Manifestation of Magic Power. Perhaps due to the infrequent presence of guests, the Weasley abode offered no additional rooms. Mia and Harry found themselves squeezed together with Ron. Upon hearing that Mia and Harry would be staying for a few days, Mrs. Weasley expressed her excitement, declaring that they would enjoy a splendid dinner that evening. When Mia suggested that they retreat to their room to study, Ron once again suffered the brunt of Mrs. Weasley's fervent enthusiasm. Under the weight of Ron's reproachful gaze, Mia felt a twinge of guilt as she ascended the stairs. In order to safeguard their lives this term, it seemed prudent to make a small concession for Ron. Before Mia lay an array of materials. One was Voldemort's study notes, which she had verified were not the diary that had been turned into a Horcrux. Another was a method for enhancing magical abilities. And the last was the newly acquired spell for manifesting as a cloud of darkness. After careful consideration, Mia concluded that mastering the dark mist spell would be the most advantageous choice. Given the multitude of dangers this term, prioritizing her safety was paramount. Bathed in sunlight, Mia gradually immersed herself in the parchment. The concept of becoming a dark mist struck her as akin to a form of transfiguration. Previously, in her quest to discover ways to enhance her magical prowess, she had conducted extensive research on the subject. She realized that this so-called manifestation as a dark mist was, in fact, a means of aligning her physical form more closely with magical energy. Mia refers to this process as magical manifestation. Magic, being colorless and intangible, allows for the evasion of most damage when one undergoes this transformation during an attack. At the very least, physical damage proves ineffective against individuals who have undergone magical manifestation. A prime example of this was the shot fired by that witch at Yuza. However, when it comes to curses like the Killing Curse, which directly target the soul, Mia cannot guarantee that magical manifestation will provide protection. Nevertheless, it remains an exceptionally formidable life-preserving skill. Furthermore, Mia realizes that the magical ability to manifest one's body encompasses far greater potential than merely evading harm. When the notion of transforming into a black mist arises, Mia is reminded of the vivid memories of Death Eaters soaring through the air as a swirling cloud of darkness. Is there not a similarity to magical manifestation in this regard? For Mia, the ability to fly is undoubtedly an immensely beneficial skill, granting him a distinct advantage in combat. Not to mention, it greatly facilitates daily life. While apparition is swift, it carries certain dangers. Magical manifestation, on the other hand, tends to be relatively safer. Yet, this is not an absolute certainty. Through diligent practice, Mia discovers that a lack of proficiency in magical manifestation could lead to a loss of bodily control upon reversion. In other words, one might find themselves missing certain parts. As Mia immerses himself in the depths of magic, time seems to fade into silence. It is not until evening that he reluctantly emerges from his magical practice, still yearning for more. The sensation of magical manifestation is profoundly enchanting, heightening his perception of the surrounding magic and enhancing his control over his own magical essence. This improvement in mastery holds the greatest advantage in enabling the release of more intricate spells, such as the Transfiguration Charm. Mia once again endeavored to transform a matchstick into a silver needle. Upon gazing at the intricate patterns adorning the needle, Mia was filled with elation. Previously, such a feat had eluded him. Any attempt to push his limits would result in the constraints imposed by his wand. However, now his boundaries had expanded. This enhancement brought Mia immense gratification. Yet, alas, human vitality is inherently finite. When he sensed a wave of exhaustion during his magical exertion, he decisively ceased his practice. One must find balance. Descending the stairs, he found Harry and Ron engrossed in a game of chess. Upon noticing Mia's descent, the two regarded him as though he were an unusual sight. Indeed, it was astonishing that someone could dedicate an entire day to study. Ron stared at Mia as if he were a creature of peculiar interest. So, are you ready to test your newfound magic on us? Harry jested. Please, spare me the mockery, Mia replied, settling himself between the two. captivated by the chessboard. In truth, the pursuit of magic was profoundly fascinating as soon as Mia opened her mouth, Ron clutched his head in agony. Mia, you are becoming more and more like my mother. Instead of continuing to provoke the two, Mia nonchalantly slipped outside. The Weasley residence was nestled beyond the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, where the population was sparse and it took quite a distance to encounter other households. The Weasley family had always been self-sufficient, cultivating their own food. In truth, although they faced financial constraints, they never worried about food, for magic allowed their crops to flourish rapidly. Mia witnessed Mrs. Weasley, wand in hand, uttering incantations towards a pumpkin. To her astonishment, the diminutive pumpkin, initially no larger than a thumb, began to grow at a remarkable pace, almost as if it were expanding before her very eyes. Eventually, that pumpkin swelled to a size surpassing that of a human. Mia felt certain it was now larger than herself. "Why, Mia?" exclaimed Mrs. Weasley. "What a diligent child you are. You must be weary from your studies. I shall prepare dinner for you all, though I must first finish preparing these dishes." With sleeves rolled up, Mrs. Weasley exuded a sense of competence. "Is there any way I can assist?" Mia inquired. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I can manage this on my own. However, I would be delighted to teach you some of this magic," Mrs. Weasley replied. Mia accepted with delight. Subsequently, she realized that the magic involved in hastening the growth of crops was far from simple. These enchantments also encompassed transfiguration and delved into the realm of herbalism. Without considerable effort, mastery would not be attained in a short period. As for someone like Mrs. Weasley, who could effortlessly transform a small seedling into a pumpkin larger than those of others, such prowess is undoubtedly the mark of a true expert. It becomes evident that Mrs. Weasley is not merely an ordinary full-time housewife. As the matriarch of the Weasley family, one of the Sacred 28, and a core member of the Order of the Phoenix, her capabilities are anything but trivial. Surely, her role as a provider of sustenance alone could not justify her esteemed position within the Order. It is noteworthy that this very Mrs. Weasley has the ability to contend with Bellatrix and even defeat the formidable Death Eater in combat. Mia had studied for quite some time, yet all she managed to achieve was to coax a single carrot seed into sprouting. That was the extent of her capabilities. In comparison, Mrs. Weasley was on an entirely different level. The astonishment on her face was palpable. "I had previously heard Ron mention that you were an exceptionally talented student, but I never anticipated your rapid progress. My own abilities are rather limited. No, dear child, you must believe that you are truly remarkable. At least when I was learning these spells, it took me several weeks just to make a seed germinate." Mrs. Weasley's praise left Mia feeling somewhat bashful. Although she couldn't assist Mrs. Weasley directly, she had managed to levitate those enormous ingredients back into the house using the levitation charm. At that moment, Mr. Weasley returned. "Good afternoon, Uncle Weasley." "Hello, Mia. Oh, you can lift all of these with magic? That's impressive." It was then that Mia finally understood why. Despite the Weasley family's modest means, their children were all head boys and girls. The Weasleys were never stingy with their compliments. "Don't think about checking on your old car just yet. First, lend a hand with dinner. Miana, that child, has been of great assistance to me." Chapter 59, A Night Visit to the Granger Residence. The dinner was indeed sumptuous. At least the Weasley twins were nearly drooling at the sight of the chicken on the table. Mother actually had the chicken slaughtered. "We had longed for a meal like this for ages. I suspect it is because of Harry. I believe it is due to Miana. Less chatter, more eating." Mrs. Weasley scolded the twins. "Is Miana still adjusting well?" Percy inquired. Mia responded affirmatively, acknowledging the considerable effort that Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley had invested in the creation of the feast. As guests, both she and Harry were deserving of a sumptuous spread. Percy, adopting a didactic tone, addressed the twins. George and Fred exchanged glances, sharing a mischievous grin. "Percy is indeed correct. We ought to heed the guidance of our esteemed prefect." They quipped in a playful banter that left Percy flushed with embarrassment, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. In truth, Percy harbored his own subtle schemes. For Harry Potter was a figure of great renown in his first year, heralded as the savior with a reputation of considerable magnitude. Mia possesses an extraordinary talent, and it is certain that he will wield considerable influence within the school, potentially becoming a future class leader. If he can forge a friendship with two individuals of notable stature, his aspirations to ascend to the position of student council president will be significantly bolstered. After a whirlwind of activity, Mrs. Weasley presented some milk at dinner. Why would there be milk at dinner? Did Mother misread the clock? I am certainly not as impulsive as you all. Drinking milk promotes growth. In truth, Mrs. Weasley had made this arrangement after hearing Ron mention that he had a friend who would almost prefer to grow up in a milk jug. For this evening's meal, she had meticulously prepared dishes favored by Mia and Harry, following Ron's suggestions. I see that Mother favors diligent learners like Mia. Are we about to gain another brother? The Weasley twins soon found themselves on the receiving end of a reprimand. Upon exchanging glances, they understood each other's thoughts. They felt it necessary to show Mia, this exemplary child from another family, just how formidable they could be. After a brief discussion, they took Mia and Harry to the backyard. There, they discovered a car parked. Surely, this must be the flying car that Mia recalled. However, Harry was not grounded this time, indicating that they might not get to experience the thrill of a flying vehicle. Just as disappointment began to settle in, Fred remarked, "This is something Dad specially procured. It can fly." It seemed less impressive than a flying broomstick, Ron mused, his enthusiasm waning. How can a broomstick possibly compare to this? The twins began to entice him. The thought of racing through the sky stirred Ron's excitement. Imagine the exhilaration of soaring above the ground. But soon, he hesitated. This is Dad's most prized possession. What if we get caught? How could we posse? Upon perceiving the cunning glint in the eyes of the twins, Mia instantly realized that their intentions were far from innocent. It was likely yet another prank. Well, it seems I am not particularly adept at this, Mia remarked, surveying the automobile with earnestness. He was still quite young, clutching the steering wheel, unable even to fully press the brake. Although he had implored his father for quite some time to teach him how to drive, his requests were met with firm refusal. Nevertheless, each time he rode in the car, Mia paid close attention to his father's every movement. This vehicle was smaller than the one they owned at home. Perhaps with some tinkering, he might actually manage to drive it. However, Mia was not so easily fooled by the twins. They exchanged glances before continuing. How could that be? Surely you must have seen cars often. You're the only one here besides Harry who has encountered an automobile. Harry shook his head. I can't. I have hardly ridden in the Dursleys' car, let alone driven one. You see, it seems you are the only one. Mia feigned helplessness, spreading her hands and saying, Well, I haven't learned that either. The twins exchanged glances, realizing they were at a loss for how to counter Mia's unyielding demeanor. Upon witnessing this, Mia's lips curled into a subtle smile, and she feigned regret as she remarked, Oh well, perhaps it's best not to entertain thoughts of sneaking out. Such an endeavor is fraught with peril. Even Ron felt a tinge of disappointment, while Harry lamented the missed opportunity to experience a flying car. The twins, overhearing this, were indignant. What risk was too great for them? Tonight, we shall drive, they declared. But who will take the wheel? We will, they confidently asserted. It was a trivial task, after all. George and Fred were reluctant to let go of their audacious spirit. They were determined to show their mother that even a model student like Mia could join them in their reckless escapades. That evening, the group indeed managed to sneak out. Mia squeezed into the back seat alongside Harry and Ron. Fred was at the wheel, while George occupied the passenger seat, brainstorming ideas. The atmosphere was filled with excitement as Fred and George eagerly inserted the key into the ignition. Then, silence enveloped them. Why weren't they moving? Because the key needed to be turned. Mia sighed in exasperation. The car was truly shaking. Why was it still stationary? Release the clutch. Which one is the clutch? Suddenly, the vehicle lurched forward. Hit the brakes. Which one? The middle one. Several abrupt stops left the occupants pale and shaken. Ron was on the verge of tears, desperate to exit the car. What does that person carrying a sword symbol signify? Is there an assassin in the car? That means you should fasten your seatbelt. Thus, the car wobbled and reluctantly began to move. So where are we headed? As Fred grew more confident, he began to carry himself with a certain flair. Why don't we go find Hermione? Mia suggested suddenly. And so, they set off towards Hermione's home. At the Granger residence, Mr. Granger wore a troubled expression. I must have a serious talk with Hermione. He stood up, only to be halted by Mrs. Granger. Please, be rational. This will frighten Hermione. How can I be rational? She is so young, and she is already daring to carve that boy's name onto her hand. What if this continues? Hermione wasn't like this before. She must have been influenced by that boy. If we don't intervene soon, he'll be climbing through our window to take Hermione away. Meanwhile, Hermione sat in her room, gazing out the window, her face clouded with worry. While being at home was pleasant, the absence of friends made it difficult to practice magic. She feared falling behind. Initially, she had hoped to study at Mia's house. But that fellow had the audacity to say he was busy because he was going to Ron's with Harry. Now, she was left all alone, feeling even more bored. The more she pondered on this, the angrier she became. Mia, that fellow, actually sought out Harry and Ron, leaving her abandoned and alone. Unless he flies to her window immediately, she shall never forgive him. Hello, Hermione. A thief. Chapter 60. Wild racing. The shrill screams from upstairs immediately startled the Grangers, prompting them to rush up at once. Mia hurriedly hushed the screaming Hermione. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly come here? Hermione's face still bore a look of astonishment. It's not just me. Look. Mia stepped back to reveal Harry, Ron, and the Weasley twins seated in the front. You guys actually. Hermione finally realized they were in a flying car. You didn't steal an adult's car, did you? Hermione frowned, quickly sensing something was amiss. Cough, cough. We merely borrowed it, Mia replied sheepishly. Just then, urgent knocking echoed through the room. Hermione, is everything all right? Hearing her parents' voices from outside, Hermione anxiously urged. You all need to hide. After a moment of silence inside, the Granger couple, disregarding any notion of privacy, burst through the door. Mom, Dad, what's wrong? Hermione sat upright in her chair. The room was so quiet that it felt as though the earlier scream had merely been a figment of imagination. This made the Grangers, who had rushed in, somewhat awkward. Didn't you hear anything just now? No, why? Hermione appeared completely innocent. Mr. Granger, still suspicious, scrutinized the entire room before reluctantly leaving with Mrs. Granger. Once the door was firmly shut, a car ascended slowly outside. That was close. I almost got caught by my parents. Hermione was somewhat irritated by the reckless behavior of her companions. Well, they didn't catch us. So, how about we go to Ron's house? Mia suggested. Go out. Do you really think my parents would let me out this late? At that moment, Mia noticed the books on Hermione's desk, titles like What I Am Capable of in Magic and Traveling with Ghouls. They were all authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. Why did you buy these books? Well, they are our textbooks for this semester. Don't you know the famous Lockhart? Hermione's adoration for him irked Mia. He's just a fraud. I can't believe someone as clever as you would be taken in by such a charlatan. Let me see those books. Hermione handed the books to Mia, but in a moment of clumsiness, they slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. The already suspicious Granger couple rushed back upstairs. Mom, Dad, what's wrong? Did you hear something just now? No, why? The couple's faces were etched with doubt. Yet Hermione remained serious, and the room appeared to have been untouched by any commotion. They had no choice but to retreat once more. As the door closed, the car ascended again. That was a close call. Thank goodness we weren't discovered. Hermione, I think I heard something. The Granger couple suddenly burst in again, having never truly left. Mom, Dad, what's wrong? The same scene unfolded once more, with the same lines. Unable to contain their anxiety any longer, the Granger couple began to nervously inspect the room. Finding nothing amiss, they retreated once more. Your parents are so strict with you. Don't come up yet. They might still be around. Hermione whispered from the window. Don't worry, we'll be cautious and stay down for now. On the staircase, the increasingly tense Granger couple began to doubt their own senses. I distinctly heard someone talking just now. And I heard a car. Maybe we really are imagining things? Perhaps, but how could a car be heard upstairs? Unless it's a flying car. At that moment, their gazes met through the window at the landing. Oh no! A gasp echoed, and before they could rise higher, the group was caught on the spot. Mr. Granger's disapproval of Mia, who was trying to appear innocent, was palpable. Why must you all be so anxious? If you wanted to see Hermione, you could have just come in. It's all a misunderstanding, Mrs. Granger attempted to mediate. She gestured to Mr. Granger, who was glaring at Mia to ease his tension. Mr. Granger was not pleased. He knew this young man had come to sneak in through the window to see his precious daughter. Fortunately, the Granger couple ultimately did not press the issue further. They simply failed to take Hermione away. Mr. Granger firmly refused to allow their invitation for Hermione. They merely agreed to visit Diagon Alley together when school began. Thus, the group set off on their return journey. Having learned from their previous experience, Fred's driving skills had improved significantly. The magical car provided magical protection, ensuring that even poor driving would not result in disaster. The journey back was more leisurely. You've been driving for a while. Let me take a turn, George remarked, eyeing Fred's leisurely demeanor. What's the rush? Let me drive a bit longer. Fred was unwilling to relinquish the steering wheel. We're almost home. Not quite. We still have 2 hills to climb. George, losing patience, directly grabbed the steering wheel from Fred. Fred clung to the wheel, refusing to let go, while George tugged insistently. The car began to sway precariously. Mia, seated in the back, felt her heart race at the sight of their antics. The vehicle was flying at least 100 meters high. If they fell, they would have no means to escape unscathed. Please, stop fighting, Ron cried, his voice tinged with panic. You all need to stop. If it continues swaying like this, the car will lose control. It's not us shaking it. Fred and George had already released their grip, staring in astonishment as the steering wheel turned by itself. Mia's heart skipped a beat in alarm. This is bad. I don't know either. All I know is if this continues, we're all doomed. Fred and George no longer dared to argue, both gripping the steering wheel with all their might. Yet, inexplicably, the wheel seemed possessed with unnatural strength, thrashing wildly despite their combined efforts. Lower the altitude, quick. Mia clutched the seat in front of her, shouting urgently. Fred fumbled frantically, barely managing to force the car into a steep descent. I didn't mean to plummet straight down. The wind howled chaotically, and loose items inside the vehicle were violently sucked out by the intense pressure. I don't want to either. I'm practically breaking the lever. But the car keeps dropping. Ron had already shut his eyes, surrendering to fate. Harry clung desperately to the car door, straining to pull the window up with his teeth. Mia sensed that something was amiss. He detected an unusual magical disturbance reminiscent of the moment when Chilo had influenced Harry's broom. However, at that moment, he could not afford to ponder whether someone was orchestrating all of this, as the vehicle continued to plunge downward. Suddenly, Mia heard peculiar noises emanating from the roof. In such a precarious situation, could there truly be something atop the vehicle? The strange sounds grew increasingly pronounced, and Mia was convinced that something was indeed present. Without further contemplation, he brandished his wand and extended it out of the window. With a resounding crash, the magic was successfully unleashed, followed by a piercing scream. Almost immediately, Mia beheld a bizarre creature with large eyes, a long nose, and pointed ears gazing back at him in terror. Dobby? In the next instant, the house elf vanished from Mia's sight. It seemed the car had calmed down. We were on our way home. Chapter 61. Mia is responsible for erasing the scratches on the surface of the car, as well as the marks on the ground. Thanks to your efforts, Mia, I believe we owe an apology for our previous assumptions. Observing Mia diligently cleaning up, Fred and George realized that it was their actions that had placed everyone in perilous circumstances. It's fine. I've never had the experience of riding in a flying car, they remarked. We no longer wish to do so. Seizing the opportunity before the Weasley couple detected anything amiss, the group stealthily returned to their quarters. Thus, time swiftly approached the beginning of the school year. Ron, hurry up. If you delay any longer, there will be more people in Diagon Alley. Mrs. Weasley called from upstairs. Ron descended, his clothing askew. You should have summoned me sooner. Ron grumbled. Mrs. Weasley crossed her arms, lamenting. If only you could learn a thing or two from Mia and Harry, you wouldn't be in such a fluster now. Oh dear. I forgot to bring the vault key. Mia pondered that forgetfulness might well be a family trait of the Weasleys. Even as departure approached, they still discovered items left behind. At last, having gathered their belongings, or rather, having temporarily forgotten what else might have been left, they were finally ready to set forth. Mrs. Weasley brought forth a bowl of Floo powder. You two haven't tried this before, have you? No worries, we shall demonstrate. With great care, Mrs. Weasley instructed the pair on how to utilize the Floo powder. Just like this, take a handful, not too much, or you will run short. Once you are in the fireplace, clearly articulate your destination, Diagon Alley. Lastly, sprinkle the Floo powder, and all will be well. Harry appeared somewhat anxious, especially when he witnessed Ron vanish into a swirl of green flames, reminiscent of that night when Quirrell had surrounded him with fire. It's all right, no need to fret. Just be careful not to mispronounce the location, Mrs. Weasley reassured him. Harry stepped into the fireplace, clutching a handful of Floo powder. It's Diagon Alley, right? Indeed. After saying Diagon Alley, simply toss in the Floo powder. Don't confuse it with something else, like Diagon Stinky Feet. Harry nodded in silence, mentally preparing himself. Diagon Alley. Not Diagon Stinky Feet. Diagon Alley, not Diagon Stinky Feet. Ready? Yes, ready Diagon Stinky Feet. As the green flames extinguished, an eerie silence enveloped the remaining group. What did he just say? Mrs. Weasley inquired. It sounded like Diagon Stinky Feet. Mia covered her face in disbelief. Worrying for Harry, the others quickly transported themselves. Yet, no matter how hard they searched, Harry was nowhere to be found. Where on earth did Harry end up? Ginny exclaimed anxiously. This year marked her own entrance to Hogwarts, and she had long anticipated attending the same school as Harry. I suspect he might have ended up in Knockturn Alley, she mused. Mia didn't rely on mere conjecture. In her memory, Harry had been transported to Knockturn Alley. What should we do? We must find him quickly, she thought. Everyone knew how chaotic Nocturne Alley could be, and their concern for Harry grew exponentially. At Mia's suggestion, the group prepared to venture into the shadowy lane. Just as they reached the entrance, however, Hagrid emerged with Harry in tow. I'm not quite sure how this lad ended up in Nocturne Alley all by himself. It's far too dangerous. You must be more careful next time, Hagrid remarked before excusing himself to purchase some repellent. Observing Harry, covered in dust and looking thoroughly disheveled, Mia couldn't help but think the boy had a peculiar talent for getting himself into messy situations. With a casual wave, she repaired Harry's glasses, earning herself another round of effusive praise from Mrs. Weasley. If Mia hadn't suggested coming to Nocturne Alley to look for you, we wouldn't have had the faintest idea where you were, Ron said, his face pale with lingering fear. Guess who I just ran into? Harry whispered. Who? Malfoy and his father. They were in some shop, selling something. I bet it wasn't anything good. I think so too, Mia agreed. At that moment, Mr. Weasley interjected. The Ministry's been cracking down hard on dark artifacts lately. They must have been trying to offload whatever they had. As they spoke, the group arrived at Flourish and Blots, but unlike usual, the place was packed to the brim, with people spilling out onto the street. Without hesitation, Mrs. Weasley charged ahead, elbowing her way through the crowd. What kind of event is going on here? Harry wondered aloud. Mia? Harry? Ron? Hearing the familiar voice, Mia turned to see none other than Hermione, who rushed over, her face alight with excitement. She had been practically suffocating at home. Close behind her were the Grangers, following at a more measured pace. Mia has always felt that Hermione's father regards him with a hint of disdain, though the reason eludes him. Do you know? Today marks the release of Lockhart's new book, Hermione exclaimed with excitement. Another pretentious adventure story? Mia retorted dismissively. That man's greatest asset is his silver tongue and his mastery of the Obliviate charm. These so-called adventures are merely the misappropriated tales of true adventurers. While he poses as a hero, a mere charlatan and actor. Hermione was quite displeased with Mia's attitude, for Lockhart is a renowned adventurer, a genuine hero. Ah, yes, indeed, Mia conceded, unable to expose the truth about the man at that moment. It was astonishing that this self-absorbed narcissist would become their defense against the dark arts professor this term, with the entire syllabus consisting of his autobiography. To obtain the textbooks, they had no choice but to squeeze into the crowd. Given the high price of Lockhart's books, the financial strain on the Weasley family was substantial. Even before Lockhart's arrival, the place was already teeming with people. Mia could no longer endure it. He detested the suffocating sensation of being crammed alongside a multitude of people. At last, Lockhart made his dazzling entrance. The eyes of Mrs. Weasley and Hermione sparkled with infatuation, while Mr. Weasley appeared utterly exasperated. Mia was wholly consumed with thoughts of how to expose that insufferable individual. Alternatively, she could exploit his narcissistic nature for her own purposes. Amidst the crowd, Lockhart suddenly caught sight of Harry. His eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly pulled Harry closer. I must announce something of great significance. I have decided to accept Professor Dumbledore's invitation to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Mr. Harry Potter shall be my student. The flash of cameras nearly blinded Harry. At that moment, overwhelmed by the throngs of people, a towering pile of books came crashing down. The crowd erupted into chaos, and Lockhart, in a fluster, desperately sought a place to hide. Mia, with remarkable quickness, waved his wand and returned the book to its place, allowing the crowd to settle down. Lockhart, with a glint in his eye, suddenly called Mia over and proclaimed loudly, "That was indeed perilous. However, I shall not act recklessly, for this serves as a test for my students. Behold, this student clad in his school uniform has withstood my challenge. Congratulations. You are now deemed worthy to become my pupil." Mia cast a disdainful glance at the hand resting on her shoulder. She then addressed Lockhart, inquiring, "So, Professor, I trust you will impart your knowledge to us diligently?" "Of course, I have always considered myself a person of great responsibility. As long as I can execute my duties impeccably, I am willing to exert my utmost effort." "Then, might you provide each of us with a set of textbooks?" Chapter 62. Confrontation at the bookstore. A set for each individual. Lockhart surveyed the sea of expectant faces, suddenly feeling a flutter of anxiety in his calves. How many galleons would that cost? A look of embarrassment flickered across Lockhart's face. Haha, that is certainly manageable. However, as your professor, I must instill in my students an appreciation for the value of knowledge. This is vital for your education." Lockhart, keen to avoid allowing Mia the opportunity to speak, waved his hand dismissively and decided to grant a set to each of Mia's companions. This was also a cunning move on Lockhart's part. He had not noticed that Mia was accompanied by guardians. Even if he were to give away a few sets, it would hardly make a dent. However, when Mia called forth several of the Weasley children along with Hermione and Harry, Lockhart's face visibly twitched. Haha, I hadn't realized you knew so many. Mrs. Weasley, excited, clutched the books and rushed to seek Lockhart's autograph, nearly bestowing a kiss upon Mia. We owe you much for this. Mr. Weasley expressed his gratitude to Mia. Lockhart's books were notoriously expensive, and purchasing a complete set was quite a burden for the Weasley family. Had it not been for Mia's clever maneuver against Lockhart, Ron would likely have been stuck with second-hand textbooks once more. Cradling the new books and inhaling the scent of fresh ink, Ron could hardly contain his joy. Oh, the sensation of using new textbooks for the first time is quite delightful. I assent it. Draco descended the stairs slowly, casting a scornful gaze at Ron. Instantly, the smile faded from Ron's face. Draco, encountering you today is truly unpleasant, Ron retorted defiantly. Do not be like that, Draco. Be a bit more congenial. A voice, dripping with sarcasm akin to Draco's, chimed in. A well-dressed, affluent-looking blond man stood behind Draco, brandishing a cane. Aha, Mr. Potter, a pleasure to finally meet you. Reluctantly, Harry shook Lucius Malfoy's outstretched hand. Although no unkind words were spoken, Harry instinctively sensed that this Mr. Malfoy was not a man of good character. As Harry attempted to withdraw his hand, Lucius seized it firmly. Mia noticed the commotion nearby and approached with caution. He cast a warning glance at Draco, who, feeling guilty, dared not meet Mia's gaze. To be honest, Draco had merely intended to mock a bit out of habit, unaware that his father would also be present. Given his father's temperament, he feared that the day would not end well. If his father uttered something that thoroughly provoked the other party, Mia would likely not let him off lightly. As expected, Lucius rudely parted Harry's hair with his cane, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. Lucius's gaze upon the scar was almost reverent. Your scar has become a legend, much like the wizard who left it upon you, also a figure of legend. Such audacious words slipped from Lucius's lips with an unsettling nonchalance. Harry stared back into Lucius's eyes, surprisingly unfazed. Indeed, however, Voldemort was merely a murderer. By the way, did you witness him sprawled on the ground, drinking blood? Oh, and let us not forget the image of him possessing others from behind. How pitiful he must feel, suffering under a garlic-scented hood. Following Mia, Harry had acquired quite the sharp tongue. Upon hearing his name daringly spoken by Harry, followed by such mockery, Lucius's expression darkened. How dare you utter his name? I cannot discern whether you are brave or foolish. Lucius's gaze turned icy. To dare speak his name seemed less foolish than to cower from it. Hermione could not help but retort. Lucius shot a hostile glare in her direction, and as he deduced her identity, undisguised disdain flickered in his eyes. You must be Miss Granger, he remarked, glancing toward the Granger couple conversing with Mr. Weasley in the distance. If I am not mistaken, your parents must be Muggles, correct? Indeed, individuals of your background bear a rather fitting title in our magical society, Father. Draco interjected hastily, preventing his father from uttering a term that would undoubtedly escalate tensions. Lucius looked at Draco in astonishment, asking, What is the matter with you? Draco stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Lucius turned his attention back to Hermione, only to find her shielded by a boy whose face was unnervingly familiar. Upon seeing that visage, an inexplicable chill coursed through Lucius. Mia's face was icy as she spoke. Lucius, have you lost your wits? That frigid tone and all too familiar voice instantly stirred memories in Lucius's mind. His legs trembled slightly. Or has the Malfoy family fallen so low that its patriarch must harass a mere girl? Compared to Draco, his father Lucius struck Mia as utterly devoid of principle. Perhaps it was the humiliation of being intimidated by a child that fueled his rage. Lucius's temper flared uncontrollably. With a swift motion, he drew the wand concealed within his cane. You shall learn, he hissed, that silence is the mark of wisdom. Mia did not hesitate to draw her wand. Should the opponent dare to act in such a place, she too would resort to any means necessary. Draco, witnessing this scene for the first time, was momentarily paralyzed with fear, unsure of how to react. Just as Lucius raised his wand high, a familiar voice reached Mia from behind. You are the head of the Malfoy family, are you not? If your wand dares to unleash any forbidden spell today, I believe I must make you aware that inciting a war between humans and wizards is an exceedingly foolish endeavor. Yusa? Mom and Dad. Mia instantly recognized the newcomers. How could they possibly be here? Yusa shot Mia a glance, signaling her to wait for an explanation. This threatening remark instantly quelled Lucius's bravado. Who do you think you are to speak so brazenly? Yuza, with a gaze that pierced through Lucius, retorted. Isn't the public assassination of the Minister of Internal Affairs' son tantamount to declaring war? This situation left Lucius momentarily flummoxed. The Minister of Internal Affairs undoubtedly held a prominent position, serving as the highest representative maintaining contact with the Muggle world, regardless of how much he despised Muggles. Lucius had to afford such a figure a modicum of respect to avert a confrontation. Yet, didn't he recall the minister being quite senile? It is regrettable to meet you under such circumstances, head of the Malfoy family. I believe you ought to provide a reasonable explanation. Andrew approached with a serious demeanor. His imposing stature, combined with his military bearing and high-ranking presence, made Lucius feel as though he might be struck down with a single blow. Who are you? I was unaware that the Minister of Internal Affairs had been replaced. Lucius forced himself to maintain a facade of composure. I have just taken office, Mr. Malfoy, so it is understandable that you are not familiar with me. However, I believe we shall have ample opportunity to get to know one another. You should still have sufficient time to offer a reasonable explanation for your recent actions. We have always been proponents of peace. Andrew's gaze was far from friendly. Chapter 63. The diary never had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Lucius's face twitched with rage, yet he refrained from any drastic actions. He had indeed heard whispers about the Muggle minister preparing for a transition, but he had not anticipated it would occur so swiftly, nor that it would involve a parent of Harry Potter. Neither party was willing to relent, and the tension in the air became palpable. At that moment, Arthur Weasley rushed forward to stand before Lucius. Are you prepared to resort to violence here? Meanwhile, the Granger couple hurriedly shielded Hermione. Lucius glanced at the throng encircling them, realizing that should he strike, no amount of charm would suffice to defuse the situation. You've been quite diligent in your investigations of dark magic lately. I wonder if the Ministry will grant you a little extra pay for your overtime? Lucius swiftly redirected his ire toward the Weasley family. Look at the state of your family. He took a book from the bucket Ginny was holding, feigning disdain before returning it. Mia clearly noticed that the book had been swapped. It must be the sole artifact diary. Spending all day mingling with Muggles truly brings disgrace to wizards. Draco, let us depart. Lucius turned and prepared to leave with Draco. Suddenly, Andrew spoke up, mentioning that the Prime Minister intended to strengthen cooperation with the wizarding world. It seemed that the specifics of this cooperation required careful consideration. Lucius paused momentarily. Although the Malfoy family epitomized pure-blood ideology, their assets in the Muggle world were substantial. Disdain for Muggles did not equate to a disdain for profit. This antagonism towards the new Home Secretary could jeopardize the Malfoy family's interests in the Muggle realm. Taking a deep breath, Lucius gritted his teeth and addressed Andrew. Congratulations on your new position. With that, he dramatically flicked his robe and departed without looking back. I sincerely apologize, but I assure you, not all wizards are like them, Mr. Weasley said apologetically to Andrew. Of course, we are grateful for your hospitality during these past few days. Mia has truly been a source of trouble for you. Andrew replied courteously. The parents had previously met at the station while picking up their children, leaving quite a favorable impression of one another. Particularly after Mrs. Weasley presented Mia with a hand-knit Christmas sweater, Mrs. Chomil had praised her craftsmanship several times. As they conversed, Arthur and Andrew felt an instant kinship and engaged in delightful discussions. Since they did not arrive right away, the Grangers were still unaware of the Chomil's remarkable status. How could such formidable presence exist? Moreover, in conversation, there was mention of the Prime Minister and new appointments. They were merely humble dentists, oblivious to such matters and uninterested in them. It wasn't until days later, when they saw the inauguration ceremony of the new Home Secretary on television, that they realized the robust Home Secretary was none other than the affable Mr. Chomil. This revelation concerned Mr. Granger even more. Given the Chomil family's influence, would Mia dare to be overly forward with their daughter Hermione? Yet, for the time being, Mr. Granger's perception of Mia had improved considerably, especially since he had witnessed Mia standing protectively in front of Hermione. Ultimately, if it weren't for needing to purchase school uniforms for Ginny, the conversation might have continued indefinitely. What brings you here? Mia inquired with curiosity. You, young man, have never once brought us here since starting school. You don't even stay home during holidays. Andrew expressed his dissatisfaction. Mia bashfully scratched her head. I never said I wouldn't bring you along. It is indeed a predicament. Had it not been for the urgent need to acquire the means of self-protection, Mia would have been loath to part from her family. Well, my visit here is not solely to seek you out. The cabinet has now resolved to strengthen ties with the magical realm. This is not mere rhetoric. This matter has been entrusted to me, and I must personally come here to conduct an investigation. Mia also noticed that there seemed to be individuals nearby who did not quite resemble wizards. However, they also did not appear to be the typical Muggle parents accompanying children, which left only the possibility of some plainclothes security personnel. You can simply inquire about this from me. The magical world is not particularly welcoming to ordinary people. It is somewhat perilous for you to come here in person, Andrew explained to Mia. Throughout the journey, Mia deliberately kept her distance from Yuza. If that fellow were to bully her again, it would completely tarnish her esteemed image in the eyes of her friends. With the three families gathered together, their shopping excursion extended considerably. By evening, they had nearly explored all of Diagon Alley. Even during dinner at the Leaky Cauldron, Arthur continued to engage Mr. Granger and Andrew in lively conversation, predominantly about Muggles. Andrew gleaned a wealth of information regarding the Ministry of Magic from Arthur's discourse. As the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, which prohibits the misuse of Muggle artifacts, Arthur had ample topics to discuss with Andrew. Remarkably, the official connection established between the Muggle world and the wizarding realm originated from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The unfolding events began to diverge from Mia's memories. The Muggle world was starting to engage with the wizarding world, leaving one to ponder whether this development was a blessing or a curse. Mia's primary concern lies in the accuracy of memory. This issue has existed previously, but it has become increasingly pronounced. Dangers that once seemed improbable have now manifested in reality, causing Mia to grow anxious. Within his recollections, the circumstances encountered by Harry appear to be escalating in peril. With the basilisk and dragons making their ominous appearances, Mia finds himself uncertain whether they will emerge unscathed from such threats. Will fortune, as chronicled in his memories, continue to favor them? All he can do is strive to mitigate the risks as much as possible. Thus, Mia surreptitiously retrieved Ginny's diary, which had been swapped by Lucius, and replaced it with a new one. As long as he conceals this Horcrux or destroys it, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets should remain sealed. Consequently, Ginny would not be drawn into the chamber, and Hermione would not be petrified. The most significant variable in this equation is this very Horcrux. The young Tom Riddle from his memories was a failure. However, this is the realm of reality. What if he succeeds? Suddenly, Voldemort would manifest anew, and in his most lucid state. Should that fiend gain the upper hand and control the basilisk through Parseltongue, they would find themselves in dire straits. Chapter 64. A unique return to school. On the day of their return to school, Mia and his companions convened at King's Cross Station. As he observed Hermione and the others passing through the barrier one by one, he intentionally lagged behind with Harry and Ron. He recalled that at this moment, the barrier should have been sealed by the house elf Dobby. Previously, Dobby had likely intended to inflict some harm upon Harry to prevent his return to school. With that uniquely eccentric thought process, Mia could not guarantee that Dobby would not resort to even more bizarre antics. Take it slow, be careful not to collide, Mia kindly cautioned. What could possibly happen? Harry and Ron replied with unshakable confidence as they charged ahead. As expected, both Harry and Ron collided with the barrier, sending their belongings scattering across the ground. Mia leisurely pushed the small cart forward. Oh dear, it seems the pillar cannot be passed. What shall we do? With a flair for drama, Mia shook his head. He had indeed warned them to slow down. With his current magical abilities, he could not break the seal set by Dobby. If it weren't for the slave mark in the house elf's mind, a wizard might not stand a chance against a house elf purely in terms of magical power. Harry and Ron, perplexed, touched the pillar, and the solid sensation in their hands confirmed it was merely an ordinary column. What are you all up to? The station guard approached with an air of impatience, muttering about the peculiarities he encountered each year before walking away. What are we to do now? The Hogwarts Express is about to depart, Ron exclaimed, his face a portrait of urgency. Suddenly, Harry's eyes lit up. You mean the flying car? Mr. Weasley drove the flying car here today. Hence, they had departed later than usual. But we can't drive it, Ron hesitated. Is there no other way? The three exchanged glances before ultimately making their way to the location where Mr. Weasley had parked the flying car. I think we should wait for Mr. and Mrs. Weasley to arrive and drive us to Hogwarts, or perhaps explain our situation to the professor and get permission to return to school a little late. In Ron and Harry's minds, the idea of driving back alone did not seem prudent to Mia. There was no risk of expulsion for being a day late. So why take such a chance? What should we do now? Harry and Ron were now entirely dependent on Mia for a solution. Let us wait. Once Mr. and Mrs. Weasley realized we haven't boarded the train. They will surely come looking for us. So, the group settled down to wait patiently. In a corner, Dobby watched Harry Potter, who had failed to catch the train, and smiled with satisfaction. However, he soon recalled Mia's words. Even if Dobby did not manage to prevent Harry Potter from boarding the train, Harry would still return to Hogwarts. Dobby became distressed, troubled by the realization that, despite all his efforts to keep Harry from returning to school, none had succeeded due to the presence of Mia Shamel. After a considerable wait, the Weasleys had yet to appear. Could we have missed them? Ron questioned. Unlikely, we've been right here by the pillar. There's no way we could have missed them. Unless, we can't get through, and those on the other side cannot come out. Mia speculated. What if we, Harry began, but was cut off by Mia. Forget about driving, that's not an option. Perhaps they merely came from another direction. Shall we wait by the car then? The group made their way to the parking area, just in time to see Mr. and Mrs. Weasley approaching from another direction. Upon spotting the trio, the Weasley couple hurried over. Are you all right? We couldn't get through the pillar for some reason. We had to take a detour. Mrs. Weasley quickly reassured them. Don't worry about being late. We will explain the situation to your professors. Indeed, with this car, you need not fret, Mr. Weasley said proudly. Patting the roof of the vehicle, the group climbed into the car, their worries dissipating. If only they knew we were flying to school in a magical car. They would be so envious. Ron exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The they he referred to were none other than his two twin brothers. Harry, too, found the prospect quite intriguing. Mia, however, had no interest in such thoughts. He was vigilantly observing his surroundings. It was not until he noticed a small figure hiding in the corner. Dobby also realized that Mia seemed to be watching him. Mia revealed a warning gaze and brandished her wand. In the corner, Dobby was instantly frightened and darted aside. He anxiously clutched his chest. That look was utterly terrifying. Thus, the group set off. In the parking lot, a man was conversing on the phone. Darling, you must believe me. Just give me another chance. I promise I won't deceive you. At that moment, Mr. Weasley was preparing to take off in the car. The man's eyes widened in astonishment. Hey, I see a car flying. I'm not lying, darling, it's true. Inside the vehicle, Mia hurriedly urged Mr. Weasley to switch the car to invisibility mode, thus preventing more onlookers from witnessing their flight. Consequently, they arrived safely at Hogsmeade Station. Harry and Ron eagerly leaped from the car, while Mia appeared somewhat fatigued. She had remained vigilant throughout the journey. Although the Weasley couple were skilled wizards, flying in the air posed risks. An ambush could lead to disastrous consequences. She had yet to devise a spell for flight and was uncertain whether magical transformation could mitigate the impact of a fall. Fortunately, they arrived without incident. The Hogwarts Express had just arrived as well. Upon disembarking, Hermione and the others came over. Fred and George immediately began to protest. It's unfair. Mom and Dad didn't send us off to school. In truth, they merely wished to ride in the flying car to school. What is going on with you two? Hermione's focus was, of course, different from theirs. Mia recounted their ordeal to Hermione, who immediately furrowed her brow in confusion. How could the pillar be inaccessible? Observing the contemplative expression on Hermione's face, Mia discerned that this astute young witch had already sensed something amiss. After drawing considerable attention from a throng of students, they were summoned by Hagrid to return to the school. Unlike the first years who traveled by boat to the castle, from the second year onward, they were required to ride in horse-drawn carriages that moved without the need for horses. Thus, they parted ways with Ginny. Upon arriving at the carriage boarding area, Mia found herself staring in astonishment at the skeletal, horse-like creatures before the carriage. Nightmares. Chapter 65, Racing. The nightmares stood there, vividly alive in front of the carriage. While the others seemed oblivious to their presence, Mia found himself in a state of bewilderment. It is widely recognized that the nightmare is a creature visible only to those who have witnessed death firsthand. In the recesses of his memory, he believed he had never encountered such a moment. How, then, could he behold the nightmare? Yet, as it stood before him, its existence brooked no doubt. However, upon recalling the two wizards he had slain, Mia found solace in the realization. So it was that I have taken a life, and thus, all is well. He had almost convinced himself that his childhood memories of Voldemort's violent acts had tainted him. Indeed, Voldemort had a way of corrupting young minds. As the group boarded the carriage, Harry too noticed the nightmare standing before the vehicle. I've never seen a creature like this before, Harry remarked. What? This one pulling the carriage? Hermione questioned, her brow furrowed in skepticism. The carriages at Hogwarts move on their own. There is nothing in front of them. Right there. Such a large creature. With the confirmation from the others, Harry finally understood that he alone could perceive this extraordinary being. Maya refrained from revealing that she too could see it. Hermione gazed at Harry, wishing to elucidate something, but was discreetly nudged by Maya, signaling her to remain silent. Given Hermione's vast knowledge, she might have understood the reason behind Harry's ability to perceive the nightmare. Mia wished that Harry's scar would not be unveiled in front of so many onlookers. There was no benefit to it. Surely, being the center of attention among such a crowd must be quite gratifying for you, Potter. Draco, passing by, could not resist making a snide remark. Harry chose to disregard the boy. The carriage began to glide smoothly along. Compared to sailing on a boat, riding in a self-propelled carriage offered its own unique delight. The occupants of the carriage engaged in lively conversation. Mia, however, discovered that the reins around the night steed had somehow come undone. The night steed wandered off on its own, while the carriage continued to move forward. Mia immediately sensed something amiss. Before he could utter a warning, the carriage suddenly accelerated with a jolt, causing everyone aboard to sway precariously. What was happening? Had the carriage gone out of control? Neville screamed. The vehicle careened down the road at an alarming speed, seemingly intent on throwing them off. Terrified, the passengers clung desperately to the railing, striving to avoid being thrown from the carriage. The violent jolting and the erratic trajectory of the vehicle left them feeling utterly disoriented. Ron felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Up ahead, Draco remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding behind him. What is a golden needle mushroom? Draco's acolyte, Goyle, inquired. A golden needle mushroom is the frantic cries grew louder, quickly catching up with Draco and his companions as the carriage hurtled forward. Amid the tumult, Ron could no longer contain himself and retched violently. Crabbe, seated beside Goyle, felt a sudden warmth splatter across his face. When he opened his eyes again, he glanced at Draco and, pointing at his face, said to Goyle, "That is a golden needle mushroom." Meanwhile, in an effort to shield Hermione from being flung out due to her lack of strength, Mia enveloped her beneath him. Yet, this gesture proved futile as the carriage appeared determined to veer off into the distance. Mia was suddenly reminded of Dobby. That fellow would go to any lengths to keep Harry away from Hogwarts. A glance at Harry revealed that he had nearly been flung out. Although Dobby was solely intent on safeguarding Harry from danger, he nearly accomplished what Voldemort had failed to do, eliminating Harry. In a moment of desperation, Mia transformed the vehicle into a large mass of cotton. The group tumbled into the cotton due to inertia, but fortunately sustained no injuries. Subsequently, they found themselves in Snape's office. As today was Snape's shift, the matter fell under his jurisdiction. However, it was evident that Snape had seized this opportunity to chastise them. "Look at what you have all done. Mr. Shamil, you should not have transformed the vehicle into cotton merely to showcase your remarkable transfiguration skills. Your selfishness nearly cost your companions their lives." "That's not true. The vehicle went out of control," Harry retorted defiantly. "Out of control? Are you suggesting that the nightmare suddenly went mad and ran amok with you? Then perhaps you should consult your dear friend Hagrid about this." The group was irked but found it difficult to respond. "You can investigate." The reins snapped, Mia stated solemnly. "Are you giving me orders?" "Of course not." "Then you shall accept your punishment with due humility." Mia nearly succumbed to the urge to curse. The expression on the scapegoat's face was indeed dreadful. "If you were students of Slytherin, I would have dealt with you at my discretion. However, you are not." A frail voice echoed from the entrance. Snape's demeanor suddenly faltered. Dumbledore had arrived, accompanied by Professor McGonagall. As the head of Gryffindor House, Professor McGonagall held the authority to address them. "But they have damaged school property and violated the rules," Snape protested somewhat obstinately. "Indeed, some of those rules were established by me, so I am well aware of them. However, I believe it is imperative to thoroughly investigate the circumstances first. If Mr. Shamir's assertions hold true, our primary concern should be that our students have suffered an undeserved misfortune," Dumbledore declared resolutely. "The tarts this evening are splendid. Do indulge," he urged, allowing several individuals to depart. In the office, Snape regarded Dumbledore with a serious expression. "I suspect that child may be the offspring of the individual who perished years ago," he asserted. "Yes, I am aware. Mia is indeed his child." Snape momentarily faltered at Dumbledore's seemingly indifferent tone. "You know? Yes, you are well informed. If you are aware, then you should not remain here. You are cognizant of his father's terrors. I suggest Severus." Dumbledore's voice was soft, yet it ignited no inclination in Snape to refute. "His father's actions are not his own. I can see certain traits in him that are identical to his father's. But he has companions, family. He is not like that man." He understands what love is. Snape found the notion absurd. Love? All of it could merely be a fade. Deception is the forte of the Riddle family. Severus, your prejudice against him stems from his father. Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. You were once accepted. This child, who has done nothing, can be as well. Snape was rendered speechless. He had once been a Death Eater and had divulged the prophecy to Voldemort. Later, upon realizing that the child in the prophecy was likely Lily's son, he turned to Dumbledore, hoping to safeguard Lily. It was precisely because of this past that Dumbledore had refrained from disclosing details about Voldemort's child. He understood that, given Snape's nature, he might act against that child. Severus, you have seen the child. He is a rare gem. I hope you will guide him well. Me? Snape nearly laughed in anger. Do you consider this a nursery? In the realm of dark arts, your tutelage would be most beneficial. Who would dare to claim otherwise in the presence of the greatest white wizard? Do not be so sardonic, Severus. That child will not disappoint you. Chapter 66, Mandric. With Dumbledore's intervention, not only were they not punished, but Mia also received an additional 20 points for her transfiguration, a commendation from Dumbledore himself. It is worth noting that Dumbledore had once served as a transfiguration professor. Regardless of whether Dumbledore's intentions were deliberate, Mia felt the protective benefits of having someone watching over her. The first class of the term was herbology, which was undoubtedly a boon for Neville. Even during class, Neville appeared to walk with a newfound lightness. Upon entering the greenhouse, Mia beheld a long table adorned with an array of similar-looking plants. You best not touch anything. You will find out shortly. Professor Sprout, the kindest of instructors, never intimidated her students. A few eager young wizards retracted their hands. Is everyone present? In this lesson, we will study mandrakes and learn how to repot them. Can anyone tell me what a mandrake is? Before she finished speaking, Hermione raised her hand high. Very well, Miss Granger. Hermione shot a challenging glance at Mia, determined to earn more points than her this term. A mandrake, or mandragora, can restore those who have been petrified to their original state. However, it is exceedingly dangerous. Their cries are lethal. Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor. The Gryffindor students erupted with excitement. However, there is no need for concern. Our mandrakes are still mere seedlings, and their cries are not fatal. Yet, they can induce a stupor lasting several hours. Therefore, it is advisable for all of you to don the earmuffs I have distributed. Mia not only donned her earmuffs, but also deftly cast a silencing charm upon herself. What spell did you just use? Harry inquired with curiosity. Huh, I said. What spell did you just use? Was it some milk-flavored roasted sweet potato? Fine, go ahead with your lesson then. All right. Mr. Shamiel's approach was indeed astute. No one relished the sound of a mandrake's wailing, not even when it was merely a seedling. Professor Sprout chuckled, praising Mia. All around her, the others turned their gazes toward Mia. Oblivious to the world, Mia merely chuckled along, mirroring the laughter of her peers. All right, everyone, have your earmuffs securely in place. Watch my movements closely, grasp the stem firmly, and pull it out with vigor. With a powerful exertion from Professor Sprout, the soil erupted, revealing a root resembling that of an infant. Instantly, an ear-piercing cry erupted from the mouth of the mandrake. Even with earmuffs, the young wizards were struck with expressions of sheer agony at the penetrating sound. Only Mia remained unperturbed. With a thud, Neville collapsed to the ground. Did Neville fail to secure his earmuffs properly? Professor Sprout inquired with concern. No, he merely fainted from fright, Simon Finnegan mocked. Once Professor Sprout had completed the repotting, it was now the students' turn to take action. Mia quickly cast a spell for me too. Although she could discern no sound, upon observing Harry and Ron's actions, Mia readily cast charms for both of them. Do you need one? Mia temporarily dispelled her charm and asked Hermione. No, thank you, Hermione replied with restraint. Very well. Watching Mia comply so readily, Hermione thought him somewhat oblivious. Following suit, Hermione cast a charm for herself. As the young wizards engaged in their tasks, the horrifying cries filled the greenhouse, nearly shattering the glass. Observing the mandrake she held, Mia grimaced at its grotesqueness. Though she could not hear the sound, the expressions on her classmates' faces allowed her to surmise just how dreadful the cries must be. And this was merely a seedling. Suddenly, Mia experienced a moment of clarity. This object not only possessed the ability to reverse petrification, but also emitted a deadly wail. Could it not serve as a formidable weapon against the serpent creature? Although he had the ability to communicate with serpents, having been endowed with the parcel tongue, the serpent had once been tamed by Tom Riddle. Thus, it remained uncertain whether it would recognize a new master. Furthermore, given that the creature had spent so many years imprisoned, it might be famished and, in its desperation, devour him before he could employ his serpentine tongue. Consequently, Mia realized the necessity of thorough preparation. He needed to devise a plan to acquire some mandrake roots. After class, observing the distressed expressions of his classmates, Harry and Ron, unaffected by the surrounding atmosphere, intentionally displayed looks of contentment, indulging in their own amusement. "Mr. Potter, just the person I was looking for. Wood has been searching for you," Professor McGonagall remarked as she passed by and spotted Harry. "What? Your Captain Wood is looking for you. What would Rice? I mean, Oliver Wood wants you to join the practice. Who is being electrocuted? I am unaware of the trickery you are engaging in, but I sincerely hope you can regain your senses. All right, I shall indulge in more steak desserts. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Thank you, Professor." Mia had also forgotten that Harry and Ron remained unhexed, as he was preoccupied with honing his magical prowess. After diligent practice at the Weasley residence, his magical manifestation showed modest progress. More gratifyingly, his mastery over magical energy had ascended to new heights, enabling him to cast increasingly complex spells with greater finesse. Presently, his disarming charm could be executed with remarkable fluidity. Having devoted an entire academic year to perfecting this incantation, his proficiency now rivaled that of upperclassmen. Additionally, he had acquired the conjunctivitis curse, a precautionary measure against the lethal gaze of the basilisk. Direct eye contact with an adult basilisk would prove fatal, but he recalled the enchanted spectacles procured from the witch in Nocturne Alley. Those would undoubtedly prove invaluable when the time came. This academic year, his ambitions extended beyond personal growth. He sought to amplify his influence among the student body. Consider the 3 most formidable wizards of the era, Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald, each commanded legions of devoted followers. Even the pacifist Dumbledore had established the Order of the Phoenix, while Grindelwald and Voldemort were, indisputably, warlords of formidable military might, though assembling an armed faction remained beyond his current means. Cultivating influence among his peers would lay the foundation for future alliances. The question remained, how best to elevate his standing? Mia planned to take advantage of Lockhart. Isn't that fellow starting some sort of dueling club this semester? It presents a perfect opportunity for him to showcase his prowess. Nothing is more convincing than raw power. Chapter 67. Defense against the dark arts. After practicing for the better part of the morning, Mia returned to the dormitory. Upon seeing Harry and Ron, who wore expressions of deep discontent, she felt momentarily bewildered. "We almost truly went deaf." The two lamented, their faces filled with indignation. "So, what caused you to merely come close to deafness?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Is this what you're concerned about?" "Ahem. Isn't just showing concern for my classmates?" Harry had lost 5 points for being unable to hear Professor McGonagall's lecture. "We searched everywhere for you. And in the end, we had to go to the library to find Hermione to break the spell." Mia felt a twinge of guilt for having forgotten about them. "Well, isn't that just splendid? It gave you both a chance to explore the library. We're not done with you yet, Harry." The midday skirmish concluded with Mia disarming Harry and Ron with a single spell. In the afternoon, they faced their defense against the dark arts class. In truth, aside from flying lessons, Harry and Ron cherished this subject the most. However, due to last semester's Quirrell and this semester's Lockhart, their enthusiasm for the class had waned. Their instincts told them that Lockhart was likely a charlatan. As they entered the classroom, they were nearly blinded by the multitude of Lockhart's oversized portraits adorning the walls. Hermione was particularly exaggerated, her expression resembling that of an infatuated admirer. Unable to contain her awe. "Is it really necessary?" Mia muttered under her breath. "What do you know?" Hermione retorted, clearly displeased. "Lockhart has won the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly for 5 consecutive years. That sounds as absurd as a contest for the loudest fart." Mia replied. "You're just jealous." Hermione snapped back. "Jealous? How could that possibly be?" Mia countered. "Look at these portraits. They resemble failed cosmetic surgeries, grinning like fools." The two fell into a stony silence, each refusing to acknowledge the other. Initially indifferent towards Lockhart, Mia now transformed into a vocal critic, deliberately speaking ill of him in front of Harry and Ron. Hermione sat off to the side, her hair becoming increasingly frizzled with indignation. Moments later, Lockhart emerged from his office, striking an incredibly ostentatious pose. "Goodness, he is like a peacock displaying its feathers," Mia mocked. "Allow me to introduce you to your new defense against the dark arts professor. That would be me, Gilderoy Lockhart. You oversized bobblehead." Mia continued her silent tirade. "Recipient of the Sir Merlin's third-class medal." "Third-class medal? Not even a dog would want that." "Honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League." "What? Are you short on members paying dues?" 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly, though I never boast about it. Oh, really? Then might I kindly request you to close your mouth? Thank you. Mia's excruciatingly pungent remarks left Harry and Ron struggling to contain their laughter, their heads throbbing with the effort. Mr. Shamir, were you just speaking? Oh, forgive me, cough cough. Teacher, I must say you were quite handsome, Mia declared with an unfaltering demeanor, uttering a statement that betrayed her conscience. Naturally, many shared this sentiment, as Gilderoy Lockhart revealed a smile he deemed charming. Seated in the front row, Mia nearly succumbed to despair. I can't take it anymore, she muttered darkly. Just hold on a little longer. Observing Mia's almost imminent departure, Harry and Ron rushed to console her. The commotion caught Lockhart's attention. Oh, Mr. Shamir, please do not be overly excited by my smile. I greatly appreciate your admiration. But should you find yourself hurt by it, I would be disheartened, you know? I can't endure this. I must put an end to him. As Mia's wand began to radiate an ominous green light, Harry and Ron quickly intervened. Please, don't do this, Professor Mia, refrain from such actions. Mia finally managed to calm herself, only to see Loart take out a stack of exam papers. In order to assess whether you have diligently studied during the holidays, I must first test you. Upon glancing at the paper, the first question Mia encountered was, what is my favorite brand of lingerie? Mia's expression darkened in an instant. Mia, with a swift flick of her wrist, filled in an answer she had never considered before. From that moment on, she approached every question with a palpable malice. Not only Mia, but the boys, upon seeing the exam paper entirely devoted to Lockhart, were at their wits' end. Hermione, however, wrote furiously and was the first to submit her paper. Mia followed closely behind. Yet, judging by the devilish grin on Mia's face, Harry surmised that the contents of her paper must rival the 3 unforgivable curses. As the paragon of decorum in their dormitory, Mia's prowess was always held in high esteem by Harry and Ron, who were intensely curious about her responses. Once all the papers had been submitted, Lockhart began to review them in front of the class, shaking his head in disbelief. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not a single one of you remembered that my favorite color is lavender. Nevertheless, Miss Granger, you do know that my lifelong dream is to eradicate the evil in the wizarding world and to promote my exclusive line of hair potions. What a good girl. Lockhart's wink left Hermione utterly entranced. Yet, upon examining the next paper, his brow furrowed in confusion. Mr. Shamiel, how could my favorite color be a shade of brown? And what on earth is concrete pasta number 42? As for my hobbies, singing, dancing, rapping, basketball, what are these? I have been awarded the Most Charming Smile for 5 consecutive years. Not for 2.5. Mia's exam paper instantly provoked a chorus of laughter. Harry and Ron nearly shattered the table in their amusement. Draco, in an unprecedented display of approval, gave Mia a thumbs up. Observing Hermione's exasperation, Mia smugly stuck out her tongue. Just as I was reveling in my favorite lingerie, the white silk short skirt and little leather shoes, Lockhart's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. The classroom fell silent, all eyes fixed on whether Lockhart would succumb to frustration. Mr. Shamir, astonishingly, seemed to know that I never wore undergarments. Such intimate secrets I had never disclosed. I truly did not expect this. Could it be that Mr. Shamir is my ardent admirer? Snap. Harry, upon glimpsing the firearm in Mia's hand, was drenched in cold sweat. Mia, I implore you, spare him for now. Harry and Ron valiantly endeavored to save Lockhart's life. Hermione regarded Mia with a gaze filled with complex emotions. Mia, I never realized that in my defeat. You are the true devoted admirer. Mia's face contorted, revealing a terrifying smile. The oppressive aura emanating from Mia rendered Harry and Ron too fearful to even breathe. Mia's mind was consumed by a singular thought, to locate his rumored father and borrow the Death Eaters for an urgent matter. Following this incident, Gilderoy Lockhart's impression of Mia improved remarkably. Apart from Harry, Mia became the student who garnered his utmost attention. Now, you shall face the most terrifying existence. As the curtain lifted, revealing the cage of Cornish pixies, the young wizards couldn't suppress their laughter. Laugh now, for when you experience their true horror, your mirth shall vanish. Mia, if it were you, how would you deal with them? Eliminate them. Chapter 68, Confinement. Mia's response left Lockhart momentarily stunned, and he promptly released the Cornish pixies. These mischievous creatures possessed only a feeble magical power, yet their nimble agility rendered them elusive. With an insatiable desire for chaos, they immediately commenced a rampage, wreaking havoc throughout the classroom of the Defense Against the Dark Arts. Students' books were tossed onto the floor, and girls' hair was mercilessly tugged. Neville found himself yanked by the ears and suspended from the chandelier. Faced with this tumultuous scene, Lockhart momentarily lost his composure. However, he quickly recalled the spell he had prepared for such an occasion. Pesca Pixie Pesternemy. Yet before this nonsensical incantation could be uttered, the wand was snatched away by the Cornish pixies. With the wand in their possession, the pixies wreaked even greater destruction, causing large specimens hanging from the ceiling to crash down. Lockhart, desperately attempting to protect his hair, struggled against the pixies, hoping to rescue his portrait from their grasp, but narrowly avoided being captured himself. In a panic, he fled into his office, closing the door behind him while feigning calmness, stating, "I'll leave these pixies to you as an assignment." The door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Hermione stood agape, as if her worldview were collapsing. Frustrated by the relentless antics of the Cornish pixies, Mia raised her wand and declared, "Immobilis." An invisible force surged across the classroom, instantly freezing the incessantly chattering pixies in midair. The classroom finally fell silent. "Will your great hero Lockhart assist you in dealing with the Cornish pixies?" Mia teased. Perhaps this was merely a test. Hermione's voice dwindled. She instinctively sought to defend her idol, yet she was not naive. She had witnessed Lockhart's panic-stricken retreat with crystal clarity. This was a far cry from the valiant Lockhart she had read about in books. Due to Mia's successful quelling of the pixie chaos, Lockhart awarded her 10 points, which greatly pleased her. After class, Harry was promptly whisked away for training by Oliver Wood. Fearing for his life under the relentless training regimen of the fervent Wood, Harry insisted that Mia accompany him, with no alternative. And since they had yet to visit Hagrid this term, they decided to wait for Harry to finish training before heading over. Thus, Hermione opted not to visit the library and joined Mia and Ron in accompanying Harry to the training grounds. En route, they encountered the Slytherin Quidditch team approaching. Noting their full gear, Wood skeptically remarked, "Flint, this time slot has already been booked by Gryffindor." Flint, the captain of the Slytherin team, approached with an air of smugness. Mia gazed at the approaching prominent overbite, unable to suppress a frown. Stealing a glance at Hermione, she mused that the rabbit teeth were somewhat more appealing. "Is that so? Do you have a handwritten note from the professor?" Upon receiving the parchment produced by Flint, Wood's brow immediately furrowed upon inspection. Indeed, it was a note penned by Snape. "We are conducting training for a new seeker, so you all may wait aside for the time being." Flint wore an insufferable smirk. "A new seeker? Who?" Wood's curiosity was piqued. In the realm of competition, one must know both oneself and one's adversary to devise effective strategies. At that moment, a golden head of hair made its entrance. "Draco?" Harry exclaimed in astonishment. "Draco's father has sponsored each of us on the Slytherin team with the latest firebolt." The members of Gryffindor gasped in shock. The previous year's Nimbus 2000 was already a sensation, but this year's newly released firebolt was nothing short of revolutionary. An almost epic-defining creation. This broomstick, exorbitantly priced, had been generously sponsored for every Slytherin player by Lucius, showcasing his lavish wealth. The Gryffindor players felt an immense pressure descend upon them. Observing this, Flint grew increasingly arrogant. "What's the matter? Is your team still using those antiquated Comet Series brooms? I suppose your best broom is the Nimbus 2000 of your Seeker, isn't it?" Provoked by such mockery, Hermione couldn't help but retort. At least Gryffindor does not rely on a broomstick to bolster its confidence. Flint turned his gaze towards the audacious young witch who dared to counter him publicly. He had heard of her, merely a second-year half-blood. Furthermore, he was aware that Draco considered these individuals as rivals. A rival of Malfoy was indeed his adversary. "Shut your mouth, you filthy mudblood." At this, even the Slytherin players gasped in disbelief. Hermione's eyes widened in shock as tears welled up instantly. Draco, sweating profusely, realized that Mia was reaching for her wand. As an upperclassman, Flint was no fool. He reacted immediately upon sensing Mia's movement. Mia acted swiftly, disarming you with remarkable ease. Flint's wand was instantly wrenched from his grasp, landing in Mia's hands mere moments later. This scene struck Flint as though he had been harshly slapped across the face multiple times. How could he have been disarmed by a mere second-year child? The gazes of those around him ignited a flush of embarrassment upon his cheeks. "How dare you lay hands on me?" He clenched his fists and charged forward. "All shall be petrified." Mia set down her wand, and Flint collapsed onto the grass like a statue, lying on his back. Mia wore a sullen expression, refusing to even glance at Flint sprawled on the ground. It seemed that the Slytherin team had scarcely any time for practice. Consequently, the training grounds had been commandeered by Gryffindor. Wood regarded Mia with gratitude, yet soon his concern for her welfare surfaced. "You've harmed Flint. Snape will undoubtedly not let this go unpunished. However, fear not, as we shall all share in the repercussions." Just as those words were spoken, Snape was summoned. The billowing of his robes indicated his displeasure. A fleeting glance at the petrified Flint confirmed his assumption. Then, with a malevolent gaze, he surveyed the room before fixing his eyes on Mia. Do you comprehend the consequences of laying hands upon a fellow student? I am equally aware of the repercussions of slandering a classmate. That does not justify your actions. Is it permissible for him to call someone a mudblood as well? Mia provocatively gazed at Snape. The term mudblood undoubtedly represented a deep wound for him. It was precisely because he had uttered this word that he had irrevocably severed ties with Lily. As expected, Snape's complexion transformed ominously. Did he truly say that? The Slytherins hesitated, rendered speechless until Snape barked an order. Indeed, he had said it. Snape's expression darkened to an unsettling degree. He was not referring to you. Snape fixed his stare on Mia, but to my friend. Mia, undeterred, retorted defiantly. After a moment of contemplation, Snape abruptly declared, Mia Chamel, for assaulting another, shall serve a night of detention. In Flint, 1 week of detention. Chapter 69. The chamber has been opened. Snape stormed away, not even casting a glance at Flint. He merely instructed the Slytherin team members to escort Flint to the hospital wing. However, Flint was still required to serve his detention after emerging from the infirmary. This outcome left everyone astounded, especially the Slytherin students. Their headmaster was known for his protective nature. How could he suddenly act contrary? The Gryffindor players, in contrast, felt a newfound respect for Mia. She was the first to triumph over Snape's bias. Mia was also somewhat perplexed as to why that fellow had confined himself for just one night. Only Snape truly understood the reason behind it. When Snape learned that Mia had acted out because someone had used a mudblood to inflict harm, he was momentarily incredulous. Could it be that Voldemort's son detested the term mudblood? After all, Voldemort had once harbored a relentless desire to eradicate half-blood wizards. He was a master of the obliviation spell and also proficient in legilimency. Although he did not directly invade Mia's thoughts, he discerned that she was not lying. Perhaps, as Dumbledore had suggested, this child was indeed different from his father. Nevertheless, this did not provide him with a justification to be lenient. He merely lamented that he had not possessed the audacity, like Mia, to intervene and prevent himself from uttering the term mudblood in the past. Mia was escorted to the detention room by Filch, whose sinister grin greatly displeased her. Hermione hurriedly caught up with Mia. I will speak to the professor and ensure that you are not punished. Seeing Hermione, whose voice trembled with emotion yet was still filled with concern for others, Mia couldn't help but smile. It doesn't concern you. I simply find him insufferable. It's just one evening, a trivial matter. Mia remained utterly unperturbed, seizing the opportunity to find a tranquil spot to practice her magic. At that moment, Lockhart approached her. Upon learning that Mia was to be taken for confinement, Lockhart waved his hand grandly and declared that, in that case, he should assist me in replying to my fans. Filch intended to refuse, but Lockhart, being a professor, placed him in a difficult position, and ultimately, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Lockhart bestowed upon Mia a reassuring glance that conveyed, with me, you need not worry. Mia immediately turned to Hermione, imploring her for rescue. Moments later, Mia found herself seated in Lockhart's office, alongside Harry. As for Harry's presence, it was a result of Lockhart's aimless wandering, during which he fortuitously encountered Harry. As my most esteemed student, only the two of you are fortunate enough to assist me in responding to fan correspondence, Lockhart declared with unabashed vanity. Mia could not help but roll her eyes, questioning whether such fortune was truly deserving of him. Harry dared not utter a word, for Mia's resentment seemed to materialize into something tangible. Mia yearned to expedite her escape from this place, yet the incessant stream of letters from this individual's fervent admirers proved relentless. Did these fans possess nothing better to occupy their time than to pen letters? A firm reprimand is warranted for such fanatical behavior. Thank you. The two labored until dusk. Although saved from confinement by Lockhart, Mia, to be frank, would have preferred the solitude of her cell. Each time she perused the nauseatingly sentimental contents of the letters sent by those fans, she was overcome with revulsion. To make matters worse, she was obliged to respond to such insipid missives at Lockhart's behest. Mia felt that this was even more exhausting than battling Voldemort. The candlelight flickered dimly as Mia and Harry wrote furiously. Suddenly, Mia lifted his head and saw Harry doing the same. Did you hear that? Harry inquired. As if sensing some noise, Mia shook his head, stating that he was merely fatigued from lifting his neck. He was reluctant to divulge his thoughts to Harry at that moment. However, what preoccupied his mind was the perplexing emergence of the basilisk. He had distinctly concealed that diary. The voice beckoning him, clear and resonant, reached Mia's ears. As a speaker of Parseltongue, he immediately recognized it as the voice of a serpent. Without the diary, no one should be under its control, and consequently, the basilisk ought not to have been unleashed. Mia is now solely focused on returning to the dormitory to check if her diary is still there. What sound? Lockhart looked at Harry with confusion. Harry was convinced he had indeed heard something, a voice speaking. At this hour, darkness had enveloped the ancient castle, shrouding it in mystery. No one knew what secrets this time-worn fortress might harbor. Thus, Lockhart felt a surge of panic. Yet, he certainly could not allow Harry and Mia to perceive his trepidation. Ah, look at that. We've been here for 4 hours. Can you think of a better way to serve detention than replying to my fans? However, it's quite eerie. How swiftly time flies during moments of joy. It's getting late. You should all head back. Lockhart hurriedly packed his belongings and fled back to his office. Only Mia and Harry remained on the path back. Mia, did you truly not hear anything? The voice in Harry's ears persisted, echoing words of destruction and slaughter. The sounds that Mia heard grew increasingly frantic. It seemed the serpentine creature, confined for decades, was now ravenous and restless. He yearned to return to the dormitory swiftly, for encountering the snake monster was no trifling matter. The creature was undoubtedly under the control of the one who had released it, making it perilous even with its hissing tongue. Harry also sensed the change in the sound, realizing it emanated from the wall. He pressed against it, searching fervently, his pace quickening. Mia, Harry. They collided head-on with Hermione and Ron, who had come to retrieve them. Did you hear any noise? Hermione inquired. To which she and Ron shook their heads. Hermione turned to Mia, who also shook his head in response. However, Harry remained resolute, convinced that he could hear something. He led the group in pursuit of the sound's origin, only to behold a multitude of spiders migrating towards the window. I detest spiders, Ron exclaimed, his complexion paling as he recoiled. The group continued their search alongside Harry. Upon noticing the water stains on the ground, Mia realized they were nearing the location of the first victim. The horrifying blood letters on the wall assaulted the minds of the young wizards, while Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, hung ominously on the wall. Mia discerned that the cat had been petrified. It was the reflection on the water's surface that revealed the serpent's gaze, leading to its transformation. Yet, who could have fathomed such a notion at that moment? When the passing Filch witnessed the scene, he immediately directed his ire towards Mia. It was you, wasn't it? You harbor a grudge. August. Dumbledore arrived just in time to intervene. He has killed my cat, all because I intended to confine him, seeking revenge. Me? Mia was momentarily speechless. August, your cat is not dead, it is merely petrified. Upon hearing Dumbledore's reassurance, Filch's expression softened slightly. Casting a glance at the gathered students, Dumbledore commanded, everyone, return to your dormitories at once, except for the 4 of you. Mia and a few others were left behind. Snape observed the scene with cold detachment, his gaze fixated on the wall that bore the inscription indicating the chamber had been opened, warning of the heir's adversary. In his mind, Mia had already assumed the role of the perpetrator. Mr. Lockhart, where were you during dinner today? Snape inquired, his tone frigid. They were assisting me with my correspondence. Lockhart interjected, stepping forward. Snape, though still harboring doubts, hesitated as he scrutinized the words on the wall. He glanced at the inscription and then at Mia's stature. Could Mia reach that height? Chapter 70. The subtle exchange seemingly perceiving Snape's suspicions toward Mia, Dumbledore spoke up, asserting, I am confident this incident was not perpetrated by our students. Snape looked at Dumbledore in astonishment. Dumbledore returned his gaze with a meaningful expression. In truth, he had been discreetly monitoring Mia, a form of vigilance. As the true authority in the contemporary wizarding community of Britain, how could he genuinely claim to be at ease regarding Mia? It was precisely because of his watchful eye that he was convinced Mia was not involved. The others were even less likely to be implicated. Thus, the matter remained unresolved, yet the rumors continued to proliferate among the students. The chamber swiftly became the most sensational topic at Hogwarts. What intrigued Harry even more was the notion that some suspected Mia to be the so-called heir. As the initial witnesses, they had seen Filch's frantic demeanor at the time. Consequently, some began to cast doubt on Mia. Each time Harry heard such gossip, he would furiously confront the spreaders of such rumors. Mia, however, remained unconvinced. There was little doubt among others, and when the truth eventually emerged, all suspicions would dissipate. The immediate concern was to locate the unfortunate soul ensnared by the diary. Upon returning that night, he discovered that the diary had vanished. The dormitory bore signs of having been rummaged through. This incident plunged Mia into a sea of doubt. Who could have invaded his belongings? And why would they have taken only the seemingly worthless diary? He had inquired with the plump lady, but there had been no unfamiliar faces in Gryffindor Tower. Regardless of the identity of the intruder, Mia resolved to seek out Ginny first. After all, in his recollections, Ginny was the student under control. Although he was uncertain if it was her again, he had found her. The moment he laid eyes on Ginny, he began to scrutinize her expression. The fragment of Voldemort's soul residing within the Horcrux diary would siphon the life force of its victim. Yet, observing Ginny as she fervently cheered for Harry, she appeared nothing like someone whose vitality had been drained. Mia suddenly realized that it was time for him to learn the art of mind reading. At the very least, this skill would allow him to locate individuals by delving into their thoughts. From his observations, it appeared that Ginny was not the one under the control of the diary. But who could it be? While Mia was at a loss, Harry and his friends had already turned their suspicions towards Draco. Familiar with the storyline, he was aware that Draco was not the culprit. However, since he could not reveal his knowledge and the events were unfolding beyond his expectations, Mia had no choice but to follow their lead. How can we ascertain whether Draco is truly the heir? Harry posed a pivotal question. This indeed posed a challenge. They could not simply inquire directly. Ron scratched his head in frustration. Suddenly, Hermione's eyes lit up. Why not just ask him directly? Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous glances, disbelieving her suggestion. Are you joking? I am not joking, Hermione retorted, producing a book. The Polyjuice potion can transform us into individuals closer to Draco, allowing us to ask him directly. However, the brewing of the Polyjuice potion would take at least a month. For the time being, they were unable to question Draco. Is it really that complicated? Mia interjected. The others turned to him. So, what brilliant idea do you have? Hermione challenged him defiantly. Why not just confront him in person? Mia shrugged. How would that work? Thus, Draco found himself cornered by Mia, his legs trembling slightly. Hey, don't get too cocky. I'll tell my dad. Draco was used to being the bully, and this was the first time he had been backed into a corner, especially by someone like Mia Shamel. Oh, come on. Don't be so uptight. We're classmates, right? We should be friendly with one another. Mia had not intended to cause Draco undue anxiety, so she made an effort to soothe him. Who wants to be amicable with you? What did you say? I did say we ought to be friendly. So what do you wish to accomplish? Draco feigned composure. By this point, Mia had already ascertained that Draco was not under the control of the Horcrux. Tom Riddle excelled at exploiting others' vulnerabilities and desires to dominate them. Given Draco's disposition, had there been something to satisfy his cravings, he would have been flaunting it long ago. However, to alleviate Harry and the others' concerns, Mia pressed on with her inquiry. Upon hearing her question, Draco could not help but roll his eyes. I am indeed the heir. The gazes of the others immediately turned fervently towards Draco. A sense of trepidation washed over him. After all, he was the heir of the Malfoy lineage. As for the Chamber of Secrets, that was beyond his knowledge. Mia found herself at a loss for words. This fellow had a knack for provoking irritation with even the simplest of statements. What is wrong? Are you all feeling intimidated? Draco could not resist his mischievous tendencies. In truth, what you ought to be most concerned about is not this trivial matter. The Chamber of Secrets, that elusive concept, could very well be nothing more than a prank orchestrated by some mischievous individual. And as for you, let me enlighten you. Flint holds the position of prefect. Though he may not be the prefect of your Gryffindor house, should he wish to find fault and deduct points from you, it would be a rather effortless endeavor. You would do well to offer him a sincere apology. Suddenly, a thud echoed as something clattered to the ground. Draco's gaze fell upon the peculiar short-handled object lying there, and his complexion drained of color. Despite having grown up immersed in the magical realm, his understanding of the Muggle world was somewhat limited. Nevertheless, he recognized it as the most common and lethal firearm from the Muggle world. What are you planning to do? Draco stammered, retreating into the corner, his voice trembling with fear. Mia bent down to retrieve her firearm, stowing it away in her inconspicuous retractable pouch. Next time, she must procure a pouch devoid of any holes. Cursed profiteers. Draco, unable to discern the murmurs escaping Mia's lips, found himself gripped by an overwhelming sense of fear. As he observed Mia donning yet another smile, he could not shake the feeling that this was the very visage of a demon. Do not fret, do not fret. It was merely a trivial toy that fell. Ultimately, they failed to extract any valuable information. Yet, Harry remained undeterred. The so-called heir harbored a deep-seated animosity towards wizards of Muggle lineage. Who could possibly rival Malfoy in this regard? What do you propose we do? Mia did not deter Harry's thoughts. He was uncertain whom to suspect, and perhaps it was best to allow Harry and his companions to fumble about for a while. After all, even a blind cat might stumble upon a dead mouse. Draco surely had not spoken the truth. Once Hermione perfected the polyjuice potion, they would inquire further. Chapter 71. Colin. In the bustling halls of the school, Mia felt as though every individual could potentially be the one under the thrall of the Horcrux. Yet, he found himself devoid of any opportunity to investigate, utterly at a loss for where to begin. It was hardly feasible to question each person about who might have found a conversational diary. Moreover, he had not recently observed anyone exhibiting peculiar behavior. The new season of the Quidditch Cup was upon them once more. Prior to Harry's match, Mia advised him, should danger arise, it would be prudent to withdraw from the competition. However, Harry dismissed the warning. Mia was acutely aware that this match would be covertly influenced by the Bludgers, which would relentlessly target Harry. She recalled that Harry had previously suffered a broken arm. Regrettably, Harry did not take her warning seriously, leaving Mia no choice but to remain poised for action at all times. As the match commenced, Gryffindor gradually fell behind Slytherin. The Slytherin team, armed with their bludgers, played as though they were under a spell. Draco, in particular, taunted Harry mercilessly. The two engaged in a fierce aerial chase in pursuit of the golden snitch. Before long, Mia noticed something amiss with the bludgers. It seemed they had gone haywire. Someone must be meddling. Hagrid exclaimed excitedly. Hermione and Ron also sensed the anomaly. Soon, the spectators began to notice the bludgers' erratic behavior. However, no one took it seriously, as various mishaps occurred during the Quidditch matches each year, including some rather extreme incidents. Losing control was merely child's play. Yet, when a bludger shattered Wood's broomstick and broke Harry's arm, the audience began to recognize that the bludgers were indeed excessively aggressive. At that moment, Harry had captured the golden snitch, and the match was halted. Nonetheless, the bludgers continued their relentless assault on Harry. It quickly became apparent to Mia that an even more grave situation was unfolding, as the other Quaffles began to target Harry as well. The urgency of the situation escalated. We must save Harry, Ron shouted as he brandished his wand and charged forward. Before they could take action, Lockhart rushed ahead, exclaiming, "Stupefy!" his spell aimed at the bludger. But upon contact, it ricocheted back. Ron, seeing the approaching spell, instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. With a sharp crack, he stumbled back a few steps. Upon noticing his broken wand, he froze momentarily before nearly bursting into tears. "My wand is broken. I'm finished. Mother will surely kill me." Stupefy. Mia acted decisively, and the spell radiated outward like a shockwave. All the affected balls fell helplessly to the ground. With the danger averted, several individuals rushed forward to assess Harry's injuries. Fortunately, the situation was not dire, save for a broken bone in his hand. Gilderoy Lockhart, who had embarrassed himself in front of everyone, seized the opportunity to regain his dignity. Without waiting for anyone to intervene, he stepped forward and proclaimed, "This minor injury is something I encounter frequently in my daring escapades. Allow me to handle it." Before anyone could protest, Lockhart had already cast his spell. In a flash of light, Harry suddenly realized that his hand seemed to be devoid of pain. See, mission accomplished. The fracture shall no longer torment him. Lockhart proudly raised Harry's hand as if it were his own masterpiece. The onlookers were met with the sight of an arm that resembled that of a rubber doll. Indeed, with the bones absent, it was no wonder there would be no fracture. Consequently, Harry was taken to the infirmary. At this moment, Mia was incessantly searching for Dobby. In her recollections, Dobby merely wished for Harry to vacate Hogwarts, and even if he were to resort to violence, it would be measured. However, the recent incident suggested that had Harry's evasion been even slightly delayed, the uncontrolled ball could have struck him on the head, resulting in instant demise. This anomaly compelled Mia to direct her suspicions towards Dobby. Should it indeed be Dobby who was involved, Mia would have grounds to suspect that the Horcrux diary was currently in his possession. As a house elf belonging to the Malfoy family, and being privy to the events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, Dobby could very well be aware of the diary's existence. These conjectures could only be substantiated upon locating Dobby. Through her memories, Mia discerned that Dobby might visit the infirmary this evening to seek out Harry. Thus, under the cover of night, she stealthily made her way to the infirmary. To evade detection, Mia donned Harry's invisibility cloak and, clutching the sword of Gryffindor, quietly awaited Dobby's arrival in the shadows. However, as seconds ticked by, Dobby failed to appear, yet Colin, the first-year photography enthusiast, was brought in by professors. Colin, who was perpetually snapping photos, remained in the pose of holding his camera, having been petrified. At that moment, Mia surmised that it was indeed Dobby who had unleashed the basilisk. The anticipated arrival had not occurred, and concurrently, the basilisk had been released again. Despite the absence of irrefutable evidence, Mia's suspicion of Dobby intensified. Yet she found herself in a quandary. If it truly was Dobby, how could she possibly intervene? Setting aside the question of whether she could defeat Dobby, finding him was already a monumental challenge. The situation had reached an impasse. Exiting the infirmary and shedding the invisibility cloak, Mia walked the path back to the dormitory, only to encounter Flint. Out so late? Planning a midnight stroll? Flint immediately confronted her. It's not even curfew yet. Why shouldn't I be outside? Aren't you still out here as well? Mia retorted, unperturbed. I just emerged from the prefect's bathroom. Do you know what a prefect's bathroom is? Flint sneered. I heard a muggle-born student from first year has been petrified. Huh. Your days as half-bloods are numbered. Keep lingering. You might be next. If it weren't for Flint's fervor, Mia might have thought he was the true culprit behind the basilisk's release. This fellow harbored an animosity towards half-bloods that rivaled Draco's. Is that so? Then I must inquire how it feels to be petrified. Mia shot back. Flint's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he stalked away. Upon returning to the dormitory, Mia began to contemplate her next move. At this juncture, Tom Riddle within the Horcrux was striving to regain vitality, presenting an opportune moment. The sooner she located Dobby and retrieved the diary, the sooner she could prevent the basilisk from inflicting further harm. Of course, her concern for the basilisk's victims was minimal. After all, even Hermione had fallen prey in her memories. While Hermione had merely been petrified in her recollection, this was reality. To halt the basilisk was to safeguard her friends' lives as much as possible. Moreover, the sooner the basilisk was stopped, the more she could restrict its recovery of strength. Having been confined for so many years, that creature was undoubtedly famished. Mia is reluctant to confront a particularly vigorous serpent creature. By confining the serpent in a hidden chamber, he would have the opportunity to gradually explore the possibility of seizing control from Tom Riddle. Even if he cannot reclaim it, he must discover a method to eliminate the serpent. Chapter 72. The Duel Club. The news of students being petrified spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts. When the professors issued a formal warning of danger, the student body erupted in turmoil. This indicated that the Chamber of Secrets might not merely be a legend, but rather that a monster lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. Hogwarts was no longer a safe haven. Numerous parents dispatched letters demanding the return of their children. Professors were left to manage anxious parents while also calming restless students. Professor Dumbledore, I believe we must take action. If we do not implement effective measures to identify the culprit, I cannot guarantee that the enraged parents won't storm the castle, Professor McGonagall lamented, feeling utterly exhausted. She dreaded the thought of witnessing another student fall victim. Petrification was the mildest outcome. What if someone were to die? The very notion was too dreadful to contemplate. Perhaps we should disseminate some information that could prove advantageous to the situation. Or perhaps it would have been wiser to keep the news under wraps until the culprit was apprehended, suggested McGonagall. Standing nearby, Snape's gaze remained as vacant as ever, a testament to his mastery of mental occlusion. The students and staff have the right to be informed of the dangers they face, Dumbledore asserted. But what strategies can the headmaster employ to ensure everyone's right to information while stabilizing the current situation? Snape remarked, his expression dark as he shifted in his well-worn shoes, which bore the marks of wear. Dumbledore inhaled deeply, harboring certain suspicions. Decades prior, when he was merely a professor, the chamber had been opened once before. Now, with its reopening, he suspected a connection between the two incidents, or perhaps even that they were the work of the same individual. After all, who else could possibly be regarded as the heir of Slytherin? Dumbledore's thoughts turned to Mia. They shared the same bloodline, and indeed, Mia's lineage from Slytherin was even purer than Voldemort's. According to his intelligence from those years past, Voldemort had captured a witch of direct Slytherin descent, with whom he fathered Mia. After the child's birth, he had not received any further information about that witch. This act, akin to incest, had resulted in the birth of the most pure-blooded Slytherin descendant to date. Voldemort had always carried the child with him, underscoring the significance he placed on her. However, what troubled Dumbledore most was the potential flaws that such close kinship might impose on the child. After observing her for some time, he had indeed discerned certain troubling signs. Mia, this child, possesses many admirable qualities, yet his capacity to endure the concept of death seems rather excessive. Which child, after all, can face a professor's demise with such composure in the first grade? Fortunately, he chose the right mentor in his early years. Shammel's teachings imparted to Mia the essence of love and the bonds of familial affection. Cruelly speaking, Dumbledore relies on Mia to vanquish the darkness that Voldemort has cast upon the magical realm. Take, for instance, the recent events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore believes that Mia's more pristine Slytherin bloodline may enable him to wrest control of the chamber from its clutches. His only concern lies in the uncertainty of Voldemort's current form and whereabouts within Hogwarts. The fact that Voldemort has evaded the killing curse and persists to this day suggests he possesses some form of protection. Unless that safeguard is identified and obliterated, Voldemort will remain a formidable adversary. If Dumbledore were to confront him directly, Voldemort would undoubtedly retreat into hiding, complicating matters further. Thus, the current predicament facing Hogwarts is one Dumbledore must concede is, in some respects, insolvable. If we cannot indeed identify the perpetrator, Professor McGonagall's expression grows grim, and Hogwarts may have to suspend operations once more, just as it did decades ago. The portrait of former Headmaster Armando on the wall behind Dumbledore bears a somber countenance. "I have a solution," professed Lockhart, drawing the attention of all the professors in the office. Sensing the gazes of these esteemed wizards upon him, Lockhart relished the moment. Snape regarded Lockhart with disdain, observing him draw out the suspense. "Ahem, I am proposing the establishment of a dueling club." Upon making his announcement, Lockhart awaited accolades. But an uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. Even Professor Sprout, usually the most amiable, appeared speechless. "Is Professor Lockhart suggesting that our students engage in combat with the creatures of the chamber?" Snape derided. "Yes and no." Lockhart's demeanor elicited eye rolls from several professors. "Based on my extensive experience and adventures, I must assert that a hasty assault is most unwise. However, we ought to prepare our students to face potential dangers." "I find Professor Lockhart's suggestion commendable," Dumbledore interjected, causing Snape to look at him in astonishment. Then, as if struck by a thought, he cast a meaningful glance at Lockhart. In such tense circumstances, the dueling club could indeed serve to alleviate the students' anxiety. Lockhart found Dumbledore's comment somewhat peculiar. "Then, I shall take charge of this endeavor," he declared, brimming with enthusiasm. In the defense against the dark arts class, the students gazed expectantly at the dueling platform. Lockhart donned an exquisitely tailored dueling outfit, flamboyantly adorned with a cloak. "Ladies and gentlemen, I can only imagine your impatience to see me in action," he exclaimed, eliciting shrieks from the young witches below. "This time, I have enlisted Professor Snape as my assistant. To familiarize you with the etiquette of dueling, Professor Snape and I shall demonstrate a duel." Snape's elongated visage displayed a flicker of surprise, as if questioning Lockhart's seriousness. "Fear not, I shan't harm you, Professor," Lockhart assured, interacting playfully with the students. Snape cast a dark glance at Lockhart. The duel commenced and concluded swiftly, leaving Mia in fits of laughter at Lockhart, who was sent sprawling by a single spell from Snape. Unable to maintain his dignity, Lockhart hastily shifted the topic. "I held back earlier. Now, let us allow the students to practice." Snape, having afforded Lockhart a minor lesson, felt rather satisfied. "Draco, step forward." Draco strutted up, a smug grin plastered across his face. Lockhart scanned the crowd and called out, "Mia, you come forward." Snape suddenly turned to Lockhart, his gaze conveying disbelief at the audacity of his request. Draco's smile vanished in an instant. "May I step down?" Draco asked weakly. Chapter 73, Challenger Snape. On the dueling platform, Draco found himself confronting Mia, whose enigmatic smile hinted at impending challenges. Below, Harry and Ron wore unabashed expressions of glee. "Now, let the duel commence." Mia and Draco practiced the dueling etiquette demonstrated earlier by the two professors, brandishing their wands as they simultaneously turned. Expelliarmus! A flash of red light surged forth, and Draco was sent sprawling backwards. In a single move, the duel concluded. Embarrassed, Draco retreated, while Snape offered a comforting pat on his shoulder. "Well done. It appears my demonstration has provided Mia with excellent inspiration. Now, may I invite the next challenger to step forward?" Mia raised an eyebrow in surprise. How had a duel transformed into a mere exhibition match? Nevertheless, this development suited him perfectly. The rapid defeat of Draco had rendered the young wizards oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Next up was a young witch, whom Mia recognized as Pansy, the one who incessantly trailed Draco. By the look on her face, she was clearly there to defend Draco's honor. An unexpected ambush hardly qualifies as skill. "Allow me to demonstrate true prowess. I shall not show any mercy. Yet, Pansy was inwardly calculating, no matter how fierce his words. Surely he would temper his actions in front of so many witnesses? However, with a swift, disarming spell that sent her flying, she realized he had no intention of holding back. Pansy sulked her way back to Draco to lament her misfortune. One must maintain composure in the presence of ladies. But this was a duel. Mia, splendidly done. Next, the subsequent challenger approached swiftly, Justin from Gryffindor. Evidently, the misfortunes of the previous two did not impress upon him the gravity of the situation. Disarm your weapon, he exclaimed, a single command. This time, a profound silence enveloped the audience. Even Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were most acquainted with Mia, were rendered speechless. They were aware of Mia's formidable magical prowess, yet they were unprepared for its astonishing depth. Hermione bit her lip, astonished at Mia's level of practice. Had she truly honed her skills to such an extent? Hermione had not anticipated that Mia had mastered upper-year spells to this degree. During the previous term's battle against Quirrell, she had barely glimpsed Mia in action. Of course, the killing curse had shocked her greatly, but Mia had ultimately concluded that confrontation with firearms, thereby not showcasing her true combat abilities. As challengers hesitated, reluctant to face the prospect of being unceremoniously dispatched, it became abundantly clear to all that this top student was no mere bookworm. Some Gryffindor boys cast envious glances. Since no one is stepping up, perhaps I shall engage Mr. Shamir. Snape's voice resonated, silencing the classroom. Professor Snape, I find this rather inappropriate, a voice interjected. It is evident to me that Mr. Shamir's capabilities surpass those of all students present. To find a worthy challenger, we may need to look to the upper years. For now, allow me to test my own skills. Snape strode confidently onto the dueling stage, motivated by his own considerations. The strength Mia had displayed had indeed exceeded his expectations. Truly, she was the offspring of that individual. He was not here merely to chastise Mia. He sought to ascertain the extent of her growth and power. Unlike Dumbledore, who held a belief in her father's influence, Snape remained skeptical that Mia would diligently pursue her studies at Hogwarts. Meanwhile, the trio below grew increasingly anxious. To them, it appeared that Snape was intent on deliberately challenging Mia. As Snape ascended the platform, Mia felt a weight of seriousness settle upon her. Nevertheless, tightening her grip on her wand, she anticipated this duel, eager to witness the prowess of a top-tier wizard. With the dueling formalities concluded, the battle was imminent. Snape flicked his wand with a swift motion, sending a spell hurtling towards Mia. Mia's pupils constricted as she silently cast a spell. Goodness! Was Snape truly prepared to hold nothing back? It is worth noting that during his previous duel with Lockhart, he had enunciated the incantations with utmost clarity. Mia, caught off guard, exerted her strength to deftly flick her wand, immediately sending the spell soaring away. Snape's gaze sharpened, realizing that the young one had evidently mastered various applications of spells. He had just discerned that Mia had employed a disarming charm to deflect his incantation. Deep in thought, Snape remained undeterred, unleashing a relentless barrage of formidable spells towards Mia. Mia, in a flurry, attempted to resist, but all her spells were effortlessly deflected. Under such relentless pressure, a fire ignited within her. Petrificus totalis. Yet, Snape easily countered the incantation. The spectators were astounded, witnessing Mia's remarkable ability to retaliate against Snape's formidable onslaught. This duel, with its back-and-forth exchanges, left the young wizards in awe. So this is how magic is wielded? So dueling is not merely a turn-based affair. Mia felt the force emanating from her hands, acutely aware that persistently resisting was not a viable strategy. Defeating Snape was an impossibility. However, she could not afford to lose too disgracefully. Suddenly, narrowing her eyes, Mia shouted, Avada Kedavra. A chorus of gasps filled the air around her. Snape's pupils constricted in an instant, and he swiftly sidestepped to evade the attack. The killing curse, a spell that strikes directly at the soul, is typically insurmountable. In any circumstance, avoiding danger is preferable to confronting it head-on. Drawing from his extensive experience as a Death Eater, Snape decisively opted for evasion. Yet, he soon realized he had been deceived. The signature green light was conspicuously absent. What approached was, in fact, a disarming charm. Furthermore, Mia had anticipated his movements, making it seem as though he had willingly engaged with her spell. Ultimately, Snape's seasoned expertise allowed him to deflect Mia's incantation effortlessly. Nonetheless, the battle did not continue. Both Snape and Mia chose to halt their confrontation. Sensing the force from the disarming charm he had just withstood, Snape wore a serious expression. It appeared that Mia was advancing at a pace beyond his expectations. Mr. Samuel's dueling skills and magical prowess are commendable. 5 points to Gryffindor. Snape's voice shattered the silence in the classroom. The crowd finally reacted to the earlier illusion of the killing curse. Snape had indeed awarded points to Gryffindor. The audience erupted in excitement, having witnessed a truly spectacular duel. The final illusionary tactic employed by Mia left a profound impression on the young wizards. Chapter 74, Harry's Parcel Tongue. As Mia descended from the dueling platform, the young wizards parted ways to create a path for him. The way they looked at Mia had transformed significantly. It is noteworthy that while Snape's reputation at Hogwarts may not have been particularly favorable, he was nonetheless regarded as a distinguished master of potions within the magical community in Britain and beyond. Although Snape was primarily known for his prowess in potion making, it was well acknowledged over the years that his magical abilities were formidable. It was indeed remarkable that such a long-established top wizard could find himself evenly matched by a second-year student. Of course, it was evident that Snape had deliberately held back. Yet, even so, that series of silent spells constituted a considerable challenge for the young wizards. In such circumstances, Mia's ability to counterattack effectively was utterly terrifying. Now, even some Slytherin students, who had previously dismissed Mia due to his Muggle heritage, looked at him with a hint of admiration. The admiration for strength is a defining trait of Slytherin. Even under the weight of the audience's gaze, Mia maintained his composure. Absolutely spectacular. Lockhart endeavored to redirect the attention of the entire assembly towards himself, deeming it inappropriate for Mia to remain on the dueling platform any longer. Who else would dare to step forward? Harry, it's your turn. At that moment, Draco, noticing Harry's impending entrance, sprang forth. Thus, the two who had harbored animosity since their first year finally stood face to face in open confrontation. Potter, are you afraid? Afraid of your grandmother? Wands at the ready. Lockhart's reminder interrupted Draco's momentary lapse. The two took their positions, poised for attack, neither willing to yield. I will count down. 3, 2. Before he could finish, Draco launched a surprise assault on Harry. Levitate. The spell struck Harry, sending him tumbling backward. In the audience, Draco's two lackeys erupted into laughter. Rising from the ground, Harry seethed with rage. You'll pay for this. In a moment of hubris, Draco was caught off guard and was hit by a spell, rendering him quite disheveled. In his embarrassment, he momentarily lost his composure and resorted to dark magic learned within his family. A sinister black serpent, hissing and flicking its tongue, emerged, causing the surrounding young wizards to instinctively recoil. Allow me, I shall handle this. Snape moved to intervene, but Lockhart hastily stepped in first. However, Lockhart's spell merely sent the serpent soaring into the air before it plummeted back down, completely unscathed. This only served to enrage the serpent, which bared its fangs, poised to strike. Unfortunately, Justin found himself targeted. Remembering his ability to converse with snakes, Harry sought to communicate with the serpent to avert its aggression. Sensing Harry's intent, Mia immediately stepped forward, positioning himself between Justin and the venomous serpent. Upon Maya's neck, the languid little black snake, Tom, lazily lifted its head. Noticing an oblivious individual baring their teeth at Maya, Tom's slightly amber eyes flickered with a glint of intensity as it hissed in response. The venomous serpent, as if confronted by a formidable adversary, recoiled its neck and sought to flee. Subsequently, Maya cast a stasis charm, rendering the snake utterly invisible. Such dark magic typically necessitates a counter curse for its dissolution. However, should one possess sufficient magical prowess, any dark enchantment, except for lethal curses of a more extreme caliber, can be dispelled. The spells wielded by Draco paled in comparison before Maya's might. Glancing at Harry, Maya mused on his reckless nature. It was evident that Professor Yu was still approaching. Had it not been for the concern of Harry revealing his ability to speak Parseltongue, Maya would have had no interest in intervening. As for Justin, Maya harbored no inclination to rescue him, having gleaned from memory that he was, in fact, a fool. After class, Maya called out to Harry. You were intending to stop that snake, weren't you? Yes, Harry replied. It was about to attack Justin, and I wanted to make it halt. He wore an expression of sheer incredulity, as if it were the most natural thing. Make it halt. Harry, do you truly believe that snakes comprehend your words? Ron found Harry's naivety amusing. Isn't it normal to speak to a snake? Harry appeared bewildered. That is anything but normal. Hermione signaled for Harry to lower his voice. In the magical world, those who converse with snakes are known as parselmouths. Parseltongue is a symbol of malevolence and dark magic. Upon hearing Hermione's words, a sudden realization struck Maya, and she addressed Harry. You mentioned that you often hear a voice, which we cannot perceive, correct? Harry was still deep in thought, while Hermione had already connected the dots. Maya, are you suggesting that the source of that voice is a snake? Mia nodded in agreement toward Hermione. During this period, he had been searching for the individual manipulated by the Horcrux, yet he remained utterly at a loss. The longer time dragged on, the more Tom Riddle regained his strength, deepening his control over the basilisk. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not seize this opportunity to make his companions aware of the basilisk's existence? Given their typical approach, they would undoubtedly embark on an investigation into the creature and the Chamber of Secrets. Their actions would likely provoke a corresponding reaction from the Horcrux, thus providing Mia a chance to locate it. A snake? Harry pondered. Could it be that the recent events were orchestrated by a serpent? Yet, snakes cannot wield magic. So how could they petrify Filch's cat and Colin? The magical world is vast, and undoubtedly, there exist species yet unknown to us. Therefore, we must proceed to the library for research. Hermione declared with unwavering certainty. Could we investigate elsewhere? Hermione cast a disdainful glance at Ron. Harry and Ron found themselves dragged to the library by Hermione, while Mia chose not to follow. With Hermione's presence, uncovering information about the basilisk was merely a matter of time. He intended to continue practicing magic in the Room of Requirement. Confronting the basilisk was no trivial task akin to last semester's challenges. Hermione observed Mia as he departed, opting not to pursue him, though her contemplative gaze betrayed her thoughts. She had long sought to uncover where Mia practiced his magic, were it not for her understanding of him. She might even believe that Mia was indeed the heir capable of entering the chamber. On his way to the Room of Requirement, Mia encountered Hagrid. Hagrid typically did not frequent the castle, especially not while carrying a chicken in his hands. Hagrid, what brings you here? Several of my chickens have mysteriously perished lately. It could very well be the work of a fox or something similar. I'm here to seek Dumbledore's permission to cast a charm on the chicken coop. At that moment, Mia felt Tom stirring restlessly in his arms. Mia reached in, intending to soothe Tom. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through her hand, and she gazed in disbelief at the two tiny puncture wounds. Tom, did you bite me? Chapter 75, The Cerebral Closure Technique. You must hurry to find Snape. His potions are undoubtedly effective. I remarked, snakes are not particularly suitable as pets. Hagrid, with concern, examined Mia's wound and escorted her to Snape's quarters. Although the infirmary would have been a more reasonable choice, even there, the potions would not surpass those concocted by Snape. Mia has yet to discern what breed Tom belongs to, nor is she certain whether he is venomous. However, Hagrid, exhibiting considerable experience, asserts that he is likely not poisonous. Nonetheless, as a precaution, it would be prudent to procure some antidotes. Mia was utterly perplexed that Tom would actually bite him. Having played with snakes throughout his life, this was the first time he had ever been bitten. Once they found themselves alone, he resolved to confront Tom for clarification. They soon located Snape, but it was evident that Snape was rather unwilling to see Mia. What could have caused the formidable Mr. Shamiel to be bitten by a snake? This was precisely why I advised against provoking trouble unnecessarily. Enduring Snape's acerbic tongue, Mia thought to himself that since he was already there, it would be remiss not to concoct a potion to take home, lest he be mocked in vain. After escorting Mia, Hagrid departed to seek out Dumbledore. As Snape rummaged through the potions, he inquired, "To what extent have you mastered the dark arts?" Mia was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent. "Don't tell me you have never practiced dark magic. Do you think I would believe that?" Mia shrugged and remarked, "Have you practiced a bit? Have you taken a life?" Mia was rendered speechless. The inquiries posed by this individual grew increasingly incisive. Before she could respond, Snape scoffed, nearly forgetting that she had dispatched the defense against the dark arts professor during her first year. This had sent the faculty into a state of unease. "You wouldn't contemplate directing your malice towards me, a potions professor, would you?" "Not at all, merely a matter of convenience." "What? Clear's throat, I mean." "Back then, it was a matter of necessity." Observing the piercing gaze of Snape, Mia continued, "Voldemort had possessed him. Quirrell was madly supporting Voldemort. If I had not acted, it would have been my demise. Did you not feel anything upon witnessing that man?" "What could I possibly have felt?" Mia retorted. Silence enveloped Snape's office, as no one dared to utter a word. The conversation seemed to reach an abrupt halt. Snape handed Mia a vial of potion, an effective antidote for snake venom. However, it generally failed to remedy the mind, leaving uncertainty as to whether it would be of use in the future. Mia accepted the potion, feeling that she had gained some benefits, and expressed her gratitude to Snape before preparing to leave. Wait, what is it, Professor? When unleashing dark magic, one must harbor sufficient negative thoughts. This results in some mentally unstable fools being driven to madness by dark magic. I have always believed that a person's morality is not intrinsically linked to dark magic. However, as I am unaware if you are one of those fools, I must instruct you on how to strengthen your will. Mia gazed at Snape in astonishment, pondering the notion of enhancing one's willpower. The cerebral occlusion technique. Snape's voice was a melodious bass, yet it always carried an air of emptiness. A truly exceptional wizard would never allow their own magic to sway them. To attain the status of a distinguished sorcerer, one must learn the art of safeguarding their mind. Mia was momentarily at a loss. Could you enlighten me? Have I not expressed myself clearly enough? Or is it that the serpent's venom can also affect your hearing? Maiton felt a surge of joy in his heart, but it swiftly transformed into caution. Why would Snape, under normal circumstances, consider teaching him the art of mental occlusion? Mia contemplated Dumbledore. It was only under Dumbledore's guidance that Snape would instruct him in the art of mind shielding, a most valuable skill. Mia found himself in complete accord with Snape's earlier assertion. Dark magic is not the root of an individual's malevolence. To illustrate this with Voldemort as an example is merely to acknowledge that he is inherently nefarious. Take Snape, for instance. He is indeed a master of dark magic. In the past, he had even joined the ranks of the Death Eaters, a malevolent organization. Yet, he later managed to redeem himself and took on the role of a professor. Despite his acerbic demeanor, he is undoubtedly a sharp-witted individual. In his recollections, even after Dumbledore's demise and the Death Eaters' domination of Hogwarts, Snape covertly thwarted their persecution of the students. He is not a virtuous man. Yet he cannot be deemed a villain either. The opportunity to learn mind shielding from him felt like a stroke of fortune for Mia. It is worth noting that Snape's mind shielding is impenetrable even to Voldemort. Snape is a man of decisive action, eschewing superfluous dialogue, and thus the practice commenced forthwith. The method of practice was straightforward. Snape unleashed a legilimency attack upon Mia's consciousness, compelling him to defend against it. Mia has indeed endured immense suffering. Being subjected to mental attacks is far from pleasant. Simultaneously, he must also endure Snape's caustic verbal assaults. Is he not well-fed or well-rested? Buck up. Were you not full of vigor during your nocturnal escapades with Miss Know-It-All? Why the sudden lethargy now? Is it because she is absent? TSK, such frailty. After a series of tormenting sessions, Mia felt his head spinning, his mind pierced by sharp pains akin to needles. Today's practice concludes here. From now on, you are to return every Saturday and Sunday for training. Snape's expression hardened, his tone reverting to its usual hollow demeanor. Do not present yourself in such a manner. I have yet to complain about my unpaid overtime on weekends. As Mia exited the office, Snape's gaze shifted from vacuous to profound. As a mere second-year wizard, Mia's mental fortitude was undeniably feeble. Yet, it was precisely because he was a second year that his resilience astonished Snape, even causing him a degree of unease. Were a seventh-year student to undergo such rigorous practice, they would likely be rendered unconscious. Yet here was Mia, a second-year student, not only enduring but exhibiting an ever-increasing capacity for resistance. Snape recalled his own days of learning the mental shielding spell. He had spent more than just a few days progressing from novice to establishing his defenses. Yet Mia achieved noticeable results in a single afternoon. Snape pondered that such a talent might only be possessed by wizards of Voldemort's or Dumbledore's caliber. His concerns deepened. Although his animosity towards Mia was indeed partly due to Voldemort, he was more apprehensive about the potential emergence of another Dark Lord in the magical world. One Voldemort had already wreaked havoc across Britain. He feared that a second might overwhelm even Dumbledore. Fortunately, as Dumbledore had remarked, Mia was indeed quite different from Voldemort. Chapter 76. Polyjuice Potion. After enduring a period of relentless torment from Snape, Mia found himself in a paradox of pain and pleasure. This was not due to any peculiar inclination, but rather because he was beginning to see results from his mental shielding training. From initially possessing no resistance, he had now developed a certain degree of resilience against Snape's legilimency. According to Snape, this was still a rudimentary level of the mental shielding technique. At its more advanced stages, one could construct false thoughts within the mind. If someone were to employ legilimency to probe, they would encounter no resistance, but rather be ensnared by the fabricated thoughts. This was the very foundation upon which Snape had relied to act as a spy for Voldemort. Given Voldemort's temperament, should he attempt to use legilimency on his subordinates and encounter resistance, his immediate response would be a lethal curse. Although still in its infancy, Mia believed this level of skill would suffice for the time being. The immediate task at hand was to prepare for the basilisk, and ideally, he would locate a Horcrux beforehand. It was when Voldemort's fragment of soul was still tethered to the Horcrux that it would be most vulnerable. However, fate had other plans. Before Mia could find a Horcrux, another victim had already emerged, Justin. Ironically, Harry was the first to discover the victim. Fortunately, this time, because of Mia, Harry did not reveal his Parseltongue ability, thus minimizing the rumors surrounding Harry as the heir. "Why do you always seem to appear in places where you shouldn't be?" Mia asked incredulously. "How should I know? I was simply walking down the corridor when I saw Justin lying motionless on the ground. And then Filch insisted it was my doing," Harry replied, tightening his clothing. "That Filch fellow clearly has it out for us," Ron fumed. "Thank goodness it was Mia who prevented you from revealing your Parseltongue. Otherwise, all the blame would have fallen squarely on you," Hermione remarked, her Gryffindor scarf wrapped around her neck. "What can I do? As long as the Chamber of Secrets and the culprit remain unfound, they can suspect whoever they wish." Harry replied, exasperated. "Do not worry about that. The Polyjuice potion is nearly ready," Hermione suddenly declared, a mysterious look on her face. Harry and Ron exchanged astonished glances. "You actually managed to brew something that complex?" Mia scratched her head and couldn't help but remark, rather than concocting schemes against Malfoy, it would be more prudent to search the library for clues regarding the murderer. It is indeed exasperating. Once again, they found themselves unable to locate any records concerning the basilisk in the library, just as they had the previous year. Mia could hardly contain himself as he stealthily guided them towards the books concerning the basilisk. He had resolved that once they finished their investigation of Draco, he would find a way to present them with the tome about the serpent creature. After the banquet concluded, a few remained seated at the long table, surreptitiously observing Draco's two lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe, at the Slytherin table. Was he planning to consume the entire school? Ron was utterly speechless. "No rush. The Polyjuice potion is merely a step away. We need to acquire their hair," Hermione whispered. Just then, Goyle and Crabbe stood up, patting their bellies. They immediately sprang into action. "In a moment, you must find a way to have them consume this cake laced with a sleeping draught." "I need to tend to the Polyjuice potion," Hermione prepared to rise. "How are we supposed to make them eat it?" Ron questioned, a bit perplexed. "I believe this is quite simple," Mia replied calmly. Ron and Harry looked at him with skepticism, only to see Mia exit with the cake, handing it to Goyle and Crabbe before returning. "Is it really that easy? Can they be so foolish?" They hurriedly followed outside, discovering the two sprawled in a corner, fast asleep. "Quickly, obtain their hair, change clothes, and then hide them," Mia urged. Ron hesitated. "I worry that consuming a potion made from their hair might affect our intelligence." "Not to worry, there's little left to affect," Mia reassured. "What? Are you complimenting me?" Ron was baffled by Harry's sympathetic gaze. After completing their tasks, the group ventured to the lavatory as Hermione instructed. Upon entering, they were greeted by a pungent aroma. "Really, must the location be a restroom?" Ron covered his nose. This was their second venture into the girls' lavatory since first year, and they navigated it with ease. It was evident that no one had been there for quite some time. The scent emanated from the potion. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Are we to drink this concoction?" Ron felt ill at the thought. "Are you saying no one comes here? Why is that?" Harry's focus diverged from Ron's. Hermione hesitated in her response. "It is undoubtedly due to the crying Myrtle. Who would fancy a wretched, annoying ghost?" A sharp female voice pierced through the air. Ron and Harry recoiled in fright, their necks shrinking. Even Hermione's expression faltered. Mia discovered a specter emerging from a nearby cubicle. It appeared to be a student from Hogwarts. This seemed to be Moaning Myrtle, who had been murdered by the basilisk unleashed by Voldemort all those years ago. Despite the passage of decades, the Chamber of Secrets had been opened twice, resulting in numerous petrifications, yet only one fatality came to mind: Myrtle. It was uncertain whether to feel sympathy for Myrtle or for the basilisk. Upon realizing it was merely a school ghost, Harry and Ron relaxed. Although they had never encountered her, they had certainly heard of the infamous Moaning Myrtle. Aside from the Bloody Baron, she instilled the greatest fear in the students. Hermione divided the potion into 4 portions and added hair to each. Instantly, a most peculiar odor wafted through the air. "Don't tell me we have to drink this," Ron grimaced. "Unless you wish to avoid investigating Malfoy." Ultimately, pinching their noses, they reluctantly consumed the potion. After just one sip, the horrifying texture and revolting flavor compelled them to rush to the cubicle to vomit. Myrtle's laughter rang out like a bell. Eventually, they emerged, Harry and Ron transformed into Crabbe and Goyle, while Mia took on the guise of a Slytherin student. Only Hermione remained hidden within the cubicle, unwilling to come out. Mia suddenly recalled that Hermione had obtained a lock of hair, seemingly from a cat. Upon opening the compartment, she encountered the sobbing Hermione, now transformed into a cat-headed figure. "Don't look at me. I must look dreadful." Indeed, she did. Chapter 77. Flint. Hermione was left in the washroom to await the effects of the potion, while Mia and her companions proceeded to Slytherin in search of Draco. Halfway there, they fortuitously encountered him. "Where have you been?" Draco asked, his gaze disapproving as he regarded Goyle and Crabbe, transformed into their current forms by Harry and Ron. "Why are you still wearing glasses? You look as ugly as Potter." Only then did Harry remember that he still had his glasses on. He hastily removed them, admitting that he had been feeling somewhat nearsighted and had trouble reading. Draco eyed him with intense skepticism. "So you can read, after all?" Before Harry could defend himself, Draco turned his attention to Mia. "And who are you?" "Cough. I was just passing by," Mia replied, retracting her eavesdropping ears and pretending to stroll away nonchalantly. Once Draco departed with Harry and Ron, Mia promptly followed. The Slytherin common room was situated underground, its walls composed of glass, revealing the depths of the Black Lake beyond. The three settled onto a sofa, while Mia sat nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation. Enhanced by magic, their words seemed to resonate directly in her ears. After a period of casual chatter, Harry finally directed the topic towards the Chamber of Secrets. As expected, Draco unequivocally asserted that he was not the heir of the chamber. Harry and Ron, observing his expression, had no choice but to believe him. Just when they thought the conversation had reached its conclusion, Draco unexpectedly broached the subject of Flint. "That fellow Flint has been acting increasingly peculiar lately." Mia immediately perked up her ears and listened attentively. What could be so peculiar? Harry and Ron exchanged glances and inquired further, following Draco's lead. What else could it be? Recently, even the training sessions had significantly dwindled, and they could hardly catch a glimpse of him. "The last time I saw him, his complexion was far more ghastly than the walls of the restroom." Mia suddenly felt a jolt in her eyelids. In this moment, no one seemed more ensnared by a soul-bound object than she was. Yet, Mia found herself perplexed. Was it not Dobby who was under control? If it were not Dobby, what then could explain the previous anomalies? However, the recent information she had received was impossible to disregard. Flint had already been designated as one of the prime suspects. Moreover, compared to the elusive house elf Dobby, Flint should be considerably easier to locate. At this juncture, the effects of the polyjuice potion were nearly worn off, prompting Harry and Ron to hastily conclude their conversation and rush outside. The three reconvened in the Gryffindor common room. Draco insisted that he was not the heir at all. Ron shrugged, questioning whether he could be lying. Harry felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. This meant that one avenue of investigation had closed off. "I doubt he possesses the ability to see through the polyjuice potion," Ron remarked. "For now, we must focus all our attention on the library. Knowing that the culprit is a serpent and can petrify has narrowed our search considerably," Mia stated. Though Harry and Ron were somewhat reluctant, they recognized, as Mia had pointed out, that this was their sole avenue of inquiry left, and it offered a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Mia was consumed by a singular thought: to locate Flint without alerting Harry and Ron. Stealthily, she departed from the Gryffindor common room. Although Flint's recent whereabouts had been erratic, Mia reasoned that, no matter how enigmatic he might be, he could not possibly forego bathing. Thus, she made her way directly to the prefect's bathroom. Throughout her journey, Mia remained vigilant. Despite her abilities surpassing those of a second-year student, Flint was still several years her senior. Moreover, the Horcrux had undoubtedly imparted some form of magic to entice Flint. For her own safety, she needed to exercise caution. Upon arriving at the bathroom, Mia slowed her pace, observing the entrance for a considerable time, only to conclude that it appeared devoid of occupants. Mia cautiously stepped inside. To her surprise, upon entering, she stumbled upon Flint lying on the ground. A heavy feeling settled in Mia's heart as she hurried forward to investigate. She was petrified. A shadow darkened her gaze. Casting a glance at the massive stained glass window beside the bathing pool, Mia surmised that he must have caught sight of the serpent monster through the window or the reflection on the water's surface. After searching the vicinity, she found that the soul artifact was not present. Mia promptly rose from the washroom, her heart racing. Flint remained petrified, still warm to the touch. The basilisk could be lurking nearby, and should it suddenly appear and fix him with its gaze, it would spell disaster. Furthermore, he had no desire to be discovered as the primary witness, akin to Harry, only to be engulfed in suspicion. He skillfully navigated away from the crowd, distancing himself from the washroom. Along the way, he observed Percy seemingly heading towards the washroom. It wouldn't be long before news of yet another student being petrified would echo throughout the school. Mia returned to the Gryffindor common room, appearing nonchalant. Harry and Ron were still present. Has Hermione not returned yet? Mia inquired. The polyjuice potion seems rather inept at transforming someone back from a cat. We have already sent Hermione to the infirmary, Ron replied. In her haste, Mia rushed in and immediately grabbed a cup of water from the table, drinking it down. No. As soon as the liquid touched her lips, she could not help but spit it out. What on earth is this? Mia nearly retched. Harry and Ron turned to her. Realizing that this was the very cup of polyjuice potion that Hermione had consumed earlier, Mia gazed at the ceiling before retreating beneath the covers. He now found himself reluctant to confront anything that could reflect his image. His face had been thoroughly lost. And soon he would seek Dumbledore to arrange his departure from Hogwarts. He could no longer remain there. In retrospect, many years later, the tale of that great wizard transforming into a cat-like creature continued to circulate. Observing the cat-like figure nearby, Madame Pomfrey shook her head. Once again, it is the two of you. I have urged you to exercise restraint and not indulge in such frivolity. Ah, the youth. Mia was overwhelmed with embarrassment and fury. After a moment of silence, she cautiously peeked out her fluffy head, only to lock eyes with Hermione, who was doing the same. They both burst into laughter upon witnessing each other's expressions. Mia, you are simply adorable. Ha. How did you turn into a cat and still have buck teeth? What did you say? I said you should perish. Their playful banter attracted the attention of Madame Pomfrey. However, Madame Pomfrey was too preoccupied to attend to the two feline heads, as Flint had just been brought in. Mia had seen Flint's pallor. It was evident that he had not eaten or drunk anything for several days. Mia was almost certain that the Horcrux was in Flint's possession, or at least it had been. Despite being controlled by the Horcrux, Tom Riddle still had to rely on Flint to open the Chamber of Secrets. How then had Flint been petrified? And now, where had the Horcrux gone? The clues seemed to have run dry. Chapter 78. Basilisk. In the ensuing days, Mia was forcibly confined to the infirmary by Madame Pomfrey. In truth, he was reluctant to venture out and face anyone until he returned to his original form. He had endured enough of Hermione's teasing during this time. Henceforth, he found himself averse to gazing into mirrors or similar reflections. Fortunately, Madame Pomfrey's remarkable healing skills restored him and Hermione to their former selves. Upon leaving the infirmary, Mia immediately immersed himself in the quest for the Horcrux. Meanwhile, Hermione was engrossed in the library with Harry and Ron, scouring for clues. Within the castle, as Mia emerged from the room of requirement, he felt an overwhelming urge to use the legilimency charm on everyone he encountered to ascertain if they were under the influence of the Horcrux. Just as he continued his search, a chilling voice echoed in his ears. The basilisk, and the sound was alarmingly close, as if lurking just around the corner. Mia immediately became alert, gripping his wand tightly in his hand. At the slightest hint of disturbance, he would not hesitate to unleash the spell for quick reflexes. However, after a considerable time of vigilance, the sound ceased to emanate. Mia continued to remain vigilant for a while, until the silence enveloped him completely, allowing him to finally relax. However, the moment he did, he realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. He could no longer afford to wander aimlessly outside. Thus, he resolved to return to the tower immediately. As he turned around, he was abruptly met by a pair of enormous yellow eyes. Good heavens! A serpent creature! Panic surged through Mia, and despair settled in his heart. Locking gazes with the serpent creature, he felt the weight of impending doom. Mia awaited the arrival of death in serene silence. Are you still alive, Snake? Hello? Are you there? It's over. I have inadvertently caused the demise of another heir. Mia furrowed her brow in impatience, exclaiming, Could you be a bit quieter? Can't you see someone is dying here? It was then that she realized, to her astonishment, that she was indeed alive. Hadn't she just locked eyes with the serpent creature? Upon encountering the enormous serpent head once more, and the sight of its two amber-hued eyes, Mia instinctively averted her gaze. The serpent creature appeared to sense something amiss, remarking, It seems you carry the scent of another serpent within you. Me? Mia replied in the hissing tongue of serpents. The creature's intelligence was remarkably high, particularly for one that had likely existed for ages. Conversing with it was not dissimilar to speaking with a human. Indeed, it appears that you have been marked by another serpent. Mia sensed the reverence in the serpent creature's tone, yet she had not encountered another of its kind apart from you. Furthermore, who was responsible for your release? Me? Let me ponder. Initially, it appeared to be a diminutive sprite, then transformed into an unsightly male human, and recently, it has taken the form of a little girl. A little girl? Only then did Mia realize that the soul artifact was initially in Dobby's possession, and for reasons unknown, it ended up in Flint's hands, eventually finding its way to a girl. Which girl, and what does she look like? Well, she possesses 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, and striking red hair. Mia's eyes widened in astonishment. Ginny? The girl with the crimson hair instantly came to her mind. Could it be that the Horcrux had somehow returned to Ginny's possession? Yet, she was still unaware of Ginny's whereabouts. However, encountering the basilisk made matters considerably easier. Surely, you are bound to obey the commands of Parseltongue, are you not? Indeed. I shall remain eternally loyal to any being capable of conversing with me. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall heed my commands, Mia stated coldly. The basilisk's tone took on a human-like hesitation. I am afraid I cannot comply. Why is that? Although I sense that your lineage is far more noble than that of my previous master, I am unable to pledge my allegiance to one who is already bound to another basilisk. The creature spoke with utmost respect. Another basilisk? Mia furrowed her brow. Indeed. You have established a blood bond with another basilisk, which signifies the highest form of loyalty. Mia suddenly recalled something and took Tom out from her embrace. Ever since he had bitten her, she had neglected him entirely. As soon as he was released, Tom began to hiss incessantly. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten why you bit me last time. Tom lamented his youthfulness, wishing he could articulate his thoughts more clearly. Mia observed his anxious demeanor, but wasn't truly angered. She then began comparing Tom with the basilisk before her. Surprisingly similar. Do you two know each other? Tom glanced back. Who the hell are you? Tom suddenly tensed, coiling Mia's fingers protectively. The basilisk sighed. No need for alarm. You've already formed a blood pact with her. I cannot break your loyalty. Humph, so you're actually a basilisk. Mia had always sensed that Tom was extraordinary. Yet she never anticipated that he was, in fact, a basilisk. Did this mean she could, like Voldemort, wander about with a serpent in tow? However, upon glancing at the basilisk's head, which was larger than that of an ordinary human, Mia realized that such a desire might be difficult to fulfill. So, you mean to say that your bite established a connection between us? Is that the reason I am not at risk of being petrified by the basilisk? Not quite. A creature like the basilisk cannot inflict harm upon one as esteemed as yourself. The basilisk merely peeked out, its body shrouded in the shadows of the lavatory. Are you truly incapable of swearing fealty to me? I regret to inform you that my lineage prevents me from doing so. Yet you have claimed that I am of a more noble bloodline, correct? In that case, when I confront that individual, I trust you will refrain from intervening. That presents a challenge for me, I must admit. TSK, a basilisk must learn to adapt. When I dispatch him, you may then choose to accompany me. That is not the issue at hand. I understand. Although you cannot forge a blood connection with me, you can still comprehend my words, correct? Whatever I command, you shall obey. Once that individual is dealt with, you will no longer have to concern yourself with anything. What difference does it make? It does seem to be the case. The basilisk was nearly befuddled by Mia's reasoning. Sensing hope, Mia continued. That Tom Riddle, he possesses a wretched character, merely spinning grand illusions. Moreover, he is in a state of near demise. What future is there in following him? I, on the other hand, am still young. And did you not mention that my bloodline is more illustrious than his? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to align with me than with him? At that moment, the basilisk had been swayed by Mia's arguments. Yet if that one were to issue commands, I would be unable to refuse. This is simple. Just remain hidden and do not reveal yourself. If you do not hear it, it is as though no command was given. That works. A harmonious agreement had been reached between the girl and the serpent. Primarily, the basilisk harbored its own grievances. That individual had released it years ago, yet it had not been satiated and was subsequently imprisoned, subjected to beatings and scoldings. Were it not for the constraints of its bloodline, it would have fled long ago. By the way, what happened to that little girl after she set you free? It seems she is still in the Chamber of Secrets. Why is that? It appears that he intends to absorb her life force. Chapter 79. Entering the Chamber of Secrets, Tom Riddle has begun to take action. Mia had barely received the chilling news from the serpent creature when Professor McGonagall's voice echoed throughout the castle. All students, return to your respective dormitories immediately. The same warning was reiterated several times, the tone imbued with a chilling seriousness that compelled those intending to linger to hastily retreat to their quarters. Bewildered students gathered in the common rooms of their respective houses, murmuring amongst themselves as an air of tension permeated the atmosphere. In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione and her companions wore expressions of deep concern. Something must have happened outside, but Mia hasn't returned. Harry exclaimed anxiously. Given the recent events, the students could surmise that yet another attack might have occurred. The prefects entered almost simultaneously, commencing a roll call of students from each year. Mia is indeed absent. We must venture out to find her. Without uttering a word, the trio, resolute and determined, slipped out of the lounge. Meanwhile, through the statistics gathered from various houses, it was revealed that only Ginny and Mia had yet to make an appearance. Neville had mentioned that he had just seen Harry and the others. At that moment, the trio heard the professor's voices around the corner. As you all can see, the Heir has once again left a message. This time, the situation is graver. A student has been taken to the Chamber of Secrets. Professor McGonagall's voice quivered with concern. Who has been taken? Came the low, ominous voice of Snape. From the earlier statements, it was confirmed that a girl had been taken. Although it was somewhat unorthodox, the trio hiding in the corner breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it isn't Mia, Ron whispered. The statistics from the houses had just arrived, revealing that the captured individual was Ginny Weasley. Ron's face turned ashen, his jaw trembling as he fought back tears. Hermione and Harry felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Ginny was Ron's sister, and they were all acquainted. The professors continued their discourse, and just then, Gilderoy Lockhart arrived. Just in time, Professor Lockhart, your moment to shine has arrived, Snape remarked with a hint of malice. My moment? Lockhart replied, somewhat bewildered. Professor McGonagall added with a knowing glance. Did you not claim that you were quite experienced, and could surely locate the entrance to the chamber? Well then, this matter falls to you, Professor Lockhart. The professors donned expressions of united determination. Lockhart's mind raced, and he quickly smiled. Of course, that's no problem. I shall prepare in my office. The trio immediately followed him. We must inform Lockhart of the information we have gathered. Ron, in his urgency, was breathless as they burst into Lockhart's office, only to find him packing his belongings in a hasty escape. In that moment, Hermione faced the shattering realization that her idol was nothing more than a fraud who relied solely on memory charms. The trio resolutely decided they would personally rescue Ginny. As for Lockhart, they would not let him escape his responsibilities. With wands drawn, they compelled Lockhart to leave with them, just as they encountered Mia. What is happening here? Mia inquired, seeing the group escorting Lockhart. Upon seeing Mia, Lockhart's complexion turned a shade paler. He had witnessed the formidable abilities of this young witch and realized that with her presence, his chances of escape had dwindled significantly. Upon learning of the recent events, Mia nodded and declared, fortuitously, I have discovered the entrance to the hidden chamber. The group exchanged astonished glances. I just came from the washroom, and coincidentally, I witnessed the tale of a creature vanish into that very washroom, the one frequently occupied by Myrtle. Following Mia, the group proceeded to the washroom. After Myrtle reminisced about the past, they found themselves standing before the sink. Harry stepped forward to examine it closely, noticing that the faucets were intricately adorned with serpentine patterns. This was certainly not a washroom exclusive to Slytherin. The entrance to the hidden chamber must be here. Harry, why don't you try speaking in Parseltongue? Suggested Ron. Thus, Mia heard Harry utter the command to open in his snake language. As soon as the words left his lips, the cylindrical sink began to contort, revealing a dark abyss before them. The sight of the seemingly bottomless passage sent shivers down Lockhart's spine. Well, since we have found it, before he could finish his sentence, Mia kicked him down the hole. Harry and Ron silently gave Mia a thumbs up. At that moment, Hermione also abandoned her defense of Lockhart, and upon witnessing his disheveled state, she was left with nothing but exasperation. The four descended into the depths. After what felt like an interminable slide, they finally reached the bottom. The sight of numerous white bones scattered across the ground, remnants of unknown creatures, sent chills throughout their bodies. They ventured further inside, discovering an oddly shaped, round iron door adorned with carvings of serpents, and an instinct told them that the chamber lay beyond. Just as Harry was about to use Parseltongue to open the door, Mia stopped him. Wait, take this. As Harry stared blankly at the handgun Mia handed him, he was momentarily taken aback. One for each of us, Mia said, distributing a gun to Hermione and Ron as well. Mia, what else could possibly be in that little pouch of yours? Hermione glanced at the small bag at Mia's waist. Oh, just to be safe, there is quite a hefty item inside. Remember not to make eye contact with it later. What about me? Lockhart, familiar with Muggle firearms, felt that wielding such a weapon would be more secure given his magical prowess. As for you, there are simply not enough guns, Mia replied, her expression one of dilemma. Lockhart, displeased, exclaimed, What am I to do then? Am I to court death? Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, fainting with a thud. Mia retracted her wand. And now we are not short. Mia gestured for Harry to open the door using the snake tongue. Wait, you've given us your handgun. What will you use? Harry interjected. Me? Oh, I can manage just fine, Mia replied, retrieving a large caliber double-barreled shotgun from her inconspicuous expandable pouch and deftly loading it. Follow me. Upon entering the secret chamber, the imposing statue of an elderly man sent a chill down their spines. Ginny, Ron exclaimed, spotting Ginny lying ahead. At that moment, a young man stepped forward. The instant Hermione and Harry laid eyes on him, they instinctively glanced at Mia. Was it not uncanny how similar they appeared? Mia? Ron questioned in confusion. If it weren't for the genuine Mia being right beside them, they would have almost mistaken this man for a version of Mia aged by a potion. You have finally arrived. Bang. Without uttering a word, Mia raised her hand and fired a shot. What are you waiting for? Open fire, take him down. Chapter 80, Tears of the Phoenix. Engage in idle conversation with the enemy? Don't be foolish, that is Voldemort. Although he is merely 16, the oldest among them is only 12. If he were an ordinary wizard, Mia would not feel intimidated. But this is Voldemort, a wizard whose talents rival his own and who is several years his senior. Both heroes and villains often fall victim to excessive chatter. Mia would never engage in such folly. Though they did not comprehend Mia's inclination to shoot first, her unwavering determination prompted them to act. In an instant, a hail of bullets left the 16-year-old Tom Riddle bewildered. What is happening? This script is all wrong. Muggles are attacking? Even as a fragmented soul, Voldemort is not to be underestimated. With a few quick flickers, he vanished from sight. Hurry and rescue Ginny. Be careful not to injure her, Mia urged. The others quickly carried the unconscious Ginny outside the chamber. Upon seeing Ginny's distressing expression, Ron burst into tears. Hidden nearby, Tom Riddle's gaze turned sinister as he observed the Horcrux diary being taken away. That girl is about to be drained of her life force. Your actions will only hasten her demise. Do not listen to his ramblings. He feeds on life force. His refusal to let us take Ginny is surely a trap. That makes sense. Tom Riddle seethed in the shadows, his teeth clenched in fury. That insufferable brat. Avada Kedavra. A green light shot forth, and Mia's pupils constricted as she immediately signaled for everyone to scatter. How can he already wield such formidable magic? Surprised by the wand in Tom Riddle's hand, Mia realized his recovery was astonishingly rapid. Perhaps Mia had come to an unsettling realization. You are not mistaken. Prior to this, I had already absorbed the life force of that foolish Slytherin. I must admit, you are quite clever. You detected that little elf early on and identified Flint as well. Your intellect is truly a gift from me. So, do you not wish to know how I came to learn all of this? Not at all. Was Mia's brisk and unequivocal refusal, accompanied by a barrage of gunfire. Frustrated by Mia's complete immunity to his provocation, Tom Riddle felt his teeth grind in anger. Yet, he dared not truly harm Mia. Mia has come to understand his origins, and he now shares the same sentiments as his future self. Suddenly, a beam of crimson light burst forth from an unknown source. The immense force caused the firearm in Mia's grasp to slip from his hands. The hunting rifle clattered to the ground in disarray, prompting several individuals to exclaim in alarm. Mia, be cautious. Your weapon is rendered useless. Perhaps we should first escort Ginny to safety. Harry urged anxiously. No need for that. I will handle things here. Ron, you take Ginny and retreat to a safe distance. Hermione, this battle is not suited for you. How can we abandon you? You cannot face him alone. Hermione protested while firing her weapon. There is no need for concern. My resolve is firm. Even without a weapon, I shall stand my ground against him. Mia resolutely stepped forward and ascended a serpentine statue. Under the gaze of the crowd, she drew forth a machine gun, deftly chambering bullets with the ammunition belt slung across her back. Rat-a-tat-tat. The muzzle emitted a frenzied dance of flames, unleashing a torrent of bullets that cascaded upon Tom Riddle. The terrifying firepower rendered Tom Riddle too fearful to even show his face. Overwhelmed and frustrated, he prepared to summon the basilisk using Parseltongue. But where was the basilisk? Tom Riddle was at a loss. No matter how he called, the creature did not appear. At that moment, a melodious bird song resonated through the air. A large red bird soared into the chamber. Upon entering the hidden room, Fawkes beheld a scene of chaos as bullets rained down mercilessly. Blimey! He tossed the sorting hat aside and fled in haste. With a clang, Harry noticed that not only had the hat fallen, but also a sword. That was close. It nearly struck me. Meanwhile, Tom Riddle, exasperated by the absence of the basilisk, unleashed a spell that caused a violent explosion. The machine gun was also destroyed. Mia? Several voices screamed in terror. I'm fine, she replied. Upon seeing Mia emerge unscathed from the rubble, they finally exhaled in relief. Let us move. The bullets are spent, and your gun is ruined. No need to panic. Then, Mia cast a fierce glare at the distant Tom Riddle. How dare you destroy my gun? With that, she produced several palm-sized black objects. Upon seeing them, Harry's eyes widened in alarm. Just watch me obliterate you. Mia wielded her magic to send a grenade hurtling toward Tom Riddle. Boom. The earth trembled violently. The basilisk, hidden deep within, sensed the upheaval above and felt relieved to be far enough away not to hear the command. Tom Riddle was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Was this truly Hogwarts? Dumbledore, what are you doing? Before Tom Riddle could ponder further, another bomb was already soaring toward him. He had no choice but to retreat in disarray. Realizing that Tom Riddle was now defenseless, Mia promptly retrieved the Horcrux diary. Fiery flames erupted from the tip of her wand and were flung onto the Horcrux. The fire surged uncontrollably, as if doused in gasoline, and a thick cloud of darkness billowed forth. In the distance, Tom Riddle let out a horrific scream. How dare you? His anguished cries echoed throughout the Chamber of Secrets. After a moment, the flames subsided, and Tom Riddle fell silent. Dead? Just as Mia began to lower her guard, a curse flew in from an unknown source. Harry, seeing this, immediately shielded Ginny beside him, but the curse struck his arm. An excruciating pain rendered Harry barely able to stand. At that moment, Tom Riddle's figure vanished entirely, his malevolent gaze lingering. He could not survive much longer. The others quickly gathered around to assess Harry's injury. The decay on his arm was horrifying to behold. Mia observed a crimson glow emanating from Harry's arm, seemingly battling against the malevolent curse. Harry appeared somewhat exhausted. At that moment, Ginny also regained consciousness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she believed herself to be the cause of it all and clung to Harry's arm, weeping profusely. Just then, the sound of birdsong resounded once more. Fawkes descended beside Harry, shedding a few tears. Mia witnessed the wounds on Harry's hand healing at a visibly rapid pace, completely mending within moments. What a remarkable phenomenon. Mia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, Fawkes, wouldn't you shed a few more tears? She implored, edging closer to the Phoenix upon realizing Harry was unharmed. Fawkes, in a haughty manner, turned his head away. Just a few drops, please. Hermione, observing Mia's shamelessness, could hardly bear to look. Chapter 81. Enhancement of Magical Power. The news of the basilisk's discovery spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts. The rumors of a monster lurking within the school engulfed the entire institution like a tidal wave. That night, Hogwarts received an overwhelming influx of letters from concerned parents. Thanks to Dumbledore's repeated reassurances, the threat of student withdrawals was averted. Yes, there was indeed a basilisk, yet its fate remained shrouded in mystery. Certain individuals with ulterior motives took this opportunity to launch fervent attacks against Dumbledore, with Lucius Malfoy leading the charge. Lucius was resolute in his desire to oust Dumbledore from the headmaster's position. Previously, Dumbledore had been temporarily suspended due to the ongoing harm befalling students. And now Lucius was determined to expel him from Hogwarts altogether. However, he underestimated Dumbledore's influence. It was well known that without the intervention of this great white wizard, Voldemort would have long since dominated the wizarding world in Britain. Thus, when Dumbledore stood before the crowd, assuring them that the basilisk had been located and secured in a safe place, most chose to believe him. Consequently, Dumbledore returned to his office. As for the basilisk's whereabouts and the means of its containment, only Dumbledore and Mia were privy to that knowledge. The so-called safe location was, in fact, the Forbidden Forest, and the one controlling the basilisk was none other than Mia. To ensure safety, Dumbledore forcibly severed the blood connection between the basilisk and Voldemort. This was Mia's first encounter with the formidable prowess of a legendary wizard. It was truly remarkable. When Dumbledore took action, the enormous basilisk, larger than a house, dared not move an inch. The severing of the connection left the creature weakened. To soothe the basilisk, Mia promised it dominion over all the Acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest, though she was unaware of their sentiments. Notably, Hagrid was once again embroiled in controversy due to events from decades prior, with suspicions arising that a creature he had raised was behind the recent turmoil. Consequently, Hagrid was still imprisoned in Azkaban. Now that the truth had emerged, he was released under Dumbledore's guarantee of his innocence. In the headmaster's office, Mia was summoned. Gazing at the crimson vial on the desk, her eyes gleamed with anticipation. With this, she could implement the method of magical enhancement. This was basilisk blood, and its potential to elevate her powers would be monumental. Dumbledore, noticing Mia's expression, chuckled softly. Utilizing the enhancement method is not without its challenges. You must be prepared for the inherent risks, he cautioned. But you are here to guide me. Mia quickly flattered. Dumbledore merely smiled in response. Besides, Fawkes is present as well. I witnessed the efficacy of the Phoenix's tears that day. Had it not been for Fawkes, Harry might have been able to attend the Feast of Nicholas. Fawkes, aware that Mia was focusing on him, let out a few disgruntled chirps. Very well. We must proceed with our task, Dumbledore said, his tone turning serious. In the next moment, the two reappeared in the Chamber of Secrets. Aside from the Room of Requirement, this was indeed the most suitable location for a clandestine meeting. Mia naturally intends to claim this place as her own. Is it not possible for the school to employ the art of teleportation? As the principal, I do possess a certain degree of privilege. Is the principal truly that formidable? In Maya's heart, a seed of aspiration was sown, a yearning to become the headmaster of Hogwarts. Without further ado, Dumbledore gestured towards a large cauldron, bubbling with fervent flames. Within it simmered a potion, meticulously brewed in accordance with the accounts documented in Merlin's autobiography, an indispensable step in the art of amplifying magical prowess. Proceed. Mia gazed at the bubbling cauldron and turned her eyes towards Dumbledore, as if questioning, Are you jesting? Dumbledore discerned Mia's apprehensions and reassured her. This is essential for the amplification of magical potency. Once you step inside, I shall add the basilisk's blood. Shall we also include scallions, ginger, and garlic? Mia believed this to be the greatest hurdle of his life. With such a boiling potion, would he not be thoroughly cooked? Of course, if you are unwilling. Then the basilisk would be spared the trouble of extracting blood multiple times, Dumbledore stated calmly. Mia gritted her teeth, fervently reminding herself that fortune favors the bold, and then cautiously extended her hand to gauge the temperature. Mia was almost convinced that he had misperceived the sensation. Upon witnessing his hand truly submerged in the bubbling potion, he was certain that it was not hot at all. Professor, are you jesting with me? This is hardly hot, he exclaimed. I never claimed it was scorching, did I? Noticing the glint of mischief in Dumbledore's eyes, Mia clenched his teeth in frustration. That insufferable old man with the white beard. In a moment, he had devoured all the sweets from his office. Mia entered the cauldron. The temperature was just right, and Mia found it more soothing than soaking in a hot spring. Leaning against the rim of the cauldron, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. However, he was far from truly relaxing. Although Dumbledore occasionally indulged in jest, he never took matters lightly. When he spoke of risks, they were indeed genuine. Do you remember the incantation? Dumbledore inquired in a grave tone. I remember, Mia replied with a nod. Dumbledore then poured the basilisk's blood into the cauldron in one swift motion. In the next moment, the potion began to boil furiously, transforming into a vivid crimson hue in the blink of an eye. Maitan immediately felt as though ants were crawling all over his body, a sensation that intensified with each passing moment. Mia soon felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, which rapidly escalated into excruciating pain. A spell. At Dumbledore's gentle urging, Mia began to recite the incantation while enduring the torment. Whether it was the spell's influence or not, the intensity of the pain surged even further. Mia now feels as though she has been flayed and immersed in boiling water. Veins on her forehead throb visibly, and the incantation she utters trembles with her distress. She must endure the agony while ensuring that the spell remains unerringly pronounced. Mia's spirit was subjected to an unprecedented shock. He now resembled a thread stretched to its limits, continuously being pulled taut. The ferocious potion relentlessly battered him. Due to the excessive strain, his jaw had swollen, and the incantations he uttered grew increasingly louder, transforming from a melodic chant into a desperate roar. Ultimately, he was merely a 12-year-old child. Dumbledore, observing Mia's anguish, could not help but question whether he had been overly hasty. Yet, there was no turning back once the work had commenced. Mia distinctly sensed the magic within her body boiling alongside the potion. A surge of energy flowed from every inch of her skin into her being, subsequently igniting a frenzied growth of her magical prowess. The sensation of this burgeoning magic was extraordinarily vivid. Mia experiences pain intertwined with joy. Chapter 82, Duel Assistant. Were it not for Mia's barely audible incantations, Dumbledore might have believed she was on the brink of losing consciousness. Observing her struggle to maintain her spellcasting amidst such torment, he felt a profound sense of compassion. As a white wizard capable of subduing the most perilous dark wizard, Voldemort, he had indeed employed the magical enhancement techniques found in Merlin's autobiography. Moreover, owing to the close ties of the Dumbledore family with the Phoenix, he had always utilized blood as noble as that of unicorns. The blood of basilisks rivaled that of phoenixes, and Dumbledore was acutely aware of the associated agony. In his own youth, he had discovered the means of magical enhancement only after becoming a professor at Hogwarts at the age of 20. Having already achieved considerable mastery and developed a formidable resistance to pain. Yet, Mia, at merely 12 years of age, lacked the prowess of an adult wizard. To endure such torment while retaining her consciousness to recite spells speaks volumes of her indomitable will. Dumbledore was certain that if Mia were to mature, her accomplishments would undoubtedly rival, if not surpass, his own. As for Mia's father, Voldemort, the mere thought prompted Dumbledore to shake his head. He recalled the most remarkable student he had ever encountered, whose untamed spirit reminded him of his own youth. Yet, he gradually discerned that such brilliance concealed a heart of chilling cruelty. The subsequent events only added to his life's regrets. In the latter part of his existence, he yearned to avoid repeating such a sorrowful experience. Thus, he vowed that Mia would not become the next Voldemort. The magical realm requires a wise leader, not a merciless Dark Lord. At that moment, Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. The time was nigh. The final syllable escaped Mia's lips, causing the potion in the cauldron to boil violently once more. However, in the next moment, the potion abruptly contracted, and a surge of potent magical energy flowed into Mia's body. Dumbledore could distinctly sense that this foreign magic was stimulating the growth of her innate powers within. Mia's magical power was surging exponentially. What Albus Dumbledore valued most was Mia's increasingly formidable soul strength. The soul serves as the foundation of magic. Without a robust soul, one's magical abilities become uncontrollable. The current extent of Mia's soul growth was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Dumbledore nodded in approval, perhaps due to Mia's youth. This enhancement had surpassed the magnitude of Dumbledore's own initial growth, as he recalled it. He speculated that Voldemort's growth at that time could not compare to Mia's. He remembered that Tom Riddle first experienced a significant surge in magical power during his 5th year, while Mia was ahead of him in this regard. Moving forward, the growth Mia would achieve through magical enhancement techniques would far exceed anything Voldemort could attain. It is worth noting that Voldemort had lost the opportunity to acquire basilisk blood after leaving Hogwarts. Otherwise, why would he have been so eager to return to the school as a professor? Furthermore, with Voldemort's increasingly distorted visage, Dumbledore had gleaned some insights. It was indeed ruthless of Tom Riddle. Utilizing different blood types for the enhancement of magical power is exceedingly perilous. Yet, Riddle had chosen to do so, and Dumbledore suspected he had engaged in such practices more than once. Truly a madman. At this moment, Mia gradually awakened. The instant he opened his eyes, he felt no fatigue. The pain that had once burdened him vanished completely, and his mind was clearer than ever before. The entire world seemed transformed. He sensed an unprecedented feeling of control. "Shall we test your abilities?" Dumbledore suggested with a smile. Mia instinctively revealed a fierce glint in her eyes to Dumbledore. Dumbledore replied with a knowing smile. Moments later, Mia soared into the air. "You want to come back, will you? You're cheating," she exclaimed while scrambling to her feet and waving her hands emphatically. "Cheating?" Dumbledore spread his empty hands in mock innocence. Indeed, Mia had been sent flying by Dumbledore, who was unarmed. "Do you feel better now?" Dumbledore inquired suddenly. Mia remained silent. In contrast to the fervor he felt upon awakening, he now experienced a profound sense of reality. It appeared that Dumbledore had alleviated the disorienting effects brought about by his surging magical power. Observing that Mia had grasped the underlying significance of his teachings, Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. In the pursuit of strength, maintaining clarity of mind is of utmost importance. After receiving Dumbledore's guidance, Mia departed from the chamber. Instead of returning to his dormitory, he made his way directly to the room of requirement. The earlier duel with Dumbledore had left him impervious to its intensity. Now, he sought to ascertain the extent of his newfound strength. At the very least, he could distinctly feel that, should he encounter his former self, he could effortlessly conclude the duel with a disarming charm. The room of requirement conjured a wolf, albeit merely a simulated creature. Avada Kedavra! The green light struck the Mia and narrowed his eyes. With his current strength, he could at least rival an ordinary adult wizard. However, the true extent of his abilities could only be ascertained through practical combat. Possessing such power granted him a measure of self-protection within the magical realm. At the end of the term, Dumbledore announced the winner of the House Cup in the Great Hall. Undoubtedly, it belonged to Gryffindor House. Although Mia and his companions had breached at least a couple of hundred school regulations during their escapade in the Chamber of Secrets, and had nearly caused significant damage to the school's property, it was all tacitly approved by the headmaster. It is likely that everyone has heard the unfortunate news regarding our defense against the dark arts professor, Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart, who suffered a minor injury to his mind and must seek treatment at St. Mungo's. Consequently, he will no longer serve as the professor for that subject. As for the dueling club established under Professor Lockhart's, oh no, I mean former professor's leadership, I trust Professor Flitwick will manage it well. Dumbledore nodded towards Professor Flitwick. Instantly, some students erupted in cheers. Professor Flitwick, being the dueling champion, had his prowess unquestioned. He stood up excitedly, expressing gratitude for the opportunity. Furthermore, I believe I will require an assistant, and I think Mr. Shamir is more than capable of fulfilling this role. There is only one Shamir in all of Hogwarts. Everyone turned their gaze towards Mia, and Harry and Ron looked at him with envious expressions. No one voiced any objections. Mia's duel with Snape catapulted her to fame within Hogwarts, a feat no one anticipated from such a prodigy. As for the older students, they were disinterested in competing with a mere second year. By the end of the term, Mia undeniably emerged as the most renowned figure in all of Hogwarts, even overshadowing Harry's reputation. In her first year, she bravely faced a troll to protect the treasures of her house. In her second year, she uncovered the Chamber of Secrets, resolving the safety concerns of the entire school community. During her debut at the dueling club, she held her own against the illustrious wizard Snape, earning the public endorsement of Professor Flitwick as the dueling club's assistant. Professor Flitwick typically refrained from meddling in student affairs, suggesting that Mia was, in effect, the true organizer of the club. This arrangement suited her perfectly. She sought to establish her prestige among the students, akin to Dumbledore and Grindelwald, forming her own circle of influence. The dueling club, beloved by the students, provided an ideal avenue for her ambitions. However, in her pursuit of influence, Mia regarded Dumbledore and Grindelwald as more worthy role models than Voldemort. The notion of becoming a terrorist leader was far from her aspirations. Ruling through fear is a fleeting strategy. In the past, Voldemort had wielded immense power, yet after his downfall in Godric's Hollow, those so-called loyal Death Eaters hastily sought to defect. Only a scant few persisted in searching for Voldemort. During the subsequent climactic battle at Hogwarts, the revelation of Harry's feigned death prompted a swift exodus among the Death Eaters. What purpose would such followers serve? Mia believes that the early ideologies of Tom Riddle were remarkably suited to him, particularly the notion of exploiting the psychology of adulation to amass followers. Thus far, Mia has made initial strides in this endeavor. To her surprise, the most challenging group to cultivate a following from turned out to be Hufflepuff. Eventually, Mia came to understand the reason behind this. Unlike the other houses, Hufflepuff has always embodied a spirit of pacifism and a love for life, appearing to lack any particular yearning for power or prestige. In contrast, Slytherin, despite its seemingly tranquil facade, is rife with students who secretly form numerous factions. These factions correspond to the intricate ties of their respective families. As for those students hailing from Muggle backgrounds, they often find themselves relegated to the periphery. However, the astute Slytherin students are far from rigid. They possess a profound understanding that power is paramount in the magical realm. Consequently, when Mia showcased her extraordinary prowess at the dueling club, even the Slytherin students, who typically harbor disdain for witches with Muggle heritage, began to court her favor. Mia, even while strolling along the street, inexplicably attracts a few benevolent smiles. As for Gryffindor, it goes without saying that the enthusiastic, brave, and adventure-loving students of this house hold deep admiration for wizards of formidable prowess. Particularly after Mia has undergone a series of extraordinary adventures that most people would encounter only once in a lifetime, she has emerged as a prominent figure within Gryffindor. Some even argue that, in contrast to the insipid Gilderoy Lockhart, Mia's experiences are far more deserving of documentation and publication. In truth, not only Mia but also Hermione, as part of the original trio, has become a celebrated figure in Gryffindor. Furthermore, within Ravenclaw, there exists a fervent dedication to learning, with Mia serving as an insurmountable peak in their academic pursuits. When Mia secured the top position in her year during her second year, Ravenclaw students began approaching her for guidance on coursework and study methods. Remarkably, she achieved perfect scores across all subjects. Even Hermione, who fiercely competed for second place, holds a deep respect for her accomplishments. Mia astonishingly achieved a perfect score under Snape's tutelage. Harry and Ron repeatedly expressed their desire to take Mia as their mentor, yet she resolutely declined their requests. It was evident that they approached her with the intention of copying her homework. The challenges of obtaining a perfect score from Snape are known solely to Mia, and of course, to Snape as well. Were it not for the recognition of Mia's remarkable progress in occlumency, Snape would likely have sought to deduct points from her score. Even the notoriously harsh Snape could not help but acknowledge Mia's extraordinary talent. Within less than a single academic year, Mia's proficiency in occlumency had advanced significantly. While she may not yet be considered a master, she had achieved feats that many adult wizards had not. Had that been the extent of her accomplishments, Snape might not have rewarded her at all. In reality, beyond occlumency, Mia had even developed a counter-research on legilimency through Snape's repeated mental assaults. Now, she could glean certain thoughts from others through mere eye contact. Casting a glance at Ron, Mia silently shifted her gaze away. What's wrong? Ron was somewhat bewildered by the disdainful look Mia had given him. Nothing. I didn't do anything, he replied. Indeed, Mia could see that Ron's mind was utterly blank at that moment. Mia once endeavored to delve into Harry's thoughts. This endeavor, however, bore certain risks. For a fragment of Voldemort's lingering soul resided within Harry. Fortunately, no calamities ensued. Mia's current ability to perceive and capture thoughts is limited to merely glimpsing vague emotions. While peering into Harry's mind, the most palpable sentiment she encounters is the sorrow of longing. Who is she longing for? Aside from Harry's parents, there is no one else. It was at this moment that Mia realized that the seemingly resilient Harry had been grappling with sorrow deep within his heart. This was a burden beyond her capacity to alleviate. The departed cannot be restored. However, to Mia's knowledge, Harry appeared to have a living relative whom he could regard as an uncle, Sirius Black. Although they shared no blood relation, Black, as a loyal companion of James Potter, genuinely considered Harry as his own. In fact, upon seeing the news of the supposed death of Peter Pettigrew, he resolved to escape from Azkaban out of concern for Harry. Fully aware that awaiting him would be the terrifying kiss of the Dementor, a fate more dreadful than death itself. It seems that Sirius would indeed be the prisoner who would break free this summer, suggesting that Harry would soon reunite with family. After their meal, Mia intended to venture into the Forbidden Forest to observe the basilisk, but Hermione called out to him, inquiring about his destination. Mia turned around, standing in the embrace of sunlight. Their gazes met, and Hermione was momentarily entranced. Suddenly, Mia awkwardly averted her eyes. Soon, however, she regained her usual composure and began to stroll, asking, "Aren't you supposed to head to the library to continue your research on the basilisk?" After they parted ways, Mia found herself preoccupied with the thought she had just gleaned from Hermione's mind. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Mia suddenly shook her head, dispelling her thoughts. Before more pressing matters were addressed, sentiments of love and longing were of no concern. They were merely fleeting impulses. Mia's gaze grew markedly indifferent as she silently ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 84. Pursuit. The deeper she delved into the forest, the more profound the silence became. Yet, danger often lurks in the shadows. The Forbidden Forest had transformed into a realm of tumultuous currents. Recently, a terrifying creature had arrived in the woods. The most agitated among the inhabitants were undoubtedly the Acromantulas. In terms of individual strength, the Acromantula cannot be deemed the mightiest in the forest. However, due to their remarkable reproductive capabilities, they have become the most populous species since their first appearance several decades ago. The seemingly endless swarm of Acromantulas has undeniably established them as the dominators of the Forbidden Forest. Yet, their natural enemy has arrived. Within just one day, the Acromantulas suffered devastating losses. Their numbers dwindled drastically, and their territory continuously shrank. The creatures whose living spaces had been relentlessly compressed by the Acromantula's unchecked expansion finally found a glimmer of hope. However, none of them felt at ease. For a true sovereign now roamed the Forbidden Forest. Navigating around the territories of formidable creatures, Mia arrived at the lair of the basilisk. These territorial divisions were knowledge gleaned during her punishment of patrolling the forest with Hagrid. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently trespassed into the domain of a significant figure. From a distance, the basilisk sensed Mia's presence and hurried over to greet her. Observing the creature whose head was larger than its body, Mia found it oddly endearing. Sensing a small creature in her arms stirring in protest, she gently patted it in a bid to soothe it. Noting the basilisk's exuberant demeanor, Mia surmised that the Acromantulas must have been enduring considerable hardship recently. She hoped Hagrid, while Mia cautiously stepped into the protective circle formed by the serpent creature, he discerned the struggling being attempting to rise. A wolf. No, it stood upright, a werewolf. He had previously been aware of the existence of werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. But this was his first encounter. Mia suddenly froze, pondering whether it could be Lupin. However, upon further reflection, she dismissed the idea. Firstly, it was daylight. Not only was it not a full moon, but the moon was entirely absent. Moreover, although Lupin was a werewolf, he was a half-werewolf who had been compelled into such a fate. He would not venture into the forbidden forest to roam about, especially not outside of the full moon nights. Thus, what she encountered was indeed a wild werewolf. Yet, any creature daring enough to attack her would hardly be permitted to exist within the confines of the forbidden forest. It must be eliminated. Mia, with an air of indifference, issued her command. A cold glimmer flashed in the immense yellow eyes of the serpent creature. In an instant, the werewolf, who met its gaze, lost the spark of life in its eyes and collapsed with a thunderous crash. The serpent creature refrained from further action, for the spoils were to be offered to the heir. Coughing, it dismissed the prospect of consumption, yet it recognized the utility of the creature's remnants. Mia approached to inspect the werewolf's corpse. Aside from internal injuries, there were no visible wounds on its exterior. The fur alone could fetch a handsome price. However, Mia was aware that due to the existence of half-wolves, no one would dare to trade in the materials of a werewolf openly. To convert such items into currency, he would have no choice but to explore the back alleys. After carefully stowing the body into a seamless, retractable bag, Mia was escorted by the serpent creature out of the forbidden forest. As the term concluded, the group once again boarded the Hogwarts Express to depart from the school. At the station, Hermione suddenly turned to Mia and asked, "May I come to your house during the summer?" "As long as you wish," Mia replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. "I want to come too," Harry declared, eager to avoid spending any time at the Dursleys. Following their previous visit to the Dursleys' home, the Dursleys were now hesitant to confine Harry, even hoping to leverage his connection to the Shamil family. "Aren't you going to keep Dobby company?" Mia teased. At the end of the term, Lucius had stormed into the headmaster's office seeking recognition. It was during that encounter that Harry learned that many of the previous mischiefs were orchestrated by the Malfoy family's house elf, Dobby, including the incident involving the station's pillar. Initially, Harry had believed that the Malfoys intended to harm him. However, upon discovering the truth, he felt a surge of gratitude toward Dobby and endeavored to secure the elf's freedom. "Don't mention it. Ever since then, Dobby has been incessantly following me," Harry lamented, casting a wary glance around and lowering his voice. "Dobby is indeed quite bothersome." "Really? Does Harry Potter truly find Dobby bothersome?" Suddenly, Dobby appeared, leaving Harry in a fluster in the midst of the Muggle world. Mia swiftly cast a Muggle-repelling charm, causing those around to overlook Dobby's presence. Observing Mia's nonchalant demeanor, Hermione instinctively clenched her small fists. The disparity seemed to widen. While she lingered in her studies, Mia appeared to have truly become a wizard, effortlessly conjuring intricate spells with a mere gesture. Unaware of Hermione's sentiments, Mia, after forcefully casting a memory charm on Dobby, returned home. Before parting ways, the group had arranged to spend the summer together. Ron was not among them, as the Weasley family had won a grand prize and planned to travel. Before the agreed-upon date arrived, Mia seized the opportunity to visit Diagon Alley. However, his destination was Nocturne Alley. Cloaked in a voluminous robe, Mia had begun to acclimatize to his surroundings. He seemed no different from the others, thus attracting little attention. Finding a shop, Mia presented the shopkeeper with the body of a werewolf. Upon seeing the remarkably intact corpse, the proprietor was taken aback. Only when he realized the werewolf was deceased did he strive to contain his excitement. "Perfect, this is simply exquisite." The shopkeeper's voice trembled with awe. "The body is nearly unscathed. You used the killing curse, did you not?" "That is of no concern to you," Mia replied, his voice resonating with a husky timbre from beneath the dark robe, a clever alteration of his voice. After a bit of haggling, Mia departed the shop with 5,000 galleons in hand. Yet, he quickened his pace, having sensed that someone was following him. Chapter 85. The family feast. Beneath the cover of his robe, Mia's speed intensified. Turning into a secluded alley, he found himself in a dead end. Indeed, he had chosen a rather precarious spot for his demise. A mocking voice echoed from behind, suggesting that his pursuer bore ill intent. Mia pondered for a moment before removing the hood from her head. Upon glimpsing the extraordinarily youthful visage beneath the dark cloak, a flicker of surprise crossed the face of the short-haired man. A child? Such recklessness invites its own demise. Observing that the figure before him was merely a youth of around 10 years, the man relaxed his guard and engaged in conversation more readily. Mia sensed the shift, and a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He feigned an expression of fear, exclaiming, "Why do you wish to kill me?" A glint of coldness flashed in the man's eyes. "I witnessed you trading a corpse of a werewolf," he retorted, his tone thickening. "What does that have to do with your intent to murder me?" Mia continued, "Could it be that you are a werewolf?" The man's face momentarily registered surprise. You possess some cunning, but let us dispense with the trivialities. Very well. Avada Kedavra. The man's features froze at the moment the green light materialized. As the spark of life faded from his eyes, he could not fathom why a mere child was capable of wielding such a lethal curse. Observing the corpse on the ground, which gradually morphed, Mia disdainfully kicked it. The shopkeeper, noticing the return of the cloaked dwarf, inquired with confusion, "Our transaction is settled, correct? I bear no responsibility after you leave." Upon seeing yet another werewolf corpse added to the counter, the shopkeeper appeared momentarily stunned. "Why are you dawdling? Hurry and tally up. Ensure the exchange is complete. Do not waste my time." Mia continued to urge the shopkeeper in a hoarse voice. The shopkeeper, coming to his senses, promptly began his examination. As before, there were no signs of injury. It was undoubtedly a remarkable specimen, previously uncertain. The shopkeeper was now convinced that this werewolf corpse had succumbed to a killing curse, as evidenced by the violently dilated pupils, a distinctive feature. The shopkeeper's eyes flickered with hesitation, words unspoken. "Speak your mind," Mia said in a low tone. At that moment, the shopkeeper perceived this diminutive figure in a black cloak as a seasoned slayer of werewolves, having dispatched the creatures on at least 2 occasions. Little did he know that this individual was merely a second-year student at Hogwarts. Well, with the new school year approaching, he would soon be in his 3rd year. No offense was intended. Werewolves are known for their unity. If they were to discover that the shopkeeper's words trailed off, but Mia grasped the implication. He had already witnessed the werewolf solidarity. Had it not been for the enhancement from the magical empowerment technique he had undergone, he might have truly met his end today. It seemed prudent to traverse Nocturne Alley while concealing one's identity. "Thank you for the warning." Noticing the shopkeeper's veiled expression, Mia refrained from further inquiries. As he departed the shop, an additional 5,000 galleons found their way into his pocket. And there were 20 more extracted from the werewolf's belongings. Werewolves were indeed impoverished. Unbeknownst to him, Mia had begun to find a certain allure in this newfound ability to earn money simply by walking. His pockets now boasted a modest fortune. Mia promptly ventured into the store to purchase a pristine, seamless stretch bag. Satisfied, she patted the brand-new bag, feeling reassured that her firearm would no longer inadvertently fall out. As she departed from Diagon Alley, Mia cast a fleeting glance at today's newspaper, which featured a photograph of the Weasley family in Egypt. Now, it was common knowledge that the Weasley family had struck gold. Even Sirius, far away in Azkaban, would soon learn of this news. Mia reminisced about the memories etched in her mind. It seemed that 3rd grade would not harbor any perilous events. The most formidable presence appeared to be Lupin, the werewolf, alongside the Dementors dispatched by the Ministry of Magic to hunt for Sirius Black. Consequently, the Patronus charm ought to be included in her curriculum. This spell is an advanced incantation, one that many adult wizards might struggle to master. Its primary function is to repel the sinister entities known as Dementors. In fact, this charm had been modified by Dumbledore for the express purpose of enabling members of the Order of the Phoenix to communicate. The Patronus charm is not an obscure spell. Thus Mia possessed the means to practice it. The crux of the spell lies in the recollection of joyful memories. Even if those memories are fabricated, the essence of joy is paramount. For Mia, this posed no challenge. A mere hint of nostalgia from her childhood was sufficient to evoke a smile. With the conditions for practice established, the only obstacle was that Mia found herself in the Muggle world, rendering magic impossible to perform. Nevertheless, she had no intention of returning to the magical realm prematurely. Since the commencement of her schooling, she had scarcely seen her family. This summer, she resolutely planned to spend quality time with them. Conveniently, Hermione and Harry would also come to visit her. Thus, Mia remained at home for several days. "Mia, can't you step outside for a while? Day after day, you're either teasing snakes or devouring books. At this rate, you'll either become a serpent or a tome." Observing her mother's expression, which conveyed a sense of exasperation, Mia felt a wave of confusion wash over her. This was not quite what she had envisioned. Wasn't the plan supposed to be about cherishing time with family? How could it be that only a short while had passed, and already she faced such disdain? Mia's days of being neglected persisted until Harry and Hermione came to visit. "I wrote you so many letters, and you only replied 3 times. I swear, your 3 letters combined weren't as long as a single one of mine." The moment she saw Mia, Hermione planted her hands on her hips and launched into a scolding. Mia covered her ears and turned her head to the side. This fellow is becoming more and more like her mother. The moment she laid eyes on Hermione, Mrs. Shamir's smile was simply uncontainable. Even without mastering the art of legilimency, Mia could discern what her mother was contemplating. Mia could not help but roll her eyes, catching sight of her father making playful faces at her. With their years of unspoken understanding, she instantly grasped his intentions. "Well done, my dear." Mr. Samir glanced between the polite Hermione and his own son, his face brimming with pride. User, who had already commenced his formal duties at MI5, had also been specially summoned home. Unlike the renowned MI6, MI5 primarily focuses on domestic stability. Moreover, User's current responsibilities chiefly involve investigations and interactions with the magical world, allowing him the convenience of not having to travel extensively, making his return home rather effortless. At the dinner table, Harry and Hermione seemed somewhat reserved, especially upon noticing the photograph of the Queen alongside the Samir family adorning the wall, which only intensified their sense of pressure. "Do not be shy. This is a family gathering, and you are both dear friends of Mia. It is a perfect opportunity to come together and express our gratitude for the care you have shown her," Mrs. Samir, now devoid of her usual commanding presence as the hospital director, appeared remarkably approachable. Observing that Harry and Hermione had relaxed somewhat, Mrs. Samir smiled and inquired, "Has our Mia caused any trouble at school? Is she friendly with her classmates? Does she show respect to her professors? Has she broken anything within the school premises?" It must be said, a mother is indeed a mother, and she swiftly pinpointed the heart of the matter. Mia averted her gaze somewhat awkwardly. Harry and Hermione were at a loss for words, stumbling over their thoughts. To speak the truth would likely alarm Mia's family. To fabricate a lie would weigh heavily on their consciences. Friendly classmates? Was it considered amiable behavior to slap a peer in the first year and petrify a senior in the second? Courteous to professors? Did that entail eliminating a professor in the first year and coercing another to the Chamber of Secrets in the second, only to knock him unconscious? As for whether any school property had been damaged, Harry and Hermione were uncertain if the chamber had been repaired. How could Mrs. Shamiel, a woman of strength, possibly remain oblivious? Observing Harry and Hermione's reactions and recalling her son's habitual conduct, Mrs. Shamiel had already deduced much of the situation. Mia Shamiel. The mention of her full name by her mother sent a chill racing down Mia's spine. During the family gathering, Mr. Shamiel quickly intervened to diffuse the tension, signaling for Mia to behave. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Yuz had returned. Upon entering, Yuz spotted Mia, who was twisting her neck and behaving as innocently as a quail. Was this really his brother? Could his brother be this compliant? What trouble had he gotten himself into now? Yuz blurted out, "Ahem, everything all right? Why are you back so late?" At the sight of his father's gaze, Yuz immediately understood. Once everyone had gathered, the family feast officially commenced. Seated beside Mia, Yuz couldn't help but scrutinize her from head to toe. "Have you grown taller?" Yuz pondered aloud. Mia, who was busily consuming her meal, froze at his words. "Really, truly?" Yuz gestured to indicate her height. "Yes, you've definitely gained several centimeters." "Does your school provide such excellent meals?" Yuz stated candidly. Mia gazed upward, tears streaming down her face. It was evident that consuming milk must indeed be beneficial. Mia's eyes sparkled as she fixated on the milk on the table. Just as she was about to reach for it, a light tap landed on her head. "Finish your meal before drinking." Unable to resist her mother's insistence, Mia reluctantly resumed her efforts at eating. After the meal, she cast a puzzled glance at Harry's luggage. With the school term still some time away, wasn't he planning to return to the Dursleys? Perhaps it was for the best. She had nearly succumbed to boredom at home. Harry appeared somewhat embarrassed. "In truth, I can hardly stand to stay there any longer." "Can't stand it? Why, do they still dare to bully you?" Mia was perplexed. "It's not really because of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. They've actually been quite decent to me lately," Harry replied, growing increasingly flustered. "Then what is the reason?" "Because I accidentally inflated Aunt Marge like a balloon." "Oh, I thought it was something else," Mia exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. It then dawned on her that Harry had indeed sent his Aunt Marge soaring into the air. Coincidentally, at that time, Sirius Black had successfully escaped from prison, and the anxious Ministry of Magic had completely overlooked Harry's transgression, even going so far as to provide him with additional protection. In other words, it was around this time that Sirius had likely left Azkaban. "The Ministry hasn't contacted you at all?" Mia inquired. "Not yet, but I suspect it might happen soon." "Could I be expelled for using magic outside of school?" "Possibly," Hermione chimed in. Observing Harry's spirits sinking, Mia reassured him, "Don't worry. Given the Ministry's track record, if they truly intended to pursue this matter, you would have already received a howler by now." Mia quietly contemplated. Whether Sirius escaped from prison or not was of little concern to her. What truly mattered was that Ron's rat, Scabbers, would be exposed by Sirius for its true identity. Mia recalled that Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, had fled in the end. This time, she hoped that this individual would not escape. Subsequently, he could be deemed pivotal in the resurrection of Voldemort. Had it not been for Wormtail's collusion with Barty Crouch Jr., culminating in his own sacrifice of flesh and blood, Voldemort's revival would indeed have posed a significant challenge. The nobility of the magical realm, with their questionable morals, did not genuinely desire Voldemort's return. During Voldemort's ascendance, they eagerly pledged their loyalty, yet their intentions were solely rooted in familial interests. Now that Voldemort had fallen, they found themselves devoid of a figure capable of exerting control over them. Should Voldemort rise again, it could very well precipitate a bloody upheaval. Their primary concern was profit, not peril. After all, how could one amass wealth in the face of danger? To prolong the interval before Voldemort's resurrection, they must take action against Wormtail. Killing him outright would not suffice, for Voldemort's death could only be achieved through his resurrection. If Wormtail were allowed to exist as a disembodied spirit, he could indefinitely lurk in the shadows, biding his time for a resurgence. However, should Voldemort return, an opportunity to vanquish him would arise. Moreover, it was imperative that Voldemort utilized Harry's blood for his resurrection, as Harry was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. As long as Harry lived, Voldemort could not perish. Should Voldemort employ Harry's blood in his revival, the protective charm bestowed upon Harry by his mother would consequently reside within Voldemort as well. Thus, Voldemort's immortality would ensure Harry's survival. While the intricacies of such profound magic eluded Mia's comprehension, the records of her memory attested to its veracity. The arrogant Voldemort would undoubtedly opt to slay Harry himself. Therefore, when Voldemort's magic descended upon Harry, the protective charm would only annihilate the fragments of soul within Harry that did not belong to him, effectively destroying the Horcrux. Now, Mia's task was to control Wormtail once his identity was exposed, and to await the opportune moment for his release. In doing so, she could steer the course of events more favorably for herself. What she required most at present was time. Consequently, as the school year approached, Mia chose to reside once more at the Leaky Cauldron alongside Harry and Hermione. Mia devoted her days to mastering the Guardian Charm. After a period of diligent study, she began to see initial results, and her progress was remarkably swift. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Magic sought out Harry and placed him under their protection. Harry was utterly bewildered, while Mia feigned ignorance, reluctant to reveal the secrets swirling in her mind, even though she hoped for Harry's swift reunion with his godfather. After some time, Ron arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. The Weasley family had finally concluded their journey, having nearly squandered their winnings. Perhaps this was one of the reasons they struggled to save money. The four friends reunited, and as Mia caught sight of the plump rat in Ron's arms, she discreetly averted her gaze. Chapter 87. The Dementor. Upon meeting, Ron could not contain his excitement about sharing tales from his travels. Even during their visit to Flourish and Blots to purchase textbooks, Ron chatted incessantly. The bookstore was bustling with customers, and one particularly impatient clerk seemed exasperated. If it weren't for the fact that one book was exclusive to this location, the group would have preferred not to trouble him. As a few students approached, their eyes gleaming with naive curiosity, the clerk couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Please wait if you're here for textbooks. I'll fetch them shortly." Ron, puzzled by the clerk's tone, wondered, "Fetch? Has he lost his mind? Haven't you seen this year's reading list?" Hermione chimed in, explaining that the book on magical creatures was indeed the textbook for this term's Heir of Magical Creatures class, rumored to be a self-moving book. Ron merely shrugged, appearing disinterested, and they waited for what felt like an eternity until the clerk emerged, baring his teeth and clutching several books, his body marked with bruises. "What on earth? Take them and settle the bill at the front desk." As Ron took the books, he curiously fiddled with the tightly bound leather strap. "You'd best not touch that," Mia cautioned him. "It's quite dangerous." "Really?" Ron replied, but as they conversed, he accidentally slipped, and the strap sprang open. Chaos ensued. When they finally managed to extricate Ron from the fray, he desperately waved his hands, signaling to keep a distance from the treacherous tome. Such a biting book would likely be the only thing Hagrid would appreciate. Mia recalled that this semester, Hagrid was to assume the position of Professor of Care of Magical Creatures. Mia wholeheartedly believes that Hagrid is the most suitable candidate for the position. Even those so-called magical zoologists may not possess the level of care for creatures that Hagrid does. However, given Hagrid's nature, One worries that he might prioritize the welfare of the animals over that of the students. The choice of textbook is a prime example. It is evident that Hagrid did not consider the student's ability to engage with the material. After carefully binding the book, Mia placed it into her discreet, expandable bag, concerned that it might suddenly wreak havoc on her newly acquired accessory. In truth, Mia thinks that, at a critical moment, this object could serve as an excellent tool for self-defense. Having spent only a few days at the Leaky Cauldron, the day of departure for school arrived. This brief period was enough for Mia to hastily familiarize herself with the Patronus charm, at least to the extent that she could manage the Dementors that might intrude upon their compartment. According to her memory, there would indeed be Dementors boarding the train to search, drawn by the presence of Harry's Horcrux and the aura of fear surrounding him, intruding upon their compartment. She harbors a strong aversion to these creatures that can read others' thoughts. Before boarding, Mr. Weasley pulled Harry aside for a lengthy discussion. As the train was about to depart, they hurriedly boarded, finding their compartment already bustling with passengers. They had no choice but to squeeze into a compartment occupied by only one individual, who was swathed in garments, seemingly in slumber. Mia speculated that this must be Lupin. Speaking of the notorious trio of marauders from Harry's father's time, Lupin was undoubtedly the most amiable of the three. Alas, the kindest of them happened to be a werewolf. With the full moon having recently passed, it was likely that Professor Lupin had endured considerable hardships. Confirming that this unfamiliar man was sound asleep, Hermione secured the car door. "What have Harry and Mr. Weasley told you?" Before Harry could respond, Hermione answered her own question. "It must be about Black." At the mention of Black, a look of understanding spread across their faces. Recently, the news of Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban had dominated the headlines. This was a monumental event, for no one had ever managed to escape that notorious prison. Azkaban was infamous throughout the wizarding world. Once merely a dilapidated noble castle, it became a prison after a horde of Dementors mysteriously appeared there. The Ministry of Magic had never thoroughly investigated this peculiar phenomenon. However, everything changed when a certain individual proposed confining prisoners within its walls. Since then, the crime rate in the British wizarding community had plummeted. For many years, no one had escaped from there. Currently, it housed a multitude of powerful Death Eaters who had once pledged allegiance to Voldemort. If even they could not breach the prison's defenses, how could a mere Sirius Black have done so undetected? Interestingly, wizards were more intrigued by Black's background than by his method of escape. As a close friend of Harry Potter's father, the former traitor's motives for escaping were now under scrutiny. Some had already surmised that Sirius Black's target might very well be the savior, Harry Potter. Hermione, her expression filled with concern, remarked, "I've heard that Black has yet to be found. He might still be searching for you." Harry, however, responded with a nonchalant demeanor. "Aren't the Aurors from the Ministry searching for him as well? Besides, what is there to fear while I am at Hogwarts?" Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over them. Even Harry's expression shifted slightly. Hogwarts, it seemed, had never been entirely safe since their enrollment. Year after year, Voldemort's presence loomed ominously. Thankfully, it appeared that this year would be different, yet the visitors were still connected to Voldemort. Before boarding the car, Mr. Weasley had already explained to Harry the connection between Sirius and the Potter family. Now, when Black was mentioned, a hint of resentment flickered in Harry's eyes. Mia noticed the expression on Harry's face, but merely shook her head in silence. The misunderstanding between Harry and Black would eventually be resolved. It was not an insurmountable issue. Simultaneously, Mia observed Remus beside her. Ever since Hermione had called Harry's name, she had sensed that he was, in fact, not asleep, but eavesdropping. How could he not pay attention, with the son of his former best friend right before him? Before long, the vehicle suddenly jolted violently and came to a sudden halt. The inertia caused the occupants to sway within the cabin. Hermione, her face flushed, struggled to extricate herself from Mia's embrace. Noticing Hermione's expression, Mia shook her head in resignation. This was becoming increasingly complicated. The vehicle had not moved for some time, and the passengers were growing restless. Ron leaned against the window, peering outside incessantly. Had there been a landslide ahead? Moments later, they all felt a sudden drop in temperature, causing them to shiver involuntarily. What was happening? Just as they were about to inquire, the vehicle's intercom crackled to life, announcing information regarding a Dementor search. Chapter 88. The Patronus Charm Dementors? Hermione's demeanor in the cabin turned anxious. It was alarming that the Ministry would allow Dementors to board and conduct inspections. Had Black already arrived at Hogwarts? No sooner had she spoken than everyone noticed an eerie silence enveloping them. The temperature continued to plummet, and they suddenly felt an oppressive weight in their hearts. "I feel a bit unwell," Ron remarked, his complexion paling. Mia cast a glance and noticed that Hermione's complexion had turned somewhat pale, while Harry pressed his lips tightly together. Clearly not feeling well. He turned to look at Lupin, only to discover that the man was still blissfully asleep, his head covered. Remarkable endurance, indeed. However, Mia herself seemed to be devoid of any discomfort, aside from a slight chill. In the next moment, a colossal shadow appeared at the doorway. The shadow loomed all the way to the ceiling, with no visible legs beneath, resembling a tattered sack floating in midair. Mia watched in horror as the figure extended a hand, its fingers resembling charred pieces of wood. Though the hand did not touch the doorknob, it turned as if compelled by an unseen force. The Dementor swung open the carriage door, and the tension within the compartment reached an unbearable climax. Mia gripped his wand tightly, his gaze narrowing as he fixated on the Dementor. He observed that Harry's expression grew increasingly grim, even without uttering a word. Mia could sense the mounting terror within Harry. This was an ominous sign, for the Dementors thrived on human fear. Sure enough, as soon as the door creaked open, the Dementor's attention was immediately drawn to Harry. Ron's plump pet rat, Scabbers, was quivering in his arms, with only its sizable rear protruding from the grasp. Mia sensed a peculiar force emanating from the Dementor, an allure that appeared to exert its influence solely upon the soul. Strikingly, any power capable of affecting the soul is inherently lethal. As Mia felt the tremor of her spirit, a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. At that moment, the Dementor seemed to perceive something, abruptly turning its gaze toward Mia. Although this entity lacked a visible head, Mia felt an unmistakable awareness of its fixation upon her. Suddenly, an intense pull surged forth from her very soul. Mia's mind was momentarily dazed as a surge of negative emotions overwhelmed him. Alarm bells instantly rang within his heart, and his occlumency sprang into full operation. The soul-stirring sensation vanished in an instant, along with the oppressive gloom that had clouded his thoughts. The Dementor tilted its head in an eerily human-like gesture, perplexed as to why it could no longer feed on this person's despair. It was as if its sustenance had abruptly turned into an unyielding slab of stone. Realizing what had just transpired, Mia radiated a chilling aura. He had initially intended to let events unfold naturally, knowing Lupin would intervene eventually, thus avoiding unnecessary exposure of his true strength. Yet, who could have predicted this wretched creature would be so eager for its own demise? "You dare provoke me when I spared you? Expecto Patronum." A blinding radiance erupted like the heavens being violently torn asunder, the searing light instantly engulfing the Dementor. Still bewildered, the creature suddenly felt as though it were submerged in scalding water. A piercing scream reverberated in Mia's ears, a sound so hoarse it resembled the grating of decaying wood against itself. The Dementor prepared to flee, yet an enraged Mia was unwilling to let it escape so easily. The Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts had always maintained a respectful distance from one another. Today, however, the Ministry audaciously sent Dementors to search the Hogwarts Express. Who could predict what further transgressions they might commit tomorrow? With a surge of power, Mia invoked the Patronus charm, enveloping the Dementor in a luminous white light akin to a protective shroud. The Dementor, akin to a frightened bird trapped in a cage, thrashed about in a desperate attempt to escape, yet this futile struggle only rendered it weaker. The other occupants of the carriage were blinded by the brilliance of the light. Yet beneath its radiant glow, they felt an inexplicable surge of vitality, as though a joyous event were unfolding. In a corner, a pair of weary yet gradually revitalizing eyes observed Mia with astonishment. Seizing the moment amid the chaos, Mia cunningly opened the seamless expandable bag and ensnared the feeble Dementor within. The white light subsequently dissipated. The passengers in the carriage sensed the chilling aura swiftly fading, only to witness another eruption of white light from an unknown source. Having completed her task, Mia nonchalantly returned to her seat. The others turned their gaze toward Lupin, who was half erect in the corner, clutching his wand. "Ahem, it's all well and good. Nothing to worry about," he said awkwardly as he sank back into his seat. Hermione regarded Mia with disbelief. Was that really the Patronus charm? If I remember correctly, that's a notoriously difficult spell, one rarely mastered by a third-year student. The intensity of that white light, what about the Dementor? Indeed, Mia did not feign ignorance. Hermione stared at her, as if she were a creature of myth. "Didn't we spend most of this summer together? Wait, were you practicing the Patronus charm at the Leaky Cauldron all this time? No, that can't be right. How could you learn it in such a short span?" Stop speculating. That's when I practiced it, Mia replied candidly. Sometimes, a lack of meticulous concealment only breeds unnecessary misunderstandings. Honesty is a potent weapon, but that's not a spell a third year could master, Hermione insisted. Which of our endeavors could be classified as suitable for a third year? Mia countered with a smile. Mia, you know, sometimes I genuinely wonder if you're some powerful wizard in disguise, Ron remarked. I am not an old wizard. Wait, you're only third years? At that moment, all attention turned to Lupin, who had suddenly spoken up. Mia regarded Lupin with a smile that was almost imperceptible. He found it hard to believe that this fellow had not recognized Harry. Such is the nature of today's youth, Lupin couldn't help but muse. The tone strikingly reminiscent of Madame Pomfrey stirred something within Hermione, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. It seemed the Dementors had been successfully driven away. Thanks to you, Lupin remarked to Mia, although a different meaning lingered in his gaze. Mia was quite certain that the fellow had witnessed her capture of the Dementor. I shall have a word with the driver. By the way, do partake in this. It is beneficial for restoring one's spirits. Lupin rose to his feet and handed Harry a piece of chocolate. Among those present moments ago, only Harry had been subjected to the Dementor's attack. Accepting the chocolate, Harry, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired, Did any of you hear a scream just now? Chapter 89, Flight Scream? No one heard a scream, Harry, Hermione replied. Her expression filled with concern as she gazed at him. Mia cast a glance at Hermione. So, is it true that only he can hear the Dementor's chilling scream? But I distinctly heard the piercing cries of a woman. Harry rubbed his temples. The Dementor's attack was far from pleasant. Even now, he felt a lingering ache in his head. Hermione, filled with concern, instinctively looked towards Mia, who reassured her with a steady gaze. Quickly averting her eyes, Hermione struggled to calm her racing heart. During the feast at the start of term, Dumbledore had warned the students that Dementors might be lurking in the vicinity this semester. Mia patted the pocket at her waist, where a creature was still concealed. Dumbledore had assured that the Dementors would not breach the boundaries of Hogwarts. However, the following day, a Dementor intruded. A letter from Dumbledore was dispatched to the Ministry of Magic, yet upon receiving a response, he felt a sense of helplessness. According to a private revelation from Minister Fudge, Dumbledore learned that a Dementor had gone missing from the Ministry. Each Dementor is meticulously catalogued by the Ministry of Magic. These creatures, possessing limited intelligence, are driven by an insatiable hunger for fear and often act without restraint. Should they stray into the world, the repercussions could be unfathomably dire. Currently, the Ministry is keeping this information under wraps. Following the recent escape of Sirius Black, the loss of another Dementor would undoubtedly lead to a shakeup among the Ministry officials. Thus, even Dumbledore found it prudent not to press Fudge too hard in this matter. As the search for the missing Dementor intensified along the route of the Hogwarts Express, the activity surrounding the search in the vicinity of Hogwarts grew increasingly fervent. Mia had come to suspect that the origin of recent events might well be linked to his capture of the Dementor. However, he was not inclined to release the creature. Through his research, he realized that if he could master the Dementor, he would gain a valuable ally. During this period, Mia meticulously controlled the actions of the Dementor. If it appeared to be significantly weakened, he would release it to absorb the negative emotions that lingered in the air, particularly after certain small assessments organized by professors, which saturated the atmosphere with palpable negativity. Thus, through Mia's prolonged training, the Dementor became obedient to his commands. Although its intelligence was limited, it could still comprehend simple directives. The basilisk, being of considerable size, was not practical to carry around, and Tom was still too young to be of substantial assistance. Therefore, the Dementor was a rare and invaluable asset. However, as time passed, the creature grew increasingly frail. After all, Hogwarts was a school, not a prison, and the pervasive negativity was nowhere near that of Azkaban. Observing the Dementor's deteriorating condition day by day, Mia felt a pang of distress. What could he do? He could not let his newly acquired ally perish in his care, especially considering the risk he took to obtain it amidst the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic. While he was lost in thought, he caught sight of the ever-sneaky Weasley twins, and an idea suddenly struck him. That night, George and Fred swaggered out of their dormitory, behaving as if they were on a carefree stroll rather than a nocturnal escapade. Have you had enough? It's my turn to watch, George protested. Stop messing around, Fred retorted, shoving George aside, while suddenly pointing at a piece of parchment in his hand. Filch is coming. George immediately took off in a panic. However, as he attempted to slip back through the door, he noticed Fred behind him, doubled over with laughter. You tricked me, George exclaimed, lunging at Fred to snatch the parchment. It appeared to be a map of Hogwarts, with only their names surrounding the dormitory. The Marauder's map, capable of displaying the movements of every individual throughout Hogwarts in real time. It was thanks to this map that Fred and George felt emboldened to embark on their nightly adventures. After some playful banter, the twins arrived at a location adorned with 2 statues. In a while, the school will allow us to visit Hogsmeade, so sneaking out seems unnecessary, Fred mused. Isn't it far more exhilarating to sneak out than to go openly? Absolutely not. With a flick of his wand, Fred animated the 2 statues, which shifted aside to reveal a hidden passageway. Just as they were about to enter, George suddenly halted Fred. Wait, someone is coming. It seems to be Mia. Mia? Fred chuckled. Looks like we have a kindred spirit tonight. The 2 brothers stood in place, awaiting Mia's arrival. As Mia turned a corner, he spotted the 2 statues. Hey! The Weasley twins leapt out from the shadows, attempting to startle him. Keep it down. Aren't you afraid of being caught by a professor or Filch? Noticing that Mia did not even blink, Fred and George exchanged disappointed glances. Are you a monster? You didn't react at all. Mia suddenly broke into a meaningful smile, declaring, I am not a monster, I am. As Mia began to tease, Fred and George instinctively leaned in with curiosity. Goodness, they exclaimed, gazing at the 2 who lay unconscious on the ground. Approaching them, Mia retrieved the Marauder's map from their grasp. I solemnly swear I have no malicious intent, she proclaimed, observing the map as it gradually revealed its secrets. A satisfied smile graced her lips. It appeared that this trio of marauders possessed quite a talent, having crafted such an intricate device. Casting a glance at the 2 who lay incapacitated, Mia employed a forgetting charm to erase their memories of the evening's events concerning herself. Subsequently, she used a bit of magic to conceal their presence. After all, having taken something that belonged to them, it would be rather inconsiderate to allow them to be discovered by any passing professors or Filch. Mia sighed heavenward. He truly was a remarkable philanthropist. Armed with a map of the living, Mia ventured into the underground passages. The exit led to Hogsmeade, yet this was not his intended destination. His purpose for this outing was to procure sustenance for the Dementors. What constitutes sustenance, you may ask? Naturally, it is human souls. However, he could not simply target an innocent wizard for such a fate. After all, he was the great benefactor of Hogwarts and could not engage in such inhumane acts. Thus, he sought out dark wizards, those who have wrought much evil, who would serve as appropriate nourishment, possessing far more negative emotions than the average person. But where would one find the greatest concentration of dark wizards? It certainly would not be in the vicinity of Hogsmeade, adjacent to Hogwarts. Mia has set her sights on Knockturn Alley. On this dark and windy night, surely there are malevolent dark wizards lurking about. However, Knockturn Alley is quite distant from here, and she has yet to master the art of apparition. Mia searched for direction, then nodded. In the next instant, he transformed into a swirling mass of black mist. Soaring into the sky. Chapter 90. Belby. A dark line streaked across the black night, akin to a finger tracing a path on velvety darkness. Within the shroud of mist, Mia gazed down at the scenery below, where lights twinkled like scattered gold dust amidst the indistinct flow of traffic. Thanks to his enhanced magical abilities, he was finally able to utilize the black mist flight spell he had long studied but previously could not execute due to his limited magic. At that moment of ascent, Mia truly experienced the sensation akin to Harry riding his enchanted broomstick. He merged the flight magic from the broom with the muggle-repelling charm. Now, at the very least, muggles could not perceive him while enveloped in mist. Even in broad daylight, he could maneuver freely in the sky. He contemplated incorporating the disillusionment charm as well. However, it was considerably more complex than the muggle-repelling charm, a necessary spell for an Auror. It was challenging enough for an average person to master, let alone modify it to integrate with other spells. Mia had previously dedicated his time to studying the Patronus charm, leaving him no opportunity to delve into the disillusionment charm. As he soared and admired the vistas, he soon found himself bewildered mid-flight. Where was Knockturn Alley? He realized that flying directly made it impossible for him to discern his bearings, ultimately following the Hogwarts Express to arrive in London. He finally reached Knockturn Alley, calculating that the journey had taken merely half an hour. Given the distance from Hogwarts to Knockturn Alley, this speed, while not as instantaneous as apparition, was still quite swift. At this moment, Knockturn Alley was entirely shrouded in the cloak of night. The unknown lurking in the shadows posed the greatest danger. The night did little to conceal the perils that lay within. Mia continued to conceal herself within the shroud of darkness, skillfully utilizing the night to obscure her form. At this hour, the streets were nearly deserted, with only the occasional silhouette of a passerby hurrying by, their features indistinguishable in the dim light. Mia was in pursuit of her prey. "Did you just mention that presence?" A sudden voice from beside her caught Mia's attention. "I am certain it was here just moments ago, yet now I cannot fathom why it has vanished." The two men appeared no different from the passing dark sorcerers. Yet their familiar gaze evoked memories of a certain race, werewolves. Indeed, fate seemed to entwine her with werewolves lately. She had already slain two, had she not? Mia concealed himself within the shroud of darkness, the black mist effectively masking his presence as he silently eavesdropped on the conversation between two individuals. One of them, gritting his teeth, whispered with palpable fury, daring to slay a werewolf. That scoundrel shall surely be hunted down to his demise. Mia's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that they were here to find him? Including the one from the Forbidden Forest, he had already slain two. Mia had already heightened her vigilance, continuing to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two. Those cursed wizards. One day they shall pay dearly for their exclusion of us. Patience, that day will inevitably come. For now, let us collect some interest. Just yesterday, I wounded a child. I can only imagine their delight. The two shared a sinister chuckle. It appeared the relationship between the werewolves and the wizards was even more strained than Mia had anticipated. Just as the two reveled in their arrogance, two swift and lethal curses severed their arms in an instant. Before their anguished cries could escape, their bodies collapsed to the ground, their legs rendered useless. Silently, and without a sound, the incantation seemed to be unending, as the two silently screamed, blood pooling around them. Mia continued to conceal herself within the shroud of darkness, accompanied by a Dementor. "Go on, indulge yourself," she commanded. The Dementor, long coveting the opportunity, lunged with a ferocity surpassing that of a werewolf. The kiss of the Dementor may well be the most merciless form of punishment in existence. In their final moments, the deceased experienced the entirety of life's suffering. The previous actions of Mia had instilled an overwhelming fear in the two individuals, and now the Dementor commenced its tempestuous inhalation. Soon, all signs of life vanished completely. Mia gazed at the Dementor, seemingly finding joy in the presence of such an expressionless entity. "Come back," she called, and the Dementor obediently returned to Mia's seamless expandable pouch. Mia felt a sense of satisfaction at the creature's compliance. After stripping the werewolf of its galleons, Mia set fire to erase all traces of her actions. Perhaps this could be an intriguing way to earn some money? Mia gazed at the tattered parchment in her hand, a piece stained with the taint of blood, which she had procured from the werewolf. Inscribed upon it were various writings, yet she could only distill a singular point of significance. Belby, the Wolfbane potion, crafted by Damkos Belby, possessed the extraordinary ability to preserve the sanity of werewolves, an elixir fervently sought after by many sorcerers who had been unwillingly transformed into these cursed beings. However, its exorbitant cost rendered it inaccessible to the average individual. According to the inscriptions on the parchment, it appeared that a certain individual known as Belby had some connection to the werewolves. Mia was not entirely certain whether this Belby was indeed Darmkos Belby, the creator of the Wolfbane potion. However, the surname Belby was not particularly common in the magical realm, and its association with werewolves left Mia with little room for speculation. Could it be that the werewolves were plotting revenge against Darmkos Belby? With the Wolfbane potion at their disposal, the werewolves would find it increasingly difficult to take pleasure in witnessing the transformation of those wizards, whom they despised, into werewolves. Regrettably, the parchment was damaged, and the information inscribed upon it was already scarce and obscure. The information that Mia obtained was exceedingly limited. However, this spell was of little concern to him. Whether a werewolf or not was of no consequence. After stowing away the parchment, Mia returned to Hogwarts. Subsequently, a period of tranquility ensued. Apart from the occasional presence of Dementors drifting about, there was little of note. Whenever the Dementors ventured too close to Hogwarts, the professors would effortlessly drive them away. Without the disturbances caused by Voldemort, Mia and her companions found themselves somewhat unaccustomed. In moments of idleness, Mia began to notice something amiss with Hermione. Had Hermione been appearing rather too frequently of late? Some courses were elective. Even the most exceptional students could not possibly attend every class. Yet, it seemed Mia encountered Hermione in every lesson. Even in classes where he was absent, he heard others mention her. What on earth was going on with that girl? Mia habitually rummaged through her memory and indeed found the answer. The Time Turner. It seemed to be something Hermione had requested from Professor McGonagall. Observing Hermione bustling about each day as if under the influence of a duplication charm, Mia refrained from commenting. attributing Hermione's fervor to her passion for relentless competition. However, an unexpected event during a divination class changed the course of things. Professor Trelawney was instructing the students on tea leaf reading, distributing a cup of tea to each. When she reached Hermione and noted her strict adherence to the textbook, Trelawney shook her head in disappointment. Alas, what a pity! Within such a youthful frame resided an exceedingly aged soul. Child, you are burdened by your books. Those who toil tirelessly to keep pace with and compare themselves to others lack the gift of divination. Chapter 91. The Proud Buckbeak during the divination class. Hermione angrily swept away, leaving Mia unable to intervene. After this brief episode, Trelawney approached Mia's desk. Generally skeptical of divination, Mia acknowledged that in the magical realm, certain mystical elements could occasionally prove useful. This was exemplified by Professor Trelawney, who, despite resembling a drunken figure rather than a professor, had indeed made some remarkably accurate predictions. It could be said that Harry's current role as a savior commenced with Trelawney's prophecy concerning Voldemort and the child born at the end of July. Of course, Trelawney's reliability was questionable. Her predictions were only accurate on rare occasions, and most of the time she appeared to be a charlatan. As Trelawney began to scrutinize her teacup, Mia watched with keen interest. She had just delivered an ominous prediction to Harry. What might she foretell for him? As Trelawney's brow furrowed, Mia's curiosity intensified. Previously, she had worn a similar expression while intimidating a group of young girls. Yet, as moments ticked by, Mia sensed something amiss. Was Trelawney perhaps lingering too long? Even for theatrics, this seemed rather unusual. Had she entered a genuine prophetic state? Just as Mia prepared to embrace a true prophecy, Trelawney began to speak. Upon observing the clarity in her gaze, disappointment washed over Mia. It appeared she had not entered a trance. Trelawney's expression was clouded with sorrow, indicating that what she was about to reveal was not encouraging. Murder and the full moon shall accompany you, child. Touched gently by Trelawney with a look of sympathy, Mia felt perplexed. Murder and the full moon? What does that mean? Murder was manageable. After all, she had committed more than one or two. But the mention of the full moon seemed ominous. Harry and Ron leaned in, peering into Mia's teacup. After class, they continued to debate Trelawney's prophecy. Everyone knew she was a fraud. Only the younger girls believed in her predictions. Ron scoffed, saying, "I think horoscopes are more accurate." Harry concurred. In the classroom, Lavender Brown and her two friends surrounded Trelawney, peppering her with questions. The inquiries mostly revolved around romantic predictions. "By the way, have you returned that dress?" Mia suddenly interjected. Ron's face turned crimson at the mention. Who would go to return it? We're not first years anymore. We know what that little dress was for. Teasing Ron. The group made their way to the Forbidden Forest. Only Hagrid would choose such a location for a lesson. However, the students were quite eager about this outdoor class. Each held a book on magical creatures, forming a disorganized circle around Hagrid. Unlike his usual disheveled appearance, Hagrid was clad in a neat outfit made of animal skins, resembling a true professional hunter. Yet, Mia knew that when it came to patrolling the forest, Hagrid would never don such attire. All right, everyone quiet down. Just touch the spine of the book, and it will calm down." Mia kicked the monster book aside, successfully rescuing the disheveled Neville, whose clothing had been torn to shreds. Subsequently, Hagrid introduced Buckbeak, the majestic hippogriff, eliciting a chorus of admiration from the students. This proud creature, despite its relatively low ranking on the Ministry of Magic's danger scale due to its lack of magical abilities, possessed a formidable physical strength that could easily overwhelm an ordinary wizard. Some students, aware of the hippogriff's nature, hesitated to approach. After Hagrid's introduction, he excitedly beckoned the students, inquiring if anyone wished to greet the magnificent beast. The students exchanged glances. While undeniably impressive, they felt it would be sheer folly to approach. Hagrid himself had been cautious in its presence. The thought of them facing it seemed like a recipe for disaster. Noticing their reluctance, Hagrid's disappointment was palpable. He persistently signaled to Mia and her companions, reminding them that this was his inaugural lesson, and they had previously agreed to cooperate. However, at that moment, they all feigned ignorance to Hagrid's imploring gestures. After all, there had been no prior indication of engaging with such a dangerous creature. Ahem, Mia. Among the group, Mia was the most capable, prompting Hagrid to decisively call upon her. Me? Mia pointed at himself, expressing his uncertainty about interacting with small creatures. However, upon noticing that Harry and Ron were hesitantly shrinking back, he could only shake his head in resignation. "I suppose I shall step forward." Mia suddenly felt herself being restrained and turned to find it was Hermione. Goodness, Hermione had become increasingly elusive. The hippogriff was a perilous creature, and with a serious expression. Hermione admonished Mia, "Do not approach." After a moment's hesitation, she firmly reiterated her warning. Observing the concern etched on Hermione's face, Mia chuckled softly, "If I don't go, then who will?" Hermione glanced at Harry and Ron, who immediately recoiled in trepidation. "Let us reject double standards." "Do not fret," Mia reassured her, understanding the little witch's stubbornness. Releasing Hermione's grip, Mia slowly made her way towards Buckbeak. The hippogriff had a gentle temperament, yet its kind was inherently proud. One had to tread carefully and show it respect. A single swipe from its claws could incapacitate even a werewolf. Hagrid quietly cautioned Mia, but she maintained her composure, even as Hermione's expression grew increasingly anxious. As Mia approached the hippogriff, it began to exhibit signs of agitation, prompting her to slow her pace. Buckbeak regarded the audacious creature daring to draw near with evident displeasure. However, it suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from Mia. Deep within the forbidden forest lurked a terrifying presence, one that, though not given to indiscriminate violence, was universally acknowledged as a mysterious entity to be avoided. Each species needed to recognize the essence of this being to survive. Recklessness could lead to a fate worse than death. Now, the familiar aura that had emerged was unmistakably that of the aforementioned entity. As the young wizard drew closer, Buckbeak's legs began to weaken. Hagrid continued to nervously remind Mia to show deference and bow first. With a resounding thud, everyone turned to witness the hippogriff kneeling before Mia in a display of profound respect. This left Mia somewhat bewildered, while Hagrid was rendered speechless. The atmosphere turned awkward. "Well, it certainly has a sense of propriety." Mia attempted to lighten the mood. "Buckbeak is indeed quite courteous." Hagrid began to question his own perceptions. Chapter 92, The Werewolf's Pursuit. Thus, without the slightest effort, Mia had subdued the hippogriff. Following her remarkable display, Hagrid's confidence began to wane. "Is there anyone else who wishes to try?" No sooner had he spoken than a somewhat flippant voice called out, "I'll give it a go." Mia cast a fleeting glance, her lips twitching at the sight of the golden-haired Draco Malfoy. It seemed the foolish son of the landowner was once again courting danger. Having just witnessed Mia effortlessly tame Buckbeak, Draco felt emboldened, striding confidently toward the creature, which naturally agitated the hippogriff. Hagrid, recognizing the impending peril, urgently called out, "Don't be so reckless, Malfoy." Yet, Draco, buoyed by the attention of onlookers, remained oblivious to the warning. Buckbeak, bewildered, sensed a familiar presence, but was now confronted with this audacious newcomer. Draco's insolence provoked the hippogriff, which raised its powerful forelegs in ire, its sharp claws glinting menacingly. The threat to Draco's life was as simple as slicing through soft tofu. In an instant, Draco was frozen in fear. "Get away," Hagrid thought frantically, attempting to pull Draco back. However, Buckbeak's speed was beyond that of an ordinary being. In the blink of an eye, Draco was on the brink of disaster. Just as he caught a whiff of impending doom, an unseen force hurled him aside. With a thunderous crash, Buckbeak's forepaw struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Observing the fallen Malfoy, Mia silently retracted her wand. The entire scene unfolded in a flash, and it seemed everyone envisioned a grisly outcome for Draco. Yet, when he stood up, dazed and bewildered, reality dawned on the spectators. Hagrid, torn between anxiety and anger, exclaimed, "I told you not to be disrespectful." "Disrespectful?" Draco, regaining his wits, protested, "That beast was trying to kill me. Don't make a fool of yourself." A voice retorted. Enraged, Draco's face flushed crimson. But upon turning to see Mia's cold visage, his expression shifted to a sickly green. "Do you know what your behavior just warranted?" Mia queried, continuing her approach. "It's called courting death. If you seek your demise, be prepared. Should you sustain any injuries, you'll return to your father to deal with the hippogriff." Draco, chastised, bristled with indignation, "But it was clearly trying to kill me." "Kill you? Who asked you to approach it?" Mia countered. "Did the professor not repeatedly caution us? Hippogriffs are dangerous." Draco glanced at Buckbeak, now once again kneeling at Mia's command. "What are you looking at? Do you wish to try again? Come on, Buckbeak. Show him your prowess." Observing Buckbeak poised to charge under Mia's authority, Draco promptly fled the scene. Fortunately, it was a close call, and Hagrid exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as Mia had articulated, regardless of Draco's fate, Buckbeak faced dire consequences. Hagrid certainly wished to avoid any harm or fatalities among his students. "Thank you, Mia," he murmured gratefully. Mia nonchalantly waved her hand, and then affectionately ruffled Buckbeak's head. Sensing the restless movements in her embrace, she soothingly patted it. "You're not very cuddly, are you?" After class, Mia deliberately scanned the crowd, but as expected, there was no sign of Hermione. Mia shook her head, pondering why that individual felt the need to exhaust himself so. Yet, recalling that Hermione had once behaved similarly, Mia chose not to interfere. However, since that moment, apart from their time in class, Mia had scarcely encountered Hermione again. Mia gradually ceased to regard Hermione's existence, almost forgetting her entirely. During this period, he had been occupied with his aerial escapades. Although ostensibly in pursuit of sustenance for the Dementors, the number of galleons in his pockets was steadily increasing. Engaging in murder and theft has always been the most expedient path to wealth. Gazing upon the mountainous pile of golden galleons before him, Mia contemplated the possibility of establishing a home in the magical realm. Ever since his visit to the Weasley residence, this notion had taken root and flourished within him. He could never abandon his family, yet during his school years, he was unable to wield magic in the Muggle world. He needed at least a refuge in the magical domain, sparing him from the lack of privacy while residing at the Leaky Cauldron during holidays. Eventually, he could invite his family over, treating it as a vacation, which would surely pique his parents' curiosity about the wonders of the magical world. In the presence of such a wealth of galleons, this dream seemed poised to become a reality. Mia had resolutely made up her mind and began to search for a suitable location to establish a home. Whether to purchase a house or to select a plot of land for construction, a choice had to be made. Recently, Mia had traversed numerous places. While the ideal site for settling down remained undetermined, he had certainly attracted a great deal of trouble. His hands bore the taint of several dark wizards' lives. Whispers had begun to circulate about an anonymous hero hunting down these dark sorcerers. Such rumors were not widespread, at least not to the ears of Mia. However, he had observed an increasing presence of Aurors in the recently overturned alley. From the lips of a captured dark wizard, Mia learned that the recent inexplicable deaths of several wizards had caught the attention of certain individuals. Although these individuals were malevolent dark wizards, the fact that someone was enacting such killings compelled the Ministry of Magic to take action. As for how they would manage the situation and to what extent, Mia found solace upon encountering the patrolling Aurors. It was merely a fade. The public, upon hearing the news, felt a sense of reassurance due to the existence of such a hero, leading the ministry to remain inactive in the absence of public pressure. The true source of concern, however, was the increasingly frequent activities of werewolves. Mia recalls the moment when she eliminated the two werewolves. It seemed they had sensed some sort of aura. Following her recent encounters with werewolves, Mia has gradually concluded that this so-called aura originates from within herself. She has become a target for the werewolves. It has come to her attention that the signs of werewolf activity in the overturned alley have been increasingly frequent. She is aware of this phenomenon as well. It appears that she has inadvertently provoked the werewolves quite significantly. Concern begins to creep in. If the werewolves can detect an aura from her, what about her family? Is there a trace of this aura in the places she frequents? Could the werewolves uncover her secrets based on the aura she leaves behind? These unsettling questions lingered in her mind until the class on defense against the dark arts. Chapter 93. Bogged in the center of the classroom for defense against the dark arts, a cabinet stood prominently. Lupin instructed the students to form a line when suddenly, his nostrils flared slightly and his brow furrowed in an instant. Following his gaze, it was directed toward Mia. A fleeting moment of confusion crossed his eyes, but he quickly masked it with a facade of normalcy. The cabinet trembled intermittently, as though something substantial within was eager to escape. The students recoiled, none daring to approach. Lupin couldn't help but chuckle, wondering about their curiosity. Despite a hint of fear, the students nodded in agreement. Can anyone guess what lies within? It's a boggart, Professor. Very good, Mr. Thomas. In fact, this is a prearranged lesson plan. Now, does anyone know what a boggart looks like? No one had the answer. Hermione's voice rang out, startling both Harry and Ron. Mia had long been silently observing her. According to the usual schedule, she should be downstairs attending her ancient Sumerian class at this hour. Clearly, this was yet another consequence of the time converter's influence. Mia cast a glance at the peculiar necklace adorning Hermione's neck, resembling a winding key encircled in a ring. Noticing Mia's gaze, Hermione deliberately averted her eyes to avoid direct contact. The boggart, a shape-shifting creature, transforms into the most profound fears of those who encounter it, rendering its true appearance a mystery. Miss Granger provided an excellent response, earning 5 points for Gryffindor. Hermione instinctively felt a surge of joy at the added points. Yet she struggled to maintain her composure. Observing her inner turmoil, Mia couldn't help but smile. Lupin stood before the cabinet, his reflection casting a shadow in the mirror on its door. This is also why the boggart is widely regarded as a terrifying entity. In truth, a remarkably simple incantation exists to vanquish it. Now, please chant along with me. Ridiculous. Lupin exuded a warm charm, appearing more lucid than Quirrell and far more professional than Lockhart. It was not until their third year that they encountered a truly reliable defense against the dark arts professor. After a session of practice, Lupin prepared to have the students line up to confront the boggart. Mia positioned herself in the center, while Harry and Ron exchanged reluctant glances, each attempting to defer to the other in order to retreat further back. The other students appeared equally apprehensive about this enigmatic entity. Mia felt nothing, for he himself was deeply curious about what he feared most: family. Beyond the fear of harm befalling his loved ones, Mia couldn't conceive of anything else that terrified him. Harry and Ron were still squabbling over positions further back, with Harry ultimately prevailing, leaving Ron squeezed to the front. Then Harry turned his gaze toward Mia. "Turn around." Harry obediently turned back. Ron was so nervous his palms were sweating. Lupin cast a meaningful glance at the composed Mia before waving his wand to open the cabinet door. When the thing emerged step by step from the darkness, Ron's hair practically stood on end, a massive 8-legged spider nearly 2 or 3 times the size of a person. This was the first time Mia realized human hair could truly bristle with fear. Though he couldn't see Ron's face, Mia was certain it must have been ghastly pale. Seeing Ron frozen in terror, Lupin quickly reminded him. The spell. Trembling, Ron flicked his new wand, his voice quivering. "Are ridiculous." The moment the incantation left his lips, the once ferocious spider was suddenly clad in ice skates, slipping and sliding comically across the classroom. The absurd sight had the students in stitches, except for Ron, whose laughter was strained. "What's so funny? It's just a spider." After receiving Lupin's nod, Ron fled to the back of the line as if his life depended on it. Next was Hermione. Since Harry had chosen to hide behind her, Mia spent a good while mocking him. "Some chosen one you are." Truthfully, Harry couldn't be blamed. He was petrified that what emerged from the cabinet might be Voldemort. He might have handled it, but the others in the classroom certainly wouldn't have. Hermione swallowed hard, gripping her wand tightly. Just as the tension reached its peak, Lupin opened the cabinet door with perfect timing. As Hermione held her breath in anticipation, only 2 sheets of paper fluttered out. Exam papers. Curious, Hermione stepped forward and picked one up. The moment she saw her own name followed by a glaring red 0, she nearly burst into tears on the spot. Horrifying, utterly horrifying. Desperately, she reminded herself it wasn't real, then braced herself to look at the second paper. A perfect score. Her spirits lifted instantly, until she saw the name at the top. Her heart skipped a beat. It was Mia's. The 2 papers, her own failing grade and Mia's flawless mark, lay side by side, the contrast like a dagger plunged straight into Hermione's heart. Watching Hermione run out sobbing. Mia was baffled. What was that? How terrifying. Now even Mia was growing uneasy. Lupin initially moved to follow, but upon glimpsing the papers, comprehension dawned. Shaking his head ruefully at the direction Hermione had fled, he murmured, "She'll need some time alone to process this." Next, Harry stepped forward. Just as Mia remembered, the boggart transformed into a Dementor. Seeing it, Mia immediately sensed the difference. Though the boggart Dementor looked identical and carried some of the creature's chilling aura, it lacked the soul-piercing cold of the real thing. As for Harry, he stood frozen, the nightmare from the train repeating itself. As Mia was about to make a move, Lupin swiftly positioned himself in front of Harry. From Mia's observations, the boggart, which had transformed into a Dementor, seemed to possess certain abilities characteristic of actual Dementors. Although it was not as powerful as a genuine Dementor, it could still exert some influence over the soul. What intrigued Mia even more was Lupin's remarkable speed. It was beyond what any ordinary human could achieve. Could it be attributed to his lycanthropic nature? The boggart transformed into a full moon, causing Lupin's face to pale. He promptly employed a charm to morph the moon into a deflating balloon. After confining the boggart back into its cabinet, Lupin's own complexion was far from healthy. It appeared that the false moon had also induced a sense of unease within them. Harry too was feeling quite unwell. What had begun as a seemingly ordinary lesson had resulted in one student fleeing, another feeling ill, and even the professor exhibiting signs of distress. When Lupin declared a halt to the class, Mia scratched his head, wondering if it was not his turn after all. Just as Mia was about to leave, Lupin called out to him. Chapter 94, Dumbledore's Inquiry. Only Mia and Lupin remained in the classroom. Observing Lupin's somewhat listless demeanor, Mia asked, "Professor, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just a minor issue, an old ailment," Lupin replied, adeptly popping a piece of chocolate into his mouth. It seemed he had become quite accustomed to managing his condition. What did you wish to discuss? Well, I have something I would like to ask you. Are you familiar with werewolves? The directness of Lupin's question took Mia by surprise. Yes, I've read about them in books. Mia feigned the innocence of a diligent student, and regardless of Lupin's scrutiny, he could discern no hint of deceit in her expression. Have you encountered any werewolves? Lupin's inquiry remained candid. No, Mia continued to shake her head in denial. After a moment of contemplation, Lupin realized that even if the student were indeed lying, he had no means of verification. Very well, you may return, he said. As Mia departed, Lupin sought out Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. You appear rather unwell, Remus. Is the wolfsbane potion insufficient? Dumbledore remarked. It is adequate, Professor. Were it not for you, I would likely be enduring the full moon transformation in agony. However, I have come to discuss a student who may be under the scrutiny of a werewolf. For some reason, Dumbledore's thoughts immediately turned to Mia. Recently, the werewolves seem quite restless. Has this caused you any inconvenience? Dumbledore's response was a clear diversion. And Lumia wandered through the castle, passing by the ancient classroom of the Niven teachings. The lesson had yet to conclude. Mia suddenly recalled that, in the normal timeline, Hermione should be attending class at this very moment. As the end of the class approached, it was likely that Hermione was indeed inside. However, Mia harbored concerns that the individual within might not be the Hermione from the original timeline. According to the laws of time travel, it is advisable to avoid being discovered by individuals from the original timeline, especially by oneself from that era. Mia was uncertain whether colliding directly with Hermione, who was traversing through the space, might provoke unforeseen consequences. Thus, she promptly retreated. As she passed by a classroom, she observed its desolate state, indicating that it had been some time since lessons were conducted there. Given Snape's preference for the dark, damp confines of the basement, the potions classroom on the upper floor had remained in use for quite a while. Mia suddenly recalled whether Snape's textbook, signed by the Half-Blood Prince, might also reside in this classroom. Tentatively, she entered and searched around, and indeed, Mia discovered an old tome. As she beheld the signature upon it, a smile crept across her face. It seemed that Snape too had experienced a somewhat adolescent phase. The Half-Blood Prince. One wonders if Snape would feel a twinge of embarrassment upon discovering that someone had uncovered this particular notebook. Mia, with a playful mockery of Snape in her heart, began to peruse her textbook. Her purpose was unmistakable: the killing curse. Indeed, Snape was a prodigy. Not only had he ascended to the status of a master of potions, but he had also conjured formidable dark magic during his student years. Were it not for the existence of counter-curses, the killing curse might well have been classified among the unforgivable curses. Regrettably, the knowledge of its counter-curse resided solely with Snape, absent from the pages of her notes. Having discovered the spell she sought, Mia felt a sense of satisfaction. The killing curse was deemed an unforgivable curse precisely due to its intangible, colorless, and exceedingly sharp nature. Mastering the art of silent casting would render it a most lethal weapon. Furthermore, unlike the slicing spell she had employed to eliminate the two werewolves, the killing curse was swifter and sharper. Its most fearsome attribute was its ability to leave a trace of magic on the wound, impeding the healing process. Without the counter curse, even the mightiest healing spells would be rendered futile. After putting away her textbook, Mia resolved to delve into the potion-making knowledge contained within. Relying solely on murder and thievery for income was hardly a sustainable endeavor. If she could master the craft of potion-making, it would present an excellent avenue for prosperity. The illustrious Belby, who invented the wolfsbane potion, stood as a testament to such success, having garnered both the Merlin Medal and fame. Before Mia could immerse herself in her studies, however, she was summoned by Dumbledore. Upon encountering him, she immediately heard him inquire, "Is there something you wish to share with me?" Mia pondered seriously for a moment. "Which matter do you refer to?" Upon hearing such a response, Dumbledore's brow involuntarily twitched once more. "I have slain the werewolf," Mia stated with remarkable composure. After all, there was no point in fabricating tales in Dumbledore's presence. It was far better to be forthright. The more one concealed, the more trust one would inevitably forfeit from Dumbledore. Taking a deep breath, Dumbledore then proceeded to examine Mia with his wand, probing cautiously. Mia noticed the peculiar one of Dumbledore, slender and distinctly shaped like a series of knuckles. It was none other than the fabled Elder Wand, reputed to be the most powerful wand and one of the Deathly Hallows. As Dumbledore's wand emitted a faint glow, Mia felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as though something vital had been taken from her. While murder does not invariably signify malevolence, it certainly bodes ill for one in your current state. Observing Dumbledore's grave demeanor, Mia opted to embrace humility. "Shall I take the lives of two?" she ventured uncertainly. Dumbledore responded with a contemplative hum. "One was slain by the basilisk, which attacked me first." A flicker of understanding passed over Dumbledore's face. "Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, I also dispatched several dark wizards." "Several?" Dumbledore's spectacles nearly slipped from his nose. "Indeed, quite a number," Mia replied, and though Dumbledore's agitation momentarily resurfaced, he quickly regained his composure, for he was, after all, hailed as the greatest wizard of the century. Although Mia appeared nonchalant, he was actually observing Dumbledore's reactions with a sense of underlying tension. Concealing oneself before Dumbledore was an unwise choice. Yet the actions he undertook were undeniably overwhelming for someone as intolerant of folly as Dumbledore. After all, there was the cautionary tale of Tom Riddle from years past. Fortunately, Dumbledore's expression was not excessively grim, which allowed Mia to feel somewhat reassured. Those were dark wizards. When I struck them down, they were either engaged in robbery or committing murder. If I did not bring their lives to an end, countless others would meet their demise at their hands. Mia softly explained, striving to appear as obedient as possible. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore finally spoke. "Is the missing Dementor in your possession?" Mia's eyelids twitched momentarily. "Truly, he is worthy of the title of Dumbledore." From beginning to end, Mia never made eye contact with Dumbledore. Yet he was able to infer the truth with remarkable accuracy based on this minimal information. Observing Mia's reaction, Dumbledore realized he could forego the effort of extracting thoughts, confirming that his suspicions were indeed correct. Suddenly, a wave of fatigue washed over Dumbledore's heart. This audacious young individual, emboldened by Dumbledore's trust, conducted himself with an astonishing boldness. Unlike his father, Mia never concealed his outrageous actions from Dumbledore. The headmaster found himself uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. He had long been anxious that his negligence might give rise to a new Dark Lord. Yet, observing the current situation, it was evident that this new Dark Lord was brazenly parading right under his nose. As he passed, he even called out to him as Old D. The typically astute Dumbledore was at a loss regarding how to manage Mia. Meanwhile, Mia felt a surge. Mia was fortunate enough to witness Dumbledore's intervention. The lethifold, which he had nurtured with great care for an extended period, was effortlessly subdued by a mere flick of Dumbledore's finger. Upon returning to his chair, the headmaster fell into deep contemplation for a moment. Mia was as anxious as if she were awaiting the results of an examination. The Dementors may remain, but from this moment forward, no harm shall befall the werewolves. To nourish the Dementors, there is no need to take any lives. A heavy stone suddenly lifted from Mia's heart. It appears that Dumbledore has indeed chosen to place his trust in him. Moreover, it was entirely predictable that Dumbledore harbored a disdain for bloodshed. Mia did not believe that one should extend mercy to everyone. Recently, she heard whispers of werewolves attempting to infect more wizards, turning them into half-werewolves. These were mere children, some even younger than herself. Should they simply be allowed to perpetrate such malevolence? Dumbledore shook his head, reminding her that she too was but a child. Excessive slaughter would serve no benefit to her. That applies to those whose minds are not resolute, he continued. It is not so simple, my dear child. Dumbledore rose, his azure eyes compelling Mia to listen intently. Do you think my refusal to take lives stems solely from a sense of justice and kindness? The soul is the most enigmatic entity in existence. To extinguish a soul carries tremendous peril. The cost of ending another's soul is the potential wounding of one's own. Mia grasped the significance of the soul, momentarily taken aback by Dumbledore's gravity. Is it truly so severe? His expression was solemn. This is not mere boastfulness. Every individual blessed with certain gifts tends to develop a troubling disregard for others. You are not alone. I once walked that path as well. The world may bestow upon me the title of greatness, yet they are unaware that I too nearly strayed in my youth. Justice is not innate. It was only upon witnessing the torment inflicted upon wizards by slaughter and dark magic that I resolved to embrace the path of a white wizard. Dumbledore's words struck Mia like a heavy blow. He had no doubt that Dumbledore spoke truthfully. Just his understanding of Horcruxes substantiated Dumbledore's assertions. The essence of a Horcrux lies in the splitting of the soul. How does one split the soul? Through murder. The dark wizards and werewolves slain recently were all victims of Dementors. Observing the relief on Mia's face, Dumbledore gained insight. The child's indifference towards the lives of others exceeded his expectations. Upon learning of the dangers of slaughter, her immediate concern was not for the lives lost, but rather who was responsible for their demise. In truth, Dumbledore understood some of Mia's thoughts. She merely wished to end violence through violence. Frankly, there was nothing inherently wrong with that notion, except that its proponent was a remarkably gifted young wizard. Dumbledore did not expect Mia to uphold a so-called sense of justice. He merely hoped she could cultivate a modicum of compassion. After another round of admonishment from Dumbledore, Mia left the headmaster's office unscathed, having gained his trust once more. Yet, she knew that from that moment forward, Dumbledore's scrutiny upon her would only intensify. Certain clandestine activities would need to be curtailed. She could not cross Dumbledore's boundaries. At least not while he still held the upper hand. As for the werewolves, she believed it best to avoid provoking them. However, everything changed when Mia overheard a secret concerning the werewolves. That night, she encountered them again. The werewolves were unaware of her presence, engaged in conversation. Hearing the mention of Belby, Mia transformed into a shadowy mist to eavesdrop further. The more he listened, the greater his astonishment grew. It turned out that the Belby referred to by the werewolves was indeed the very inventor of the wolfsbane potion. Belby had established an alliance with the werewolves. The recent assaults on wizards by the werewolves were entirely orchestrated in conjunction with Belby. However, Mia gleaned no answers regarding what Belby had offered the werewolves or the rationale behind such an alliance from the conversation of the two werewolves. Nonetheless, speculations brewed in Mia's mind. Belby's crowning achievement was the invention of the wolfsbane potion. Why had he created it? To assist those transformed into half-werewolves by wizards? Yet, after hearing this dialogue, Mia became increasingly convinced that his motives were rooted in self-interest. The clientele for the wolfsbane potion consisted solely of those afflicted by lycanthropy. With the Ministry of Magic tightening its grip on werewolves, would the number of half-werewolves dwindle? In other words, would his customer base diminish? Thus, forming a partnership with werewolves to perpetuate the creation of half-werewolves would ensure the widespread use of his potion. As this notion took root, Mia's confidence in his judgment intensified. Chapter 96, The Dark Side of Deceit. It appeared that the werewolves had been present for quite some time before Mia's arrival, and now they were preparing to depart. Mia, with a sudden flash of insight, quickly followed suit. While werewolves may not possess the same mastery of magic as wizards, their physical prowess is astonishingly formidable. Observing the two werewolves, whose speed seemed comparable to that of a vehicle, Mia was reminded of Lupin's performance in the defense against the dark arts class. Fortunately, Mia transformed into a shadowy mist, soaring through the air with a swiftness that surpassed that of both werewolves, ensuring she would not lag behind. After navigating a series of twists and turns, Mia trailed the werewolves into a secluded forest. This place was devoid of muggles, and even wizards seldom chose to settle in such a remote area. Although werewolves share a striking resemblance and intelligence with wizards, their differing bloodlines set them apart. In an era when wizards wielded dominion over the magical world, purebred werewolves were often marginalized. They were generally classified alongside creatures like vampires as magical beings. Those with a hint of hostility might even label them as dark magical beings. The werewolves, lacking in entrepreneurial skills, led a rather rudimentary and disheveled existence in this forest. Mia caught sight of only a few extremely dilapidated wooden huts, which presumably served as the dwellings of the werewolves. Upon arriving at the settlement of pureblood werewolves, Mia cautiously emerged from her shadowy mist form and immediately cast an invisibility spell upon herself. Mia tapped her wand lightly against herself, and an icy liquid sensation began to spread from the crown of her head throughout her entire being. Glancing down, she noticed the surrounding bushes bending unnaturally. During this period, Mia had mastered the disillusionment charm, yet she had not yet managed to combine it with the dark mist flying technique. The difficulty of this endeavor had somewhat surpassed her expectations. From her recollections, Voldemort's self-created flying magic seemed incapable of achieving complete invisibility, illustrating the challenge involved. Concealed in the shadows, Mia had also cast a silencing charm upon herself. While the disillusionment charm granted her invisibility, any sound she made would forcibly disrupt that state of concealment. By the faint glow of the firelight, Mia observed several figures moving about. The last time Dumbledore summoned her to his office, he had reprimanded her and conveniently erased the mark left by the werewolf upon her. Thus, she had no need to fear detection by the creature. Aside from the chirping of insects, Mia finally discerned some voices in conversation, though they were too distant and fragmented to be clearly understood. Mia, however, dared not draw closer. After all, a werewolf's senses, particularly its sense of smell, are exceedingly acute, and Mia feared being detected. Currently, his prowess was akin to that of an ordinary adult wizard, having previously vanquished the dark sorcerer and werewolf solely through ambush. Should he be discovered by a werewolf, he feared he might meet his demise here. As he observed two figures gradually approaching, Mia felt a blend of elation and trepidation. The voices became increasingly distinct. Will Belby honor his promise? Wizards are notoriously cunning, just as deceitful as fairies. one of them remarked. He must fulfill his promise. Just look at this. Mia squinted intently, discovering a vial filled with a silvery liquid. It bore a striking resemblance to extracted memories, those recollections from my various encounters with him. Should he dare to renege on our agreement? Humph. He is a clever man, surely not wishing to see his reputation tarnished. This is your doing. Nevertheless, I truly detest engaging in transactions with sorcerers. Yet, sorcerers possess their own merits, at least when it comes to amassing wealth and wreaking havoc upon their own kin. They excel. We must procure some galleons through Belby. As the two werewolves ambled past Mia, she felt a surge of anxiety, scarcely daring to breathe as they drew near. Ultimately, the pair transformed into their werewolf forms and sprinted away. Do werewolves possess such an affinity for running? The two had arrived at a swift pace, and now they dashed forth with equal fervor. Could it be that werewolves lack the ability for shadowy teleportation? Mia pondered, as the two werewolves rapidly disappeared into the distance. Mia swiftly transformed into a wisp of shadowy mist, soaring into the sky. The darkness of the night cloaked her presence, rendering her nearly undetectable. Mia thus ventured to a mountainous region. The dwellings of wizards are typically situated far from muggles. Observing the modest estate before her, Mia deduced that it must be the residence of Belby. Utilizing the disillusionment charm to render herself invisible, she stealthily made her way inside. Noticing two werewolves ascend the staircase, Mia followed closely behind. Eventually, she arrived at a room. Seizing the opportunity before the werewolves regained their composure, Mia swiftly slipped inside and closed the door behind her. Mia chose to stand by the window. Should she be discovered, she would leap through the glass without hesitation. In the room with her were three individuals, a wizard and two werewolves. Belby, the appointed day has arrived, the leading werewolf stated bluntly. Damo Alex Belby was a bespectacled middle-aged man, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor that made it utterly implausible for one such as he to share a space with werewolves. Of course, that is not a problem. Belby appeared affable. However, the glint in his eyes suggested that matters might not be as straightforward as they seemed. Upon hearing Belby's affirmative response, the werewolves' expressions brightened considerably. Well then, the deed is done, and now we expect our reward. Belby nodded. Indeed, you have fulfilled your part. And it is only just that I compensate you. Yet, Belby's expression suddenly darkened. But what if you have not executed the task satisfactorily? The countenances of the two werewolves shifted to one of dismay. What do you mean, Belby? We have followed your instructions to the letter. You must be aware of the ministry's reactions during this time. Yes, indeed, I have observed it. There has been quite a commotion, and you have indeed exerted yourselves. Then what did you imply with your previous statement? The muscles of the two werewolves tensed, the atmosphere growing increasingly charged. Yet, in the face of the two werewolves, Belby remained unflinching. The task has been completed, but what does this signify? With a flick of his wand, a vial floated out from within the leading werewolf's grasp. Mia recognized that this was the vial containing memories. So, has the dark scheme been exposed? The werewolf's expression suddenly turned menacing. With a furious roar, he swiftly grew taller, and a profusion of black fur erupted across his body. However, Belby merely scoffed disdainfully, remarking that if they had not forgotten the wolf venom he had invented, they should have surmised that he would concoct potions specifically targeting werewolves as well. Apologies, but I seem to have overlooked the fact that you werewolves prefer brawn over brains. The expressions of the two werewolves shifted abruptly, and they collapsed to the ground. The transformation process appeared to be forcibly reversed, reverting them back to their human forms. Observing the incapacitated werewolves, Belby's eyes gleamed with mockery. Before your arrival, I had already dispersed the potion into the air. Oh. And I also added some components effective against wizards as well. Suddenly, Belby turned his gaze towards Mia's location. Chapter 97, An Unbreakable Oath. Noticing Belby's stare, Mia felt a surge of dread. In the next moment, he experienced a profound sense of weakness radiating from his limbs, as if all his strength had been abruptly siphoned away. The illusion spell was consequently dispelled. Upon seeing that the figure concealed within the room was merely a child who appeared to be underage, Belby's eyes widened with surprise. A student from Hogwarts? Mia did not respond to his inquiry, straining to prop herself up with her hands. For the first time, she found it exceedingly challenging to grasp her wand. Are you really associating with a mere child? No, it seems you are the ones being pursued. The two werewolves on the ground regarded the suddenly appearing Mia, their minds preoccupied with thoughts of escape. Although not particularly astute, they were aware of the grim fate that awaited them, as they observed Mia's struggle to wield her wand. Belby remained entirely unconcerned. After all, she was merely a child, and having been poisoned by him, how could she possibly pose a threat? With the trap unraveled, Belby appeared quite self-satisfied. I truly apologize. I have no desire to harm a child. However, it is unfortunate that you have learned things you should not have known. Remember, in your next life, do not harbor curiosity that is best left unexamined. A flash of green light coursed through the air, and one of the werewolves instantly ceased to breathe. The other werewolf widened his eyes in terror, filled with an overwhelming longing for life. Maya was in a state of desperate anxiety, utterly unconcerned with notions of regret as his mind raced with thoughts of escape. At that moment, he felt like a piece of meat on a chopping block, at the mercy of his captors. To fall victim here would be utterly suffocating. So, who among you will take the lead? You seem particularly eager, Belby. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes beneath the golden-rimmed spectacles, radiating a chilling malice. Perhaps it shall be you, my dear child. Out of the kindness of my heart, I shall grant you an early reprieve from your terror. With wand in hand, Belby advanced step by step towards Maya. Mia exerted great effort to free her hand. In Belby's eyes, this action resembled the futile struggle of a hunted creature. The wand was raised, its tip directed at Mia. Mia was instantly engulfed by a wave of goosebumps, a chilling sensation coursing through her limbs. Before the incantation of the Avada Kedavra could be completed, Belby suddenly felt a cloth shroud him. Then, an icy dread assailed him. Upon realizing the nature of the entity that was so close, he was immediately struck with terror by the gaunt, gaping void before him. To have a Dementor so near was an experience of profound horror. Merely hearing Belby's anguish cries, Mia could sense the depth of his fear. This overwhelming aura of dread before the Dementor resembled a sumptuous feast laid out before eager diners. A veritable banquet of terror had commenced. Given Belby's magical prowess, he was capable of casting the Patronus charm. Yet, when confronted unexpectedly by the Dementor, who could think of anything joyful? Stop. Spare his life. The Dementor, exhibiting unwavering loyalty, ceased its consumption of fear at Mia's command, confiscating Belby's wand and securing him tightly. Avada Kedavra. Without hesitation, Mia aimed her wand at the still-living werewolf. The werewolf swiftly rolled aside, narrowly evading the killing curse. His malevolent gaze flickered between the weakened Mia and the watchful Dementor before decisively turning to flee through the door. With the werewolf's physical constitution, his resistance to the poison would undoubtedly be greater. Mia had long since realized that this individual had regained consciousness, and he certainly did not wish to be outmaneuvered. However, it was impossible to keep the werewolf. Casting a glance at the somewhat dazed Belby, Mia's eyes grew cold and menacing. Slumping weakly into the chair, Mia felt as though his body were burdened with 1,000 pounds. Where is the antidote? Don't tell me you haven't taken it before. Clearly, Belby, having been subjected to intense fright and subsequently drained by the Dementor, was in a state of disorientation. Mia grew impatient. The anguished screams echoed throughout the room. After rousing Belby from his stupor, Mia pressed on with her inquiries. Produce the antidote. Belby's complexion turned ashen, his eyes still glimmering with reluctance. However, upon noticing Mia brandishing his wand in the presence of a Dementor nearby, he staggered to retrieve a vial from the drawer. I strongly advise you to present the antidote. Otherwise, when you drink it later, do not lament your choice, Mia intoned ominously. Belby hesitated momentarily, but then continued to fumble before producing another vial. He promptly tilted his head back and consumed its contents in one swift motion. Observing Belby swallow the potion, Mia smiled. Very astute of you. By the way, does this potion have any side effects? If the repercussions are severe, your child may have to endure some distress. Mia cast a meaningful glance toward the opposite room. Belby's eyes widened in alarm, his expression turning frantic. No. The sight of his distress caused a peculiar smile to dance at the corners of Mia's lips. With a flick of her wand, the door to the adjacent room swung open, and a baby floated toward her under her control. As she cradled his child, Belby erupted in a fit of rage. Do not touch my child. He attempted to lunge forward, but under the grip of the Dementor, his efforts proved futile. Mia gazed mockingly at Belby, her eyes glinting with icy disdain. You ought to be more perceptive, yet it appears you have no sense of propriety. She taunted. What shall it be? Do you need a further jolt to awaken your senses? Or perhaps I should offer your child a dose instead. Belby, prostrate upon the ground, begged fervently, while Mia's laughter resonated with a sinister delight. Trembling, Belby presented the potion he had retrieved once more. Mia pried open the baby's mouth and poured the liquid inside. She quietly observed the infant's reaction before taking a sip for herself. The feeling of weakness in her body swiftly dissipated. Mia rose to her feet. Gazing down at the despondent Belby, who sat forlornly upon the ground, she positioned herself before him, retrieving the vial containing memories from the earth and giving it a gentle shake. TSK. Should the world discover that the illustrious Belby is entangled in such affairs with werewolves, one can only speculate what your fate might entail. Belby lowered his head. offering no response. What do you wish to do? Do you have no demands? Mia continued, her tone laced with mockery. Huh, what else can I do? You seem rather resigned, I must say. Here is the arrangement. You shall persist in your role as the master of potions, and I shall keep your secrets. However, from this moment forth, you will be in my service. It appears I have no choice. Mia nodded with satisfaction. Well then, let us establish an unbreakable vow. I have no desire to be ensnared by treachery once more. Under duress, Mia entered into a wholly unequal unbreakable oath with Belby. Casting a glance at the various trophies and certificates upon the shelf, Mia let out a disdainful scoff. Chapter 98. Serious upon departing from the Belby estate, Mia felt invigorated. As if the toxins that had previously afflicted her had been entirely purged. She had not anticipated such significant gains from this visit, although she had nearly fallen victim here. It ultimately compelled Belby to swear a toxic oath. Should Belby violate this vow, he would face a punishment as dreadful as death itself. Mia did not believe that any wizard could withstand the unbreakable charm, at least not Belby. He had recently learned that Belby owned a potion company. Coupled with Belby's esteemed title as a master potion maker, Mia had ostensibly resolved his financial dilemmas. In the realm of magic, he could now be regarded as a man of industry. However, the nature of his relationship with Belby remained clandestine. The potion company was filled with Belby's associates. To prevent that individual from employing any underhanded tactics, Mia needed to devise a strategy to gradually claim these assets as his own. Of course, these considerations were for the future. With the oversight of the unbreakable charm and the presence of Belby's offspring, Mia found himself significantly encumbered. With these two factors in his possession, he harbored no fear of betrayal. Now, even the inventor of the Wolfbane potion had become his ally, rendering the potion virtually costless to him. A plan began to take shape. He might exploit the Wolfbane potion to compel certain wizards afflicted by its effects to submit to him. According to his recollections, Voldemort was set to resurrect the following year. At present, he would attempt to delay Voldemort's return by manipulating Peter Pettigrew. At the very least, he needed to establish his own foundation and safeguard himself before Voldemort's revival. Upon returning to school, however, Mia noticed signs that the Gryffindor common room had been recently accessed. Had someone ventured out for a nocturnal escapade? Mia recalled the Weasley twins. The Brothers Marauders map was still in his possession, and it had proven to be quite helpful to him in recent days. Mia retrieved the map of vital points, upon which several names were inscribed. Mia was taken aback to find the name Sirius Black inscribed after her own. I'm sorry, child, but I truly require a wand. In the next moment, Sirius found himself inexplicably propelled into the air. Mia, with an icy demeanor, retracted her wand. You, a fugitive, dare to infiltrate Hogwarts? Are you not afraid of being seized by the Dementors? Sirius stumbled to his feet, surveying the boy before him from head to toe. Are the students of today so remarkably formidable? You can summon someone to take flight at will, speaking so loudly in the dead of night. Do you not fear being caught by a professor? Ah, yes, that little trinket in your hand must have aided you, has it not? That does not belong to you. Thievery is hardly commendable behavior. Mia let out a scoff, as if you were the one imparting lessons to me. Mia discerned the visage of Sirius Black, which could only be described as disheveled and bedraggled, his entire form adorned in tattered prison garb. He certainly did not exude the aura of a virtuous individual. How disappointed would Harry be if he were to learn of his godfather's current state? Sirius's expression abruptly shifted as he exclaimed, You know Harry? You know Harry. How is he doing? Is he well? It appeared that Sirius's concern for Harry was genuine. Mia silently nodded. Upon recounting his relationship with Harry, Sirius's demeanor immediately softened. I sincerely apologize. However, I genuinely needed a wand at that time, and I intended to return it once I had finished using it. Mia observed that despite enduring over a decade of imprisonment, Sirius Black had not succumbed to madness or paranoia. Perhaps the pride of the Black family still resided within him. Or perhaps he had yet to reach the point of eruption. So, you boldly appear in the castle without fear of capture? Mia inquired. Sirius smiled enigmatically, responding with a question of his own. I wish to see Harry. With Christmas approaching, I must prepare some gifts for him, lest I fall behind his aunt and uncle. Mia smiled faintly, realizing the man was still testing him. Harry had never received gifts from the Dursleys, unless one counted worn-out hand-me-downs as presents. Hearing this, the guarded look in Sirius's eyes finally softened somewhat. Yet Mia detected complex emotions swirling within those depths, perhaps guilt over Harry's misfortunes. Listen, child, Sirius abruptly changed his tone, his expression shifting. I need your help with something. Not about borrowing wands. No, it's about a rat. That rat belonging to the Weasley boy. Observing the bloodshot intensity in Black's gaze, Mia glimpsed the man's obsessive side. Ron won't agree to that. You don't understand. That rat will get Harry killed. All of you. If it's that dangerous, sending me would be suicide, Mia countered coldly. Sirius seemed to snap out of his frenzy, regret flashing across his face. Apologies. I've been impatient. Every night in Azkaban, I dreamed of finding him. I can help you locate the one you seek. Sirius's head jerked up, reassessing the boy before him. There was something unsettling about how effortlessly Mia connected a man to a rat. Animagi in Britain could be counted on 2 hands. Most wouldn't even consider the possibility. You have a way. First, tell me why you want him. Mia already knew the truth, but he needed Sirius to cooperate, to spare Peter Pettigrew's life, at least temporarily. Sirius hesitated. Some knowledge is dangerous. But you should know he's a damn traitor. Related to Harry's parents? Mia feigned thoughtful deduction. I'll admit, you're a clever little wizard. Sirius remarked, impressed. Then it's clear this person betrayed them. Let me think. Over a decade ago, in Godric's Hollow. Did he join Voldemort? Sirius stiffened momentarily before chuckling in grim approval. And a brave one too. Either that, or you've no idea how terrifying that name is. Oh, I know. That man happens to be my father. On the surface, Mia revealed no flaws. My parents were mere muggles, unaware of his legend. Thus, I propose that when you encounter the person you seek, it would be wisest not to take his life. Sirius's expression contorted into one of ferocity. I have waited 13 years. Then wait a few more. You must understand that it was Voldemort who truly murdered Harry's parents. Do you not desire vengeance? Seemingly taken aback by Mia's words, he questioned the relevance to Peter. Since that fellow allied himself with Voldemort, does he not possess some knowledge about him? Is there not a means to reach Voldemort? He is but a clue, a potential opportunity for you to exact your revenge. Observing Sirius's lingering hesitation, Mia continued. Do you wish for Harry to lose his godfather? Chapter 99. Wormtail Sirius suddenly regained his composure. Upon witnessing the situation, Sirius continued to press his advantage. The Dursleys were utterly unkind to Harry. Each night, he would gaze longingly out of the window, yearning for the warmth of a family. You are all he has left. The Ministry of Magic suspects that you divulged the whereabouts of Harry's family to Voldemort. Yet, you are innocent, are you not? If you confide in Dumbledore, he will assist you in reclaiming your innocence. This would enable you to live openly with Harry. However, should you take Peter's life, even if he is a criminal, you would still be guilty. Do you not desire to live with Harry and provide him with a genuine home? Suddenly, Sirius turned away, only to pivot back once more. Mia noticed a glimmer of tears in his eyes. You truly possess a silver tongue, Sirius chuckled, chiding him playfully. Now, do share your plan. It hardly qualifies as a plan, Mia replied. Simply a straightforward approach. Let Ron bring out the rat. Then you spring forth, seize the rat, and subsequently meet with Dumbledore. After absorbing Mia's brief proposal, Sirius found himself momentarily taken aback. Is that all? He inquired. Indeed, Mia confirmed. For a spell, Sirius remained lost in thought, contemplating the idea. He realized that this method might indeed be quite effective. As a fugitive, he could not resort to violence. Even if he were to escort Peter to the Ministry of Magic, the officials would undoubtedly dismiss his claims as those of a wanted criminal. To avoid further transgressions of the law, he had no choice but to adopt Mia's suggestion, allowing Ron to bring out the rat. He could then capture Peter and seek an audience with Dumbledore. However, Sirius felt a twinge of apprehension. It seemed Dumbledore was still unaware of the truth from years past. The prospect of facing Dumbledore filled him with trepidation. Well, what do you think? Shall we proceed? Yes. Thus, Mia successfully arranged for Ron to bring his pet rat, Scabbers, to Hagrid's hut. Hermione was preoccupied with her classes, fervently utilizing her time turner, while Ron and Harry harbored no suspicions. Even the typically cautious Scabbers failed to detect anything amiss. As frequent visitors to Hagrid's abode, it was an ordinary day for the group. Mia cast a fleeting glance at the drowsing spot nestled in Ron's embrace, then turned her gaze towards the shadowy figure of Sirius lurking in the darkness. Come and savor this, she beckoned. It is my freshly baked rock cake, your favorite delicacy. Mia's expression suddenly darkened. How did Hagrid discern their culinary preferences? Even Fong's eyes widened in terror. This was because each time Ron found himself unable to finish his meal, he would discreetly toss it to Fong, mindful of Hagrid's feelings. With every morsel consumed, Ron would find himself unable to eat anything else for 2 days. Harry and Ron also wore stiff expressions. Gazing at the rock cakes already laid out on the table, Mia felt that delaying any further was not an option. Otherwise, they would truly have to eat them. She exchanged a glance with the shadows, and then a streak of black light suddenly darted forth, witnessing Sirius's agile speed. Mia couldn't help but admire his remarkable prowess. Bang! Hagrid seized the rock cake from the table and swung it, sending a large black dog crashing to the ground like a lifeless creature. Mia, how astonishingly exaggerated, gazing at the large black dog on the ground. Hagrid scratched his head in bewilderment, wondering where the dog had come from. Upon seeing the crushed rock cake, Mia mourned for Sirius while feeling relieved that she no longer had to consume it. As she beheld the immensely familiar large black dog, Fong's eyes widened in exaggerated surprise. This dog was all too familiar to him. It was Sirius. Given the deeds he had committed in the past, Sirius would undoubtedly not spare him. A fierce instinct for survival surged within him. Suddenly, Ron cried out in pain, staring in disbelief at his bleeding hand. Fong, you actually bit me. Where do you think you're running off to? He collapsed in a faint, resembling a dead rodent lying on the ground. Ron rushed over to pick up Fong. Mia, with an air of calm, retracted her wand. It seems he must intervene. Oh, my beloved Speckles. Mia, have you perhaps struck too hard? Its tail has stiffened. Ban. You mustn't perish. You still need to accompany me to sleep every night. Wah. Mia gazed at Ron in sheer astonishment. Did you truly sleep with him? Although Mia's words seemed rather peculiar, Ron was engulfed in sorrow at that moment, unable to ponder further. Yes, every single day. Soon. There may unfold certain events that you might find difficult to bear. Promise me, regardless of what you witness, do not succumb to despair. Mia, with her tail in hand, unceremoniously tossed the spotted creature onto the table. To prevent Ron from approaching to investigate, she cast a spell that immobilized him. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the plump mouse on the table transformed into a lewd, rotund man. Ron's jaw dropped, nearly wide enough to accommodate a fist. Hagrid stood in bewilderment, holding the remaining third of a rock cake. Harry nearly lost his glasses, which teetered precariously on the brink of falling to the floor. Mia opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. Instead, she placed a heavy hand on Ron's shoulder. You have endured so much over the years. Ron stood there, as if struck by lightning, utterly stunned. Without acknowledging Ron, Mia employed magic to awaken the unconscious Sirius Black, following the transformation of a rat into a man. The onlookers beheld a large black dog morphing into a human. Yet, the more one gazed upon this face, the more familiar it became. The attire worn by this individual seemed equally recognizable. Could it be Visir Trend, clad in purest prison garb? Sirius Black eyed the unconscious Peter Pettigrew at the table with a predatory gaze, as if beholding a rare beauty. Your gaze is rather peculiar, Mia remarked, finding it quite painful to behold. You are Sirius Black. Indeed, it is I, Harry. After all these years apart, you have Avada Kedavra. Mia hastily pushed Sirius away. As he gazed at the green light striking the wall, Sirius momentarily lost his focus. After casting another stunning spell on Peter, Mia restrained Harry, who was eager to act. Do not be impulsive. Even if you manage to strike him, it would not be fatal. What, do you no longer wish for your godfather? I do not consider him a godfather. My parents trusted him so deeply, and what has he done? Harry's eyes were ablaze with emotion. What if he did not commit those acts? How could that be? Everyone witnessed it. Who witnessed it? Harry suddenly realized he could not provide an answer. In fact, I saw it myself. Hagrid, somewhat confused by the unfolding events, focused solely on responding. What did you see him do? Did you see him laughing? Mia raised her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Harry seemed to grasp something profound. Sirius, with misty eyes, offered a grim smile and opened his arms to Harry. Don't come any closer. Until everything is clarified, I cannot trust you. Harry continued to point his wand at Sirius. Very well, let us seek out Dumbledore immediately. In Chapter 100, A Happy Reunion, Dumbledore gazed at the petrified Peter Pettigrew and the imprisoned Sirius Black, and his thoughts wandered back to the past. He recalled when Severus Snape, as a Death Eater, approached him, pleading for the protection of the Potter family. He complied, believing that as long as a trustworthy individual served as a secret keeper, Voldemort would never discover their whereabouts. When he learned that the Potters had chosen Black as their secret keeper, he was in agreement. However, Black had whimsically appointed Pettigrew in that role instead. On the fateful night when Voldemort murdered the Potter family, he could scarcely believe that the timid and cowardly Pettigrew had betrayed them. Furthermore, with Pettigrew leaving behind only a severed finger and Black's lack of defense, Dumbledore was left to assume that it was Black who had revealed their secret. Thus, he allowed Azkaban to torment Sirius for 13 long years. Now, however, the truth lay starkly before him. Having misjudged Sirius for so many years, Dumbledore found it difficult to face him. He could only place a heavy hand on Sirius's shoulder. Feeling Dumbledore's hand upon him, Sirius knew he had been vindicated. Such a proud figure as Black shed a tear. Regrettably, his dear friend had remained forever frozen in that tragic night. As for Pettigrew, I shall personally deliver him to the Ministry of Magic. The world deserves to know the truth, Dumbledore declared with unwavering resolve. After being deceived for 13 years, even a statue would harbor some ire. His greatest disdain was reserved for sycophants and traitors, and coincidentally, Pettigrew embodied both. In his younger, more impetuous days, he might have impulsively sought retribution. Pardon my candor, spoke Snape, present alongside Professor McGonagall in the office. All eyes turned to him, especially Sirius, whose gaze was particularly hostile. Similarly, Snape regarded Sirius with palpable animosity. I wonder if we should question the credibility of a fugitive's words? Severus, Dumbledore interjected, halting what was poised to be an explosive confrontation. Snape and Sirius were like two opposing forces, neither willing to yield. Once he is exonerated, he shall no longer be a fugitive. Azkaban has just released one criminal, and before the Ministry can recapture him, he is transformed into an unfortunate victim of injustice. Do you believe the public will accept this? Or that the Ministry would be inclined to do so? Severus, the facts are indisputable, Dumbledore replied. Snape's tone was notably acerbic as Sirius prepared to engage. Since you have such unwavering faith in his innocence, that is well and good. However, he remains a fugitive. Should there be a case for exoneration, he must first return to Azkaban. At this, Dumbledore fell silent. Harry too came to a realization. Sirius, his godfather, was innocent. He could not be returned to Azkaban. Observing Harry fervently advocating for him, Sirius felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just then, the office door opened to reveal Lupin. Upon seeing each other, the brothers did not indulge in theatrics. You've remained silent all these years? Regardless, I trusted the wrong person, leading to the deaths of James and Lily. Lupin shook his head. No one could have anticipated that a traitor was among us. His gaze hardened as he looked at Pettigrew lying on the floor. What a revolting plot. Your Excellency, if you were so eager to restore someone's honor, then swift action is required to deliver him to the Ministry, Snape remarked, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of vengeance. In their school days, they shared an unbreakable bond. One that was life and death. That's unnecessary. At that moment, the office door opened once more. Mia did not recognize the individual, yet he had indeed seen him in the newspaper. A flicker of surprise crossed Cornelius Fudge's eyes, then he turned to the downcast Mia, realizing something. The sudden appearance of the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, immediately commandeered the attention of everyone in the headmaster's office. Behind him stood Auror Delacour and Kingsley. What an unexpected turn of events. Fudge relished the sensation of being the center of attention, surveying Peter on the floor, astonished that a case from over a decade ago could reveal such hidden truths. Fudge remarked with a hint of nostalgia, Sirius Black? He gazed at Sirius, and Delacour instinctively drew his wand, only to be halted by Fudge. That case did not cross my desk. However, as the current Minister of Magic, it is my duty to rectify this injustice and restore your name. Fudge proclaimed with righteous fervor, yet everyone present could discern the political theatrics in his words. Sirius, a man unafraid of decorum, found himself obliged to afford the minister some semblance of respect given his current predicament. Thank you, Sirius managed to articulate after a lengthy pause. Fudge continued to bask in his self-importance. Well then, Fudge quickly shifted his demeanor. Now that the truth is unveiled, I must hasten to escort the perpetrator to the Ministry. Justice awaits. As for the true hero, rest assured, I shall strive to reclaim the honors that are rightfully yours. Dumbledore did not intervene, allowing Fudge to take Peter away. This was the most favorable outcome. Everyone felt a sense of joy, save for Snape, whose countenance was as dark as a stormy sky. It seems a moment of collective joy has arrived. Harry, I imagine you have many questions? Your godfather will answer them all. Dumbledore dismissed everyone, leaving only Mia behind. The minister had arrived at a most opportune moment. What are you looking at? I didn't summon him. I never claimed to be connected to this. Observing the sly glint in Dumbledore's eyes, Mia couldn't help but think him an old trickster. To speak frankly, it was Demoria Alex Belby who wrote to notify Fudge. The words of a recipient of the Order of Merlin carry considerable weight. Him? How did you establish contact with him? Mia recounted all that had transpired to Dumbledore. Upon hearing her tale, Dumbledore appeared deeply moved. Sometimes, I truly must concede to age, he remarked. Ah, do not feign modesty. The magical realm still requires your steadfast presence. She replied. I am aware, he retorted, revealing a hint of jest. However, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Not every encounter with danger results in a narrow escape. Chapter 101. The light extinguisher Sirius Black was wrongfully accused. This revelation swiftly permeated the entirety of the British magical community. Everyone learned that the so-called hero who had been said to suffer grievous injuries, was indeed the true traitor. The tale of his supposed death was an illusion. He had merely lost a fragment of his finger. To be honest, Mia could not fathom his motivations, if one were to label him as audacious. It was baffling that he would betray the Potters, with whom he shared no enmity and a considerable bond. Conversely, if he were deemed cowardly, it was astonishing that he would sever his own finger so readily. The public showed little interest in the details of the case from years past, for many had fallen at the hands of Voldemort. They merely regarded this dramatic twist as a captivating topic of conversation. Harry was simply aware that he had family now. He understood that, henceforth, he had a home to return to each Christmas. He declared unequivocally that he would never return to the Dursleys. Naturally, Sirius expected Harry to live with him, but Dumbledore denied this request. When Sirius learned that Harry could not leave his blood relatives until he came of age, he reluctantly acquiesced to the situation. Ultimately, it was Harry who bore the burden of sorrow. Mia had no time to console Harry. He was preoccupied with devising a plan to extract Wurtail, Peter Pettigrew. Given the gravity of Peter's transgressions, he was destined to face the Dementor's kiss. Mia wished to keep that scoundrel alive for the opportune moment to resurrect Voldemort. It was imperative that he did not perish. He harbored doubts about whether the likes of Barty could single-handedly revive Voldemort. Just as he was formulating his strategy, a piece of news shattered his concentration. Wurtail had escaped. Upon receiving this information, Mia could scarcely restrain himself from rushing to the Ministry of Magic to ascertain whether Fudge had sprouted a pig's head on his neck. How could 3 individuals misplace a wantless Wormtail? Truly a band of incompetents. Wasn't Kingsley supposed to be reliable? Why had he faltered this time? Mia, in a fit of anger, swallowed another candy. Dumbledore watched with palpable distress. Pray tell, what are they truly up to? How could they possibly let someone escape? Even if he is an animagus, how could 3 wizards fail to catch a mere mouse? Kingsley, ever the reliable one, has certainly faltered this time. Mia lamented the incompetence of her allies. Surely, something must have transpired. Observing Dumbledore's calm demeanor, Mia was left pondering whether he was merely feigning composure. Please summon Miss Granger, he instructed. Hermione? She cannot be involved in this, can she? Dumbledore's grin resembled that of a cunning fox, sending a shiver down Mia's spine. Hermione was brought to the headmaster's office, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Was the headmaster about to appoint her as head girl? Miss Granger, if you would not mind, could you assist me with a small task? Dumbledore's tone instilled a sense of unease in Hermione. You are the headmaster. I mean, what could possibly challenge you? Before Dumbledore could respond, Hermione continued, surely you wouldn't ask me for anything regarding magic. The ministry, even less so. I suspect you wish to employ a time turner. Don't you? Were this in class, I would certainly award you extra points. Dumbledore regarded Hermione with admiration. Mia could not help but nod. This fellow truly possesses remarkable intelligence. Understanding that she had guessed correctly, Hermione let out a sigh of relief and instinctively glanced in Mia's direction. Upon encountering Dumbledore's unkempt gaze, Mia felt utterly speechless. Pettigrew has fled, and we must utilize the time turner to return to the past. We must ascertain how that scoundrel managed to escape and to where he has vanished. Mia elucidated the circumstances to Hermione. Why share this with me? Such matters are better suited for you agile-minded youths. After all, teamwork between men and women makes the toil less burdensome. Hermione felt a flush of embarrassment, while Mia adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Casting a disdainful glance at Dumbledore, Mia approached Hermione. Come on, we must hasten our departure. Hermione bit her lip, then fastened the time-turner necklace around both their necks, a rather intimate gesture. Gazing closely at Mia, Hermione felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Even Mia sensed a hint of discomfort. They were uncomfortably close, and he could catch the delightful scent of her shampoo. 3 spins should suffice. Dumbledore's voice finally roused Hermione from her reverie. She quickly activated the time turner, and together with Mia, they vanished from the headmaster's office. Observing their disappearance, Dumbledore could not help but smile with satisfaction. The young truly are fortunate to experience the sweetness of affection. After a moment of disorientation, the pair regained their clarity. They found themselves back in the headmaster's office, and Mia surveyed the surroundings as though he had never left. Indeed, wherever you traverse, you shall arrive at that very place, Hermione explained. Suddenly, Dumbledore appeared in the attic. Observing the two seemingly entwined, he exclaimed, My goodness, are students now coming to the headmaster's office to discuss romance? Clearing his throat, Hermione promptly pushed Mia away. We haven't had the chance to explain, Dumbledore interjected. It seems you require this. As Mia beheld the lamp Dumbledore offered, he felt as though he stood before a creature with 8 brains. What do you know? I am utterly in the dark. As Dumbledore smiled knowingly, Mia took Hermione's hand and led her outside. What time is it now? We should have just returned shortly after Fudge and the others left. We should still be able to catch up. After speaking at length, Mia realized that Hermione had not responded at all. Turning around, he found her blushing fiercely as she stared at their clasped hands. Pouting, he gently squeezed her small hand before letting go. What a miser. It was just a brief touch. Must you be so upset? You're practically crimson. Hermione nearly gasped for breath, staring at Mia, feeling that for the first time. This fellow was truly infuriating. Pooh. A playful jab landed on his back, and Mia turned around with irritation. What was that for? To knock some sense into you. You fool. They were on the verge of a fierce dispute before even encountering Peter. Hermione was nearly driven to exasperation. Her playful slap had been just that. Yet this fellow took it seriously. Hey, can we still proceed? Whose fault is it that you struck so hard? You were the one who hit me first. Am I not allowed to retaliate? What kind of logic is that? You wait here. I shall go find them. With that, Mia turned to leave, thinking that it might lead to a scuffle, and he would only impede Hermione's progress. Chapter 102. The Siege. Mia was determined not to afford Hermione the opportunity to refuse. She swiftly made her way to the corner and transformed into a swirling black mist, ascending into the sky. He truly did not wish to be entangled with a mere child, for such distractions would only impede his progress. Hogwarts forbade apparition. And Fudge and his companions would certainly not opt for such a mode of transport while escorting a prisoner. Perhaps the fellow intended to parade ostentatiously, allowing everyone to witness the grandeur of his position as Minister of Magic. As fate would have it, Mia soon spotted Fudge and his entourage in Hogsmeade. Peter Pettigrew, ensnared by magical forces, was suspended in midair with his hands bound behind him, his face ashen and marked by tears, his mouth sealed shut. Mia initially found it incomprehensible how such a spectacle allowed the diminutive Peter to escape. However, ever since the Dumbledore of this timeline bestowed upon him the dimming device, clarity dawned upon him. Fudge and his companions swaggered down the main thoroughfare, attracting numerous glances, as they greeted the public with tiresome enthusiasm. Repeatedly asserting that he was personally escorting the prisoners, Mia felt a wave of nausea. If this were the case, then indeed, the little Peter stood a chance of fleeing. While Mia quietly observed Fudge and his entourage, a familiar visage suddenly caught his eye. A werewolf? He abruptly recalled that it was indeed the very werewolf from that night at the Belby residence. At that moment, Blair, who had been lurking here for 3 days, stirred his coffee with an expression of impatience. He had narrowly escaped death that night and, filled with resentment, was determined to rally his werewolf brethren to exact revenge on Belby for his betrayal. However, the Belby manor was heavily guarded, and since that fateful evening, a cadre of Aurors had arrived for protection, effectively quashing any hope for vengeance, at least for the time being. Thus, he recalled the young boy who had accompanied him to the Belby estate. The realization that such a child could stealthily follow him there and ultimately turn the tables on Belby struck him. He suddenly connected this to the individual who had slain several werewolves recently. If Belby could not be dealt with, surely a mere child could be subdued. He did not believe that a youthful wizard could pose any significant resistance before him. That night had merely seen the assistance of a Dementor. Consequently, he ventured to Hogsmeade, intent on uncovering the child's identity. This time, he had brought along half-werewolves. The recent prominence of werewolves had greatly displeased the Ministry of Magic, which had already suffered considerable losses and could not afford further casualties. However, half-werewolves were different. He had never regarded them as kin. Losses among them would not weigh heavily on him. What was this fellow doing here? Mia endeavored to conceal his presence, casting a disillusionment charm upon himself. He was uncertain whether the werewolf from that night had retained his scent. Given the peculiar circumstances, Mia could not help but suspect that Peter's escape was somehow linked to the werewolves. Yet, how could the werewolves assist Peter in his flight? Furthermore, how would they even know that Peter had been captured? At the outset, aside from Sirius, he had only disclosed this matter to Belby, and he had never even mentioned Peter to Belby. With the unbreakable vow in place, Mia was loath to believe that Belby would intentionally leak such information. Thus, Mia's focus shifted primarily to the most suspicious werewolf. After a brief stay at a tavern, Fudge resumed his journey. Mia immediately followed suit. However, in the blink of an eye, she suddenly realized the werewolf had vanished. Far more terrifying than a werewolf is one that disappears without a trace. Mia's heart raced as she swiftly approached Fudge and his entourage. Uncertainty loomed over her. Was there just one werewolf, or were there more lurking in the shadows? The most prudent course of action was to remain close to the Minister of Magic. At least she would have allies nearby. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, sending chills down her spine, and instinctively she darted to the side. The werewolf's claw seized a tree trunk, easily snapping it in two as if it were a mere twig. Had she been the one caught moments ago, Mia was certain she would have met her demise. Casting a sidelong glance, she noted that Fudge and his group had not ventured far. "Are you not concerned about provoking the Ministry of Magic?" Mia threatened. "The Minister of Magic? Huh. If he were to perish silently in the wilderness, who would suspect a werewolf?" The werewolf's face, matted with dark fur, twisted into a grotesque grin, rendering it even more terrifying. Mia's heart sank. Upon hearing this, it became apparent that this individual was not alone. How could one possibly contend against two Aurs? As expected, with a gesture from the werewolf, several others emerged from the shadows. Observing the untransformed werewolves, Mia narrowed her eyes. With the one before her, there were a total of 6. It was no wonder they exuded such confidence. In this dire situation, Mia had no time to ponder whether 2 Aurs could withstand 6 werewolves. At the very least, she needed to ascertain their capabilities. Just as the werewolves closed in, Mia suddenly transformed into a wisp of black mist. The werewolf, realizing this, swiped at her but grasped nothing. As the swirling black mist ascended, disdain flickered in the werewolf's eyes. He abruptly vanished, only to reappear midair, a flying broomstick appearing beneath him. Just as Mia prepared to shake him off, he executed a disillusionment charm and pursued her once more. Glancing down at Fudge and his companions, Mia steeled herself and descended. Below, Kingsley was vigilantly surveying their surroundings. "Minister, I believe it would be prudent for us to locate a fireplace and return to the ministry swiftly." "Are you instructing the minister?" Derelith scoffed. Fudge interjected. "A fireplace is easily detected, revealing our whereabouts. Hogsmeade is crowded and unsafe. Let us find a fireplace further ahead." Kingsley refrained from pressing the matter. At that moment, Kingsley suddenly drew his wand, prompting Derelith to do the same. "Who goes there?" Kingsley called out, but his spell passed through the black mist. The werewolves encircled them. Spotting the lead werewolf, Kingsley's brow furrowed. "A werewolf? I am on official business. Step aside." Fudge attempted to intimidate the werewolf with his status. Blair laughed mockingly. "What sort of official business are you conducting?" Seeing that the werewolves appeared unfazed, Fudge persisted. "I am the Minister of Magic. Must I report my duties to you? You werewolves have been overstepping lately." Derelith added in agreement. Soon you will cease to be the Minister of Magic, and no one will know whether I have overstepped or not." Chapter 103, Beauty and the Beast. The menacing tone was unmistakable, even to the dullest of minds, indicating that the adversaries were not well-intentioned. Fudge could no longer maintain his facade, retreating in terror behind his 2 subordinates, his face quivering in fear. Although Kingsley was not officially dispatched as an Aur, his assignment to protect the Muggle Prime Minister attested to his elite status among Aurs. Without warning, a fierce spell surged toward Blair. With an extraordinary speed that defied human capability, Blair evaded the attack, his muscles rippling, observing the crater left behind. The veins on Blair's hands bulged. "Kingsley, you truly live up to your reputation. It is my oversight that you know my name." Without further ado, Kingsley engaged Blair in combat. Blair relied on the formidable physical prowess of werewolves, deftly dodging Kingsley's assaults while unleashing lethal spells. With Fenrir imprisoned in Azkaban, Blair's position as the leader of the werewolves signified his formidable strength. The previous ambush at Belby Manor had been a rare misstep. In terms of magic, Kingsley clearly held the upper hand. He remained composed, neither dodging nor flinching, as he deftly countered every spell. Indeed, in the realm of magic, Kingsley prevailed. Derelith, as an Auror, also proved formidable. Engaging with several other werewolves, he held his ground effectively. The remaining werewolves were merely wretched wizards, having been injured by their kind. Hence, Derelith found himself at an advantage. Nevertheless, facing multiple opponents underscored that his status among Aurors was not merely a result of flattery. Fudge, on the other hand, exhibited a rather lackluster performance. As the Minister of Magic, his magical prowess could not be deemed weak, yet his long tenure in office had limited his opportunities for action. Typically, his wand served only to handle paperwork or light candles, and now, in battle, he was hesitant and fearful. However, sheltered behind his 2 powerful subordinates, Fudge's actions still managed to impose some influence on the werewolves. Mia concealed herself within the shroud of darkness, daring not to emerge. While the black mist may not evade all forms of magic, it offers sufficient protection against ordinary assaults to keep her unharmed. Mia did not remain idle. From time to time, she intervened, inflicting injuries upon the werewolves. Although their side was outnumbered, each member was a paragon of excellence. Fudge was barely adequate. Yet Mia proved capable of handling these half-wolves. In the face of such an imbalance in numbers, The confrontation unfolded with remarkable intensity. As time dragged on, the other half-wolves sustained additional wounds. Fudge and his companions, trapped like cornered beasts, fought with fierce determination under the looming threat of death. However, as time passed, they began to find themselves at a disadvantage. More critically, he could not allow them the opportunity to relay information to the Ministry of Magic. Suddenly, Blair summoned all his strength to temporarily repel Kingsley, unleashing a prolonged howl that echoed into the night. Kingsley's complexion shifted dramatically in response. Mia felt a sense of foreboding. To her astonishment, the werewolves had reinforcements. Several figures emerged from the thicket, transforming into werewolves with each echoing howl. Unlike Blair, these werewolves appeared devoid of reason, much like the half-wolves beside them. The situation took a drastic turn, with the specter of death looming ever closer. Kingsley's offensive tightened, shifting into a defensive stance. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air as delis collapsed. Their ranks dwindled to a mere 3. In such dire circumstances, Fudge could hardly steady his wand, let alone mount an attack. The peril intensified. Kingsley cast a wary glance at the dark mist beside him, fully aware that this entity had likely summoned the werewolves. Yet, now was not the time for retribution. Survival was the immediate priority. Blair grinned menacingly, his fangs glinting ominously. He regarded the remaining individuals as though they were already dead. In this dire predicament, even unleashing a Dementor would prove futile. Just as despair began to set in, a howl echoed from the distance. The werewolves turned in unison towards the source of the sound. This cannot be real. Do not be foolish. Blair attempted to intervene, but the transformed half-wolves lacked any semblance of rationality. In a desperate bid, Blair emitted a howl. Yet the half-wolves merely glanced at him before returning their gaze longingly towards the distance. The sound was unmistakably not that of a male. Mia's complexion changed dramatically. That voice belonged to Hermione. The werewolves rushed out in a frenzy. Mia, filled with urgency, dashed out into the open, following the sound. She indeed spotted Hermione hiding behind a tree. "What are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" Hermione, already on edge, was startled by the sudden emergence of the dark mist, but upon recognizing Mia, she felt a wave of relief. Glancing at the broomstick beside Hermione, Mia felt a surge of anger but struggled to find the right words. Recently, werewolves had been rampant. She had read that they are drawn to the calls of their kind. Clearly, there were more of them earlier, and if that were the case, you would have met a grim fate sooner or later. Quickly, informed Dumbledore. Mia glared at Hermione, finally managing to utter a gritting "This is the last warning." Just as Hermione reached for the broomstick, Mia seized her and transformed into dark mist, soaring into the sky. The sensation of ascending at such speed terrified Hermione, causing her to cling tightly to Mia. The shriek pierced Mia's ears painfully. "Next time, I must adjust the mist to be silent." The two soared through the skies, the irrational werewolves below unable to reach them. Observing the werewolves in the distance, a cold glint flickered in Mia's eyes. However, upon spotting Kingsley, she quelled her urge to summon the basilisk. At that moment, Kingsley seized the opportunity while the half-werewolves distracted and knocked out Blair. Fudge collapsed onto the ground, the authority of the Minister of Magic dissipating in the wake of near calamity. At last, we are safe. Suddenly, a spell from afar struck the now relaxed Fudge, rendering him unconscious. Just as Kingsley prepared to act, Mia quickly intervened. "I am sent by Dumbledore." Kingsley, observing the two Hogwarts students still entwined in the sunlight, regarded them with skepticism. However, he recalled having indeed seen this boy in Dumbledore's office. "How can I trust you?" Not easily fooled, Kingsley scrutinized Mia, who then revealed the Deluminator. How could Dumbledore send 2 students? He pondered. I cannot fathom his intentions. What instructions does Dumbledore have? Aware that Kingsley was actually a member of the Order of the Phoenix, Mia replied, "Take him away." Mia cast a glance at the diminutive star, Peter, lying on the ground. "How am I to report this?" Fudge personally escorted him, and now he has gone. The first to wish to suppress this incident will undoubtedly be him. Kingsley nodded, for he shared the same sentiment. "Take him away." Moreover, Kingsley halted Mia, who was about to lead Hermione away. "I shall inform Dumbledore next time that you two are involved in a premature romance." Chapter 104. A fleeting bloom. The two returned to Hogwarts, standing before the headmaster's office when suddenly, Mia felt Hermione grasp her hand. "What is it?" Hermione's complexion appeared somewhat unnatural. The time had not yet come. Mia nodded, accompanying Hermione as they awaited the arrival of the moment in front of the headmaster's office. During this interval, it seemed as though both Hermione and Mia had forgotten their surroundings, their hands intertwined in a gentle clasp. A flicker of hope ignited within Hermione's heart, nurturing her courage. "The time should be drawing near," Mia remarked. Indeed, Hermione replied. Do you enjoy this? After a while, Hermione still did not release her grip. Upon hearing Mia's words, Hermione's face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, and she hurriedly attempted to withdraw her hand. Mia tightened his grip slightly. Feeling the sudden increase in pressure on her hand, Hermione almost dared to believe that hope might soon materialize. If he enjoyed it, why not hold on a little longer? Mia turned his head, his gaze imbued with an undeniable authority, urging her to linger in this moment before clarifying his intentions. As she met Mia's eyes, Hermione's expression gradually froze, resembling a flower slowly wilting. Even without the use of legilimency, Mia could discern Hermione's thoughts. He harbored loftier aspirations and did not wish to squander time on such trivial matters of romance. The entanglements between men and women struck him as mere lamentations, self-inflicted suffering. He wished to avoid such entanglements. Yet, as one of the few individuals he deemed worthy of respect, he was reluctant to dismiss her outright, fearing it might jeopardize their friendship. Thus, he never intentionally shunned Hermione. She was a clever witch, perceptive enough to grasp the underlying meanings. The flicker of hope within her heart was extinguished in an instant by Mia's frigid gaze. Did she truly believe she was evoking pity in him? Mia furrowed her brow. No, that is not what I meant. Hermione forcefully shook off Mia's hand, the intensity of her action causing her to stagger slightly. She stubbornly declined Mia's offer of support. Gazing into Hermione's eyes, Mia noticed her resolutely holding back the tears that shimmered in her eyes. At that moment, he found himself admiring the young witch even more. The gaze of Mia pierced Hermione's heart, prompting her to raise her voice. Do you know how utterly ridiculous your self-indulgent display is? Without addressing the tremor in Hermione's voice, Mia let out a resigned sigh. This was precisely the reason he wished to avoid entanglements of emotional complexities, unraveling the intricacies that could neither be severed nor clarified. Sometimes, it suffices to be resolute, sparing oneself the futile expenditure of time on misunderstandings and explanations. Life is finite, why squander it in vain? As she observed Mia's unencumbered silhouette, Hermione's last flicker of hope was extinguished. Upon entering the office, she was greeted by Dumbledore. From his vantage point, Mia and Hermione had barely vanished from the headmaster's chamber before reappearing at the door, as if they had never departed. Fulfilled in his duty, he found that the individuals were indeed confined within the Chamber of Secrets, under the watchful eye of a Dementor. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. Then, as if sensing something amiss, his gaze shifted between Mia and Hermione. Accepting the light-extinguishing device from Mia, he remarked, I am truly grateful to both of you for the assistance you've rendered to this feeble old man. Miss Granger, thank you for providing the time-turner. No, I haven't done anything, Hermione replied, her demeanor faltering, yet she excelled at maintaining a day of strength. I apologize for encroaching upon your precious study time. With that, Hermione made her exit. Mia cast a grateful glance at Dumbledore. Are you not aware of Miss Granger's feelings? Dumbledore jested in response to Mia. Mia shook her head in resignation, finding it rather futile. Dumbledore cast a significant glance at Mia and inquired, Do you harbor no thoughts at all regarding Miss Granger? Personally, I believe she is undoubtedly the most exceptional witch of this cohort. Mia pondered seriously for a moment. Her shampoo had a delightful fragrance. Dumbledore wore an enigmatic smile. As just prior, Lockhart had gifted me some shampoo he endorsed. I tried a bit, and it indeed smelled quite exquisite. Miss Granger also appeared to be using the same. Mia could not help but furrow her brow. Upon encountering Dumbledore's teasing gaze, she sighed in resignation, imploring the professor not to torment her any further. It is not wise to jest with me. In any case, I am not inclined towards such matters at present. I understand. Faced with the ever-playful Dumbledore, Mia felt a mixture of indignation and constraint. Dumbledore, however, possessed the discernment to know when to temper his humor, wisely choosing to withdraw his jesting at the appropriate moment. So, you encountered a werewolf during your journey, did you not? Mia is aware that nothing can be concealed from Dumbledore. Your abilities continually lead me to underestimate you. Not at all, it is merely the result of the enhancement of magical power. Furthermore, there is always this peculiar matter that prevents me from acting with complete ease. Mia, somewhat troubled, retrieved her wand. Although the wand functioned seamlessly in ordinary use, it resisted her when she sought to surpass her limits. It was akin to a common soldier who, under normal circumstances, obeyed her every command, yet harbored a sense of defiance when faced with perilous undertakings, often failing to grasp her intentions accurately. What she required now was a companion willing to stand by her side through thick and thin. Dumbledore cast a glance at the wand in Mia's hand. In matters of such nature, I believe no one understands better than Ollivander. After inquiring, he found himself at a loss for solutions. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, as if struck by an idea. There exists a wand that I believe would suit you well. It is an heirloom of your ancestors. A glimmer of hope blossomed within Mia's heart, yet she pondered the daunting question of where to search. Dumbledore reminisced about some long-forgotten memories. Once, someone had transported Slytherin's wand to the American continent. After the establishment of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the wand was concealed deep within the institution's underground. Years have elapsed since then, leaving the fate of the wand uncertain, its existence possibly reduced to mere legend. Mia herself harbored little hope. After all, I cannot possibly journey to America, can I? Does Hogwarts have an exchange program? Yet, it would be unwise to rashly poach from another institution. Caught in her own thoughts, Mia felt a twinge of embarrassment. I have a few old friends at Ilvermorny. It seems I must reach out to them. Moreover, even if you do not intend to poach, I shall not permit you to travel to America. Why is that? The Ministry of Magic has mentioned a desire to revive the Triwizard Tournament in the upcoming term. Are you concerned that Death Eaters might seize the opportunity to cause chaos? They undoubtedly will exploit any chance they get. Recently, certain pureblood families have shown signs of restlessness. I suspect they may have received some news regarding Voldemort. Chapter 105. The Quidditch Cup. Having navigated the magical world for years, Dumbledore was certainly well informed. His expression was far from pleasant. He appeared somewhat troubled. I had long since issued a warning to Cornelius, yet he continually deflected my concerns with assurances of stability. During the summer, the British magical community will also host the Quidditch Cup. Mia also comprehended Dumbledore's concerns. He recalled that within his memories, the Quidditch Cup had indeed been disrupted by the Death Eaters. Were they not apprehensive that any disturbances during the Quidditch Cup could yield dire consequences? Although he had only been in the magical world for 3 years, he was aware of the immense popularity of the Quidditch Cup within this realm. It could be said that the Quidditch Cup represented the singular opportunity to encounter all the wizards of the magical world, with the exception of those wizards from regions fervently devoted to the use of flying carpets. A sense of recklessness lingered. Miriam nodded in understanding. This was a common affliction among individuals like Connolly. Many within the Ministry of Magic were inclined to believe that Voldemort had indeed perished. Upon leaving the headmaster's office, Hermione felt a lump in her throat, nearly succumbing to tears. Yet, she resolutely stifled them. Don't be foolish, she reassured herself. A self-absorbed scoundrel is not worth weeping over. Unbeknownst to her, she soon encountered Harry and Ron. Have you just come out? What did Dumbledore summon you for? Nothing much. Hermione endeavored to appear more composed. Sirius said he could help us procure some tickets for the Quidditch Cup. Ron exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Sirius? The Ministry hasn't even had the chance to revoke his arrest warrant. Miriam had already informed Hermione regarding Sirius. It was only a matter of time. Are you familiar with the Black family? They are a lineage even more formidable than the Malfoys. Sirius is the sole heir, Ron remarked, his expression reminiscent of someone who had inherited a fortune. Congratulations, you have a godfather now, Hermione sincerely congratulated Harry. Harry's smile was unmistakable. So, will you be joining us to watch the Quidditch Cup this summer? Hermione hesitated. If Harry were to treat, then Miriam would undoubtedly be there as well. She was currently averse to the idea of encountering Miriam. She wished to avoid anything associated with Shamil. Miriam, we were just discussing the Quidditch Cup. Will you attend? Of course. When is it? Miriam readily agreed, having just arrived. All right, I'm in, Hermione suddenly declared with unwavering resolve. Lifting her chin like a victorious rooster as she walked away, Mia contemplated advising Hermione against attending, yet her demeanor suggested that communication would be unfruitful. He understood that. Given Hermione's pride and stubbornness, even if he were to dissuade her, she would likely disregard his counsel. The impending Quidditch Cup posed a perilous threat. And according to his recollection, young Barty would be involved in the forthcoming attack. Should the opportunity arise, he would indeed be inclined to confront Barty. If successful, it might thwart Voldemort's resurrection plans for this term. Mia cherished the remaining days of this semester, acutely aware that it represented a rare period of safety during his time at Hogwarts. Regrettably, Professor Lupin, the unusually dependable defense against the dark arts instructor, had not lasted a year before departing. The reason behind his resignation stemmed from the leak regarding his identity as a werewolf, which incited a wave of protests from concerned parents. In order to spare Dumbledore from further complications, Lupin opted to resign. Sirius had been exonerated, and he would ensure that Lupin did not suffer unduly. Consequently, for the remainder of the term, the defense against the dark arts class would be taught by Professor Snape, the whistleblower who preferred to remain anonymous. Mia vividly recalls the moment Severus Snape first graced the dark arts classroom, the students' faces etched with despair, juxtaposed with Snape's subtly triumphant smile. To her astonishment, Snape appointed Mia as a teaching assistant for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, thereby enhancing her reputation within the school. Every newly enrolled young witch and wizard became acquainted with Mia Chamil, the formidable leader of the dueling club. As she navigated the corridors, Mia found herself apprehensive, fearing that someone might suddenly emerge to greet her with a cheerful hello, Miss Chamil. Mia was evidently pleased. Having tasted the flavor of prestige and power for the first time, now he had begun to yearn for the position of principal. However, there was nothing to be done. For after discussion, old Dang was reluctant. The only change was in Hermione, who no longer spoke to him. Initially, she uttered not a single word, but later, she became somewhat more amiable, exhibiting warmth and courtesy. Mia felt an unsettling shift, as if something had grown increasingly impolite. The bond of friendship between them seemed to be fading. After a moment of sorrow, she chose to cast it aside. If this was the path it was destined to take, so be it. Mia believes that she is indifferent. By the end of the term, Mia and Hermione once again excelled with a remarkable gap, firmly securing the top 2 positions in their grade. However, the distinction of being first in the grade was claimed by Hermione. Mia has often claimed in front of Harry and Ron that she does not mind. Yet, on occasion, when thoughts of it arise, the discomfort lingers, particularly when she sees Hermione pass by without a hint of boastfulness and not even a glimmer of warmth in her gaze. That sense of discontent becomes strikingly evident. Thus, the most delightful semester has come to an end. The carriage remains crowded with people, yet conspicuously absent is Hermione. Mia observed that Hermione appeared to have become more cheerful and adept at socializing. At that moment, she was seated with her roommates, and the scene looked quite delightful. Mia felt quite well, yet he believed he was overly concerned. I inquired, "What exactly is going on between you and Hermione?" The atmosphere in the carriage felt rather off without Hermione, and Ron could not help but question Mia. "What is the matter? However, the two of you seem rather peculiar. Don't you think, Harry?" Indeed. Observing the relentless duo, Mia attempted to change the subject. "Do you have feelings for Hermione?" "Absolutely not," Mia replied curtly. "Then it must be that Hermione has feelings for you." The flames of gossip burned brightly in Ron's eyes, and Harry shared the same curiosity. "I have no idea what she is thinking." Mia found herself at a loss when questioned. Ron and Harry exchanged a glance that conveyed a knowing understanding. "Honestly, what do you think of Hermione?" Ron asked with a rather mischievous expression. "She's quite nice," came the vague response. "What kind of answer is that? Be more specific." Mia simply turned her gaze towards the window. Observing her reluctance to speak, Ron eagerly continued, "Do you truly have feelings for Hermione? I can hardly tolerate her incessant chatter." "That's merely her enthusiasm. She has offered to help you with your studies more than once, hasn't she? Yet I find her meddlesome nature unbearable. There are few girls brave enough to stand alongside us in our battles against Voldemort and the Basilisk." By your reasoning, does that imply Hermione possesses no flaws whatsoever? Certainly. Everyone has their shortcomings, but in all honesty, I believe she is the most exceptional witch among our peers. At this, Ron and Harry immediately began to mock him in exaggerated tones. Mia turned her head once more to admire the scenery, choosing silence over conversation. Chapter 106, Entering the Venue. When it comes to Hermione, Mia truly believes she is an exceptionally talented witch. However, when the topic shifts to matters of the heart, Mia's stance is resolute. He never entertains such thoughts, for what is often labeled as affection frequently begins with excessive contemplation. Mia does not perceive himself as a heartless individual devoid of emotions. Rather, he is a normal person with the full spectrum of feelings. It is not that he harbors disdain for what is commonly referred to as love. Instead, his maturity, which surpasses his years, leads him to harbor skepticism towards it. Love, after all, is an exceedingly expansive concept. Even the surge of hormones experienced by young couples at the instant their gazes meet can be considered a form of infatuation. The endeavors he undertakes are not always destined for the light of day. His adversaries are undoubtedly formidable and widespread. Should a person arise in his life who possesses a profound understanding of him, it has the potential to sway his emotions. He risks the irrevocable loss of not only himself but also his family and friends. Hermione is exceptional, yet he cannot afford to take that gamble. Perhaps he has indeed developed a sentiment for that girl that diverges from the ordinary. Thus, it would be prudent to extinguish it before it evolves into something irretrievable. Mia's gaze turned apathetic as she looked out the window, her heart laden with a heavy melancholy. This was the burden of her gift, the curse of power. At last, the train arrived at its destination, and Mia reunited with her family at King's Cross Station. The three families engaged in lively conversation. Once the children from each family arrived, they amicably waved their goodbyes. "Arthur invited me to witness the Quidditch Cup," which is said to be the World Cup of the magical realm. Noticing that her father seemed intrigued by the Quidditch Cup, Mia remarked, "It is indeed quite the spectacle. That day, a majority of the wizarding world will gather." Unfortunately, wizards typically harbor a disdain for ordinary people, whom they refer to as muggles. Andrew fell silent. In the realm of muggles, discrimination is a pervasive and serious issue. Arthur Weasley works at the Ministry of Magic, and his every action reflects his stance. Engaging with muggles would inevitably provide ammunition for those seeking to undermine him. As a key figure in the current cabinet, Andrew was acutely aware of this reality. He reluctantly dispelled any thoughts of attending the Quidditch Cup. After spending some time at home, Mia made her way to the Weasley household. In an effort to maintain her distance from Mia, Hermione did not arrive at the Weasley residence until the day before the Quidditch Cup. Upon her arrival, she spent the entire day conversing with Ginny, avoiding any opportunity to engage with Mia. This left Ginny feeling somewhat exasperated. Harry Potter had finally moved into her home, presenting a rare opportunity for close interaction with her idol, so who would want to spend time with a friend? Mia was deliberately avoiding any contact with Hermione. There was no other reason, it was merely a matter of pride. After all, it was that individual who had chosen to be so resolute in ignoring me. So I shall reciprocate in kind. Thus, the two embarked on a new rivalry. Whoever spoke first would be deemed the loser. "Could you pass me the paper, please?" At dinner, Hermione had finished all the food on her plate. Ron pushed the tissue towards the nearest Mia. It is worth mentioning that the mischievous Weasley twins, after a cunning scheme, had ensured that Mia and Hermione were compelled to sit next to each other. Mia cast a glance at the paper before her, then pushed it across the table to Harry, who was engrossed in his meal. Harry, momentarily distracted, glanced at Mia and then at Hermione seated to her right. "Why pass it to me when she is right there?" Under Mia's urging gaze, Harry reluctantly extended his hand to pass the paper to Hermione. Observing a certain individual feigning complete absorption in his food, Hermione's irritation flared. After dinner, the group gathered to chat. Hermione arrived fashionably late, surveying the room before fixing her gaze on the lone seat beside Mia. Without hesitation, she made her way to where Harry sat next to Ginny. "Move over." Unable to contest her, Harry had no choice but to shift to Mia's side. Ginny, glancing at Hermione beside her, shut her eyes in exasperation. "Ginny, listen to me." Hermione's voice dripped with urgency, leaving Ginny feeling despondent. The following morning, as dawn barely broke across the horizon, Mia, Harry, and Ron were still fast asleep in the boys' dormitory, enveloped in blissful slumber. Anxious Hermione, having risen early, glanced at the clock, her impatience mounting as time ticked away. Noticing Mia closest to her, she unhesitatingly roused Harry from his slumber. "Get up. What are you doing in the boys' dormitory?" Harry, startled, hurriedly donned his shirt. The three boys appeared in identical attire. A fleeting glance caught Mia, who seemed to be wearing nothing below the neck, prompting Hermione to quickly avert her gaze. "At least you still know to blush. Hurry and wake the other two." The reluctant trio, forcibly awakened, stumbled after the rest of the group. The dew on the ground had yet to dry, and the air was thick with the breath of the nocturnal forest. "Arthur, Amos." They encountered a middle-aged man. Mia recognized that the boy accompanying the middle-aged man was Cedric. Due to his striking appearance, amiable personality, and remarkable prowess, he was quite popular at Hufflepuff House. Such a handsome senior caught Ginny's eye, prompting her to steal a lingering glance. "Cedric is so handsome. How can you not react at all?" she exclaimed. Hermione glanced at Cedric and replied, "He's all right, I suppose. Compared to a certain face I see every day, he can only be considered average." Ginny eyed Hermione with suspicion, but upon seeing Mia, a mischievous expression replaced her doubt. "It's no wonder you're immune to such charms, being with Mia all the time." Hermione, flustered and irritated, playfully punched Ginny. "Stop talking nonsense." Observing Hermione's flustered demeanor, Ginny quickly understood and chose to remain silent, smirking. The group continued together until they reached the venue through the portkey, where they dispersed. The Weasley family soon located their designated tent. Mia had to admit that finding their own amidst the multitude of tents was a skill in itself. The campsite stretched endlessly, a veritable ocean of tents and people. The tents, enchanted with concealment charms, appeared small from the outside, yet revealed a spacious interior once entered, comfortably accommodating all of them. This tent was sponsored by Sirius, who unfortunately could not attend due to an unexpected matter. Mia was aware that he had been summoned by Dumbledore. As night fell and the Quidditch World Cup was about to commence, the crowd converged at the venue. It was a magnificent spectacle, and Mia believed it to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to witness such a gathering. The tickets were all luxurious, affording the finest viewing positions. Surrounding him were various social dignitaries, and even the Minister of Magic was not far away. This scene was unlike anything he had recalled. From the moment he entered the venue, Mia remained on high alert. Then, he spotted two golden-haired gentlemen. In the central grandstand, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge was being surrounded by admirers. The match was about to begin. "Shouldn't you return to your seats soon? I hear the view from above is splendid, though watching the game might be somewhat inconvenient. If it rains, you'll be among the first to know, won't you?" Upon hearing this sardonic tone, Mr. Weasley recognized that he was facing an old adversary. No need for concern. If it rains, I can lend you an umbrella. Mr. Weasley was reluctant to appear harsh in front of a group of children. And how could that be? Using a leaky umbrella might stain my clothes. Mr. Weasley shrugged and beckoned a few children to temporarily return to their box, avoiding a confrontation with Malfoy. "You have a box?" As he observed the Weasley party entering a box of similar status, Lucius seemed to have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Soon, he connected the dots. Harry was indeed a generous friend, but such tickets acquired through dubious means were not something he could accept. Hearing Lucius disparage Sirius, Harry could no longer contain his anger. Ill-gotten gains would merely line Malfoy's pockets. "You little brat." Just as Lucius was about to unleash his fury, Fudge commenced his speech from the central grandstand. His voice, amplified by magic, resonated throughout the entire venue. "Dear wizarding friends, the Quidditch World Cup is now officially underway." With little preamble, Fudge's announcement ignited the crowd's spirits, causing a euphoric uproar that echoed loudly. Even Mia, who had little interest in Quidditch, felt the infectious excitement. Hermione beside him gazed intently at the scene. As if sensing something, they turned to exchange glances almost simultaneously. In the next moment, their eyes drifted apart. Such was their predicament, refraining from private conversations or contact while maintaining a facade of warmth and politeness in public was their mutual understanding. At their age, they had begun to grasp the nature of budding feelings. For these two exceptionally gifted youths, they had developed their unique approach to navigating such emotions. In truth, others had already taken note of the situation between them, yet it remained unspoken, understood yet unsaid. The cheers in the arena unified, and the name Krum reached Mia's ears. With the aid of magic, he discerned the figure soaring through the venue. There stood a robust man, nearly resembling a polar bear. Yet he moved upon his broom with the grace and agility of a bird, albeit a bird of prey. Mia discerned the reason behind the fervent cheers directed at him. The subsequent match was even more exhilarating, as Krum's performance on the field left an indelible mark on the hearts of everyone present. Mia also noticed him for the first time. In any field, those who achieve remarkable feats are undoubtedly exceptional individuals, even without an understanding of Quidditch. Mia could discern Victor Krum's prowess through Ron's enthusiastic exclamations. After the match concluded, the group returned to their tent, still brimming with excitement. Ron remained captivated by Krum's impressive display, repeatedly murmuring, "He is like a soaring eagle." "Ron, you've fallen for him," Ginny teased playfully. "Stop talking nonsense." However, if it were him, hey, enough. Mia swiftly interrupted Ron's perilous musings. Yet, the twins continued to mercilessly jest at Ron's expense. The atmosphere inside the tent was as lively as that outside. Mia, however, remained ever vigilant, his mind alert to the potential dangers that lurked within the camp. Though uncertain whether an assault by the Death Eaters would occur that very evening, he chose to maintain a state of readiness for the sake of his own safety. This constant awareness rendered him somewhat out of place amidst the revelry surrounding him. Hermione and Ginny were engrossed in lively conversation about the players of the day. Yet Hermione's attention would inevitably drift towards Mia. What thoughts occupied his mind? Hermione was well acquainted with this particular state of Mia's. She understood that he must be contemplating something of great significance. Before long, the cacophony outside escalated further. The revelers, growing weary from their festivities, began to sense that something was amiss amidst the raucous sounds. The Irish seemed to have gone a bit mad. If I were to win, I would be even madder than they are. Mr. Weasley could no longer contain his curiosity and rose to investigate the commotion outside, only to return in a flurry of concern. Mia's wand was already in her hand. Sharing her vigilance were Hermione and Harry. "Show no mercy when the time comes," Mia warned Harry in a low voice. She remembered that Harry had mastered the killing curse. "Anyone who isn't Irish, get out of here now. We're under attack." Panic erupted instantly. A crowd surged out of the tents, and chaos reigned outside. It was like stepping into a raging river, swept along helplessly by the current. "Hold hands. Don't get separated. We need to reach the Portkey." Mr. Weasley led the way, forging a path for the children behind him. But the crowd surged like a treacherous undercurrent, abruptly cutting through their group. Ginny, left behind, was instantly swallowed by the throng. The suffocating press of bodies and deafening noise disoriented her completely. Then, a large hand seized her. "Come with me, hold tight." The voice was familiar, so much so that Hermione instinctively wanted to pull away. This is no time for stubbornness. Mia gazed intently at Hermione before turning to navigate through the throngs of people. With Mia's hand gripping hers firmly, Hermione found herself devoid of any opportunity to resist. In such circumstances, she understood that it was not a time for obstinacy. The crowd surged around them, punctuated by incessant screams and the cacophony of explosions. Yet, with that individual by her side, Hermione felt as though the peril was somewhat diminished. Clutching tightly to his hand, she observed his figure, which, though not particularly imposing, provided her with a sense of security amidst the chaos wrought by Death Eaters lurking in the crowd. Mia could only hear a cacophony of chaotic sounds. Yet she could not see a single Death Eater. Suddenly, an explosion erupted almost right beside her, and the crowd to her right was instantly parted. A powerful shockwave nearly separated the two of them. Upon catching sight of a masked figure attacking indiscriminately, Mia immediately recognized it as a Death Eater. The turmoil among the crowd seemed to invigorate the Death Eater further, as various perilous spells were hurled towards the masses, deflecting a piercing curse aimed their way. Mia retaliated with a lethal curse, silencing the frenzied Death Eater. "The unforgivable curse!" Hermione exclaimed, unable to contain herself at Mia's decisive action. "This is the swiftest way to quiet him and ensure our safety," Mia replied. Suddenly, another Death Eater, having witnessed the scene, prepared to strike at the two of them. With a thunderous explosion, an orange spell obliterated the arm of that Death Eater. "I believe your actions are what truly embody the unforgivable," Hermione said, somewhat embarrassed as she retracted her wand. "If I hadn't acted, he would have unleashed the killing curse upon you." Mia ended the suffering of that Death Eater. Chapter 108. Mad-Eye Moody pushing through the dense crowd. Mia finally led Hermione to an empty clearing. This should be safe now. Both of them were slightly breathless. Glancing at their still entwined hands, Mia turned her gaze to Hermione. Noticing Mia's look, Hermione instinctively loosened her grip, only to tighten it again with even greater resolve the next moment. Mia furrowed her brow. "Why did you just save me?" It was a rather foolish question. Hermione gazed intently into Mia's eyes. "I can be brave just once." "Dare you to do the same?" "I do not comprehend what you were saying." The two fell into silence. Hermione's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Yet she struggled to maintain her resolve. "My previous words have made my stance clear. Your efforts are in vain. It is not that you are at fault. Rather, I harbor no such intentions." Hermione fixed her unwavering stare upon Mia, desperately seeking any sign of wavering. Yet, all she found was indifference and emptiness. A profound sense of hollowness enveloped her heart. Their hands parted. They remained silent, as if nothing had transpired moments earlier. "Let us proceed and rejoin them." "All right." The atmosphere appeared to normalize, and it was not until they reunited with the main group that Mia dispelled her mental barriers. She hesitated to acknowledge whether Hermione's gaze had swayed her. She feared she was too timid. Perhaps it truly required a heart as resolute as Voldemort's to pursue one's ideals without distraction. "Are you all right?" "I am fine," Hermione replied with a smile to Ginny. Observing Hermione, who seemed unperturbed, Mia gazed skyward in melancholy. In the night, a colossal skull was devouring a venomous serpent. This was the mark of the Dark Lord. Mr. Weasley wore a grave expression as he recalled the horrors of that fateful year. Mia grew vexed, for he hadn't caught even a glimpse of young Barty's shadow. When Hermione was swept away by the crowd, his attention had been entirely consumed by her. Recognizing this peculiar fixation within himself, Mia's frustration deepened. Indeed, romantic entanglements only served as hindrances. The vast campsite now lay in smoldering ruins, a stark contrast to the lively spectacle it had been mere hours before. A group of figures surged forward, with Mr. Weasley stepping forth to parley. Among them stood Barty Crouch Sr., father of the elusive Barty Jr., scouring the wreckage for the culprit behind the Dark Mark's resurgence. This had undoubtedly been a Quidditch World Cup unlike any other. Newspapers swiftly disseminated the news across the wizarding world, though in truth, most witches and wizards had borne witness to the night's horrors firsthand. In the days that followed, no conversation strayed far from the attack. The colossal skull blazing in the sky had been visible to nearly all. A chilling question lingered in the air. Was this the Dark Lord's proclamation of his impending return? Unease rippled through the magical community. Aboard the Hogwarts Express, nearly every student pored over newspapers with grim fascination. Within their compartment, Hermione rejoined their quartet, her demeanor betraying nothing amiss. Since that fateful night, Mia had carefully examined his sentiments toward Hermione. He could no longer deny harboring feelings for her that differed from those he held for others, though when precisely this distinction had taken root eluded him. Perhaps it traced back to their first year, when she had suddenly intervened against Quirrell? MIA finds himself at a loss, realizing that he is not particularly adept at navigating such emotions. Thus, he is confronted with two choices: to accept his feelings with equanimity or to sever ties decisively. He never aspired to be a heartless individual, devoid of sentiment. If Hermione were indeed the person destined for him, he would naturally wish to hold on tightly. Yet, at present, he struggles to discern the truth. This dilemma has plagued him throughout the holiday. However, he is certain that if the connection between him and Hermione remains at its current superficial level, he would firmly consider cutting it off. With this thought, the troubling feelings momentarily dissipated from his mind. Harry and Ron are equally perplexed, wondering why the two seem to have reconciled as if nothing had happened. Their relationship appears unchanged, leaving Ron and Harry uncertain whether they are truly back together or not. In youth, one inevitably finds oneself ensnared by matters of the heart, whether concerning their own affections or those of others. On the first day back at school, visitors arrive, a delegation from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and another from Durmstrang Institute. The gathering of the three great magical schools is indeed an unusual occurrence. Whispers of the Triwizard Tournament circulate, igniting excitement throughout the castle. At the opening feast, Dumbledore himself confirms that the tournament, which had been suspended for over a century, will be held once more at Hogwarts. The Great Hall buzzes with energy as the three schools convene, more vibrant than ever. The enchanting Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons and the talented Quidditch player Victor Krum from Durmstrang draw the gaze of many. Whispers fill the air. "Look, Hermione, Krum is so handsome." Ginny remarks, unable to contain herself. "Is that your type?" Hermione retorts with a frown. "No, I just think he looks really impressive when playing Quidditch." Ginny responds candidly. MIAs. "Harry, Krum is truly handsome." Mia and Harry discreetly distance themselves from Ron, their eyes betraying a hint of disdain towards him. "Ron, could you refrain from returning to the dormitory tonight? Ideally, it would be best if you never returned." "Why?" Before Ron could protest further, an oddly shaped cup was raised. Bartemius Crouch, the director of the International Magical Cooperation Department, took the stage to announce the rules. For safety reasons, the Ministry of Magic had decreed that all students under the age of 17 were forbidden from participating. Nonsense. Those two identical Hogwarts students should mind their manners. Utter rubbish. Debate. Various expletives erupted from the three schools. Amidst the chaos, Crouch looked helplessly at Dumbledore, who, feeling fortunate for having assigned Crouch to this task, was relieved. Silence. Dumbledore's magically enhanced voice instantly quieted the entire hall, rendering any further objections moot. Noticing Harry's despondent expression, Mia nearly chuckled. When his name was chosen by the Goblet of Fire, Harry would no longer yearn to participate as he did now. Suddenly, a tremendous flash of lightning erupted from the ceiling, reminiscent of the last time when Quirrell burst into the hall. Observing the appearance of Mad-Eye Moody, Mia recognized that this must be the disguise of young Barty. Dumbledore could not possibly be unaware that old Fox was more astute than anyone. Dumbledore warmly embraced Moody. "This ceiling is quite foolish." "Thank you." Chapter 109. The Duel. The new year at Hogwarts welcomed guests from the other two schools, invigorating the ancient castle. The students from different institutions seemed to harbor a profound curiosity about one another. The Triwizard Tournament was a grand event where the three magical schools would compete in prowess, serving as an excellent opportunity for mutual understanding and exchange. It was said that Hogwarts boasted a dueling club, which piqued the interest of students from the other two schools, particularly those from Durmstrang. The magical world has long proclaimed Hogwarts as the foremost magical academy. In the past, with four prominent wizarding figures, Hogwarts was undoubtedly the world's leading magical institution. However, as other magical schools began to rise, this title became contested. Over the years, a tripartite balance emerged in Europe among Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang, giving rise to the Triwizard Tournament. Students from different schools invariably felt a sense of rivalry, making this gathering at the dueling club a prelude to the main event. As the sole teaching assistant and true administrator of the dueling club, Mia naturally assumed a prominent role in this gathering. When Mia ascended the dueling platform, the eyes of all Hogwarts students were fixed upon him. The students from the other two schools were puzzled as to how this not particularly imposing young man could command the attention of so many Hogwarts students. Some girls from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang could not help but gather to point and whisper about Mia on the stage. Every school had its own unofficial beauty and handsome boy contests, and these girls suddenly realized that their own school's contenders paled in comparison. Feeling the unabashed intensity of the gazes from below, Mia's eyes twitched. Fortunately, he was a person of composure, unfazed by such attention. Observing Mia's flamboyant display, Hermione's expression soured. Casting a glance at the girls who incessantly threw glances at the stage, Hermione disdainfully snorted. The man I have my eyes on, even if I cannot have him. Neither shall you. Unbeknownst to Mia, who had just declared the commencement of this year's dueling arena, Hermione's murderous gaze lingered. As per tradition, students would challenge Mia as the first champion. However, after witnessing a bloodbath and then observing others endure the same fate, this segment had become rather tedious. Noticing that no Hogwarts students appeared eager to challenge him, the students from the other two schools hesitated. Krum, are you going up? Among the crowd. Krum silently observed Mia on the stage. I wonder what his level is. I'm not interested, Krum replied with a stern expression. Then I'll give it a try. A student from Durmstrang ascended the stage, piquing Mia's interest. Durmstrang was known as the alma mater of Grindelwald, Dumbledore's old rival. Mia was curious about the student's capabilities. Perhaps due to its proximity to the country known for its bear-riding wizards, the Durmstrang students exuded a certain brutish aura, as if tough guy was inscribed upon their faces. Let us begin, Mia announced. The duel lacked formalities or rules. The only stipulation was to avoid fatal harm. The Durmstrang student visibly grew more excited. Considering the Hogwarts contender to be somewhat weaker, given his less robust physique. Are you a wizard? Why does it matter how sturdy he is? I believe someone in charge must possess some skill. I agree. This should be quite entertaining. How many rounds do you think they can endure? At least 10 for it to be worthwhile, right? The Hogwarts students exchanged glances, remaining silent. Do you think he can last 2 rounds? It depends on whether Shamil will go easy on him. If he doesn't, it might reflect poorly. Who cares? Ah, Mia looked at me. I'm pregnant. As the battle was about to commence, it was over in a single strike. Mia waved her hand, effortlessly dispelling the opposing spell and simultaneously sending her adversary flying. Recognizing the opponent's lackluster skills, Mia lost interest in continuing the duel. The audience and the students from Durmstrang were momentarily stunned, while the Hogwarts students, accustomed to such displays, began to applaud. It was only then that the students from the other two schools comprehended the situation. A single spell? And without uttering a word? Krum in the crowd felt a spark of excitement. As the Durmstrang student finally regained his composure and descended from the stage, several more students ascended, predominantly from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Unsurprisingly, each match concluded in a singular blow. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm, while Mia felt a twinge of boredom. This was not an act of arrogance. Rather, he had undergone enhancements through a magical augmentation method, granting him the prowess of a fully fledged wizard, even without rigorous training. Not to mention, he had never slackened his efforts to improve his abilities. His rate of advancement astonished even Dumbledore. Coupled with the fact that he had genuinely fought for his life, how could these sheltered students hope to compete? The challengers were primarily younger students, and it would indeed be a marvel if they could last more than a single spell. Hadn't the subsequent Hogwarts students who took the stage all been upperclassmen? After each duel, they all concluded within 5 spells. Now, even the Hogwarts students regarded Mia with newfound awe. Previously, they had only recognized his strength, but they had assumed he was merely a lower classman. His earlier bout with Snape had evidently been intended as a teaching exercise, which had dissuaded the upperclassmen from challenging him. Witnessing Mia's unwavering prowess this time, some upperclassmen began to stir with ambition. Sister, why don't you give it a try? From the crowd, a charming girl playfully urged a nearby woman. Fleur affectionately ruffled her sister's hair, replying, I cannot compete with him. Fleur, possessing Vila heritage, drew the gaze of the surrounding male students, who discreetly admired her. In truth, Avila's beauty is not inherently striking. It is their enchanting allure that captivates the heart. However, Fleur, with half of Vila blood, not only possessed this charm, but was also remarkably lovely. Standing amidst the throng, she made it difficult for others to approach her. Why not? I don't believe it. Fleur playfully pinched her sister's nose, then turned her gaze to Mia, her eyes shimmering with determination. I shall challenge him. A deep voice resonated from the crowd, as Krum stepped forward, and those nearby parted to create a path. The students present erupted into excitement. This was bound to be a spectacle. Mia gazed with great interest at Krum as he approached. It must be said, the aura he exuded was indeed formidable. The prospect of engaging with such a talented youth piqued Mia's curiosity. Just as Krum was about to ascend the dueling platform, a sudden announcement interrupted him. The Triwizard Cup had been set up, registration was now open, and the headmaster requested his presence immediately. Chapter 110 marked the message came from a student of Durmstrang, and it was naturally directed at Krum. Wait for me. I shall be there shortly, Krum replied in a deep tone. The headmaster insists you go now. He is currently in the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Krum let out a displeased snort and turned to Mia, saying, It seems today is not the right moment. We shall duel another time. His eyes were ablaze with competitive spirit as he hurriedly made his exit. Regardless of how many challenges arose, the outcome would remain unchanged. And with the registration for the Triwizard Tournament officially commencing, everyone flocked to the hall to witness the spectacle. Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, awaited at the entrance of the great hall, and his expression brightened upon seeing Krum approach. Krum was indeed Durmstrang's ace, the preordained candidate for this competition. The students of Durmstrang unanimously regarded Krum as the most suitable choice. However, Krum appeared indifferent to the headmaster's enthusiasm. He casually tossed the parchment bearing his name into the receptacle and departed. Once the Durmstrang delegation left, the atmosphere grew lively once more. Many suitably aged students eagerly signed up, while those who did not quite meet the age requirements were also restless with anticipation. However, the white lines surrounding the Goblet of Fire deterred them from acting on their inner impulses. Mia and her companions merely arrived to partake in the festivities. For none of the four were participants in the competition. Harry and Ron observed, filled with regret, as one after another individuals approached to cast their names into the Goblet of Fire. Mia is aware that the mad-eyed man Moody, impersonated by the young Barty Crouch, would tamper with the Goblet of Fire, ensuring that Harry would be chosen. Mia finds herself in a predicament. Whether Harry can participate in the tournament is intertwined with Voldemort's potential resurrection. Although Pettigrew is currently detained by Dumbledore, Mia remains uncertain if Barty Crouch Jr. might take Peter's place to facilitate Voldemort's revival. For Voldemort to return, he requires the blood of his enemies. He is a being of rituals, insisting on having Harry's blood for his resurrection. This demand results in the protective charm left by Lily flowing into Voldemort himself. The charm's extraordinary effect encompasses both Harry and Voldemort, binding their fates together. As long as Voldemort lives, so too shall Harry. They become entangled in a state of mutual Horcruxes. Thus, when Voldemort attempts to kill Harry, the magic will choose to annihilate the fragment of Voldemort's soul residing within Harry. This ensures Harry's survival while simultaneously destroying him as a Horcrux. Preventing Harry from competing may delay Voldemort's resurrection. But there remains the possibility that he could utilize the blood of others, putting Harry's life at grave risk during the destruction of the Horcrux. Allowing Harry to compete, however, significantly increases the likelihood of Voldemort's return within this term. Moreover, Mia feels inadequately prepared. In the face of the most dangerous dark wizard in history, no preparation can ever feel sufficient. Consequently, Mia is beset by anxiety. Perhaps it is best to leave the matter to the astute Dumbledore. At that moment, the crowd suddenly stirred. Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons was being ushered forward, under the gaze of all present. She cast her name into the Goblet of Fire and subsequently directed a meaningful glance toward Mia amidst the throng. Mia felt an instantaneous increase in the intensity of gazes directed towards him. He understood the thoughts of those individuals. However, he had just been discreetly employing his mind-reading technique, and it was evident that Furlong held no such convenient notions. It was merely that she had taken notice of him during the dueling club. The glances from others did not particularly bother him, yet the gaze of a certain someone beside him made him feel rather flushed. Even without the aid of his mind-reading ability, he could discern the thoughts swirling in Hermione's mind at that moment. Mia felt utterly helpless. Had she not yet surrendered? Harry and Ron dared not jest with Mia, for they sensed the tension in the air. Throughout their journey, Hermione's demeanor was notably subdued, rendering the other three at a loss for words. Among the other girls, Hermione found little concern. She understood Mia well. That proud and haughty fellow rarely stirred the hearts of ordinary girls. However, Fleur was a different matter altogether. With her unparalleled charm and formidable prowess, she had already taken notice of Mia. Hermione was engulfed by a profound sense of urgency. Regarding her own appearance, Hermione harbored no confidence whatsoever. She couldn't help but recall her reflection in the mirror, hair in disarray, expression rigid, and rabbit-like teeth. She could hardly be described as anything but somewhat unattractive. This line of thought only deepened Hermione's despondency. "Mia, are you heading back to the dormitory?" Hermione suddenly inquired. "What is the matter?" "I'm going to the library. But I don't wish to carry these books. Could you help me take them back?" "You could carry them yourself." Without waiting for a reply, Hermione unceremoniously stuffed the books into Mia's arms. Mia found herself somewhat perplexed by Hermione's thoughts. Generally, he refrained from using the Patronus charm on his friends, especially Hermione, as he was reluctant to confront her feelings towards him. Without turning back, Hermione walked away, leaving Mia to carry the books back. During this period, the topic of conversation among everyone revolved around the Goblet of Fire displayed in the Great Hall. The discussions merely centered on who had registered and who might possibly be chosen. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry and Ron were huddled together, engaged in a conversation of their own. Mia had just returned from a secluded chamber where he practiced his magical arts. He was determined to enhance his magical prowess once more this semester. However, Dumbledore opposed his intentions, citing the perilous nature of such a brief interval between attempts. Yet, with the imminent threat of Voldemort's resurrection, he felt an urgent need to grow stronger. Thus, he cast aside all distractions and immersed himself entirely in the study of magic. "When did you acquire 2 bags?" Harry inquired, observing Mia with 1 bag slung over each shoulder. "They belong to Hermione," Mia replied, taking a seat without further ado. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, then erupted into a fit of mischievous laughter. Mia was well aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the 2 individuals. He had discerned Hermione's intentions, which were merely to assert her claim, much like a creature marking its territory. This left Mia feeling rather helpless. What did she take him for? He had not declined Hermione's request to bring items along, not because he was enamored by her advances, but rather due to his apathy towards such matters. During this period, his days were consumed by attending classes and practicing magic, while everything else faded from his mind. Romantic entanglements were set aside, especially with the impending resurrection of his notorious father. Furthermore, Hermione's actions were merely aimed at deterring other girls from pursuing him. He had never harbored such intentions himself, unlike Harry and Ron, who resembled peacocks in the throes of courtship. Thus, he allowed Hermione to carry on with her antics. Little did he know, his indifference only spurred a certain witch to become increasingly assertive. One morning, as Harry gazed at Mia, a complex expression crossed his face. Upon seeing this, Ron was equally taken aback, questioning if Mia intended to forge a sisterly bond with Hermione. Mia, with a silent pout, merely tied up her long hair. "Don't you do the same?" she retorted. "But we don't use this kind of hair tie, do we? Only girls seem to use it. What does it matter?" Mia replied indifferently, her mind preoccupied with various magical incantations, dismissing everything else with a casual air. "This belongs to Hermione, I might as well make use of it." Harry and Ron exchanged a more complicated glance, sighed, and then departed, leaving behind 2 solitary figures. As they walked, Mia became increasingly exasperated by the peculiar stares directed at her. Finally, she yanked the hair tie off and secured it around her wrist. "Mia Shamil?" A woman's voice called out. Mia gazed into the past. "Furong?" Chapter 111, The Fresh Entanglement. The appearance of Furong instantly captivated the attention of all present. Whether male or female, everyone was irresistibly drawn to this rare beauty. They were all curious about the celestial maiden who had graced this place and the reason for her presence. Some individuals even felt a pang of jealousy. However, upon hearing the name Shamir roll off Furong's lips, everything suddenly seemed to fall into place. Observing the 2 standing together, people began to sense a whiff of romantic intrigue. "May I ask what brings you here?" Unlike her usual demeanor around Harry and his friends, Mia displayed remarkable politeness. Coming from an illustrious family, she excelled at presenting herself in this manner. Sensing the effortless nobility that emanated from Mia, Furong immediately recognized that this boy was unlike anyone else. Given her own talents and beauty, she had encountered numerous individuals who attempted to impress her with their ostentation, no matter how they tried to embellish their demeanor. The essence of one's character could never be feigned. Following that duel, Furong had taken the initiative to inquire about the astonishing boy who had left everyone in awe on the dueling platform. When she heard accolades for Mia from a fellow Hogwarts student, she remained skeptical. Yet, as she encountered consistent praise from everyone she met, a desire to verify the truth for herself began to blossom within her. This was the reason for their encounter today. "Are you truly only in your 4th year?" Furong inquired. Mia's stature has already surged, and now one of his daily pleasures is to compare heights with Harry and Ron. The day he surpasses Yuzo will mark his turning point. Having entered school in 1991, he is now in his 4th year. Upon hearing Mia's affirmative response, a palpable sense of disappointment crossed Fleur's face. However, her impeccable upbringing allowed her to swiftly rein in her emotions. It is truly regrettable that they cannot compete in the Triwizard Tournament. Fleur's regret seemed genuine and unfeigned. Mia could not help but laugh. It seemed that Furong was indeed not merely a delicate flower. As Mia sensed the bold and audacious spirit emanating from her, he felt assured in his judgment. The future remained uncertain. Perhaps his name might unexpectedly appear in the Goblet of Fire. You are quite confident, yet that is a restriction set personally by Dumbledore. Even if one cannot participate, it matters not. There is ample time ahead, and one might still encounter it. You certainly have a way with words. Furong laughed heartily. Suddenly, she noticed the hair tie on Mia's wrist. Observing that it was clearly not something a boy would typically use, Furong inquired, "A girlfriend?" Mia furrowed her brow and raised her wrist, but before he could explain the situation, he felt a chilling gaze. When he turned to look, He saw Hermione striding past with her chin held high, unwavering in her focus. Observing this scene, Furong understood immediately. There was something brewing. Mia, mildly exasperated by the teasing, found that Furong had already departed and Hermione had slipped away to who knows where. Casting a glance at the rubber band in his hand, Mia shrugged it off indifferently. By now, he had discerned his feelings for Hermione. For the average person, it could indeed be classified as affection, albeit somewhat naïve. He was not inclined to deliberately evade it. To care was to care, and to dodge it would only reveal a lack of resolve. Truthfully, deep down, he would be more than happy to bring home a good girl and witness the satisfaction and contentment on his parents' faces. Thus, he resolved to give himself a chance. Emotions do not blossom overnight. If, after a period of calm, he still found himself favoring that girl, then he should embrace it wholeheartedly. The endeavors he would undertake in the future might be perilous, for Voldemort harbored no notions of sparing family from his wrath. Therefore, those who remained by his side would need to be individuals capable of navigating the thorns alongside him. A fleeting infatuation, perhaps best left unexpressed. Consequently, he opted to maintain the status quo. Since mutual feelings were present, there was no need for deliberate avoidance. However, if he wished to advance further, that could wait for another time. He did not wish to harm a good girl. After completing his flying lesson and engaging in some exercise, he began to move about casually. "Why are you wearing 2 layers in this heat?" Ron exclaimed, staring incredulously at the 2 jackets Mia held. "They're Hermione's." Nearby, the girls were giggling, revealing that Krum from Durmstrang was also working out. The robust young man naturally attracted the attention of the girls, awakening to their feelings. Some girls trailed behind Krum, wanting to get closer but hesitating, maintaining a respectful distance instead. From afar, Hermione sat on a rock, lost in thought. "That's Krum," her roommate Lavender exclaimed, starry-eyed. "Where? No way, you're not watching him?" "But that's Krum." Hermione shrugged helplessly. She had no desire to utter any indifferent remarks in front of his ardent fans. "True, you do have Mia," Lavender remarked enviously. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Hermione retorted, playfully poking Lavender in the side. "What nonsense? Based on my years of experience, he would even help you with your jacket in such a public setting. Indifferent to the gazes of other girls. I think you two definitely have something brewing." Hermione felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Finally, Lavender fell silent and joined a few other roommates in trailing after Krum. Watching Krum surrounded by admirers, Hermione suddenly felt a twinge of sentimentality. Mia seems to be a similar individual, if only he were a tad more ostentatious. Yet, even without such flamboyance, there are numerous young ladies who covertly express their affections. She has already discovered several love letters intended for Mia. As for how she came upon these notes, it is because Mia habitually entrusts all his belongings to her during his magical practice sessions. This custom, she cannot recall when it commenced, has led her to become accustomed to managing Mia's possessions. Each day, she finds herself more often confronted with Mia's backpack and coat. That boy, endowed with talent surpassing all others, exerts greater effort than anyone else. Hermione harbors a fear that Mia might suddenly soar to great heights, leaving her unable to reach him. "Do you hold feelings for him as well?" The sudden sound of Mia's voice startled Hermione, causing her to instinctively retract her neck. "What did you say?" The flush on Hermione's face was a mystery, whether born of embarrassment or irritation. Mia appears to be utterly unconcerned. "If you genuinely harbor feelings for him, then muster the courage to take a chance. You surpass any of them. Yet, I have already shown sufficient bravery." Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. Mia's gaze was somewhat bewildered. "I apologize. You were looking at him. Did you truly not care at all?" Hermione pressed on. A chilling sensation spread within her heart. Hermione sensed Mia's unique attention towards her, yet she was uncertain whether to feel pleased. It appeared that Mia had no intention of concealing her feelings. It was as if she regarded something of little significance. Though possessing it, its existence was inconsequential. It mattered not whether she cherished it, nor whether she favored another. Chapter 112, Revelation. Hermione's inquiry left Mia momentarily at a loss for words. Mia's hesitation had already served as a response for Hermione. She rose abruptly, denying Mia the opportunity to reply. "Perhaps we shall speak when your indecision has subsided." Watching Hermione's retreating figure, Mia scratched his head in frustration. At that moment, he found himself wishing to embody the likes of Voldemort, emotionless and untroubled by such convoluted matters. What a bother it was. He would much rather confront dark wizards, problems that could be resolved with a mere killing curse. Irritation aside, he chose to cast his worries aside for the time being. In comparison to these trivial emotions, Mia was far more preoccupied with the imminent resurrection of Voldemort. He observed the imposter Mad-Eye Moody with keen interest. Until now, he had never laid eyes on the real Moody. Yet this counterfeit's every action perfectly matched the moniker of Mad Eye. What professor would teach the 3 unforgivable curses in a 4th-year class? Nevertheless, one had to commend the effort of this young Barty in his teaching. At least he imparted knowledge that was genuinely useful. If he were not destined to be a Death Eater, becoming a professor at Hogwarts would indeed be a fine alternative. Alas, he remembered that this individual would secretly cast Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire, not wishing to raise any alarms. Mia remained unaware of whether Barty had already set his plans in motion. That night, Hermione emerged from the library alone. Soon, the final contestants for the Triwizard Tournament would be confirmed, and everyone had already proceeded to the Great Hall. Walking through the dim corridor, she would have been lying if she claimed not to feel nervous. Hermione deliberately chose to traverse areas where she might encounter more people or perhaps the professor's offices. As anxiety gnawed at her, she found herself standing before the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Prof. Mia cast a glance at the false Moody on stage. Realizing that the man had indeed taken action, Harry, with a stiff resolve, was pushed onto the platform. The Goblet of Fire possessed formidable constraints. Those chosen must compete. Harry's wish had been fulfilled, yet he felt no joy. He understood that in the eyes of everyone, he would appear as a deceitful trickster. Ron observed Harry, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. Do you think Harry possesses the ability to circumvent Dumbledore's magic? Mia noted a change in Ron's demeanor. It seemed as if Ron had suddenly come to a realization. Thus, one must trust their companions, Mia stated solemnly. Ashamed of his previous thoughts, Ron quickly grew anxious again. Wasn't Harry now in danger? Surely, someone intended to harm him. The power of the goblet was immense. Even Dumbledore could not contravene it. Whether it was a matter of inability or unwillingness to defy it, Mia could not ascertain. At that moment, Hermione rushed over, breathless. She approached Mia directly. Observing Hermione's expression, Mia discerned that she must have encountered an urgent matter. Mia, you must tell me the truth, Hermione exclaimed, her words tumbling out in a frantic rush. Momentarily forgetting the gravity of the situation, Mia furrowed her brow. What is the matter? Facing Mia, Hermione felt a surge of fear. She dreaded Mia's response. Terrified that everything before her was merely a fade. In a quivering voice, she asked each word with trepidation, Are you truly Mia Shamir? At that moment, Dumbledore's voice resonated throughout the hall, igniting a fervor among the audience. What on earth is happening? Karkaroff stormed onto the stage. However, upon realizing that the individual before him was Dumbledore, he regained his composure. How can Hogwarts have 3 contestants? This is unjust. The tall headmistress of Beauxbatons, Madame Maxime, also approached with evident displeasure. What manipulation have you engaged in? At that moment, Dumbledore's mind was already piecing together the puzzle. I am unaware of what has transpired. But this is the choice made by the Goblet of Fire. To comprehend the particulars, I believe we must convene and discuss. I too am in the dark. Dumbledore cast a glance at Mia, prompting her to rise. Mia, Hermione called out anxiously, but Mia covered her hand with her own, sensing the chill in her touch. Mia attempted to warm Hermione's icy hand, yet she had to depart momentarily. Do not worry, I shall return. The 3 headmasters and all the contestants entered the room behind the podium. The hall remained in turmoil, unable to settle. What was truly occurring? The rapid developments left Hermione's mind in a whirl. As you can see, Mia has been chosen by the Goblet of Fire, Ron replied. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. Harry was also selected. Hermione's mind momentarily malfunctioned. Chapter 113, the 4th school due to the unexpected incident during the announcement of the final contestants. The headmasters and officials from the Ministry of Magic congregated in a room to deliberate. The hall was in chaos, and the discussions within the room were equally heated. As the hosts, I expect a reasonable explanation. Madame Maxime's countenance was grim. This is blatant cheating. You shall face the consequences. Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, wore a fierce expression, but the malice in his eyes was evident to all, revealing his ulterior motives. The selected students stood silently to the side, listening to the professor's disputes, choosing to remain mute. Nevertheless, even in their silence, their positions spoke volumes about their stances. Krum stood at a distance, seemingly reluctant to associate with Harry and Mia. Fleur did not exhibit Krum's overt stance, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of skepticism. Cedric positioned himself between Mia and Fleur. I apologize for this occurrence. It is our oversight. Please trust in our integrity. Hogwarts would never contravene the rules. Dumbledore appeared calm, still exuding an air of control. This cannot be ruled out. Perhaps some students, dissatisfied with the Ministry's legitimate decisions, have engaged in such nefarious actions? Of course, you are the headmaster of Hogwarts. I shall undoubtedly trust in your fairness. Karkaroff's duplicitous demeanor elicited a frown from Mia. Thank you for your trust. Our students would never stoop to such actions. Professor McGonagall stated emphatically. Oh, that cannot be certain, Karkaroff replied with a sardonic tone. I do not believe that students yet to graduate possess the cunning to deceive the Goblet of Fire. Snape's voice was low and steady. And what do you suggest, Severus? Karkaroff and Snape were old acquaintances, though their relationship was far from amicable. Snape, disinclined to engage with Karkaroff's glibness, responded with reluctance. Do you think others intentionally submitted their names? I believe that to be the case. Upon seeing Moody emerge from the shadows, Karkaroff's face twitched noticeably. It was Moody who had apprehended Voldemort and imprisoned him in Azkaban. Thanks to his penchant for betraying his allies, he had divulged a plethora of hidden Death Eaters. Coupled with his cowardice, he had indeed committed no heinous acts, leading to his release by the Ministry. Now, in Moody's presence, Karkaroff still felt apprehensive. I believe you may be somewhat on edge from capturing dark wizards, Moody. I don't see it as being on edge. When dealing with cunning dark wizards, one cannot be overly cautious, Moody retorted, disregarding the decorum of the situation. Amongst them, only Mia discerned that this was merely an impostor of Moody. Mia speculated that Dumbledore had likely seen through Barty's disguise. One must admit, Barty's ruse was indeed quite skillful. What do you mean? Do you believe there is a dark wizard present? Precisely. Observing the tension in the atmosphere, Barty Crouch promptly intervened to quell the discussion regarding the dark wizard. Since this is the selection of the Goblet of Fire, we cannot defy it. This is unfair. It implies that Hogwarts has 3 contestants. Mrs. Maxim exclaimed. Perhaps there could be a 4th competitor. Dumbledore's words immediately captured the attention of all present. From where would this 4th party emerge? I have some old acquaintances at Beauxbatons, and they have been contemplating a visit here. I believe they might be interested in participating in this grand event. Are you suggesting that they send 2 representatives for Beauxbatons? Barty Crouch's eyes lit up, clearly considering it a splendid idea. Setting aside the question of whether it is appropriate to include a 4th school in the Triwizard Tournament, is it not somewhat unjust that they could send 2 competitors? Let one represent Beauxbatons and the other compete solely for themselves. Barty Crouch promptly proposed a new plan. I find the sudden inclusion of a 4th school somewhat unconventional, Karkaroff retorted obstinately. Do you have a better suggestion? Upon hearing Barty Crouch speak, Karkaroff quickly held his tongue. In the past, when Barty Crouch served as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Karkaroff's release had been due to Barty Crouch's leniency. Despite his current role as the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, he had once been a formidable contender for the position of Minister for Magic. Were it not for his troublesome son, Fudge would hardly have been able to ascend to the role of minister. With Barty Crouch's decisive input, the matter was settled. However, as the representatives from Beauxbatons had yet to arrive, it remained undecided who would represent Beauxbatons between Harry and Mia. When this decision was publicly announced, all the students were taken aback. Only Mia understood that Dumbledore had likely summoned Beauxbatons. She had not anticipated that he would truly find a way to acquire the Slytherin wand that had been lost at Beauxbatons. Dumbledore was indeed resourceful. He would not hesitate to obtain a wand if he deemed it necessary. After dealing with Harry and Ron, Mia had a private meeting with Hermione. The moment Mia saw Hermione's expression, she knew something significant had transpired. You must tell me the truth. What? Hermione's serious and somewhat resolute demeanor left Mia perplexed. You promised me. Stop it, Hermione. Mia felt bewildered by Hermione's insistence. Hermione truly wished to extract a negative response from Mia. Do you have any connection to Voldemort? Mia's brow furrowed slightly. Hermione would not pose such absurd questions without reason. Could it be that she had sensed something? Mia diligently reflected on her every action, pondering whether she had overlooked something. Once again, uncertainty gripped her. Despair washed over Hermione's face. Upon witnessing this, Mia discerned that Hermione must have uncovered something. Why would you pose such a question? You are the child of Voldemort, are you not? Is he truly your father? Hermione's voice wavered slightly. As Hermione's emotions intensified, he realized that he could no longer conceal the truth. Should he resort to the Obliviate charm to erase everything? Would Hermione expose his secret? Would she distance herself from him henceforth? Mia hesitated once more, and at that moment, Hermione had already discerned the truth from Mia's reaction. Her mind raced with thoughts. Have you spoken to anyone else about this? The professors must not be informed. Hermione continued to ramble, but a single call from Mia instinctively made her look up. Hermione. In the fleeting moment their gazes intertwined, Mia cast the legilimency spell. Hermione's thoughts became transparent before him, revealing shock, sorrow, despair, fear, and concern. You wouldn't consider exposing me, would you? Hermione gazed at Mia's calm face, her composure faltering. Have you lost your mind? If I were to expose you, you would surely be besieged. Have you told anyone else? Given your nature, I doubt you would share this with anyone. No, wait. The Ministry of Magic already knows about this matter. It's perilous for you here. What do you think I should do? Naturally, you must leave this place. Return home. No, the Ministry must know where you live. Perhaps hide at my house? What about your parents? Ever since I arrived at Hogwarts, they've been planning their honeymoon. You can stay for a while. We'll devise a plan later. Aren't you afraid of implicating me? The utmost priority is for you to escape first. My family are muggles. The Ministry wouldn't dare touch them. Observing Hermione's anxious expression, Mia's legitimacy remained unbroken. She was earnest in her concern. Chapter 114. Stumbling block. Hermione's voice grew fainter. She felt uneasy under Mia's unwavering gaze. What are you thinking? Aren't you at all worried? Hermione found herself unable to comprehend Mia's thoughts. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Mia smiled at Hermione. I haven't told anyone but you. The Ministry is unaware. The letter you saw was a forgery. The weight of this revelation was considerable, and Hermione took some time to unravel Mia's words. A forgery? Wait. How do you? Mia's eyelids twitched violently. No, how could it be? Do you not realize that your current lies are exceedingly transparent? Observing Mia's demeanor, a nameless fury gradually ignited within Hermione. Very well. Enlighten me on what else you know, starting with that letter. How did you ascertain that the letter was fraudulent? Noticing that Hermione was not probing into his invasion of thoughts, Mia could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Given Hermione's loquacious nature, should he provoke her ire, he would surely suffer the consequences. With your intellect, how could you possibly overlook what Moody is truly about? Mia was not inclined to disclose the matter of the false Moody to Hermione. To be explicit, Hermione, in her irritable state, possessed little patience. He was, after all, the most formidable Auror, having battled dark wizards for the better part of his life, and it was he who incarcerated the most dangerous criminals in Azkaban. Do you truly believe he would allow a mere student to gain entry to his office with nothing more than a simple unlocking charm? Such confidential information would never be so carelessly left upon his desk. So, you have indeed intruded upon my thoughts, correct? Hermione's abrupt shift caught Mia off guard. Observing Mia's unexpected reaction provided Hermione with a modicum of solace. At least Moody was aware that you are the offspring of that individual. This matter would be arranged by Dumbledore. Dumbledore? Upon reflection, Hermione realized that given Dumbledore's wisdom, it was only reasonable for him to be cognizant of such affairs. With Dumbledore present, even with her sensitive lineage, Mia would remain safe. Thus, she was the last to be informed. As her mood lightened, it was accompanied by a tinge of melancholy, leaving Hermione feeling rather uncomfortable. How do you intend to confront Harry? I do not know. Hence, I have refrained from revealing these matters to him for the time being. Hermione nodded, recognizing that concealment was indeed a prudent strategy for delay. Thank you for your concern. Hermione was taken aback by Mia's sudden display of warmth and gratitude. Until now, the notion of tenderness seemed to have little association with Mia. You would do the same. The harmonious atmosphere made Hermione feel quite disoriented. So why did Moody intentionally let me know this information? Did he wish to disseminate it through me? Mia gazed at Hermione with admiration. His feelings had shifted significantly from before. Upon witnessing Hermione's fearless demeanor, unafraid of being implicated by him, Mia realized that encountering someone as remarkable as her might be a rare occurrence. Now, as he beheld this astute witch, a sense of solace crept into his eyes. Under the weight of Mia's peculiar gaze, Hermione felt an unsettling discomfort. Today, Mia was decidedly off-kilter. I suspect you might be quite right. He is likely harboring such intentions. Mia surmised that this was likely Voldemort's scheme, intending to disseminate his lineage and render him unwelcome at Hogwarts. Voldemort's stratagem was both comprehensible and effective. At the very least, once Harry became aware of his heritage, it would inevitably create some degree of discomfort, for it was a matter of avenging the murder of his parents. Even though Mia was merely an infant at the time, the mere fact that he was Voldemort's progeny would surely irritate Harry. After all, how could he not be a source of contention, being the son of the very man who had wrought such tragedy? What should he do now? Moody was a professor. It would be impossible to treat him as they did Quirrell. This matter should be entrusted to Dumbledore. Hearing Mia's unwavering faith in Dumbledore's intervention, Hermione felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. The two lapsed into silence once more, the atmosphere growing increasingly ambiguous. Just as Mia prepared himself to candidly share his thoughts, Harry and Ron fortuitously appeared. Mia, we finally found you. Hagrid sent us to look for you. Are we interrupting? Hermione blushed, averting her gaze to the floor, while Mia regarded the two clever boys with exasperation. They were nothing short of stumbling blocks on the path of romance. Did Hagrid mention anything specific? Are we truly not interrupting? Let's get to the point. Well, he didn't elaborate much, only that you and Harry must go with him. It concerns the first task, Harry added. Glancing at Hermione, Mia felt obliged to follow Harry and run away, since he had already made up his mind. There was no need to rush matters. That evening, Harry and Mia accompanied Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest, where they encountered the fire dragon. At that moment, Harry felt utterly deflated. The first task is a dragon? I might as well be killed right here. Don't worry. The Triwizard Tournament has been dormant for so many years. This time, they wouldn't want any fatalities, Hagrid reassured him. But why did the tournament halt in the first place? Harry inquired, his face ashen. Well, too many lives were lost, Hagrid replied solemnly. As they walked, the students they passed did not cast any unfriendly glances their way. Unlike in his memories, this time, the hastily arrived Beauxbatons had accepted Dumbledore's invitation. But due to their lack of preparation, they had allowed Harry to compete in their stead. Mia participated in the competition as an individual. Thanks to Mia's reminder, Dumbledore performed admirably in explaining the situation. At least few believed that Harry and Mia had placed their names into the Goblet of Fire themselves. Now, there were even those who sympathized with the two wronged souls. Along the way, they fortuitously encountered Moody, who then invited them to his office. Observing Moody's unexpected presence, Mia knew he was devising ways to ensure their safe passage through the competition's final stages. I must inform you, this contest is perilous in nature. Harry's expression seemed to convey, do you really need to emphasize that? The other competitors were no ordinary challengers. Consider what you have to offer, at the very least. Devise a strategy to navigate the first challenge. Harry, you may begin. Me? I can only ride a broomstick, but the competition prohibits bringing brooms into the arena. However, it doesn't state that wands are forbidden. How does one ride a wand? Chapter 115. Last-minute escape. Moody, feigning nonchalance, was visibly agitated by Harry's innocent yet foolish gaze. The professor likely intended to suggest that Harry use the summoning charm to call forth a broomstick onto the field. Mia interjected. Is that feasible? Are there no better alternatives? Thus, with a heart laden with trepidation, Harry awaited the commencement of the competition. The venue was selected by the Black Lake, in close proximity to the Quidditch pitch. The competitors' encampment lay not far away. Inside the tent, Harry paced nervously. Despite Moody's proposed strategy, his confidence remained fragile. What if he committed a foul? What if the spell failed due to distance? What if he was trampled before he could mount his broom? Harry's mind was a tumultuous mess. Harry. The sound of Hermione's voice broke through, and he searched around to find her at the entrance of the tent. How are you all prepared? Not at all, he replied. A sense of unease evident in his tone. Sensing the commotion, Mia approached. Upon entering, he was greeted by a fragrant breeze, followed by an unexpected weight in his arms. Hermione had leapt into his embrace, and after a moment of surprise, Mia instinctively held her close, feeling slightly embarrassed by her own impulsive action. Hermione blushed and attempted to distance herself. I was so worried about you both. Nearby, Harry extended his arms, anticipating Hermione's hug, only to awkwardly retract them, realizing he had been overlooked. A flash of light illuminated the tent as a heavily perfumed woman barged in. Ah, young love, she exclaimed, capturing a moment between an unknown girl and the brave warrior. Quick, take another picture. Hermione swiftly attempted to extricate herself from Mia's hold, yet he continued to embrace her, seemingly unfazed, as if deliberately proclaiming their bond. This area is restricted to participants and officials only. Uninvited guests must leave immediately. Confronted by Crumb's displeased expression, the woman reluctantly retreated. Noticing Hermione's increasing struggle, Mia finally released her. Rita has always been like this. Pay her no mind, he advised. Indeed, Hermione nodded, her thoughts in disarray. Meanwhile, Crumb's sour gaze prompted Mia to subtly draw closer to Hermione, yet he refrained from any overt display of affection, recognizing that it would be inappropriate. At that moment, Dumbledore entered with others. Brave warriors, are you prepared? Miss Granger, what brings you here? Hermione felt a sense of unease. As she shifted uncomfortably, Mia remarked, did they not say that friends and family could enter? Thanks to Hermione, I would have been on the brink of panic otherwise. Oh. Thank you, Miss Granger, Dumbledore replied, a teasing glimmer in his eyes that made Hermione feel slightly embarrassed. Let us commence the drawing of lots. Barty Crouch produced several bags, and as Crumb drew forth a lively little dragon, Harry's complexion turned pale. Mia appeared utterly indifferent, for regardless of the outcome, she could effortlessly swat down the fire dragon with a single strike. In any case, it was impossible for her to draw a pack of Wailing. Harry, on the other hand, had drawn the most formidable Hungarian horntail. Mia drew the Chinese fireball dragon. The first to enter the arena was Cedric, followed by Harry, who was penultimate, and Mia was the last to take her turn. Upon hearing that the first three had successfully cleared their challenges, Harry felt an increase in his anxiety. As he stepped onto the stage, he exuded an air of a valiant warrior embarking on a perilous journey. Mia, if I do not return, please take care of Hedwig for me. Yes, I will ensure she is spayed. Then I shall strive to survive. Fortunately, Harry ultimately triumphed, sustaining only minor injuries and some damage to his broomstick. Finally, it was Mia's turn to enter the fray. The audience, having witnessed the remarkable skills of the first four competitors, was now at the height of excitement. All eyes were on the final contender. The students of Hogwarts were particularly eager, curious about how Mia would fare against the dragon. Hermione sat anxiously in the stands, unable to find peace despite knowing Mia's considerable talent. The earlier events in the tent had left her mind unsettled. Mia's reaction to her was entirely different from before. Her mind occasionally wandered back to the sensation of being embraced by him. Had that fellow suddenly changed his mind? Hermione instinctively felt a surge of joy. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized his capriciousness made her seem as though she were eagerly offering herself. Even if he had indeed changed his mind, she could not allow him to achieve his desires so easily. There were still 10 minutes until the competition commenced. Upon hearing this, Hermione's anxiety returned. If she could survive the dragon's wrath, she might begrudgingly grant him a chance. However, as time ticked away, Mia's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Where is the last competitor? Bartemius Crouch inquired of the staff nearby, only to learn that Mia had already set off. Yet, there was no sign of him on the field. The enormous dragon lay in slumber, exhaling hot breaths. Once the time was up, the competition would commence automatically. And if he had not arrived, it would be deemed a failure, resulting in immediate disqualification. Bartemius Crouch informed Dumbledore. Dumbledore remained unfazed, insisting they proceed according to the rules. Let us begin. If he does not appear, he will be considered to have forfeited. Do not waste time. Karkaroff, lurking nearby, seized the opportunity to gloat. It must be conducted according to the rules. Bartemius Crouch chose to ignore him. Krum was performing exceptionally well, and Karkaroff was reveling in his success. Hermione, on the stage, was in a state of desperation. Why had he suddenly vanished? Yet, perhaps it was for the best. At least there was no immediate danger. As time elapsed, the competition began. The audience expressed their disappointment, with some even reveling in schadenfreude. To think that the first match would see someone flee at the last moment, it was indeed a spectacle. However, just as Bartemius Crouch announced the commencement of the contest, everyone witnessed the golden egg, guarded by the dragon, suddenly float into the air. On stage, Hermione could not suppress her laughter at this sight. The golden egg drifted to the edge of the arena, revealing Mia's figure. He held the golden egg aloft, examining its patterns with keen interest under the sunlight. The spectators, who had initially thought Mia was fleeing, fell silent, clearly taken aback by how effortlessly he had acquired the egg. The dragon suddenly snorted in fury. Realizing that one of its precious eggs was missing and spotting an intruder nearby, it erupted with rage, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath toward Mia. Gasps filled the arena. Hermione turned pale, nearly collapsing. Yet, amidst the flames, Mia stood unharmed within a transparent barrier. Was it not over yet? Thanks to Mia's reminder, Bartemius Crouch finally grasped the situation. The competition has concluded. Chapter 116. The dress robe with Bartemius Crouch's proclamation. The first match came to a definitive close. As the judges prepared to score, Karkaroff erupted in fury. This is outrageous. He has committed a foul. This does not count. Bartemius Crouch patiently explained. The rules do not prohibit the use of the disillusionment charm. Can you really believe that a fourth-year student would be capable of casting such a spell? Who witnessed his entry? Who can guarantee that the charm was not cast upon him by someone else? Dumbledore interjected calmly. Oh, of course, I'm not questioning your integrity. How could you possibly engage in such actions? I merely suggest that we cannot dismiss the possibility of outside interference. You are merely here to sow discord, Karkaroff. Moody charged forward, his menacing visage causing Karkaroff to retreat in fear. What are you intending? Do not act recklessly. You were the one who caused trouble last time, and you are doing so again. Are you simply upset that your own student falls short of others? Resorting to underhanded tactics when lacking in skill is the hallmark of a dark wizard. Moody's fury was genuine, not a mere act. The master's offspring had, astonishingly, mastered the disillusionment charm by fourth year and could withstand the dragon's fiery breath. Furthermore, he had set the record for the swiftest completion, acquiring the egg intact and without a scratch. Krum had caused significant damage to genuine dragon eggs, Fleur had nearly lost her garments to flames, Cedric had sustained injuries, and Harry's broom had nearly been destroyed. Only Mia had dazzled them all. His admiration for the Dark Lord naturally extended to the Dark lineage. Having witnessed the prodigious talent of the Dark Lord's son, young Bartemius Crouch was thoroughly captivated. He had, in front of everyone, withstood the dragon's fiery breath. Can your students achieve such feats? Moody silenced Karkaroff with this statement. Bartemius Crouch nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was so. However, Karkaroff sought to protest, only to be silenced by Moody's steely gaze. What business do you have being so concerned about a student? Do not let me discover any unsavory tactics at play. After issuing this warning, Moody leaned on his staff, standing aside. Karkaroff felt a chill run down his spine under Moody's penetrating gaze but feigned calmness. Following this uproar, Karkaroff dared not further complicate matters. Thus, the rankings for the first round of the competition were established. Mia secured the top position with an almost perfect score. The sole 8 points shamelessly claimed by Karkaroff, while the rest achieved full marks. Cedric held the second place, followed by Fleur and Crumb in third and fourth, with Harry languishing at the bottom. After all, his use of the Nimbus had already skirted the edges of the rules, not to mention his reckless escapades on a broomstick. Parading around with a dragon had caused significant damage to the grounds. It was quite generous of Dumbledore not to demand compensation from Harry. With the announcement of the rankings, Mia had undoubtedly made a name for herself among the 3 great magical academies. Everyone was aware that this year had witnessed a remarkable individual who shattered the record for completing the tasks. Capable of casting the disillusionment charm in the 4th year and withstanding a dragon's fiery breath single-handedly. In the past few days, merely being seen in Mia's company had garnered Ron and Harry ample attention. This woman is utterly ridiculous, Hermione exclaimed in exasperation. Slamming the newspaper onto the table in the Great Hall, Mia glanced upward, where the large characters boldly proclaimed the triumphant clash, the amorous secrets of the warrior and the nameless maiden. To be honest, Rita's claims were not unfounded. Mia could not help but reveal a faint smile. In an instant, Hermione caught sight of the amusement gracing Mia's face. What are you smiling about? Did I smile? Observing Mia's feigned seriousness, Hermione felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. This fellow was utterly unreserved. Over the past few days, Hermione had been in a state of turmoil. If it were merely a matter of feelings, Mia's transformation would undoubtedly bring her joy. In the bloom of young love, who does not yearn to be with the one they cherish? However, pride held her back. She was reluctant to allow this indifferent person to gain the upper hand so easily. Thus, she found herself ensnared in a whirlpool of emotions. A package was handed to Ron, and judging by its size, the contents were likely not trivial. Curiosity getting the better of him, Ron opened it in front of everyone and extracted a deep crimson robe. The garment carried a musty odor, and its style was decidedly outdated. Wearing such an outfit in public would surely invite ridicule. Upon seeing the floral collar that Harry had taken out, Ron's expression soured. Is this a dress? With lace? Ginny, is this for you? Get lost. Looks like it's meant for you. Harry chuckled, reveling in Ron's misfortune. For me? Why on earth would I wear something like that and embarrass myself? The gazes of those around him made Ron's face flush with heat. The Christmas ball was a tradition of the Triwizard Tournament, an event everyone was obliged to attend. Formal attire and a dance partner were essential. Hermione stood beside Ron, explaining the situation while casting a sidelong glance at Mia. Unfortunately, Mia was engrossed in her meal. If I wore that, I would be even more humiliated. Ron was on the verge of tears. Hermione could not help but stifle a laugh. If you dislike this one, I can have my mother pick out another for you. The attention of the group suddenly converged on Mia, still focused on her food. Hermione, eyes wide with disbelief, asked, What did you say? I said, What style do you prefer? I can ask my mother to choose for you, Mia replied earnestly. A flicker of undeniable joy gleamed in Hermione's eyes. Have I ever agreed to be your dance partner? The girl's modesty made Hermione turn her head away. I apologize for not asking you in advance. That was my oversight. If you are unwilling, then never mind. It's all right, Mia. We'll help you find a partner. Ron gallantly threw an arm around Mia's shoulders, adding, You can borrow the dress. Coughing lightly, Mia glanced at the dress in Ron's hands. As for the dress, let's skip that. But do remember to recommend a dance partner for me. In a light lavender color. What? Mia immediately disregarded Ron and turned her gaze towards Hermione, who pretended to sip her soup nonchalantly. I adore lavender, she remarked. As Hermione's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, Mia's face radiated with joy, yet she quickly feigned seriousness. I wonder if you would do me the honor of being my dance partner? In this grand hall, Mia's bold declaration drew the attention of everyone present. Hermione could scarcely lift her head, yet her heart brimmed with overwhelming delight. Yes, certainly. Upon hearing Hermione's affirmative response, Mia enthusiastically accepted and promptly dove into her meal with fervor. In her heart, she couldn't contain her excitement, thinking, I'm going to find love. I shall introduce her to my parents. Beneath the table, Hermione awkwardly retracted her outstretched hand. Observing Mia, who was wholeheartedly engrossed in her feast, Hermione felt a surge of frustration. This fool. In such a situation, if only she had taken the initiative to hold my hand, I would have gladly acquiesced. With exasperation, Hermione watched as Mia mindlessly devoured her food, utterly speechless. Fool. Mia turned her head in confusion. Upon noticing the ring of milk stains on Mia's lips, Hermione couldn't help but chuckle. It was quite an unrefined sight. Hermione casually wiped away the remnants from Mia's mouth. Thank goodness for you, she remarked. Ron then cleared his throat and asked, Harry, are you full now? Harry replied, I wasn't earlier, but now I am. I can no longer eat. Chapter 117. The precious garment. Mia composed a letter and sent it back home. As he pinned this correspondence, a smile involuntarily adorned his face. He could not resist sharing tales of Hermione with his parents. Watching the owl grasp the letter and take flight from the window, Mia affectionately ruffled his hair with a grin. Alas, he had succumbed to the whims of infatuation. This sensation was utterly enchanting. Although the veil between him and Hermione had yet to be entirely lifted, it was apparent that the barrier was now exceedingly fragile. A person who once held no significance in his life was now destined to traverse the journey of life alongside him. Suddenly, existence felt enriched by a new bond. Mia cherishes his home, and now it has welcomed another soul. Ah, old ding, you truly manifest whatever you desire. Harry has become his friend, and from this moment forth, the Savior shall be intertwined with him. Now, with a lover by his side, a person bound by ties finds it exceedingly difficult to ascend as the Dark Lord. To become the Supreme Master, one must sever all attachments. Looking around, whether it be Voldemort, Grindelwald, or Dumbledore, who among them was not profoundly solitary until their last breath, Mia could not help but feel relieved that his aspirations did not involve the ambition to dominate the entire world. Who truly holds sway in the realm of wizards? Is it Dumbledore? Is it Voldemort? Or perhaps the legendary sorcerer Merlin? The answer is none of the above. It is those noble families that have been passed down through the ages. He need not ascend to any exalted position, nor train a legion of soldiers. His focus should solely be on enhancing his own prowess, for magic is paramount. With magic, naturally, people will flock to him, and many will willingly offer their services. As long as he refrains from making enemies and diligently nurtures his connections, neither the wizarding world nor the Muggle realm will dare to challenge him. Through this intricate web of alliances, he can influence the world at large. Did not Voldemort, at the height of his power, seek to rally the pureblood aristocrats? By grasping the true essence of power in this world, he will undoubtedly stand apart from the ordinary. He does not crave power for its own sake. It is merely a means to cultivate a favorable environment for his existence. What he desires is that, in future generations, when people reflect upon the greatest wizards in history, his name will be mentioned alongside all the legends. Of course, surpassing them would be even more splendid. With a father serving as a prominent member of the Muggle cabinet and a brother poised for a promising future, Hermione, if she follows the trajectory of his memories, might even become the Minister of Magic. Therefore, the pursuit of power holds no appeal for him. What he seeks now is martial strength. Whether to etch his name in history or to contend with Voldemort, he must pursue formidable might. He is resolved to enhance his magical power this semester. Risks are inherent. But he is not a character bound by the narrative of his memories. It is entirely plausible that he could perish at Voldemort's hand. His current abilities are roughly equivalent to those of a competent adult wizard. Should he succeed in further advancement, he would at least reach the level of someone like Snape. As long as he does not encounter someone of Dumbledore's caliber, he should be able to navigate his path with confidence. However, as Dumbledore aptly noted, the intervals between enhancements are too brief. Should he attempt to elevate his power immediately, the likelihood of unforeseen complications is exceedingly high. Mia estimates that he will have to wait until the end of the term. However, he could indeed seek out that one now. Unfortunately, he had inquired with Dumbledore, who informed him that, according to the reports from the emissaries of Ilvermorny, the whereabouts of that one have always been known solely to the headmaster. While Dumbledore possesses a vague memory of its general location, the wand is not merely buried, it is also protected by formidable magic. Regrettably, the headmaster of Ilvermorny has contracted dragonpox, and his condition is dire, rendering him unconscious. To obtain that wand, one must either wait for the headmaster to awaken or for his demise, at which point Ilvermorny will automatically select a new headmaster who will inherit all secrets. According to the messenger from Ilvermorny, although the Slytherin wand is considered a treasured artifact, they would not mind relinquishing it. This is because Ilvermorny holds a secret tradition. Should they encounter someone capable of breaking the wand's seal, they would willingly hand it over. The Slytherin wand can only be wielded by one who speaks Parseltongue, and if it falls into the hands of an ordinary wizard, it will automatically seal itself. Thus, apart from Voldemort, it is likely that only Mia could utilize it. To be candid, Mia has indeed entertained the notion of having Ilvermorny appoint a new headmaster. But he dared not voice this to Dumbledore. Just as Mia was troubled by thoughts of the wand, Harry and Ron were also vexed by their search for dance partners. Ron's concerns were compounded by his antiquated evening attire. Upon seeing the suit that Harry had personally funded and commissioned Mrs. Weasley to procure, Ron felt even more distressed. Observing Harry in fine clothing was more disheartening than death itself for Ron. The long robe gown for Mia has arrived, accompanied by a letter from home. The letter is filled with her father's pride and satisfaction, as well as her mother's incessant nagging about early relationships. Regardless of this, they ultimately requested Mia to bring that girl home during her break. In truth, Hermione had already visited the Schammel household. But the significance of the next visit would be entirely different. Furthermore, the letter elaborated on the origins of the two gowns. Upon reading the contents of the letter and observing the royal insignia on the gown box, Mia found herself scratching her head. How did that elderly lady know about the Christmas ball at Hogwarts? After perusing the accompanying second letter, Mia came to understand the matter. Although the intersection between the Muggle government and the magical world is limited, it does not imply that the royal family is similarly detached from it. In earlier times, there even existed court wizards. Thus, the elderly lady was somewhat informed about certain movements within the magical realm. The letter stated that ever since she learned of his admission to Hogwarts, she had been keenly observing the school. While wizards generally harbor disdain for Muggles, some members of the royal family do not, particularly the British monarchy. Due to the relationship between the great wizard Merlin and King Arthur, the British royal family holds a certain prestige within the magical community. Even with the royal family undergoing numerous changes, this prestige has remained unchanged. As an ordinary individual, that elderly lady also harbors a yearning for magic. Unfortunately, no royal members have ever been wizards. This is one of the reasons for her fondness for Mia. Yet, due to royal protocol, some individuals prefer to keep her at a distance from the son of a high-ranking official. These two gowns are her way of expressing closeness. Upon opening one of the boxes, she discovered a dress, a delicate shade of lavender. After reading the Queen's letter, Mia came to appreciate the dress's preciousness. It was a gown that the Queen cherished during her days as a princess. Royal family members are typically required to wear garments in colors that attract attention, thus, such a soft lavender hue does not quite adhere to the rules. However, it is a personal favorite of hers. Mia's gown, on the other hand, is brand new and evidently of the highest quality. Gazing at the exquisite lavender dress, Mia couldn't help but smile. Surely, she would adore it? Chapter 118, The Choice by Christmas. Harry and Ron finally found partners for the ball. The Patil sisters are renowned twins at Hogwarts, possessing exceptional beauty. Harry and Ron, in turn, became the envy of many. When Mia presented the gown to Hermione, upon learning of its origins, Hermione was nearly hesitant to accept it. Though she is a witch, having grown up in the Muggle world, her respect for royalty has been subtly ingrained in her. The dress, once worn by the Queen in her youth, left her somewhat flabbergasted. Once the box was completely unwrapped, it revealed more than just a gown. There were exquisite silk gloves and a tiara. Of course, it was not a crown. After all, everything else was prepared according to royal standards. And donning a crown symbolizing royalty would indeed be too presumptuous. Mia is eagerly anticipating the sight of Hermione donned in that exquisite gown. It must be breathtaking. He is not particularly concerned with appearances. In fact, among the multitude of girls, Hermione can only be regarded as of average looks. What truly captivates him is her intellect, along with that indomitable spirit that sets her apart. The incident in the library, where he was ensnared by a confundish charm, left him both astonished and furious at Hermione's audacity to take matters into her own hands. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a sense of protectiveness for her. This was not their first encounter of such a nature. In their first year, during the battle with Quirrell, had it not been for Hermione's timely intervention that disrupted Quirrell's spell, he might very well have met his end at Quirrell's hands. This audacious which leaves him both exasperated and in awe. In his eyes, she has become a trustworthy companion, one worth standing shoulder to shoulder with in battle. He considers himself fortunate, for the one he admires also reciprocates his feelings. In such circumstances, to be overly sentimental would be utterly foolish. The veil between them has grown so sheer it is nearly invisible. Mia harbored a premonition that this Christmas ball would serve as a pivotal moment, unveiling the delicate veil that shrouded his feelings. His anticipation was palpable. Throughout the day, he had scarcely caught a glimpse of Hermione, which only heightened his eagerness. It was said that ever since she acquired that exquisite gown, she had sequestered herself in her dormitory, preparing for the evening's festivities. The mere thought of the approaching ball elicited a spontaneous smile from Mia, leaving Harry and Ron momentarily taken aback. "Mia, are you getting married?" Ron inquired, drawing closer. "It's somewhat akin to that," Mia responded. Mia felt as though this moment closely resembled the anticipation of a bride's entrance at a wedding. Beside her, Harry and Ron were struck by the formidable force of love. In contrast, they had managed to secure dance partners with great difficulty, and even then, it was merely due to Harry's status as a champion in the Triwizard Tournament that they had agreed to accompany him. As the ball approached, Hogwarts buzzed with excitement. The venue had been elegantly decorated, and the entire castle was suffused with the spirit of Christmas. Students from the 3 magical schools donned their finest attire, rendering the ancient castle even more resplendent. This would surely be an event that the students would cherish for a lifetime. However, one individual was far from joyful. Crumb. He had sought out Hermione, hoping to invite her as his dance partner for the evening, only to be met with a swift refusal. Subsequently, he learned that she had already found companionship, a bond that extended beyond this particular ball. He had been glum all day. Were it not for the fear of losing face for Durmstrang, he would have been disinclined to attend the ball at all. As the event was about to commence, Mia, adorned in an exquisite gown, awaited outside the hall. Many eyes were discreetly observing her, yet when they noticed her frequent glances, their expressions turned to disappointment. Whether due to her identity as a champion of the Triwizard Tournament or her well-established reputation at Hogwarts, she was undeniably the center of attention. Furthermore, her striking appearance made her the singular focus amidst the crowd. Harry and Ron were reluctant to stand beside her, not to mention her gown. Harry had initially believed his own expensive attire to be quite impressive, but in comparison to Mia's, he suddenly felt that his and Ron's garments were rather lackluster. The surrounding clamor faded from Mia's perception, as her heart was solely set on the arrival of Hermione. At that moment, Dumbledore approached, calling out to her. The two stepped aside, and the headmaster of Beau's Batons had awakened. Maiton was suddenly beset by an ominous premonition. "You must go there in person. Right now?" Dumbledore nodded. Maiton fell silent. Ifenmani was located across the vast ocean. Even by flight, it would take several hours. Several hours, and the ball would have long concluded. Couldn't T1 postpone the journey? Maiton understood that this could be a futile hope. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not have sought him out at this moment. His time of lucidity would not last long, and if he missed this opportunity, it was uncertain when he might awaken again. "I know what you were thinking. Contracting dragonpox would mean enduring torment for several years before finding relief. To acquire that wand, your presence is indispensable." Mia could not help but glance back at the hall. The crowd suddenly stirred with excitement. Down the steps came Hermione, adorned in a delicate lavender gown, her descent graceful. The lights cascaded upon her, enveloping her in a shimmering veil of radiance. The crown atop her head sparkled brilliantly under the refracted lights. Yet the brilliance of the gemstones paled in comparison to her presence. She straightened her hair and, with a flick of magic, concealed her prominent teeth. As she stood before the mirror, she beheld herself for the first time in a new light, feeling an unfamiliar beauty. A flower must be admired. And the one she longed for to appreciate her was still awaiting. She resembled a royal princess, evoking admiration yet remaining distant. Both men and women were left in awe of her beauty. Harry and Ron stood spellbound. Is this truly Hermione? The two shared a knowing glance across the distance. As if sensing an unspoken connection, Mia beheld the girl, who was surrounded by admirers like a moon encircled by stars, though the distance rendered her features indistinct. She resembled a luminous full moon against the night sky. So exquisite. "Mia, you must make a choice." Dumbledore discerned Mia's dilemma. Yet he knew it was imperative for her to arrive at a decision. Mia stands as a formidable force against Voldemort, embodying the hope of the next generation within the magical realm that he has chosen. The strength of Mia is of paramount importance, and the wand is crucial to him. His heart is a battleground of ice and fire, and he feels profound anguish. Should he uphold the vow made between the two, or consider the greater good? Such a question has an answer already determined on Mia's side. "Wait for me." The spell of thought transmission conveyed Mia's intent to Hermione. Hermione's smile froze. "I will wait for you." Upon receiving the reply, Mia resolutely turned away. "Professor, there is no time to lose. Hold on to me." Chapter 119. Exchange. As that figure vanished, Hermione's smile gradually faded. She resembled a noble yet solitary flower, enveloped in cold desolation. A beautiful porcelain, marred with cracks, emanated a sense of shattered beauty. Though the specifics of Hermione's plight remained unknown, her condition drew many into a deeper abyss. Even Fleur, with her Vela blood, appeared dimmed in comparison. The ball was about to commence, and Professor McGonagall began searching for the warriors who had yet to take their places. Harry, the ball is about to start. Why have you not prepared? A few warriors were to perform a dance at the opening, as I should have mentioned to you. I did not. Harry shook his head with certainty. Well, now you know. As for Mr. Weasley, upon seeing Ron's attire, Professor McGonagall could not help but scrutinize him. Ah, that was indeed in vogue during my youth. In any case, you must hurry to prepare. Miss Granger. Where is your partner, Mr. Chamier? Hermione forced a smile. He likely needs to attend to some matters first. But the ball is about to begin. At that moment, a white orb of light flew before Professor McGonagall. After absorbing its information, she comprehended everything. She gazed at Hermione with a hint of sympathy. In that case, let us not place you two at the opening for now. Do not worry. Dumbledore accompanies him. Trust in him. Professor McGonagall made an exception to share information typically reserved for students, knowing the weight of loss Hermione bore. I believe. Observing Hermione's unwavering smile, Professor McGonagall sighed, patted her shoulder, and departed. The ball soon commenced, with warriors and their partners entering in succession, becoming the absolute focus of attention. However, they quickly noticed something amiss. Why does Krum not have a partner? Where is Shamia? Why is Hermione alone? Seeing Hermione enter solo, Professor McGonagall was somewhat taken aback. Hermione noticed the concerned look from McGonagall and nodded affirmatively. Mia is not here. I shall attend the Champions Ball in his stead. Like a proud swan, Hermione entered the dance floor alone, drawing all eyes upon her. She maintained her smile, akin to a queen receiving all attention. At that moment, her tiara transformed into a true crown. Krum naturally noticed Hermione standing alone and approached her, undeterred by the onlookers. He was steadfast, like a knight. Would you be my partner? All attention at the ball converged upon this exchange. Gazing at Krum, Hermione understood that her true knight was not present. I'm sorry, but I must decline. Krum, unwilling to surrender, retorted, he has broken the vow. Why do you still wait for him? He has not broken his vow. In his absence, I shall represent him. Is it worth it? There is no question of worth. It is simply that I have chosen him. I have chosen him. He is mine. Upon witnessing Hermione's elegant yet resolute gaze, the fire within Krum extinguished in that moment. The ball was commencing. The music began to swell, akin to a crystal-clear spring. The warriors and their partners danced to the melody, while only two danced alone. Hermione, like a solitary swan, performed her dance in the celestial lake. Everything else was mere embellishment. She awaited his arrival. Surely, he would appear? Across the Pacific, Dumbledore and Mia traversed with fervor. Before their feet touched the soil of the Americas, Mia had never believed anyone could utilize apparition to cross the Pacific Ocean. In contrast, Dumbledore remained unperturbed, as if he had done nothing at all. There is no time to waste. Dumbledore brought Mia to Ilvermorny. Just like Hogwarts, Ilvermorny was cloaked in magic. To the uninitiated, it appeared as a mere fog. Even if one ventured inside, they would find themselves lost in the mist. To see through the fog was to behold the true Ilvermorny. Influenced by Hogwarts, Ilvermorny was also divided into 4 houses, represented by the Horned Serpent, Thunderbird, Wampus, and Pukwudgie. Mia encountered the venerable headmaster. Upon their first gaze, she sensed that he might vanish at any moment. Furthermore, dragonpox is not contagious, is it? Perhaps it would be prudent to maintain a modicum of social distance? Thankfully, Dumbledore had cast a charm in advance, ensuring she would not contract dragonpox. Albus, my time is limited, so let us not dilly-dally. How formal. His bloodshot eyes scrutinized the elegantly attired Mia. I had assumed I would take the secret of this wand to my grave, just like my predecessors. One of the founders of Ilvermorny is a descendant of the Gaunt family, a direct lineage of Slytherin, which preserves numerous heirlooms of that house. The wand is among them. After being brought to America, the wand was sealed away, buried underground, and grew into a serpentwood tree, this very tree before Mia. The leaves of this tree possess remarkable healing properties, but Mia's purpose here transcends that. It is time for it to recognize its rightful master. Ilvermorny should no longer guard treasures that do not belong to it. Are you truly a descendant of that lineage? I can assure you, replied Dumbledore. The elderly headmaster nodded and, with a flourish of his wand, began to mutter an incantation in an indistinct manner. This process was not swift, and Mia could only await in silence, her impatience mounting. She could not afford to falter. Suddenly, the serpentwood tree began to tremble, its leaves cascading to the ground. As the serpent would transformed into a withered stump, the headmaster appeared somewhat breathless, like a flickering candle. "Prove yourself." Mia nodded and then opened her mouth, producing a hissing sound reminiscent of a serpent. In her arms, the black snake, Tom, emerged, gracefully undulating in harmony with Mia's voice. Observing this scene, the old principal's eyes glimmered with understanding. Indeed, she was a descendant of that lineage. The withered tree began to twist, gradually diminishing in size. Branches retracted into the trunk, transforming the once towering tree into a mere slender stick. As Mia continued to chant in the serpent tongue, the small stick levitated, its form becoming increasingly refined, adorned with intricate patterns. When the transformation ceased, everyone felt as though something had awakened. Mia ceased his incantation and grasped the wand firmly. In that instant, he felt a surge of magical energy coursing through his entire being. A wave of power swiftly enveloped the bodies of everyone present. "It is you." Mia gazed at the wand in her hand as if it were an extension of her very being. The wand exuded an exuberant joy, having awakened after a millennium of slumber to greet its true master. With the wand now in her possession, Mia felt an overwhelming sense of purpose. The ball was already halfway through. As the revelry subsided, the tables lay bare, and some had begun to depart in pairs, while the remaining guests indulged in the last vestiges of merriment. Hermione stubbornly lingered in the dance floor, determined to await his return, for he still owed her a dance. Harry and Ron opted to stay behind, silently supporting Hermione. Though they were oblivious to Mia's whereabouts, their concern for Hermione's well-being as friends weighed heavily on them. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Great Hall. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet. "You finally made it. We've been waiting for you." Mia approached the dance floor, her back facing Hermione. "I apologize for my tardiness," she said. Hermione had already turned around, unable to contain her excitement, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. "Oh, right." Mia fiddled in her embrace for a moment before producing her wand. As she extended the wand towards Hermione, who eyed it with a hint of skepticism, she recalled the rumors of its extraordinary prowess. "You see, my previous wand never quite felt right in my hand. Hence my need for this one. I shall elaborate on its origins later. Now, Miss Granger, would you do me the honor of a dance?" Hermione accepted Mia's wand, feeling the ancient would yield to her touch. She understood the significance of a wand to a witch. In turn, she retrieved her own wand. "It is my privilege to accept an invitation from Mr. Samuel." As their wands exchanged hands, she beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling like a celestial sky. Chapter 120. Beneath the Black Lake. As the ball concluded, the tale of the two had only just begun. The sensation was extraordinary. Mia had found someone to entrust her back to in moments of peril. Ah, yes, a little higher. Just a tad to the left, perfect, right there. How delightful it is to have someone to scratch one's back. A bit higher now. Get off. Mia did not succumb to the allure of serenity, remaining acutely aware of the ongoing contest among the three formidable powers. The competition has now reached its second phase. In this stage, the warriors must utilize the golden eggs acquired in the previous round to uncover the clues pertinent to this level. The group submerged themselves in water, unveiling the golden eggs and extracting the genuine clues contained within. Mia recalled that this time, they needed to locate and rescue the students trapped at the bottom of the Black Lake. Mia yearned to uncover the origin of this dreadful idea. It was one thing for the warriors to be in peril, but to endanger other students as well? It was only when Hermione was suddenly summoned to Professor McGonagall's office that Mia realized the competition was about to commence. The one she needed to rescue was undoubtedly Hermione. Logically, the merfolk in the Black Lake had reached an accord with the Ministry of Magic, ensuring that those trapped at the lake's bottom would not be harmed. Yet, they remained a group of untamed, primitive beings. Should they dare to injure even a single finger of Hermione's, Mia would deem the existence of these merfolk no longer warranted. Surely, the basilisk would find fish quite appetizing. In the late autumn, at dawn, the crowd gathered by the shores of the Black Lake. Mia sincerely believes that the organizers must have had their brains befuddled by some monstrous creature. Why, of all seasons, must such an underwater event be held in autumn? Are they unaware of the biting chill that pervades the British autumn? Clad only in flimsy swim trunks, Mia cast a warming charm upon herself to stave off the cold. Nearby, Harry, shivering like a wretched dog, recalled that he too was a wizard and employed the warming charm to combat the chill. Fleur was similarly affected, while only Krim remained bare-armed, seemingly impervious to the bone-chilling cold, as if he were untouched by the frigid air. This competition served as a visual feast for the spectators. Each of the valiant warriors could be considered a paragon of the new generation of wizards, each exhibiting exceptional prowess. Particularly, Fleur and Mia captivated the audience to the extent that they nearly depleted their rolls of film. Fleur donned a sleek, silver one-piece swimsuit that almost transformed the boys on the shore into ravenous wolves. Having grown accustomed to being the center of attention from a young age, Fleur remained remarkably composed. Mia, like the other two young men, donned a pair of swim trunks, yet he provoked incessant shrieks of delight from the girls on the shore. Rita, that older woman, was brimming with excitement, preparing to use Mia's photograph as the cover feature. Mia wore an expression of indifference, perfectly positioned to showcase to Hermione just how popular he truly was. This way, she wouldn't have to incessantly complain about his fondness for milk. Is there any fault in relishing milk? Contrary to what he remembered, Harry had not consumed gillyweed. From his first year, under Mia's encouragement, he had acquired a considerable amount of magical knowledge. He was far from being merely a figurehead as the so-called savior, if one were to assess his prowess. Harry was indeed among the top contenders in the dueling club. Mia, Harry, and Furlong all opted for the bubblehead charm, while Clem transformed into a formidable shark. This was indeed somewhat grotesque, or so Mia perceived. Upon entering the water, Harry soon realized that he seemed to lack the ability to swim. Mia was taken aback. You can't swim? Why didn't you say so earlier? She used a spell to communicate telepathically. Harry, lacking this ability, merely flailed and sank straight down. Even with the bubblehead charm, he was in peril. She advised him to keep swimming. Concerning Harry's predicament, Mia felt helpless and decided to hasten her search for Hermione. Having grown up with a father who served in the Royal Navy, Mia had acquired excellent swimming skills. In the water, she was remarkably agile. The depths of the Black Lake were shrouded in darkness, and when Mia cast a spell to grant herself night vision, the vast expanse of water before her instilled a sense of unease. How long would it take to find her? The organizers were not foolish enough to allow the champions to easily triumph with a simple spell. Observing Crumb transformed into a shark, it seemed he could better detect the scents within the lake. However, which was superior, the senses of a shark or those of a basilisk? Only experimentation would reveal the answer. A colossal shadow emerged from a hidden thicket, gliding into the murky waters of the lake. Neither the champions nor the spectators on the shore were aware that a great terror lurked beneath the surface. The mermaids in the lake trembled from an inexplicable chill that enveloped the waters. Riding upon the back of the basilisk, Mia was guided along the lake bed. To avoid detection by the other champions, the creature moved stealthily along the bottom. The basilisk's exceptional senses had already detected Hermione's presence, and it was swiftly making its way toward her. Upon spotting a few figures suspended in the water, tethered by chains, Mia instructed the basilisk to conceal itself at a distance. She quickly recognized Hermione and swam towards her with urgency. Each champion had a predetermined rescue target. Hers was naturally Hermione, while Harry's was Ginny. Mia released Hermione from her constraints, enveloping her with magic. At the lake's bottom, the two embraced one another. Nearby, a mermaid concealed in the underbrush was utterly astonished. How brazen humans could be. With Hermione in tow, Mia scanned the surroundings but found no sign of Harry. To her surprise, Harry, lacking gillyweed, was unable to swim. On the shore, the Fomoody stood nonchalantly with arms crossed, awaiting their return. Harry Potter possessed the bubblehead charm, and the young prince was exceptionally capable. There was no cause for concern. But where was Harry? Surely he was not in peril? The two found themselves within a bubble, able to converse freely. It should be fine. The Black Lake was under the dominion of the merfolk, and Dumbledore had made introductions. They would not harm Harry. So why was he absent? He was unable to swim. Very well, then, let us assist him. Harry, come forth. There was no stipulation against using the summoning charm on other champions. At that moment, Harry was sinking to the lake's depths, moving at a glacial pace. Keep going. As long as he persevered, he would eventually rise. Oh no. When Harry finally opened his eyes again, the starkly different scene before him momentarily felt surreal. Enough delay. He must swiftly rescue Ginny and rise to the surface. Mia paid no heed to Harry as she emerged from the depths with Hermione. The first conqueror had been determined. Harry was poised to rescue Ginny when Crumb, transformed into a shark, violently whisked away the Durmstrang student. Casting a glance at the remaining Gabrielle Delacour, he surveyed his surroundings. Had Fleur not yet arrived? Time was swiftly slipping away. Watching as mermaids liberated Fleur from the clutches of Grindylow, Hermione felt a surge of urgency. How could Harry still be underwater? There was no cause for alarm. If he could not overcome such a trivial challenge, he would stand no chance against Voldemort. Moreover, who was to say he was even in peril? Beneath the surface, Harry found himself in a precarious situation. The mermaids forbade him from rescuing Gabrielle. Yet, he could not bear to abandon the young girl in such a dire predicament. Thus, he engaged the mermaids in a fierce struggle. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, He emulated Mia, unleashing a blaze that illuminated the dark lake bottom. The fiery glow sent the mermaids scattering like startled creatures. With a spell, Harry lifted both Ginny and Gabrielle towards the surface of the lake. Chapter 121. A race against death. Mia once again secured the first position with an overwhelming advantage. Coupled with her previous performance, she has established a significant lead in the overall rankings. Cedric, a student of Hufflepuff, occupies the second spot. His amiable nature is matched by formidable strength. Following closely are Crumb, Harry, and Fleur, ranked 3rd to 5th, respectively. Reality diverges somewhat from memory. The number of competitors has transformed into 5, and the identities of those rescued from the depths have changed as well. Mia is curious about Dumbledore's current plans. However, based on what she has gleaned from him, it is evident that Dumbledore wishes for this Triwizard Tournament to come to an end. The so-called plans against Voldemort were merely devised due to the pressures of reality. Given a choice, Dumbledore would prefer to see the cessation of this tournament. He is convinced that Voldemort has long since set traps, eagerly awaiting Mia and Harry to fall into them. Dumbledore has recognized that the Moody they face is a counterfeit. However, to avoid alarming the enemy, he refrains from taking action against the imposter. Dumbledore has repeatedly cautioned Fudge about the need to terminate the Triwizard Tournament. He has earnestly conveyed to Fudge the troubling signs that have emerged since the tournament's revival. Yet, Fudge's response is that the wizarding world requires a robust leadership team to serve as a pillar of strength. Clearly, he seeks to demonstrate his prowess as a formidable leader in this manner. Fudge is a highly skilled politician, and once Dumbledore comprehended Fudge's intentions, he realized that halting the tournament was an impossibility. No one could prevent Fudge from pursuing his political ambitions. During this period, due to the multitude of suggestions put forth by Dumbledore, Fudge even began to suspect whether Dumbledore harbored ambitions to usurp his ministerial power. Mia truly finds it laughable that Fudge is an utter fool. If Dumbledore aspired to become the Minister of Magic, who could possibly rival him? Merely a fortunate opportunist like Fudge? Had it not been for Barty Crouch's son betraying him, the position of minister would never have fallen to Fudge. Were it not for Dumbledore's lack of interest in power, no one else would stand a chance against him for the role of minister. It is absurd that Fudge, upon initially assuming office, sought to leverage Dumbledore's influence to solidify his own position. Now, he has the audacity to suspect that Dumbledore covets his power. The Ministry of Magic has always been unreliable, a fact Mia has long recognized. Not to mention, the Ministry is also home to a wretched pink toad. If Fudge's paranoia continues to escalate, he may very well attempt to extend his reach toward Hogwarts next term. That insufferable pink toad, Umbridge, will surely sully Hogwarts for an entire year. Mia could not help but sigh. Before her loomed the formidable foe, Voldemort. And behind her trailed a cadre of inept allies from the Ministry of Magic. What a struggle it was. As anticipated, the competition pressed on. Soon, they arrived at the final round. Unlike the previous rounds, this contest was devoid of dragons and merfolk. There was no need for combat. Their task was to navigate the treacherous and ever-shifting labyrinth in search of the trophy that symbolized victory. Whosoever touched the trophy first would be crowned the ultimate victor. Mia, however, was acutely aware that this so-called trophy had, in fact, been substituted for a key by the imposter Moody. Whoever first laid hands upon it would be privy to the dark delights of Voldemort's sinister offerings. All the brave souls stood ready, poised to enter the labyrinth in accordance with their predetermined rankings. The higher one's rank, the greater the advantage. Just before Mia stepped into the maze, Dumbledore offered her a subtle nod. He had previously instructed her that the foremost priority in the competition was to safeguard herself and Harry, with the actual victory being a distant second. In truth, Dumbledore had scarcely mentioned the concept of winning at all. Out of personal concern, he even harbored a desire for Mia and Harry to remain hidden. He indeed had some strategies devised against Voldemort, such as the protective charm rooted in Harry's bloodline. Yet, magic is both wondrous and elusive, particularly when it pertains to the ancient and formidable blood protection spell that even he scarcely understood. What if his assumptions were flawed? Or what if Voldemort had grown wiser, opting not to utilize Harry's blood for his resurrection? Alternatively, Voldemort might simply command his minions to eliminate Harry altogether. Ultimately, Harry's life rested precariously within Voldemort's whims. In truth, Dumbledore was far more concerned about Mia than Harry. He recognized that, for Voldemort, the true focal point was not Harry, but rather Mia. Harry was merely an expendable adversary within a prophecy, while Mia was the embodiment of Voldemort's own design, the descendant most closely aligned with the ancient lineage of Slytherin. Dumbledore was all too aware of Voldemort's obsession with bloodlines. He had long sought to sever ties with his Muggle father's heritage. Furthermore, Voldemort's original form had been marred and distorted through several misguided magical enhancements, thus limiting his potential. Therefore, Mia represented his sole opportunity to transcend his own constraints. If Voldemort were to fixate on capturing Mia, the consequences could be catastrophic. However, the magical realm was not solely his to dictate. He could only watch helplessly as Mia and Harry unwittingly approached the snare. The greatest of white wizards? What use was fame in the face of such peril? Dumbledore often mocked himself in this regard. Upon entering the maze, Mia diligently followed the clues provided by Moody. The trophy had been placed there by the impostor himself, hence, following his directions would surely lead her to the trophy. Of course, she held no interest in victory. Since the impostor had transformed the trophy into a key, why not simply destroy the key? The key scheme was conceived and executed solely by the impostor. Mia, having foreseen all of this through her memories, was aware that the impostor could never fathom that someone had already unraveled his plot. Mia traverses the labyrinth incessantly, where chaos reigns supreme. The pathways are not only intricate but also perpetually shifting. The so-called first-mover advantage proves utterly futile. Indeed, locating the coveted trophy presents an exceedingly formidable challenge. Guided by the enchantment of magic, Mia ventured towards the direction indicated by his wand. Soon, he encountered several others. Observing the wands raised in direction, an air of awkwardness enveloped the group. Greetings to all. What nonsense. The first to arrive is the victor. The competition had officially commenced. There was no brainstorming, no sophisticated magic. Instead, it devolved into a rather undignified and savage tug-of-war. Witnessing this chaotic scene, the crowd surged forward recklessly, and with a resolute heart, Mia wielded his wand. Path of the Fire God. Chapter 122, The Riddle Cemetery. A torrent of brown flames erupted, sweeping through the labyrinth like a tempest. Towering shrubs were devoured in an instant by the intense heat. The air warped under the onslaught. In the audience, spectators gazed in a daze at the sudden blaze. In the seats designated for the Ministry of Magic officials, Fudge and Barty Crouch exchanged a glance. Are we really escalating the stakes this much? Is this not a bit excessive? Almost no one doubted that this terrifying inferno was unleashed by a valiant warrior. As he beheld the brown flames voraciously consuming everything in their path, Moody's eyes shone with a wild reverence. It must be him, without a doubt. In his mind, the so-called warriors were mere children in comparison. Only that child, was the true prodigy. This calamity could only have originated from his prowess. Yet, a tinge of worry began to creep into Moody's thoughts. Mia's strength consistently exceeded his expectations, and this occasion was no exception. Would the traps he had set be discerned? At the heart of the flames, Mia employed magic to shield several warriors from the searing heat. As the flames dissipated, where once lay a labyrinth, a trophy, radiating a luminous glow, stood prominently amidst the ruins. Without a moment's hesitation, Mia darted forward. The others were quick to respond, swiftly following suit. What had initially been a battle of wits had transformed into a raw and unrefined chase. Crumb's robust physique was perfectly showcased at that moment. He swiftly caught up to Mia. If this continued, the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be Crumb. A triumphant smile spread across Crumb's face. However, were they not sorcerers? A burst of orange magic swiftly crossed over Crumb and struck the trophy. The coveted prize shattered before Crumb's very eyes. Mia slowly retracted her wand. Do you even know what you're doing? Crumb's astonishment morphed into fury. Several brave souls, including Harry, gazed incredulously at the fragments scattered on the ground, then turned their attention back to Mia. Well, there is no need for contention now. Everyone has a share. Do you truly think the Triwizard Tournament's trophy would lack any protective enchantments? Crumb's anger made him resemble a great black bear. Is this trophy a counterfeit? Could it be that the genuine trophy has yet to materialize? Fleur cast a dubious glance at Mia. Observing the unremarkable shards on the ground, Crumb fell silent. I doubt they would craft a false trophy into a key. Mia maintained her vigilance with her wand. Indeed, this is a key. Cedric scrutinized the keys closely. The enchantment on the Goblet of Fire was formidable, even for Dumbledore to contest. Surely, the Triwizard Tournament's trophy could not be fashioned into a key. Suddenly, Harry experienced a moment of clarity, prompting a wave of anxiety. Could it be Voldemort? The other warriors present turned their gaze towards Harry, captivated by the name. The shadow cast by that name lingered insidiously in the hearts of many. It's not impossible, Mia thought affirmatively. He should have perished, besides. Why would he target the Triwizard Tournament? Crumb shook his head in response. For reasons unknown, despite the calmness surrounding them, Mia could not find tranquility. At that moment, Cedric, crouched on the ground examining the fragments, suddenly exclaimed, "There is another key, right beneath our feet." In the next instant, everyone felt a dizzying swirl, as if the world were being infinitely stretched and twisted. After a violent passage, the surroundings transformed entirely. Mia was acutely aware of this sensation. It was the portkey. The surroundings were steeped in an ominous chill, and the eerie statues alongside the heavy, archaic stone coffin set off alarm bells within her. This was the Riddle family's cemetery. Where were they? Suddenly transported to an unfamiliar locale, the warriors felt a surge of anxiety. How lively it was. This graveyard had not witnessed such commotion in ages. A shrill, withered voice rang out, and Harry suddenly doubled over in pain, clutching his forehead. Quick, to the portkey. Unfortunately, by the time they comprehended the situation, the circular platform that had brought them there lay in ruins. A figure emerged from the shadows. The onlookers found the attire of this individual strikingly familiar. Moody? Cedric inquired with confusion. The now-reformed Barty paid Cedric no mind, instead addressing Mia with deep reverence. This is my true visage. It is an honor to witness your flame. Enough of the pleasantries, eliminate the irrelevant. A flash of green light surged towards Cedric in an instant. The sudden onslaught left the young warriors paralyzed. In Cedric's eyes, the horrific green light grew increasingly vivid. Mia abruptly swung her wand, sending Cedric flying through the air. A green light struck the ground, leaving a deep crater in its wake. To meet only to kill, devoid of any sincerity, since they are of no consequence to each other. What harm is there in allowing them to depart? Mia gazed intently at the swaddled infant in Crumb's arms. The piercing voice of Voldemort emanated from within, questioning. Do you truly believe you can still negotiate with me, my dear child? Suddenly, Harry's eyes widened in realization as he turned to Mia, momentarily disregarding the searing pain in his forehead. So you are in cahoots? Crumb directed his wand at Mia, while Fleur cautiously stepped back, striving to assess the precarious situation. Certainly, there are terms to be discussed. For instance, can you fathom whether I could escape from your loyal minions? If you were truly willing to abandon them, would you allow me to set them free? You are indeed astute. However, if you were to eliminate them, then the notion of abandoning them would be moot. Your actions are nothing short of disgraceful. Mia merely regarded him with a cold smile. After a brief silence, Voldemort proclaimed, Very well, I may spare their lives. Yet they shall not be permitted to leave this place. Mia tilted her head and said, It seems you all will be here for a while. Crumb, I advise you to stow away your wand. There are more than just a couple of adversaries before us. Crouch, let us commence. Voldemort urged impatiently. With a flick of his wand, young Barty ensnared Harry, who was already racked with unbearable pain, rendering him utterly defenseless against the statue's control. Cedric attempted to intervene, but Mia halted him. Do not squander this hard-won chance at survival. Harry, hold on for a moment. Mia observed Harry's agony with a calm demeanor, her wand gripped tightly in her hand. Confronted with Mia's gaze, Harry instinctively chose to place his trust in her. Voldemort surmised that Mia might possess a hidden advantage. Yet with his resurrection imminent, he was determined to crush any schemes that threatened him. Young Barty cast Voldemort into a large cauldron of black liquid, a father's bone, unwittingly offered. With fervent intensity, young Barty beheld the model bone being cast into the cauldron, his voice trembling with excitement. Harry's pain intensified. Chapter 123. The father-son duel. The surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly frigid, and the mysterious liquid within the cauldron boiled with escalating fervor. The flesh and blood of a servant willingly surrendered. Young Barty raised his left hand, his expression spiraling into madness. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his wand, his left hand fell into the cauldron. My flesh and blood shall endure alongside the Dark Lord. His frenzied gaze turned toward Harry, who felt as though the scar upon his forehead was on the verge of splitting his skull. The blood of an enemy forcibly taken. With a mere flick of his wand, young Barty opened a gash in Harry's arm, and his blood began to drip into the cauldron. In the next moment, the clouds above thickened ominously, and an indescribable sense of dread unsettled all those present. Mia watched in astonishment as Harry's blood dripped into the cauldron. Unable to suppress a soft exclamation of realization, it has succeeded. While Dumbledore may still harbor some doubts, he, possessing the memories, understood all too well that, in this moment, the lives of Voldemort and Harry were irrevocably intertwined by the blood protection spell. The flames intensified, and the cauldron could no longer withstand the searing heat, melting away. A vivid crimson liquid hung suspended in the air, which, amidst continuous contortions, transformed into flesh and blood, revealing a human form. This horrifying spectacle instilled a deep sense of dread among the brave warriors present. Mia distinctly sensed that as the human figure became increasingly defined, the fluctuations of magic intensified correspondingly. Once the potency of the magic ceased to rise, the dark mist enveloped the form, transforming into a black robe that shrouded the pallid figure. The strength of magic is finite, and at this moment, Voldemort, freshly resurrected, found himself in a state of utmost vulnerability. Nonetheless, even in this weakened state, it would be child's play for Voldemort to eliminate those present. In a state of rapture, Voldemort reveled in the sensations of his corporeal form, having been reduced to a miserable wraith for 13 long years. Casting a deep glance at Mia, he proceeded towards the trembling young Barty, who quivered with overwhelming excitement. "Your wand." Barty eagerly bowed, presenting Voldemort's wand, and then extended his own arm, revealing the dark mark upon it. "Your followers await your summons." A glint of coldness flashed across Voldemort's countenance as he tapped the dark mark with his wand. The serpent-shaped emblem writhed as if animated. In the shroud of night, tendrils of black mist surged forth. Upon landing, they coalesced into Death Eaters clad in pointed, hooded robes. "Your other hand." Voldemort's voice was devoid of emotion. "Thank you, Master." Barty tremulously extended his severed arm. With a delicate wave of his wand, a silvery hand sprouted from the amputation. Gazing at the newly formed appendage, Barty nearly prostrated himself. 13 years, my friends, 13 years, and we meet again. I must confess, I am disappointed. None among you endeavored to seek me out. Crabbe, McNair, Goyle, with each name Voldemort uttered, Mia observed an individual begin to tremble. Not even you, Lucius. Voldemort stood before Lucius, who faltered under the pressure. My master, I swear, the moment I sensed any sign of you, even mere whispers, there have been signs. My cunning friend, and not merely whispers. I assure you, my master, I have never relinquished our cause. In your absence, I was compelled to don a different facade before others, but that was merely a mask. Voldemort scoffed bitterly. Ah, my crafty friend, for all these years, the only one who sought me out was young Barty Crouch. It is my honor, my master, even at the cost of my life. Voldemort's gaze towards Barty was devoid of emotion, yet he remarked, of course, I shall reward those who contribute. I will teach you true magic. Barty was utterly prostrated before Voldemort. As for you, the boy who narrowly escaped death, Voldemort sneered derisively. Your filthy muggle mother traded her life for your fame. And now, all shall remember how you begged me to end your life tonight. In a fit of rage, Harry forgot the pain in his forehead and shouted at Voldemort. Very well. I shall grant you a chance. Pick up your wand. With a flick of his hand, Harry tumbled from the statue. Dumbledore should have taught you how to duel, no? Harry was evidently unprepared to adhere to the conventions of dueling as he brandished his wand, ready to strike. Before he could unleash a spell, Harry found himself hurtling through the air. Shall we test our mettle? Mia stood before Voldemort, casting a meaningful glance at Harry. As he observed the youth before him, the Dark Lord's countenance shifted through myriad expressions. I believe it's time to teach you proper respect for your father, Voldemort hissed. With pleasure, Mia retorted smoothly. Lucius Malfoy's mind raced with sudden realization. So this boy who had previously associated with the Weasleys was truly the Dark Lord's son? No wonder the resemblance was uncanny. At 14, Mia bore such striking similarity to Voldemort's youthful visage that they might have been mirror images. The same bloodline now stood in opposition. A chill wind swept through the air. Expelliarmus! Avada Kedavra! The incantations rang out simultaneously, yet to the astonishment of all present. The crimson spell belonged to Voldemort while the emerald curse erupted from Mia's wand. The opposing forces collided midair, forming a towering pillar of clashing magic that pulsed with raw power. Harry watched, dumbstruck. The green light illuminating Mia's murderous expression made it difficult to discern who was truly the Dark Lord. The assembled pure-blood patriarchs exchanged bewildered glances at the display of magical prowess. Was this truly a student? Had this generation produced such prodigies, or had the Dark Lord weakened? The Triwizard champions stood frozen, awestruck by the violent magical confrontation. This was Voldemort they were witnessing, the legendary Dark Lord himself. Krum, who had always prided himself on his formidable skills, finally understood why Hermione would never choose him as he watched Mia duel Voldemort as an equal. Given the choice, he too would have selected Mia. Mia understood that it was not that Voldemort was incapacitated, but rather that he was at his most vulnerable state following his resurrection. Coupled with the power of the Slytherin wand, if he were to falter now, it would signify his utter ineptitude. The Slytherin wand was akin to an extension of his own being. Regardless of the potency of the magic he wielded, the wand would harmoniously cooperate with him. It was a wand of formidable strength, rivaling the Elder Wand. However, Voldemort was not a foe to be underestimated. Feeling the surge of energy in his hand, Mia grimaced, wondering what Dumbledore was dawdling about. Suddenly, a flash of fire illuminated the scene, and as he beheld the figure advancing with a wand in hand, a rare expression of terror crossed Voldemort's face. Dumbledore. Long time no see, Tom. Without a moment's hesitation, Voldemort flicked his wand upwards and vanished from sight. evading Mia in an instant. Chapter 124. Fudge's denial. The Death Eaters, witnessing their master's abrupt disappearance, were momentarily stunned. Wasn't a resurgence promised? Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder if any of you are familiar to me? Dumbledore surveyed the masked Death Eaters, likely able to deduce their identities. Who would be intimidated when confronted by a formidable wizard capable of driving Voldemort away? Thus, the Death Eaters fled without a second thought. The assembled crowd was not devoid of intelligence. As heads of prominent pureblood families, they recognized that Dumbledore had no intention of turning his wrath upon them. If Dumbledore had harbored any inclination to keep them around, they would have already been on the ground. Therefore, to remain was sheer folly. Dumbledore stood as a stabilizing force in their hearts. Upon his arrival, they knew they were safe. Children, are you frightened? Dumbledore appeared unfazed. Mr. Dumbledore, was that truly him? Fleur inquired hesitantly. Indeed, it was Voldemort, Dumbledore stated, unflinchingly uttering the name. The group exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment, though reluctant to accept the truth. Reality confirmed his return. Children, fear is futile. At the end of the day, he is merely a mortal, capable of being wounded, bleeding, and dying. But only you can confront him, Crumb asserted. No, I am too old. The hope of the magical world rests with you. He cannot contend with your strength. Dumbledore's words resonated deeply, perhaps merely due to the gravity of the speaker. While they were not yet prepared to confront Voldemort directly, their fear had indeed diminished somewhat. Thank you for your efforts, Dumbledore said, patting Harry, who had been aided to his feet by Mia. Tormented by the acute pain in his forehead and weakened from blood loss, Harry felt rather feeble at that moment. We must return swiftly. There are matters of greater significance than the outcome of this contest that I wish to share with everyone. Under Dumbledore's guidance, they made their way back to the venue of the Triwizard Tournament. Upon seeing their classmates rise in cheers, the champions regained a sense of vitality. Their gazes toward Dumbledore now carried an added reverence. He had single-handedly driven Voldemort away and managed to transport so many with him. He truly was the greatest of wizards. Dumbledore, how did you all come to be together? Fudge and Bartemius Crouch approached briskly. Mia glanced at Barty Crouch, puzzled as to why the young Barty had not eliminated him as he had in her memories. Minister, Director, I believe there are some critical matters that require your immediate attention, Fudge hastily interjected. What is it? Speak at once, he urged. This was not mere gossip for Fudge, but rather a reflection of his sensitivity as a seasoned politician. He has returned. Voldemort has returned, Dumbledore stated calmly. Fudge and Crouch held their breath for several seconds. Where is he? Crouch inquired. In the Riddle family's graveyard. He has departed, Dumbledore replied. That is impossible, Fudge exclaimed, his voice barely above a whisper. Dumbledore and Crouch turned their gazes toward him, and Crouch fell silent. You must understand, he died 13 years ago. Now, the one who vanquished him stands beside us. Fudge's excitement caused the flesh on his face to quiver. Dumbledore regarded Fudge quietly, as if he had anticipated such a reaction. You must keep this matter confidential. The public deserves to know what they are about to confront. You should not, everyone. Dumbledore's amplified voice instantly drowned out all sounds within the hall. Fudge looked at Dumbledore with an almost pleading expression, yet Dumbledore paid him no heed. I understand that the mood among you all is fervent, especially with the Triwizard Tournament champion about to be announced. However, there is a truth that you must be made aware of. Voldemort has been resurrected. The assembly, nearly 1,000 strong, fell into an eerie silence. Among the crowd, Hermione stood up, casting a glance toward Mia. Mia responded with an affirmative nod. The crowd erupted like a lit powder keg, instantly becoming a cacophony. Fudge, as if drained of all strength, looked at Dumbledore with a despondent gaze. You are lying. You have ulterior motives. Dumbledore's lips moved, but upon witnessing Fudge's hysteria, he chose to remain silent. From this moment on, the Ministry of Magic, led by Fudge, was no longer trustworthy. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. This is not a credible report. We have received information about a nefarious dark wizard intending to disrupt the Triwizard Tournament. We have a file on this dark wizard, and we will apprehend him promptly. Fudge's sudden declaration left everyone present utterly uncertain about whom to trust. Headmasters, please escort your champions to rest. The committee needs to finalize the rankings. True to his role as Minister of Magic, Fudge quickly spun a narrative and controlled all witnesses. Dumbledore observed this with a cold gaze. The competition concluded hastily, and all students were sent back to their dormitories. The Triwizard Tournament was no longer the prime topic of discussion. Everyone was engrossed in the words spoken by Dumbledore. The following day, numerous mainstream newspapers, led by the Daily Prophet, almost uniformly began reporting on the Dark Wizard's attempt to sabotage the tournament. Old scandals were resurrected, seemingly to obscure something more significant. Various unknown individuals exposed some of Dumbledore's past misdeeds. Suddenly, Dumbledore found himself at the eye of the public storm. Yet, he remained unfazed by the swirling controversy surrounding him. The populace was momentarily caught off guard by the overwhelming propaganda. He had summoned the Order of the Phoenix to devise strategies against Voldemort. Barty Crouch seemed eager to meet Dumbledore but was skillfully evaded. Subsequently, news about Crouch dwindled. In the headmaster's office, Mia was summoned by Dumbledore. The trophy had been switched, and no champion had been the first to touch it. However, they all wished to nominate you as the victor. Me? Then I suppose it shall be me, Mia replied, not pretending to be modest. After that day, even Krum treated him with courtesy, having left an indelible impression on all champions by confronting Voldemort. The other champions willingly supported Mia as the ultimate victor. Dumbledore smiled. Barty Crouch has been keen to meet me lately. I know what he is thinking. Unlike Fudge, he once opposed Voldemort as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement during Voldemort's peak. However, Fudge would now attack anyone associated with me. He needs to remain discreet. So, does Fudge still wish for me to be the champion? Of course. You are competing as yourself. The Ministry is preparing to strengthen cooperation with the Muggle government. Your father is someone they wish to befriend. Chapter 125. Bridging the Divide. How is Harry? Dumbledore's conversational style was somewhat erratic, yet Mia could discern what Dumbledore truly wished to inquire. He has been in the hospital wing. I have visited him a few times. He hasn't mentioned anything regarding my heritage. Dumbledore nodded, acknowledging that Harry was simply having difficulty accepting the truth. Temporary avoidance might soften the blow of reality. However, incessant evasion would only lead to being overwhelmed by the facts. Now that Fudge is utterly unreliable, do you have any alternative plans? Barty Crouch. The Ministry requires a principled and resolute minister. Did you not say he needed to remain low profile for the time being? How can we assist him in becoming minister? Mia began to mourn for Fudge, realizing that his tenure would likely be short-lived. Let us wait for Fudge to falter. Mia believed that Dumbledore must be quite weary. Before confronting Voldemort, he first had to deal with his incompetent allies. Dumbledore cast a glance at the newspaper on the table, featuring his own photograph, with the headline reading Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard. This was merely the beginning. Connolly, feeling a profound sense of insecurity, would undoubtedly be intent on undermining me. I surmised that his next move would be against Hogwarts. Mia reflected, truly impressive of Dumbledore to consider such things. You need not regard me with such a gaze. You are the headmaster, and I am but a fifth grader next year, incapable of overseeing Hogwarts. If you could lend me your position for a few days, that might suffice. The professors are here to safeguard Hogwarts. It is not my responsibility yet. However, I suspect I may be absent for a while. Your reputation among the students is quite formidable, and I hope you can prevent them from descending into the darkness of conflict. Without giving Mia a chance to refuse, Dumbledore ushered her out. Following the committee's deliberations, the final rankings of the Triwizard Tournament were at last unveiled. Mia has indeed emerged as the champion. There is no dissent regarding her victory. However, the fact that the ultimate winner of the Triad Championship is not one of the three traditional magical academies has taken many by surprise. Mia has become the first individual to triumph in the Triwizard Tournament, a feat that holds significance comparable to winning first place in the Quidditch World Cup. With such a prestigious accolade, even if Mia were to attain the lowest grades in the OWL examinations, numerous individuals would vie for the opportunity to recruit him. Setting aside the OWL exams, the House Cup for this academic year, bolstered by Mia's influence, undoubtedly fell into the hands of Gryffindor. In fact, every House Cup since Mia's first year has been claimed by Gryffindor, with Mia playing a crucial role in each of these victories. Consequently, Mia has emerged as the focal point of admiration within Gryffindor. Some have even begun to cast votes in favor of appointing Mia as the president of the Male Student Council. In reality, Dumbledore has already bestowed the appointment letter for the Male Student Council president upon Mia in advance. Mia felt perplexed by this situation. Is it not a convention that the president of the student council can only be a 7th grade student? You are also gathering a multitude of supporters. This was never my intention. I merely acted in accordance with the opinions expressed by the students. Dumbledore had shown Mia the results of that vote. Can such an informal poll truly hold any weight? Of course, their votes were all cast in real names. The current heads of grades, along with the male and female student council presidents, have all endorsed you. Mia observed the names of several companions above. Interestingly, among the supporters, he also spotted Draco's name. It seems that Lucius must have interceded on Draco's behalf upon his return. The Malfoy family has thrived to this day due to their adeptness in navigating the winds of fortune. Thus, Mia found himself appointed as the president of the Male Student Council, a distinction granted to him as a fourth-year student. Mia harbors no interest whatsoever in such a position. It is merely the intriguing notion that the president of the student council possesses the privilege to freely enter and exit the headmaster's office that captivates her. It appears that Dumbledore intends to provoke Umbridge. In her memory, Umbridge was forcibly appointed as the headmaster of Hogwarts by the Ministry of Magic. However, this castle is imbued with life. Naturally, Umbridge is not recognized by Hogwarts, and she is utterly incapable of exercising any authority as headmaster within its confines, even being barred from entering the headmaster's office. Mia, indeed, took advantage of this privilege to visit the headmaster's office several times, primarily to amuse the birds. However, he has now been placed on Fox's blacklist. According to Dumbledore's revelations, he is also poised to appoint Hermione and Ron as the new prefects for the upcoming term. As for Harry, Dumbledore's explanation is that Harry is currently unsuitable for the role. Mia was acutely aware that Dumbledore was concerned about the connection between Harry and Voldemort. As one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Harry could be influenced by him, potentially altering his character. Indeed, he was ill-suited to assume the role of prefect in the upcoming term. However, such effects had not yet manifested. This was primarily because Mia had not spoken to Harry recently, as he was deliberately avoiding her. Hermione, who understood the underlying reasons, felt at a loss regarding how to assist him. Voldemort had rendered Harry an orphan, and Hermione was uncertain how to console him. Only Ron, oblivious to the situation, wore a perplexed expression. This state of affairs persisted until the end of the term. No one discussed their studies. Instead, they eagerly anticipated the upcoming holiday. "Are you coming to my house this term? My dad mentioned in his last letter that he wanted to have a longer chat with your dad," Mia remarked to Ron. "Of course. My dad is a Muggle enthusiast. If he knew there was an opportunity to host, he would never refuse," Ron replied, his words muffled by a sausage he was chewing. Hermione remained silent, as they had already agreed to visit each other's homes. "If I could go out, my aunt and uncle would be absolutely thrilled," Harry suddenly interjected after a prolonged silence. Mia cast a glance at Harry, fully aware that he had already prepared himself psychologically for this moment. "You can stay as long as you wish." Though many words remained unspoken, the impending crisis of their friendship dissipated almost effortlessly. Harry understood that Voldemort's transgressions bore no relation to Mia. After wrestling with his thoughts for several days, he suddenly recalled that Mia was his first friend, and he ought to place his trust in her. Observing the uncomplicated manner in which the barriers between Harry and Mia had vanished, Hermione shook her head in exasperation. "Oh, boys." During the holidays, the students returned to their long-missed homes. A couple of days into the break, Mia invited Hermione to her residence. This was not Hermione's first visit to the Shamir household, but unlike the last time, the significance of this visit had transformed following the evolution of their relationship. Chapter 126, A Visit During the Holidays. The Shamir family finally found an opportunity to gather together. However, Mia was not present. When the door swung open, Mia breezily entered, leading Hermione by the hand. Under the watchful eyes of her family, Mia exhibited no desire to conceal her actions. Mia's gaze brimmed with pride, almost as if she were pointing at Hermione to introduce her to the family. Fortunately, Hermione, well acquainted with Mia's temperament, had previously advised her against such actions that could lead to social embarrassment. Mr. Shamir, holding a newspaper, wore a similarly proud expression, his face adorned with a contented smile. Mrs. Shamir sighed with a hint of resignation, fully aware that her youngest son would not behave himself at school. However, it seemed that this girl was indeed quite remarkable. Mia relished the moments when she could show off in front of Yuza, though she truly despised the comforting glances he cast her way. Hermione felt overwhelmed by the warmth of the Shamil family. She had envisioned this visit, but in her imagination, she was only a temporary classmate of Mia's. Little did she anticipate that Mia would be so straightforward in his approach. Observing the Shamil family's reactions, Hermione began to grasp the essence of familial values. This family was refreshingly candid. At their age, children from other families would have been scrutinized extensively. How could they genuinely treat this as a parental meeting, unlike any other? Gradually, Hermione acclimated to the idea of being guests at the Shamil residence as Mia's romantic partner. She was filled with curiosity about everything, eager to understand the environment in which Mia had grown up. The atmosphere of the Shamil home finally elucidated why Mia, despite being Voldemort's offspring, would not tread the same dark path as his father. It was only when she beheld the box of snakes in Mia's room that she recognized the power of genetics. Did Voldemort's family truly have an aversion to snakes? Hermione had once interviewed Mia, who had shared that as a child, they would converse with him at night. They are rather dim-witted, yet they obey my commands. Watching Mia engrossed in playing with the little snakes, Hermione found the scene endearing. So, you are indeed a Parseltongue? Of course, Mia replied without hesitation, but I must admit, I had to keep that a secret. Hermione recalled the incident with the basilisk in their second year. It turned out that Mia, like Harry, had heard that voice. How adeptly he had concealed it from her. Nonetheless, she could empathize with Mia's predicament. What became of the basilisk? It resides in the Forbidden Forest now. It listens to my commands. Hermione could hardly believe her ears as she processed Mia's nonchalant demeanor. In the Forbidden Forest? How perilous. After all, professors sometimes took students there for care of magical creatures classes. It was even more dangerous before. A horde of acromantulas once inhabited the forest, and no one could control them. Now, the basilisk has exterminated them all. It won't harm anyone without my permission. Hermione then realized that they had been interacting closely with a multitude of terrifying creatures. Rest assured, the basilisk has keen senses and remarkable intelligence. It recognizes your scent. Even if you cannot speak Parseltongue, it will understand your intent. My scent? When? It's quite perceptive. It can detect me. Hermione's cheeks flushed, prompting her to shush Mia. Since they had become a couple, Mia had surprisingly behaved like a gentleman. The corridors of the school were filled with young couples brimming with hormones. Yet Mia had only held her hand. Only she knew that he wasn't so much a gentleman as he was somewhat oblivious in that regard. Embarrassingly, she had hinted at kissing him a few times, but each time he assumed she had something in her eye or was hungry. What touched her was that this milk-loving fool was willing to share the same jug of milk with her. She felt a warm gratitude, not quite understanding why Hermione sighed. Mia continued to play with the snakes. The Granger couple had been invited to the Shamil home for dinner. Upon learning of the family's background, they found it difficult to relax. Fortunately, the Shamil family was never pretentious, and the dinner was harmonious. This dinner held great significance, as both sets of parents approved of the relationship between Hermione and Mia. Watching Mia exchange glances with their precious daughter, Mr. Granger remarked on how he hadn't seen that coming. He had suspected from the start that this boy was trouble. After the Grangers departed, Hermione remained at the Shamil home, grateful for Mia's insistence on discussing schoolwork. Only Hermione knew that he could be quite clingy at times. With her parents often absent and her brother unsupportive, he would persistently call her name. Now, Hermione longed to return to the wizarding world, hoping that this clingy boy would become absorbed in magic instead. Yet, she found herself trapped in this situation, which became tiresome over time. Consequently, Hermione decided to adopt a cat named Crookshanks. On the very first day Crookshanks arrived home, Mia almost tried to chase it away, but he refrained to avoid upsetting Hermione and had to tolerate this cat vying for his girlfriend's affection. I'll get you neutered soon. A few days later, Harry visited along with the Weasley family, bringing a lively atmosphere to the Shamil home. The Weasley couple arrived with Ginny and Ron, leaving the mischievous twins behind. Regardless of their antics, the Weasley parents chose not to engage, as they were guests in another's home. Both families got along splendidly. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Shamil had known each other for some time, and now they could chat endlessly about various topics. Mrs. Weasley and Mrs. Shamil were both capable women, and their camaraderie was evident. Mr. Weasley, who was fascinated by everything Muggle, was reluctant to leave, having yet to learn how to drive a Muggle car. Muggle cars must adhere to traffic rules. I'll never manage to learn all that. Before departing, Mr. Shamil presented Mr. Weasley with a gift. Arthur, make sure to keep this safe. It will be useful. Upon opening the gift box, Arthur asked, "What is this?" A Beretta M92F, 9mm caliber, highly accurate, durable, and excellent for self-defense. Mr. Weasley accepted the gift with solemnity and invited the Shamil family to visit their home. Thus, during a holiday, the Shamil family made their way to the burrow. Aside from Yuza, it was the Shamil couple's first venture into the wizarding world. In truth, this excursion was not solely for socializing. Under the guidance of the royal family, the ministry aimed to strengthen collaboration with the magical realm. As a cabinet minister and the head of the magical investigation team for the Ministry of Magic, Andrew and Yuza also bore certain investigative responsibilities. Chapter 127. A second advancement. Upon witnessing the remarkably unconventional architecture, the Shamil family marveled at the wonders of magic. Arthur, I find your car far more fascinating than mine. It can fly. Mr. Weasley personally drove to pick up the Shamil family. However, the car's interior was quite cramped, leaving Harry, the Shamil couple, and Uza squeezed together inside. Mia soared through the skies, accompanied by Hermione. The speed of Mia's flight is hardly inferior to that of Mr. Weasley's enchanted car. Along the way, the Shamil couple and Uza gazed at Mia, who transformed into a wisp of black mist outside the car window, their thoughts a tangled web of emotions. I find Mia's abilities remarkable. At such a tender age, she possesses such extraordinary skills. Mia set aside her interactions with Hermione and graciously accepted Mr. Weasley's compliments. Mrs. Weasley warmly welcomed them, and the group entered their humble abode. Mr. Weasley deliberately lagged behind, softly advising Mia, it would be prudent to keep your flying skills under wraps. Rest assured, this is a technique I have developed myself, Mia replied confidently. That is reassuring. The methods employed by the Death Eaters bear a striking resemblance to yours, and if witnessed, it could lead to misunderstandings. Mr. Weasley regarded Mia with a gaze filled with admiration, exclaiming, such remarkable promise at such a young age. When I was your age, I was preoccupied with my O.W.L. examinations. Speaking of which, you need not fret about that any longer. Many in the department are already discussing your name. Who knows, you might find yourself in high demand upon graduation. In truth, I believe that the vigor of youth is best suited for more creative endeavors. Of course, it can also infuse the rather somber ministry of magic with a touch of vitality. But enough of this, the choice is entirely yours. Mia nodded earnestly. Mr. Weasley spoke from the depths of his heart. Having worked in the Ministry of Magic for many years, he was acutely aware of its decay. His son Percy had become ensnared in the vortex of power, creating discord within the family as he pursued a brighter future within the ministry. Nearly reaching the point of severing ties completely, Mr. Weasley grew increasingly disenchanted with that place. Upon entering the burrow, the Shamil family was captivated by the enchanting world of magic. Self-knitting sweaters, clocks that displayed the status of family members, and an array of objects that seemed to defy gravity all astonished them. While Mr. Shamil and Uza were enthralled, they also felt a profound unease. How could ordinary people contend with wizards? With the rapid advancement of human technology and the increasing range of artillery, this was indeed the aspect of ordinary people that wizards feared. However, should a day arise when the two worlds erupted into full-scale war, wizards could effortlessly eliminate the leaders of the ordinary folk with their inexplicable powers. For ordinary people, this war would be inherently unequal. For wizards, it would be unfeasible. Thus, both worlds found themselves in a precarious balance, each secretly developing forces to counter the other. At present, peaceful cooperation was essential for both parties. The robust and amiable Mr. Shamil quickly won the affection of the twins. The so-called inspection was set aside as the two families enjoyed a harmonious interaction. After a hearty meal, everyone engaged in relaxed conversation. The Shamil family was fond of the warmth emanating from the Weasley home. Gazing at the expansive fields surrounding the burrow, an idea sparked in Mia's mind. Mom and Dad, how about we build a house here too? This suggestion immediately brightened Mr. and Mrs. Shamil's faces. The scenery was indeed delightful. Arthur, would you mind having neighbors? The Weasley couple became excited at the prospect, longing for such company, as their vicinity was largely deserted. If you could move here, it would be lively indeed. Ron exclaimed. That would make it easier for me to play with Mia. Just thinking about play. Mrs. Weasley chided. Look at Mia. She doesn't have to worry about her O.W.L. exams. Faced with his mother's stern reproach, Ron lowered his head, not daring to retort. I can't stand comparing ourselves to other children. Harry suddenly felt a pang of envy. He had long grown weary of the Dursleys. Yet, he could not live with Sirius, who often insisted that the time was not yet right. However, the nearest town was too far away, making it difficult to procure materials and labor, Uza noted. If we could move here, it would be a wonderful opportunity to understand the magical world better. Moreover, since Mia is a witch, living in the magical realm would be advantageous for her. Uza understood the rules of the magical world. Every holiday Mia spent with them was essentially a sacrifice of her magical education. At the very least, establishing a home in the magical world would be a mutually beneficial solution. Magic would resolve it all. Thus, the matter of building a house was swiftly settled. Mr. Weasley agreed to find them a suitable plot of land. After their visit to the Weasley home, it was only a few days before Mia received a letter from Dumbledore. The letter was a response, the only affirmation she had received since the beginning of the holiday. Mia had requested the enhancement of her magical abilities on numerous occasions, and this time she finally received Dumbledore's approval. The letter conveyed that Dumbledore had prepared everything. Mia is indeed fortunate to have received assistance from Dumbledore, for the resources required to enhance one's magical abilities become increasingly scarce and intricate with each endeavor. Without Dumbledore's guidance, merely gathering these materials would demand considerable effort on his part. Dumbledore informed him that,